My name is Liang Manchang. Liang, as in the pillar of Cao Shan Tun. Man, as in arrogant and self-satisfied. Song? Not crazy, Chong, but crazier than crazy. I only smoke dakium and cigarettes. And I love only one woman, my whole life through. In my past life, I played the fool as a cheap stepfather, only to be kicked out the moment the real dad returned. I lived meekly for decades and froze to death alone in my own yard. But fate gave me a second chance. What's mine? Give it back. What you took, return it. Armed with a system-linked spatial realm, I hunt in the mountains, live freely, and enjoy life to the fullest. Facing the Songhua River, backed by the Changbai Mountains. Black bears, brown bears, roe deer, sika deer, the 3 flowers, 5 suns, 18 luo, endless bounty at my fingertips. You want to bully an orphan household? Sorry, I've got mental illness, and I love chopping people. You want to mess with my cousin? Sorry, I side with family, not fairness. You want to guilt trip me with morality? Sorry, I have no morals. Chapter 1. Reborn in 1979. Outside Tuanjia hamlet of Hongxing Commune, Liang Manchang lay sprawled in a cornfield, reeking of alcohol. Beside him, by Lianhua, a woman dressed like a blooming flower, casually undid her buttons without a care for who might see. Ma, is anyone coming? She whispered. They're here. Hurry up. Liang Manchang's a childless orphan and a simpleton. Once we get him, he'll be our family's donkey. Xiong Guifan, her face painted white as chalk, helped unbutton while craning her neck toward the tractor road. Don't act shy later. Moan loud enough to draw a crowd. Bai Lianhua shot her mother a look and pouted. What are you saying? I'm still a maiden. Cut the act. You're already pregnant. Still calling yourself a maiden? Who did you inherit that shamelessness from? From you. Xiong Guifan scowled and slapped her daughter, then ducked deeper into the cornfield. Rustling sounds kept drifting into Liang Manchang's ears. Can a man nap in peace at noon? He grumbled, swatting blindly, and felt something strangely soft in his palm. Did I pass out drunk and roll into the flower bed? He opened his eyes. The sky was crystal blue. The scent of corn stalks filled his nose. Then he saw it, a 30-something year younger Bai Lianhua, ghost-like, fiddling with her clothes right in front of him. Bai Lianhua, how old are you this year? She froze, shocked, then quickly forced a flirtatious smile and leaned toward him. Manchang, what are you talking about? I'm 20. Liang Manchang studied her youthful face, her outdated clothes, then pinched his own body, especially his hands, once twisted by gout, now smooth and strong. He slapped himself hard. Ouch. Drawing on years of web novel wisdom, he realized, I've been reborn. He calculated the date, 1979. A surge of euphoria flooded him. In one swift motion, he raised his powerful young arm and chopped Bai Lianhua sharply on the back of her neck. He grinned. In his past life, he never drank, but someone had forced liquor down his throat. He woke up surrounded by villagers in this very cornfield, with Bai Lianhua sobbing on the trampled stalks, covering her face. The honest, timid Liang Manchang had nearly fainted with fear. To avoid being charged with hooliganism and sent to labor camp, he kowtowed 20 times to Bai Lianhua and her mother and became their live-in son-in-law. He was eaten alive as a childless orphan, hunting, farming, slaving away like an ox. His entire life was spent serving them, until her real father returned, kicked him out, and left him with nothing, not even a thread on his back. By the time he finally understood, he was half dead, alone in a broken courtyard, drowning his sorrows in alcohol until he froze to death. Now that he'd been reborn, he would never let that tragedy repeat itself. Mostly sober now, Liang Manchang groped Bai Lianhua twice. Hif. If I don't touch, it's wasted. Then he vanished into the depths of the cornfield. 3 minutes later, Xiong Guifan saw no movement and fumed. Worthless brat, still playing coy at a time like this? She dashed onto the tractor road, clapped her thighs, and wailed dramatically. Oh heavens, that Liang Manchang, he looked so honest. But after 2 sips of cat piss, he dragged my poor Lianhua into the cornfield. If I hadn't run fast enough. Oh, the shame. It'll kill me. Brothers and elders, come save my daughter. With no entertainment in the village, news like this spread like wildfire. Men dropped their hoes and rushed toward the cornfield, afraid to miss the spectacle. They burst in, and sure enough found a circle of flattened corn stalks, with Bai Lianhua sprawled in the center, legs akimbo. All eyes widened. Guifan, is that really your Lianhua? Where's Liang Manchang? Yeah, you need proof to accuse someone. Where's the other party? Xiong Guifan's eyes darted. They had a point. She knelt and shook Bai Lianhua, but the girl lay limp as a dead pig, eyes shut tight. Oh no. The bastard must have heard us and ran. Elders, please. Help this poor widow and her daughter get justice. Stirred by her performance, the idle villagers stormed toward Liang Manchang's shack. It was a 3-room mud brick house built by his parents. Since their deaths, the simple-minded Liang Manchang had survived on work points, yet ended each year owing the production team dozens of yuan. Everything valuable had long been swindled or sold off. The place was utterly empty. Liang Manchang, open up. Open the door. Why lock it in broad daylight? You must be hiding something. The rickety gate shook violently under their pounding. Dirt crumbled from the walls. Crash! Liang Manchang flung open the door, bare-chested, gripping a kitchen cleaver, eyes blazing like a demon. What the hell are you yelling for? It's my own home. I'll close the door if I want. Got a problem? Is it illegal? The mob instantly fell silent, gulping nervously. They'd come to bully the village idiot for fun, but now, he seemed like a different man. His eyes weren't dull anymore. They gleamed with sharp intelligence. Liang Manchang had wanted peaceful relations, but clearly, these villagers were just as spineless and bullying as before. If he didn't establish dominance today, they'd keep treating him like a doormat. What? On me now? Are you picking on me because my dad was a 5th-generation only son? Because my mom was a refugee with no family here? Or because you think I'm slow-witted? Let me tell you, I'm famously clever. And if I chop you down, no one will care. Meanwhile, Xiong Guifan splashed cold water on by Lianhua, jolting her awake. They pushed through the crowd just in time. Seeing Liang Manchang's terrifying aura, Xiong Guifan's heart pounded, but the trap was set. She shoved by Lianhua forward. Lianhua, did this bastard hurt you just now? Bai Lianhua lowered her head like a true white lotus and nodded faintly. Yes. Xiong Guifan planted her hands on her hips and shrieked. Liang Manchang, hear that? We're going straight to the police. Liang Manchang suddenly slumped, eyes drooping, voice trembling with fake fear. Oh no, I'm so scared. I don't want to go to labor camp. What should I do? Anything but that. I'll agree to anything. Xiong Guifan's heart settled. Phew, just a paper tiger. Huh, scare now? Out of kindness, sign a guarantee right here in front of everyone. Become our live-in son-in-law, serve us like an ox, and we'll spare your life. Everyone knew this lazy mother-daughter duo just wanted free labor. But that wasn't even their main goal. Still, no one spoke up for Liang Manchang. He straightened slowly, a mocking smile curling his lips. Nah, force cannot bend the righteous. Poverty cannot sway the steadfast. Please go ahead. Report me to the police. Quick, don't delay my trip to labor camp. Chapter 2. What's mine? Give it back. The crowd froze and instinctively stepped back. Is Liang Manchang actually insane? Why is he begging to go to labor camp? Xiong Guifan panicked. She wanted to leash him, not send him to prison. You little bastard. Trying to play tough? When the police come, you'll regret it. She spat out lines rehearsed in her dreams. Go ahead. Let the police examine whether I harmed Bai Lianhua. Or better yet, check what's growing in her belly. Bai Lianhua turned pale and yanked her mother's sleeve. Ma, how does he know? Xiong Guifan pinched her daughter's hand hard and hissed. That damn lover of yours must have bragged. And this bastard overheard. If the police took Bai Lianhua to the hospital, her pregnancy would be exposed. In tiny Kaoshan hamlet, the scandal would explode within hours. What do we do? Bai Lianhua whispered. Xiong Guifan glared at her, then forced a sweet smile at Liang Manchang. Manchang? And he didn't mean anything. Even if nothing happened between you two, you're single, she's single. Dating would be perfectly natural, right? Liang Manchang now held all the cards. Time to collect interest on last life's suffering. No, let's keep things clear. I drank, went home, slept. Never even saw you two. Yet you accuse me of rape? If you don't give me satisfaction today, I'm marching straight to the commune police. And by the way, your doorstep's too high for a dumb, childless orphan like me. Xiong Guifan was stunned. This sharp-tongued man, was this really the village idiot? She'd failed to catch the fox, and now stank of its fur. Manchang, maybe Annie made a mistake. Sorry. She grabbed Bai Lianhua and tried to slip away. Wait, if apologies worked, why have police? Pay up, 30 yuan. Don't tell me you don't have it. I know about the jar under your Kong. Xiong Guifan went dizzy, cold sweat pouring down. How'd he know her hiding spot? Manchang, our families have always been close. Your parents even proposed marriage once. After they passed, we never cut ties. Let's just forget this. It was true. Bai Lianhua was stunning, like a city girl. When Liang's parents were alive, they dared to propose, but Xiong Guifan threw them out with the gifts, humiliating them in front of the whole village. After their deaths, with no one to guide him, Liang became Xiong's free labor, repairing roofs, cleaning cesspits, hauling manure. He'd foolishly believed marriage was possible and worked harder than ever. Later, for unknown reasons, Lianhua stopped letting him visit. Their connection faded. 50 yuan, not a cent less, or I call the police. Why is it more now? Oh, and my watch. Xiong Guifan exploded. When did you ever give us a watch? Liang Manchang realized. It was from after their marriage in his past life. In a dream. Call it a discount. Add another 50. You little bastard. You're pushing too far. Xiong Guifan. Watch your mouth. I've got nothing to lose. Say one more word, and I'll broadcast your daughter's pregnancy over the commune loudspeaker. Lianhua paled. If the whole hamlet knew, they'd have to flee. She tugged her mother's sleeve. Ma, just give it to him. Worthless girl. You'll earn it back later. Xiong Guifan handed over 70 yuan with a scowl. 70? Right, I owe you for the rest. Xiong Guifan collapsed with a thud. Lianhua scribbled a note and shoved it at him. There. We're even. Even? This is just the beginning. Back at his mud brick house, the same one he'd slaved to maintain in his past life. Liang Manchang's heart ached. The hoe's mine. Take it back. The axe is mine. Take it. This firewood I split. Take it. Even the piss bucket's mine. Take it. Lianhua turned green. The bucket's yours, but the piss is ours. Put it down. Ugh, I don't want your stink anyway. He dumped the foul liquid over Xiong Guifan's head. Oh, and I've taken plenty of grain from you over 2 years. Lianhua slammed the outer door and blocked the way. What are you doing? Liang Manchang shoved her aside, kicked open the door, and roared. What you ate, spit it back out. He emptied every rice sack, every flour bag, then returned home satisfied. Damn, I'm starving. Though he'd just eaten at the wedding feast, the chaos left him hollow. He wolfed down a pot of rice, but grew hungrier. Am I possessed by a hungry ghost? Who are you calling a hungry ghost? Huh? Who said that? Me. Your system lord. Hell yeah. Heaven hasn't abandoned me. Idiot. It's system lord who hasn't abandoned you. Since you fed me well, I'll reward you with a spirit spring spatial realm. Liang Manchang's mind reeled. Inside the realm lies a spirit spring that nourishes all life. Plant crops, closer to the spring, faster they grow. Raise animals. Drinking the water accelerates growth tenfold and may even awaken their intelligence. Perishables stay fresh indefinitely. You can also set boundaries to confine creatures. Holy crap, it's like Farmville meets Ranch Simulator. System Lord, how do I enter? Clasp your hands and silently chant. Long live System Lord. To store or retrieve items, just think, long live System Lord. Liang Manchang broke into a cold sweat. System Lord, you're seriously narcissistic. Farewell, mortal. Good luck. He tried it and instantly appeared inside. A 100 square meter space. A sapling, a spring, a tiny stream, and thick silicone-like mist everywhere. He drank from the spring, and power surged through his body. Huh, it's like energy drink on steroids. Suddenly, a sultry female voice purred. Hey, handsome. Nice to meet you. Please take good care of me. Chapter 350? How dare you utter such words? Goodness, could this possibly be a gentle haven? Brother Tong, you truly are a loyal comrade. Ding. I am customer service Xiaomei, currently for the red space. You may only stay for 10 minutes each day. Liang Manchang stood in shock, rooted to the spot. He never anticipated that instead of a gentle sanctuary, he would be met with such disheartening news. He had hoped to reside in this space permanently, relishing its perennial spring-like climate, thus saving on housing expenses. Yet, the revelation that he could only linger for a mere 10 minutes each day was utterly disheartening. Xiaomei, is there any possibility to upgrade this space? Liang Manchang waited for a response, but none came. Xiaomei, where are you? Xiaomei, given my striking appearance, could you possibly bestow upon me a welcoming gift? Certainly, please hold on. With a chime, a package descended from above. Liang Manchang rushed to it, opening it to reveal a sight that drained the color from his face. What the heck? Am I being insulted? A powerful 6-flavor Remania pill? I want to let this slide. Just wait until next time. With a quick flick of his hand, he tossed several dark brown pills into his mouth. Once outside the space, he reclined on his shabby bed, contemplating how to earn money and elevate his living conditions. Having been reborn, it would be too embarrassing to lead a life of mediocrity and abject poverty. The Red Star Commune, nestled against the foothills of the Changbai mountain range and overlooking the clear waters of the Songhua River tributary, was teeming with wildlife. Dumb hares, sika deer, wild pheasants, and rabbits. In his previous life, Liang Manchang had been coerced by the mother-son duo of Xiong Guifan to hunt on the mountain and fish in the river, honing a variety of skills. Thus, he resolved to tread the familiar path in new shoes. He needed to secure his first bucket of gold and prepare his hunting rifle. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. In his previous life, a hunter had discovered a 5-leaf wild ginseng on the mountain, selling it for over 300 yuan. He had even bragged that he unearthed it beneath the large tree at the entrance of the wolf den on the mountain. Leaping from his bed, Liang Manchang retrieved a small shovel, along with some red string, bamboo skewers, and a brush, tossing them all into the space before donning his clothes and retiring for the night. The next morning, before the rooster crowed, Liang Manchang, bare-chested, dipped his rice in cold water and set off for the mountain with a machete in hand. Following his memories from the previous life, he traversed over Wangshan Pass, hiking for over 2 hours until he arrived at the wolf den. Indeed, the massive red pine that required 2 people to embrace still stood there. He invoked the blessings of various deities, beseeching them to grant him fortune. Liang Manchang, having expressed his reverence, squatted beneath the tree to begin his search. Fearing he might trample the wild ginseng, he carefully used the bamboo skewer to sift through the pine needles covering the ground. His eyes strained with anticipation, yet he found no sign of the coveted wild ginseng. Could it be that the hunter was merely boasting? Rubbing his tired eyes in despair, he plopped down onto the ground, only to feel the sharp pine needles prickling against him. With a swift motion, he reached down, and a sensation he had longed for coursed through his fingertips. Looking down, he was greeted by a 5-leaf wild ginseng. An experienced forest dweller could roughly gauge the age of wild ginseng by examining the leaves. Sanhuazi, Bajangzi, Erjiazi, Deng Taizi, and Pinyi represent ginseng that is 1 to 5 years old, while Wu Pinyi signifies ginseng that is 6 years or older. However, there are exceptions. Wild mountain ginseng may exhibit variations. To accurately assess the age of wild mountain ginseng, one must excavate it and examine its quality. Some wild mountain ginseng may be older but lack nutritional value, diminishing its market price. Conversely, some with average age may flourish and exhibit vigor, commanding a higher price. Alas, I almost forgot to pay homage to the earth god, which explains why I struggled for so long to find it. Liang Manchang meticulously drew a circle about 1 square meter in diameter around the wild mountain ginseng with his shovel and carefully removed the pine needles and debris. He then began to dig from the edge. He felt confident digging into the soil farther from the ginseng, but as he approached the roots, he resorted to his hands and a bamboo stick. If he were to damage a root of a well-aged wild mountain ginseng, it could affect its appearance, reducing its overall value significantly. After 3 arduous hours, a complete wild mountain ginseng lay nestled among the pine needles. 1236. Liang Manchang's heart raced. For a ginseng with a single root indicates an age of at least 6 years. Ha ha ha, fortune smiles upon me. I never expected that old fox would underestimate it. A 6-year-old wild mountain ginseng is worth far more than 300 yuan. Liang Manchang glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, and bound the wild mountain ginseng with a red string. He then peeled several strips of birch bark to wrap around it, carefully placing it into his spatial pouch. Where there is 1 wild mountain ginseng, there must be more nearby. Liang Manchang diligently searched the area within 100 meters, but found only a few 2-year and 3-year specimens, with just 1 4-leaf ginseng. A thief does not leave empty-handed. He transplanted all 8 wild mountain ginsengs into his pouch, planting them in the soil closest to the spring. If they grow at an accelerated rate, they will all be old mountain ginseng by next year, significantly increasing their value. With nimble legs, Liang Manchang exited the mountain, heading straight for the city of Xinqing. He planned to first visit a state-run pharmacy to gauge the market. Comrade, do you purchase wild mountain ginseng? The shop assistant did not even raise an eyebrow, merely gesturing toward a bald man sleeping against a chair. Over there. Liang Manchang pursed his lips. These workers with guaranteed jobs certainly enjoy a comfortable life, treating customers harshly while consuming the goods. Comrade, do you purchase wild mountain ginseng? The bald man lazily sucked back the drool at the corner of his mouth, quickly wiping his hand across his face. What quality? 5-leaf. Liang Manchang feigned rummaging through his burlap bag, but his hand had already delved into his spatial pouch, placing the ginseng wrapped in birch bark onto the table. Oh. The bald man's expression changed as he retrieved reading glasses from his pocket and donned a sleeve cover, meticulously peeling away the birch bark layer by layer. Young man, even the most precious wild mountain ginseng doesn't need to be wrapped in over 20 layers, does it? You've stripped the birch tree bare. Better safe than sorry. Liang Manchang replied. It took the bald man a while to finally reveal the complete, intact wild mountain ginseng. He examined it closely with a magnifying glass, nodding frequently. Indeed, this is an exceptional specimen. Master, could we have a chat? Certainly, let us engage in a dialogue. Although Liang Manchang was a hunter in his past life, the time that has elapsed is considerable, and he has ventured into this realm with little guidance, relying solely on his own perseverance. He possesses only a superficial understanding of ginseng. If he could master the art of assessing ginseng, he would be able to negotiate effectively with other ginseng traders. Firstly, when examining wild mountain ginseng, one must observe the root head. A thicker and longer root head indicates an older age and superior quality. The bald-headed man demonstrated this by tracing a curve with his hand along the root head. Behold, this is the exemplary gooseneck root. Secondly, one should inspect the main root, which should be a smooth, cylindrical shape adorned with tightly packed, fine spiral ridges. Thirdly, one must examine the fibrous roots. They should be slender and supple, adorned with pearl-like nodules, presenting a balanced figure akin to a folding fan. Fourthly, the lateral roots should ideally number 2 to 3, emerging at a natural angle of 45 degrees from the main root, gracefully extending outward. Lastly, one must assess the rootlets, and yours is the finest jujube seed rootlet. Liang Manchang listened intently, committing each word of the bald-headed man to memory. However, he found it peculiar that such an experienced trader would excessively praise rather than haggle over the price. Could it be that this was a state-run transaction, where money held no value? Perhaps he could fetch a handsome price. How much can it be sold for? He inquired. The bald-headed man gestured with his hand, indicating 500, 50. A surge of anger welled up within Liang Manchang, and without uttering a word, he accepted the wild mountain ginseng, meticulously wrapping it in layers of tree bark. Once he had freed his hands, he pointed accusingly at the bald-headed man. Do you take me for a child? 50. How dare you utter such a figure? The bald-headed man rose, hands on hips, ready to confront him. This is the price at our state-run pharmacy. If you wish to sell, then sell. If not, be gone. Then be gone, Liang Manchang retorted. Despite knowing he would struggle to find an underground market for wild mountain ginseng at that moment, he refused to indulge in scrupulous merchants. Worst case, he could make another trip to the city or province. Curse that bald-headed man. I shall strike him each time I see him. Young man, are you referring to me? Liang Manchang turned to see the bald-headed man smiling benignly at him, while the 4 salespeople with their hefty sticks loomed nearby. The street is bustling with people. How can you claim I insulted you? Yet, the bald-headed man was indeed the only one standing out. A glance around revealed that the crowd appeared as if they had all used Hisho Wu, their hair thick and lustrous, while only this old man was bald. What now? Do you wish to strike me? What do you want? I intend to purchase the wild mountain ginseng, and this is my offer, the bald-headed man reiterated, gesturing once again with his hand. 50. I refuse to sell. If you wish to fight, I shall endure. 500. No one in the entire new city, including the provincial capital, can offer a higher price. Liang Manchang contemplated this. 500 yuan seemed a fair price, equivalent to a laborer's wages for a year and a half. Yet, the bald-headed man's erratic demeanor suggested he might be toying with him. No, he had just declared, previously, I represented the state. Now, I speak for myself. Oh, I understand. Your calculations are astoundingly precise. 500 it is. Yet you must provide me with 100 pounds of grain tickets, 20 pounds of meat tickets, and 20 yards of cloth tickets, without any monetary exchange. You truly are asking for the moon. Refuse? Then I shall take my leave. Liang Manchang turned to depart, but his pace noticeably slowed. He silently counted to 3, 2, 1. Very well, let us consider this a gesture of friendship. Liang Manchang smirked, glancing back to see the bald man displaying an expression of discomfort. Would it not have been better to discuss this earlier? The bald man led him into a nearby alley, unzipping his trousers' security zipper, extracting a bundle of cash while counting aloud. As fortune would have it, we are also in need of goods. Otherwise, this unprofitable deal would not be feasible. I am Wang Dafa, but in the black market, they call me Brother Fa, specializing in the procurement of medicinal herbs. Should you have goods in the future, feel free to seek me out at the state-run pharmacy. As Liang Manchang held the warm bundle of cash, his spirits wavered. It is no wonder that capital describes money as dirty. Where are the tickets? No rush. Wang Dafa slipped off his shoes and produced a wad of tickets from his socks, handing a small portion to Liang Manchang. After taking the wild ginseng from Liang Manchang's hands and inspecting it thoroughly, he declared, that settles it. All right, Brother Fa, I shall return should I have more goods. Of course. Liang Manchang stowed the cash and tickets into his space, then hastened towards the county supply and marketing cooperative. His dilapidated home was devoid of any possessions, save for his strikingly handsome self. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to procure essential supplies. Although he still had rice and flour from Xiongguifan, he decided to purchase 3 pounds of pork belly, 10 yards of cotton fabric, and 2 pairs of shoe soles. He wandered until he reached the counter selling hunting rifles. Comrade, how much for the Eagle brand single-barrel shotgun? 120 yuan. This Eagle brand shotgun boasts great power and reliable performance, destined to become a perennial favorite among the populace. Do you include ammunition? 2 rounds of original slug ammunition. Very well, I'll take one. Liang Manchang had initially intended to go straight for the 56 model, but upon seeing the price, he instinctively recoiled. He was still in the nascent stages of his endeavors. Thus, he would settle for practicing with the shotgun. As for the original ammunition, which was prohibitively expensive at 1 to 2 yuan per round, 2 rounds of original slug ammunition would suffice for self-defense. He could procure other ammunition types from seasoned hunters. With the sun high in the sky, Liang Manchang spent 50 cents on 5 large meat buns and washed them down with water from the roadside river. Boarding the bus back to the commune, he felt his eyelids growing heavy, sleepiness washing over him. In my dreams, there is a grand sofa, so soft. Oh dear, you scoundrel, taking advantage of me. Liang Manchang clutched his burning face, his mind clouded, until he noticed a robust, dark-skinned girl with a moist patch on her chest. If he was not mistaken, it was the drool he had just spilled. Do not slander me. It is broad daylight, under the clear sky. I would not dare to act lewdly. Oh, you are aware it is broad daylight, under the clear sky? Officer, take a detour to the police station and bring this scoundrel to justice. Liang Manchang surveyed the expressions of the surrounding crowd and sensed that if he were to truly venture to the police station, he would either face dire consequences or suffer considerable humiliation. Comrade, I genuinely just dozed off. Look at my composed demeanor, no matter how desperate I may seem. I wouldn't resort to anything untoward. What on earth are you insinuating? Liang Manchang lightly slapped himself, vexed by his own stubbornness. Never mind, Wang Miling. He likely did not mean any harm and merely brushed against me in his slumber. As he observed the delicate-featured girl nearby defending him, he quickly added, yes, I merely brushed by. Wang Miling tugged at her arm and whispered, Lu Jingqiu, your naivety might lead to your detriment. We just reported, let us avoid trouble. He cannot be easily forgiven. Wang Miling shielded the still arguing Lu Jingqiu behind her, casting a piercing glance at Liang Manchang. Compensate me for 2 yuan in emotional damages. What? Are you attempting to extort me? Liang Manchang exclaimed. Driver, make a detour to the police station. All right, here you go. Liang Manchang pulled 2 yuan from his pocket and placed it in Wang Miling's hand before alighting from the vehicle. Bah, consider it a tribute to the dogs. But that girl was rather agreeable. With over 2 miles remaining to the Hongxing commune, Liang Manchang quickened his pace. By around 3 in the afternoon, he arrived at the banks of the Qingshui River, where he spotted a donkey cart tethered to a tree, laden with luggage, while several young men lounged in the shade. Isn't that Ma Jianjun, the son of the production team leader, Ma Falu? Liang Manchang recognized him well, having been treated to a feast by him the previous day. Damn it, this scoundrel must have colluded with that vixen, by Jinlian. Otherwise, how could I have shared a table with them? One and all, none shall escape. Yet, he had no intention of provoking Ma Jianjun, for his father held a position of authority. Liang Manchang resolved to walk along the riverbank, avoiding any confrontation. However, upon descending the embankment, he chanced upon 2 girls squatting to relieve themselves. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the ample figure and round face of Wang Miling. What are these individuals doing together? Liang Manchang felt an unsettling sense of foreboding and, driven by an inexplicable urge, crept along the grass towards Lu Jianjun. Brother Jianjun, it's sufficient to drug Lu Jingqiu. Why indulge yourself as well? What do you know? This is called romantic flair. Just be sure not to mix them up. Remember, left Lu, right Wang. Chapter 5. My affair with his mother. Isn't this the infamous lunatic from Tuanjitan? Indeed, after downing 2 liang of cat urine yesterday, he has lost all sense of propriety. Ma Jianjun crossed his arms, unfazed by his followers, the toothless one and the plump fellow, barking incessantly. Liang Manchang glanced over to find the trio, each clutching a bottle of Baiwang Temple soda, with 2 more bottles laid out on the ground. Ma Jianjun, what are you up to? Ma Jianjun, taken aback, did not expect the usually bumbling Liang Manchang to confront him. Had he truly gained some insight? As rumored among the villagers? What is it to you? Got any soda? Hand me a bottle. Before the 2 figures, Hoya and Pongzi, could react, Liang Manchang lunged forward, his ample frame effectively blocking the soda bottle. Alas, what a turn of events. Even Zhu Beiji yearns for ginseng fruit. Hoya and Pongzi seized Liang Manchang, lifting him from either side, while Ma Jianjun feigned an intention to deliver a couple of electric shocks. Ma Jianjun, I advise you against making a move, otherwise, I might lose my temper and practice on the 3 of you. Ma Jianjun hesitated, a flicker of fear gleaming in his triangular eyes. Let him go. What? Brother Jianjun, you want to release this punk? Don't spoil my good fortune. Hoya and Pongzi glanced forward, noticing Wang Miling and Lu Jingqiu standing hand in hand 10 meters away. They then shoved Liang Manchang outward, gesturing menacingly. Get lost. Liang Manchang dusted off his clothes and winked at Lu Jingqiu, privately thinking, consider this a favor returned. Once Liang Manchang was at a distance, Ma Jianjun eagerly offered the Bawang Temple soda to Wang Miling and Lu Jingqiu. Jingqiu, it's quite hot. Have some soda. Thank you. How much do I owe you? Oh, you two are young intellectuals responding to the national call to support rural development. We cannot accept your money. Exactly, Jingqiu. Drink up. After Wang Miling finished speaking, she casually wiped the bottle's mouth with her sleeve and took a hearty sip, followed by Lu Jingqiu, who also took a small sip. It's so hot. Let us rest in the shed up ahead. Ma Jianjun led the donkey cart to an abandoned shed and was the first to enter. The other four followed suit, sitting on the ground. Within 5 minutes, Ma Jianjun's complexion grew increasingly flushed, resembling a lustful dog as he nudged towards Lu Jingqiu. Wang Miling, observing Ma Jianjun, felt a surge of restlessness. Jingqiu, let us switch places. All right. Once they swapped positions, the glances exchanged between Wang Miling and Ma Jianjun became charged with tension. Before long, Ma Jianjun pressed his lips against Wang Miling's full ones, indulging in the kiss as if savoring an ice pop. Wang Miling closed her eyes, lost in the moment. Oh, Miling. Lu Jingqiu tugged at Wang Miling, but she remained as unyielding as a young bull. Pongzi and Hoya sensed the unfolding situation and pulled Ma Jianjun away. Brother Jianjun. Wrong person. You've got it all wrong. Yet, their tongues seemed ensnared, refusing to part. When they saw the two attempting to undress, Pongzi panicked, shoving Hoya aside and delivering a kick to Ma Jianjun's face. With a thud, the flushed Ma Jianjun was sent flying from the shed, landing near a donkey that seemed surprisingly handsome as he began to touch its leg. Suddenly, the donkey kicked him in the face, leaving a gash of 10 centimeters, with blood gushing forth. Damn it, to the clinic. Pongzi and Hoya tossed Ma Jianjun onto the donkey cart, and Wang Miling, emerging from the shed, jumped onto it as well. With a creak, the cart descended. Pongzi, should we separate for now? Separate my ass. Just help me save my life. Meanwhile, Liang Manchang, who had been observing the commotion from the cornfield, turned back towards the commune clinic. Doctor, was there a young man just brought in who was kicked by a donkey? Huh. Not only was he kicked by a donkey, but he also engaged in that act in broad daylight on a donkey cart, utterly oblivious to the embarrassment. What's wrong? Do you know him? Liang Manchang was filled with anguish, his fists repeatedly pounding against his chest. Misfortune has befallen my family. I am indeed a disappointment to my elder. Doctor, I implore you, do not administer anesthesia. What? Your son? At your age, a stepfather? I am in a relationship with her mother that defies the age difference. The doctor glanced at Liang Manchang, a hint of admiration flickering in his gaze. You certainly have a hearty appetite. At least 30 or 40 stitches are required. No anesthesia? I've heard that anesthesia is detrimental to the brain. He still has university entrance exams to prepare for. Very well, make sure to keep a close eye on him. For the next half hour, the clinic echoed with the frenzied sounds akin to pig slaughtering, while Liang Manchang joyfully sang as he returned to his dilapidated home. While the sun still hung in the sky, he carried 2 buckets of water, dug up 2 loads of mud, mixed in some straw, and proceeded to patch the rat holes and cracks in the 3 earthen rooms. He then ventured next door to Sister Tsawa's field to gather a handful of green chilies, hastily stir-frying them with a bowl of pork belly. Liang Manchang slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky. In a state of drowsiness, the voice of the production team leader, Zhao Yutian, reached his ears. Manchang, are you home? Ah, Uncle Yutian. In his 40s, Zhao Yutian was a man of integrity, attentive to every detail. Out of pity for him, he would often allocate extra work points when calculating. Liang Manchang and Zhao Yushan, the younger son of Zhao Yutian, were prominent figures in the village, one a simpleton, the other a brash ne'er-do-well. However, despite Zhao Yoshuan's audacity, he possessed a sense of camaraderie, often coming to Liang Manchang's aid. In a previous life, they both ended up as old bachelors, keeping each other company in their twilight years. Uncle Yutian, coming quickly. Zhao Yutian, pipe in mouth, did not enter the house. Manchang, I heard about the incident the other day. You handled it splendidly. However, since we are all from the same village, it's best to keep things amicable. If you offend someone too deeply, you'll be on guard every day, and life will become unbearable. Liang Manchang pulled a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to Zhao Yutian, replying, Understood, I'll keep that in mind. By the way, Manchang, I came to discuss something with you. The county has sent us a youth to our community, and I thought since you live alone, you have the space. Liang Manchang recognized that Zhao Yutian was looking out for him. Before a youth is sent to the countryside, they typically receive a stipend, ranging from several dozen to over 100 yuan. However, this had little relevance to him. The real advantage came from the living allowance the youth would receive from the youth office in the preceding months. Living under the same roof, the youth would feel obligated to contribute to meals. Furthermore, the youth's family in the city would occasionally send food and treats, usually sharing some with the farmers. All right, I live alone anyway. It can get quite lonely. Just as long as they don't mind my poverty. I'll bring them to you this afternoon. Chapter 6. Even the mice avoid the poor. By the way, Manchang, why didn't you work today? Uncle Yutian. I felt as if I've been gravely ill these past couple of days. I'm rather weak. I need to take some medicine whenever I get the chance. Upon concluding his speech, Liang Manchang poured a generous handful of potent 6-flavor Remania pills into his mouth, crunching them with abandon. Look, one must consume them by the handful, he remarked. Well, it's a good thing if it can spark some enlightenment. A few days of rest won't hurt. Alas, when will that wayward son of mine ever come to his senses? Zhao Yutian sighed and ambled away with his hands clasped behind his back. Meanwhile, the famished Liang Manchang, too lazy to cook at home, seized a large bowl and hurried to Xiong Guifin's residence. Ah, the chimney is smoking. Isn't that an invitation for us to intrude? At that moment, Xiong Guifin and Bai Lianhua were locked in a dismal stare, fretting as strands of hair fell out in clumps. Lianhua, tell your mother, whose seed is truly in your belly. I promise not to cause a fuss. Mother, please refrain from questioning me. He claims he will take responsibility and urges us to be patient. Patient for what? For you to show in 3 months? While it's still small, we should either act swiftly or head to the hospital. Bai Lianhua's eyes drooped, and tears cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks. Angered, Xiong Guifin stamped her foot. Oh dear, why are you crying again? It's because you cannot manage your waistline that your mother has lost 70 yuan and many other belongings. Moreover, that bucket of foul urine has caused me to contract pneumonia. Even my hiccups now carry that wretched odor. You, the source of all these troubles, still dare to weep. Little did Liang Manchang, lurking in the corner, find amusement in the exchange. In his previous life, he had never truly seen the wild man's countenance, only catching a glimpse of his back from afar. Thus, even if he wished to be a good Samaritan and identify the wild man now, he would struggle to find the right person. Ahem, who is speaking of us? Upon noticing Liang Manchang stepping into the outer room with his hands behind his back, Xiong Guifin's expression fell dramatically. What do you want? We have already reimbursed what we owe, and you have reclaimed your belongings. What is it that you seek? Nothing much. Simply that since we reside in the same village, it is only fitting that we assist one another, don't you think? After all, I repaired your roof. Did I not? What exactly are you getting at? Liang Manchang remained silent, retrieving the bowl from behind him and walking straight to the stove. Nothing. Just that I am too lazy to cook, so I thought I might prepare something at your place. Don't refuse. Consider it an act of kindness for the child in Bai Lianhua's womb. With that, he lifted the lid of the pot under Xiong Guifin's piercing gaze, revealing a bowl brimming with rice. Where's the meat oil? Why is it missing? Xiong Guifin weakly gestured towards the cupboard. That, without hesitation, Liang Manchang poured the meat oil from the jar over the rice in the bowl and departed. Thank you. Xiong Guifin's complexion turned as dark as an eggplant as she fiercely commanded, Bai Lianhua, you must rid yourself of that burden in your belly, otherwise, we shall be haunted by him for a lifetime. Understood, mother. Upon returning home, Liang Manchang devoured the entire bowl of rice mixed with pig fat. Before his rebirth, he had tirelessly labored for Xiong Guifin's family, neglecting his own household chores. The cobwebs on the beams had cascaded to the ground, dirt lay scattered everywhere, and the window panes were missing shards here and there. Very well, let me start cleaning up. Liang Manchang adeptly fashioned a broom, donning a burlap sack atop his head, efficiently clearing away cobwebs both inside and outside the house. He then measured the window dimensions, preparing to cut 2 pieces of glass for repair. After a flurry of activity, he retrieved some pork, cotton cloth, and shoe soles from the space, placing them on the table in the outer room before sitting at the doorway to light a cigarette. Ah, Manchang, I've brought someone for you. Oh, Liang Manchang, noticing Zhao Yutian struggling with multiple bags, hurried over to assist. Where's the person? Right behind, coming soon. Liang Manchang set the luggage under the eaves and offered Zhao Yutian a cigarette. Zhao Yutian held it to his nose, took a couple of puffs, and then tucked it behind his ear. Such fine tobacco? Ah, I usually smoke less. If it's a bit pricey, so be it, it's better for the lungs. By the way, Uncle Yutian, how about this educated youth? Not too pretentious, I hope? I wouldn't want them sharing the same Kong with us, complaining about our stinky feet. Manchang, don't speak nonsense. How could a female educated youth share your Kong? A female educated youth? Uncle Yutian, why didn't you mention this earlier? What of it? Is a female educated youth not still an educated youth? If you wish to engage in romance, that's your affair, but if you entertain any improper thoughts, rest assured, you'll face the consequences and will be dragged into the mess as well. Liang Manchang dared not harm the female educated youth, for that would not only be illegal but also undermine the movement of going to the countryside, risking labor reform. Ah, here she comes. Zhao Yutian pointed ahead, where a round face, resembling a black sun, approached. Wang Miling. Ah, you know her? Indeed, this woman is no good. Uncle Yutian, quickly take her back. We don't want her. Manchang, the documents have been submitted to the Educated Youth Office. How can we change it just like that? Liang Manchang frowned, watching the hefty figure approach like a small hill. Perverse rogue? So, you are Liang Manchang? What rogue? You must take responsibility for your words. Still denying it? Never mind. I won't bother with you. Wang Miling surveyed the dilapidated house and called out behind her, Jingxiu, this place is as poor as if liberation never happened. Even the mice avoid it. I'll speak with Jianjun and see if we can arrange a swap. Liang Manchang felt a jolt in his heart and nudged Zhao Yutian. Uncle, is Lu Jingxiu living in my house? Who else? Do you think it's this little chubby one? A robust, educated youth like her wouldn't tea end up with you? Huh, indeed I am unworthy. What luck for someone. Zhao Yutian glanced at Wang Miling and whispered, Haven't you heard? She and Ma Jianjun got involved on the donkey cart. The entire commune is abuzz. Hurting a female educated youth is no small offense. His father had to coax them into marriage. Liang Manchang chuckled, not realizing he had inadvertently played matchmaker for the two. He wondered how Ma Jianjun felt, being overshadowed by Wang Miling's 200+ pounds. What's wrong, Manchang? Why did Wang Miling call you a rogue? You mustn't cause a scene. I can't. She must have mistaken me for someone else. As the two conversed, Lu Jingxiu approached and nodded at Liang Manchang. What a coincidence, we meet again. Indeed, quite the coincidence. Wang Miling tugged at Lu Jingxiu's arm, pulling her away. Jingxiu, this fellow is a rogue. You shouldn't stay here. Miling, I comply with the arrangements of the organization. Look at this place. It is impoverished. After Wang Miling finished speaking, she tugged Lu Jingxiu into the room. This wretched scoundrel. Where did he procure the pork and cotton fabric? With every utterance of scoundrel, Liang Manchang felt a surge of indignation. Mind your own business, you fatso. Scram. Or I swear I'll knock you down. All right, Miling, you should head back. We shall meet again when time permits, Lu Jingxiu said as she escorted Wang Miling out. Inside the room, only Lu Jingxiu and Liang Manchang remained. Ahem, I am Liang Manchang, the one whose granary is filled with grain. I am Lu Jingxiu. You may call me Jingxiu. I did not realize I was to host a female educated youth, and the West Room remains untidy. How about this? You reside in the East Room, while I take the West Room. Liang Manchang concluded as he rolled up his bedding and carried it to the West Room. Brother Manchang, I have a favor to ask of you. Chapter 7. I am a Virgo. Liang Manchang turned around with skepticism, observing Lu Jingxiu's slightly wrinkled nose with curiosity. After all, this was only their third encounter. How could she feel at ease to ask for a favor? Liang Manchang scrutinized Lu Jingxiu. Though her physique was frail due to malnutrition and her complexion pale, her thick brows and large eyes, along with her delicate cherry lips, rendered her quite endearing. What is it? Brother Manchang, I would like to borrow some money from you. What? You wish to borrow money? Did you not just receive your rural subsidy? You should have several hundred yuan, right? That money was taken by my mother. She said it was for my brother's bride price. Your mother took that money? Truly ridiculous. And your brother, too, is no gem. It seems the entire family benefits while you arrive here empty-handed. Lu Jingxiu gently bit her lip, tears swirling in her eyes. Before I left, my mother arranged the bride price for my brother. We are still a bit short. How much do you lack? 200 yuan. Liang Manchang was taken aback, laughing in disbelief. You are asking for 200 yuan? That is the equivalent of half a year's wage for an ordinary worker. Do you take me for a fool? Lu Jingxiu, let me make this clear. Our relationship is merely that of a farmer and an educated youth. I cannot lend you money, especially not such a substantial sum. Furthermore, heed my advice. Your family does not regard you as one of their own. Otherwise, they would not have sent you here to queue for work and taken your subsidy. Now, they shamelessly ask you to borrow money. With that, Liang Manchang turned away, covering his head as he returned to the East Room, slamming the door behind him and lying down on the calm. Now, there is no chance of gaining any benefit. Outside, the sound of faint sobbing reached his ears, further aggravating his mood. Be quiet. Stop your wretched lamenting. It is infuriating. Liang Manchang himself could not fathom why he was so enraged. Perhaps it was because Lu Jingxiu, like him in a past life, was also a victim of circumstance? Compassion for her misfortunes mingled with frustration at her lack of resilience. With nothing much to occupy his time, Liang Manchang clasped his hands together and entered the space. "Little May, are you there?" "Hello, handsome." Liang Manchang took a sip of spring water, feeling refreshed, and said flatteringly, "Is there a special gift today?" "How did you know there would be a special gift today?" "Hurry up, don't dawdle." "To express gratitude to new users. We are distributing gifts today based on their zodiac signs." "What does that mean? I don't quite understand." "For instance, if a client is a Cancer, we present them with hairy crabs. If the client happens to be a Pisces, we bestow upon them 2 fish. I am a Virgo." But when we bound the system, we checked, and you are a Pisces, right?" "Virgo, calm down." With a sudden chime, 2 hefty catfish, each weighing over 10 pounds, fell from the heavens. Liang Manchang, feeling despondent, exited the space and lay down with his eyes closed for a while. As twilight descended, he opened the door and noticed the outer room had been meticulously cleaned. "Did I perhaps speak too harshly?" Liang Manchang knocked on the door of the west room. "Is anyone there?" Seeing no response, he stepped outside and found Lu Jingxiu crouched by a fire, toasting pancakes. Upon noticing Liang Manchang approaching, she hurriedly stood up and timidly said, "Brother Manchang, I picked up the firewood, and I brought the pancakes." "What are you saying? Although I cannot lend you money, we still share a roof. How can we live with such clear divisions? If outsiders saw, they might think I am bullying a woman, tarnishing my personal image." After finishing his words, Liang Manchang kicked the fire, sending embers flying. "Can you cook?" "Yes. Come in." Liang Manchang took down the pork belly from the beam and tossed it onto the cutting board. "The rice is in the bag. The meat is all prepared. Just cook it." Is there enough to eat?" "It's hot. Even if we can't finish, we must cook." Liang Manchang lit the kerosene lamp and watched Lu Jingxiu busily at the stove. She deftly cut the fatty meat into small pieces to render lard, then sliced the lean meat into shreds. In less than half an hour, a plate of stir-fried pork with green peppers and a plate of braised pork were placed on the table. "Brother Manchang, you eat well first. I will wash the dishes." "What nonsense is this? I may be a bit stern, but I am not some miser. Sit down and eat." Lu Jingxiu glanced at the transformed Liang Manchang, hesitant to take a seat. "Why are you standing there like a daze? If I tell you to sit, then sit down and put aside that stale pancake." Only then did Lu Jingxiu place the pancake aside and serve herself 2 bowls of rice, one heaped generously and the other barely filled. Since his rebirth, Liang Manchang had not genuinely enjoyed a proper meal. He picked up a piece of braised pork and, as it melted in his mouth, he savored it. He then took a chopstick full of the spicy stir-fried pork, the aroma wafting heavenly. It's truly delightful. Accompanied by the braised pork and spicy stir-fried pork, Liang Manchang devoured a bowl in no time, while Lu Jingxiu continued to eat like a chick pecking at grains, one morsel at a time. "What's wrong? Can't you eat while watching me?" Liang Manchang exclaimed, snatching the bowl from her hands and filling it to the brim. "I will take a stroll. If you haven't finished these dishes by the time I return, I shall throw you out." With that, he plucked a toothpick from the broom and sauntered out. 10 minutes later, Liang Manchang slowly returned to the room. Liang Manchang stared at the impeccably clean plates, his eyes wide as lanterns. "Have you finished all of it?" "Yes." You are quite earnest. "Can you sew clothes?" "Yes, I made the clothes for my parents and my brother." Liang Manchang pondered for a moment. His rebirth was meant for enjoyment, not for hardship. If that were the case, he might as well hire Lu Jingxiu as a maid. "How about this? From now on, you shall cook for me, do the laundry, and clean the house, for a meager wage of 50 cents a day. Do not consider it too little. All your meals and drinks are on me. During your free time, feel free to work and earn your share." Lu Jingxiu's tears welled up in her eyes once again. "Is it true?" "Not again. No more crying from now on." Lu Jingxiu stifled her tears with great effort. Liang Manchang rummaged through his pockets for a while and finally produced 15 yuan. "This is your salary for the month. Furthermore, this arrangement must remain a secret." Lu Jingxiu accepted the money, nodding vigorously. "Yes, though the money belongs to you, I must add that in their eyes, you are merely a tool for profit. Be wary." After finishing his words, Liang Manchang moved his bedding to the west room, exchanging spaces with Lu Jingxiu. The next morning, as Liang Manchang rose, a dish of cornmeal cakes and black buns awaited him on the table. "Brother Manchang, please eat first. I will wash up after I finish working." "Have you eaten?" "Yes." "All right then, take care of your little frame." After finishing his meal, Liang Manchang retrieved a large silver carp from his storage and headed straight to Zhao Youtian's house. "Uncle Youtian, are you at home?" "Manchang, what brings you here? Are you ready to work?" Liang Manchang raised the large fish in his hand and replied, "Oh, I haven't raised it well yet, so I won't be working just yet. By the way, I caught this large fish yesterday to let you have a taste." "Oh, this child is becoming quite successful. You even know to bring fish for your uncle. Here, let me help." Chen Meiyan wiped her hands on her apron and cheerfully ran over to accept the fish with both hands. "You're not a child anymore. Manchang, you truly seem different. You're getting wise." Hearing the commotion, Zhao Fushun, sporting a messy hairstyle, crawled out of bed. "Brother Manchang, how can you be getting wise? Am I the only fool left in the village?" Chapter 8. Are you kidding me? Going up the mountain to fish? Upon hearing Zhao Fushun's nonsensical chatter, Zhao Yutian removed his shoes and aimed them at him. "How can you speak like that? You're always so reckless. Come on, Dad, Shunzi is already 17. Can't you spare him a bit of dignity? Even if he were 27, I'd still give him a beating." Zhao Yutian donned his shoes, slung a hoe over his shoulder, and prepared to head out to work. "Uncle Yutian, I plan to go up the mountain to hunt and become a hunter." "What nonsense is this? How can you think it's that simple to be a hunter? Without a mentor, you'll only end up as bare food in the mountains." Liang Manchang lowered his voice, speaking conspiratorially. "Oh, I consulted a fortune teller the other day, and they said I am destined for the mountains. In this lifetime, I will surely feast as a hunter." Zhao Yutian shook his head helplessly, carrying his hoe towards the communal fields. "You can't teach someone without experience. One lesson is enough. Brother Manchang, do you really want to be a hunter? Take me with you." Chen Meiyan pulled Zhao Fushun close, gripping his arm tightly, fearful that Liang Manchang might lead him up the mountain to be fed to wolves. "Shunzi, don't get involved. Your brother is just joking with you." Liang Manchang remained non-committal and exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Fushun before returning home. 10 minutes later, the two met beneath the grand locust tree at the village entrance, carrying their baskets. "Brother Manchang, it seems you have truly changed. Surely, you no longer require my assistance?" Zhao remarked. "Shunzi, it appears we have both gained some insight. However, you must cease your foolish antics. You may feign bravado, but I know you are quite perceptive," Liang replied, caught off guard by his thoughts being laid bare. Zhao scratched his head sheepishly. "Did you really see through me? I simply find the fields mundane and long to venture into the mountains, yet my father consistently forbids me." Liang inclined his body slightly, revealing a brand new Eagle brand single-barrel shotgun. "What do you think? Impressive, isn't it?" At that moment, Zhao felt as though the sky had fallen. "We agreed to become village guardians together. How is it that you have procured a shotgun?" "Brother Manchang, that gun is not borrowed, is it?" "Borrowed? No, I discovered my parents' piggy bank containing 200 yuan, and I bought this shotgun." "Fine. But when did my parents leave me 200 yuan to purchase a shotgun?" "Brother Manchang, what shall we do today?" "Follow me," Liang commanded, heading straight to the foot of Laoi Ridge towards Kaoshan village. He navigated the familiar path to the home of an old hunter named Lin. "Uncle Lin, are you home?" "Not here." "Haha, you jest." Lin, over 60, had been chased down a cliff by a bear a few years prior, resulting in a limp. Since then, he had refrained from hunting and turned to the business of loading shotgun shells. Upon entering, Liang found Lin busy at work, filling shells. He meticulously prepared the primer with a press, added gunpowder, placed a wadding of paper and iron shot, completing the task with precision. "Which village are you from? I have no recollection of you." "Hee, I'm Liang Manchang from Tuanjia village." Lin paused his work, straining to recall. "I know all the hunters from Tuanjia village, yet I have not heard of you. Though, I have heard of a simpleton named Manchang." "Oh, I'm a newly arrived hunter. Naturally, you wouldn't recognize me." "And who is your master?" "I am self-taught, learning through practice." Lin snorted disdainfully. "Do you think Ridge is your backyard? Self-taught? Aren't you afraid of being blown away by the wind?" "Uncle Lin, I merely wish to buy some ammunition to practice shooting at wild hares in the fields. Birdshot is 1 dime, roe deer shot and buckshot are 3 dimes each, and slug is 2 dimes. Just as Zhao Fushun prepared to speak, Liang stopped him. "Uncle Lin, I'd like 20 rounds of birdshot, 30 rounds each of roe deer shot and buckshot, and 10 rounds of slug." Lin extended his hand toward Liang. "First, the money." "All right," Liang replied, pulling out 16 yuan and handing it to Lin. "Ah, impressive. I thought you were merely playing around. Well, you certainly have character." Liang took the ammunition and placed it into his basket before heading toward the commune. "Brother Manchang, this old man sells ammunition at a price 50% higher than others. If you hadn't stopped me just now, I would have given him a piece of my mind." "Shunzi, ammunition and firearms are a hunter's lifeblood. One must not be careless. The ammunition crafted by seasoned hunters is powerful and precise, and when it matters most, it won't misfire." Liang spoke from hard-earned experience. In his previous life, he had witnessed numerous hunters utilizing subpar ammunition. Typically, misfires during the pursuit of game birds posed little concern. However, should one encounter ferocious beasts such as bears or wolves, a misfire could spell the difference between life and death. He was aware of at least 2 hunters who had met their demise at the hands of bears due to misfires. Conversely, Lin Lietzi had loaded his hunting rifle for a lifetime without a single failure. Thus, he was willing to travel a considerable distance to procure quality ammunition. Brother Manchang, you seem to possess considerable knowledge. Surely, you are not attempting to teach yourself? Shunzi, you may find it hard to believe, but the other day, I had a dream where an old hunter pressed his hand against my forehead, imparting the wisdom of a lifetime. Upon awakening, I found myself equipped with all the knowledge. Zhao Fushun was skeptical of Liang Manchang's fanciful claims. To his understanding, Liang Manchang had never been acquainted with hunters, let alone engaged in hunting himself. Yet, from purchasing a firearm to acquiring ammunition, his demeanor and discourse mirrored that of seasoned hunters. Brother Manchang, what time did you retire for the night, in which direction, and in what position? I too wish to have such a dream. The two made their way to the commune, lacking the inclination to wander, and directly proceeded to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase a fishing net. Brother Manchang, are we not becoming hunters but preparing to fish instead? Why the haste? We will fish first, then hunt, taking it step by step. Zhao Fushun followed Liang Manchang, albeit with some reluctance, murmuring under his breath. Fine. But although the Clearwater River is abundant with fish, it is also frequented by many fishermen. At times, there are more fishermen than fish. Moreover, we are still novices and may not even catch a drop. Liang Manchang chuckled. Having lived for decades, he surely understood this reality. However, his destination today was not the Clearwater River, but rather Laoyiling. Just follow my lead. All right, Shunzi, you must keep today's matters a secret and refrain from speaking carelessly. Rest assured, while I may be bold, I am also loyal. As long as I promise you silence, I would not utter a word even if a knife were to my throat. As they journeyed further, they distanced themselves from the Clearwater River and drew nearer to Laoyiling. Brother Manchang, are we hunting or fishing? You have me thoroughly confused. Fishing. Fishing? Brother Manchang, are you jesting? Fishing in the mountains? Just follow me. The two ascended the mountain path of Laoyiling, traversing upward and downward for over 2 hours before finally pausing. We have arrived. Brother Manchang, are you possessed by a yellow weasel? There isn't even a puddle nearby, and you think to fish? Chapter 9. 3 flowers, 5 stars. 18 Sons Shunzi, what skill is there in catching fish in the river? Today, I will take you up the mountain to catch fish. Brother, perhaps we should return and have my father summon a shaman instead? Let's head back. Liang Manchang tugged at Zhao Fushun, leading him through a thicket of low pine trees. As if navigating a maze. After approximately 10 minutes, they came upon a towering stone hill, 2 or 3 stories high, with a small black hole the size of a basket at its base. Come, let us enter the cave. Brother Manchang, are there fish inside? Liang Manchang nodded. Retrieving a torch fashioned from an old pair of trousers, dousing it in kerosene, igniting it, and then handing it to Zhao Fushun. Once again, he removed the shotgun from his shoulder and loaded a single bullet. Shunzi, throw a stone. Zhao Fushun, filled with suspicion, crouched down and picked up a fist-sized rock, tossing it into the cave. After a minute of silence, Liang Manchang raised his gun and cautiously advanced into the cavern, inching along the stone wall. Zhao Fushun followed closely behind, grasping the hem of Liang Manchang's clothing as they entered the cave. The flickering light illuminated the 10-meter-long cavern brightly. The cave sloped downward. Resembling a slide, Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushun sat down and leisurely slid down. Upon reaching the bottom, Zhao Fushun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Before them lay a pool of water, roughly the size of a public bath, its surface a deep blue-black. Brother Manchang, you truly are remarkable. How did you know there was a cave here at Laoyi Ridge, and that it contained a pool? This is just the beginning. There are fish in the water. Do you believe it? I didn't believe it before entering, but now I do. Liang Manchang removed his backpack and scattered the bait into the pool. Zhao Fushun squatted by the water's edge, eager to witness the carp leap. However, after waiting for a considerable time, the deep pool remained eerily still, showing no signs of life. Brother Manchang, what is going on? This shouldn't be happening, right? Liang Manchang vaguely recalled a past life where a couple had explored secrets in this pine forest. They had stumbled into this cave and discovered the vast pool teeming with fish. Had their attempt to intercept been unsuccessful, or were they simply a moment too late? Crouching down, Liang Manchang squinted into the water, noticing dark shadows at the bottom, resembling a swirling black vortex rising. A shadow, the size of an adult's arm, lunged towards Liang Manchang's face. Bang! His vision darkened momentarily, as if struck by an electric shock. Damn it, who just ambushed me? As he regained his composure and looked down, he saw the once tranquil water now churning violently. Haha, here they come. Shunzi, what are you waiting for? Cast the net. Zhao Fushun, snapping out of his daze, threw the fishing net over the school of fish. Together they pulled with all their might, laboriously dragging the heavy net onto the shore. Zhao Fushun eagerly dove onto the net, sifting through the flopping fish. Brother Manchang, there are even flower prawns. Indeed. Don't underestimate this pool. Though it appears small, it connects to the Qingshui River. It holds a variety of fish. But the fish here are much larger than those in the Qingshui River. 5 to 6 pound flower prawns, 3 to 4 pound bream. Certainly. I suspect this pool has been around for years, with no one fishing here, allowing the fish to grow exponentially. Liang Manchang theorized that the pool was linked to the Qingshui River through an underground stream. Due to geographical or pressure differences, during the flood season, fish would flow in continuously, becoming trapped in the pool during dry spells. However, this theory was merely speculation, as he had previously mentioned. All right, let us pack up quickly. Sure thing. The first catch weighed approximately 200 pounds, and Zhao Fushun divided the fish into 2 backpacks, filling them to the brim. Shunzi, go back to the village and bring your cart. I'll wait here, be swift. We can transport the fish to the commune tonight and sell them to the fishmonger. All right. I'll tell my father I'm heading to the Qingshui River. Good thinking. Zhao Fushun dashed away in a flash. Liang Manchang circled the waterhole twice, observing the fish frolicking once more, suggesting that he could still catch a few more nets. He tossed the 2 baskets of fish he had just caught into the spatial spring. Given the growth rate of the spiritual spring, these fish would regenerate within 2 months. Approximately 3 hours later, the area outside the cave was shrouded in darkness, and Liang Manchang heard a rustling sound. He hurriedly pulled up the net from the water. Brother Manchang, I'm here. Liang Manchang looked at Shunzi, who was covered in dirt, and curiously inquired, why are you all covered in soil? My father gave me a beating, thinking I was up to no good. He kicked me, but while my mother was holding him back, I managed to bring the cart. Shunzi replied, I'll have a good talk with Uncle Yutian later. Forget him. The 2 of them used a basket to load the large fish onto the cart, managing to pack 500 to 600 pounds. The smaller fish were stealthily tossed into the spatial spring by Liang Manchang. All right, that's enough, he said. Brother Manchang, there are still fish in the pool. Shunzi, let us leave some for breeding and return in 10 days or half a month. Slow and steady wins the race. Shunzi hesitated, worried about being intercepted by others. What if someone discovers this cave? We'll disguise it a bit. If we are found out, there's nothing we can do about it. Liang Manchang replied as he cleaned up the traces by the water. The 2 then exited the cave. Together, they moved a large stone to seal the entrance securely, covering it with dirt, and then placing a sizable piece of grass on top. Shunzi, this place must be kept secret. If you can build a 2-story house and marry, it all hinges on this. Rest assured, Brother Manchang, I have a plan for that. Shunzi assured him. Under the sparse moonlight, Zhao Fushun pulled the cart while Liang Manchang held a hunting rifle. Shadows loomed around them, causing their legs to feel weak with fear. Shunzi, pick up the pace. We cannot linger here. Indeed, Brother Manchang. I want to come up the mountain again, even if I'm killed at midnight. The 2 hastened their steps and finally arrived at the commune before market opening. According to Liang Manchang's memories from his previous life, Han Lauer, who sold meat at the commune, was known for his integrity. He was fair-minded, and over time, his business flourished into a fresh food chain, amassing assets worth several million. Brother, are you buying fish? Of course, as long as it's meat. Whether it's fish or field mouse, I'll take it. Han Lauer responded, pulling out cigarettes and offering one to Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushun. Young man, where's the fish? Zhao Fushun pushed aside the branches on the cart, revealing it brimming with fish. Han Lauer's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the size of the 3 flowers, 5 rows, and 18 suns, larger than those he had received previously. My goodness, where did you get these? They're enormous. Brother, can you buy them? Huh, are you joking? Here at Hongxing Commune, I, Han Lauer, have the capacity for this. Han Lauer sorted the entire cart of fish into different bamboo baskets. Young man, the price for Aohua is the highest, followed by Bianhua and Zhonghua, which I will buy for 2 yuan, 1, 5 yuan, and 1 yuan respectively. The 5 rows and 18 suns are less valuable, at 0.7 yuan per pound. A fair price, let us weigh them. Chapter 10. Toughness lasts no more than 3 seconds. Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushun assisted in hooking the bamboo basket onto the scale. Together, the 3 of them efficiently completed the weighing within 3 hours. Han Lauer wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at the accounting ledger, then showed it to Liang Manchang. Brother, the Aohua fish weighs 120 jin, the Bianhua fish 150 jin, the Zhonghua fish 100 jin. and the other 5 luo and 18 fish totaled 220 jin. No problem, second brother. Can my records ever be inaccurate? All right, then I shall calculate the accounts. Han Lauer scribbled on the ledger, tore off a sheet with a swift motion, and handed it to Liang Manchang. Check it. The total is 719 yuan. Liang Manchang muttered a refusal, yet with a cursory glance, he swiftly calculated the sum in his head. Ah, we are all acquaintances. What is there to worry about? Han Lauer retrieved a key, opened the money chest, and counted out a stack of cash. Brother, you count it. We are like blood brothers. And it is vital that we keep the accounts clear to avoid any misunderstandings that could affect our bond. Count what? There is no need. Liang Manchang had just observed Han Lauer count it twice and deemed it unnecessary. Transparent dealings. How should I address you, young man? In the future, feel free to send your goods my way. No exaggeration, but I, Han Lauer, am the only one in the entire Hongxing commune capable of handling such a substantial supply. I am Liang Manchang, and this is my younger brother Zhao Fushun. We will rely on your support in the future. Without a doubt. You are quite impressive for your age to have caught such large fish. You are indeed astute. By the way, second brother, do you have any tickets? Salt tickets, soy sauce tickets, sugar tickets, etc.? Han Lauer opened another chest and pulled out a large assortment of various tickets. Of course, how many do you need? I'll take 10 jin of each seasoning, and for the cotton and cloth tickets, please provide me with a combination worth 19 yuan. Shall I prepare it for you? Certainly. Having witnessed Liang Manchang's ability to procure such a bountiful catch, Han Lauer recognized him as a formidable character and sought to cultivate their relationship. Thus, he generously provided a variety of tickets. After an exhausting day and night, both men were famished, their stomachs growling. Come, brother, let me treat you to a meal. All right, shall we have meat buns, brother? Let's go. The two men dragged their cart straight to the state-run restaurant and found a corner table to settle down. Shunzi, order whatever you desire. Then I shall not hold back. 2 meat buns, 2 oil sticks, and 2 tea eggs, please. Liang Manchang shook his head helplessly. Shunzi, you are being overly polite. This is hardly enough to fill our gaps, more like feeding a cat. Liang Manchang waved to the server. Comrade, what do you need? What is the matter? What do you want? 10 meat buns, 10 oil sticks, 2 bowls of soy milk, and a plate of cold dishes. The server, visibly annoyed by their disheveled appearance, retorted with a hint of disdain. Can 2 people finish this? Let us eat half and take the other half. What business is it of yours? The server, incensed, was accustomed to reprimanding customers and found it hard to accept such defiance. Initially wishing to engage in a civil discussion, she quickly recognized that this man appeared formidable, especially with a hunting rifle by his side, and thus could only respond curtly, 2 yuan and 2 jiao. That is 2.5 jin of grain tickets. Liang Manchang produced a handful of tickets, selected the appropriate currency, and slapped it on the table. Take it. What is the matter? Is it too hot to handle? The waiter stamped his foot, let out a huff, snatched the money and the ticket, and turned to leave. Manchang, you're quite bold. We've never been this audacious. Yet, after expressing such boldness, Liang Manchang quickly regretted it. Shunzi, keep an eye out. Don't let her spit in our bowl. If it were a pretty girl's spit, I could endure it, but this old hag is another matter. The bravado lasted but 3 seconds before Zhao Fushun wilted. All right, the goods are ready. Within 3 minutes, a large table was filled. Zhao Fushun went for 2 bowls of bone soup. Manchang, enjoy the soup. Shunzi, does the soup cost anything? Hee, it's free. Who drinks for free? Zhao Fushun yanked the bowl of soup back from Liang Manchang's front and shot him a disdainful glance. If you don't want it, then forget it. The two indulged until their bellies were full, especially Zhao Fushun, whose stomach was round and bulging. Burp. I'm stuffed. Shunzi, are you full? Then let us discuss the profit sharing today. Profit sharing? What profit? These past few days, you've helped me out and used your family's cart. It can't be for nothing, right? How about this? You partner with me in business, and I'll give you 10%. Zhao Fushun calculated with his fingers. Just today's transaction, 10% would amount to 70 yuan. Manchang, let it be. One should take on a task proportional to their capabilities. Do I not know my own worth? I'm fully aware that even without me, you would have managed this task. Liang Manchang nodded in satisfaction. He had several reasons for wanting Zhao Fushun to prosper. Firstly, it was to repay a debt of gratitude, as Zhao Fushun had stood up for him on numerous occasions. Additionally, in future business endeavors, a reliable assistant would be indispensable. Furthermore, it was a means to legitimize his earnings, ensuring that the money had a traceable origin. Otherwise, pulling resources from thin air to sell would attract unwanted attention. Lastly, it was due to Zhao Yutian's position as the production team leader. In the future, it would be beneficial to maintain good relations within the village. Shunzi, Your words bring me comfort. However, regardless of the circumstances, you must accept this money. Otherwise, I would feel embarrassed to ask for your help in the future. After saying this, Liang Manchang produced 7 large bills and pushed them towards Zhao Fushan. Shunzi, take this money. It will allow you to hold your head high before your father. Recalling the previous night when Zhao Yutian had reprimanded him, Zhao Fushan slammed the bills back on the table. Manchang, from now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. All right then. Let us go to the supply and marketing cooperative. Liang Manchang found a spot to wash the fishy cart, allowing it to dry a bit before heading to the cooperative. Comrade, I'd like 20 pounds of cotton, 20 feet of cotton fabric, and a box of needles and threads. The cotton costs 80 cents per pound, the fabric 4 cents per foot, and with the needles and threads, the total is 25 yuan. Liang Manchang promptly retrieved the tickets for 20 pounds of cotton, 20 feet of fabric, and 25 yuan, handing them over. Thank you. Liang Manchang had Zhao Fushan load the items onto the cart, and he also purchased 2 plastic basins, a large and a small one, 2 nylon toothbrushes, 2 boxes of Baiyu brand toothpaste, and 2 bars of soap. The large plastic basin cost 4 yuan, the small one 1 yuan. The toothbrush and toothpaste set was 70 cents, the soap was 25 cents, and the towel was 1 yuan and 20 cents, totaling 9 yuan and 30 cents. 2 pairs of size 43 labor protection shoes, please. For yuan, what else is needed? Let me finish in one breath. 2 pounds of fruit candy, 2 pounds of brown sugar, 2 pounds of white sugar, and 1 item from Dakiaman. The shopkeeper sized up Liang Manchang, surprised that this broad-shouldered, long-legged man possessed such wealth. The total came to 23 yuan and 70 cents. Liang Manchang paid promptly and loaded the heap of goods onto the cart. Off we go home. As he pushed the cart back, he saw Lu Jingxiu pacing at the door. Upon seeing Liang Manchang return, her face lit up with joy, and she hurried to assist with the cart. Brother Manchang, you're back. Why didn't you go to work? I thought you had taken a leave with Captain Zhao since you didn't come home yesterday. Liang Manchang, accustomed to living alone, had forgotten that there was another person at home. I should have given you a heads up. I went fishing in the river yesterday and took the fresh catch to sell at the commune. Liang Manchang unloaded the cart brimming with goods. Brother Manchang, did you buy all this? Well, the house is lacking in essentials, isn't it? Since I had some free time, I made a trip to the supply and marketing cooperative. Lu Jingxiu gazed at the colorful bags and packages with an indescribable envy. Chapter 11. Speaking like a machine gun, yet still so clumsy with words. Jingxiu, if you have time, could you make 2 quilts? The cotton fabric and cotton are all here. Sure. I'll make them tonight after work. Let us see. 1 for me to cover and 1 for you to keep. Lu Jingxiu seemed not to have heard clearly, her eyes widening in surprise. I brought a quilt when I went to the countryside. Liang Manchang raised a hand, signaling her to refrain from speaking. Stop right there. Your quilt is as hard as a stone. It's fine now while it's warm, but once autumn sets in, you'll freeze to death on my con. Moreover, I bought 2 sets of toothbrushes. We each get 1. Brother Manchang, I already have a toothbrush. What good is that? Your toothbrush is practically bare, just a stick left. How can you use it? Oh, and your towel has holes larger than your face. Trim it and use it as a rag. I bought 2 new ones. I also bought 2 bars of soap. We can each have 1. Lu Jingxiu's eyes reddened, resembling a small rabbit. Brother Manchang, I can just use baking soda. If I say you can use it, then use it. No need for all that chatter. Take those 2 plastic basins, 1 for bathing and 1 for washing. You can manage. Lu Jingxiu's tears fell like pearls from a broken string, cascading down. Brother Manchang, I'll pay you back once I settle my wages at the end of the year. Don't start with that nonsense. You live in my house. I can't be decked out in gold while you're in rags, can I? Others will surely talk behind my back, tarnishing my glorious image. Liang Manchang was not one for comfort. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingxiu cried even louder. In the city, I wear my brother's hand-me-downs. My toothbrush is one he discarded. The quilt I use is made from his old bedding, and I've never used anything new. As Lu Jingxiu cried, Liang Manchang felt a whirlwind of emotions and could only shout sternly, "Stop. No crying in front of me from now on." Lu Jingxiu's eyes seemed to have a switch. Her tears ceased immediately. Liang Manchang looked at the tear-streaked face of Lu Jingxiu and suddenly felt a pang of regret. Was he being too harsh with this lonely girl? Oh well, let us see how things unfold. These candies have been placed in the cupboard. Consume them as you wish and drink as you please. Do not let a day arrive when you find yourself malnourished and lying on the bed, expecting my assistance. Oh, enough of this. Tidy up and prepare the meal, for I shall return shortly to dine. Upon finishing his words, Liang Manchang divided the fruit candies and brown sugar in half, placing them into a craft paper bag. Shunzi, stop lingering around. Return home. All right, Brother Manchang, why are you so kind to Lu Jiqing? Are you thinking of marrying her? Nonsense, that's unfounded. In truth, Liang Manchang's kindness towards Lu Jingxiu stemmed from her having defended him during a predicament in the automobile, indicating that her heart is not devoid of virtue. Moreover, it is a sympathy born of shared experience. The rough cotton blankets, patched clothing, and shoes revealing her big toes all serve as testament to her humble standing within her household. Ultimately, whether she continues to play the role of a blood donor is her own affair. If I can lend a hand, I shall do so. Little rascal, you still know to come back? Zhao Yutian, who was pacing at the door, saw Zhao Fushun pushing a cart and immediately reacted as if he had stepped on a rabbit's tail, springing into action. He drew out the red leather belt from his waist and rushed forward, ready to strike Zhao Fushun. Zhao Fushun, quick-witted, abandoned the cart and fled. Mother, Zhao Yutian is out for blood. Chun Malian, upon hearing the commotion, hurried out and wrapped her arms around Zhao Yutian. Zhao Yutian, haven't you had enough of fighting yesterday? If you wish to beat him, you must contend with me as well. Afterward, I'll take Shunzi away. If you have the capability, manage on your own. Let go. I want tea. Let go. I need to inspect the cart. Are we done fighting? If fighting were effective, I would do it 3 times a day. Chun Malian released her grip, allowing Zhao Yutian to crouch down and examine the cart. In the countryside, a cart is a valuable possession, particularly one crafted by a skilled carpenter, as it requires little effort to pull. Zhao Yutian's cart was made by the most renowned carpenter in the area, costing over 80 yuan. Why does it smell of fish? Uncle Yutian, yesterday Shunzi and I strolled by the Qingshui River and discovered a fishing spot. We bought a net and caught a cart full of fish. Upon finishing, Liang Manchang handed the craft paper bag to Chun Malian. Aunt, this is the fruit candy and brown sugar we purchased. Take it. Oh, this child is truly wonderful. Liang Manchang then retrieved a pack of Qianmin cigarettes from his pocket and tucked it into Zhao Yutian's breast pocket. Uncle Yutian, keep this for your endeavors. Brother Manchang has truly made something of himself. Liang Manchang smiled and waved to Zhao Fushun, who had run 100 meters away. Shunzi, come here. I want to go. Zhao Yutian is on a rampage. I dare not provoke that misfortune. Zhao Yutian sighed in resignation. People can be so vexing. When will this little rascal ever amount to anything like you? Ah, had I known it would come to this, I should have let him perish in his urine bucket. Shunzi, come here. Uncle Yutian won't harm you. Really? Hey, Zhao Yutian, is that true? Seeing Zhao Yutian nod, Zhao Fushun cautiously approached Liang Manchang, pulling out 6 large yuan notes from his pocket. Mother, Brother Manchang gave me a dividend of 60 yuan. Save it for my future wife. Chun Malian and Zhao Yutian were momentarily stunned, unsure of which hand to extend. Shunzi, have you done something wrong? You may still tell father now. Indeed, Shunzi, your mother would rather see you idly lying on the Kong every day than have you endure hard labor. Mother, what are you saying? This is truly the dividend that Brother Manchang has given me. You can ask him if you don't believe it. Liang Manchang nodded at the flustered elderly couple. Uncle and aunt, Shunzi speaks the truth. The fish were sold to old Han of the commune. If you doubt it, take some time to verify. Although Manchang has changed quite a bit in recent days, Zhao Yutian would never believe he has strayed from the right path. Manchang, thank you. You still think of Shunzi when something arises. Shunzi is merely helping me. This money rightfully belongs to him. Uncle Yutian, I shouldn't meddle in your family affairs, but Shunzi is like a brother to me, and I must speak up. You see, Manchang, listen to me. Do not underestimate my words. I am quite clear in my mind. Shunzi is capable now, so you both can rest assured letting him take on responsibilities. Young people, as long as they do not break the law or harm others, should take on more tasks. It brings no harm. Zhao Yutian's heart raced. Speaking like a machine gun, yet calling himself dull, he could outtalk the brigade leader. Alas, Manchang, I implore you for a favor. Please help me keep Shunzi close to you. I feel secure this way. All right, from now on, I will take him along for any matters. Liang Manchang stepped aside, pushing Shunzi to the forefront. Aunt, aren't you going to take this money? Chun Malian wiped her tears and accepted the money. Our Shunzi has become successful. Upon returning home, Liang Manchang tidied up his hunting gear, preparing to head into the mountains the next day. Chapter 12. If the moon doesn't sleep. Neither will I am Brother Tsang's little treasure. Lu Jingxiu busied herself, first organizing the items under the eaves, and then preparing the meal. While waiting for the rice to steam, she seized the opportunity to ask, Brother Manchang, it's still warm now. Even though it gets a bit cool in the morning and evening, do we really need to make a 10-pound quilt? Liang Manchang glanced at the thin quilt on the Kong in the west room, which was as flimsy as a diaper, and immediately became irate. Make it. Let it be 10 pounds. If it gets too hot, just stick your feet out. All right, can I make my own quilt a bit thinner then? You can decide on that. Oh, Brother Manchang, could you also find a craftsman to fluff the cotton for me? Liang Manchang smacked his forehead, having forgotten that in his previous life, no one fluffed cotton. Fine, I'll make a trip when I have the time. By the way, don't you know how to sew? I bought a few yards of cotton fabric a few days ago. Can you help me make a set? Lu Jingqiu nimbly returned to the room, pulling out a measuring tape from a woven bag to measure Liang Manchang's dimensions. Measuring the arm length and shoulder width went smoothly, but when it came to measuring the chest and waist, they were nearly pressed against each other. Lu Jingqiu's warm breath brushed against Liang Manchang's chest, feeling like a caterpillar crawling. He looked down and noticed that a slightly serious Lu Jingqiu possessed a certain charm. Ahem, are you done measuring? Lu Jingqiu's face flushed, burying her face in her neck, and in a voice as soft as a mosquito, she said, Brother Manchang, we still need to measure the hip circumference and leg length. Liang Manchang understood clearly that it referred to the length from the crotch to the ankle. If the affectionate young woman were to take his measurements, she would need to do so herself and inform him of her usual preferences. However, he had no interest in Lu Jingqiu, not due to any lack of desire, but rather a wish to avoid entanglements with her. Hand me the measuring tape. I shall take the measurements for you, he said. All right, I'll step outside then. At the stroke of midnight, Liang Manchang clasped his hands together and entered the space. The sight that greeted him was a fountain brimming with water, teeming with fish and tadpoles alike. With such an abundance, he realized he would need to make another trip to the commune to process some of the fish, lest the mystical spring turn into a stinking cesspool. As he approached the wild ginseng, a series of numbers appeared above it. The largest plant bore the inscription, 5 years and 6 months. It seemed that some of the flora within the space could automatically calculate their age. Huh, this is splendid. Soon I shall know which old fool dares to deceive me. Xiaomei, are you asleep? Would you like your brother to keep you company for a while? Brother Tsong, I am your dedicated customer service. The moon does not sleep. And neither do I. I am your little treasure. Listening to Xiaomei's sweet and unpretentious voice was like receiving an ear massage. He glanced at the silver carp on the ground and suddenly inquired, Xiaomei, how often can one receive a grand gift package? Brother Tsong, it depends on your contributions to the space, such as introducing new plants or raising new animals, and so on. A thought crossed Liang Manchang's mind. This was rather simple. Today, I shall catch a native chicken, tomorrow, a native duck. Just place them in, and that's that. As for plants, it was even easier. Dogtail grass and corn were plentiful. Brother Tsong, the animals or plants must hold value. Dogtail grass and corn do not qualify. On what grounds? Simply because the final interpretation rights belong to Xiaomei. Hee, you are quite the little charmer. What about the prawns I placed yesterday? That counts. So I shall bestow upon you a grand gift package. As soon as Xiaomei finished speaking, a package fell from the heavens. Liang Manchang, like a ravenous dog pouncing on its prey, caught it in his mouth and opened it to find a small note. Choose to increase by 2 centimeters at any location. What is this? A savings book? No, I don't even have a savings book. Height. I, a dignified 182 centimeters man, do not need that. Increasing at the border? No, that is too grand. Forget it. I shall apply it elsewhere, though it may not be necessary. Turning his back, he affixed the note to himself. Feeling a sharp sting, the following morning, Liang Manchang rummaged through some corn stalks before heading straight to the Clearwater River with his hunting rifle. Although he had traversed the Old Master Ridge in his previous life, he had not touched a hunting rifle since the hunting ban was imposed. It had been at least 2 or 3 decades since he had last held a gun, and his skills were rusty. If he hadn't been in such dire need of money 2 days prior, he would not have risked venturing into the Old Master Ridge. Now, with ample time, he prepared to take steady steps and practice his marksmanship. The Clearwater River was merely 10 miles from the Unity Village, and Liang Manchang arrived at the riverbank in less than half an hour, striding confidently. As summer wanes and autumn approaches, it marks the breeding season for mallards. Liang Manchang prepares to lie in wait for a couple of wild ducks to capture and store in his space. The moment to showcase his true skills has arrived. He places his backpack and hunting rifle into the space and retrieves a fishing net, which he slightly modifies into a throwable bird net. Stripped down to merely his underpants, Liang squats among the reeds, holding the net. After roughly half an hour, a flock of mallards swims by from about 10 meters away, numbering 6 or 7. Oh, just the ones I need. Liang suddenly stands, casting the net forward, perfectly ensnaring the ducks. Quack, 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 except for 2 that flutter away. The rest are trapped beneath the net. Liang leaps into the water, closing the distance of 3 or 4 meters, and with a few strokes, he dives under the net, gripping the neck of a mallard and tossing it into his space. 5 will suffice. Gathering the fishing net, Liang splashes back to shore, wading through the reeds. However, the banks are littered with footprints, suggesting that the wild duck eggs have been thoroughly raided by the idle women and children. Indeed, after half an hour of searching, he has only collected a mere 10 wild duck eggs. Liang shields his eyes and gazes ahead, spotting an island in the river about 6 or 7 miles away. Damn it, is this forcing me to swim? Without hesitation, he swims for 6 or 7 miles, locating the nearest spot to the island and plunging into the water, determinedly making his way toward it. This island is small, merely an acre in size. Upon reaching the shore, Liang startled a multitude of birds, which retaliated by showering him with droppings. Damn, how unfortunate. He spat 3 times onto the ground and focused on tossing the wild duck eggs into his space. The eggs, the size of ping-pong balls, were as easy to gather as pebbles on the riverbank. After a prolonged effort, Liang's back stiffened like a concrete pillar. Just then, his hand trembled, and he grasped a bottle of potent 6-flavored Remania pills. As dusk fell, his space was filled with over 1,000 wild duck eggs. Time to go home. Upon reaching the road, Liang spotted 2 figures, one large and one small, illuminated by the dim glow of a kerosene lamp. Who could that be? Surely not another freeloader? Chapter 13. Heartless betrayal. With a grim expression, Liang Manchang entered the house, only to find Lu Jingqiu seated across from a small girl, around 6 or 7 years old, who was busily devouring food from a large bowl. The girl, with 2 ponytails, despite her tattered clothing and dirty face, possessed the features of a future beauty. Upon noticing Liang's entrance, Lu Jingqiu quickly stood, opening her mouth to speak. Manchang, Liang grunted in response, slamming his backpack onto the ground. He was convinced this child was likely a relative of Lu Jingqiu, here to partake in free meals. Did she really think his home was a communal canteen? Lu Jingqiu, who is this child? Where did she come from? Take her back to where she belongs. Do not presume that my recent kindness grants you the audacity to overstep. Upon witnessing Liang Manchang's fury, the little girl instinctively sought refuge beneath Lu Jingqiu's arm, her tiny nose crinkling in trepidation. Sister Jingqiu, I'm scared. Though Lu Jingqiu trembled with fear herself, she nonetheless shielded the girl protectively behind her. Manchang, allow me to explain, she pleaded. No explanations are needed. I simply wish to know who the master of this household is. It's you, Manchang, she replied. The simmering anger within Liang Manchang flared as he regarded the placid Lu Jingqiu. It was far more satisfying to engage in a heated argument than to remain in this stagnant exchange. You recognize me as the owner, yet you have the audacity to invite others to dine in my home without my consent, consuming my rice, my fish. I knew today was destined for misfortune, but I never anticipated such calamity. Tears cascaded from Lu Jingqiu's eyes like a torrential flood. Through her sobs, she stammered, Manchang, this girl is, no explanations. Pack your belongings and leave at once, and take this burden with you. Liang Manchang bellowed, storming into the west room and slamming the door with a resounding bang. Wah! Sister Jingqiu, I'm frightened. Do not fear, Xiaoying, I am here, Lu Jingqiu assured her. Quietly, she washed the dishes from the outer room, tidied them away, and then gathered her bedding into a woven bag, placing it by the door. After a moment's hesitation, she returned to knock on the door of the west room, saying, Manchang, the items you purchased are on the Kong table in the east room. I haven't taken them. With that, she grasped her luggage in one hand and the little girl in the other, laboriously making her way outside, gradually swallowed by the inky darkness of the night. Liang Manchang watched their retreating figures, a pang of regret tightening in his chest. What is happening? Wasn't I here to revel in life? Why do I feel so soft-hearted? He sat down to a haphazard meal of corn rice from the table in the outer room, but it tasted like straw. Tossing the dishes into the pot, he lay down on the Kong, pressing his palms together, ready to indulge in a moment of distraction. Xiaomei, are you there? What do you want? Liang Manchang furrowed his brow, sensing Xiaomei's displeasure and feeling a twinge of apprehension. Could it be relatives have arrived? Hey Xiaomei, what's wrong? Nothing. Just get to the point. Liang Manchang, feeling rather foolish, chuckled awkwardly. Today I placed a nest of green-headed ducks in the space. That must be considered a valuable animal, right? Surely, I deserve a grand gift. Of course. Why wouldn't you? That's splendid. I appreciate it. Before he could finish his sentence, a package the size of a brick plummeted from the sky, landing squarely on his head with a thud. Ouch. Xiaomei, please aim more accurately next time. You've left quite a bump on my head. Upon opening the package, Liang Manchang's expression turned a ghastly shade of green, revealing 3 items: a wolf's heart, a dog's lung, and a bottle of pesticide. Hello, Xiaomei, what on earth are you doing? Suddenly, a dark cloud loomed over Liang Manchang, and he sensed an impending lightning strike. He clasped his hands together and instantaneously leaped out of the space. What on earth has transpired today? The following morning, Liang Manchang rubbed his eyes, opened the door, and called out, "Jingxiu, why hasn't tea breakfast been prepared?" Upon a second glance, he noted that the door to the east room was firmly shut, and it dawned on him that he had expelled the occupants the previous day. Good riddance. I shall feast alone and let my family go hungry. Liang Manchang placed the remaining few dumplings into his spatial storage, shouldered his hunting rifle and backpack, and made his way towards Laoi Ridge. He resolved to immerse himself in seclusion for a time, aiming to elevate his marksmanship to the level he had attained in his past life. He commenced his endeavor at the base of Laoi Mountain, where the terrain was dense with underbrush, an ideal habitat for wild pheasants. With a single round of slug ammunition loaded into his rifle, Liang Manchang traversed the area, searching diligently. For a hunter, precision is paramount, but the ability to locate prey is the essential precursor. After approximately half an hour, Liang Manchang's gaze sharpened as he spotted a vividly colored pheasant meandering alongside 2 or 3 chicks. Aha, what a splendid bird. He exchanged the slug for birdshot, inhaled deeply, and gradually raised his rifle, aligning the sights on the magnificent pheasant. He squeezed the trigger. Bang! A multitude of iron shot surged towards the pheasant, forming a wide arc of pellets. The pheasant flapped its wings a couple of times before falling silent, while the chicks, fortunate enough to be spared by a stray trajectory, fled unscathed. Ha ha ha. Though it was not perfect, I did not waste a bullet. Liang Manchang hastened forward, weighing the pheasant in his hands. It was approximately 4 to 5 pounds, heavier than the average pheasant by a third. Hunting is a profession that demands both strength and luck, should fortune frown upon one. Wandering the mountains for several days might yield no game. Conversely, if luck smiles, like in Liang Manchang's case, a single shot can net him 2 or 3 yuan. And, should he strike the jackpot and catch a foolish roe deer, he could earn a month's wage for a laborer. Moreover, the deeper one ventures into the mountains, the greater the chances of encountering larger game, albeit with heightened peril. After placing the pheasant into his spatial storage, he continued his search. Pheasants are social creatures, and it was certain that a nest would be nearby. Indeed, after another half-hour of exploration, Liang Manchang discovered a shallow, plate-like nest nestled within the thicket, containing 6 or 7 pheasant eggs. Aha! Since fortune has favored me, I shall not be polite. He procured a flexible root and propped up a fishing net. He then found 2 resilient saplings and secured the net to them, tying it firmly to the ground. Once he released the rope, the net would spring up and ensnare the nest. With the rope tethered to a tree, Liang Manchang took out a black dumpling to satisfy his hunger. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the last vestiges of light, a hen returned to its roost, clucking softly. The moment it settled into the nest, Liang Manchang swiftly severed the rope with his machete. Whoosh! The net sprang forth like a beast unleashed from its cage, swiftly enveloping the pheasant. Cluck, 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 cluck. Ha ha, your calls are of no use. Come along with me. Chapter 14. Xiong Guifan, you are nothing but a beast. Liang Manchang placed the pheasant, the nest, and the eggs into his spatial storage, even casting a protective barrier within to prevent the wild fowl from mingling. As dusk descended, coupled with the absence of anyone to prepare a meal at home, Liang Manchang resolved to spend the night atop the mountain. Relying on the memories of his past life, he discovered a small cave and, after ensuring its safety, lit a campfire at the entrance and roasted a few black-faced dumplings to satiate his hunger. The long night stretched ahead, and sleep eluded him. Once again, Liang Manchang clasped his hands in prayer and entered the space, only to find that he did not even catch a glimpse of Xiao Mei. At the break of dawn, Liang Manchang felt restless and stumbled several times, ultimately deciding to pack his belongings and return home. Upon reaching the mouth of the village, he spotted Zhao Fu Shun rushing towards him. Brother Manchang, something terrible has happened. What is the fuss about? Didn't you send Jingqiu Jie and Xiaoing away the day before yesterday? Yes, what of it? That little girl, Lu Jingqiu, secretly brought home another girl without my knowledge, and they've been eating and drinking at my place. So what? Yesterday morning, Jingqiu Jie had my father find her another household. He initially intended to keep her stable until your return, but unexpectedly, Xiong Guifan intercepted them and took her home directly. A pang of anxiety struck Liang Manchang. Xiong Guifan was not a benevolent individual. Could she genuinely take in Lu Jingqiu and Xiaoing? It was likely she had ulterior motives. What did Uncle Tian say? What else could he say? Jingqiu Jie is all alone and helpless. She nodded, and my father had no choice but to let Xiong Guifan take her home. Oh, and the youth grain distributed by the production team has also been claimed by Xiong Guifan. Filled with anger and frustration, Liang Manchang raised his voice, exclaiming, "Doesn't anyone know what kind of person Xiong Guifan is? Uncle Tian surely knows. I must speak with him." He took a few steps forward, but halted. Lu Jingqiu was merely a youth staying at his house for a few days, with no familial ties or obligations. What right did he have to interfere in her affairs? Perhaps it was fate. One must accept their own destiny without force. "Brother Manchang, aren't you going to do anything?" "I cannot," Liang Manchang retorted before trudging homeward. Upon returning, he collapsed onto the Kong, carelessly draping a blanket over his face. Yet, tossing and turning, sleep eluded him, prompting him to sit up with a sigh. His stomach grumbled, and he pondered whether to indulge in a meal. It was merely a meal, certainly not an excuse to see Lu Jingqiu. Liang Manchang grabbed a large bowl and hurried towards Xiong Guifen's home. Coincidentally, it was lunchtime. From a distance, he noticed Lu Jingqiu and Xiaoying sitting beneath the eaves, each cradling a bowl. At least they had food to eat. A small mercy from Xiong Guifan. Xiaoying's eyes appeared vacant and lifeless, mechanically chewing her food, occasionally grimacing as she struggled to swallow. "Lu Jingqiu, from now on, you must rise with the rooster's crow each morning, wash the dirty clothes first, and then prepare the meal. And you, Xiaoying, don't just eat. You'll give me a shoulder massage later. I've been quite exhausted these past few days." Furrowing his brow, Liang Manchang seemed to regard the two girls as mere servants. "Brother Manchang, what brings you here?" Lu Jingqiu nudged Xiaoying, and the two quickly concealed their bowls behind their backs. "What are you eating?" "Rice." "Show me." Lu Jingqiu attempted to hide, but Liang Manchang caught her wrist with a firm grip and seized the bowl. Inside was a bowl of dark yellow mush. "Xiaoying, let me see your bowl." Xiaoying obediently handed her bowl to Liang Manchang, revealing a similarly unappetizing yellow mush. Liang Manchang's lips twitched, his molars grinding audibly. He squatted down and inquired, "Xiaoying, is it tasty?" "Brother Manchang, it's gritty and hard to swallow. This is nothing but chaff, fit only for pigs." Upon finishing his remark, Liang Manchang wedged his large bowl under his arm and stormed into the outer room with the two bowls of mush in hand. He had expected Xiong Guifan to be frightened into hiding at the sound, but to his astonishment, she was nonchalantly seated, legs crossed, slurping congee. With a plate of steamed corn buns and a platter of scrambled eggs laid out before her, Liang Manchang slammed the two bowls onto the table, his eyes bulging in fury as he bellowed, "Xiong Guifan, you are nothing but a beast. You indulge in fine food while making them eat chaff. Ouch! Liang Manchang, you scoundrel, you bully us mother and daughter, and your son is a worthless wretch." "A worthless wretch? Perhaps that's your lowly partner, by Lianhua. I shall see if there's any worth to him." Xiong Guifen's lips curled into a slight smirk as she placed her hands on her hips, yelling back, "Liang Manchang, cease your slander. If you continue to defame our Jin Lian's honor, I shall report you to the authorities." Liang Manchang's heart sank. Had Bai Lianhua disposed of the illegitimate child so swiftly? Damn it. He should have continued moving their belongings these past few days. Well, let us not dwell on that. How can you feed such a small child chaff? What of Lu Jingqiu's educated youth rations? Educated youth rations? Naturally. They have been surrendered to me. Otherwise, why should I allow them to stay in my home? Liang Manchang retorted, "What relation do you have with them? They have not uttered a word, yet you are burning with rage." Turning around, Liang Manchang noticed Lu Jingqiu cradling Xiaoying at the doorway, both silent as mice. He forced a bitter smile and looked up. If the principal party had no objections, why was he so worked up on their behalf? Indeed, he had no real connection to either of them. Liang Manchang felt as if his spirit had been drained as he squeezed through the outer door. Upon returning home, he felt utterly drained as though he had suffered a grave illness, lacking the energy to do anything. He simply drank a bowl of brown sugar water and lay down drowsily on the Kong. The following morning, Liang Manchang, for the first time, took a hoe to gather beneath the large locust tree at the village entrance, preparing for work. "Ah, Manchang, are you feeling better?" I suppose it's all right. Let us see how the first day goes." "Well, becoming a hunter cannot be rushed. It wouldn't hurt to wait for a day to find a master before heading into the mountains." After about 10 minutes, the villagers had gathered for work. Where is Lu Jingqiu?" As they spoke, Lu Jingqiu hurriedly approached, dragging Xiaoying along. "Captain Zhao, I'm sorry, I overslept this morning." Zhao Yutian waved his hand, glancing at Xiaoying, who was clutching a shovel, his brow furrowing. "Jingqiu, your sister is far too young to be working, though children of the poor grow up quickly. Xiaoying is hardly tall enough for this." "Uncle Zhao, I'm working in place of Aunt Guifan." "What nonsense is this? What is that tiger woman doing at home?" "Aunt Guifan said she stayed up too late last night, ate a bowl of congee, and then went back to sleep." "Blast it, this is unacceptable. I shall go find her." Captain Zhao, please do not seek her out. I shall take on her responsibilities. Zhao Yutian, seeing that Liang Manchang was willing to engage in a verbal exchange, fell silent. Very well, let us proceed. Chapter 15. Lao Su, do you not desire a wife? Liang Manchang felt a surge of resentment, wishing he could deliver 2 resounding slaps to Xiong Guifan. Zhao Yutian, as if sensing Liang Manchang's thoughts, softly cautioned, Manchang, Lu Jingxiu is no longer connected to you. Do not stir up trouble. Uncle Yutian, this indeed has no bearing on me, yet you are the captain. How can you turn a blind eye while that vile woman Xiong Guifan bullies the young intellectuals sent to the countryside? Manchang, have you not heard? It was voluntary. She even interceded on behalf of Xiong Guifan. How am I to intervene? You were the one who drove her away back then. Now you feel sympathy? A wave of guilt washed over Liang Manchang, and he quickly waved his hands dismissively, akin to a beckoning cat. Forget I said anything. After leaving the collective fields, Zhao Yutian stood at the edge of the land. Dear villagers, our task today is to plow the fields, and tomorrow we shall plant autumn radishes. Each person is responsible for 1 mu of land. No one shall slack off. Now let us draw lots. Zhao Yutian distributed the lots, retaining only the shortest for himself. Manchang, Lu Jiqing, the adjacent plot is precisely 3 mu. You too, along with Xiong Guifan, shall manage it, dividing the work as you see fit. Liang Manchang glanced around. The land had already been tilled by oxen, and the task now was merely to break up the larger clods of earth and level the ground. This particular plot was exceptionally dry, and with a mere strike of the hoe, the clods crumbled effortlessly, making the work quite manageable. Liang Manchang produced a cigarette from his pocket and offered one to Zhao Yutian. Uncle Yutian, you have truly looked after me. I appreciate it. Family speaks such words. Now, let us work. As Liang Manchang began his task, though somewhat unaccustomed, his robust physique remained intact. The hoe felt like a mere toothpick in his hands, and he worked with vigor and enthusiasm. In contrast, although Lu Jingxiu was not well regarded in the city, her experiences had been limited to household chores, leaving her woefully slow in the fields. Yang Ying, barely taller than a gas canister, struggled with the shovel, resorting to a wooden stick she had found, squatting down to hammer at the ground. The little girl was quite clever. As Liang Manchang continued, the originally designated plot of 1 dong width gradually expanded under his efforts to 3 dong, effectively encompassing the portions designated for Lu Jingxiu and Yang Ying as well. Manchang, you are going off course. Chattering away, it's just a slight deviation. After saying this, Liang Manchang prepared to sit at the edge of the field for a smoke. As he passed by Yang Ying, he fumbled for his matches, causing 2 fruit candies to fall to the ground. With her face covered in dirt, Yang Ying looked up in confusion, pointing at the fallen candies, and gulped. Brother Manchang, your candies fell. Liang Manchang glanced sideways and waved his hand dismissively. Oh, they're dirty. I do not want them. You may have them. Yang Ying tossed aside her wooden stick, picked up the candies, and scampered towards Lu Jingxiu, shaking her tiny pigtails. With her grimy little hands outstretched, she looked up at Lu Jingxiu with a smile. Sister Jingxiu, Brother Manchang dropped 2 candies. He said they're too dirty for him. Lu Jingxiu cast a grateful glance at Liang Manchang and gently patted Yang Ying on the head. You may have them. I am afraid of a toothache. I shall consume one, leaving another for Aunt Guifan. This should please her and prevent her from being harsh with us. Xiaoying, we are currently residing at Aunt Guifan's home. Receiving a scolding is of little consequence. We can endure it, and it will pass. Xiaoying pouted in indignation and remarked. One evening, Liang Manchang finished his labor and, with his hoe slung over his shoulder, walked ahead, while Lu Jingxiu followed behind, leading Xiaoying. As they returned to Tuanjia village, in the dead of night, Liang Manchang grew increasingly agitated. Thus, early the following morning, he roused Zhao Fushun from the bed. What is the matter, Brother Manchang? Zhao Fushun inquired. I have a feeling that Xiong Guifan is up to no good. I wish to investigate. You're working in the fields today? Lend a hand to your sister Jingxiu. Though Zhao Fushun and Lu Jingxiu had only recently met, they had developed a rapport, and he readily nodded in agreement. All right then, Brother Manchang, I knew you were not the type to disregard sentiments. This is a different matter. I simply cannot tolerate Xiong Guifan. That wretched woman has taken advantage of me so many times. It would be better to eliminate her. Huh, count me in when you deal with her. After Liang Manchang spoke, he concealed himself in the cornfield at Xiong Guifan's doorstep. It was not until around 8 or 9 in the morning that she finally emerged after stretching lazily. Xiong Guifan headed north, traversing several villages, only to dart into 2 dilapidated earthen houses by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Liang Manchang swiftly ducked behind the rear wall. Lao Su, do you want a wife? Huh, do you want a wife? Just say the word, and I shall bring one to you by tomorrow. Really? How much? 80 yuan. Too expensive. Where in Changbai Mountain can one find such a price? What is overpriced? She is quite lovely. Additionally, I have a younger one, 6 years old, also a beauty. I will consult with my brother. Is it acceptable for 3 of us to live together? What is the issue? If they misbehave, a couple of beatings will tame them. Wait a moment. A rustling sound followed, presumably Lao Su and Xiao Su deliberating. 60 yuan. If you agree, bring her over. If not, forget it. 60 it is. But you must take her far away. All right, my brother and I are heading south anyway. First, the money. Fine, you can't escape. In an instant, Liang Manchang comprehended the situation. This wretched woman was indulging in the trade of human trafficking? Damn it, just wait. Liang Manchang's hand trembled as he gripped his shotgun. However, upon reflection, he realized that even if he were to take the 3 of them to the police station, it would be mere hearsay, and he might find himself on the receiving end of accusations. Very well, since you, Xiong Guifan, enjoy being a trafficker, then let it be. Having received 60 yuan, Xiong Guifan hummed a tune as she returned to Tuanjia village. That evening, Xiong Guifan instructed Lu Jingxiu to prepare a large pot of rice and to fry a plate of eggs, alongside some pickled radishes. Jingxiu, Xiaoying, come eat. Huh, what about our meal? That was merely a test for you both, a meal for reflecting on past hardships. Though Lu Jingxiu sensed something amiss with Xiong Guifan, the prospect of white rice brought her joy. Observing Xiong Guifan's demeanor, she served herself a small bowl and a larger one for Xiaoying. Xiaoying, hurry and eat. Once the two had finished their meal, Xiong Guifan revealed her true colors. In the tranquil autumn, Xiaoying mentioned that Auntie would be visiting relatives tomorrow, and since Sister Jean Lian was not around, she thought it would be nice for the 3 of them to go together, providing companionship along the way. Lu Jingxiu, however, appeared hesitant. Auntie, we are not acquainted with your relatives. It may not be appropriate to intrude upon them. Moreover, I have work to attend to tomorrow. Come now. Why the formality with Auntie? We are all practically family. Missing a day of work will not significantly affect your earnings, and besides, next month's youth grain will not be deducted from your share, will it? That evening, Liang Manchang found himself squatting in the cornfield outside Xiong Guifan's house, beset by mosquitoes. Xiong Guifan, this debt is on you. Chapter 16. The kidnapper becomes the kidnapped on a moonless night, when the wind howled ominously. Xiong Guifan in the east room was snoring loudly. Liang Manchang, donning gloves, stealthily unlatched the door with a dagger and slipped inside. Upon entry, he was greeted by the sight of a plump piece of pork sprawled across the Kong. How avant-garde, indulging in naked slumber. With a swift motion, Liang Manchang struck Xiong Guifan on the neck with his knife and administered a packet of veterinary sleeping pills, ensuring that she was securely bound and stowed away. It's time to collect some interest. He crouched down, pulling a brick from beneath the Kong and reaching inside. Damn it, where's the canning jar? Liang Manchang leaned into the darkness of the hole, feeling around but finding nothing but grime on his hands. Brother Manchang, are you searching for Aunt Guifan's canning jar? Yes. Damn it, where could it be hidden? Just then, he felt a jolt as he turned to see Xiaoying pointing bewilderedly at a chamber pot in the corner. Xiaoying, you mustn't mention this to anyone. I'm merely here to help Aunt Guifan count her money. Xiaoying did not respond, but instead crouched down beside Guifan's Kong. Shortly after, a sound akin to water splashing echoed through the room. Goodness, sleepwalking. Liang Manchang pinched his nose and approached the chamber pot, recoiling as the stench overwhelmed him. The pot was thick with filth. How revolting. Upon inspecting behind the chamber pot, he indeed discovered a canning jar. Opening it, he found a handkerchief wrapped around a roll of cash. Jackpot. After collecting his interest, he secured the door and made his way back up the mountain along the path he had taken earlier. As dawn approached, he unceremoniously deposited Xiong Guifan at the doorstep of Old Su, the bachelor, leaving her with a packet of South estrus drugs for good measure. As the sun rose high, the 2 Su brothers donned their best outfits in anticipation of welcoming a bride. However, when they opened the door, they were taken aback to find Xiong Guifan sprawled at their feet, writhing like a maggot. Brother, what on earth is this? Is she not a young maiden? How would I know? The Su brothers swallowed hard, excitement igniting in their eyes. Well, the older ones aren't too bad either. They can still serve a purpose. Brother, shall you go first or shall I? Together, then. An hour later, Xiong Guifan began to regain consciousness, her head pounding and her body aching. Upon opening her eyes, she found the Su brothers adjusting their trousers. Old Su, what the hell are you doing? What do you mean, what am I doing? Did you not say today was the day you would bring the bride to us? As you lay at our doorstep, exposed, we 2 brothers mistook you for an old tree blossoming, eager to become a bride. Indeed, there is no fault in that. By heavens. I intend to marry a city dweller. What are you two to me? I shall report this to the authorities. How absurd. The two brothers, Lao Su, were momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, they had thought that Xiong Guifan was keen on them due to their robust physiques. Little did they expect to be embroiled in legal troubles. Brother, since we've come this far, let us tidy up and head south. No way. This brazen woman has quite the loud mouth. She might divulge our plans to go south. What then? With our strength and the ladies by our side, let us find a secluded mountain and live our lives well. It would be far superior to anything else. Very well. The two brothers, Lao Su, hastily gathered their belongings, gagged Xiong Guifan, and bound her hands, dragging her towards the mountains as if leading a cow. Liang Manchang, grinning, swiftly descended the mountain. Manchang, have you seen Xiong Guifan? Liang Manchang casually responded to Zhao Yutian. No, I don't get along with her. Why would I see her? How strange. Lu Jiqing mentioned that Xiong Guifan had initially invited her to visit relatives, yet this morning, she vanished without a trace, as if taken by wolves. Perhaps being taken by wolves would be for the best. Zhao Yutian waved his hand dismissively. Although merely a production team leader, he still held a position of authority. Despite Xiong Guifan's unsavory character, she was nonetheless a member of the production team, and this matter required his attention. By the way, Uncle Yutian, if Xiong Guifan has fled, what will happen to Lu Jingxiu? Oh, let us wait a bit. Perhaps she will return in a few days. 3 days later, Zhao Yutian entered the village with 2 police officers on bicycles, but after searching Xiong Guifan's home for a considerable time, they found nothing and could only suggest continuing the search. In the evening, Liang Manchang stealthily approached Zhao Yutian's doorstep. Uncle Yutian, are you busy? There is so much work to do. Indeed. I took the police to Xiong Guifan's home during the day, but we found nothing. It wasted half a day. I suspect Xiong Guifan won't be back anytime soon. Her old maid, Bai Lianhua, is also unreachable. There is not a single reliable person. Liang Manchang offered a cigarette, somewhat embarrassed, and inquired, Uncle Yutian, what about that situation with Lu Jingxiu? You mean Lu Jingxiu? The production team can find her another household, right? What else can be done? Uncle, my room is vacant. Oh, weren't you the one who chased her away? Now you regret it? Liang Manchang remained silent, simply grinning foolishly. This is merely solving a problem for the production team. Stop acting all innocent. Let me tell you, this matter only has one chance. If you chase her away again, you truly are a fool. Rest assured, if I can't tolerate it anymore, I'll just move out myself. Is that all right? Uncle, when shall we handle the paperwork? What paperwork? The arrangement has always been with your family. Liang Manchang observed Zhao Yutian's sly smile, realizing that he understood the situation better than anyone else. Stop standing around foolishly. Go fetch her back. All right. Liang Manchang eagerly rushed towards Xiong Guifan's home. But upon finding the door tightly shut, he surmised that Lu Jingxiu was slow with her tasks and hadn't finished the work in the fields. He placed his hands in his pockets and wandered around the front and back of the house. The earth was trodden flat when Lu Jingxiu was seen holding Xiaoying's hand. Returning home. Manchang, what brings you here? Liang Manchang casually scratched his nose and replied, well, you see, Xiong Guifan won't be back anytime soon. Lock the door. Give the key to Uncle Yutian and move to my place. Xiaoying can come too. It's just adding another pair of chopsticks. A flicker of joy sparkled in Lu Jingxiu's eyes as she squatted down, embracing Xiaoying. Xiaoying, we can go home now. Xiaoying also lifted her dirty little face, her eyes twinkling like stars. Manchang, can I really go home? Liang Manchang pondered silently. Home? He did not respond, but swiftly assisted Lu Jingxiu in packing their belongings, bringing them back home with one hand carrying 2. Jingxiu, you and Xiaoying will sleep in the east room as usual. Help me with cooking and laundry for 50 cents a day. Xiaoying won't need to work. She can just play at home. All right. Shall we cook first? Liang Manchang pulled a 5-pound shrimp from the spatial spring, allowing Lu Jingxiu to prepare a delightful dish. Little Xiaoying stood by the table with a small bowl, drool trickling down her chin. Manchang, can I have a bite? Just one bite. Liang Manchang's heart felt as though it had been pierced by a blade. Go ahead and enjoy. You're not allowed to sleep until everything is finished. Yes. Liang Manchang looked at Xiaoying and felt an inexplicable warmth. Jingxiu, who brought your sister to the countryside? Huh. Xiaoying isn't my sister. Chapter 17. Manchang, my name is Liang Xiaoying. Jingxiu, it's all right. I promised to let Xiaoying stay here, so I won't send her away. Manchang, Xiaoying really isn't my sister. Nonsense. If she is not your sister, then is she mine? After saying this, Liang Manchang turned to the little girl holding the bowl and asked, Xiaoying, what is your full name? Manchang, my name is Liang Xiaoying. Liang Xiaoying? Shouldn't you have your mother's surname, Lu? Manchang, I take your surname. Liang Manchang's mind suddenly short-circuited, and his heart sank. Could it be? Jingxiu, come with me for a moment. Lu Jingxiu set down her chopsticks, following Liang Manchang outside with unease. Liang Manchang took a deep breath and asked in a subdued tone, Jingxiu, how did Xiaoying come to be? Not long after you entered the mountains. An elderly woman in her 60s asked me if this was Liang Manchang's home, and then she handed Xiaoying to me. She said Xiaoying is your sister. Sharing the same father. Liang Manchang's mind went blank, a ringing sound echoing in his ears, and his vision blurred. Impossible. My father is honest and straightforward. It's unlikely he would have a child outside. Not a child outside. It's... What? Stop dilly-dallying. Hurry up. A borrowed seed. Liang Manchang's eyes suddenly brightened, and the heavy stone in his heart finally fell away. But that is even less likely. Borrowed seeds are typically from young, strong men. Considering Xiaoying's age, my father was around 40 at that time. What would he be borrowing? Moreover, he had no connections to anyone. Liang Manchang was right. Generally, borrowed seeds come from relatives within 5 degrees of kinship, preferably uncles or cousins, to ensure the bloodline is at least familial. Manchang, I asked. It was said that Xiaoying's father fell ill and could not conceive. Thus, they sought the fortune-telling of a shaman. The 11th man passing by their door was to be the divine savior, a bringer of children, who would also bring good fortune. Coincidentally, my father happened to be that man. Lu Jingxiu nodded and retrieved half a banknote from her pocket, handing it to Liang Manchang. The old woman claimed that their family had perished and, seeing Xiaoying's plight, arranged for her to be sent from Tuanjitan. She also remarked that upon seeing the banknote, one would understand the situation. Liang Manchang, filled with indignation, snatched the banknote back. What do you mean understand? Did my father even accept money back then? He left me with a burden, he exclaimed in frustration. And now, with just half a banknote, you assert that Xiaoying is a child of the Liang family? With a creaking sound, Xiaoying opened the outer door, revealing her round little face, which was scrunched up in distress. Brother Manchang, are you going to kick me out? When my parents were alive, they called me a burden too. Now they are gone. And those who called me a burden have vanished as well. Lu Jingxiu gently patted Xiaoying's head and coaxed her inside. Why didn't you say anything earlier? I was too afraid. The old woman left before I could gather my thoughts. Just half a banknote cannot prove that Xiaoying is your sister. I feared you would scold me, Xiaoying confessed. Liang Manchang, helpless, gazed at the banknote. Suddenly, he recalled his father's final moments, clutching his hand and repeatedly saying Mao. Mao Mao. He mistakenly thought his father wished to have his hair styled one last time, and had even lovingly combed it back. The frame? Liang Manchang rushed into the house, removed the picture frame from the wall, and upon opening it, discovered half a banknote tucked behind it. Trembling, he brought the two halves together, and they fit perfectly. Liang Manchang's mind went blank. He had been reborn into this world, lonely and forlorn, yearning for the warmth of family. Yet, inexplicably, he now had a sister, one of a different mother. His hands shook, and in a moment of frustration, he let the frame crash against the wall, sending shards of glass scattering. Xiaoying, standing at the door of the east room, was startled and burst into tears. Wah! Brother Manchang, please don't kick me out. Liang Manchang felt a pang in his heart, his eyes reddening as he slowly turned around and crouched down. Let it be a case of repaying debts of the father. Xiaoying, from this day forth, this shall be your home. The next morning, Liang Manchang went to the village shop to purchase a string of firecrackers and 2 pounds of fruit candy. Shunzi, call your father over. He should come to my house shortly. All right, Shunzi replied. Upon returning home, Liang Manchang lit a cigarette, igniting the firecrackers and tossing them outside. Lu Jingxiu covered Xiaoying's ears, hiding behind Liang Manchang. What are you doing, Brother Manchang? Bringing Xiaoying home. The villagers, who had not yet begun their daily labor, gathered at Liang Manchang's doorstep, chattering excitedly about the unexpected fireworks. What is this lad up to? Could it be that he plans to marry? Is it Lu Jiqing? Surely not. I heard he has finally found his wits and earned some money. Look at their heavy quilt. It must weigh a good 10 pounds. They must be feasting on meat for every meal. Zhao Yutian squeezed through the crowd, observing the remnants of firecracker paper scattered on the ground, and waved at Liang Manchang. Manchang, what joyous occasion do you have? Uncle Yutian, Xiaoying is my half-sister, sharing the same father. This is indeed a joyous reunion, and I hope the folks in our village can look out for her. Oh, is that so? Liang Manchang handed a torn banknote to Zhao Yutian, whispering something in his ear. I had no idea about this matter. Only when you mentioned it did I recall that your father indeed carried a considerable sum of money back then. Well, let it be a case of filial piety to repay the debts of the father. Very well, we shall handle the household registration, though it will require some expenses. No worries, expenses are expected. Liang Manchang summoned him to assist as a witness, and Zhao Yutian understood perfectly. Since Xiao Ying is of the Liang family, she is one of us, a fellow villager. From now on, let us live in harmony. Seizing the opportunity, Liang Manchang promptly distributed fruit candies to everyone. One does not strike a smiling face. The villagers chewed on the candies, their faces glowing with joy. Xiao Ying appears to be a source of ease. You've truly found a treasure. Rest assured, Manchang, we are all fellow villagers. After this news settled, Liang Manchang looked at Xiao Ying, who lacked even a decent outfit, and felt a pang of sympathy. Jingqiu, today is a momentous occasion. You need tea work. Accompany me to the commune to buy Xiao Ying a few sets of clothes. Very well. Liang Manchang took Lu Jingqiu and Xiao Ying directly to the commune. Manchang, I'll make a quick stop at the post office to wire some money back. Jingqiu, that is your hard-earned money. Spend it as you please. But I truly feel it's unfair. My mother said once my brother's wedding is settled, she would save money for my dowry. Do you really believe such nonsense? Forget it. The king of hell cannot stop a ghost eager to die. Handle it as you see fit. After you finish, find me at the supply and marketing cooperative. Liang Manchang said this and took Xiao Ying towards the cooperative. Brother, I want to go with Sister Jingqiu. Alas, very well then. Just then, a large, stout man joined their company. Chapter 18. If you like it, buy it. It's not as if you lack the means. Lu Jingqiu took a remittance slip and began to write diligently. Bang! Liang Manchang's elbow nudged her arm, causing the pen to streak across the paper. No matter, I'll write another one. Lu Jingqiu said as she crumpled the finished slip and tossed it into the trash. Liang Manchang bent down to pocket the crumpled paper. Comrade, the remittance is 15 yuan. Lu Jingqiu handed over the remittance slip and cash. And upon completing the transaction, she felt an immense sense of relief as she exited the savings office. Thank you, Manchang. For what? You've helped me with laundry and cooking. This is what you deserve. Moreover, I will frequently hunt in the mountains, so I entrust Xiao Ying to you. Rest assured, I will take excellent care of her. Let us go and get our Xiao Ying a proper outfit. Liang Manchang said this and lifted Xiao Ying, allowing her to perch on his shoulders. Xiao Ying, we're flying today? Coincidentally, it was market day, and the three were swept along by the bustling crowd. Jingqiu, keep a close watch on your pockets. Do not let any hands wander. Liang Manchang, however, was not concerned about wandering hands. He had placed a small cabinet in his space to store valuable items. In the serene autumn, why haven't you gone to work today? Lu Jingqiu and Liang Manchang turned to see Wang Meiling, who was accompanied by a man with a scarred face. Is that not Ma Jianjun? The prominent scar resembling a centipede, combined with his slanted eyes, rendered him particularly fearsome. Meiling, I came to the post office. Cough, cough. Lu Jingqiu noticed Liang Manchang giving her a subtle signal, which made her heart race. I was about to call my parents. Oh, I thought you were going to wire some money. Lu Jingqiu chose not to respond. We are heading to the supply and marketing cooperative. Perhaps we shall meet again another time. What a coincidence. We are also going to the cooperative, right, Jianjun? Ma Jianjun merely grunted in acknowledgement. Ever since he was kicked by a donkey, he had become taciturn. After all, his appearance was ruined. And marrying such a dark and plump woman did little to lift his spirits. Leaning closer to Lu Jingqiu, Liang Manchang inquired, Jingqiu, I sense a certain complexity in your relationship with Wang Meiling. Really? We are neighbors and classmates. Her family is better off than mine. During our school days, I used to assist her with her homework, and in return, she would share her buns with me. Liang Manchang was unimpressed, believing that such childhood familiarity often led to comparisons. Lu Jingqiu's beauty only exacerbated the insecurities of the stout woman. Wang Meiling gazed enviously at Liang Manchang's broad shoulders and long legs. Then she glanced at Ma Jianjun, who, before his disfigurement, had been quite handsome, but now resembled a specter, causing her to release his arm instinctively. The five of them arrived at the cooperative, and Liang Manchang, unwilling to engage with Ma Jianjun and Wang Meiling, led Lu Jingqiu and Xiao Ying towards the children's clothing section. Excuse me, could you bring me a few outfits for 5- or 6-year-old girls? Dresses or pants? Liang Manchang gently cradled Xiao Ying and softly asked, would you prefer a dress or pants? Dresses are lovely, but they are inconvenient for work. Liang Manchang felt a pang in his heart. Excuse me, I would like a pink dress and also a white one. Oh, the weather is turning cool. Please grab a pair of overalls and a sailor shirt as well. Liang Manchang continued to request more items, as if playing with Barbie dolls, letting his imagination run wild in dressing Xiao Ying. Jingqiu, what do you think of pairing overalls with the sailor shirt? Upon hearing this, Lu Jingqiu's face lit up with delight as she playfully held the clothes against Xiao Ying. Alas, if you're not buying them, don't try them on. You can't afford to ruin them. Indeed, Jingxiu, if you can't buy them, refrain from trying. Don't trouble Brother Manchang. Liang Manchang felt a shiver run down his spine at Wang Miling's high-pitched remarks. Oddly enough, wasn't she the one who disliked him the most? Why was she suddenly being flirtatious? Could it be because of Lu Jingxiu? I'm sorry. Lu Jingxiu, her face flushed with embarrassment, promptly placed the clothes on the counter and bowed repeatedly to the sales clerk in apology. Meanwhile, Wang Miling wore a smug smile, as if savoring sweet honey. Jingxiu, you are still just like you were as a child. Back then, when I wore a dress, you would follow closely behind, yearning to wear one yourself. When I bought a new dress the following year, I gifted you the old one, and you cherished it like a precious treasure. At that moment, I pondered that the ugly duckling would forever remain an ugly duckling, while the swan would always be a swan. Lu Jingxiu bowed her head in silence, fidgeting with the hem of her garment, her face seemingly on the verge of bleeding. Liang Manchang furrowed his brow increasingly, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Miling, and remarked nonchalantly, I have never seen a black and plump swan. With your weight, even an airplane engine would struggle to lift you off the ground. Claiming to be a swan, how utterly ridiculous. Wang Miling's round face flushed crimson, and she pointed an accusatory finger at Liang Manchang, exclaiming, Liang Manchang, you certainly exude masculinity. Meanwhile, the redness on Ma Jianjun's face deepened. Liang Manchang felt a shiver run down his spine and swiftly turned to the sales clerk, inquiring, how much is it in total? Shall I take all of it? The clerk, seeing Liang Manchang nod, began to enumerate each item for him. The dress was priced at 6 yuan, the overalls at 5 yuan, and the sailor shirt at 3 yuan, totaling 20 yuan, plus 6 feet of fabric coupons. Brother, that's too expensive. I don't want it, Liang Manchang said, noticing the unwillingness in Xiaoying's eyes. If you like it, we should buy it. It's not as if we lack the means, he reassured her, handing Xiaoying over to Lu Jingxiu. He then reached into his pocket and produced a handful of cash and coupons. In no time, he offered 2 20 yuan notes and 6 feet of fabric coupons. Count it, he urged. The clerk, seeing Liang Manchang so unfazed by the 20 yuan, instantly transformed her demeanor, smiling brightly. Oh, what is there to count, big brother? A glance is sufficient. Is there anything else you require? Liang Manchang glanced at Xiaoying, noticing her toes peeking out, and pointed to a pair of white sneakers on the counter, asking, may I try on the shoes? I'm unsure of the child's size. Of course. Feel free to try. The clerk brought over dozens of sneakers, piling them on the counter for Xiaoying to try on. Let us take 2 pairs in size 26. Shall we? Absolutely, no problem. Xiaoying, understanding the situation, tugged at Liang Manchang's trousers, saying, brother, 1 pair is enough. Enough for what? Don't you need a change? Comrade, just 2 pairs. All right then. Meanwhile, Lu Jingxiu watched Xiaoying with a gaze full of envy. From birth, she had been the one looked down upon. Always first in labor, yet last in line for new clothes and meals. Comrade, do you have any adult-sized dresses? Yes, over here. Jingxiu, pick one. Lu Jingxiu, momentarily distracted, pointed to her nose. Me? Is it for me? Who else could it be? Am I expected to wear it? Chapter 19, take down all the dresses from the wall. I don't want it. It's inconvenient for work, and I don't wish to owe you a favor, Lu Jingxiu declared, lowering her head to collect Xiaoying's new clothes and shoes, feigning an intention to leave. Just then, Wang Miling, with a sly glint in her eye, sidled up to Liang Manchang, coyly saying, Brother Manchang, if Jingxiu doesn't want it, why not buy it for me? They've always said I look good in a dress, ever since I was little. Liang Manchang observed Wang Miling's feigned shyness, akin to a bear, and felt an urge to retch. Indeed, you are quite large. How rude, saying such things in front of my man. We'll have a private chat one day. I meant your face is large, resembling a big wash basin. If you wish to wear a dress, let your man buy it for you. A ripple of quiet laughter echoed around. Even the most good-natured individual would struggle to maintain composure when publicly humiliated, let alone the acerbic Wang Miling. Her smile instantly froze. Hands on her hips, she turned to Ma Jianjun like a deflated balloon. Ma Jianjun, are you simply going to stand there and watch your wife being bullied? If you are a man, then take down that dress from the wall. Ma Jianjun felt a jolt. When had he been overshadowed by Liang Manchang? Even if his appearance were marred, he was still the son of the brigade leader, a person of considerable stature in the production team. Salesperson, take down that dress from the wall. Today, I must outshine Liang Manchang. Is that really necessary? It costs quite a bit. Upon hearing this, Ma Jianjun's arrogance diminished significantly. Just take it down and let me try it on. I will select one to purchase. The sales staff, who had been holding back their laughter, could no longer contain themselves, breaking into broad smiles. Comrade, it seems we don't have her size. Perhaps you should take her to the men's section? What nonsense is this? I am a beautiful young lady, and you suggest I buy men's clothing? Do you believe I want to tear your mouth apart? As Wang Miling appeared ready to leap over the counter, a quick-thinking salesperson hurriedly handed her the largest size available. Please don't come over. This counter can't withstand your weight. This is the largest size. If it fits, wear it. If not, take it back. Liang Manchang, uninterested in Wang Miling's public display, fixed a stern gaze and called out to Lu Jingqiu at the entrance. Lu Jingqiu, select a dress immediately. Do not waste my time. Oh, Lu Jingqiu began to sift through the garments, finally choosing a pink dress adorned with white flowers. Comrade, how much is this one? You have a keen eye? This is from the Haibei brand, priced at 5 yuan, plus 3 fabric coupons. Lu Jingqiu gasped, gently placing the dress on the counter, her brow furrowed. Manchang, I can't, it's too expensive. Liang Manchang ignored her protest, instead lifting Xiao Ying and softly inquiring, Xiao Ying, doesn't this dress look lovely on Sister Jingqiu? Hee, it looks beautiful. Sister Jingqiu is already pretty, and in a dress, she looks even better, just like me. Liang Manchang beamed with pride, nodding at the salesperson. Comrade, please wrap it up. No, let her wear it now, and fetch a pair of white shoes as well. Jingqiu, what size do you wear? Lu Jingqiu's eyes glimmered with uncertainty as she whispered, I don't want it. All right, I'll guess you wear size 36 to 39, comrade. Bring one pair of each size. 37. Liang Manchang chuckled, confident in his ability to deal with a girl who was self-conscious and cautious. After about 10 minutes, Lu Jingqiu emerged from behind the curtain, donned in the dress and white sneakers, resembling a figure straight out of a traditional painting, her beauty strikingly enhanced. Some individuals are born to be the center of attention. Ma Jianjun's gaze was fixed on Lu Jingqiu, entirely oblivious to Wang Miling beside him. Ma Jianjun, pay up. I want to wear it too. Wang Miling, stop causing a scene. Let us go home. No, if you don't buy it, I want to leave. As Wang Miling appeared ready to throw a tantrum, Ma Jianjun could only scowl as he reluctantly pulled out his money. Moments later, Wang Miling stepped out from behind the curtain. The largest dress was transformed on her into a snug tank top, bulging and taut. Liang Manchang immediately noticed her sucking in her stomach. Wang Miling, is the watermelon sweet? Huh. As soon as Wang Miling spoke, the air seemed to escape her, and the buttons popped off like bullets, a cacophony of sounds, revealing her plump belly. Liang Manchang, I won't let this go. Liang Manchang took Xiao Ying's hand and strode forward with bags in tow, while Lu Jingqiu lagged behind, glancing back repeatedly. Xiao Ying, go hold your sister Jingqiu's hand and urge her to hurry. I'm starving. Xiao Ying bounced back, grasping Lu Jingqiu's hand. Sister Jingqiu, my brother says to hurry up. As the trio returned to the village, they instantly became the center of attention. It was a rare treat to wear newly handcrafted garments during the holidays, often passed down among siblings, with the younger ones usually donning patched clothes layered over one another. In contrast, wearing new clothes purchased from the supply and marketing cooperative at any other time was akin to spotting a rare gem in the entire Unity village. Upon arriving home, Lu Jingqiu prepared to change into her old clothes to start cooking. Why take off the dress? Don't you like it? I'm afraid of getting it dirty. If it gets dirty, we can wash it, but then it will be old. Jingqiu, it's getting colder by the day. If you don't wear it now, you may never get the chance. Today, you don't have to work in the fields, so just wear it. All right then. Lu Jingqiu slipped into the dress and busied herself at the stove, leaving Liang Manchang momentarily entranced. Wealth should not lead to indulgence. Brother Manchang, I haven't even started making your clothes since I took your measurements last time. I'll sew them for you tonight. Tonight? Can you see well enough with the kerosene lamp? It's as dim as a soybean. It's fine, my eyesight is good. Liang Manchang then recalled that the electrical wires hadn't been installed yet. After dinner, he took 2 packs of cigarettes and strolled towards Zhao Yutian, only to bump into him. Uncle Yutian, are you heading to the fields? Indeed. Nowadays, no one wants to work in the fields, and those who do are just slacking off. The land has become quite barren. I need to keep an eye on things, or I'll be criticized at the next brigade meeting. Liang Manchang silently mused. After a year of toiling in the fields from dawn till dusk, one barely manages to scrape by. Who would willingly work there? Those with ambition sought to engage in small trades or side ventures, such as hunting in the mountains or fishing in the rivers. Though fraught with risks, the rewards were substantial. What is up, Manchang? Looking for me? Liang Manchang pulled out 2 packs of cigarettes and handed them to Zhao Yutian, stating, Oh, I was hoping you could help me contact the brigade's electrician to get some wires installed. Oh, installing wires? That is a good thing. I'll make a trip shortly and have him come over tomorrow morning. What size light bulbs do you need? 2 60-watt bulbs and 2 30-watt ones, perhaps? Why such large ones? That's wasteful. 15 watts will suffice for indoors. Uncle, I know you've earned some money, but you've also spent quite a bit these past few days. There will be more places to spend money in the future. It's wise to save. Uncle Yutian. One cannot save without earning. We must continue to work hard. All right then, I'll call the electrician over tomorrow morning. Having settled the matter of the electrical installation, Liang Manchang headed straight home. In the distance, he spotted Xiao Ying using a yellow mutt. Cats come for the poor, while dogs come for the rich. It seems that prosperity is once again within my grasp. Chapter 20. It smells bad but tastes delicious. As dusk approached, Liang Manchang took out the wild chickens from the storage and called Zhao Fushun for dinner, also requesting a handful of hazel mushrooms. He took great pleasure in stewing wild chicken with hazel mushrooms, accompanied by a couple of drinks. Such a delightful experience. Lu Jingxiu cleaned the wild chicken while Liang Manchang, seizing the moment, crafted a shuttlecock for Xiao Ying using copper coins and feathers from the chicken. He tossed the shuttlecock high into the air. Its vibrant feathers were particularly beautiful. Brother, it's so lovely. Indeed, it is splendid, colorful, and glossy. Later, I shall make you 2 more to make the other children in the village envious. But brother, don't give them away, cherish it. Of course, in the summer of northeast China, days are long and nights short. Liang Manchang moved the table from the outer room under the eaves, along with 4 stools. Dinner is served. The table was laden with stewed wild chicken and hazel mushrooms, stir-fried wild duck eggs, braised fish, and a plate of stir-fried spinach. Zhao Fushun was salivating at the sight. Hey, Shunzi, keep your distance. Don't let your saliva drip in. Hee, brother Manchang, this is too aromatic. Even better than our New Year feast. Shunzi, prepare yourself over the next few days. We must go hunting in the mountains before the heavy snow closes the trails. We shall stock up on game and then hibernate indoors. All right, I'm full of energy now. After dinner, Liang Manchang, slightly tipsy, leaned back against the Kong. This life at home is truly comfortable. Spending a lifetime in the village doesn't seem so bad. Why venture into the city? However, after a drink, one must indulge in a little entertainment. Liang Manchang locked the door to the west room and clasped his hands together, entering the storage space. Upon entering, he soaked his feet in the spiritual spring, initially intending to enjoy a fish therapy session, only to find the fish had all vanished. Unappreciative. My feet may smell like stinky tofu, but they taste delightful. Do not be ungrateful. Liang Manchang scooped some water with his hands and splashed it on his face. Ah, refreshing. Xiaomei, are you there? Brother Tsong, welcome to the spiritual spring foot wash city. What can I assist you with? Liang Manchang was puzzled. Just days ago, she had been as fierce as a little queen, and now she sounded like a servant. Was this an alternative form of play? Role-playing, perhaps? Shaking his head, he dared not dwell on such delightful thoughts. Is this a good thing? Ahem, don't tease me. A few days ago, I placed a wild chicken in the storage. And you haven't yet given me my grand gift? Hee, I didn't expect Brother Tsong to remember. Just wait for your gift. Liang Manchang excitedly rubbed his hands together as a round, shiny package appeared in his grasp. Upon unwrapping it, he discovered a crystal ball the size of a ping-pong ball. A fragrance that can be smelled from 10 miles away. Is this a skill ball? Indeed. Once shattered, you will possess the first-level skill of 10-mile fragrance, enhancing your olfactory abilities. Oh, splendid. This means when we go hunting in the mountains, I can smell the game. Just as Liang Manchang was about to crush it, he glanced at his jade-like feet and felt a shiver run through him. Xiaomei, does that mean I can smell odors that others cannot? Yes, indeed. As long as it has a scent, you will easily detect it, which means the foul odors will be even more intense. As Liang Manchang contemplated his future, he grimaced at the thought of enduring the foul scents of public transportation, be it the stench of flatulence, body odor, or foot odor invading his nostrils. This skill seemed to be a double-edged sword, inflicting harm upon oneself even while purportedly vanquishing foes. He dismissed the thought. In but a fleeting 10 minutes, Liang Manchang was ejected from the space and landed with a thud upon the Kong. Clutching a crystal ball, he exited the room and noticed a yellow mutt squatting at the entrance, showing no intention of leaving. He declared, Brother, since you have graced my home, I shall ensure your comfort with the finest food and drink. From this moment forth, you shall be called dog meat. The dog lowered its body, nuzzling Liang Manchang's pant leg and emitting a low whimper. Ah, are you truly a sycophant? Can you not exhibit the tenacity of a hunting dog? Poverty should not deter loyalty. With a resigned shake of his head, Liang Manchang mused on the fate of such sycophants, often left with nothing in the end. He casually tossed a handful of chicken bones onto the ground. Feast. Yet, in a twist of fate, he inadvertently hurled the crystal ball from his other hand. No, don't eat that. A moment too late, the crystal ball cracked audibly, releasing a wisp of pale smoke that wafted into dog meat's mouth. Liang Manchang, in a sudden burst of instinct, lunged forward, grasping the dog's snout and inhaling deeply. "Brother, what are you doing?" A visibly displeased Lu Jingxiu and Xiaoying approached. Wearing expressions of disdain, Liang Manchang managed a nonchalant smile. "Oh, nothing much, just feeling hungry." "Brother, no matter how hungry you are, you mustn't steal food from the dog. It's so pitiful." After Xiaoying spoke, she frowned and knelt beside dog meat, embracing it tenderly. "Understood, I shall refrain from stealing," Liang Manchang lamented inwardly. He had initially intended to procure a proper hunting dog to bestow the titled 10 miles of fragrance upon it, only to have dog meat reap the unexpected reward. With 10 miles of fragrance, wouldn't the taste of foulness be more exquisite? He sighed, conceding it as a mere token of their introduction. At long last, he endured until midnight, once again slipping into the space. "Xiaomei, are you there?" "The moon does not slumber, nor do I. I am Brother Tsang's delicacy." "Enough of this nonsense. I must inquire, can the skill ball be utilized on multiple subjects?" "No, it cannot, unless the previously used subject meets their demise." "Oh, trivial matter." Liang Manchang exited the space, stealthily retrieving a kitchen knife from the outdoor stove. He quietly opened the door and approached dog meat. "Dog meat, do not hold it against me. Should you dare partake in meat today, you may well feast upon humans tomorrow. In your next life, aspire to be human." With a steely gaze, Liang Manchang raised the knife, poised to strike when a voice interrupted. "Brother, what are you doing?" Xiaoying, are you sleepwalking? Return at once." "Brother, I am not sleepwalking. Why do you wield a knife? Are you planning to slaughter dog meat?" Seeing the glimmer of tears in Xiaoying's eyes softened Liang Manchang's resolve. He lowered the knife, gesturing it over dog meat's fur. No. I was merely feeling hot and feared dog meat might overheat, so I intended to trim its coat." "Is that so? You mustn't deceive me. Dog meat is my dearest friend now." Seemingly understanding Xiaoying's words, dog meat nuzzled against her foot. Liang Manchang gritted his teeth in frustration at the sycophant's rise in status. "Enough, go to sleep." The following morning, Liang Manchang set off early. Armed with a hunting rifle and a backpack, while fitting his dog meat, with a collar before heading to Zhao Youtian's home. "Uncle Youtian, I plan to venture into the mountains today. If the electrician arrives, please give him a heads up," Liang Manchang said, retrieving 60 yuan from his pocket. "Install the large bulbs in the corridor and the outer room, and the small ones in the east and west rooms. Also, add a few more sockets." "All right. Shall I write you a receipt?" Zhao Youtian inquired. "Oh, I trust you," Liang Manchang replied. "Let's go, Shunzi, into the mountains." Zhao Fushun, with a slingshot tucked into his waistband and a backpack slung over his shoulder, trailed behind Liang Manchang as they made their way toward Laoyi Ridge. "Brother Manchang, why did you bring a mutt? It can guard the house, but won't it turn into a coward in the mountains?" Liang Manchang felt a sense of frustration. Fortunately, dog meat was quite perceptive, and their communication flowed smoothly. Otherwise, even if it meant enduring a few days of Xiaoying's tears, he would have to make good on his promise to turn it into genuine dog meat. "Shunzi, you don't understand. The essence of a hunting dog lies not in its ferocity, but in its ability to harmonize with its hunter, to share a mutual understanding. Such synergy yields twice the results with half the effort, independent of the dog's breed." "What do you mean?" Shunzi asked. "It's simple. Dog meat has been a guard dog for so long that it understands human commands. For instance, if I instruct dog meat to chase a chicken, it would never pursue a pig." After saying this, Liang Manchang bent down, affectionately stroking dog meat's head, and whispered in its ear, "Dog meat, make me proud. If you bring me shame, I might just have to stew you." With a soft whimper, the trio made their way along the narrow path into the mountains. Liang Manchang intended to first establish a rapport with dog meat before delving deeper. So he decided to circle the outskirts of Laoyi Ridge before heading into the old forest. Suddenly, dog meat lowered its body, pressing its front against the ground. Sniffing intently, Liang Manchang raised a hand, prompting both he and Zhao Fushun to crouch down. "Dog meat, what's happening?" The dog seemed to nod slightly, its eyes sparkling with excitement and a fervent desire for prey. "All right, dog meat, show me that even a mutt can become a hunting dog." As soon as Liang Manchang unfastened the leash from the collar, dog meat bolted forward like a bullet, baring its teeth. "Shunzi, go." Zhao Fushun, agile and nimble among the trees, quickly caught up to dog meat. "What did you catch? A rabbit or a wild chicken?" "Just a feather." "What feather?" Zhao Fushun raised a vibrant wild chicken tail feather above his head, waving it at Liang Manchang. "It's just a feather." Liang Manchang's expression darkened as he hurried over to inspect it. Indeed, there was a scattering of feathers on the ground. This spot was over 200 meters from where dog meat had sprinted, yet it was able to track the faint scent of merely a feather. If it were a live wild chicken emitting its fragrance, dog meat might even detect it from 500 meters away. Observing the proud dog meat, Liang Manchang began to engage in a blind form of encouragement. Well done, dog meat. Although you didn't catch a live wild chicken this time, at least you managed to chase a feather. Dog meat grinned at Liang Manchang with a soft whimper. Liang Manchang held the wild chicken feather in front of dog meat's nose. Take a whiff. This time, let's aim for a live wild chicken. A moment later, the dog lunged forward like a cannonball, displaying no hint of hesitation. Manchang, the colorful pheasant, a vibrant pheasant with a ring of white feathers around its neck, was leisurely pecking at the ground. Liang Manchang raised his shotgun, prepared to fire if the dog missed its target, though he preferred to avoid pulling the trigger unless absolutely necessary, particularly after spending a good half-hour sifting through iron sand yesterday. The colorful pheasant flapped its wings in a frantic attempt to escape, but the dog swiftly seized it by the neck, tearing it apart in less than a minute. The dog returned, proudly carrying the lifeless bird. What do you think, Shunzi? Do you understand why I chose dog meat as my hunting companion? Though its appearance may be unremarkable, its potential is immense, much like yourself. Zhao Fushun remained silent. Liang Manchang tossed the pheasant into his backpack and affectionately stroked dog meat's head. Charge forth, give it your all. Dog meat dashed ahead once more, prompting Liang Manchang to secure his shotgun and sling it over his shoulder. He leisurely extracted a large cigarette, placing it between his lips. Shunzi, while I smoke, I earn my keep. This is the life. Just as Liang Manchang lit his cigarette and took a couple of puffs, he saw dog meat turning back towards him. Woof. Woof. What is this? Are we charging together? Squinting, Liang Manchang noticed a small mountain of a wild boar charging towards them. Climb a tree. In the face of a wild boar, especially one of considerable size, he could not afford to confront it head-on before fully regaining his hunting skills. This mature male wild boar weighed at least 400 to 500 pounds, often rolling in mud and rubbing against trees, its body encased in a thick layer of tough hide. Without a moment to ponder, Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushun swiftly ascended the nearest tree. Perched on a branch, Liang Manchang clutched the tree with one hand, cigarette in mouth, and muttered incoherently while pointing at the boar. Huh, if you're so tough, why don't you climb a tree? Provoked, the boar squinted its small eyes, radiating hatred, and took a few steps back. You better not run. Let me show you what I can do. The boar pressed down with its front legs, digging into the ground with its hind legs, its long white tusks particularly menacing, and its bristly mane standing on end. Dog meat, come protect me. Liang Manchang was drenched in cold sweat, as the tree he clung to was no thicker than a bull, likely incapable of withstanding much pressure. Clinging to the trunk with his legs, he freed his hands to eject the spent cartridge from his shotgun, quickly retrieving 2 slugs from his pocket, one to load into the chamber and the other to hold in his mouth. As the boar charged from 10 meters away, Liang Manchang swiftly aimed at the space between its eyes and pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, the slug shot forth, aimed directly at the boar's forehead. The bullet struck its mark, yet the boar continued its relentless charge towards Liang Manchang. Blast it! Liang Manchang swiftly ejected the spent cartridge, hurriedly stuffing the slug in his mouth back into the chamber. In a flash, relying on muscle memory, he took aim and squeezed the trigger again. The bullet was once more poised to strike the boar's forehead, just as a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the forest. A thunderous crash. The uncontrollable wild boar struck like a truck, severing a tree as thick as a bowl. Fortunately, Liang Manchang displayed remarkable agility, executing a backflip and landing safely. He took a drag from his cigarette, forcing himself to calm his frantic heart. Shunzi, come down. Zhao Fushun nimbly slid down the tree, readying a stone the size of a basin to strike the wild boar. What are you doing? Be steady. Aim for the head. It's dead. Come help. The wild boar was more repugnant than a full-grown urine jar, and without bleeding it was impossible to consume. Liang Manchang tossed his cigarette, but to the ground, stamped on it twice, then handed his hunting knife to Zhao Fushun, instructing him to bleed the boar. A pungent odor assaulted Liang Manchang's senses, and he covered his nose. Fortunate he and T learned the art of identifying scents from 10 miles away. Otherwise, he might have been overwhelmed by the stench. Woof woof. A dog appeared from nowhere, baring its teeth at the wild boar. Damn it, are you feeling brave now? Stay away. This time, Liang Manchang had been careless. It was the season for corn harvest, and this wild boar had likely descended from the mountains to wreak havoc on the crops, fortuitously crossing paths with the 2 men. Had luck not favored them, 2 shots to the boar's forehead might have landed them in the realm of disability compensation. Brother Manchang, you're really fierce. You didn't even drop your cigarette while taking down such a hefty boar. This is just the beginning. It's merely a display of 1/3 of my prowess. Chapter 22. One more shot counts as my loss. Fortunately, they were still on the outskirts of Laoi Ridge, where the path was not overly treacherous. Liang Manchang felled a few small trees to construct a hand-drawn sled, and the two of them, fueled by a surge of adrenaline, pulled it toward the mountain pass. Shunzi, go home and fetch the cart. I'll wait for you here. Be quick. All right. After resting for over an hour and drinking a few bowls of spring water, Liang Manchang regained most of his strength. By the time Zhao Fushun returned, pushing the cart against the wind, Liang Manchang was fully revitalized. The two men loaded the over 400-pound wild boar onto the cart and headed straight for the commune. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Liang Manchang arrived at Han La's butcher shop. Second brother, are you buying wild boar? Of course, why wouldn't I? Unexpectedly, wild boars are in high demand. How big is it? Han La remained as courteous as ever, offering a cigarette before peering over in astonishment. I haven't heard of anyone hunting in the area lately. Second brother, this wild boar was taken down by me and my brother in one shot each. Impressive. Isn't it? Woof woof. Zhao Fushun chimed in, hearing the dog barking. Oh, and there's a cowardly dog too. Impressive. Did you bleed it? Yes. We bled it on the mountain. Wild boar meat has a strong flavor and is quite tough, but it doesn't require meat ration tickets, ensuring a steady market. Albeit at a slightly lower price than domestic pigs. I'll buy it at 50 cents per pound. What do you say? Han La's offer was fair, and Liang Manchang had neither the energy nor the inclination to seek other buyers, so he readily agreed. All right, no problem. Let us weigh it. Han La brought a scale from the grain station, and with their combined efforts, they weighed it at a hefty 479 pounds. Second brother, could you spare us each 5 pounds of lard for oil rendering? Sure, I'll give you both 5 pounds for free. In the future, remember your brother when you have game. You two go and wander about. Once I finish dealing with the wild boar, I shall provide you both with some lard. Liang Manchang accepted the 240 yuan, then, with a grin, pointed at the boar's tusks, saying, All right then, could I trouble you, brother heir? If you have no use for those tusks, could you kindly gift them to me? I wish to bring them back for my sister to play with. After working hard for half a day, his stomach was already grumbling with hunger. Let us go to a restaurant. Brother Manchang, isn't it a bit excessive for us to dine out so frequently? Why not buy a few meat buns? They're filling and delightful. Enough with the nonsense. Today, I shall treat you. After all, I secretly saved 10 yuan last time. Fine then, let us go? The two men pushed their cart and led the dog meat directly to the state-run restaurant. We'll have stir-fried shredded meat, a large plate of fried pork, a big serving of sautéed liver, and 2 pounds of rice. The total came to 5 yuan, plus 1 pound of rice tickets and 2 pounds of meat tickets. Zhao Fushun kicked off his shoes and pulled out money and tickets from his socks, finally inhaling deeply before exclaiming, the scent of money, so delightfully foul. Once the dishes arrived, Liang Manchang barely picked up his chopsticks when his ankle was nipped. Dog meat, what are you up to? Woo-woo. Liang Manchang looked down to see dog meat pitifully lying on the ground, nudging his foot with its snout. Quit this nonsense. I'll buy you a couple of meat buns. Liang Manchang purchased 10 large meat buns and tossed 2 onto the ground. Eat up, dog meat. Remember, if you ever run away again, I'll turn you into stew. After the two had their fill, Liang Manchang packed the remaining 8 meat buns into a paper bag and handed Zhao Fushun 3 large bills. Brother Manchang, I didn't contribute much today, and I've gained more. I have no change on me. Just keep it, and I'll settle up next time. This feeling for Zhao Fushun was akin to warm urine in his trousers, a warmth only he understood. Thank you, Brother Manchang. The two returned to Han Laojiu's butcher shop to collect the boar's tusks, each taking 5 pounds of lean meat, and made a detour to the supply and marketing cooperative before heading home. Mother, father, I'm back. Chun Melian set aside her work and came over briskly. Oh, Shunzi's back. Have you eaten? Shall I heat up a bowl of corn husks for you? No need. I dined at the state-run restaurant. 3 meat dishes. Zhao Fushun declared, patting his belly, which echoed with a resounding thump. You shouldn't be patting your belly right after a meal. Zhao Yutian, with a tobacco pipe in his mouth, approached and observed the cart filled with paper bags, lean meat, and lard with curiosity. Manchang, did you really manage to take down a wild boar all by yourself? Indeed. 2 shots. If you count the extra shot, consider it my loss. Zhao Yutian was perplexed. When did wild boars become as easy to hunt as chicks? In previous years, the production team organized hunting parties, and 4 or 5 hunters would surround the boar. If luck was on their side, they might catch 2 or 3. Not necessarily all wild boars, often including a few piglets. If luck ran out, they wouldn't even catch a single hare. It seemed incredible that Liang Manchang had only taken up hunting a few days prior and had already slain a wild boar. Could it be that his deceased father was watching over him from the heavens? If that were the case, perhaps he should find a rope and hang himself, so that his spirit could ensure Shunzi could hunt a wild boar each day. By the way, Uncle Yutian, have we finished the wiring at home? The wires, sockets, and light bulbs amounted to a total of 34 yuan and 6 jiao, as indicated on the receipt and the balance of the money. I have noted the wattage of your household, hence, payments will be made once a month. After Zhao Yutian finished speaking, he handed it over. All right, thank you, Uncle Yutian. Liang Manchang replied. He then lifted the lard, the cowhide paper package, and the lean meat from the cart, tossing them into his backpack before gesturing towards Chun Malian. Aunt, the remainder is all for your family. Upon seeing this, Chun Malian furrowed her brows in discontent. Shunzi, why are you so inept at managing life? You took lard and lean meat, yet it is the fatty meat that truly satisfies one's cravings. Mother, the lard was a gift from the boss out of respect for Brother Manchang. As for the lean meat, it was purchased by Manchang, who kindly gave me half, stating that lean meat is healthier and more palatable. You child, why do you always take things from Manchang? This cannot continue. Zhao Fushun then pulled out 2 large banknotes from his pocket and pressed them into Chun Malian's hands. Here, this is a portion of today's dividends. Oh dear, you only made one trip. How can you justify asking for so much? Chun Malian exclaimed, promptly trying to return the money to Liang Manchang. Manchang, you haven't married yet, and there are plenty of expenses ahead. Take it back. Aunt, initially Shunzi and I agreed to work together, sharing a portion of the profits. Moreover, with Uncle Yutian looking out for us, I must remain mindful. Zhao Yutian felt a sense of pride at that moment. Otherwise, Zhao Fushun would frequently bring home several banknotes, which could undermine his authority as the head of the family. All right then, since it is Manchang's goodwill, we shall accept it. By the way, Shunzi, in the future, make sure to visit your brother Manchang more often. Keep your eyes sharp and your hands busy. You all go inside first. I need to discuss something with Manchang. Zhao Yutian took a couple of puffs from his pipe and said in a hushed tone, do you know that production team leader Ma Falu has been inquiring about you these past few days? Chapter 23. I am not human, but you truly are a dog. Ma Falu's home is situated closer to Dabi Zi Tun than to Tuanjia Tun, a mere half-hour walk away. Liang Manchang had minimal dealings with him in this life or the past. However, he had once facilitated a match for Ma Falu's son, Ma Jianjun, and had kindly reminded the clinic not to administer anesthesia for fear of affecting the boys' college entrance examination. What is this? Is he here to repay a kindness? Uncle Yutian, what is he inquiring about me for? I can't quite figure it out. He simply asked about your family situation and personal circumstances. Personal circumstances? Could he be planning to introduce me to a bride? I have no idea, but if you offend him, be cautious. When trouble arises, we must meet it head-on. Liang Manchang thought, not overly concerned as he made his way home with his backpack. Today, Lu Jingxiu was not working. She sat outside sewing, while Xiaoying crouched on the ground, using insect powder to draw circles around ants. Brother. Upon seeing Liang Manchang return, Xiaoying sprang up like a spring, leaping into his arms. Liang Manchang slightly bent down and lifted her up, spinning her around. We're flying. Hee hee hee. A rare smile graced Lu Jingxiu's face as she assisted Liang Manchang in unloading the backpack and the hunting rifle. Brother Manchang, you're back. I'll go heat the rice. Cease your bustling, for I have already dined at the commune. Liang Manchang gently set Xiaoying down, allowing her to frolic with the dog meat, while he retrieved the pork lard and lean meat from the basket and handed them to Lu Jingxiu. The lard would be rendered down to saute some greens and stir-fry spicy, shredded meat for dinner. This meat bun can be warmed later for a light snack. After issuing his instructions, Liang Manchang lit a cigarette and settled beneath the eaves. Laughter echoed, accompanied by playful commotion and the barking of dogs. Xiaoying, come here. Xiaoying scampered over, followed closely by the dog meat. What's the matter, brother? Close your eyes. Xiaoying raised her round little face, resembling a porcelain doll. Liang Manchang rummaged through the basket and placed a treat in her mouth. Jiaomi strips. Upon peeking into the basket, Xiaoying discovered a large bag of jiaomi strips. Xiaoying, grab a handful for Sister Jingxiu and command her to eat. Xiaoying nodded, her chubby hands carefully selecting 6 or 7 strips as she made her way to the stove outside. Meanwhile, the dog meat remained seated before Liang Manchang, pawing at him before closing its eyes and grinning. Dog meat, do you wish for jiaomi strips as well? Woo-woo, all right, just wait a moment. Liang Manchang removed his work shoes, which had been worn for most of the day, and stuffed the stiff socks into the dog's mouth. How does that taste? Is it delightful? The dog wrinkled its brow, stood up, and promptly spat the smelly socks aside before lifting its leg to urinate, adding its own aroma to the socks. Woof woof, I may not be human, but you are indeed a dog. The next morning, before Liang Manchang could step outside, he was intercepted by Wang Cuihua at his doorstep. Manchang, are you heading up the mountain again? Yes, just to relieve myself. Oh, then go ahead. I'll wait for you here, brother. As Liang Manchang walked toward the latrine, he pondered. Although he and Wang Cuihua were neighbors, they rarely interacted. A single young man and a charming widow. If things became complicated, it would surely invite ridicule. Why had she sought him out today? Had the sun risen in the west? Upon exiting the latrine, Liang Manchang noticed Wang Cuihua amusing Xiaoying and approached her. Sister Cuihua, do you have something to discuss with me? Oh dear. Can I simply drop by for a visit without a reason? Indeed, it's been ages since you last graced our home, I must admit. Your sudden visit is a bit surprising. Wang Cuihua's cheeks flushed slightly. Previously, Liang Manchang's home had been impoverished and unkempt, and only a fool would visit. Is my brother seeking a sister-in-law? Wasn't it inconvenient before? Now that your household has grown, no one will gossip. We can take our time to get acquainted. Liang Manchang remained silent, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and offering it to Wang Cuihua. Have a smoke. Sister, I do not smoke. By the way, brother Manchang, you are 22 this year, correct? Yes. Indeed, born in the year of the dog. Shall I find you a bride? Upon hearing the mention of a bride, Liang Manchang instantly awoke from his drowsiness, hastily asking Lu Jingqiu for sugar and water. Really? Which girl? Is she beautiful? Does she have a photograph? Look at how eager you are. The girl is interested in you, and the bride price is negotiable. Once you give your consent, we can finalize the arrangement. What? I know not even the identity of the lady, yet they wish to proceed with arrangements? Alas! The dictates of parental authority and the words of the matchmaker compel you young ones merely to acquiesce. Rest assured, can a sister-in-law truly bring you harm? Liang Manchang's heart raced. Could such fortuitous circumstances truly descend from the heavens? Sister-in-law, might you kindly provide me with a brief description of her family and appearance? Very well. Allow me to reveal a few details, but should this matter not come to fruition, you must keep it to yourself. You need not worry, I am quite discreet. Wang Cuihua shifted her bench closer to Liang Manchang, lowering her voice to say, a family of officials, they are not lacking in wealth. A tall figure, quite handsome, possessing the physique suitable for bearing children. Most importantly, she is of good character, someone to be trusted at home. Upon hearing this, Liang Manchang felt even more anxious. With such admirable qualities, how could she possibly take an interest in me? Are they planning for me to marry into their family? Oh dear, what am I thinking? They have a son. Even if I were to pursue them, they would not accept me. Sister Cuihua, surely you jest at my expense? Wang Cuihua raised 2 fingers, adopting a serious expression, and replied, what do you mean by that? Am I the sort to deceive? It is merely a matter of acquaintances recommending one another. Otherwise, I would not act as a matchmaker. How could they possibly consider me? To be honest, word has spread about your recent exploits, hunting a wild boar yesterday and purchasing items for Xiaoying and Lu Jiqing at the supply cooperative just days prior. Fame brings its own burdens, and Liang Manchang had become quite the celebrated bachelor within the Hongxing commune. Sister, Xiaoying must live with me. That is a certainty. You two have only recently recognized each other as siblings, and if you were to marry and cast her aside, would that be humane? I shall contemplate it further. Wang Cuihua slapped her thigh, exclaiming with dismay, what is there to ponder? I have vouched for her. She is worthy of you. Sister, such a significant decision cannot be made lightly. I must consult my parents at their graves for their guidance. Wang Cuihua reflected for a moment, recognizing his firm resolve, and could only nod in agreement. Very well, do let us know your decision swiftly, for we await news eagerly. Furthermore, let me offer you a word of caution. The young lady is a city dweller and cannot remain in our village indefinitely. She will eventually return home, so be mindful of your expenditures. Upon hearing this, Liang Manchang discerned she was referring to Lu Jingqiu. Yet, his current financial standing allowed him the luxury of spending a little for amusement. Sister, I am well aware of my intentions. Once Sister Cuihua departed, Liang Manchang returned to the west room, donned a jacket, and prepared to venture out. Brother Manchang, are you going out? Oh, just for a stroll. Chapter 24. Is it not the case that a man of wealth and charm is unworthy of experiencing sincere affection? Liang Manchang concealed himself amidst the woodpile, observing as Wang Cuihua handed her simpleton son a handful of fruit candy. Huzi, play nicely at home, and if you grow hungry, just soak some rice. Mother, will you return home to sleep tonight? It depends on the circumstances. With that, Wang Cuihua swayed her hips and walked out of the village. Liang Manchang could detect the rich scent of snow and frost from miles away, trailing all the way to the Dabizi village. Is that girl from Dabizi village? Liang Manchang mentally reviewed the young maidens from Dabizi village and indeed recalled a few who were quite enchanting. He hesitated at the thought of making a choice. Liang Manchang had never visited the Big Nose village, and he was apprehensive about arriving only to find himself isolated. Just then, Wang Cuihua twisted her body and entered the cornfield at the foot of the mountain. How daring, engaging in such activities at the mountain's base. Was she not afraid of being gored by a wild boar? As she walked, she absent-mindedly tucked her hair behind her ear. The young lady, radiant and spirited, stepped into the verdant tint of fabric. A gentle breeze stirred the warm air, and I glanced around, searching for my beloved, my handsome suitor. Suddenly, there was a rustling in the cornfield, initially mistaken for a small animal. Liang Manchang, startled, gripped the hunting rifle tightly in his hands and crouched low. "Cuihua this," he exclaimed, nearly losing his composure. Another bout of rustling ensued, only calming down after 3 long minutes. Crouched on the ground, Liang Manchang stifled laughter to the point of pain in his abdomen and casually fished out a potent herbal remedy, swallowing it hastily. "Falu, I mentioned your family matter." And that foolish lad was overjoyed, eager to consult with his deceased parents on the mountain. "Cuihua, if this works out, we shall have no worries. And our own matters will be easier to discuss. You truly have a big appetite. See if I don't wear you out." After another 2 minutes, the pair emerged from the cornfield. Liang Manchang was utterly perplexed. Ma Falu had 1 son and 2 daughters. The son was the detestable Ma Jianjun. The eldest daughter, Ma Xiaoqiao, was a widow, while the youngest, Ma Xiaoshuang, was merely 12 or 13 years old. Could it be that Ma Xiaoqiao was involved? Liang Manchang broke into a cold sweat, suspecting it was indeed Ma Jianjun and Wang Meiling who had faced ridicule at the supply store, returning home to gossip, and that either Ma Falu or Ma Xiaoqiao had taken a fancy to him, the handsome and wealthy man. Although he was not quite as handsome as the readers, I wondered why the toilet was so congested. It turned out to be the readers' overwhelming charm. This led them to seek out the romantic Wang Cuihua for a match. If he had just agreed, even if they later fell out, it would still require effort to disentangle. If Ma Xiaoqiao were a gentle, affectionate beauty, still radiant in her maturity, Liang Manchang might have reluctantly accepted. However, Ma Xiaoqiao was the antithesis of such descriptions. Towering at nearly 6 feet, she was as robust as an ox, capable of hauling over a 100-pound sack for miles without pause. She was larger than most women, save for her head. The reason she became a widow was due to her ill-fated husband threatening to consume rat poison. This fierce woman had indeed handed him a packet of poison, but he could not back down and ended up swallowing the entire package, wrapper and all. Had it not been for the knowledge of Ma Xiaoqiao's fierce reputation and her father being the village chief, her family would not have spared her. Nevertheless, Wang Cuihua was correct. Coming from a cadre family, they had no shortage of money, and with her height and honest demeanor, plus a son, she would not require Liang Manchang's assistance. Furious, Liang Manchang returned home, lying on the bed with a face as dark as a judge's. Why did everyone treat him like a fool? Did being wealthy and handsome mean he was unworthy of a genuine affection? "Brother, it's time for dinner." "Not hungry." "Brother, are you unhappy? Then have a piece of candy." Xiaoying climbed onto the Kong and peeled a piece of fruit candy, placing it in his mouth. Liang Manchang's heart melted along with the candy. "Xiaoying, from now on, if I don't let you marry a sister-in-law, we'll just live together." "Brother, you must also bring along sister Jingxiu. The 3 of us will live together." Liang Manchang looked up and saw Lu Jingxiu lifting the door curtain, peering in. Her face instantly flushed with a rosy hue. The 2 remained silent, while Xiaoying chattered incessantly. "Ahem, Jingxiu, I'll head to the commune this afternoon. If you go to work, please take Xiaoying with you." "All right." After finishing his meal, Liang Manchang slung a basket over his back and stepped out. Visiting the commune every few days was indeed somewhat inconvenient without a bicycle. He needed to find the time to purchase one. In the afternoon, the commune was sparsely populated, and Liang Manchang found Han Lauer at his meat stall. "Brother, taking a break?" "Ah, Manchang, you're here. Have you struck gold again?" "Haha, it's not that easy. Last time was just a stroke of luck." Han Lauer handed him a cigarette and inquired, "What is going on?" "I wanted to ask if you have a way to help me get a bicycle ticket. It's quite inconvenient running back and forth without one." Han Lauer had been deeply entrenched in the commune for many years. He was not merely a meat seller, but also dealt in various tickets. Although bicycle tickets were rare, with some effort, they could be procured. "How about this? I'll keep an eye out for you in the next few days. However, the market price is around 50 or 60 yuan. Is that acceptable?" "No problem, as long as I can get it. Money isn't an issue." Liang Manchang was not boasting. He was aware of the scarcity of bicycle tickets, even in the most developed Shanghai. An average of 1 ticket was allocated per 80 workers each year. After discussing the bicycle ticket, Liang Manchang turned to the supply and marketing cooperative. "Ah, Manchang, you're back." The saleswoman who had sold him a dress last time greeted him, and he quickly approached her. "Hee, you remember me. How could I forget? The speed at which you pulled out the big unity was astonishing. So what do you need this time?" "I'd like to cut 2 pieces of glass and buy 2 rolls of fine iron wire." "All right, that LLB 1 yuan and 2 jiao, 2 industrial coupons." Liang Manchang observed the nimble saleswoman and felt a stir in his heart. Indeed, every woman at different ages possesses a distinct charm. Upon exiting the commune, Liang Manchang stowed the glass and wire into his space and hurried home. After repairing the window, he chopped down a dozen small branches and fashioned a small pile of rabbit traps using the iron wire. Just then, Lu Jingxiu returned from work, and Xiaoying, seeing Liang Manchang fiddling with the wire, squatted down curiously and asked, "Brother, what are you doing?" "Xiaoying, I'll catch a few rabbits for you to raise tomorrow." "All right, little gray and white rabbits?" "Yes, indeed. That is wonderful." The next day, Liang Manchang took the dog meat from the doghouse. "Dog meat, you are a hunting dog. Don't resign yourself to being a mere guard dog. Come, let us head up the mountain." The dog emitted a reluctant whine, yet Liang Manchang coaxed it along. Once they exited the village, he placed dog meat into the space to absorb some spiritual energy and alter its timid disposition. Upon entering the mountains, Liang Manchang released the dog meat. "Dog meat, keep watch for me. I have significant matters to attend to." Chapter 25, Dog Meat. You coward. Liang Manchang squatted for a moment, casually pulled a handful of weeds to wipe himself, and upon adjusting his trousers, he wondered, where is the feces? Looking again, he noticed dog meat licking its lips nearby. "How dare you consume my excrement without my permission? Oh, you do not eat it, yet you prevent me from doing so?" Liang Manchang seemed to experience a hallucination and shook his ears. What did you say?" "Woof woof. Dog meat, it is not that I am stingy. But as a hunting dog, you ought to be fed meat at every meal and abandon the habit of eating feces." After expressing this, Liang Manchang sighed and took out his hunting rifle, searching the vast expanse for traces of rabbits. It was currently the breeding season for rabbits, and they were exceedingly active. Within an hour, he discovered a large area marked by rabbit activity, dropping scattered about, alongside signs of gnawed wild grass and tree bark. Liang Manchang found a slender branch, placed his index finger on the ground, and raised his thumb high, hanging the live trap for rabbits on the branch. He then firmly secured the other end of the branch into the ground to prevent the wild rabbits from escaping. This was a route frequented by rabbits. Once their heads entered the trap, the more they struggled, the tighter the wire would constrict. The remaining traps for rabbits were tied to small trees, weighed down by branches or stones. If a rabbit were to get caught, the small tree would spring up, suspending it high, thereby ensuring that it would not be devoured by other predators even if he could not retrieve it immediately. Busy until noon, Liang Manchang retrieved a few buns from his space and tossed one casually to dog meat. "Dog meat, since you have already indulged in feces, eat less of this." After finishing his meal, Liang Manchang resolved to venture into the old forest. This time, he did not bring Zhao Fushan along, allowing him to enter the old woods with confidence. Should he encounter danger, with his space at hand, he would at least have a 10-minute buffer. Most peaks of Laoi Ridge stood around 500 meters, with only the highest peak, Xinxian Peak, reaching approximately 1,500 meters. Generally, hunters seldom ventured to Xinxian Peak due to the presence of numerous ferocious beasts such as black bears, giant pandas, golden tabby cats, and far eastern leopards. Liang Manchang felt similarly and decided to give them a pass for now. As he entered the old forest, the underbrush gradually thinned, and trees large enough to be embraced by a person began to proliferate. He switched the birdshot in his gun to a single slug and untied Dog Meat's leash. "Dog Meat, be clever. If danger arises, do not think of fleeing alone. Call for me." Dog Meat obediently licked Liang Manchang's hand, leaving a faint yellow mark. After walking for half an hour, suddenly, Dog Meat halted, its fur bristling, hesitating in place. "What's wrong, Dog Meat?" Liang Manchang crouched down, placing his finger on the trigger, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. After ensuring there was no danger, he chose the nearest tree and climbed approximately 15 to 16 meters high. Squinting in the direction Dog Meat was fixated on, he noticed a rare rustling in the dense underbrush. Dog Meat crouched low, its front legs on the ground, back legs coiled, ready to spring into action. The presence of something that could incite such a response from Dog Meat must be formidable. What could have caused Dog Meat to suddenly become so alert? Liang Manchang raised his shotgun, confident that if the bear and the ferocious beast charged at him, he would be able to take them down with a single shot. He aimed directly at the head of the Dog Meat, wishing to alleviate its suffering. For a full 5 minutes, they stood in a standoff, with the dog meat remaining still and the fierce beast showing no signs of movement. Could it be that the prey possessed a high level of intelligence, waiting for them to fall into its trap? Liang Manchang removed the slug and replaced it with the cheapest birdshot, pulling the trigger towards the thicket. With a resounding bang, iron pellets burst forth, causing the bushes 50 meters away to rustle. However, due to the distance exceeding the range of the birdshot, the beast in the thicket did not emit a cry of anguish but instead dashed away in a flurry. A flash of reddish-brown disappeared into the mountains. A red fox. After observing for a while and confirming that no other ferocious beasts were present and that the dog meat had returned to its usual state, he slid down the tree trunk. "Dog meat, you coward. A mere red fox has frightened you into submission?" he mocked. "Were you not convinced?" Gripping the shotgun once more, Liang Manchang approached the thicket that had been disturbed by the little red fox, which now lay in disarray, the leaves tainted with a foul odor. He plucked a damp leaf and brought it to his nose, his brow furrowing in sudden realization. This was not the urine of a red fox. While the urine of a red fox is pungent and acrid, it also carries a faint muskiness that is distinctly subtle. However, this scent was far richer, intertwined with a metallic tang and the scent of flesh. Liang Manchang extended his tongue to taste it, savoring the flavor before declaring with certainty, "This is the urine of a golden retriever." His conviction stemmed from a past experience where he had tasted this particular flavor. Before his rebirth, he had heard tales that the urine of golden retrievers could cure ailments, prompting him to spend 200 yuan to purchase a cup from the owner of a rural circus. To ensure authenticity, he had watched closely as the golden retriever relieved itself. Liang Manchang had come to understand that the little red fox was merely bluffing, which explained the dog meat as trepidation. Thankfully, it was just a bluff. Otherwise, had he truly encountered a golden retriever, he might well have met his end. But wait, where had the golden retriever's urine come from? Quickly, Liang Manchang disengaged the safety on his shotgun and surveyed his surroundings, feeling reassured upon seeing the dog meat contentedly licking leaves. Suddenly, a piercing howl shattered the tranquility of the forest, sending the dog meat scrambling into Liang Manchang's embrace. "Let us go investigate," he urged, feeling compelled to venture forth, as the sound of the golden retriever seemed peculiar, almost mournful, akin to a cry of despair before death. Noticing the dog meat paralyzed on the ground from fright, Liang Manchang had no choice but to temporarily store it in his space. "You coward. I had intended to reward you with a treat, but now that seems fanciful," he lamented, bending down to sprint up the hillside, gradually ascending the divine peak. The small creatures in the trees dwindled, yet numerous shadows flitted back and forth. Liang Manchang gazed at the vast mountain range, grappling with uncertainty as he coaxed the dog meat into his backpack. "Dog meat, lead the way." With an uncanny ability to sniff out scents from miles away, the dog meat quickly found the trail of the golden retriever. Liang Manchang stowed his firearm into the spatial realm, his hands pressed together in prayer at his chest. Ever prepared to flee, he placed greater faith in the stratagems of the ancient texts than in his own marksmanship. Dog meat grew increasingly agitated, even devolving into a low whimper. Upon spotting a tuft of russet fur once more, Liang Manchang hastily stored all his belongings in the spatial realm and ascended a sturdy tree, settling upon a robust branch. There, he observed a small red fox circling a massive golden tabby, its demeanor steeped in sorrow. The tabby remained eerily still, appearing to be on the brink of death. As the saying goes, humans die for wealth, and birds perish for food. After an hour of waiting, convinced it was not merely a ruse, Liang Manchang mustered his courage and slid down the tree. Chapter 26. Acquiring a golden tabby as a pet. Liang Manchang approached the small red fox and the golden tabby, hands still clasped in prayer. The little fox emitted a series of fierce, albeit adorable, growls. Noticing the tabby's eyes tightly shut, Liang Manchang felt emboldened and called out to the small fox, "You're hardly bigger than a pig's bladder, yet you dare to pose as a ferocious beast? Scurry away." Had his hands not been occupied, he would have extracted his shotgun to give it a solid thump. "Dog meat, the tabby's finished. It's your turn." Dog meat darted from between Liang Manchang's legs, his eyes locking onto the solitary red fox, and instantly surged forward with the vigor of a rabid dog. Woof, woof. The small fox bolted away in an instant. "Dog meat, return. Keep watch from the sidelines, and if danger arises, bark loudly." Dog meat bared his teeth in a resigned manner. Having finally encountered a soft target, he had not yet had his fill of the thrill. After Liang Manchang promised him a wild duck egg as a reward, Dog meat wagged his tail and began to circle around eagerly, for the duck eggs, steeped in the essence of the spatial realm, held a faint yet delightful aroma. far superior to the stench of refuse. Liang Manchang prodded the golden tabby with his foot, then knelt to peer closely at its face. From a distance, he resembled a monk performing a rite for the tabby's salvation. Suddenly, a golden figure emerged from the thicket nearby. Roar! Liang Manchang's heart raced. Surely, there can't be another? Where was Dogmeat? He cautiously turned his head to see a diminutive golden tabby, no larger than a cat, strutting over with a feline grace before kneeling beside him, emitting soft whimpers. After several minutes, it tentatively licked the still form of the golden tabby before sidling up to Liang Manchang. Summoning his courage, he reached out to stroke the little tabby's forehead, relieved to find no malice within its demeanor. "Ah, little one, could this be your father?" With a sigh, he continued, "Oh, you poor creature. This world is rife with malevolence, and here you are, a solitary tiger in a cruel wilderness. How about this? Join me, and should you disagree, simply raise a paw." Seeing the little tabby offer no objection, Liang Manchang patted its forehead in satisfaction. "From this day forth, you shall be named Little Jean." At that moment, Dogmeat reappeared from nowhere, sniffing the little tabby's rear and circling it twice. "Now, heed my warning, Dogmeat. Do not entertain any notions about Little Jean, nor think of yourself as the elder brother and him as the younger. Don't lead me astray." Liang Manchang found it utterly inconceivable to envision a scene where Xiao Jin squatted by a dung pit, indulging in excrement. "Woof woof, off you go to cool down." Liang Manchang cast aside the dog meat and, resembling a human trafficker, approached Xiao Jin with a beaming smile, saying, "Xiao Jin, you belong to the wild beasts, for now. Remain in my space until you grow up and are ready to be released." "Haha, very well, I shall take that as your consent. Moreover, I cannot bear to see your father left to decay in the wilderness. How about this? I will make a modest effort to ensure a harmless disposal. Is that agreeable?" With that, Liang Manchang tucked Xiao Jin and Lao Jin into his space, gathered the dog meat, and prepared to hasten down the mountain. Just as he busied himself, a little red fox returned stealthily, leaving a puddle of urine on Liang Manchang's backpack. "Damn, you aren't plotting revenge against me, are you?" "I'm merely doing a good deed." Zizi, the little red fox, bared its teeth at Liang Manchang before darting away, not daring to linger, fearing the fox might summon reinforcements. He secured the dog meat's leash and rushed towards the new city. Old Han from the Golden Gradient Cats might not be able to stomach it, and if he only sold the meat, it would be akin to selling ginseng as if it were a mere radish. Every part of the Golden Gradient Cat is precious: its fur, bones, gallbladder, eyes, and tail. Liang Manchang hailed a bus at the commune, heading straight for the state-run restaurant in the new city. "Ahem, Brother Fa, are you busy?" Zhou Dafa jolted upright from his rattan chair. "Why are you back again?" "Hee. Is it so wrong for me to come? I'm here to deliver goods." Zhou Dafa glanced around, and, seeing Liang Manchang's serious demeanor, pulled him aside. "Another wild mountain ginseng? How many years old?" "No, Golden Gradient Cats." "Golden Gradient Cats? You're really something, managing to get those. You're not fooling me, are you?" Liang Manchang opened his palm to reveal a few golden, lustrous furs. "What do you think? Good heavens, did you do this all by yourself? Truly impressive. I lack such capability. I found them on the road, freshly deceased, and still warm." Zhou Dafa glanced around again, noting that Liang Manchang wasn't he pulling a cart, and said, "I'll buy? But what about the goods? Let us not worry about the specifics yet. Just give me a rough estimate. After deducting the tiger's tail, gallbladder, and fur, and keeping about 10 pounds of bones for backup, how much can you offer?" Liang Manchang intended to keep these valuable items for future use, as wild Golden Gradient Cats are worth a fortune. He wasn't particularly in need of money now, so there was no necessity to exchange them for cash. "Are you trying to tease me? If you keep all the good stuff, what am I left with? Surely, I can't just take the tiger bones and meat? Aren't the tiger bones valuable as well? If you don't want them, I'll head to the provincial city. I refuse to believe I can't sell them there." All right. If we exclude what you mentioned, how about I buy them at 3 yuan per pound?" Liang Manchang had never sold Golden Gradient Cats before and had no idea about the market price, so he was uncertain if 3 yuan per pound was reasonable. 5 yuan. Not a cent less. "Fine. Keep them for your own stew with hazelnuts." Zhou Dafa said this and turned to leave, leaving Liang Manchang alone, bewildered in the wind. 321. Zhou Dafa did not look back. 4 yuan and 50 cents. That's the lowest I can go. 4 yuan for 10 pounds of tiger bone is a gift for you, and I will assist you in handling the rest for free. Very well. After all, it was merely found. Liang Manchang is not concerned, especially with the most precious treasure in hand. He led Zhou Dafa, who was pulling a cart, outside the city and into the woods, where a flurry of activity ensued, feigning the extraction of the golden gradient. Zhou de Fa, being an expert in the trade of medicinal materials, returned home with the golden gradient and, armed with a complete set of tools, managed to process it thoroughly in less than 2 hours. After removing the valuable remnants, 450 pounds remained, amounting to 1,800 yuan. Liang Manchang, with a spit from his fingertips, counted it with clarity in no time. All right, if we manage to acquire more golden gradients in the future, we shall deliver them to you. Do you really think of yourself as a relative of Pangelian? You were merely fortunate enough to stumble upon this. As dusk approached, Liang Manchang finally returned home. In the stillness of the night, he clasped his hands together and entered his space. Xiaomei, are you there? Do you like the little golden piece I prepared for you? Hee hee, it's truly adorable. Does that mean there's a grand gift? Sanggu, please wait a moment. The rarity of the golden gradient is quite high. There are 3 grand gifts. Let us hurry then. Chapter 27. If it's not powerful enough, add more ingredients. Bang, bang, bang. 3 packages descended from the heavens. Upon opening them, Liang Manchang discovered 3 skill orbs: rock-solid body, anchor point sniping, and keen vision. An astute observer would recognize that these skill orbs correspond to physique, shooting, and vision respectively. Rock-solid body. With each level up, the impact force of punches and carrying capacity increases by 20 kilograms. Anchor point sniping. With each level up, the hit rate increases by 5 from the base, up to 100. Keen vision. With each level up, when focused, the target image automatically draws closer by 10 meters. For instance, with a level 1 keen vision, viewing a target at 100 meters will feel like viewing it at 90 meters. Liang Manchang exited the space and thoroughly inspected both inside and outside his home, ensuring no other creatures could interfere, particularly confirming that dog meat was still soundly asleep, before unhesitatingly shattering the skill orbs. 3 wisps of white smoke were inhaled by Liang Manchang, and instantly, his body felt as though it had entered a sauna, overwhelmed by heat. Accompanied by excruciating pain, beads of sweat akin to beans emerged from his forehead, and a viscous, dark brown substance oozed from his body. Approximately 10 minutes later, Liang Manchang felt utterly refreshed and casually unleashed 2 electric punches. Phew, that feels rather good. Now, I could easily defeat Ma Jianjun with a single punch. Like a clay figurine, Liang Manchang stealthily opened the door, fetched a basin of cold water, and washed away the grime. Upon re-entering, he noticed his pants were still outside drying. Gritting his teeth, he shielded himself and dashed outside. In the dark night, Lu Jingqiu covered her eyes and let out a piercing scream. Manchang, I heard a clattering noise and thought it was raining. I am so embarrassed. After finishing her sentence, she turned and returned indoors, slamming the door behind her. The next morning, Liang Manchang felt too sheepish to eat at home. So he descended from the bed, shouldered a basket, and led dog meat towards Zhao Fushun's house. Shunzi, let us head up the mountain. All right, I'll have a bowl of corn grits first. Liang Manchang swallowed hard. Shunzi, is the cornmeal from your home made from fresh corn? How does it taste? Oh, it is exceptionally fragrant. Can you smell it? After Zhao Fushun spoke, he brought the large bowl to Liang Manchang's lips and swept it past. How is it? Fragrant. Hearing this, Chun Meiyan, holding a large bowl of cornmeal, shot Zhao Fushun a fierce glare. Shunzi, are you lacking in common sense? You didn't even offer your brother Manchang a bowl, just indulging yourself. Having filled his belly, Liang Manchang took Zhao Fushun and dashed up the mountain. Manchang, what shall we do today? Hunt for fish spawn or chase bears? Shunzi, your appetite has grown tremendously, always talking about ferocious beasts? Hee. It's just that I've opened my eyes these past few days. We no longer find the usual small game appealing. Liang Manchang gently patted Zhao Fushun on the head, reminding him, Shunzi, our luck in catching fish spawn the other day was merely fortuitous. On an unlucky day, we might only catch 2 or 3 wild chickens, or even see not a feather. I understand, Manchang. It all depends on the heavens for our sustenance. Indeed, but one must also hone their skills, otherwise, even if fortune smiles upon you and you encounter a foolish roe deer, you might still miss your shot. After speaking, Liang Manchang handed his hunting rifle to Zhao Fushun. You have shot a bird gun. A hunting rifle is quite similar. First, find your grip. When the opportunity arises, follow my command to shoot. All right. Zhao Fushun excitedly accepted the rifle, caressing it from top to bottom as if it were a beautiful woman. Since childhood, Zhao Fushun had enjoyed watching hunters ascend the mountains. Captivated by the spectacle, and if fortunate, could even pick up a few beautiful feathers. Therefore, after a couple of demonstrations on loading, firing, and ejecting shells, he quickly grasped the nuances. The two hurried to the woods where they had set traps for rabbits the previous day. 7 or 8 rabbits hung from the trees. Quite a frightening sight. Manchang, so many? Good fortune. Now stop dawdling and get to work. Zhao Fushun began to collect the rabbits hanging from the trees, while Liang Manchang searched the ground for traps. As he suspected, many traps had bloodstains and rabbit carcasses nearby, likely devoured by wolves or other carnivorous beasts. Silently, Liang Manchang discarded the remains into his space, feeding them to little Jean, compensating for the harmless disposal. In total, they had caught 12 rabbits. Shunzi, let us keep one each, and sell the rest to Han Lauer. Got it. Just as they were preparing to head to the commune, the dog meat, suddenly sprang into action, crouching low to the ground, tensed. Woof woof, dog meat, is there prey? Woof woof. Liang Manchang untied the leash, and dog meat dashed out towards the bushes. With enhanced vision, Liang Manchang spotted a grayish-white rabbit darting from the thicket, heading up the hill. Chase it. The two followed closely. Approximately 5 minutes later, dog meat stopped at the base of a dirt slope, barking excitedly. Dog meat, where's the rabbit hole? Woof woof, useless creature. Liang Manchang glanced around and focused on a cluster of dense grass at the foot of the hill. Shunzi, rabbits do not eat grass near their burrows. The rabbit hole is likely over there. Liang Manchang strode over and, parting the grass, discovered indeed signs of freshly turned earth. Brother Manchang, what shall we do now? Zhao Fushun inquired. Rabbits are quite cunning. Typically, a burrow has 2 or 3 exits. We must block all the other entrances and smoke them out. True to his words, Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushun soon located 3 suspicious exits. Zhao Fushun employed his entrenching tool to seal these openings, ensuring the rabbits could not escape. Liang Manchang then retrieved the modified fishing net from his backpack and covered the entrance. Shunzi ignited. Zhao Fushun set fire to the dry pine needles, covering them with fresh leaves, and within moments, thick smoke billowed forth. Not potent enough, let us add more fuel. Liang Manchang tossed some dried chili peppers from his pocket onto the flames, releasing a pungent aroma that filled the air. Zhao Fushun fanned the smoke into the burrow with a stick, tears streaming down his face from the acrid fumes. After 10 minutes, the rabbits could no longer endure the smoke, one by one leaping out of the burrow and colliding with the fishing net, where Liang Manchang pinned them down. Their eyes, reddened like the rabbits, reflected their discomfort, yet their harvest proved satisfactory. 3 large and 5 small rabbits. Shunzi, let us not sell these live rabbits. I'll take them home for Xiaoying to play with. All right then. The 2 men arrived at the commune, displaying the 10 rabbits before Han Lauer, who looked astonished. Brother Manchang, have you eradicated the rabbit warren? Hee, merely fortunate. How about a deal? I'll buy, but the price isn't high, 6 jiao per pound. Rabbit meat is lean, causing people to lose weight. In this era of national dieting, rabbits are in demand. However, in the meat-scarce 1970s, their market was not so robust. Fortunately, rabbit skins can fetch a price, so 6 jiao per pound is considered fair. All right, your offer is reasonable. I'll sell. After weighing, the total came to 45 pounds, amounting to 27 yuan. Count it out. We're all acquaintances, no need to count. Could you help me with some cement and brick tickets? What is the matter? Planning to build a house? That is wonderful. How much do you need? To construct 3 large tiled houses. I'm uncertain about the expenses. Could you assist me in calculating? Sure, I just built my house, so I'll base it on my own experience. All right, I appreciate it. Chapter 28. Organizing the construction of brick houses. Brother Manchang, today you need not share the profits with me. This large rabbit is worth quite a lot. Very well, this time it's a grasshopper-esque leg. Next time we'll tackle a bear, and we'll divide the spoils generously. All right. Upon reaching home, Liang Manchang placed the 2 large rabbits and 5 small ones into a secure area, keeping one for Xiaoying. Xiaoying, look what your brother has brought for you. Liang Manchang set down the backpack and took Xiaoying's hand, guiding it inside. Furry, guess what it is? Little fool. I'll have Sister Jingxiu guess. Xiaoying pouted and, with a huff, pulled Lu Jingxiu over. Sister Jingxiu, my brother is bullying me. You must guess what it is and help me get revenge. Lu Jingxiu appeared bashful, waving her hands. Since she could remember, she had either been working at home or on her way to assist with chores, devoid of a childhood, and had never played such games. Jingxiu, give it a try. Lu Jingxiu gently bit her lower lip, cautiously extending her hand into the edge of the basket. Liang Manchang observed her expression, a blend of anxiety and anticipation, and felt a stirring in his heart, akin to a gentle tickle teasing at the core of his being. Is it furry? Brother Manchang, could it be a rabbit? Liang Manchang snapped back to reality, lifting the lid of the basket to reveal a large grayish-white rabbit peering curiously out. Lu Jingxiu's eyes instantly sparkled, clear as water. It really is a rabbit. Jingxiu, that's the right spirit, Smile more, Liang Manchang encouraged. Lu Jingxiu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. I must go prepare dinner. Meanwhile, Xiaoying, filled with excitement, dragged Liang Manchang to chop wood for a cage, coincidentally encountering Wang Zuihua. Brother Manchang, how are you considering the matter I mentioned last time? Shall we pick a date to settle things? Sister Zuihua, I have consulted my parents, and they are firmly opposed. Oh, why are they against it? I am unsure. Perhaps you might inquire further? Realizing the implications, Wang Zuihua's mouth twitched as she chuckled awkwardly, saying, Manchang, once this opportunity passes, it may never return. Do reconsider. Liang Manchang cast a disdainful glance at Wang Zuihua. Both Ma Fulv and Wang Zuihua were single, and it was only natural for them to explore romantic possibilities. However, the prospect of them becoming his in-laws was utterly unacceptable. It's out of the question. My parents disapprove. What more can I say? Very well. I shall take it as you being ungrateful. Wang Zuihua pouted, huffily departing. After lunch, Liang Manchang tucked 2 packs of cigarettes into his pocket and made his way to Zhao Youtian's home. Uncle Youtian, are you cleaning your teeth? Upon seeing Liang Manchang visit, Zhao Youtian promptly lifted himself from the stool, casually popping the morsel he had just dislodged from between his teeth into his mouth. Oh, Shunzi went up the mountain with you, right? He caught a big wild rabbit and has been stewing a large pot. Uncle Youtian, you are certainly enjoying the fruits of your labor. After waiting for over a decade, this day has finally arrived. By the way, Manchang, today Shunzi mentioned you are involved in brick and tile tickets, planning to build a house. Liang Manchang handed Zhao Youtian the 2 packs of dakiamen he had brought. Indeed, I have come for that purpose. We are preparing to construct 3 large tiled rooms. Zhao Youtian's heart sank. Currently, only 2 families in the village possessed large tiled houses, his own and that of the carpenter Tan. Tan, a skilled artisan, earned his living by crafting carts and furniture. When villagers sought his services, they not only brought offerings of tobacco, alcohol, and sweets, but also paid him 2 yuan daily. Hence, after years of diligent work, he had managed to build 3 large tiled rooms. In contrast, Zhao Youtian, aside from his role as the production team leader with some subsidies, also dealt in mountain goods, accumulating savings over a decade, just enough to build 3 tiled rooms. Therefore, he could hardly fathom that Liang Manchang, having only recently grasped the intricacies of life, was already planning to construct 3 tiled rooms. If it were due to some hidden inheritance from old Liang, he would never believe it. If there were any gold ingots or valuable coins left behind, how could they evade the sharp eyes of Xiong Guifan? Manchang, your father is no longer with us. As your uncle who has watched you grow, I must impart some words of caution. Though uncle has never hunted, his years of foraging have bestowed upon him a profound understanding of the mountains. 7 parts fate, 3 parts diligence. Luck is a fickle mistress. Presently, one might earn 100 or 80 yuan in a day, yet it is equally possible to roam the mountains for days on end without finding a single feather. Chen Malian cast a sharp glance at Zhao Youtian. Zhao Youtian, how can you speak like that? This child, Manchang, has only just begun to enjoy a few good days. And here you are, chattering away. Manchang, do not hold it against your uncle. He merely wishes to remind you that money is hard-earned, so spend it wisely. Your family's 3 mud brick houses are still livable, are they not? Why must you insist on building a new home? Liang Manchang understood that Zhao Youtian meant no harm, and Chen Malian genuinely cared for him. Yet, he yearned to live in a proper tiled house sooner rather than later. Although the mud brick houses offered shelter from the elements, they were perpetually imbued with a musty odor, and dampness prevailed with every rainfall. He currently possessed nearly 2,000 yuan in cash, which was more than sufficient to construct 3 high-standard tiled houses. Uncle and aunt, my reputation is not the best. I am quite the simpleton, and without a wife. It would be easier to find a partner once I have a house. Manchang, there is no need for you to feel inferior. Although you may be simple, you are honest. While I cannot predict whether you will revert to your previous simplicity, at least for now, you are not so. Liang Manchang cast a glance at the earnest Zhao Youtian, thinking how good he was at offering comfort. Zhao Youtian, haven't you said enough? Please, do be quiet. After reprimanding Zhao Youtian, Chen Malian turned to Liang Manchang with an apologetic expression, grasping his arm as she spoke. Manchang, building 3 tiled houses will require considerable funds. Aunt, we can start small. We can lay the foundation first, and the rest will follow. Uncle Youtian, I am determined to build this house. Could you assist me? Zhao Youtian nodded. He had said all that needed to be said. Since Liang Manchang was resolute about building, he could not deter him, but could only assist as best he could. The allocation of bricks and tiles was managed by the production team, and he lacked the authority for that. If you are not in a hurry, I can inquire on your behalf. It's not just that. I plan to purchase bricks, tiles, and cement on the black market. I wish to ask Uncle Yutian to help me secure a plot of land and arrange for the construction. Building a house involved numerous considerations, from acquiring materials to hiring masons. Liang Manchang lacked the experience and energy to manage such affairs. Zhao Yutian had built 3 tiled houses just last year and was well versed in the practicalities. Manchang, under normal circumstances, given our relationship, we would certainly lend a hand. However, the production team's leader, though a minor official, has daily tasks to attend to, making it quite overwhelming. Uncle Yutian, we know you are busy, but winter is approaching. We must act swiftly. How about this? You accompany me to purchase materials, hire a master craftsman, and oversee the work daily. Think of it as overtime. I assure you it won't be for nothing. Chapter 29. My name is Yang Dongfang, the one who operates the Dongfanghong tractor. Liang Manchang pulled 3 brightly colored bills from his pocket and forcefully stuffed them into Zhao Yutian's pocket. Manchang, what are you doing? Uncle Yutian, we cannot let you labor in vain. I calculated that constructing 3 tiled houses should take about a month, so I shall consider this as hiring you for your efforts. Is that agreeable? Who doesn't he appreciate these vibrant bills? Though Zhao Yutian serves as the leader of the production team, calling upon everyone to toil in the fields each day, he is merely seeking amusement. There is no official salary, only a meager subsidy based on work points. The 30 yuan he receives is equivalent to the wages of Zhao Lady, who works at the grain station in the county. Very well. I shall assist you in overseeing matters. However, the payment for labor and materials shall not pass through my hands. You must manage that yourself. No problem. Zhao Yutian took the money and pulled out a piece of paper to list the materials he needed to purchase. Once you acquire the brick and tile vouchers, proceed to the commune's brick and tile factory to procure 15,000 bricks and 3,000 tiles, priced at 3 cents per brick and 5 cents per tile. Additionally, you will require stones, approximately 3 to 4 truckloads. I have acquaintances in that regard. If you trust me, I shall facilitate that for you. As for timber, we shall visit the forest farm to buy some large beams and planks. I will guide you there. Regarding sand, do not waste money. Take our cart with Shunzi to haul it from the Clearwater River. You will need around 5 tons of cement, which you can purchase directly with the cement vouchers. 3 tons of white lime are essential. We must ensure the interior and exterior of the house are impeccably finished. Don't forget to procure nails, wire, and other small hardware in reasonable quantities. Zhao Yutian summed up the list, and upon calculating, he found that with the wages for the tiler and carpenter, one would need to prepare 1,500 yuan, slightly more than what I spend on my own house, as prices have risen. If funds are tight, shall we wait for a while? Liang Manchang dared not disclose the harsh reality of having 2,000 yuan in his pocket to Zhao Yutian, for it would surely bring him overwhelming joy. Uncle Yutian, you need not worry about the finances. We shall exert ourselves on the mountain these next few days. I am certain we can earn the necessary funds. Very well, you possess a certain tenacity. Let us proceed to purchase stones and bricks first. The tiles can wait. Shall we go now? Why are you so hasty? Hee, the sooner we start, the more solid our foundation will be. Steady yourself. I shall first run to the brigade to secure the site for the foundation. Do you need assistance in calculations? Or shall we simply use the sloped land on the east side of the old house? Upon careful reflection, Liang Manchang realized that his rebirth was already quite miraculous. Simply sketching a spot would be even more potent than a fortune teller. No need for calculations. Let us choose the eastern slope. It is elevated and will not become waterlogged during the rainy season. Make a firm decision. Do not change your mind later. Absolutely not. Liang Manchang returned indoors and called for Lu Jingqiu, who was preparing to head to the fields to fetch a hoe and shovel. Jingqiu, I would like to discuss something with you. From today onward, you shall not go to the fields. Instead, assist me at home by preparing lunch for the tiler and carpenter. What? Tiler and carpenter? I intend to build 3 large tiled rooms on the eastern slope. And the tiler and carpenter will arrive in a couple of days, along with some helpers, so I will need to provide them lunch. Building a new house. Yes, but I want to have you work for free. I can offer you 1 yuan a day. No need, Manchang. I am quick with my hands and can return home early. Liang Manchang understood that Lu Jingqiu was reluctant to forfeit work points and felt too embarrassed to take his money. Constructing a house is no trivial matter. It would cost over 1,000 yuan. If the tiler does not eat well and suffers from low blood sugar, leading to crooked walls, my losses would be considerable. Very well, then I shall help the tiler with the work. Perhaps you should reconsider your physical condition. I would rather not find myself having to assist you should you stumble, Liang Manchang remarked, before proceeding with Lu Jingqiu to clear the weeds from the slope to the east. The following day, Zhao Yutian presented Liang Manchang with the production team's documentation. Manchang, keep this safe. It will be of use in the future. Additionally, I made a trip to Quota Village and invited Hu Dajin, who initially constructed our house, to help us gather 3 more tilers. As for the laborers, we can recruit them from our village, providing everyone with an opportunity to earn. I can arrange for 4 of them later. The market rate for tilers, being skilled labor, is 1 yuan per day, while unskilled laborers earn 50 cents. If we estimate a work period of 20 days, it amounts to merely 120 yuan. Very well, that poses no issue. Come, let's head to the village entrance to greet the truck delivering the stones. So soon? You were quite anxious yesterday. Is it not reasonable to be prompt today? Zhao Yutian responded, leading Liang Manchang to the village entrance where they awaited the arrival of the truck, consuming half a pack of cigarettes in the process, until the sound of the tractor echoed in the distance. It has arrived. A Dongfanghong 28 tractor, emitting black smoke, twisted along the farm road. The driver, Yang Dongfang, leapt from the tractor. Old Zhao, which fortunate soul, is building a brick house. Ah, it is the young leader from our family, Zhao Yutian replied, offering a cigarette. Master Yang, I appreciate your assistance. I am Liang Manchang, the one whose granary is full. Oh, that is quite an impressive name. I am Yang Dongfang, the one who operates the Dongfanghong tractor. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Liang Manchang had a vague recollection of Yang Dongfang, a formal employee of the state-owned quarry, tall and sturdy. His circumstances were relatively favorable, yet he remained a bachelor. He had no vices apart from enjoying a drink now and then, often leading to altercations with his wife, having already sent one packing. Manchang, you seem quite capable. Most of the stone we extract goes to repair reservoirs and roads. Few can afford to build houses. Have you discovered a lucrative venture? Oh, no matter how prosperous one becomes, can it compare to the comfort of receiving a salary and consuming staple grains? Master Yang, with your skills, you can earn a wage effortlessly. Wherever you go, you'll find yourself in high demand. These words resonated deeply with Yang Dongfang, his lips curling into an uncontainable smile. It is all in service to the people. Let us proceed. Liang Manchang and Zhao Yutian climbed onto the tractor, which rumbled its way to the slope. Zhao Yutian, Zhao Fushun, and Liang Manchang unloaded a truckload of stones with considerable effort. While the Zhao father and son leaned against the wall, exhausted, Liang Manchang remained unfazed. His robust physique clearly honed through physical labor, akin to that of a young calf. This task was merely trivial for him. Manchang, you are in remarkable condition, reminiscent of my youth. Here, take this receipt. Liang Manchang opened the receipt to find the charge for a truckload of stones was 10 yuan. Uncle Yutian mentioned that we would need approximately 6 loads. Could you expedite their delivery? With that, he produced 6 large bills and a pack of cigarettes, handing them to Yang Dongfang. Very well then, Yang Dongfang replied, casually jotting down a note for him. The tractor rumbled out of the village. Yet a throng of people gathered at Liang Manchang's doorstep. Captain, is Manchang's family about to build a house? Captain, do you need laborers? Our men are idling at home. Manchang is getting things in order. Chapter 30. I shall never allow my friends to suffer seeing that Zhao Yutian remained silent. Liang Manchang understood he was waiting for him to speak. Dear villagers, as we are still young and inexperienced, I must trouble Uncle Yutian to oversee the house construction. Zhao Yutian knocked his pipe against his shoe, observing the eager faces of the old and young alike, and adopted a stern expression. When it comes to labor, you all behave like lazy donkeys and horses, complaining of aches and pains. Yet, when it's time to work in the fields, you clutch your stomachs and hide in the cornfields for half an hour, not fearing the wolves. Now you're full of energy, are you? Since Manchang has entrusted this task to me, I shall do my utmost to ensure it is accomplished. I will hire 4 laborers, but I don't want any of those who skulk around. If you wish to work, come to my house after dinner to discuss it face to face. How much do you pay for a day's work? Liang Manchang raised his large palm like a fan. 5 dimes a day, plus a meal at noon. Did you hear that? Manchang is quite generous. All right, disperse now. Go back to your fields or your beds. Once only Zhao Yutian and Liang Manchang's family remained. Liang Manchang mentioned that Lu Jingxiu was unable to work temporarily. No worries, we can arrange for her to sign in at the fields. And we can also pursue the subsidy from the youth office for her. Lu Jingxiu's expression brightened at the prospect of such good fortune. However, having always been obedient and never engaged in such matters, she hesitantly murmured, "Ah, isn't that inappropriate? With Uncle Yutian here, what is there to fear? Perhaps we will all be from the same village one day." The next morning, Hu Dajin arrived with 3 masons, busying themselves at the east end of the old house, while Zhao Yutian brought along 4 laborers, plus Zhao Fushun to assist. Jingxiu, make sure the tea is plentiful, and remember to add extra salt to the lunch. Those working hard need more salt. Also, keep an eye on Xiaoying, so she doesn't hurt herself. Uncle Yutian, please keep track of the days the workers labor. And have Shunzi noted as well, so we can settle the wages later. After Liang Manchang spoke, he handed Zhao Yutian a packet of Inchun tobacco, then turned to give Hu Dajin another packet. Master Hu, please ensure the foundation is raised a bit higher. We must guard against dampness. Hu Dajin grinned widely at the sight of the tobacco. When I build for others, the generous owner offers a handful of dry tobacco each day, while the stingy ones don't even provide a whiff. This packet of Inchun tobacco is worth 1 dime and 8 cents. Huh, are we strangers? Rest assured, I will arrange everything clearly for you. Having conveyed his instructions, Liang Manchang then strode toward the commune. Upon arriving at Han Lauer's butcher shop, he immediately noticed him reclining with his feet up, smoking. Second brother, why are you so idle? Oh, Manchang has come. Han Lauer quickly sat up. It's hot. And with no festivals, few people are buying meat. We only received half a carcass today. By the way, I've got the tickets you wanted. Han Lauer pulled out a handful of tickets from his pocket, which included bicycle tickets, lime tickets, brick tickets, tile tickets, and cement tickets. Third brother, you have considered everything so thoroughly. I have gathered 100 yuan for you, all at market price. If you have any doubts, feel free to inquire. Liang Manchang knew that even Liang Manchang at the commune had no other means to acquire such a large number of tickets at once. And given Han Lauer's upright character, he was unlikely to deceive him. Thus, he readily produced 10 large bills and headed straight for the supply and marketing cooperative. Comrade, how much is this Forever 28 bicycle? Oh my, it's you again, Brother Manchang. Here to buy a bicycle? The saleswoman greeted him with increasing familiarity, stirring a mix of excitement and apprehension within Liang Manchang. He was unbothered by flirty women, but was wary of those who were 30 and married. Sister, I've come here so many times and still don't know your name? Humph, it seems I haven't been on your mind. Fine, since you're handsome, I'll tell you. My name is Li Xiaolu, so you can call me Sister Lu. Sister Lu, how old are you this year? Li Xiaolu playfully glanced at Liang Manchang, her slender finger poking his chest. Brother, let me ask you a question. What comes after heroes do not inquire about their origins? Is it cables do not ask about their routes? What? Guess slowly. You're here to buy a bicycle, right? It's 170 yuan. Liang Manchang gazed at the charming Li Xiaolu, feeling utterly defeated. Unable to meet her eyes, he swiftly retrieved 170 yuan from his pocket, added a bicycle ticket, and, like a thief, hopped onto the bicycle and rode off. Hey, I haven't even issued you a ticket. You little rascal. Let us talk about it next time. Liang Manchang pedaled straight to the new city, eager to procure cement, lime, and various hardware supplies. The brand new 28 bicycle was akin to a Santana of that era, turning heads even in the county. Liang Manchang regretted not buying a lock, so he simply hoisted the bicycle onto his shoulder and walked into the material bureau. Comrade, I'm building a house and need some cement, lime, and small hardware. The square-faced comrade sitting at the entrance didn't even look up, casually pointing, there. Line up to pay and collect tickets, then take the delivery order to the warehouse for lime. Liang Manchang chuckled softly and slipped a pack of cigarettes into the square-faced comrade's pocket. Comrade, I'm Liang Manchang from Hongshin Commune. I've finally saved some money to build a house, and if I can save a bit, I'd like to. I heard some cheap cement is being sold off. The square-faced comrade squinted, looking up at the sheepish Liang Manchang with a stern expression. No one comes to our material bureau without having their eyes on the cheap cement. We are public servants, and we cannot engage in favoritism. If you want cheap cement, come early every morning to line up. Just look at that crowd. Liang Manchang followed his finger and saw a line stretching over 100 meters, with many people carrying bedding rolls, thinking they were queuing for free eggs. He pulled out another large bill and pressed it into the square-faced comrade's hand again. Let us not discuss cement today. Let us just be friends. Ah, the young brother has some charm. As a public servant, I cannot bend the rules for 10 yuan. But if you offer me 10 yuan to be friends, then I will gladly accept you as a friend. I would never allow my friends to suffer. Liang Manchang gave him a thumbs up. Let us go. Seizing the moment, Liang Manchang engaged in conversation with this rebellious friend along the way. This fellow is named Li Yuanchao, a quintessential offspring of a cadre, sent by his father to the front lines for training. As a result, he had offended the director of the Material Bureau terribly and was subjected to strict scrutiny and affection, relegated from the office to the reception desk at the entrance. Manchang, you're quite impressive. At such a young age, you can afford to build a tiled house without relying on your parents? You can compete with me, Li Yuanchao? Sighing, he replied, how can we possibly compare to those born with a golden key? We are descendants of 8 generations of poor farmers. Well, it seems we are not faring as well as you. By the way, How much cement do you need? Liang Manchang opened the note written by Zhao Yutian. 5 tons. Li Yuanchao called out to the old man in the warehouse. Old Yuan, how much damaged cement is left? A little over 4 tons. That is still a bit short. Oh, 4 tons is already quite satisfactory. We can purchase the remaining regular cement. That won't do. We are friends. In chapter 31, they decided to go their separate ways. After Li Yuanchao spoke, he took a small pair of scissors and pierced each pile of cement with a snip. Now, this is considered defective. Liang Manchang was at a loss for words, silently reflecting, this has nothing to do with me. I am merely a scrap collector. 2 minutes later, they had gathered 5 tons of cement, saving on the cement ticket and purchasing it at half price, for 30 yuan per ton. Liang Manchang paid 150 yuan and spent another 5 yuan on transportation, hiring a tractor. He also bought 10 yuan worth of iron nails, wire, and hinges. Yuanchao, in a couple of days, I'll bring you some wild rabbits and ducks when I go into the city. They are truly authentic. All right then, I relish that. There is no chance of tasting genuine wild game in the city. By the way, there is no cheap lime. You go pay and get the ticket. And I'll write you a note so that someone can pick out the white ones for you. Liang Manchang paid 60 yuan and the lime ticket, purchasing 3 tons. All right then, see you later. After saying this, Liang Manchang tossed the 28 big bars onto the tractor and headed straight to Tuanjiatan. Once he arrived in the village, he unloaded the 28 big bars from the tractor, leading the way in front of it. After finally buying such a significant item, he felt compelled to stroll around the village for a while. Manchang, you've made it. Even your bicycle is set up now? Oh, I saved up from the gaps between my teeth. Manchang, it seems the gaps between your teeth are wider than the plowing paths. You've saved enough for a bicycle. As soon as Liang Manchang got home, he ran into Zhao Yutian and his son. Uncle Yutian, were you watching here all day? Zhao Yutian replied while glancing at the bicycle. Ah, it's the first day of work. I feel more at ease keeping an eye on things. Meanwhile, Zhao Fushun's hands wandered from the bell to the wheel, nearly drooling. Brother Manchang, did you buy a bicycle? Will you take me along when you go to the commune in the future? That won't do. You must learn to ride on your own first. Then you can take me. All right. You little rascal, if anyone is to ride, it should be your father first. Manchang, in the future, if I need to borrow your bicycle to attend a meeting at the commune, you want refuse, right? Haha, it's all good. Let us first help unload the goods. Early the next morning, Liang Manchang accompanied Zhao Yutian to the brick factory, spending 450 yuan to order 15,000 bricks. Uncle Yutian, the tractor can't hold everything. Could you help me transport the bricks back while I leisurely ride my bicycle? Sure. Although it was late summer, the midday sun caused Liang Manchang to break into a sweat as he pedaled his bike. By the banks of the Qingshui River in Debizi village, a stout woman and a taller one were whispering to each other. Sister-in-law, Liang Manchang will surely pass through our Debizi village today, right? Absolutely. We've been hiding here since this morning. That is good. Let us hope we don't end up wasting our time. No way. Don't worry about what we discussed earlier. If Jianjun fails, you can borrow some seeds from me. Hee, that sounds a bit embarrassing. What is there to be embarrassed about? Fertile waters should not flow to outsiders. We are practically family. Just shut your eyes and hold on tight. I'll go call for help in the village. Liang Manchang, noticing their conversation, thought to himself, if they refuse, we'll call the police. I wouldn't dare. That guy looks so strong and capable. As Liang Manchang passed through Debizi village, he found a shaded spot under a tree and opened his shirt to cool off. Suddenly, a girl of about 12 or 13 jumped into the middle of the road, pointing towards the river 100 meters away, shouting, "Help! Someone has fallen into the water." Where? By the riverbank. Liang Manchang tossed his bicycle aside and prepared to rush towards the Qingshui River. However, upon seeing the girl's face, his heart tightened. Wasn't he this Ma Xiaoshuang from the Ma Falu family? What a coincidence! Liang Manchang, cautious, glanced ahead and spotted Ma Jianjun's psychic, Hoya, sitting in a cornfield, picking at his toes. You go wait by the river. I'll warm up and be right there. All right. After saying this, Liang Manchang approached Hoya. Hoya, what are you doing here? Startled, Hoya turned around to see Liang Manchang and quickly stood up. What are you meddling in other people's affairs for? Don't you want a wife? Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? If you can rescue a beautiful girl from the Qingshui River, she might just fall in love with you. Hoya, coming from a family that was as poor as could be and resembling a hippopotamus, was suddenly invigorated by the prospect. Really? If you're lying, may you have a son without a backside. Hoya sprang up, shedding his clothes as he dove into the river, swimming towards Ma Xiaoqiao, who was flailing in the water. Don't be afraid, I'm coming. Once he reached her, the slippery Ma Xiaoqiao clung to him like an octopus. Liang Manchang chuckled as he watched Ma Fulu rushing over with the villagers. Oh no, you've seen me naked. You must take responsibility. No problem. Huh, so straightforward. Ma Xiaoqiao opened her eyes to find Hoya's toothless grin filling her view. Oh my god, why is it you? Let me go, someone will come soon. Hurry and let go. However, Hoya was even more excited at the thought of being seen by the entire village. Believing that this way, Ma Xiaoqiao would not be able to marry anyone else. Perhaps even the bride price could be waived. As for whether Ma Xiaoqiao is a second marriage or if there are any burdens to carry, it matters not. It even spares one the effort of bearing a child. Sister Xiaoqiao, the path is fraught with thorns, so let me carry you. I shall set you down once we reach the main road. No, please put me down quickly. Let us pretend this never happened. If others see us, our reputations will be ruined. Though Hoya may not be handsome, he is certainly not foolish. What is reputation worth? The most practical thing is to marry a wife and bring her home. Moreover, once he ties the knot with Ma Xiaoqiao, he will become the son-in-law of the production team's captain. Who would dare provoke him then? No, you've seen me in my entirety. You must take responsibility for me. After saying this, Hoya hastened his steps toward the main road, colliding directly with Ma Fulu and the others. Hoya, what the hell are you doing? Ma Fulu exclaimed, quickly removing his jacket to cover Ma Xiaoqiao. Uncle Ma, I'm saving someone. Ma Jianjun, consumed by rage, waved his arms to disperse the villagers who had gathered to gawk. Scatter, what is there to see? Hoya, with a shameless grin, approached Ma Jianjun and said, Brother Jianjun, from now on, we will each mind our own business. I shall call you brother, and you shall call me brother-in-law. Meanwhile, Liang Manchang had already ridden off on his bicycle. Manchang, why are you so slow? Found money? Why are you so cheerful? Uncle Tian, we did a good deed today. What? You can do good deeds? How can that be? Liang Manchang is more than capable of doing good. I help the older bachelors resolve their personal issues and assist the lovesick widow in finding a partner. Does that not count as a good deed? Having gathered all necessary materials and set aside enough wages, Liang Manchang was left with just over 300 yuan. While 300 yuan is a substantial sum for an ordinary person, for Liang Manchang, it is merely insufficient for a month's expenses, leaving him unsettled. Jingxiu, please prepare 3 days' worth of provisions. I plan to venture into the mountains tomorrow. Chapter 32. Capturing the foolish roe deer the following day. Liang Manchang ascended the mountain with dog meat. This time, he was not content with merely hunting a few wild rabbits or mountain chickens. He aimed to capture several foolish roe deer or sika deer to sell at the commune. Thus, he made his way straight to the old forest. Dog meat. You've been absorbing spiritual energy in the space these past few days, and you've consumed quite a bit of little gold-s droppings. You must possess some degree of dominance by now, right? Are you a tiger? A wu is a wolf. Is little gold a wolf? Let us try again. Roar that s more like it. Liang Manchang nodded in satisfaction. It seems one becomes like those they associate with. Upon entering the old forest, Liang Manchang replaced the bullets in his gun with slugs. Should he encounter a bear, at least he would have some means to defend himself. If he continued with birdshot, it would merely tickle them. All creatures in the mountains require sustenance, with an astonishing variety of food, yet they all share one common necessity: water. Thus, Liang Manchang followed the memories of his past life to locate the only stream in the old ridge, tracing its course upstream. After approximately 2 hours of walking, he discovered a plateau halfway up the mountain, roughly the size of a football field, with the stream flowing through its center. Liang Manchang crouched down, observing the myriad of footprints scattered across the ground, a blend of old and new, which indicated that this was a watering hole for his quarry. Very well, he thought. Let us dig a few traps and test our luck. He untied the rope from the dog meat, repeatedly instructing it to call for him if any ferocious beasts approached. For if not, it would be left with nothing more than a duck's droppings, let alone the more substantial offerings of little Jean. To ensure his safety, he disengaged the safety on his shotgun, placing it within easy reach, and practiced a few motions to establish muscle memory before retrieving his entrenching tool to begin digging in the area with the densest footprints. This time, his target was the foolish roe deer and similar medium-sized game, so he excavated traps of moderate size, each approximately 1.5 meters in length, width, and depth. To entice the naive roe deer into the pit without any unrealistic expectations, Liang Manchang also filled a bucket with stream water, smoothing the walls of the trap to make them vertical and slick. With his enhanced physique resembling a human excavator, he dug 3 traps within an hour, arranged in a triangular formation. Dog meat, fetch some twigs, he instructed. The dog, unperturbed by such a harmless task, darted back and forth several times, returning with an ample supply. Liang Manchang then placed the twigs over the traps, covering them with a thin layer of moss. Small creatures like rabbits and wild chickens could tread upon them unscathed, while only prey weighing around 20 to 30 kilograms could trigger the traps. Once his work was complete, he found a large tree and left Dogmeat to keep watch beneath it. Dogmeat, we'll take turns climbing the tree. I'll go up first to have a meal and take a nap. After saying this, he produced the tofu skin rolls prepared by Lu Jingxiu, savoring them with pickled pancakes, leaving his mouth glistening with oil. By the time he descended from the tree, Dogmeat was so hungry it looked as though its front and back were glued together. In this deep forest, finding a warm meal is a challenge. Here, have 2 steamed buns to tide you over. I'll roast a rabbit for you tonight. Woof woof, don't say I'm bullying you. It's your turn to climb the tree now. Oh, and if you don't go up, don't start whining in my ear. Woof woof, Liang Manchang, you scoundrel. As the sun set, the platform area fell into a tranquil silence, interrupted only by a few hopping wild rabbits, with no other predators in sight. Damn it. I should have caught that little rabbit earlier. After squatting here all day, I'm left to rely on my reserves. The animals within the spiritual spring space grow at nearly 10 times the rate of those outside, meaning that the 5 young rabbits previously placed there would mature in about half a month. The old rabbit he had caught was intended for a fitting end. He carried the rabbit to the stream's edge, drawing out his hunting knife to bleed it. Rabbit, do not hold it against me. You were born to be a dish. Better to meet your end this year than delay until next. After skinning the rabbit, he tossed the pelt into the space and disposed of the entrails for Little Jean. Little Jean, make sure to consume more grass to enhance your dietary balance. Too much meat can lead to health issues. Owo, it's not that I'm being stingy. It's truly for your health. Though you are but a few months old, you have a long journey ahead, and I'll keep watch over you. Liang Manchang swiftly created a space, kindled a fire, and skewered a rabbit on a stick for roasting. After more than half an hour, the rabbit began to sizzle and release its juices. Sprinkling it with salt, Liang Manchang removed the rabbit's 4 legs, reserving the remainder for Dogmeat. Although you did nothing today, I recognize your latent potential, so I shall offer you the most delectable parts, the rabbit's head and body, while I content myself with the scraps. Promising to work harder tomorrow. With a sigh, Liang Manchang retrieved chili powder and generously sprinkled it over the rabbit legs. The aroma surpassed that of any future pre-packaged meal, evoking tears from the recently interred second uncle. Early the next morning, Liang Manchang summoned Dogmeat to dig a pit, concealing all traces of yesterday's activities. He bit into a twig, casually tossing another to Dogmeat. Your daily fare consists of either meat or waste. It's time to freshen your breath. Once they completed their personal hygiene, the haunting howls of wild beasts echoed from all directions. Liang Manchang focused intently, switching the single projectile for a larger buckshot. The grains of this buckshot were more substantial than those of birdshot, delivering a greater impact despite scattering. Approximately half an hour later, 2 foolish roe deer approached the water's edge, their wise eyes scanning for danger before cautiously sipping from the stream. Just as Liang Manchang was about to pull the trigger, Dogmeat nudged his arm with its nose and gestured forward. His enhanced vision revealed what appeared to be additional prey lurking behind the old forest. Well done, Dogmeat. Minutes later, 3 fawns joined the 2 adult deer, lowering their heads to drink. Dogmeat, the foolish deer lack combat prowess. Guide them towards the trap when the time comes, understood? Liang Manchang instructed, shifting the gun's muzzle slightly to avoid the fawns. With a thunderous bang, dozens of iron pellets flew towards the foolish deer, instantly knocking one to the ground. Go! Liang Manchang and Dogmeat charged forward simultaneously, one pursuing the adult deer, the other chasing the 3 fawns. In their panic, the fawns stumbled directly into the trap, becoming ensnared. The adult deer, however, darted away, disappearing into the thicket. It appears to weigh around 70 to 80 pounds. Liang Manchang first placed the downed deer into his spatial storage, then jumped into the trap to retrieve the 3 fawns as well. Woof! What's this? You think the foolish deer are easy to bully, so you had to urinate? Chapter 33. Extracting the hornet's nest after playfully teasing Dogmeat. Liang Manchang did not rush after the adult deer, but instead restructured the trap, checking for any unfortunate creatures. About 15 minutes later, the previously bewildered fawn with a tuft of white fur returned to the woods, its large eyes curiously peering in Liang Manchang's direction. Uh-huh. I knew you would come back. Liang Manchang locked onto the fawn 30 meters away and raised his weapon. With a resounding shot, leaves and wood chips flew, and the fawn was struck by several pellets, yet managed to limp away. Chase. The foolish roe deer is no match for the Dogmeat, and an injured roe deer is even less capable of standing against it. Thus, it foolishly dashed forward, with Liang Manchang closely trailing behind. The pungent scent of blood served as a compass for the dog meat, allowing it to swiftly close in on the roe deer and bring it down. With a swift bite to the deer's neck, it drank deeply of its blood until life faded away. You certainly know how to improve your meals, Liang Manchang remarked as he tossed the roe deer into his spatial storage and hurriedly descended the mountain. The overwhelming smell of blood would attract the ferocious beasts lurking in the forest if he were to leave the dog meat behind as a distraction. His own escape would be perilous. Upon returning to the platform area, Liang Manchang climbed a towering tree, keeping a vigilant watch over his traps. However, as dawn broke the following day, perhaps due to the overpowering scent of blood, no prey came to quench its thirst. On the third morning, after filling 3 traps to a considerable extent, Liang Manchang made his way down the mountain. A hornet, about the size of a thumb, flitted before him. "Oh, you dare to challenge me? Let us see how many eyes the mighty Wang can muster." With a swift motion, Liang Manchang broke a branch and struck, cleaving the hornet in two. "Dog meat, find the hornet's nest." Dog meat sniffed the hornet's remains and darted off towards the cliffside. As they drew closer, the number of hornets increased, buzzing chaotically. Liang Manchang licked his lips, contemplating the treasures that fried hornets, hornet wine, fried larvae, and honeycombs would yield. Fortunately, he had several spare burlap bags in his spiritual spring space, perfect for gathering them all at once. He donned a raincoat, wrapping himself tightly, and added 6 pairs of safety gloves, covering his face entirely except for his eyes, which were protected by windproof goggles. Using chili powder, fresh leaves, tree bark, and dried pine needles, he crafted a rudimentary smoke generator and cautiously approached the hornet's nest beneath the stone wall. The hornets, sensing the encroaching smoke, became disoriented and, before realizing the mummy-like figure of Liang Manchang, began to tumble down. Seizing the opportunity, Liang Manchang placed the smoke generator beneath the nest and made a swift retreat. After waiting for about 10 minutes, as the buzzing noise diminished, he took a burlap sack in one hand and a dagger in the other to collect the nest. He also gathered the hornets that had fallen to the ground into the sack. To ensure all the hornets succumbed to the smoke, he hung the sack beneath the smoke for an additional 10 minutes before ceasing his efforts. Once he extinguished the smoke, he fled swiftly. As he ran, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Where's the dog meat? Once he shed his cumbersome gear, he discovered the poor creature, swollen and bruised from stings, gazing at him with a forlorn expression. "My apologies, I completely forgot about you. Does it hurt?" Dog meat grimaced in response. Liang Manchang quickly placed him into the spatial storage, using spiritual spring water to cleanse the wounds and applying herbal remedies. Little Jean, a sprinkle of tiger urine cures all ailments. Upon emerging from the mountains, Liang Manchang promptly delivered 2 foolish roe deer to Han Lao in exchange for 100 yuan. Subsequently, he procured 20 jin of loose grain and a glass wine jar from the supply and marketing cooperative, preparing to return home to brew wine. Manchang, heading to the market? Liang Manchang turned to see the bruised and battered Hoya grinning foolishly. "Goodness, Hoya, do not grin at me like that. It frightens me." With a lowered head, Hoya glanced at the noticeably larger dog meat. "What breed is this? I've never seen anything like it. Let us speak of matters at hand and refrain from disparaging the dog. Besides, you two have been beaten to a pulp. You are hardly in a position to judge." "Manchang, thank you for your assistance with that last matter." It was then that Liang Manchang realized Hoya had come to express his gratitude. He responded with an air of wisdom. "Ah, you refer to that incident? It was a mere trifle, and I am pleased to see love blossom between you two." "Oh, what love? That old curmudgeon Ma Fulu does not approve. When I went to propose, that pair of scoundrels, father and son, gave me a thorough thrashing." Liang Manchang chuckled, realizing that this battered figure had indeed faced the wrath of Ma Fulu and his son. Truly, despite the circumstances, they still refuse? Their daughters are hardly pristine treasures. Yet they act as if they are. Indeed, I, a young man in my prime, do not mind that Ma Xiaoqiao has some history, yet they disapprove of me? However, Manchang, I genuinely admire Ma Xiaoqiao's robust figure. Noticing Hoya's bashful expression, Liang Manchang discerned that Hoya was seeking his assistance. Hoya, too, was a man of misfortune, striving to do less labor as a subordinate to Ma Jianjun, yet he endured beatings without fail while being denied meat. "Hoya, do you truly have feelings for Ma Xiaoqiao?" "Indeed, Manchang. If you can assist me in marrying Ma Xiaoqiao, I shall be your obedient servant henceforth. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply. By the way, Manchang, are you not a bachelor as well? When the day comes that you feel lonely, come to our house to form a partnership. If Ma Xiaoqiao refuses, I shall slap her into submission." Liang Manchang felt a shiver run down his spine at the mere thought of such an arrangement. "Let us discuss that later. I must inquire, does your village have a small broadcaster, one of those gossiping women with little to do? Indeed. Purchase 2 jean of fruit candy for her, and have her spread the word that you two were found embracing in the nude. Do not be overly specific, the vaguer, the better, to leave them some room for imagination. Ma Fulu and Ma Jianjun are not to be trifled with. Will this not provoke them? Liang Manchang's expression turned serious as he replied, this is not mere gossip. When you rescued her from the river, you were not clothed, were you? Besides, what is a little beating for the sake of love? There is a saying, life is precious, but love is even more valuable. Very well, let us go for broke. Furthermore, if Ma Fulu still does not consent, simply whisper 2 words in his ear. What words? Zuehua. Zuehua? Just say that, and if you cannot manage this, then I shall relinquish my title as the foremost matchmaker of Hongxing Commune. Hoya pondered for a long moment, having never heard of Liang Manchang holding such a title. Manchang, should this endeavor succeed, you shall be my great benefactor, akin to a second set of parents. No, I am not accustomed to being a benefactor. If one wishes to repay a debt of gratitude, there are indeed ways to do so. Chapter 34. The Oath of the Toothless Brother Manchang. You may command me. I would even be willing to engage in clandestine activities for the sake of loyalty. Alas, such thoughts have never crossed my mind. Even if they had, I would not dare to voice them. Liang Manchang paused momentarily, then led the toothless man into a secluded alley, inquiring, on the day Lianhua was in the cornfield, why did Ma Jianjun invite me for drinks? Do you not know? The fat one and I are mere lackeys. While we are indispensable when it comes to work, when it comes to enjoying the finer things, we are cast aside, as if we do not belong to the same circle. Not a shred of trust? The toothless man scratched his head, pondering for half a minute before responding. The night prior, Ma Jianjun visited the new town and returned with a pack of Chongbai ginseng cigarettes. Chongbai ginseng cigarettes? Those cost 2 yuan a pack, quite pricey. Can Ma Jianjun truly afford them? Indeed, he even mentioned that he would soon start working at the county agricultural machinery factory. Liang Manchang began to piece things together. The child in by Jilian's womb was likely someone from the county, and he must possess some social connections. Perhaps Ma Jianjun was being leveraged to find an inexpensive father figure for the unborn child in exchange for resolving employment issues. Toothless, the information you provided is quite valuable. But given your previous camaraderie with Ma Jianjun, you must offer some form of loyalty oath now that you have switched allegiances. Brother Manchang, what do you suggest? Ma Jianjun, that scoundrel, accuses me of being a toad aspiring to eat swan meat, yet he should take a look at his own scarred visage. I have squandered the first half of my life in blindness, serving thieves. In the latter half, I shall become his father. Toothless, it is not that I doubt you. Here's what we shall do. Write down the details of that day, and also note down a few of Ma Jianjun's misdeeds, then affix your fingerprint. Otherwise, I will remain uneasy. Toothless displayed a troubled expression, somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. I can only write my name. Not to worry. Just tell me what to write. Liang Manchang promptly purchased paper and ink at the supply store, along with a box of sealing wax. In less than half an hour, he had penned over 1,000 characters eloquently. Who would have thought that Ma Jianjun is indeed a little beast? His squinty eyes serve him well. Come, Toothless, sign here and leave your fingerprint. All right, Brother Manchang, you must keep this safe. If Ma Jianjun were to discover it, our identities as underground operatives would be compromised. Absolutely. From now on, if you have any intelligence, contact Zhao Fushun, I will brief him. Upon finishing, Liang Manchang handed Toothless 5 yuan and a ticket for fruit candies. Take this and ensure you bring Ma Xiaoqiao home soon. Brother Manchang, from this day forward, you are my brother. A small expenditure can yield significant results. It is only a matter of time before Ma Jianjun uncovers who stands against him. Thus embedding a mole within his circle could prove invaluable. Liang Manchang discreetly stored the materials and stealthily made his way to the busy Tan, where he rechecked Toothless's accusations, ensuring that Toothless had not betrayed him. By the time he returned home, it was already evening, and the mason and workers were preparing to leave. Liang Manchang gazed at the wall, already half a meter high, and felt a bubbling sense of satisfaction. Uncle Yutian, you have been quite busy these past few days, and I imagine you are quite exhausted. Why not enjoy dinner at home tonight? We have managed to catch 2 wild ducks and a fish, so we can indulge a bit. Very well, I shall send Shunzi on an errand to inform his mother. Shunzi, bring your aunt along to join us for dinner. If she is unwilling, then you need not come either. I must tell you, we have something delightful for the evening. Zhao Fushun pointed towards the door, indicating the large bicycle. Brother Manchang, may I ride my bicycle? I have learned quite a bit these past few days and have nearly grasped its essence. Quickly there and back. Ah, you silly child. Conserve your strength and do not stand while pedaling, Liang Manchang said as he retrieved the wild ducks he had placed in the basket, along with the remaining 2 pounds of raw meat. Jingxiu, please boil some water while I prepare the ducks. Lu Jingxiu responded promptly and began to busy herself at the stove with Xiaoying. Manchang, are we dining so lavishly today? Indeed, being able to eat is a blessing. And it costs us nothing. If we can eat, then we shall. Such a capable person you are. But what is in this bag? It smells intriguingly sweet. Liang Manchang pressed his ear against the burlap sack and, hearing no sound, found a bowl to pour out the wasps and their nest. This was found by Dogmeat. Upon hearing his name, Dogmeat, filled with pride, ran around the wasp nest in jubilance. Zhao Yutian gazed hungrily at the wasps. When fried, they become delightfully crisp and contain 6 times the protein of chicken. Shall we fry them tonight? Absolutely. Uncle, do assist me in preparing half of them. I shall take the other half to infuse in liquor. Leave it to me, Liang Manchang replied, washing the glass jar thoroughly and drying it with a clean cloth 3 times before feeling satisfied. He placed half of the wasps inside, added 20 pounds of white liquor, and carefully carried it into the house. Meanwhile, Zhao Yutian removed the wasp stingers, preparing a small bowl's worth. Uncle, could you help with the wasp pupae too? I will handle the ducks. Liang Manchang quietly discarded a small portion of the nest into the storage space, allowing the remaining pupae to thrive on their own. Haha. Manchang, tonight uncle is indeed fortunate, with both fried wasps and fried pupae. About half an hour later, Zhao Fushan arrived, awkwardly riding with Chun Malian. Manchang, I thought I could manage alone at home, but Shunzi insisted that if I did not come, there would be no dinner. What could I do but shamelessly join in for a bite? Aunt, we need your assistance. Jingxiu has never cooked wasps. Could you show her the ropes? Without waiting for Chun Malian's response, Zhao Yutian thumped his chest proudly. There is no doubt about it. Your aunt's culinary skills are exceptional. Not just in Tuanjia village, but even in the Hongxing commune. She is of the highest caliber, rivaling state-run restaurants. Manchang, do not heed your uncle's boasting. However, frying wasps indeed requires finesse. If overcooked, they become charred. If undercooked, they lose their crispness. Wait for your aunt to demonstrate. Liang Manchang squeezed out a small bowl of the remaining honey from the pupae and called out to the stove outside, Xiaoying, come here for some honey. Upon hearing there was honey, Xiaoying bounced out joyfully. Brother, where is it? Look at your little face, all smeared in soot. Let Shunzi help you wash up. Hom. On the stove, 2 pots simmered simultaneously. Chun Malian was dedicated to frying wasp pupae and stir-frying honeycombs, while Lu Jingxiu prepared wild duck, river shrimp, and roe deer meat. They toiled from dawn until dusk. Liang Manchang, Zhao Yutian, and Zhao Fushan devoured nearly half a plate of fried wasp pupae, and only then were all the dishes served, filling the table to the brim. Uncle, Aunt, may I propose a toast? During this time, Uncle had been away from home, immersed in the matters of the production team and our family's affairs, along with Shunzi, who worked tirelessly, capable of matching the efforts of 2 laborers, a fact I have keenly observed. This first glass of wine is a token of our gratitude. Chun Malian nudged Liang Manchang and winked at Lu Jingxiu. What about everyone else? Shouldn't they be thanked? Chapter 35. A return to the cave. Liang Manchang glanced at Lu Jingxiu, who was looking down, and felt a stir in his heart. Jingxiu had indeed put in considerable effort these days, organizing lunch for the bricklayers and laborers, while also taking care of Xiaoying. Let us all raise our glasses and toast. Xiaoying, lifting her little face defiantly, interjected, what about me? I helped Sister Jingxiu too. Laughter erupted. Yes, how could we forget our little contributor? You may drink honey water. The table of people raised their glasses in a toast. The following morning, Liang Manchang instructed Zhao Fushan to ride his bicycle to the commune. Ding ding ding. Brother Manchang, I'm back. Liang Manchang pulled Zhao Fushan aside. How did it go? Yes, but it must be delivered before the market opens tomorrow. Around 500 jin, nothing excessive. All right, we shall set off at noon. Sure, will you ride a bicycle? A cart will suffice. That evening, Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushan ventured into the mountains, heading straight for the cave that led to the underground river at Laoyiling. Upon reaching the entrance, Liang Manchang noticed several new footprints and a few torn newspapers. Brother Manchang, could someone have intercepted our catch? Let us check the entrance, Liang Manchang replied. Upon examining the entrance, he found that the moss covering it had grown together, showing no signs of disturbance. It seems unlikely. Let's get to work. They opened the cave entrance, let in some fresh air, and then illuminated the cave with a flashlight. They skillfully baited the lines, and after about 10 minutes, they finally spotted the shadows of fish. However, it appeared that their numbers were not as plentiful as before. Brother Manchang, it seems we'll have to wait a while after this catch. Shunzi, This is akin to foraging for hazelnuts in the mountains. Finding them is a stroke of luck. But if we don't, we can't blame anyone. The two quickly cast their nets, tossing the larger fish into their basket while the smaller ones were set aside by Liang Manchang, intending to discreetly stash them away while Zhao Fushun took the fish up for delivery. After several casts without netting any sizable fish, Liang Manchang gathered the nets and sealed the cave entrance once more. Shunzi, do you need to relieve yourself? Not at the moment, why? Hehe. Be careful not to do so at the entrance. We wouldn't want someone mistakenly opening our water curtain cave. Brother Manchang, if you keep talking like that, I might just have to. Once they finished their tasks, they took their cart to the commune, selling the fish before 5 o'clock. Let us grab some breakfast. Zhao Fushun had become a regular at the state-run restaurant, ordering dishes without even glancing at the menu. Today, I shall forego the meat buns, for I have grown weary of them. Instead, I would like to order 2 pounds of chive-filled dumplings and 2 pounds of pork and cabbage dumplings, along with a platter of mixed kelp. Shunzi, you truly know how to indulge in delightful fare. Today's total sales amounted to 512 yuan, and I shall allocate 60 yuan for you. Manchang, 50 yuan will suffice. This meal is on you. Very well, no objections. Once the two had finished their meal, they strolled around the commune for a while before heading to the grain store, where they purchased 3 bags of rice and 3 bags of flour. Shunzi, you take the grains home. I will make a trip to New City. Can I accompany you? Next time, I promise to take you on a proper outing. We shall ride our bicycles there. Sounds good. Having said this, Liang Manchang boarded the bus, heading straight for New City. Upon disembarking, he sought a secluded spot to enter his spatial realm. Within the Lingquan space, wild ducks roamed freely, rabbits had birthed several litters, and the fish in the brook swam in abundance, far more crowded than the courtyards of the 4-9 city. Liang Manchang bound 2 wild ducks and 2 prawns with a grass rope before exiting the space. Who goes there? And who might you be? Lacking any sense of decency, relieving yourself in public? Liang Manchang spat on the ground. If it were a young lady, it might be excusable, but it was, regrettably, a grown man. Upon reaching the material bureau, Liang Manchang leaned in, whistling towards Li Yuanchao, who was seated at the entrance. Yuanchao. Li Yuanchao, groggily opening his eyes, perked up upon seeing the wild game Liang Manchang was carrying. Manchang, have you brought me some wild delicacies? Isn't that obvious? Li Yuanchao grasped the quacking wild ducks and the wriggling prawns, his eyes sparkling with delight. How fresh. Manchang, I'm not one to be swayed easily. But this game of yours looks distinctly different from others. It possesses a certain elegance. What do you mean? Is there such a thing as elegant wild game? Liang Manchang observed closely, and indeed, there was an ethereal quality that subtly emanated from them. This further solidified his resolve to treat them as anything but ordinary prey. Yuanchao, take these home to enjoy. If they are as delightful as they appear, I shall catch more for you another day. However, I must forewarn you. They are not so easily captured. I shall do my utmost. Li Yuanchao, invigorated, paid no heed to the onlookers, hanging the wild ducks and prawns on the chair's back before producing 2 cigarettes. What's the matter? Last night, I thought to procure some fresh goods for you, so I ventured into the mountains overnight. But you must know, a thick fog suddenly enveloped the old Yiling behind our collective. It was so dense one could hardly see a hand in front of their face. I thought to wait until the sun rose and the mist cleared before proceeding. I sought refuge in an abandoned bear den, but as I waited, I became drenched and nearly fell asleep, for the fog refused to dissipate. Liang Manchang was a master storyteller, and with just a few sentences, he left Li Yuanchao in a state of astonishment. What did you do then? You couldn't just wait idly, could you? Indeed, that was our thought as well. I took a stick and, like a blind man, began to feel my way down the mountain, relying solely on instinct. Could you see the path? Not at all. It was as if I were blind. However, having traversed these mountains for years, the old Yiling felt as familiar as my own backyard, so I continued my descent. Li Yuanchao furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. Is that really safe? The slope below is not necessarily a village. It could also be a ravine. Indeed, as I walked along, I suddenly stepped into a puddle. Had I truly fallen into a ditch? Indeed, I had. In an instant, the dense fog of the mountains dissipated completely. Looking down, I realized it was merely a small pool of water. Were fish and wild ducks lurking there? The pool was not large, approximately the size of a supply bureau. After circling around, I managed to catch 2 wild ducks and 2 crawfish. As I tied them with a grass rope and turned to look back, guess what happened? Li Yuanzhao's heart raced, and he anxiously inquired, "What's wrong?" Suddenly, the fish and wild ducks sprouted wings and flew away. Man, you've become increasingly fanciful. Could this really be true? I haven't mentioned this to anyone, fearing they'd accuse me of nonsense, so just consider it a jest for amusement. All right, I'll bring a few experts to try this out. I believe it won't disappoint. After Liang Manchang delivered the goods, he boarded the bus back to Hongxing Commune. By Lianhua. Chapter 36. An unexpected encounter with Bai Lianhua. Bai Lianhua appeared transformed. Dressed in a sundress and white shoes, donning a pair of sunglasses. She resembled the urbanites. Master, I would like to get off. Getting off? No refunds. Liang Manchang alighted from the bus, instantly transformed into a lovesick fool, trailing behind Bai Lianhua. To be fair, with her makeover, she exuded 7 parts beauty and 3 parts allure. Bai Lianhua slipped into a state-run restaurant, seating herself before a bespectacled, cultured young man. Hongbing, have you informed your parents about us? Lianhua, there's no rush. We haven't known each other long. It's not quite appropriate, is it? What is inappropriate? I fought for you, and you tell me it's not suitable? Liang Manchang hid nearby, stifling a laugh. Realizing Bai Lianhua had dragged an unfortunate soul into her predicament before her abortion. Lianhua, I merely spent a night with you, and shortly after, I found myself with child. Hongbing, what do you mean? Do you doubt this child is yours? Woe is me, what sin have I committed to fall for such an irresponsible man? Initially, I thought you were dependable and caring, which is why I agreed to this, only to discover you Bai Lianhua feigned tears, causing the man across from her to panic. Swiftly taking her hand. Lianhua, if I recall correctly, it was you who pulled me into the haystack, wasn't he it? You trusted me enough to let me watch over others while you freed your hands. Your scent is so strong, who would dare approach? Hongbing, my scent may be strong, but my love is not. Liang Manchang was taken aback. After all, Bai Lianhua had at least attended primary school. Why get so dramatic in her metaphors? Yet, the man across from her seemed captivated by it, his voice growing animated and fervent. Lianhua, rest assured, once I return, I'll tell my parents about the marriage certificate. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. With my mother missing and no support in the village, I'll settle my household registration in the city. And you'll arrange a job for me, so we can live well together. Liang Manchang suddenly stood up, loudly calling for the waiter and waving his hand. Waiter, do you have wild boar meat? The kind that has a strong odor? No. Then what's the fuss about? Liang Manchang, slightly disgruntled, touched his nose and cast a glance towards Bai Lianhua. Oh, isn't that Lianhua? What brings you here? Bai Lianhua, recognizing the mischievous glint in Liang Manchang's eyes, sensed his ill intentions. The red soldier was already in a precarious position if he were to hear rumors of her being pregnant, even without concrete evidence. Doubts would surely arise in his mind. Manchang, what a coincidence. Are you here for a meal? Enjoy your meal. We shall take our leave. Bai Lianhua, her face flushed, pulled the red soldier away. What's wrong, Lianhua? I haven't even eaten yet. Since we know each other, why not dine together? I'm not hungry right now. Accompany me for a stroll instead. Liang Manchang positioned himself between the two. Lianhua, I have something to discuss with you. Shall we step outside for a private chat? Whatever you have to say can be discussed here. That might not be appropriate. It concerns personal matters. Liang Manchang glanced pointedly at her abdomen. You. As they walked into a narrow alley, Liang Manchang leaned against the wall like a rogue. Sister Lianhua, times are tough for me. Could you lend me some money? What? Liang Manchang, you've been building houses, buying bicycles, and yet you claim to be broke? You don't understand. It's precisely because of these endeavors that I'm short on cash. Times have changed. Money fluctuates by the minute. Just lend me a little, will you? Bai Lianhua crossed her arms defiantly, her expression one of indifference. I have no money. Sister Lianhua, we share a unique bond. We almost got lost in the cornfield together, and I nearly became your child's surrogate father. Given that, wouldn't you lend me some? You are despicable and shameless. What's wrong? Not lending? Then I shall ask that pretty boy inside for help. Liang Manchang's demeanor resembled that of a scoundrel. Thankfully, Xiaoga and Xiaomo were not present. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly win a dubious award. Fine, you are tough to deal with. Bai Lianhua clenched her jaw, producing a handkerchief to retrieve some money. Liang Manchang snatched the handkerchief from her grasp and handed her a 5-dime note. Don't say I don't care. Keep this for your bus fare. Liang Manchang, you are inhuman. In my past life, you indeed made me feel less than human. This time, I'm here to repay you. What? As Bai Lianhua watched Liang Manchang's retreating figure, an overwhelming sense of urgency filled her. She needed to leave Tuanjiatin promptly, otherwise, she would be trapped by him for a lifetime. Rubbing her face, she donned a different expression and moved closer to the red soldier. On the bus, Liang Manchang pulled out the handkerchief and counted the money, over 60 yuan. Indeed, when women turn bad, they become wealthy. Upon returning to Tuanjiatin, Liang Manchang meticulously organized his cash. After a few days of hustle, he now had over 900 yuan. With money in his pocket, He could afford to take his time and enjoy a leisurely life, all while keeping a close eye on the big house. In the still of the night, Liang Manchang clasped his hands together and entered the space. Xiaomei, are you there? Brother Tsong, how may I serve you? Yesterday, I captured 3 foolish roe deer and placed them in my space. Does this mean I shall receive a grand gift? Of course. However, this time it is not an ordinary one. What is it? Just as Liang Manchang's words fell, the swirling mass of white, gelatinous mist around him receded like a tide, causing the Lingquan space to instantly double in size. It expanded to over 200 square meters. What was once a rather cramped space now transformed into a vast expanse. Haha, Xiaomei, you are truly a treasure to me. What circumstances allow for such an expansion of space? With the upgrades of the skills 10 miles of fragrance, rock-solid body, anchor point sniping, and lynxy vision, each advancing by 1 level, there exists the potential to trigger an upgrade. The space has now progressed from red to orange, allowing you to remain within it for half an hour each day. To elevate all 4 skills by 1 level, a minimum of 4 opportunities to receive grand gifts is required. Thus, it remains essential to continuously procure rare animals to transfer to the space. For the time being, the capacity of the space is sufficient, so Liang Manchang is not in a hurry. The next day, he woke naturally and waited for Hu Dajin to commence work before leisurely getting out of bed. Dajin, how many more days until completion? Perhaps 7 or 8 days, Manchang. You might want to contact the carpenter first to order doors, windows, tables, and benches. All right, I shall visit Tan the carpenter today. Liang Manchang then retrieved 2 bags of sugar from a large vat of quicklime and carried 2 bottles of beidakang, heading straight to Tan's residence. However, he had not ventured far before encountering the flamboyantly dressed Zuohua. Chapter 37. I am your father. Manchang, you're out and about? Yes, the house is nearly finished. So I'm seeking Tan the carpenter's assistance with doors, windows, tables, and benches. Manchang has really made something of himself. I've always seen potential in you since you were young. Liang Manchang bent slightly to scrutinize Wang Zuehua's face. Alas, Sister Zuehua, I see you are radiating the blossoms of romance. It seems you have joyous news. Wang Zuehua was taken aback. Why did Manchang appear so cryptic? Oh, how did you perceive that? Just look at your sparkling eyes, full lips, and the mole on your fate line. It surely suggests auspicious tidings are near. However, I shall refrain from elaborating. Oh dear, Manchang, why do you leave me in suspense? You have stirred my curiosity. Please, share more. Very well. I shall risk revealing secrets of fate to tell you. This joyful occasion cannot be delayed. It requires swift resolution. Furthermore, one must facilitate the happiness of others first before one can reap blessings. Upon hearing this, Wang Zuehua felt reassured. Liang Manchang was indeed not speaking idly. Manchang, I shall remember your words. If my good fortune materializes, I shall treat you to drinks. Agreed, agreed. With that, Liang Manchang hurried to the home of Tan the carpenter, known as Less One Finger. In his youth, he had lost a finger while indulging in a few drinks while working. Master Tan, are you home? Ah, Manchang, shouldn't you be bustling about these days? What brings you here? Liang Manchang placed the bags of sugar and beidakang on the windowsill, offered a cigarette, and said, Master Tan, I have come to request your assistance with the doors, windows, tables, and benches. Are you available? Though there is indeed some free time, I am occupied with matters these past few days and cannot attend to urgent tasks. Liang Manchang felt perplexed. Tan the carpenter, having no children, lived in a spacious house with only his wife, and without any farm work. What could possibly be the matter? Surely, he could not be contemplating a price hike due to his ample resources? Master Tan, what occupies your time? If there is a way we can assist, do let us know. As Liang Manchang's words faded, the elderly woman, who had been shelling corn at the door, blushed and retreated indoors. Ahem, Brother Manchang. This matter is something you truly cannot assist with. It is not yet at that stage. When we are truly out of options, we shall seek your help. If that is agreeable, what is the matter? Tan the carpenter tilted his head and whispered, it concerns having children. Liang Manchang then recalled that Tan had been married for 15 or 16 years, yet had not a single child. The villagers spun tales, claiming he had learned some secret technique from Liu Ban, severing his own lineage, hence his inability to conceive. Yet in a previous life, twins had graced them in 1980. Is this not a matter that can wait? Perhaps it would be wise to bide our time? Alas, seeking a shaman may be the only recourse, and it must be done within these few days. Liang Manchang was at a loss for words. Must this issue truly be calculated? Even if one were to seek such calculations, it would be more prudent to consult a skilled obstetrician rather than a shaman. Master Tan, this seems rather hasty. Does it not? I have tried every remedy known, yet nothing bears fruit. While the furniture can wait, the doors and windows cannot be postponed. Master Tan, do you have an empty bowl? Might you fetch one for me? What is it? I require a bowl of holy water. You can still summon spirits? Tan the carpenter retrieved a large bowl from the kitchen, uncertain, and handed it to Liang Manchang. Shall we give it a try? Liang Manchang shivered, his face suddenly flushed, muttering incoherently. The king covers the earth, the little chicken stews with mushrooms. Left azure dragon, right white tiger, in the center stands a Mickey Mouse. Before the vermilion bird. Behind the black tortoise, there lies a little squirrel. East, evil wind, west, poison mist, in the center, a long-haired rabbit. South, morong, north, chow foam. In the center, a large hornet. Jin Jia is wild, Mu Jia is strong, in the center, a gray wolf. The grand Benz, the charming BMW. In the center, a small electric vehicle. Having completed his peculiar incantation, Liang Manchang turned away and reached into the spiritual space, producing a large bowl of spiritual water. Here, drink. Upon witnessing Liang Manchang conjure a bowl of water seemingly out of thin air, Tin knelt before him, accepting the bowl with gratitude. I thank the immortal for bestowing this divine water. One must not rush. Patience brings resolution. Noted. Boil it with hot water and drink it all at once. This spiritual water is akin to Red Bull. When the time comes, just heat it. Liang Manchang shook his body, regaining his composure. Master Tan, has the immortal visited? Indeed. Very well. Then if you are busy, I shall not impose. I will return when you are free. Manchang, do not leave. I assure you I will be ready by morning. No rush. No rush. The immortal has spoken. Hush. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Once the matter was settled, Liang Manchang ambled around the entrance of Bai Lianhua's home. The tightly shut door is a clear indication that the cunning vixen is toiling away in the city. Liang Manchang refrains from exposing the white lotus directly before the red soldiers, hoping instead that she will depart soon, while also reaping some interest in the meantime. He has always been a solitary man, unperturbed by her covert schemes. However, with Xiaoying and Lu Jingxiu residing under the same roof, sharing a village with his archenemy stirs a sense of unease within him. Thus, Liang Manchang resolves to fully exploit her before relinquishing her to her fate. Liang Manchang rouses Zhao Fushan from the bed. Shunzi, I thought I had overslept, yet it seems you have lingered longer than I. Hurry up, or we might truly become the elder and younger brothers of the Unity Village. Brother Manchang, my standing in the Zhao household has dramatically changed, if I merely cough. My father immediately inquires about my smoking habits. Is that so? I doubt it. Just wait and see. Zhao Fushan sits at the edge of the bed and lightly coughs toward the outer room. Cough, cough. Sure enough, Zhao Yutian hastily enters, carrying a pipe. Ah, Shunzi. Would you like a hit from the pipe? That stuff irritates the throat. What about Yinshan? Zhao Yotian's eyelids flutter as he retrieves a crumpled box of Yinshan from his coat pocket. Here you go, Shunzi. You're earning money now. Your treatment is indeed quite different. Indeed, I frequently pull out a few large notes. Am I not the wealthiest in our family? If I do not support myself, who else will? Right, old Zhao? Zhao Yotian's lips twitch, and his already rosy cheeks deepen to a pig liver hue. Old Zhao? Shunzi, shall I prepare a hearty meal for you this morning? Yes, absolutely. All right, wait here. Moments later, Zhao Yutian returns with a bamboo stick, whacking Zhao Fushan playfully. You little rascal, do you think you can act all high and mighty? You still call me old Zhao. I bring money home every few days. I am your father. I earn in a month what you do in a year. I am the wealth of our family. Chapter 38. The dog meat accomplishment. Shunzi, will you still flaunt it? Brother Manchang, lacking the respect one deserves is a reflection of insufficient strength. Shall we not explore the cave again? Explore again? We would be extinct. Today, we shall not hunt. Instead, let us gather some hazelnuts and mushrooms. Once the heavy snow seals the mountains, we shall hibernate at home, enjoying wild chicken stew with hazelnuts, a flavor worthy of a county magistrate. Zhao Fushan, greatly disappointed, had anticipated gathering several large notes to flaunt before old Zhao, but instead, they were only gathering small mushrooms. What? Those things aren't even worth much. Shunzi, allow me to share a life lesson with you. In this life, when fortune smiles upon you, revel in it. Don't obsess over money. How much is enough? I have little interest in wealth. Brother, if I were as wealthy as you, casually erecting 3 large tile-roofed houses, I too would be indifferent to money. It was the prime season for mushroom gathering. Yet the outskirts of Laoyiling had been trampled bare by the townsfolk. Various mushrooms were regrettably scarce. The two searched for over half an hour, yielding only a small plate of mushrooms. Brother Manchang, shall we venture into the old forest? Fewer people go there, and we might find a bountiful harvest of hazelnuts. Do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. Are you not seeking to venture into the depths of the forest to hunt? Ah, a mere side endeavor. Is it? Very well, let us proceed into the old woods. As we enter, human footprints become scarce, while those of wild beasts multiply. Liang Manchang presented a handful of hazelnut mushrooms before the dog meat, patting its head. If you can uncover the mushroom den, I shall reward you with a wild duck egg. Woof woof. 2 eggs, would that suffice? The dog, seemingly invigorated, dashed forward. For the sake of wealth, a man may perish, and for sustenance, a dog may do the same. Dog meat led Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushun up the path to the immortal peak. After 2 hours of trekking, dog meat's pace began to slow, sniffing around curiously. What's the matter, dog meat? Any leads? Woof woof. The dog surged ahead and soon discovered a cluster of pale yellow caps amidst a grove of snow pines. Brother Manchang, this is quite a bounty. Zhao Fushun, who had initially scoffed at the hazelnut mushrooms, now could only exclaim 2 words, so fragrant. Even if hazelnut mushrooms held little value, this substantial collection could fetch a good price. Liang Manchang retrieved a wild duck egg from his spatial pouch and placed it in dog meat's mouth. Well done, dog meat. Keep watch, and tonight we shall prepare a stew of wild chicken with hazelnut mushrooms, and the bones shall be yours to savor. Woof woof. Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushun each took their portions and began foraging in opposite directions. Within an hour, Liang Manchang's basket was nearly full. Fortunately, with the spatial pouch at his disposal, he continuously stored the mushrooms within. As he foraged, he spotted a fallen, lifeless tree. Its branches adorned with a congregation of mushrooms, hazelnut, round, pine, and small yellow varieties. When it comes to nutritional value, the round mushrooms reign supreme. Yet Liang Manchang favored the taste of hazelnut mushrooms. Fushun, there are round and pine mushrooms as well. Yes, I see them. Hearing Zhao Fushun's voice from a distance reassured Liang Manchang, allowing him to place the 10-meter-long deadwood into his spatial pouch. Imagine the delight of harvesting from it periodically in the future. After another hour of harvesting, Liang Manchang filled his basket to the brim, his spatial pouch also holding a small pile. He estimated that this mushroom patch could provide enough for an entire day of foraging. Fushun, let us descend the mountain and return tomorrow. All right. Upon returning home, Liang Manchang emptied the mushrooms onto the ground, forming a small mound. Jingxiu, come help me sort these mushrooms. The weather is fair. We must dry them for winter. All right, coming. Lu Jingxiu emerged and gasped, her eyes wide in astonishment. Even at the market, she had never encountered such a mountain of mushrooms. Brother Manchang, did you unearth an entire mushroom den? I lack such a keen nose. It was our dog meat's doing. Dog meat, nestled in Xiao Ying's embrace, proudly licked her hand. Dog meat, do not extend your tongue in the house again. Just then, Liang Manchang noticed a dusty yellow jeep approaching his home. Lu Jingxiu and Xiao Ying quickly hid behind him, and even the workers paused to observe the commotion. Brother Manchang, is it coming for us? Isn't this a crackdown on speculation? Our little antics shouldn't attract such attention. Let's observe before jumping to conclusions. Liang Manchang took a couple of steps forward, and before he could discern the situation, he heard Li Yuanchao's voice. Ah, Manchang, I finally found you. What brings you here? Yuanchao? A jeep screeched to a halt at the entrance, and Li Yuanchao jumped out. It was quite a challenge locating Tuanjitan. I inquired at the county, then the commune, and finally arrived at the brigade before reaching Tuanjitan. Liang Manchang leisurely smoked a cigarette, his curiosity piqued. What's this grand endeavor about? An official matter? You're not here to reclaim our cheap cement, are you? It's all been used in the walls. If you want cement, you'll have to tear my house down. What nonsense. Are we really going to pursue a few tons of cement all the way to the village? I'm here to ask for your assistance. Liang Manchang relaxed, inviting Lu Jingxiu to pour water and fetch a stool. You, a state cadre from the Material Bureau, seek help from a mere hunter? Are you joking? Alas, it's no jest. Manchang, the wild duck and the owl you provided were truly delightful. I must say, thanks to my father's influence, I have tasted various delicacies, but yours are truly exceptional, fresh to the point of being exquisite. Liang Manchang chuckled, sensing the market for his goods was opening up, eagerly awaiting the influx of money. Of course, with your selection, how could it be subpar? In a couple of days, I will have important guests at my home. Could you procure another batch for me? Perhaps find a route back to the mountains? Why don't you wish me well? Haha, you are quite clever. Surely, that little fog won't pose a challenge for you? I must inform you, among my guests are significant figures. Once they give their nod, your game delicacies will become highly sought after, with prices at your discretion. Let's be clear, dear brother. This time I will pay you double the market price. Ahua at 4 yuan per pound, wild duck at 1 yuan and 50 cents per pound. Is that agreeable? Liang Manchang pondered the offer, concluding the price was reasonable. All right, when do you need them? They must be fresh, ideally caught, and consumed the same day. I'll need them the night after tomorrow. If you're unavailable, I can send a vehicle to collect them. I will deliver them to you. Excellent. Why not stay for dinner tonight? We have just harvested some fresh hazelnut mushrooms. Liang Manchang licked his lips, but shook his head. I have a multitude of tasks awaiting me. Let us defer to another day? Wait a moment. Liang Manchang found a small net bag and filled it with 2 or 3 pounds of various mushrooms. Take these back. We rely on the mountains for sustenance, and we are not lacking in mountain goods. Chapter 39. Dog meat discovers the Haidong Qing. That evening, Liang Manchang brought the dog meat into the space, allowing it to soak in the spiritual energy, hoping it would shed its cowardly demeanor. Upon entering the space, Liang Manchang noticed signs of hornets' activity in a small piece of beehive he had placed there days prior. Startled, he swiftly wrapped it like a mummy, cautiously hanging the hornet's nest onto a tree, then creating a barrier of about 5 to 6 square meters. Our space lacks nectar. If you can survive on spring water, consider yourselves fortunate. If not, there's no obligation on my part. Spring water isn't devoid of benefits. It acts like a nutrient solution. Even the fierce little golden ones have taken to drinking spring water. You all can enjoy the same treatment as the king of the jungle. Revel in your fortune. Liang Manchang strolled around the space and summoned Xiaomei. Xiaomei, I have added quite a few delightful items to the space in the past couple of days. Wasps, hazel mushrooms, round mushrooms, and pine mushrooms. Shouldn't you reward me with a few grand gift packages? Brother Tsong, you're putting me in a difficult position. How about this? Let us count the wasps as one, and those mushrooms as another. You know, the final say rests with me, Liang Manchang retorted. All right, you are quite shrewd. In a few days, I shall bring in some stone heather for you to thoroughly enjoy. Suddenly, 2 packages fell from the sky, prompting Liang Manchang to rush over and take a look. A Type 62 telescope? Ha ha ha. With this gadget, even without the keenest eyesight, I can see clearly from 100 meters away. Upon opening the second package, Liang Manchang disdainfully tossed it aside. Dog meat, your famed olfactory prowess. The dog trotted over, took a hearty bite, and inhaled the white smoke. Woo 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 woo, no need for formalities. Once we enter the mountains tomorrow, I shall see what treasures you can procure for me. Early the next morning, Zhao Fushan stood at the door with a backpack. Shunzi, why are you here so early? I didn't want to come, but my father has likely transformed into a mountain monkey upon seeing me gather so many mushrooms. His eyes were as bright as a 100-watt bulb. I had to persuade him not to accompany us into the mountains, but today, he stubbornly sat on my bed all night, and as soon as the rooster crowed, he dragged me out of bed. Liang Manchang served Zhao Fushan a bowl of millet porridge and handed him 2 black corn buns. Uncle Tian usually specializes in collecting mountain goods. Upon seeing the hazel mushrooms, he looked at me like a hungry wolf gazing at a fair maiden. He treats me like a donkey. Seeing me with a backpack wasn't enough for him, so he stuffed in a burlap bag as well. All right, we will gather as much as we can today. The 2 friends made their way up the mountain with ease, heading directly to the mushroom spot marked the day before. Liang Manchang untied the rope from dog meat, allowing it to scout the surroundings. He handed the hunting rifle and bullets to Zhao Fushan. Shunzi, we have nearly finished for this area. If we continue picking, we will have to venture farther and farther. You carry the rifle for protection. Brother Manchang, what about you? I climb trees quickly. If things get dire, I will simply ascend. Fine, if there is danger, just shout, and I will come to your aid. Liang Manchang waved, and Dogmeat followed him as they ran toward the western slope. Dogmeat, go find something valuable, like wild ginseng, Hisho Wu, Tian Ma, Ganoderma, or Huangjing. Woo 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 woo. Dogmeat dashed away, while Liang Manchang calmly picked hazel mushrooms, keeping pace with the dog. After 2 or 3 hours, Dogmeat indeed discovered quite a few herbs, such as wild ginseng and Huangjing, but they were not of significant age, thus not particularly precious. Nevertheless, Liang Manchang transplanted all of them into the space, knowing that with a year's time, they would mature into top-quality goods worth at least a decade. Woof woof. Liang Manchang felt a surge of joy. Dogmeat rarely barked without reason. If it barked, it was either a sign of discovering something valuable or an indication of danger. At that moment, Dogmeat had not run off, suggesting there was likely no peril. Otherwise, it would have long forgotten its loyalty and fled. Liang Manchang jogged over and discovered that the dog, rather than digging into the ground, was fixated on something ahead. What could it be? Following the dog's gaze, Liang Manchang beheld an expansive, empty river valley, roughly the size of a football field. Dog, are you trying to deceive me? He mused. Suddenly, he took out his binoculars and scanned the area for half a minute, until a solitary majestic figure appeared in the lens. Good heavens, it was a completely snow-white haydonking. Dog, You seem rather bold today. This doesn't frighten you? At the sound of his voice, the dog nuzzled against Liang Manchang's leg, releasing a wave of warmth and an unpleasant odor. Did you truly wet yourself? Liang Manchang had no time to scold the dog. He swiftly placed it into his spatial storage and began contemplating how to capture the Heidonking. Historically, the Heidonking was a royal tribute, annually offered by the Jurchen to the Liao dynasty. In those times, even if one were to insult the emperor profusely, capturing a Heidonking would earn one accolades for their talents. Even in later eras, the Russians regarded the Heidonking as a national gift to their esteemed counterparts. Thus, Liang Manchang's mind was abuzz with strategies to secure the bird. Capturing a Heidonking would elevate his status among the hunters of Xinjiang. And even among the influential figures of the oil-rich region, there were essentially 3 methods to pursue. The first involved using a net for trapping. He could set a large net along the Heidonking's habitual flight path and entice it with smaller birds. However, given that the Heidonking could soar at speeds of up to 200 kilometers per hour, with a diving speed reaching 350 kilometers, an ordinary net would prove ineffective. The tattered fishing net in his spatial storage was no more than a flimsy stocking in the eyes of the Heidonking, easily torn apart. The second method was to use a lasso. He could set a snare on branches or rocky ledges where the Heidonking might alight, which would tighten upon contact. Yet, this approach was equally futile, as Liang Manchang had no way of knowing where the bird would perch. With no other options available, he resorted to traps. Liang Manchang slipped into his spatial storage, swiftly dispatched a wild rabbit, and quietly hung it from a small tree on the riverbank. He then quickly exited the space, moving with such speed that he became a mere blur. When the Heidonking came barreling in, he would seize the opportunity. The bloody scent of the rabbit was undeniably enticing. Suddenly, the Heidonking, which had been dozing on the tree, opened its eyes and turned sharply towards the rabbit. Whether it was due to fatigue or a nocturnal lifestyle, the rabbit hung lifelessly from the tree, its back adorned with an indistinct handsome face. The Heidonking scrutinized the rabbit, initially hesitant to take a risk. Yet, the rich aroma of meat wafted irresistibly into its nostrils. For wealth, men perish. For food, birds fall. Regardless of its nobility, it was still a bird. With wings spanning over a meter and resembling an exquisite sculpture of white jade, it spread its wings and dove toward the rabbit. Liang Manchang, mesmerized by the sight, found his mouth watering in anticipation. With a sharp screech, the Heidonking plunged forward, extending its razor-sharp claws. Come here, he beckoned. Chapter 40. As long as the money is in place, I can arrange a flower for you. With the enhancement of Lingxi's keen perception, Liang Manchang instantly fixated on the pristine claws of the eagle. In the fleeting moment when its sharp talons pierced the flesh of the rabbit, he swiftly reached out and firmly grasped it. However, the powerful kinetic energy from the soaring eagle propelled Liang Manchang outward. Goodness, it possesses quite a force. With a vigorous flick of his wrist, he cast the eagle into the spatial realm. Flapping and floundering, the unruly eagle resounded like a fan within the confines of the space. You foolish bird, who are you boasting to? Do you believe I won't teach you a lesson? Do you think you're a divine creature? If you provoke me further, I shall send you to the barbecue shop. With a sudden dive, the eagle soared towards Liang Manchang, aiming directly for his eyes. How dare you? Do you truly consider yourself a mere object? Liang Manchang ducked, shielding his head with his arm. In a swift snap, a sizable chunk of flesh was torn from his arm. Damn it, this delicate body of mine. Fueled by indignation, Liang Manchang gestured around the fallen eagle, conjuring a narrow barrier to ensnare it. The eagle, realizing it was trapped, struggled fiercely, baring its teeth at Liang Manchang. Still showing off? Liang Manchang seized a stick and began to strike it. Oh, you're baring your teeth, are you? An eagle in the air, are you? A sacrificial offering, you say? Enraged, Liang Manchang lamented that his tender skin had been marred by a foolish bird. Once he had exhausted himself, he finally ceased. Collapsing to the ground, panting heavily, feathers were strewn across the ground, and the eagle, retracting its neck, emitted a series of harsh caws. The eagle had fallen. Once I gather my strength, I will thoroughly deal with you. Liang Manchang plucked a handful of grass, chewing it before applying it to his arm, and then exited the space. Dog meat. Though you were frightened to the point of wetting yourself by the eagle, you still contributed greatly. Keep it up, and I shall find you a sister-in-law. Woof. After losing a chunk of flesh and gathering a good number of hazelnuts and mushrooms, Liang Manchang called for Zhao Fushun, and the two of them began to carry a large burlap sack down the mountain. Brother Manchang, what happened to your arm? It's bleeding profusely. No worries. Just a scratch from a branch. I'll stop by the health station later. Upon reaching the crossroads, Liang Manchang set the burlap sack down by the roadside. Shunzi, your legs are swift. Go ask Uncle Tian to bring a cart to haul the mushrooms back. All right, wait for me a moment. I'll be back in 20 minutes. Liang Manchang sat by the roadside and smoked a couple of cigarettes. True to his word, within 20 minutes, he spotted Zhao Fushun and Zhao Yutian approaching with a cart. Uncle Yutian, I didn't expect you to be so spry at your age. You're quicker than the young fellows. Hee hee, it's all about making money. These mushrooms can't be left unattended. If the temperature rises, they spoil within a day. Zhao Yutian said, spreading the mushrooms flat in the cart. Manchang, I heard from Shunzi that you got hurt. It's nothing serious, just a scratch from a branch. Since I'm passing by, I thought I'd check at the health station. Then hand me your basket. I'll deliver it to Lu Jiqing. You can rest assured and head to the health station. After Liang Manchang handed the basket to Zhao Yutian, he quickly made his way to the brigade's health clinic with his hands tucked into his pockets. Although the grass in the space had anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving properties, it had only been used on animals thus far, never on humans. Thus, Liang Manchang sought the comfort of the clinic. Upon arriving, he noticed a group of people gathered around a cow. Dr. Liao Erlin was using a stethoscope, listening intently to the animal. Dr. Liao, what seems to be the issue? Nothing serious, just a bit of indigestion and perhaps a touch of melancholy. Has it not been working much lately? Dr. Liao, you truly possess remarkable insight. How could you tell? Cattle and horses are alike. They cannot be worked sporadically. One must maintain a steady routine. When they are exhausted, allow them to rest. But do not let them become idle, for idleness breeds worry. Should we administer medicine? Not necessary. Just harness it to a plow and let it walk a couple of rounds in the field. Even if it has no work, it must stay active. Understood. With that, Liao Erlin sent the cow away and raised an eyebrow at Liang Manchang. What's troubling you, my friend? Are you unwell? Though Dr. Liao primarily treated humans, he had quietly taken up veterinary work since livestock were often more valuable than people, and the expenses for their care were always covered by the commune without delay. Consequently, many production teams preferred to seek his services for their animals. Over time, they forgot he was also capable of treating humans. Dr. Liao, this morning I scratched myself on a branch while in the mountains. Can you take a look? Such a minor issue. If I can treat cattle and horses, surely you are of greater worth. Liang Manchang unwrapped the rudimentary bandage, revealing a wound with granulation tissue. Alas, this does not appear to be a recent injury. Had you come just 2 hours later, it might have already begun to heal. Liang Manchang was taken aback and looked down, realizing the truth of the matter. Could the wild grasses in the space have such an effect? It was no wonder that the dog, after being stung by a wasp and spending the night in the space, emerged the next day looking quite splendid. Perhaps it is simply due to my robust constitution. He mused. Shall I prescribe some alcohol for disinfection? Absolutely not. That stings. Do you have anything else? Nothing else, but I could bandage it for you with my gauze. It will surely heal in 2 days. And if I do not use it? 2.5 days. Very well, I cannot let you toil for nothing. Liao Erlin promptly wrapped Liang Manchang's arm in gauze. How does it look, brother? Is it not more aesthetically pleasing than what a tailor would produce? 8 dimes on credit. 5 dimes for cash. Is that unreasonable? Liang Manchang looked down and noted the neat bow. Is there a design as well? Indeed. When I assist with calving, as long as the payment is satisfactory, I can even fashion a flower from the umbilical cord. One must take pride in one's work. Liang Manchang retrieved a yuan from his pocket and handed it to Liao Erlin. Is this sufficient? It cannot be broken. What? You cannot break a single yuan? Business must be slow today then. Otherwise, let me offer you some medicine. What do you need? I have both human and veterinary supplies. Very well. Then I would like some estrus-inducing medication for sows. Our rabbits have yet to nest, and I intend to give them a little encouragement. Liao Erlin turned around to retrieve a brown medicine bottle, from which he extracted a paper package containing 5 small bags. All right, but use it sparingly. My medicine is incredibly potent. Even Li Lianing would be rejuvenated and blessed with a multitude of offspring after using it. Can it be utilized for fish, foolish deer, and wild chickens or ducks? Certainly. Liang Manchang, satisfied, tucked the medicine back into his pocket. Upon turning around, he was met with the visage of Wang Tsuehua. Oh, Aunt Tsuehua, what brings you here? Manchang, please wait for a moment. Chapter 41. Offering advice to Wang Tsuehua. Liang Manchang, filled with suspicion, stepped outside and noticed Wang Tsuehua whispering with Liao Erlin, prompting him to eavesdrop. He observed a lascivious grin curling at the corners of Liao Erlin's mouth as he scooped 2 large spoonfuls of white powder from the aforementioned brown bottle and wrapped it in paper. Sister-in-law, rest assured, this medicine works wonders. Those who use it know its efficacy. People even drive jeeps from the city to procure it from me. All right then. I'll treat you to a drink later. But don't be too reckless. Using too much may lead to complications. Liang Manchang chuckled to himself. Sensing Wang Cuihua was plotting something devious, Wang Cuihua tucked the paper package into her pocket and, swaying her hips, exited the room, pulling Liang Manchang aside. Brother Manchang, the last time you assisted me truly made a difference. However, that person has yet to make a firm decision. He hasn't crossed the threshold of commitment. My heart is racing, and I feel uncertain. Liang Manchang, with a sense of intuition, surmised that it was likely Ma Fulu that disapproved of this son-in-law. A leader of a production team is akin to a local emperor. How could he possibly appreciate a good-for-nothing like Huoya? Seeing Wang Cuihua ensnared by her emotions, Liang Manchang's long-standing inclination to help resurfaced. Sister Cuihua, I had anticipated you would encounter this hurdle. The solution is quite simple. Brother Manchang, please share. If you can help me overcome this obstacle, you may freely enter my home in the future. That may not be necessary, but we have been neighbors for many years. And I cannot simply stand by while you suffer, can I? I have but one piece of advice. Burn the boats. What? What about axes and porridge? Is someone unable to make a decision? Then compel him to make that decision. If the entire village is informed, what choice will he have? Wang Cuihua pondered for a moment, feeling enlightened as she touched the paper package in her pocket. Brother Manchang, I understand now. Once the matter is resolved, humility in success is key. Wang Cuihua, familiar with the terrain, slipped into the cornfield, resting in Ma Fulu's embrace. Fulu, how do we address our situation? When your wife was present, we would sneak into the cornfield, and now that we have finally managed to get rid of her, if we continue to meet here, wouldn't tea that render her sacrifices in vain? Cuihua, there's no need to rush. Did I not tell you? Once the marriage of Xiao Qiao is settled, we shall immediately obtain our certificate. We, as the older generation, cannot overshadow the younger. If this gets out, people will think I'm solely focused on carnal desires, which would tarnish my reputation. Isn't that Huoya who has come to propose? Regardless of his poverty or laziness, he is still a young man of good standing. Their affair has been the talk of the village lately. If we delay further, and Huoya changes his mind, Xiao Qiao may end up spending her life indoors. If it were anyone else, even after a second or third marriage, I would simply grit my teeth and move on. But that lazy scoundrel, Huoya, is as unyielding as a ghost. Never mind, I shall not dwell on such vexing matters. I'll ponder it later. My temper has been quite volatile lately. Today, I sought a miraculous remedy to dispel my ire. A rustling sound emerged, and about 5 minutes later, Wang Cuihua dashed down the plowing road, completely bare. Oh dear, Fulu, you have outdone yourself. I can hardly bear it. With bloodshot eyes, Ma Fulu could only focus on his behind as he followed suit onto the road. My goodness, how scandalous, parading in broad daylight without a hint of shame. Enclosed within the cornfield, they were cornered by a few circles of onlookers until Ma Jianjun arrived to escort them back. Wang Miling watched with a cold gaze as Ma Fulu puffed on his cigarette, suddenly invigorated by the sight. Her father-in-law, who usually scrutinized her every move without a glance of approval, was now embroiled in this debacle. What was it that he found so appealing about lounging around? Was it merely laziness? Or was it the noise he made at night? What of it? Seizing a rare opportunity, Wang Miling remarked, Father, I do not oppose your affair with Aunt Cuihua, but could you perhaps consider the implications? Your substantial figures are hardly concealed in the cornfield. Why must you frolic along the plowing road? Is it cooler there? Or do you crave applause and encouragement? Now, it seems the entire community will be aware of your little escapade before tomorrow, tarnishing our family's reputation. Ma Fulu took a couple more puffs of his cigarette. Squinting at Wang Miling. Are you done? He asked. Wang Miling shuddered at his darkening expression but defiantly retorted, What of it? Ma Fulu advanced, raising a hand to strike her, followed by a swift kick. Wang Miling flew like a top, crashing against the roof with a loud thud. Even if I were in the wrong, you have no right to speak. Your disgraceful antics with Ma Jianjun are no less scandalous than mine. Engaging in such affairs on the cart, from Qing Shui River to the clinic, is hardly any better. I have made my decision. Tomorrow, I shall marry Aunt Cuihua. I have lost my wife, and she her husband. We are free to love as we please. Once we are wed, I refuse to believe anyone can silence us. At that moment, Ma Xiaoqiao, who was nearby, became agitated and shouted, Father, I have yet to find a suitor. You cannot trample on my prospects. I am well aware of your situation. I will arrange it for you tomorrow. But I expect you to find me someone like Liang Manchang. Someone with a bicycle to take me to the market. Given your current state, what do you need with a bicycle? Be quiet. The following afternoon, Huoya lay soundly asleep on the kong. Ma Laikai, wearing tattered undergarments, abruptly pulled back Huoya's quilt, and a strong, odorous wave hit him. Son, why are you still lying there? With your appearance, how can you be dreaming of marrying a wife? What do you have to offer? Even I, in my worst days, managed to marry your mother and father you into existence. Father, I already told you, in a few days, someone will come to court us for a wife. And not only will there be no bride price, they will even offer us something. Malachi placed his hand on Hoya's forehead and muttered incessantly. This doesn't feel hot. You haven't done anything foolish, have you? Son, have you seen any yellow weasels smiling at you lately? Hoya, growing impatient, pushed Malai's arm away. What nonsense is this? Given our circumstances, who would deign to treat us kindly? Alas, just wait. And soon you shall find yourself seated on equal footing with the captain. Oh dear, Hoya, do not frighten your father. Should anything happen to you, our family would scarcely manage 2 meals of salty gruel a day. Would you have me send your father off in such a state? Father, you have always been quite good to me. Very well, I shall take a moment to lie down, exerting less energy to conserve our provisions. You might as well hold your bowels. Your stomach shall not grow hungry. Not long after Malachi reclined, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Who is it? Disturbing one's slumber so early in the morning. What a lack of decorum. Compensation. Bang, bang, bang. Hurry and get lost when I rise. It won't merely be about compensation. You'll also receive a few of my thunderous reprimands. Malachi, are you pretending to be ill while lying on the Kong? Malachi hurriedly rolled out of bed and flung open the door. He was met with the sight of Ma Fulu, whose expression was far from pleasant. His face dark and stormy, yet he held 2 jars of yellow peach preserves and a pound of fruit candies in his hands. Captain, are you here to offer solace to the struggling? Indeed, we are quite in need. Please, come in and have a seat. As Ma Fulu stepped over the threshold, he was immediately assaulted by a foul odor that nearly knocked him off his feet. What is that smell? Captain, I have difficulty moving about. So I placed the chamber pot outside to minimize my midnight excursions. Ma Fulu glanced at the chamber pot by the stove, recoiled, and stood beneath the eaves, furrowing his brow as he peered toward the west room. Where's Hoya? The captain's attention to detail is commendable. He considers every aspect. He is resting on the Kong. I shall rouse him at once. Ma Fulu waved his hand dismissively, found a chair to sit on, and inadvertently let out a loud fart. With a crack, the chair beneath him splintered into pieces, crumbling like tofu. Blast it! Were it not for the fact that everyone in the vicinity knew of the connection between Ma Xiaoqiao and Hoya, no one would even glance at this lazy lot. He was unaware of how this had come to be. The matter had gradually faded from memory, yet unexpectedly, it flared up again overnight, escalating in intensity. Initially, he had hoped to delay matters further, but fate seemed to conspire against him, leading him to follow Wang Ziwa onto the plowed road. Circumstances rushed him along, ultimately delivering him to Malachi's doorstep. Dressed in a red autumn shirt and green autumn trousers, Hoya stepped out with an awkward smile. Uncle Ma, are you looking for me? Hoya, I have come to discuss your union with our eldest daughter. Malachi's eyelids fluttered with joy as he pinched Hoya's arm. To his astonishment, a daughter-in-law had indeed presented herself, and she was none other than the captain's daughter. Captain, you are not jesting with us, are you? Our family's ancestral spirits must be pleased, allowing us to form such a connection with you. I must pay my respects to our ancestors. Do not rush to bow just yet. If you agree, we shall finalize this matter and secure the certificate first, with the celebration to follow later. As for the dowry, let's discuss it between our families. I am well aware of your family's circumstances. Ensuring that the 2 children lead a happy life together is far more important than anything else. Now that we are to become in-laws, we will certainly assist each other in the future without reservation. The day after tomorrow, let the children come to our home, and I will accompany them to register their union. After finishing, Ma Fulu glanced at Hoya, sighed deeply, and mused on the fate that bound these 2 souls together. Feeling utterly overwhelmed. All right then, no need to see us off. We shall take our leave. Suddenly, Hoya sprang in front of Ma Fulu, reciting as if from memory, his eyes darting up and down, words spilling forth from his mouth one after another. Ah, Uncle Ma, you haven't mentioned the dowry yet. Please don't misunderstand. This money isn't for me, but for my father. I am his only son, and my mother passed away early, making it quite difficult. I can't serve him wholeheartedly without feeling a twinge of unease in my heart. The corners of Ma Fulu's mouth twitched as he tried to suppress a laugh at the earnestness of Hoya. Wasn't it rather presumptuous to expect their eldest daughter to contribute? If word spread, where would he hide his face? What nonsense is this? Did you get your lines mixed up? Have you finished reciting our daughter's part? Malachi, give me a straightforward answer. Do we become in-laws or not? Malachi, gazing at the confident Hoya, resolved to be a supportive parent. Captain, the children are grown and have their own thoughts. Furthermore, we cannot disregard our son's sincere intentions. Consider a reasonable amount that allows the children to maintain their dignity. Rest assured, we will treat your son as our own grandson. And should we be blessed with more grandchildren in the future, they shall carry your surname. Ma Fulu's nostrils flared with irritation. Though these two were not the sharpest tools in the shed, it was as if their minds had suddenly become illuminated. Old Ma, if my memory serves me right, we share the same surname. What nonsense are you two chattering about? Ma Likai felt invigorated. After a lifetime of enduring Ma Fulu's jibes, he finally saw an opportunity to reap some rewards. Captain, we have no choice. Perhaps you should consider changing your surname? Why don't you state a figure? How much dowry are you demanding? If we can register, we will. If not, then it's a lost cause. Huya was momentarily taken aback. Although Liang Manchang spoke with conviction, he was astonished by how smoothly things were unfolding. Upon hearing Ma Fulu's words, it felt as if his heart had been pierced. Well, we certainly can't rely on a mere promise. Cash is more tangible. How about $300 for the sake of practicality? Ma Fulu, perturbed by the surrounding commotion, raised his hand dismissively, stating coldly, 188, for good luck. If you agree, then so be it. If not, our eldest daughter will remain single. And I want to add a single cent more. Very well, in light of your sincerity, we consent to this union. Be sure to tidy up your home. Why place the urinal next to the stove? Don't wait until one day you accidentally pour the urine into the pot while preparing rice. Keep the details of the dowry to yourselves. If this gets out, you two will have to repay me with interest. Ma Likai and Hoyer exchanged glances. Witnessing Ma Fulu suddenly appear decades older, and they burst into laughter. My dear son, starting tomorrow, we shall be the in-laws of the village chief. Henceforth, I shall see who dares to cross me in the community. Father, our prosperous days are just beginning. Have you come to your senses after taking a beating from Ma Jianjun? You are sharper than I am. Meanwhile, Liang Manchang is at home, raking his hair in despair. Uncle Tian, with your vast experience, do you know of any hunters who have trained a falcon? Training a falcon? That is indeed a rare endeavor. I am not a hunter, so I cannot speak with authority on the matter. However, if you genuinely seek my opinion, I must confess my ignorance. As I have stated before, I am not a hunter. Uncle Tian, after all that talk, you still do not know? Liang Manchang twitched his ear, realizing he had heard nothing of value. The hay-donking falcon is a rare find. Should I ruin this one, it may be ages before I can catch another. He resolved that he would not act without thorough preparation. There are 4 or 5 hunters in the Tuanjia village, but to Liang Manchang's knowledge, none have trained a falcon. Moreover, with darkness falling and the roads treacherous, human nature is complicated. Even among hunters, some thrive while others merely scrape by. If one were to sabotage him and render the hay-donking a cowardly bird, there would be no remedy for regret. Liang Manchang cast his gaze across the wall and suddenly leapt up in excitement. Lin Lietzi, that old fellow, might possess some insight. He probably knows a thing or two. Furthermore, he is not currently hunting in the mountains, eliminating any sense of competition, and resides a good distance from Tuanjia village, making him the ideal candidate. Liang Manchang climbed down from the Kong and waved at Hu Dajin. Dajin, how many more days until completion? It grows colder by the day. Let us not wait until the ground freezes. All right, Manchang, prepare for tomorrow. We will begin the main beam the day after. Very well. I shall take care of some errands tomorrow. Chapter 43. Do you have any special skills? Is having a unique perspective considered a skill? Early the next morning, Liang Manchang rode his bicycle to the commune, purchasing 2 strings of firecrackers, 2 pounds of fruit candies, 5 pounds of peanuts, 2 bottles of Beidad Song liquor, 2 pounds of pork belly, a pack of Ingchun cigarettes, and 2 jars of canned peaches. Brother Manchang, why did you buy so many snacks? And firecrackers? Surely you are not preparing for a celebration? What are you talking about, Sister Xiaolu? I am a staunch advocate of remaining single. I shall not sacrifice a forest for a single tree. Oh my, you are young yet speak so boldly. Do you think you can fell so many trees? By the way, when will you come to chop down my tree? Liang Manchang hurriedly stuffed a handful of fruit candies into Li Xiaolu's hand, fearing her piercing gaze would drag him into trouble. At that point, it would be futile to call for help. He would be at the mercy of others. Upon exiting the commune, Liang Manchang headed straight for the home of Lin Lietzi, the hunter. You little rascal, if something is not meant for you, do not waste your thoughts on it. Your father is a cripple. How could he possibly help you find a job in a state-run enterprise? Such opportunities are determined by fate. Your father is meant to wield only a hunting rifle. Do you wish for more? Father, you have lived a good portion of your life. Do you not have any connections in the city? It is a shame that you are the head hunter of our village. Being born into your family has been quite a trial for me. Upon hearing that I am but a humble laborer with a crippled father at home, suitors shy away from proposing marriage. A resounding slap echoed from within the room. Alas, how did I end up with such an ungrateful wretch? Had I known, I would have cast you into a cesspool at birth. Are you ashamed of me? Get lost. From this day forth, you have no place in this household. Go and seek a city dweller to call your father. Your father. Do not let your anger flare at Xiangzi. He is merely distressed. Look at his classmates. Either they toil in factories or secure positions in government offices. And the young women flock to them. And here is our Xiangzi, unable even to finish your schooling, destined only to wield a hoe in the fields. With no one coming to court him. What is the rush? Good things come to those who wait. Now is the time to hone your skills. Are you afraid you want to find a bride? I once had nothing, yet I forged my own path. What is the hurry? At his age, I was far more impatient. Lin Chong, if you are a true man, I shall accompany you into the mountains tomorrow, and I will impart all my knowledge to you. Believe me, in a single day, you could earn the wages of a city dweller for an entire month. No, I wish to be a worker. To enter the public sector, what good is the forest to me? Look at you. After a lifetime of toil, you are left with but a limp. Are you plotting a rebellion? Xiangzi, are you adding salt to your father's wounds? Outside, Liang Manchang chuckled to himself. This is not merely adding salt to Lin Liege's wounds. It is akin to scraping a file across his injuries, pouring sulfuric acid, and sprinkling chili powder. Who is there? Ah, it's me, Uncle Liang Manchang. Liang Manchang propped his bicycle and brought in 2 bottles of Baidat Song, 2 cans of yellow peach, and a pack of Ing Spring cigarettes. Manchang, what brings you here with such an abundance? Uncle Lin, it has been a while since I last visited, and I felt compelled to come see you today since I had the time. Spare me your pleasantries. You must have an agenda. Oh, come now. Is it wrong to show respect? You are the venerable hunter of our region, and I am merely a novice in the mountains. By all means, you are my mentor. Ha ha ha, don't flatter me. Speak plainly. Have you encountered any troubles? Liang Manchang, ever familiar, dragged a chair beside Lin Liege, behaving as innocently as a child in kindergarten. That bicycle outside is yours. I assent it? Oh, Xiangzi. Yes, it belongs to me. What is up? Do you wish to take it for a spin? Indeed. Go ahead. Make yourself comfortable. Lin Chong dashed outside in excitement, with his mother hastily following to ensure he did not stumble or fall, concerned primarily for the bicycle's safety. Manchang, now tell me. Liang Manchang lit a cigarette for Lin Liege and took one for himself. Uncle Lin, I have recently entered the field and acquired a timid dog that cannot run fast. When it encounters a wild hare, it cannot keep up. Hence, I am considering training a hawk to assist me. My, how ambitious. Just over a month into the trade. And you're already contemplating hawk training? Yet, you have indeed come to the right person. I was once the master of hawks in this area, specializing in their training for hunting. Liang Manchang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leaned into Lin Liege's embrace, almost calling out, Grandfather, Grandfather. Although Lin Liege possesses a strong personality and a certain swagger reminiscent of the underworld, he is unlikely to indulge in boastful exaggerations. Uncle Lin, could you share your insights with me? He inquired. The art of falconry is no trivial matter. It cannot be succinctly conveyed in just a few sentences. When the time is right, we can delve into it at length, but for now, my mind is elsewhere. After finishing his words, Lin Liege glanced outside at Lin Chong. Liang Manchang understood the situation well. Regardless of whether Lin Liege was deliberately being evasive, he could not impart the secrets of falconry until Lin Chong's issues were resolved. Currently, the 2 most powerful individuals he knew were Ma Fulu and Zhao Yutian. It was abundantly clear that Ma Fulu would never lend a hand, and Zhao Yutian lacked the means. Sigh, Li Yuanchao, that young man seemed to suggest he was a second-generation official. Perhaps he might have a solution. At the very least, he could facilitate an introduction. As for any monetary gifts, it would naturally fall upon Lin Liege to bear the expenses. The thought of Li Yuanchao made him slap his forehead. He almost forgot he needed to deliver the selection to Brother Tsong today. Uncle Lin, once Lin Chong's work situation is resolved, will you be inclined to teach me the ways of falconry? Lin Liege's heart leaped with joy, and the corners of his eyes crinkled with delight. Although he had scolded Lin Chong harshly, he was still his own flesh and blood, and he would do everything possible to meet his needs. You have connections? I have a friend in Xinjiang. I can inquire on your behalf, but I can only promise to do my utmost. If it requires financial arrangements, rest assured, I will cover all expenses, whether for smoothing the way or facilitating connections. All right, but regardless of the outcome, you must impart the art of falconry to me. You need not worry. I am not unreasonable. As long as you put forth your best effort, I will not withhold any knowledge, regardless of the results. Even if you manage to acquire a heydonking, we can help you train it to be obedient. Liang Manchang felt a bit embarrassed as he said, ironically, the very bird I have my eye on is indeed a heydonking. Have you captured it? I am confident in my abilities. Very well. Then allow me to teach you how to catch a heydonking, as a form of greeting. I must first visit Xinqing to discuss this matter. Arranging work takes careful consideration. And the sooner we act, the greater our chances of success. By the way, what talents does our Chong possess? Does the ability to sleep for over 20 hours at a stretch count? He wakes up without a hint of dizziness. Chapter 44. Lin Lizi's white moonlight. Upon entering the city, Liang Manchang found a spot and filled a sack with wild ducks and a bamboo basket with water lilies. Before he even reached the supply bureau, he spotted Li Yuanchao pacing back and forth at the entrance, occasionally glancing at his watch. As soon as Li Yuanchao saw Liang Manchang, he rushed over to help unload the ducks and lilies. Ah, Manchang, you finally arrived. If you delayed any longer, I would have had to send the driver to the countryside to find you. Isn't your family hosting a dinner tonight? It's still midday. Oh, my father is quite anxious. He believes my inexperience may hinder the proceedings. He needs to sample the offerings to ensure quality, lest we jeopardize the important matters at hand. Very well. After all, our brother Tsang's selection is truly gold that can withstand the fire. Li Yuanchao retrieved a scale from within the supply bureau and weighed both the sack and the bamboo basket together. 30 pounds of eel flour, 20 pounds of wild duck, totaling 150 yuan. Li Yuanchao produced a genuine leather wallet from his pocket, casually counting out 15 large bills. Here, take this for now. I'll promote you later. Yuanchao, I have another favor to ask of you. Could you assist me with it? What matter is it? A friend's son is seeking a stable job, whether in a factory as a worker or in a government position. Could you help me inquire? Does he possess any particular skills? For instance, driving, bookkeeping, or any craft? Not really, but he is quite ambitious. I'll keep an eye out for you. It should be manageable. If all else fails, he could start as a temporary worker, and if he performs well, he can secure a permanent position. Thank you. I appreciate it. There's no need for such formality among brothers. As long as you don't embarrass us with this wild game. A word from anyone at this gathering will suffice to settle the matter. Li Yuanchao nodded, and Liang Manchang understood. After purchasing 2 meat buns, he headed towards Kuaishan village. In the space, the hawk was trapped. Whether it was starving or merely half-fed remained a question. Manchang, you're back. Xiangzi, did you come all this way to fetch me? You're quite invested in this job search. Indeed, the book says that destiny must be grasped in one's own hands. As long as I can enter the factory or a state-run unit, I will embed myself like a nail and make a mark. That's the spirit. Tell me, are you willing to take on temporary work? If you perform well and show intelligence, a permanent position is assured. I will. All right, this matter is likely to be settled. I'll discuss it with Uncle Lin. Upon hearing Liang Manchang's voice, Lin the hunter emerged with surprising speed, despite his lame leg. How is it, Manchang? Is there a chance? There is, but I cannot guarantee it outright. I estimate we should have news within 3 to 5 days. Then I will await your news. Come, let me show you our hawk-catching shed. What? There is such a thing? Of course, how else would you catch hawks? They can't just soar into the sky alongside the sun, can they? What? The vast horizon is my love. What are you saying? Liang Manchang, feeling a bit puzzled, nearly believed Lin the hunter was also a reborn soul. Behind the old house, there was a clearing, with a sheer cliff in front offering an excellent view. Above was a small shed, not much larger than a doghouse, with a minuscule entrance. Uncle Lin, is this a doghouse? Designed for dogs to sleep in? Lin the hunter looked at Liang Manchang with a mournful expression and nimbly slipped inside. Manchang, this is the place I've been observing. What are we going in for? To enjoy the scenery. Do you believe me? He tugged at a rope, and with a whoosh, a large net measuring about 5 to 6 meters long and 2 to 3 meters wide was raised. Uncle Lin, is this the hawk-catching net? This rope must be incredibly sturdy. Indeed, otherwise, ordinary nets cannot withstand the impact of a hawk. This area has an expansive view, perfect for observing hawk movements. Before capturing hawks, we usually prepare very lively bait. Why not use rabbits instead? The reason Liang Manchang inquired was that he had successfully caught a sea eagle using rabbits. The vision of pigeons is remarkably keen, often surpassing that of falcons in their ability to detect danger. When our feline friend senses the pigeon's unease in the shed, readying themselves to flee, it becomes imperative to prepare the line. The speed of falcons is astonishing, particularly that of the eastern sea falcon, which can dive at speeds exceeding 300 kilometers per hour. If the line is not pulled in advance, one might not even capture a single feather. Liang Manchang suddenly felt a wave of gratitude. His ability to catch the eastern sea falcon with a rabbit was attributed both to fortune and to the fact that the falcon's flight distance was brief, not allowing it to gain full speed. Otherwise, even with the sharpest eyesight, his reflexes might not keep pace. Uncle Lin, I see the shed and net are still intact. You're not still engaged in falconry, are you? Not at all, Lin replied. I am merely waiting for an old acquaintance. An old acquaintance? To be precise, an old falcon. After saying this, Lin lit a cigarette. His face tilted towards the sky at a 45-degree angle, a hint of melancholy gracing his features, with tears glimmering at the corners of his eyes. In my 30s, I was renowned in the region as a handsome young man and a skilled falconer. Each autumn, I would capture falcons to hunt, only to release them in the spring, allowing them to return and reproduce. 20 years ago, I trained an eastern sea falcon that was unfortunately captured by an old woman who mistook it for a chicken and confined it in a cage. Her intentions were kind. Noticing the falcon's refusal to eat, she believed the elongated beak was an impediment. In a misguided effort to aid, she even clipped its beak. By the time I reached her home, it was too late. Subsequently, orders were issued from above for all villages to focus on agricultural production, halting all unrelated activities. Left with no choice, I stood on this cliff to release the falcon. For 8 consecutive days, it would fly away only to return. On the 9th attempt, it circled above my head 3 times before tucking its wings and plunging down the cliff. Liang Manchang began to grasp that this eastern sea falcon was Lin's cherished memory, a longing he had harbored for over a decade to mend the unresolved past. As one ages, one tends to ramble. By the way, should you capture the eastern sea falcon, when nurturing it, do not starve it excessively, nor should you overfeed it. Find a balance. Once you bring it to me, I possess an entire array of equipment to assist you. Uncle Lin, how long might this take? If all goes smoothly, the nurturing process would take 5 to 6 days. The training of the falcon depends on individual skill and the bird's spirit. The quickest could be ready for hunting in a month or 2, while the slower ones may take indefinitely. Liang Manchang mused that if he could train the eastern sea falcon within 2 months, he could comfortably spend the winter at home, beckoning wild rabbits and pheasants with a mere wave of his hand. Very well, I shall seek you out once I have captured the eastern sea falcon. Were it not for this place being the exclusive territory of the old falcon, I would consider lending it to you. Alas. Lin fell once more into reminiscence. Smoking one cigarette after another, Liang Manchang quietly descended the mountain, exchanging greetings with Changju's mother. Auntie, I'm heading back now. What of Uncle Lin? He remains on the mountain, longing for a missed opportunity. Be sure to await my return. Chapter 45. Why do you still give me a minor title? Are you scolding me? Liang Manchang returned home on his bicycle, unloading the various items he had purchased that day: pork belly, fruit candies, and other odds and ends. Jingxiu, tomorrow we will be raising the main beam of our house. According to tradition, we must invite the tilers, laborers, and carpenters for a meal. Now that the weather has turned cold, there is not much work to be done. So you might as well skip the early morning roll call and prepare the food instead. Also, I plan to invite Aunt Malian to help us in the morning. She has experience, and the 2 of you can work together. All right, I will heed Aunt Malian's guidance tomorrow. You can rest assured, Lu Jingxiu replied. Seeing Lu Jingxiu's increasingly cheerful demeanor brought joy to Liang Manchang's heart. Having her as a wife would indeed be wonderful, he mused. However, the thought of her family, akin to a swarm of vampires, made him shake his head in resignation. It was a burden he could not bear. As night fell, it was once again time for Liang Manchang to seek rewards. Xiaomei, did you see? A haydonking. Now I'm equipped like a wealthy lord with a head wrapped in white cloth, playing with golden gradients and showing off the haydonking. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming. I'll be waiting for you in the wind, came the reply. What is this? Today you've transformed into a spirited little sister? Don't get too carried away. You owe me at least 2 big gifts for the haydonking. No problem, brother Tsang, just wait. 2 packages soon arrived from the heavens. Liang Manchang reached out and felt one was a round skill ball, while the other was a small paper box. He unwrapped the skill ball and casually tossed it onto the head of the snoring dog meat. Dog meat, this is for you. The dog yelped twice and promptly devoured the treat. Upon opening the other package, he found a box of Durex lying quietly in his hand. The blue and red packaging strikingly vivid. Xiaomei, have you truly taken on the role of a spirited little sister? What is this? And even if it's for Durex, why send me a small size? Are you mocking me? Brother Tsang, don't be angry. We customized it according to the guest size. The following morning, Liang Manchang carried a packet of Inshun cigarettes to invite Zhao Yutian's family for assistance. Uncle Yutian, have you prepared the hazel mushrooms? Zhao Yutian, busy sorting through the mushrooms, couldn't help but smile broadly. Look at this big cap. It's thicker than our ears. These round mushrooms are as plump as eggs, truly delightful. During the winter, we can sell them at the market, and prices will surely rise. Today, I'll head into the mountains with Shunzi again. If luck is on our side, we might bring back another couple of baskets. That sounds splendid. Manchang, you and Shunzi are making money every day. There's no need for thanks. We'll see each other in action. Uncle Yutian, we do have something we need your help with. Since we are raising the main beam today, and I'm not very familiar with the customs, could you assist me? Also, Aunt Malian, we need to host the tilers and laborers for dinner tonight, which will involve 2 tables of guests. Could you please lend a hand to Jingqiu and offer some advice? After saying this, Liang Manchang handed over the packet of Inchun cigarettes. Oh, why the formality? Are we not family? I know what to do. Even if you hadn't come to invite me, I would have taken care of it. Uncle Yutian, these cigarettes are not just for you. The tilers, carpenters, and laborers will need your hospitality as well. Very well, I will leave the rest to Lu Jiqing. After Liang Manchang finished his instructions, he took Zhao Fushan back home. Shunzi, heat some water. What? Are we having noodles? Eat. Eat. All you think about is eating. Hurry and get to work. Liang Manchang quickly gathered some broken bricks and skillfully constructed a makeshift stove in the open space. Meanwhile, Zhao Fushan found a large black pot and fetched a bucket of water. Once the water began to boil, Liang Manchang tossed in the rabbit snares he had previously used. Brother Manchang, what are you doing? Removing the scent from the rabbit snares. These animals have keen noses. If the bloody scent from the last catch isn't cleaned properly, the rabbits won't come back to the traps. Once we're in the mountains, we'll need to scrape a pine branch along the wire to completely eliminate any lingering odors. Zhao Fushan nodded repeatedly, absorbing this invaluable knowledge that could not be learned simply by observing seasoned hunters. Brother Manchang, may I take you as my mentor? No need for that. Just learn from me without the formalities. All right then. As they entered the mountains, Liang Manchang instructed Zhao Fushan to set the rabbit traps while he wandered around the outskirts of Laoi Ridge. Their primary purpose for venturing into the mountains today was to secure some fresh meat for the evening feast. There was no need to delve deep into the forest. Dog meat, your task is to chase after wild chickens. Woof woof. Don't worry, if you catch a wild chicken, I'll reward you with a wild duck egg. How does that sound? Woo woo. Liang Manchang released Dog Meat, who immediately began sniffing around. With an impressive sense of smell, Dog Meat, possessing the ability to detect scents from miles away, found the direction within seconds and dashed off at full speed. Liang Manchang, with his hunting rifle in hand, followed closely behind. Go for it. Having been nourished in the spatial realm every night, Dog Meat's strength and agility had significantly improved. He swiftly navigated through the woods, and in less than 10 minutes, he discovered a nest of wild chickens. With a bold and assertive demeanor, Dog Meat pounced, and amidst the flurry of flapping wings, he triumphantly returned with a plump wild chicken, placing it at Liang Manchang's feet. Woo, not bad, but you can't have the wild duck egg just yet. After such intense activity, it's not good for your stomach. I'm looking out for you. Now hurry and make another run. Woo, stop whining and get to work. Reluctantly, Dog Meat dashed off again, and within 10 minutes, he returned with another catch. Brother Manchang, can I compete with Dog Meat? How so? Can you catch with your mouth too? Come on, open your mouth. Let me see your teeth. I don't need to use my mouth. Can I borrow your rifle? Whatever I shoot counts as mine, and anything I miss counts as yours. How does that sound? Liang Manchang handed over the rifle and bullets, cautioning. Be sure to aim carefully before you shoot. We're on the outskirts of Laoi Ridge, so avoid hitting any people. Don't worry. I can tell the difference between a person and a bird, unless it's a bird person. With that, Zhao Fushan dashed forward alongside Dog Meat, seemingly eager to bask in the glory of Dog Meat's success. There were no other ferocious beasts in the vicinity of Laoi Ridge except for an occasional wild boar. Especially now that the corn had been mostly harvested and the weather was turning cooler, there were hardly any wild boars around. Thus, Liang Manchang felt assured about Zhao Fushan's safety and continued to wander around the forest's edge. As he walked along, he found himself beside a small stream. With vigilant eyes scanning for any potential danger, he crouched down to scoop up some water, preparing to wash his face. The refreshing chill of the stream splashed against his skin, sending a delightful shiver through him. Ah, how invigorating! Liang Manchang gazed into the water, admiring his handsome visage, indulging in a moment of self-appreciation. What kind of tumultuous life must I endure to fully appreciate this cursed beauty? Suddenly, a startling thought crossed his mind. Had the mountain deity manifested? Just as he was about to lower his head to offer a couple of prostrations, he noticed a wide-headed, big-mouthed frog with 2 round, curious eyes staring back at him. A forest frog? After wandering the mountains for so long, this was his first encounter with one. As the weather began to cool, the forest frogs migrated down from the highlands for the winter, and he had fortuitously stumbled upon one. Liang Manchang swallowed hard. This creature was one of his most cherished delicacies. Frogs from northeast China, crabs from Jiangsu, and the diverse bounty from the 2 Guang regions. He had savored it all. The forest frog was among the 4 great mountain delicacies of Chombai Mountain, alongside flying dragon, bear paw, and monkey head. The taste was unforgettable, lingering in memory for a lifetime. He retrieved his ever-reliable fishing net from his spatial storage and deftly covered the lively forest frog with a swift motion. The frog squirmed in his grasp, revealing its vibrant, orange-yellow belly. Ha ha ha, it's a female leopard frog. How delicious! The female not only offers exquisite flavor, but also boasts the rich nutrients of snow frog oil. Though the taste of the male frog is slightly inferior, it remains a culinary delight. Liang Manchang placed the female leopard frog into his spatial realm, taking care to create a protective barrier beneath the spiritual spring to prevent it from being consumed by dog meat or shaojing. He then removed his shoes and socks, stepping into the stream to search for more forest frogs. Large stones, decayed tree roots, and small crevices along the bank provided ample hiding spots for them. After over 2 hours of searching upstream, he had caught approximately 50 to 60 frogs. He had no intention of sharing this delightful catch with Hu Daying and the other laborers. It was for their own good. If they became too accustomed to such exquisite fare, their future enjoyment of simpler dishes would be greatly diminished. Clapping his hands, Liang Manchang called out into the forest. Dog meat, Shunzi, that should be enough. Woof woof. Coming. Within 10 minutes, amidst the dappled sunlight of Laoyaling, Zhao Fushun and dog meat came bounding down the mountain, kicking up fallen leaves in their wake. How did you do, dog meat? Who won between you and your second brother? Woof woof. Seeing dog meat's tail wagging like a fan, Liang Manchang was assured of its decent performance. It should at least be a tie. Zhao Fushun emptied the wild chickens from his carrying basket, forming a small pile. Brother Manchang, we caught a total of 12 wild chickens. We each got 6. Did you fire 4 empty shots then? Were you counting? Indeed, there had been exactly 10 shots fired, no more, no less. However, considering it was the first time this lad had ventured into the mountains to hunt alone, such a result was commendable. With a few more months of practice, he would surely catch up to dog meat. Zhao Fushun, oblivious to the underlying implications, gleefully busied himself with the wild chickens. Woof woof. Are you getting carried away with a few compliments? With a playful tone, he exclaimed, call out for the duck egg, and I shall collect it all. Do you really think I am a benevolent soul? Woof woof. Liang Manchang lowered his gaze to see Lai Fu spinning in circles on the ground, his little red member protruding prominently. For heaven's sake, it's autumn, not spring. Do not act as if you are in heat. Retract that at once, and I shall find you a suitable companion or 2 later on. Is that agreeable? Lai Fu whimpered in response. Do you take my kindness for granted? Spare me the embarrassment. After uttering these words, Liang Manchang prepared to discipline the rambunctious dog with a stick when he heard Zhao Fushun whispering behind him, Brother Manchang, someone is coming. Following Zhao Fushun's gaze, he spotted a short, slender figure waving from a distance, leading 6 or 7 hunting dogs. Brother Manchang, heading up the mountain? I heard your gunshots from afar and thought to greet you while it was quiet, lest I be mistaken for a bear and shot. Liang Manchang chuckled, securing the overly eager dog meat at his feet. This smiling figure was none other than Sun Xiao, a hunter from the Hongxing commune. However, he was a cunning fox, known for his crafty schemes. Although the hunters of Laoi Ridge were as plentiful as grains of rice, they generally fell into 3 factions. The first faction, represented by Liang Manchang, used rifles to hunt large game, typically operating deep in the mountains and occasionally taking smaller prey like wild chickens or rabbits. The second faction, led by Sun Xiao, was known as the dog faction, specializing in breeding hunting dogs and hawks to assist in capturing prey. They thrived in the Midlands, where their dogs worked in tandem to track, corner, and subdue their quarry, while the hunters played the role of butchers, draining the blood from trapped animals. This faction, due to the high cost of maintaining hunting dogs, was more about personal enjoyment than profit. The final faction comprised trap setters, who captured game using snares, pits, or poison around the forest's edges. While there were no explicit boundaries for their respective territories, they usually understood and respected each other's hunting grounds. Liang Manchang, having recently entered the novice phase, had been exploring the periphery and was currently seeking some meat for an evening feast, which explained his presence in this area. However, the adherence to these unwritten rules was ultimately at his discretion. Liang Manchang, equipped with hunting dogs and soon to acquire hawks, alongside a robust shotgun, was adept at traversing the lines between these factions. Thus, Laoi Ridge served as his hunting ground, irrespective of any designated boundaries. Brother Sun, I have guests at home tonight. Just looking to gather some meat dishes from the outskirts of the old forest. Oh, what's the fuss about regions? That is an old-school notion. Us younger folks will follow our own rules. Liang Manchang had come to appreciate the cunning nature of the smiling tiger, which struck subtly but effectively. Brother son, if there's nothing more, we shall take our leave. Laoi Ridge is vast. Take your time to explore. With that, Liang Manchang led his dog and Zhao Fushun down the mountain. As Sun Zhao's smile gradually faded, a chilling expression enveloped his countenance. You little brat, after a few days in the old forest, have you forgotten who you are? Just hope that a bear doesn't lick your face, or that a wolf pup doesn't take advantage of you. Liang Manchang seemed to sense the cold glint behind him and whispered to Zhao Fushun, Shunzi, when you have the chance, help me uncover Sun Zhao's background. That brat just gave us a look that felt off. I'm worried he might be plotting something against us. Brother Manchang, we're just two with a single gun. No need to rush. When he truly intends to act against us, we'll simply say, let us deal with him. Liang Manchang was not merely boasting. In the vicinity of Laoyiling, firearms were as commonplace as chopsticks, and illegal guns were aplenty. Not only did hunters frequently go missing in the old woods, but there were also many seeking revenge, directly firing through windows at their targets. However, Liang Manchang was not a sadist. He didn't find killing a person as trivial as slaughtering a chicken, bearing no psychological burden. Thus, if he could avoid killing, he preferred to incapacitate, ensuring the victim would be bettered in for life. Chapter 47. Take it, you dog-like man. Upon returning home, having missed lunch, Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushun hastily settled for a quick bite before commencing the task of preparing the wild chickens, meticulously picking out the iron sand grain by grain. Brother Manchang, it seems I am indeed worse than dog meat. It doesn't require such painstaking effort to clean the iron sand from the wild ducks it captures. Liang Manchang, observing Zhao Fushun's dejected demeanor, playfully kicked the prideful dog meat. It's not that dire. You should practice your shooting diligently. Once you've taken down a couple of bears, dog meat will surely recognize you as the boss. Really? Absolutely. By the way, tomorrow morning, when you go to check the rabbit traps, be cautious. Make sure to take dog meat and your hunting rifle with you. As evening fell, Liang Manchang, Zhao Yutian, Zhao Fushun, along with the mason, laborers, and carpenter, collaborated to hoist the large beams onto the roof. Liang Manchang casually set down 2 firecrackers. Thank you, masters. Let us put in the effort to move into our new home soon and embrace a plump wife. Hu Dajin, observing Lu Jingxiu busying herself, jested lightly. Manchang, don't you already have someone at home? Are you still yearning for another? What are you talking about? She is from the city. How could a mountain hunter like me hope to bind her? What a daydream. Just then, Lu Jingxiu, who was busy, turned pale at the remark, opened her mouth to speak, but swallowed her words back down. That night, they enjoyed a feast of wild chicken stew with mushrooms and ample pork. Dajin, Master Tan, your skills are unparalleled. I'm in awe. In the realms of construction and carpentry, you too are the elite. Manchang, though I, Hu Dajin, may be a rough man, I understand the value of sincerity. After years of working as a mason, serving both public and private sectors, I have never encountered a household that offered such generous meals of rice and meat without restraint, with cigarettes flowing continuously. Just wait. We will ensure your work is executed flawlessly. If one day the house collapses, you one team need to come looking for me. I'll take a brick and end it myself. Liang Manchang was left speechless. If the house were to collapse, what use would it be for him to take his own life? In the bustling atmosphere, Liang Manchang observed Tan Mujian, who, though silent, was perceptive. Upon noticing Tan, Liang was momentarily taken aback and hastily inquired, Ah, Master Tan, didn't you lose a finger? How come you still have 10? I originally had 11, Tan replied. Once the work is done, could you assist me in crafting a wheelbarrow? It would make our trips into the mountains far more convenient. As night fell, Liang, slightly intoxicated, slipped into the space. The reproductive efficiency of wild rabbits was astonishing. In the outside world, they could produce 3 to 4 litters a year, each comprising 4 to 5 offspring. However, within the accelerated confines of the space, they could reproduce 1 or 2 litters in just a month. Consequently, wild rabbits roamed freely within this realm, as did wild ducks and pheasants. If speed isn't sufficient, let us enhance it. Liang Manchang exclaimed as he sprinkled a handful of estrus-inducing powder, procured from Liao Erlin at the clinic, onto the grass and tossed some into the stream. Let the frenzy begin. Once finished, he captured a wild rabbit, skillfully eviscerating it, and slicing off 2 fingers worth of meat, leaving the remainder for Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, I understand you've forsaken your carnivorous habits, but you must indulge occasionally, lest you forget your identity as the king of the jungle. Roar softly. Why the ruckus at this late hour? Liang chuckled, giving Xiao Jin a playful kick before tossing 2 small pieces of rabbit meat towards the hawk perched nearby. Nibble on this. Once I am done, I shall prepare a feast for you. The famished hawk eagerly swallowed the morsels before flapping its wings and lunging toward Liang, who narrowly avoided losing another piece of flesh, thanks to the protective barrier. Wait for it. It screeched, gesturing toward Xiaomei. In the afternoon, Liang placed some lin frogs into the space, noting, with swallows in the south and snow frogs in the north, I shall prepare some snow frog oil for you, enhancing your beauty and fortifying your health. What is this? Am I so easily swayed by mere men? How audacious! What is happening? Is today a day for the queen? Your majesty, might I implore you for a generous gift? Haha, now that is the proper attitude in seeking favor. Here, take it, you dog-like man. Dog-like? I possess 8-pack abs, and even a trident could not pierce me. How dare you call me a dog? Liang opened the gift, and indeed, it was a skill sphere for a solid physique. He crushed it, enduring 5 minutes of excruciating training before exiting the space. 3 days later, Liang Manchang's new house was finally completed. After hosting a banquet for 4 tables, he began preparations for the move. Brother Manchang, I think I shall remain in the old house. Let the new one be reserved for your future wife. What nonsense is this? Wife or no wife, you must move. You are not an outsider. Lu Jingxiu felt warmth in her heart, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her gaze. Well, if our future wife finds it lacking, we can always build 3 more rooms. We are not short on funds. Oh, I see. While the new house still carried the scent of cement and lime, Liang dismissed it, preferring it to the formaldehyde found in modern homes. He aimed to replace all unnecessary items in the old house with new ones. Chairs and tables, pots and pans, even his tattered quilts and garments were all discarded, replaced with new ones. With a full warehouse and a newly constructed house, life had improved significantly. It was time to consider a wife, wasn't it? Ah, Aunt Melian, I happen to have this thought in mind. If you know of any beautiful girls, please help me arrange something quickly, preferably all in one day, so we can meet several at once. What are you even saying? Do you think this is like a market where one picks chickens and ducks? Meeting several at once? Hee hee, I was just making a comparison. Chen Melian lowered her voice and nodded towards Lu Jingxiu, who was busy washing dishes, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. By the way, what about the girl in the house? That rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow. Perhaps it's better to let that go. Anyway, I see that girl is quite fond of you. Think it over. If you make up your mind, Aunt will help you with the matchmaking. Liang Manchang pursed his lips, feeling a stir in his heart. Once the move was completed, Liang Manchang rode his bicycle directly to the new town to inquire about Lin Chang's job with Li Yuanchao. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Material Bureau, Liang Manchang spotted Li Yuanchao lounging casually at the door, legs crossed, exuding an air of indifference. What's the matter with you, comrade? Is this how you serve the people? Hey, you're Manchang, right? What kind of leader are you pretending to be? Dressed like a mere hunter? Haha, you really have some guts, even daring to insult the leaders. So, how did the selection go, Brother Song? Did it bring you shame? Chapter 48. Hitting is caring, scolding is love, and when love runs deep, it can kick. Manchang, you've really made me proud. I thought my dad always deemed me unreliable, but unexpectedly, I struck gold. After he tasted it that noon, his blood pressure skyrocketed with excitement. If it weren't for the blood pressure medication I always keep on hand, I'd probably be in a sorry state now. Liang Manchang shuddered, realizing that if Li Yuanchao's father truly suffered due to Brother Tsong's selection, he would be the first person to die from indulgence. As long as I didn't bring you shame, I'm relieved. From now on, you'll send me a supply every week. My dad wants it to build connections and, coincidentally, to treat himself. Once a week? That might be a bit challenging. The last time I brought you those dozens of pounds, I had to toil for 3 nights to acquire them. How about once a month? All right. Once a month it is. If luck is on my side, I might send you a couple more. By the way, I mentioned earlier about a friend's son looking for a job. Li Yuanchao smiled awkwardly, handing Liang Manchang a cigarette, and said sheepishly, Manchang, I actually did ask about that, and there is indeed an opening for a clerk at the Forestry Bureau. However, it coincidentally turned out that my brother approached my dad first. His girlfriend just happens to be unemployed. No worries. After all, she is your brother's wife. And it wouldn't be appropriate to give the position to an outsider. Exactly. My brother, Hong Bing, is a good-natured kid. He has never asked my dad for anything throughout his life. After much effort to persuade him, how could he refuse? Why are there so many honest people? He must have been an honest person in his past life. Wait. Suddenly, a bolt of realization struck Liang Manchang. Hongbing, Yuanchao, is your sister-in-law named Belianua? Damn. How did you know? Yes, that is her name. What a remarkable coincidence. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Urge your brother to end that relationship at once, even if it means remaining single for life. He should not entangle himself with that deceptive flower. Li Yuanchao furrowed his brow and pulled Liang Manchang aside into a storeroom, recounting the situation in its entirety. Manchang, this is no laughing matter. I perceive that this woman is quite the manipulator. Life is akin to a performance, reliant on skillful acting. Since you've already taken wedding photos, why not bring them to our community in Tuanjiatun to inquire? If you have connections, visit the hospital where she had the abortion. The truth will undoubtedly come to light. Li Yuanchao angrily tossed his cigarette but to the ground, crushing it beneath his foot. Damn it, I wondered how she appeared so flawless, without a single blemish. It turns out it's all a facade. My father was part of the old resistance, and she claims to be a descendant of it as well. This woman is treacherous. Had I not suddenly come to my senses, I might still be toiling away in her household. If she were to enter the Li family, my father would lament his poor judgment until his dying breath. Manchang, I owe you a debt of gratitude. If this matter proves true, you shall be assigned the position of clerk at the Forestry Bureau. Very well. But conduct your investigation discreetly. Should there arise any complications, we shall discuss them. I am aware of her depths. Liang Manchang returned to the village, eagerly awaiting Li Yuanchao's visit. Indeed, the following morning, Li Yuanchao sent a message to Liang Manchang, and the two arranged to meet in the new town that evening. Manchang, you were right. That deceptive flower is akin to a public bus, ensnaring several wealthy young men from various counties, while my brother foolishly fell for her trap. It takes skill to welcome all comers. How do you propose we handle this? My father is a public servant and wishes to manage this discreetly. Perhaps offering some money to send her on her way. What nonsense. Your brother was deceived and you intend to pay her off? What else can we do? Although we possess witnesses, the child has already been aborted, leaving no evidence. Most importantly, that fool Hong Bing foolishly wrote her a letter of guarantee. If that letter becomes public, he could find himself imprisoned. Seeing Li Yuanchao's troubled expression, Liang Manchang understood that the letter of guarantee likely entailed more than merely promising to marry the flower and securing him a job. There were probably many intricate details hidden within. If this were to leak, even if it did not result in a charge of rape, it could lead to accusations of moral turpitude. Yuanchao, if you trust me, allow me to handle this matter. I assure you it will be resolved satisfactorily. Are you confident? Rest assured, I will ensure that the flower happily dismisses your brother while also allowing your family to vent their frustrations. However, we must avoid any violence. Otherwise, it could involve my father. Only those lacking in ability resort to brute force. We rely on our wits. In her past life, the flower exploited Liang Manchang. In this life, he must repay her, perhaps by finding her a suitable match. The next morning, Liang Manchang hopped onto his bicycle and made his way to the state-run stone quarry to find Yang Dongfang. Dongfang, do you desire a wife? What? Is there such a good fortune? It wouldn't be some undesirable, would it? Of course not. You have helped us with stone, and I remember your kindness. If you are willing, let us take a distant glance first, and if you find it satisfactory, we can discuss further. Haha, that sounds splendid. Liang Manchang was exceedingly pleased with the man he had chosen for Bai Lianhua. He was a worker at the state-owned quarry, adept at operating a tractor, and possessed a robust physique. His only flaw was his propensity for domestic violence. However, they say that hitting is a form of affection, and love can manifest in various ways, even through a kick. It takes a few rounds of such affection to truly express one's feelings, does it not? Yang Dongfang dressed in the trendiest attire from the cabinet, appearing quite proper, and then drove straight to the new city on the tractor. Around midday, the two arrived at the finest restaurant in the new city Hotel. Once seated, Liang Manchang discreetly pointed to the corner where Li Hongbing and Bai Lianhua were located. What do you think? Are they appealing? Yang Dongfang's eyes were fixated, and his saliva nearly dripped in excitement. Truly captivating. Alas, Manchang, who is the person opposite her? Surely that cannot be her husband? Nonsense, that is her younger brother. Did you not notice that the woman is considerably older than the man? Upon seeing Li Hongbing, whose demeanor exuded scholarly seriousness, Yang Dongfang began to believe there might be some truth to it. Very well, take your time to observe. I'll step outside for a smoke. By the way, Dongfang, I never take credit for good deeds. This matter must remain between us, or else it could lead to dire consequences. Rest assured, you can trust my character. Even if we were to drink to excess, I would not utter a word. Meanwhile, Bai Lianhua, with a worried expression, remained oblivious to Yang Dongfang's intense gaze upon her. Hongbing, what is going on? I heard that your father has come down. Who said that? There is no such thing. You're lying. This morning's meeting saw your father's absence, and I also heard that a police car entered your yard. What is truly happening? Speak honestly. Lianhua, my father is merely cooperating with an investigation. Bai Lianhua scoffed at Li Hongbing's explanation. Resolving the work situation was her utmost priority. Hence, she had been closely monitoring Li Hongbing's family, including his father's workplace. The moment any news emerged, it would swiftly reach her ears. Hongbing, should we perhaps postpone our wedding for now? Lianhua, you must trust me. My father is simply temporarily taken for questioning, and it will not affect your work. Our house will not be confiscated, nor will my job be impacted, and certainly, I will not be relegated to the forest to chop wood. Bai Lianhua felt a wave of dizziness. She had once believed she could soar to great heights, yet now, post-marriage, she would have to follow Li Hongbing to the forest? If your love for me is genuine, you wouldn't mind this temporary setback, would you? Suddenly, Li Hongbing wiped away his tears and waved to Yang Dongfang in another corner. Lianhua, I have encountered an acquaintance. I shall go greet him. Bai Lianhua turned to see a remarkably proper young man. Who is that? He is the son of my father's old comrade, training at the state-owned quarry, operating tractors. However, reliable sources indicate that his father is seeking a promotion, and he too aspires to rise in rank. I will inquire about my father's situation. Bai Lianhua's eyes instantly sparkled. Was this not a case of finding a way through the dense thicket? Hongbing, please take me to meet him. It is quite inappropriate. Both of us are about to celebrate joyous occasions, yet he has just finalized his divorce. Wouldn't that provoke him unnecessarily? Not to worry. Simply refer to me as your recognized elder sister. After all, I am indeed older than you. Is that truly acceptable? Lianhua, you wouldn't be contemplating dismissing me, would you? The innocent Bai Lianhua, realizing her thoughts had been seen through, playfully retorted inwardly. Even if it were true, it must remain unspoken. I am merely seeking to alleviate your burdens in your moment of distress. Why not recognize a good heart? Hongbing, what are you saying? If you harbor any doubts, I shall draft a guarantee for you. But the guarantee I provide must be returned to me. Fine, fine, your stinginess is quite evident. Impatiently, Bai Lianhua opened her handbag and within a minute produced a guarantee. She also returned Hongbing's guarantee to him. Upon opening it, Hongbing discovered it was indeed the confession he had penned, and with the charming Bai Lianhua, they approached Yang Dongfang. Dongfang, long time no see. The last time I heard someone mention that you were seeking a transfer, I never got the chance to congratulate you. Yang Dongfang had been single for 2 or 3 years. His hands bore the calluses of hard work, and his eyes, filled with hunger, roamed over Bai Lianhua without restraint. Consequently, Hongbing's words fell on deaf ears. Oh, right. Yes, that person. By the way, who is this? Before Hongbing could respond, Bai Lianhua, akin to a seductive fox, leaned closer, her chest thrust forward towards Yang Dongfang. Oh, she is Hongbing's elder sister. Ah, I see. Would you care to sit and share a meal? Certainly. I am quite famished, she replied. Hongbing, didn't you just mention you had matters to attend to? You may go about your business. Huh. I had no idea I had anything to do. Oh dear, have you forgotten? Regardless, you indeed have matters to attend to. Please refrain from contacting me in the future, lest others mistakenly believe you are my partner, which would not be beneficial. Hongbing ground his teeth in frustration. Just yesterday, when Li Yuanchao had informed him of this situation, he had been skeptical, thinking it was merely jealousy. But when the evidence was thrust before him, he had entertained the notion that Bai Lianhua had unspoken troubles. However, it now appeared that Bai Lianhua regarded him as a foolish son of a wealthy family, intent on exploiting him. Lianhua, I shall take my leave. Go on, go on. Once Hongbing departed, Bai Lianhua settled next to Yang Dongfang, leaning closer to him. Brother Dongfang, your muscles are quite impressive, exuding a true masculine charm. You surpass Hongbing by countless measures. I am fond of strong men with presence. Yang Dongfang, taken aback, had not anticipated his tractor-operating muscles would garner such attention. As Bai Lianhua's petite hand slithered into his clothing like a serpent, Yang Dongfang instinctively lowered his head, resembling a shy chick. Lianhua, this is our first encounter. Oh, please turn your head away. Huh, just turn, I implore you. Yang Dongfang obediently turned his head aside, then promptly turned back. Now it is our second meeting. As the saying goes, first meeting, one is a stranger. Second meeting, familiarity breeds comfort. Third meeting, hey, what comes next? How annoying. I am too shy to say. By the way, I heard from Hongbing that you have divorced. What prompted that? Yang Dongfang had no intention of concealing the truth from Bai Lianhua, especially since he believed she was a friend of Liang Manchang. I am not fond of indulging in a little drink. However, when I imbibe excessively, I often find myself inclined to strike my wife, having sent several packing. It is said that to hit is to care, and I simply relish being playfully whipped by a man, for it exudes masculinity. Really? Indeed, if you don't believe me, let us test it one day. Why wait for another day? Let us embark on this journey now. But we lack any formal recognition, and as a young woman, it seems rather inappropriate for me to accompany you, does it not? Then what shall we do? The charming Bai Lianhua blinked her sparkling eyes at Yang Dongfang. Brother Dongfang, do you believe in love at first sight? Yang Dongfang slammed the household registration book onto the table. Let us go. Let us register. In the shadows, Liang Manchang gave Yang Dongfang a thumbs up and then encountered Li Yuanchao at the Material Bureau. Manchang, you truly have a way about you. My father and I, along with Hong Bing, spent an entire night pondering, yet you resolved it effortlessly with your wit. You certainly possess a cunning mind. Liang Manchang rubbed his nose, surprised by such flattery. With the guarantee in hand, should Bai Lianhua cause any further disturbances, feel free to call the police or use the whip. Do not hesitate. Of course, I have already communicated with the relevant parties. Even if she wishes to divorce, it will not be so simple. Let her remain suspended at Yang Dongfang's crooked tree. Yuanchao, regarding the job matter, let him report to the Forestry Bureau tomorrow. As long as he does not commit any heinous acts, he can hold this position until his dying day. All right, just ensure he is looked after. Perhaps in 3 years, he might even attain a deputy position. What deputy position? The section chief. Li Yuanchao considered this half-brother of his with fondness. Lin Chong, who had been lurking around the village for several days, was gnawing on a dark corn bun. His eyes sharp as an eagle's, fixated on the machine-tilled road. Brother Manchang, Lin Chong sprang forth like a rabbit. How are things? Come, we shall discuss it at home. Liang Manchang carried Lin Chong on his back, the sound of jingling bells resonating as they stopped at Lin Lizi's doorstep. Manchang, any news? Liang Manchang nodded and accepted a cigarette from Lin Lizi. Yes, tomorrow Lin Chong will report to the county for a formal position at the Forestry Bureau. Lin Chong leapt up from the ground, dancing with joy. How wonderful. I am going to work in the city. Chapter 50. The beginning of training Eagles finally resolving the significant matter that had weighed on his heart for so long. Lin Lizi sighed heavily in relief. Jiangzi, I must inform you, once at the Forestry Bureau, work diligently and do not bring shame to Brother Manchang. If you do poorly and are dismissed, you shall face the harshness of the outside world. You old man, what sort of words are those? Can't you wish for our son to achieve something good? It's all right, mother. As long as he can work in the city, let him scold as he pleases. In the future, I will return once a month. Let's see if he dares to continue his tirades. After speaking, Lin Chong knelt down with a resounding clap, offering a few bows to the heavens. What are you doing? Are you trying to send me off? Brother Manchang, such a splendid job that you have not taken for yourself. You are giving it to me. I am well aware. Even if you were to ask me to commit heinous acts, if I so much as blink, it would be akin to living a dog's life raised by wolves. Upon hearing this, Lin Lizi turned pale, lifting his injured leg to kick. You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Is your father a dog or a wolf? Although the words of our family's Jiangzi may sound harsh, they carry a certain truth. From now on, you shall be our benefactor. A man ought not to confine himself to a meager salary from the Forestry Bureau. We prefer the freedom of the mountains, indulging in small pleasures of wine and meat. Living a comfortable life. Lin Hunter sent Lin Chong and his wife inside to gather their belongings. Then, limping, he led Liang Manchang up the hillside to the eagle hunting grounds. Old Lin, is that place no longer reserved for your dream eagle? Lin Hunter pointed to the claw marks on his face, his expression filled with melancholy. What need have I for a dream eagle? We must focus on living well. Although Lin Hunter generously lent the eagle grounds to Liang Manchang for his hunting pursuits, he held little regard for ordinary falcons, preferring his pristine white sea eagle. Forget it. I shall seek out my own falcon, Liang Manchang declared. Rest assured, I will return with a sea eagle within 3 days at the latest. Don't boast, Lin Hunter retorted. Upon returning home, Liang Manchang began preparing bedding, planning to train the sea eagle and then bring it back gradually. Shunzi, I will be heading out tomorrow, and I'll leave the hunting rifle in your care, but don't venture too deep into the old forest. Understood. If I manage to catch something, I'll sell it to Han Lauer, and we'll split the profits evenly. Liang Manchang instructed him to visit their home daily and to resolve any difficulties that may arise. Of course, I'll come by morning and evening. After sending Zhao Fushun on his way, Liang Manchang turned to Lu Jingxiu and said, Jingxiu, I am uncertain when I shall return. So please refrain from work for now and take good care of Xiaoying. I will compensate you for any lost wages. Expecting Lu Jingxiu to readily agree, he was taken aback when she furrowed her brows and hesitantly responded, Manchang, when will you return? I may need to go out as well. I cannot say for certain. It could be 10 days at best, a month at worst. If you need to go to the commune, take Xiaoying with you. Liang Manchang then produced 6 large unity notes and a handful of commonly used coupons. 30 yuan is your salary for this month, and an additional 30 for living expenses. Buy whatever you need, but don't neglect yourself, and ensure Xiaoying is well fed. Afterward, Liang Manchang worked through the night to craft a cage, placing the sea eagle inside. By the following afternoon, he made his way straight to the mountain village. Upon seeing the entirely white sea eagle, Lin Hunter's eyes sparkled like light bulbs. You really possess some skill. How could you manage to acquire it in less than a day? Old Lin, it's rather peculiar. I hung a rabbit in a tree, and the sea eagle appeared as if drawn by its scent, refusing to leave my side. Lin Hunter, an experienced falconer, was not easily deceived. Though some creatures may recognize their masters through various serendipitous circumstances, in his decades of training eagles, he had never witnessed the proud sea eagle willingly acknowledge a master. Moreover, just as Liang Manchang had described, the sea eagle bared its teeth at him. Craftsmen often guard their secrets closely, so Lin Hunter chose not to inquire further, treating it as Liang Manchang's unique skill. Shall we begin then? Lin Hunter inquired. Indeed, we have awaited this day. Lin Lizi led Liang Manchang to the west room where Lin Chang resided, shutting the windows tightly. He then produced an eagle perch, securing the iron chain to the eagle's talons, ensuring it was fastened firmly to prevent any chance of escape. Rest assured, such a precious heydonking. I would not dare take any risks, he declared. Once Liang Manchang secured the eagle, he placed 2 packs of Ingchun cigarettes and 10 jin of raw peanuts on the Kong table. Lin Lizi also brought in a urine bucket and handed a small stick to Liang Manchang. To train the eagle, patience is paramount. Observe how the heydonking stands on the perch, swaying back and forth. The moment it closes its eyes, you should start to rock it. If that fails, gently tap its forehead with the stick. This is known as shaking the eagle. The ultimate goal is to prevent it from falling asleep unless it eats the meat you offer and allows you to stroke its forehead, which signifies successful training. Training an eagle is a battle of wills, determining who can outlast whom. If you can be more resolute than it, it will submit to you. Yesterday, someone delivered a rabbit to me. After 3 days, I will cut it into strips and bring it to you. For the next few days, you must remain indoors for all your needs. I will leave your meals at the door. If there is nothing else, you may commence. With a loud bang, Lin Lizi shut the door. All right, little eagle, let us begin. The sooner you concede, the less suffering you will endure. Look here, the cigarettes, peanuts, and the spring water are all prepared for you. Be sensible and surrender quickly. Moreover, through our interactions these past days, you must have gauged my prowess, haven't you? Even the golden tabby treats me as a subordinate. What more could you desire? Is it not more valuable than you? Should you decide to follow me, you would feast on fine meats and drink from the spiritual spring. Who knows? One day you might awaken your intelligence, and I could introduce you to a dozen or more mates. Liang Manchang rambled on, yet the heydonking remained indifferent, refusing to open its eyes and instead spat at him. Cree, so, you think yourself remarkable, don't you? You are so haughty. Liang Manchang ceased his chatter, seizing a handful of peanuts, and began cracking them. After a dinner, at midnight, the heydonking finally slowly closed its eyes. Liang Manchang extended a finger, causing the perch beneath it to sway. Huh, I see you have closed your eyes. Furious, the heydonking spread its wings and flapped them toward Liang Manchang, catching him off guard and landing a couple of blows to his face. Damn, you think you're a national treasure? You consider yourself a tribute? I will strike if I choose. If you cannot assist me in hunting, you are worth no more than a wild chicken. Liang Manchang raged, while the heydonking merely retracted its neck, wearing a look of grievance. Look at your pathetic self. Just stay over there. Chapter 51. A heartless kill combining cigarettes with Red Bull and peanuts effectively subdued the heydonking, pressing it to its limits. Finally, on the 4th day, Liang Manchang, with dark circles under his eyes, sensed that the heydonking was on the brink of collapse. Lin Lizi, with a cloth covering his face, delivered the meals to the door, pushing it open slightly. Remember, feed it meat, stroke its forehead, and observe its eyes. If it still resists, continue to endure. Understood. Uncle Lin. Liang Manchang took a sip of the space long quan, then pinched off the filter of his cigarette and lit it. The combination of Red Bull and smoke was boundless in its potency. As midnight approached, Liang observed the despondent expression on Heidonking's face and coldly exhaled a ring of smoke towards it. Are you obedient now? If so, bow your head. I have a head, he said with a smirk. Suppressing his inner exhilaration, Liang picked up a piece of meat the size of a fingertip and dangled it before Heydonking. After a brief hesitation, Heydonking gulped it down. Come here, little one, let me touch you. I want to do it for free. I'll sneak you some food. Liang tentatively extended his hand, slowly resting it on the bird's evasive head. Noticing no violent reaction from Heydonking, he summoned his courage and leaned closer, locking eyes with its murky and weary gaze, which displayed no trace of defiance. If only it had been this easy from the start. From today onward, I shall be your master. As long as you stick with me, you shall want for nothing. At that moment, Lin Lietzi, who had been listening outside, knocked on the door. How's it going, Manchang? All set. I've fed it and even touched it. All right then, let Heidongking rest on your bed. Also, spit on the meat before feeding it. Liang was taken aback. What kind of operation is this? Pua? Or training? Why? To familiarize it with your scent. A chill ran down Liang's spine at the peculiar suggestion, but in the interest of taming Heidongking swiftly, he reluctantly presented the stringy rabbit meat before it. Go ahead. Little one, I may not have brushed my teeth in days, but there are plenty of digestive enzymes and probiotics. Just think of it as bird's nest. Heidongking, unpicky in its appetite, swallowed it with a gulp. Liang placed the eagle perch at the foot of his bed, but, fearing a peck to the eye, lay down to sleep. He slumbered deeply, only awakening around 5 or 6 o'clock the next afternoon. Little one, you're awake. Come and enjoy something good. Liang offered the rabbit meat in his palm, trembling slightly as he extended it. Heidongking reached out with its hooked beak and snatched the meat. Good job. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Lietzi pushed the door open and approached with a tiny needle, preparing to sew Heidonking's tail. Manchang, during the initial training. It's unnecessary for Heidongking to fly too high, so we'll sew its tail to reduce its speed and altitude, preventing it from flying away for good. Is that so? Indeed. Although it acknowledges you as its master now, it still retains some wild instincts. You wouldn't want it to escape, would you? Uncle Lin, make sure to sew it tightly, don't be lenient. By the way, should we attach a weight to its feet as well? That might not be necessary. Lin Lietzi then fetched a set of well-worn leather gear and gloves, appearing heavy and remarkably sturdy. This is my equipment for falcon training. The gloves will protect you from being pecked, and the leather attire will prevent the eagle from scratching you. This is splendid. After donning his leather jacket, Liang Manchang listened intently as Lin Lizi briefly elucidated the process of falconry. The first step involves establishing a communicative bridge between the master and the falcon. While it may sound straightforward, the reality is quite challenging and monotonous. Much like training a dog, it requires the constant issuance of commands to encourage the falcon to execute the desired actions until it forms a conditioned reflex. If it performs correctly, it is rewarded with a morsel of meat. If it errs or fails to respond, the training continues relentlessly until it succeeds. Early the next morning, the two men dragged the falconry perch to the training grounds. Lin Lizi secured one end of a sturdy Y-shaped leather strap to Liang Manchang's arm, tying the other two ends to the falcon's legs, ensuring equal length. Manchang, think of simple gestures or commands that you won't change easily, otherwise. The falcon will need time to adjust again. Come is represented by a wave, go by a hand gesture, yes by a nod, and no by a shake of the head. What does this mean? Is it a code? Haha, consider it as such. Under Lin Lizi's guidance, Liang Manchang repeatedly issued commands. Initially, the eagle seemed bewildered, accustomed to the familiar sounds of bird calls, struggling to comprehend human speech. However, during lunch, the eagle began to catch on. As long as it pleased the man before it, there would be meat to savor. Liang Manchang released the tethered eagle about 10 meters away and waved a string tied to a piece of rabbit meat. Come back, Xiaohai. The eagle flapped its wings and gracefully landed on Liang Manchang's arm. Good. Liang Manchang rewarded it with a piece of rabbit meat. Excellent. Let us continue training. That evening, Lin Lizi presented several hemp-wrapped meat rolls to Liang Manchang. Tomorrow, when training the falcon, wrap the meat in these. Why? Won't the hemp be digested? It's meant to be indigestible, encouraging the eagle to regurgitate it. We cannot solely feed it meat. It must experience a balance of hunger and fullness. Much like cattle or horses, the meat wrapped in hemp may appear substantial, but in reality, it is quite minimal. Moreover, when the eagle regurgitates the hemp, it will expel the fat from its intestines, making it reconsider its capability to fly far and high on any given day. Liang Manchang silently marveled at this ingenious method. The technique of wrapping meat in hemp was remarkably cunning, stripping the falcon of its energy reserves, thereby making it more reliant on its master for sustenance. Over time, it would entirely relinquish the notion of solo flights, resolutely adhering to its master. All right then, we shall continue training tomorrow. After practicing at home for several days, Liang Manchang felt prepared to bid farewell to Lin Lizi and return home to refine his skills at a leisurely pace. Manchang, training a hawk requires endurance. Much like the art of falconry itself, practice as I instructed, and when you feel you've made sufficient progress, bring it back for me to assess. Understood. I've been away for nearly half a month. I shall return soon, awaiting good news. Liang Manchang hurried homeward, marking the first time since his rebirth that he had been away for such an extended period. While spending time together was pleasant, This separation had him longing for the meals prepared by Xiao Ying and Lu Jingxiu. As Liang Manchang arrived home, he saw Xiao Ying sitting on the threshold, weeping with her small face resembling that of a little calico cat. Xiao Ying, what is the matter? In chapter 52, Lu Jingxiu is returning to the city. Xiao Ying frowned, and upon seeing Liang Manchang, burst into tears, throwing herself into his embrace. What's wrong, Xiao Ying? Did some little rascal bully you? Tell me, and I'll give them a piece of my mind. Brother, Jingxiu is going back to the city. Oh, your sister Jingxiu has been with us for a month or two. It's only natural for her to return home, right? Xiao Ying wiped her face haphazardly with her sleeve. Jingxiu is packing her things, and this time she won't be coming back. What do you mean, not coming back? Liang Manchang rushed into the east room, holding Xiao Ying tightly. He found Lu Jingxiu sitting on the kong, mending shoes, her eyes red like a little rabbit in a space filled with warmth. Manchang, you're back. His throat felt dry, and he involuntarily swallowed hard, managing to squeeze out a few words. Jingxiu, Xiao Ying says you're going back to the city? Yes. What is going on? Are you uncomfortable living here, or have I wronged you in some way? How can you just leave like that? What about Xiao Ying? Look at how upset she is, crying her heart out. Lu Jingxiu lifted her head, tears streaming down her fair cheeks. Manchang, you haven't wronged me. I've been very happy in Tuanjia village, and I don't want to leave Xiao Ying either, but my parents have sent a telegram asking me to return. Return home? For what purpose? Someone has arranged a marriage for me, and I need to go back to register before I can find a chance to return to the city. Liang Manchang felt his heart sink to his stomach, his mind buzzing. Jingxiu, you haven't even met this person. How can you register? What if he turns out to be a bald man, a mute, a cripple, or a drunkard? You have no emotional foundation. The marriage won't be happy. Shouldn't you observe the situation first? Your parents are so eager for you to return. They probably have ulterior motives. Jingxiu, listen to me. Don't go back just yet. Wait until things are clearer before you return, all right? Lu Jingxiu shook her head. Manchang, I received the telegram before you left. I can't delay any longer. They've sent 6 or 7 telegrams urging me. Aren't you afraid of marrying a fool or drunkard? Someone who might beat you every day at home? Are your parents selling you off? It won't happen. My parents told me he is just an ordinary, promising young man. Lu Jingxiu stood up, took Xiao Ying from Liang Manchang's arms, and pulled out a handkerchief to wipe her tear-streaked face. Xiao Ying, be a good girl, okay? I'll come back to see you when I have time. Xiao Ying hugged Lu Jingxiu's neck tightly, refusing to let go. No, Jingxiu, don't go. Liang Manchang felt a mixture of emotions. The 3 large tiled rooms, the thousands of yuan in savings, the little gold, and the child. All the wealth surrounding him suddenly felt cold. He was just a simple, love-deprived, pitiable creature. Jingxiu, Xiao Ying can't bear to part with you. Could you stay a few more days? Just 5 days, please? I'll take this opportunity to prepare some mountain delicacies for you as a small gift. Lu Jingxiu pondered for a moment before nodding. All right, 5 days hence, I must depart from the new city, and at that time, you shall no longer be able to hinder me. Very well, I shall take Xiao Ying to bid you farewell. Xiao Ying turned her head, clenched her small fists, and glared fiercely at Liang Manchang, indignantly declaring, Brother, how could you agree to Jie Jingxiu? I detest you. Wu Liang Manchang, with a sense of helplessness, shook his head and promptly mounted his bicycle, heading straight for the new city material bureau. Li Yuanshao, I need a favor. What? You haven't sought me out for over half a month, and now you come to me only to ask for assistance? That's rather hurtful. Cut the nonsense. Don't you have friends in Harbin? Indeed, I have a childhood friend there. What's the matter? Looking to buy popsicles? Upon finishing his words, Liang Manchang retrieved a crumpled remittance slip from his pocket and handed it to Li Yuanshao. Stop rambling. I'll provide you with an address. There's a girl named Lu Jingxiu who is cutting in line at my home. Her parents suddenly want her to return to the city to register for a marriage license. Can you help me investigate what sort of man he is? Manchang, you're not harboring feelings for that girl, are you? Liang Manchang found it difficult to confront this inquiry. In his previous life, his well-known, yet insubstantial relationship with a White Lotus had already rendered him emotionally exhausted. His heart was as cold as the knife used by Walmart to slaughter fish, and he had long contemplated living as a carefree wanderer in the realm of romance, flitting between foot massage parlors and RTV. He had traversed through a myriad of blossoms, untouched by a single petal. However, this current sentiment felt akin to fleeting joy, marked by profound loneliness and emptiness. Yuanshao, my mind is quite tumultuous at present. Please assist me in investigating swiftly. Understood, I'll make a call immediately. After Liang Manchang spoke, he dashed into the office and emerged half an hour later, jogging. Manchang, I've coordinated with my friends in Harbin. The results should be available by tomorrow at the earliest, and at the latest, the day after. Liang Manchang sighed in relief. All right, thank you. I'll treat you to 2 of Brother Tsang's selections on the house. Of course. You know how much I owe you. This fellow has extorted a lavish meal from me. By the way, Manchang, if that man turns out to be respectable, what do you plan to do? Strike down the lovebirds? We shall see. I haven't made up my mind yet. With a heart full of concern, Liang Manchang returned home. That evening, the 3 of them silently shared dinner. Liang Manchang took the hay-donkey out of its cage, tethered it to his hand, and began training fervently. Xiaohai, let us put in some effort and perform an upside-down meat-eating trick for Jingqiu and Xiaoying. The hay-donkey cast a disdainful glance at Liang Manchang. Clearly, it was he who was bored and yet took it out on the bird. Who could he reason with? Ugh, the hay-donkey lowered its head and expelled a large clump of yellow grease-soaked thread onto the ground. Brother, even the upside-down shampoo trick has failed. Xiaohai has vomited. Haha, Xiaoying, your words are truly amusing. Xiaoying, with her hand covering her mouth in laughter, turned to Lu Jingqiu, her eyes glistening with tears, and said, Sister Jingqiu, why don't you stay? I promise I'll eat well, take baths, and tell you jokes every day. Silly. Even if Sister Jingqiu is not by your side, you must still eat and bathe properly. Sister Jingqiu is an adult. No matter how long she stays with you, she will eventually marry and part ways. Sister Jingqiu, marry my brother. After all, I don't have a sister-in-law, and then the 3 of us can always be together. Liang Manchang and Lu Jingqiu exchanged glances, their eyes momentarily locking in shared understanding. Xiaoying, what nonsense are you spouting? Exactly, I haven't spoken incorrectly. Just then, Zhao Fushun limped over, a hunting rifle slung across his back. Brother Manchang, did you really catch a falcon? It's truly magnificent. Shunzi, what happened to your leg? Oh, it's nothing. This morning, while checking my rabbit traps, I got hit by a small sapling that had fallen over. I don't even know which scoundrel set a trap near my rabbit snares. What a coincidence. Chapter 53. Trouble with the trappers? Then let us buy a 56 rifle. Shunzi, before you talk about the eagle, tell me about the situation first. Zhao Fushun retracted his arm that had reached toward Xiaohai, pulled up a chair, and spoke leisurely. Brother Manchang, everything was normal a few days before you left. I was catching rabbits and shooting wild chickens, making about 7 or 8 yuan a day. But then, the number of rabbits started to dwindle. At first, I thought it was because the rabbits were strong, and I hadn't secured the stakes properly. However, I soon realized something was amiss. Some traps clearly showed signs of having caught something, yet not a single hair was left behind. This morning, I woke up early, just as dawn broke, and went to the foot of the mountain, only to get hit like this. According to Zhao Fushun's account, being struck by the branch seemed to be a tactic employed by the trappers. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized he had not directly confronted them. Could it be that they were merely envious of his success in trapping rabbits, secretly trailing him, and then stealthily sabotaging his efforts? Their ability to easily trap rabbits was largely due to the keen sense of smell of their hunting dogs, which could locate rabbit burrows. In contrast, the ordinary trappers could only rely on observing the signs in the forest, which was less efficient and less accurate. Shunzi, how's your leg? Will you be able to go up the mountain the day after tomorrow? If I rest a day tomorrow, I should be fine. Why, Brother Manchang? Are we going to take action? Yes. Others are bullying us right in front of our eyes, and we can't just sit back and let them walk all over us. Tomorrow, I'll head into town to get a 56 rifle, and I'll give you this hunting rifle. Zhao Fushun sprang to his feet, the pain in his leg seemingly forgotten. Really? You're giving me this Eagle brand hunting rifle? Yes, but you must take good care of it. Treat it as you would a wife. Also, you need to practice your shooting diligently. After all, you're now a hunter who carries a gun. Don't embarrass me. Absolutely. I've finished off all my birdshot these past few days. I can shoot steadily at stationary targets and about 50-50 with moving ones. All right. I'll mention it to your father. Sure thing. After saying this, Zhao Fushun placed all the money he had saved from hunting, over 90 yuan, on the ground and hurried away. Limping. Jingqiu, you should stay at home for the next couple of days and avoid work. Okay, I'll tidy up the front and back of the house. And I'll also bring out the winter clothes for you and Xiaoying. Liang Manchang, unable to meet Lu Jingqiu's gaze, hopped on his bicycle and headed straight for the new town. First, he visited the supply bureau to inquire about any news regarding Lu Jingqiu's hometown. Manchang, don't be impatient. Even a wanted notice doesn't move that quickly, right? It's only been less than 24 hours. Although your remittance slip has an address. Doesn't investigating social connections take some time? Indeed, it seems my mind has suddenly come to a halt. Very well, I shall return tomorrow to inquire further. Should any exceptional circumstances arise, do not hesitate to contact the team for notification. What's this? Did you arrive empty-handed? Liang Manchang has just emerged from the supply bureau. unloading half a basket of fish and a sack of wild ducks from the rear of his bicycle. This time, I shall not accept any payment from you. Consider it a token of appreciation for your efforts alongside the brothers in Harbin. Is this sufficient? Haha. Indeed, it is ample. How could it not be? Li Yuanchao tucked the fish and wild ducks beneath the table, lowering his voice in a conspiratorial manner as he spoke to Liang Manchang. What about your fiancée, Bai Lianhua? Is she aware of the current situation? What are you talking about? She is not my fiancée. She was nearly your sister-in-law, your family's daughter-in-law. Oh, it's merely a term of endearment. She has obtained a marriage certificate with Yang Dongfang and has even transferred her household registration to the quarry, claiming they will share both joys and hardships. What on earth is wrong with her? Has she changed her ways? Could it be that we were mistaken in our judgment? Nonsense. She merely seeks to demonstrate her worth. I have also heard that Yang Dongfang is quite ruthless, yet he maintains certain standards, refraining from striking her face, arms, or hands, focusing solely on her backside. Liang Manchang silently lamented the situation. Had Bai Lianhua truly found satisfaction in this? Very well, let's consider this matter settled. I must go to the Forestry Bureau to obtain a certification for a Type 56 firearm. All right, do return tomorrow afternoon. I expect there will be news by then. Liang Manchang mounted his bicycle and headed straight for the Forestry Bureau. In Xiancheng County, where vast stretches of old forests abound, the Forestry Bureau wields considerable power, overseeing 2 state-owned timber yards and numerous lookout towers. They govern logging, hunting, and firearms as well. Good sir, I am here to see Lin Chong. And who might you be to him? I am his elder brother. Ah, you are the elder brother of Xiao Lin. Please wait, I shall summon him. In less than 3 minutes, Lin Chong approached briskly, following the attendant. Thank you kindly, sir. Lin Chong expressed his gratitude while discreetly handing the attendant a pack of cigarettes. Brother Manchang, what brings you here? I was just thinking of bringing you a couple of cigarettes when I receive my paycheck at the end of the month. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. It is evident that you maintain good relations with your colleagues. Even the gatekeeper is courteous, quite commendable. Liang Manchang observed that Lin Chong was adept at navigating social dynamics with ease. Though the gatekeeper merely handled the reception of newspapers and correspondence, he often possessed vital information. Who is seeking the director? Who has sent letters? Who is working overtime? Such details are of great significance. Moreover, should one offend him, he could easily create obstacles, misplacing a letter or two, leaving one without recourse. Jiangzi, how do you find working at the Forestry Bureau? Are you adjusting well? Indeed. It is filled with capable individuals, technical school graduates, agricultural experts, and numerous proficient social navigators. Just one of them could easily outshine me. Quite right. You are indeed a valuable asset, though misplaced in your previous position. Now, I have come to you regarding a serious matter. I need you to issue me a hunting permit, as I intend to purchase a Type 56 firearm from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Brother Manchang, you wish to acquire a Type 56 firearm? There is no need to purchase a weapon. Let us procure one from the Forestry Bureau's armory. Although it may only be 70% new, it should suffice for hunting in the mountains. Liang Manchang shook his head. A firearm is the cornerstone of a hunter's livelihood, and this expense cannot be overlooked. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise, such as encountering a bear or a wild boar, and the weapon fails, it could lead to a permanent resting place in the mountains. Chong, it is better to rely on a new gun. Please obtain the necessary documentation for me, and I shall handle the rest. Very well. Lin Chong sprinted off and returned shortly with a canvas bag in hand. Brother Manchang, here is the hunting permit. Keep it safe. Additionally, here are 200 rounds of ammunition, all freshly arrived. Rest assured, they are reliable. Haha, splendid. You are thriving in this endeavor. I shall accept it. However, if I happen to make a minor error in the mountains, you must cover for me. After Liang Manchang finished speaking, he took the permit to the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative, where he spent 500 yuan on a brand new Type 56 rifle, which also came with a triangular bayonet and a set of maintenance tools. Equipped with these, Liang Manchang began to strategize how to assert his dominance over the trapping faction the following day. Chapter 54. The trapping faction at the break of dawn. Zhao Fushun once again led his dog, Meat, up the mountain, heading straight for the rabbit burrow. Liang Manchang followed from a kilometer away, observing Zhao's movements through binoculars. Within no time, a furtive man, carrying a canvas bag, trailed behind Zhao Fushun. The trapping faction excels at crafting traps from the materials found in the forest, allowing them to conceal their presence effectively. Thus, Meat remained oblivious to this individual's scent. Raising his Type 62 binoculars to his face, Liang Manchang's heart sank. The figure was known as Old Crow. Rather than belonging to the trapping faction, he was more accurately described as a poisoner. His true name was Sun Biao. a specialist in various toxins, which he would smear on the bamboo spikes of traps, and even once poisoned the waters of a creek to catch frogs. Fate, however, had a way of turning on him. Old Crow had dug a deadly pit on the outskirts of Laoi Ridge, which ultimately ensnared his own children. His son perished from a grievous wound, while his daughter merely sustained minor injuries. Yet, the malicious Old Crow had coated the bamboo spikes with poison, leaving no antidote in sight. Unable to bear the loss, his wife took her own life, hanging from a beam. With his family destroyed, Sun Biao did not regret digging that fatal pit. Instead, he blamed the other hunters in the village for not leaving him a chance to live, compelling him to take such drastic measures. Now a pariah, he unleashed poison wherever he went, earning the derisive nickname Old Crow. Recently, Sun Xiao, a brother of Sun Biao, had encountered Liang Manchang, presumably seeking vengeance. Liang Manchang chambered around, hiding behind Old Crow and keeping a vigilant watch. As expected, once Zhao Fushun had set his rabbit traps and departed, Old Crow began tossing vegetable scraps around the burrow and tinkering nearby for an extensive period. Damn that Old Crow. Brother Manchang, with our 2 guns and a dog, should we confront him? Wait, Sun Xiao is yet to appear. We cannot let any of them escape. What should we do then? Sun Xiao, that scoundrel, has deceived the foolish Old Crow into becoming his pawn, while he himself undoubtedly refrains from stepping into the fray. These two are as cunning as a needle's eye, constantly targeting us in hopes of severing our financial lifeline to reap their own benefits. Since this is the case, let us lure the snake from its hole. If they are truly foolish enough to seize what does not belong to them, they will deserve whatever fate befalls them. Liang Manchang's confidence stems from the fact that the combined firepower of Sun Xiao and Old Crow barely amounts to that of a mere 56. Sun Xiao, needing to provide oil for the feral beasts, carries an antiquated single-barreled shotgun, likely older than Zhao Fushun himself. Old Crow, who roams the outskirts of Laoi Ridge, primarily relies on traps, digging pits, and poisoning. Thus, his main equipment consists of a military shovel, some wire, and a bottle of lethal poison, with his sole offensive weapon being a homemade thunderclap. This thunderclap, crafted in rural fashion, lacks rifling, possesses extremely limited long-range lethality, and can only fire a single round at a time. Therefore, the combination of an old single-barreled shotgun and a thunderclap is hardly a formidable match. Shunzi, let us go. Follow my lead. The two of them, with dog meat in tow, proceeded towards the rabbit burrow they had just set traps for. Sly Old Crow, upon hearing the commotion, swiftly concealed himself amidst the bushes. Shunzi, Haven T, I told you to practice your shooting these past few days? Was it just to sneak a peek at Aunt Suehua bathing? What? Just what? Yesterday, I stumbled upon that bear dragging a trap when I ventured into the mountains. If I'm not mistaken, we should be able to find its den. Just wait until we fill our bags with riches. Brother Manchang, should we not first retrieve the rabbits from the traps? Don't bother with that. We'll head into the mountains tomorrow morning. Let us go home. After Liang Manchang and his companion left, Old Crow wasted no time in hurrying out of the mountains, and within the time it takes to smoke 2 cigarettes, he found his kin, Sun Xiao. So, Old Crow, did I lead you astray? As long as you stick with Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushun, you'll surely find the rabbit burrow, right? Indeed, the last time we followed them, we effortlessly collected 6 or 7 wild rabbits. And you know, that country dog they have may appear foolish, but it is exceptional at locating rabbit burrows. It finds them with unerring accuracy. Humph, that is merely clever trickery. If it came down to a real fight, any one of our 5 or 6 hunting dogs could easily outclass it. Yesterday, I set a trap where Zhao Fushun was setting his. It caught his leg. Sun Xiao slammed his hand on the table, his smile instantly freezing. Are you out of your mind? Didn't I tell you to intercept? By setting traps, you've only alerted him. Be more cautious in the future. I'll be watching how you manage. Brother, I simply couldn't bear to watch. By rights, the outskirts of Laoi Ridge belong to us. Besides, there are other trappers and hunters raising dogs. How can it be that Zhao Fushun and Liang Manchang get to intrude? These 2 ruffians charge in recklessly, wanting a piece of everything. They spare no attention to the foolish deer in the old forest or the rabbits and wild chickens outside. It's like a supply run, hauling one load after another. Brother, haven't you gone a few days without a catch? Sun Xiao looked at the starving dogs circling at his feet, their ribs protruding sharply, and felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Not only has the bone-strengthening powder run out, but even the innards are no longer available. The Old Crow, however, kindly offered to share the innards of the poisoned animals with him, yet he dared not let the hunting dog partake. Well, what's done is done. Let it serve as a lesson for the 2 of them. Brother, today I heard them mention finding an injured bear and a bear den in the old forest. They plan to raid it tomorrow morning. Shall we intercept them? You've grown quite bold, haven't you? They are armed with shotguns. Just a single shotgun. Don't you have one as well? I also possess a thunderous firearm. Besides, we have 5 or 6 hunting dogs, so what is there to fear? The old crow, in a bid to incite Sun Xiao to take risks, conveniently overlooked the shotgun slung across Liang Manchang's shoulder. Very well, let us go take a look. If there are no opportunities, we'll simply observe the spectacle. We shall not provoke them unless we are certain of victory. Agreed. Early the next morning, Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushan set off lightly equipped, carrying only their guns, backpacks, and dog meat. Sun Xiao, meanwhile, fitted all the hunting dogs with muzzles and followed closely behind Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushan into the mountains. The previous evening, Liang Manchang had returned to the rabbit burrow and picked some tender leaves of the laughing half-bloom, forcing the dog meat to sniff them. Thus, as soon as Sun Xiao and the old crow caught up, Liang Manchang was able to track their movements. Brother Manchang, do you think these two rascals have any good intentions? Should we confront them directly? Wait, we are still on the outskirts of Laoi Ridge. Once we enter the old forest and are assured of success, we shall act. Chapter 55, Is There Really a Bear? As Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushan ventured further, the surrounding underbrush began to thin, and the trees grew taller, prompting the two to slow their pace and search for the bear den. The bear typically resides within hollow tree trunks. An opening facing the sky is known as the sky den, while one in the middle or at the base of the trunk is referred to as the earth den. Liang Manchang specifically sought the earth den and, after much effort, finally discovered one in a dead tree large enough for 2 people to embrace. Shunzi, come here. Zhao Fushan hurried over with the dog meat, shining a flashlight into the den. Instantly, both men were taken aback. A hefty figure clad in black fur lay dozing within the earth den. Brother Manchang, there truly is a bear. Observing the dog meat's wet thigh, Liang Manchang slapped him and said in a low tone, "What? Have you been scared senseless?" With a shudder, Liang Manchang realized that had he foolishly approached, one swipe from the bear, or even a lick, could have resulted in severe injury, or worse. What shall we do now? The bear was in the process of fattening up for winter, its fur of remarkable quality, sleek and glossy. If they could manage to take it down with 2 shots, the bear paw, gallbladder, hide, and meat would all be worth a fortune, potentially fetching hundreds, if not over 1,000 yuan. If it weren't for the 2 coyotes trailing behind, Liang Manchang would have drawn his shotgun with a high degree of confidence to raid the bear den. First, let us deal with those 2 pesky followers. Liang Manchang stowed the shotgun in his backpack, retreated over 100 meters, and pretended to drool over the bear den, hesitating like a groom unable to find the door on his wedding night. At that moment, Sun Xiao and the old crow approached with varied expressions. Alas, is that not Brother Manchang? What brings you here? Liang Manchang looked at the grinning Sun Xiao with a sense of revulsion. If he were as brazenly wicked as the old crow, it would be straightforward, just a swift kick to the shin. However, Sun Xiao, the smiling tiger, invoked a certain reluctance. One could not decide whether to slap his face or target his kidneys. Brother Sun, what brings you two here? Did you not imply last time that we should each follow our own paths, maintaining our boundaries? One of you specializes in setting traps for others, while the other is a hound master with a pack of dogs. What brings you both to the old forest? What did you say? Mind your tongue, or I shall have you drugged. Liang Manchang retorted, I've seen you loitering around the outskirts of Laoi Ridge with Zhao Fushan. What gives you the right to prattle on to me? Though Sun Xiao's lips twitched, he maintained his smile. Oh, old crow, do refrain from shouting, should anyone overhear. They might think we, the seasoned hunters, are bullying the younger generation. And do keep your hands off the trigger. Can't we have a civil conversation? If you continue this way, I might just have to draw my weapon. Liang Manchang smiled silently, watching Sun Xiao perform. Meanwhile, Zhao Fushan, had he not known the script in advance, would likely have pulled the trigger at the sight of their exchange. Very well, Laoi Ridge is vast, and Black Bear Valley stretches for 2 to 3 kilometers. Let us take the main road and go our separate ways. Manchang, why not let this bear den be for us brothers? You're capable, why not venture further inside? Shun and I merely wish to rest here. We had no intention of encroaching on your territory. Why must you choose this spot to rest? Liang Manchang was amused by the absurdity of it all. Though he felt as if he were in a theatrical performance, a spark of irritation lingered. I, Liang Manchang, dashing and elegant, need not justify my actions to you. What role do you play here? Liang Manchang, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Count to 3 and leave, or 2 lives in the old forest will be extinguished as easily as 2 dogs. Upon hearing this, Liang Manchang grabbed Zhao Fushan and made a hasty retreat. Very well then, take your time. As Sun Xiao and the old crow watched the 2 vanish into the old woods, They exchanged knowing smiles. Brother, Liang Manchang is quite the coward. With just a few words, he has been sent packing. It seems he fears our shotguns and the thunderous explosives. Indeed, they say Liang Manchang is quite the oddity. After just a few days of hunting, he is buying bicycles and constructing grand tile-roofed houses, indulging in meat and drink daily, even smoking premium cigarettes. Unlike others in Hongxing Commune, who save for years, living on boiled cabbage to accumulate their wealth, he seems to have no such concerns. Old Crow, if we manage to capture this bear, we could thrive together, ensuring we can build 3 rooms by next year. How shall we proceed? I will wait at the entrance of the bear den while you set traps. The more poison, the better. When we set the den ablaze, should the bear emerge alive, it will surely fall into your traps. Agreed. We shan't consume the bear meat, so it matters not how much poison we use. Having finalized their plan, the two set off to prepare. Sun Shao gathered 5 hunting dogs together and removed their muzzles before squatting at the entrance of the bear den. Meanwhile, Lao Ke took a steel trap from his backpack and smeared it with a potent bait. He then extracted 2 small steel pipes to pry the trap open, placing it neatly in a clearing about 5 or 6 meters from the bear's lair. This time, Lao Ke was resolute, setting 5 large traps, each the size of a basin, alongside 7 or 8 medium-sized traps. Xiao Gu, steady now. Come over, I'll count to 3, and we fire, he instructed. Just as they aimed their guns at the bear den, a sudden gunshot rang out from a nearby tree. The bear, known as Xiezi, abruptly opened its eyes, and both Sun Shao and Lao Ke mistakenly believed the other had fired first, hastily calling to the bear den. The bear swung its massive paws forward, sending the hunting rifles of Sun Shao and Lao Ke flying. However, Xiezi's left shoulder still took a solid hit. With a roar, the bear charged at them with fists the size of frying pans, its approach resembling a landslide. The two men, accustomed to dealing with ferocious creatures like the female tiger from their territory, were suddenly struck with fear and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Sun Zhao's hunting dogs bravely leapt forward, sinking their teeth into the bear's flesh. Damn it, Lao Ke. Didn't you say there was a trap on that bear's leg? It's moving as swiftly as if it were a sprightly old woman. Sun Shao cursed, realizing they had been deceived, likely by Liang Manchang's reckless banter. Run. Sun Zhao's small hunting dogs might have stood a chance against a foolish roe deer, a wild hare, or even a solitary wolf, but against an enraged bear, they were woefully inadequate. The bear swatted the dogs away as if they were mere fleas, and with 1 or 2 dogs persistently bothering it, it turned its attention towards Sun Shao. In their panic, Sun Shao and Lao Ke stumbled into traps, each caught in 2. Chapter 56. Do you have the strength to compete with Liang Manchang? Perched in a tree, Liang Manchang handed his 62 model binoculars to Zhao Fushun. Chuckling, Shunzi, this is what we call reaping what you sow. Should we rush down and deal with that scoundrel? Zhao Fushun inquired. No need for us to intervene. Someone will take care of them, Liang Manchang replied. As expected, the wounded bear lunged at Sun Shao and Lao Ke, while 2 large northeast dogs clung to its rear, desperately trying to hold it back. Frustrated, the bear delivered a punch to each of them before making a hasty retreat. Liang Manchang raised his rifle, aimed, then lowered it, too far away and too unpredictable a target for him to be confident. Let us go down and take a look. He descended from the tree and landed directly onto the writhing body of Dogmeat. Oi, Dogmeat, why are you still here? I thought you climbed up a tree. Dogmeat looked at Liang Manchang with a mournful expression, and if it could speak, it would have scolded him endlessly. But now, all it could convey was a simple, woof, woof. Liang Manchang, stop pretending. Even if Dogmeat were to acquire human-like wisdom, it wouldn't be climbing trees. Moreover, did you not just assert that if the bear were to charge, Dogmeat could deftly evade it? Liang Manchang shot Zhao Fushun a fierce glare. This child is truly reckless. Can such matters be publicly disclosed? If Dogmeat were to overhear, how could we proceed with our plans? My apologies, I forgot. Next time I ascend a tree, I shall ensure to bring you along. Liang Manchang flicked his 56 semi-automatic rifle and joined Zhao Fushun and Dogmeat, advancing towards Sun Shao and the old crow who were sprawled on the ground, howling in distress. From our vantage point in the tree, it was evident that their hunting rifles and firecrackers had been knocked far away. The only weapons remaining at their disposal were their mouths, which seemed to be their most lethal assets. The 2 battered northeastern dogs lay beside Sun Shao, baring their teeth as Liang Manchang approached. Woof woof. Sun Shao struggled to lift his head, his face now devoid of any semblance of joy, instead etched with agony. Manchang, take us back to the village, I assure you. We will not treat you poorly. Liang Manchang, with a sharp snap, deployed his triangular military dagger, threateningly gesturing towards Sun Shao. Sun Xiao, you claim you won't treat me poorly? Are you planning to have the old crow poison my food, or perhaps set traps at the rabbit burrow for my arrival? You deserve your fate. Alas, those two fine dogs following you are truly wasted. A fine sheen of sweat broke out upon Sun Xiao's forehead, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. You already know, do you? Huh. You two have consumed less rice than I have salt, and possess brains smaller than a dog's basket. Yet you wish to harm me? Compete with Lu Huaqiang? Do you possess such power? What? Lu Huaqiang? Ugh, my mistake. Let me rephrase. Compete with me, Liang Manchang. Do you have the capability? Who granted you such audacity? Was it Liang Jingru or the two rusty guns in your grasp? Upon finishing, Liang Manchang shook his 56 semi-automatic rifle and cast a mocking glance at Sun Xiao. The old crow, sensing an opportunity, struggled to raise himself halfway, desperately pleading, Manchang, Liang, it was all Sun Xiao's trickery. He promised that if I brought you down, Laoyaling would be our domain. I am not to blame. Damn it, old crow, you spineless wretch. It is no wonder you dare not even carry a hunting rifle. Spending your days with a mere medicine jar, harming your fate. Your family deserves to perish. Sun Xiao, you wretched creature. Even if I lack courage, it is still more comfortable than your cuckolded existence. Is it because your wife hasn't been calling for you on the Kong at night? Do you know why? I made sure to feed her well in advance. You found yourself a fine wife. She says you're too weary from tending to the dogs and asked me for assistance. I'm not afraid to tell you that I am the 18th in line, with 17 older brothers and 6 or 7 younger siblings. Sun Xiao coughed up a mouthful of blood. Huh, well then, let me share a secret with you. Does your child know why he innocently wandered to the mountainous edge? Alas, he stepped right into a trap. I tossed 2 fruit candies atop that trap. Sun Xiao, damn you. Those are my nephews and nieces. Without Liang Manchang needing to incite them, the two began to clash, dragging the animal trap into the fray. With the assistance of his 2 northeastern dogs, Sun Xiao utterly defeated the old crow. The old crow unceremoniously stuffed a large mouthful of something resembling a half-crazed laughter into his mouth, embraced Sun Xiao, and kissed him, even prying open his jaws to extend his tongue and stir things up. Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushun shook their heads in disbelief. This scene was utterly discordant. Indeed, one grain can nourish 100 kinds of people. Such an exceptional youth could emerge, yet simultaneously, Sun Xiao and the old crow, such worthless beings, could also be raised. Brother Manchang, shall we escort them? No need. Let us not dirty our hands. Such a strong scent of blood will attract someone to dispose of them within half an hour. Liang Manchang tossed the 3 hounds killed by the bear into the backpack and climbed back up the tree with Zhao Fushun, retreating 100 meters away. Sure enough, 6 or 7 jackals, drawn by the scent, rushed down the slope, easily tearing apart 2 large northeastern dogs before effortlessly disposing of Sun Xiao and the old crow. Liang Manchang initially intended to remain in the tree to see if the jackals would die on the spot, hoping for a fortunate turn of events, but to his surprise, the half-crazed laughter seemed diluted by the two, rendering it ineffective. Let us go. Liang Manchang exited Laoi Ridge, preparing to report to the Public Security Bureau. Brother Manchang, are we not throwing ourselves into the net? No, it should be called a thief shouting to catch a thief. Shunzi, your cultural level still needs improvement. Both idioms are misapplied. This should be an act of bravery. Now that we report to the police, we can establish the nature of this incident. If anyone troubles us in the future, we can throw the case file in their face. Furthermore, this matter will spread throughout the commune within 3 days. And then who would dare harbor ill intentions towards us? They would have to weigh their own strength. Upon arriving at the commune's police station, they were received by Officer Zhou Jinhui. Zhou Jinhui was a retired military officer, having returned to Hongxing Commune after being injured in combat against a southern nation. He possessed a square face and exuded righteousness, carrying the military demeanor back with him, which resulted in stagnation in his career despite 17 or 18 years of service. Officer Zhou, we discovered a bear den and intended to seize the opportunity, but unexpectedly, Sun Xiao and the old crow emerged from behind and drove us away. I, Liang Manchang, am known as an honest man in the surrounding villages, always polite and yielding, hence I allowed them the chance to tackle the bear den. Later, I heard gunshots and returned to find nothing but bones. Alas, the sight was frightful. I have been having nightmares ever since. Zhou Jinhui closed his notebook, immediately retrieved a handgun, and said, Gentlemen, who will lead the way? Then let us go together. Liang Manchang guided Officer Zhou and 2 other officers into Heixiong Valley to locate the bear den. The ground was stained with blood, leaving only remnants of bones. Although Zhou Jinhui found the situation somewhat peculiar, his years of case handling had exposed him to many oddities, and this case was straightforward. So he tidied up the scene and closed the case. By the time Liang Manchang returned home, it was already midnight. He hastily ate a bowl of rice soaked in hot water, discarded a quarter of the hound's carcass he had collected earlier to Xiaojin, and laid down on the Kong, drifting into a hazy slumber. Manchang, do you wish to marry me? Chapter 57. Not a family, not entering the same door. Jingqiu. I am not that kind of person, but if you insist on marrying me, I cannot bear to refuse, for a wounded heart is difficult to mend. Jingqiu. Do not come closer. Why are you still pressing your lips against mine? Oh dear, why is your tongue so exceedingly long? Huh, Jingqiu, have you sprouted a beard? Liang Manchang was startled and quickly opened his eyes to find dog meat, with a small lipstick mark, sitting on the Kong with its tail tucked. Damn, my first kiss. Dog meat, when did you come in? From now on, you must remain at least 3 meters away unless I command otherwise. Liang Manchang kicked dog meat off the bed, then half sat up, rubbing his face. Well, I might as well skip brushing my teeth and just get up to work. He sliced yesterday's dog meat into pieces, wrapped them on the hemp reel, and took out the eagle for morning training. Liang Manchang placed the eagle, wearing a foot chain, 20 meters away while dragging a fake prey in his hand. The fake prey was roughly the length of an arm, wrapped in a thick layer of tattered cloth and then covered with rabbit fur. Little C, catch, he shouted, dragging the fake prey and sprinting off. The eagle flapped its wings, soared over 20 meters high, and then dove down with all its might. With a thud, the eagle's sharp claws seized the fake prey. Then it ascended again, circling in the sky. Liang Manchang held a whistle made from tiger bone in his mouth and blew it forcefully, a long note piercing the sky. Little C, come back. Upon hearing the whistle, the eagle dove down, dropped the fake prey in front of Liang Manchang, and then landed on his arm, flapping its wings. Liang Manchang nodded in satisfaction and rewarded the eagle with a piece of dog meat. The training task, which initially would take 2 months to complete, was surprisingly mastered in less than a month. It seems I must continue to let the eagle stay in the space overnight to absorb more spiritual energy. Little C is doing well. If you put in a bit more effort, you will be the big brother, dog meat the second, and little Jean the third. Woof woof. Dog meat seemed to sense the competition and immediately dashed back and forth in front of the house, not forgetting to clean up the chicken droppings from the family-raised chickens. Heh, as long as they feel a sense of urgency, they'll be motivated. And there's no fear of a lack of productivity. Liang Manchang took a bite of food, left dog meat at home to guard the door, and took the eagle out. As new birds chirped, the old dog lamented. Upon leaving the village, Liang Manchang stored the eagle in the space and headed straight for the new city. Before his bicycle had even come to a stop, Li Yuanchao rushed over, grabbing the handlebar and pulling Liang Manchang down. Manchang, you finally made it. If you hadn't come, we would have had to go to the countryside to find you. What's wrong? Who made you so upset? Is that White Lotus back again? Who else could it be but your father-in-law's family? Not a single decent person among the 4 of them. What is happening? Do you have news? Of course I do. They infuriated me. You must keep a close watch on your wife and never let her return home. They conspired together to sell her. Sell her? I thought they found her a man, a handsome one at that, and he could also help with the work? Give me a moment. I am becoming increasingly agitated. Li Yuanchao pulled Liang Manchang aside onto a staircase, took a few deep breaths to steady himself, and slowly said, what kind of distinguished talent is that? He is merely a drunkard who spends his days inebriated and upon drinking, resorts to beating his wife. His previous wife was driven to despair and ultimately took her own life by jumping into a well. Are these scoundrels not pushing her into the flames? Indeed, there is such a thing as a proxy marriage. It was a request from his unwed sister-in-law to marry Lu Jingqiu off to the old drunkard in exchange for her own position. Damn it. Not all relatives are of the same ilk. What a despicable family. What should we do now? Should I find someone to teach them a lesson? Liang Manchang shook his head. Given Lu Jingqiu's family's disposition, even if they abandoned the idea of selling her off this time, it would not be surprising if they concocted another scheme in the future. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to compel them to sever ties with Lu Jingqiu altogether, allowing her to relinquish all hope. Yuanchao, could you assist me once more tomorrow morning? Very well, let us meet at our materials bureau. With a heavy heart, Liang Manchang returned home, hastily consumed a few bites of food, trained his hawk for the afternoon, and after dinner, finally took Lu Jingqiu outside. Jingqiu, I need to discuss something with you. Brother Manchang, what is it? A few days ago, I sent a friend from Harbin to your home to investigate your fiancé. It turns out he is a drunkard who, when intoxicated, beats his wife, and has already killed one. Lu Jingqiu's pupils dilated instantly, her face displaying disbelief, but she quickly regained her composure and shook her head. Brother Manchang, I understand you want to keep me here for Xiaoying's sake, but you cannot fabricate such lies. My parents may favor my brother and younger sibling for the sake of continuing the family line, which I can comprehend. But no matter what, I am still their daughter. They would never push me into a pit of fire. Though I, Liang Manchang, may not be a virtuous man, I would never lie to deceive you. Do you know why they want to marry you off to the old drunkard? Seeing Lu Jingqiu shake her head, Liang Manchang continued. It is merely to fulfill your unwed sister-in-law's request, trading your happiness for the old drunkard's proxy position. Do you see it clearly now? It is all for that scoundrel of a brother of yours. Lu Jingqiu shook her head vigorously, crying out in despair, no, that is impossible. Blood is thicker than water. It cannot be. How about this? If you do not believe me, come with me tomorrow to Xinqing, and we shall call to inquire ourselves, shall we? The following morning, Liang Manchang took Xiaoying, the hawk, and the dog to Zhao Youtian's house, then rode his bicycle with the red-eyed Lu Jingqiu straight to Xinqing. Upon arriving at the materials bureau, Li Yuanchao waved from a distance. Manchang, is this your fiancée? She is truly lovely. You are a fortunate man. Liang Manchang watched as Lu Jingqiu's pale face flushed crimson, hurriedly punched Li Yuanchao in the arm, and whispered, stop your nonsense. Let us focus on the task at hand. All right then. Li Yuanchao led Liang Manchang and Lu Jingqiu into an empty office and locked the door behind them. Yuanchao, whose office is this, and why is it empty? It belongs to the director. I'm astonished at your audacity. Is it truly safe? The director's office is the only secure place. After all, who would be reckless enough to knock on the director's door? I can assure you that no one will disturb us. Moreover, our bureau is the only one where he possesses the speakerphone function. You certainly have a knack for wielding authority with such finesse. Now, let us not dilly-dally. Your partner's family has already been summoned to the street by my acquaintance. We are merely awaiting our call. Liang Manchang cleared his throat and dialed a series of numbers. Hello, this is Officer Liang from the New City Police Department. Is a family member of Lu Jingqiu available? Chapter 58, Telecommunications Fraud. Liang Manchang emulated the tone and cadence typical of telecommunications fraud from his previous life. He was surprisingly adept at it. Officer Liang, this is Lu Rini, Lu Jingqiu's father. What has happened to her? Oh, nothing too serious. She resisted going to the countryside and insisted on returning to the city. In her defiance, she set fire to a portion of the mountains, resulting in the tragic deaths of 6 or 7 innocent civilians, with direct economic losses amounting to around 7 to 800,000. What do you mean? Nothing serious. Is a life so cheap in your department? Spare me the nonsense. Are you questioning my authority? Please cooperate with the investigation. Were you not pressuring Lu Jingqiu to return to the city to register for marriage and arrange a job for her? I have heard that it was a promising young man who lured her back home, causing her to waver in her convictions. After finishing, Liang Manchang cast a glance at the visibly anxious Lu Jingqiu, unconsciously taking her hand. Officer Liang, please don't listen to that little minx's nonsense. We merely introduced her to a single man in his 40s. He is not some young talent. Besides, the job was intended for my eldest son's wife. There is no question of temptation here. Her inability to stay was her own issue, and it has nothing to do with our family. Who are you? Did I invite your comments? Officer Liang, that was my wife speaking. Every word she uttered is the truth. If you doubt it, you may have the comrades here investigate. Then we found your telegram among Lu Jingqiu's belongings. Is that also false? That may have been forged by her. Forgery of a telegram and resisting investigation is a serious crime. Are you certain the telegram is a forgery? Absolutely. We must be certain. Very well. I will inform your family that a fine of 500 yuan can absolve you from the death penalty. Will you be contributing to that? Contributing? Since the moment she took her household registration to the countryside, she has ceased to exist for us. Her actions have no bearing on our family whatsoever. Fine. Then you may sign a statement severing all ties with her, and this matter will no longer concern you. Oh, and please ensure to pay the 5 yuan for the bullet used in the execution. Is that necessary? 5 yuan is no small sum. It could pay for a meal for our leader. You can handle that without cost. You're quite the bold ones. Every statement requires signatures and fingerprints. Goodbye. Liang Manchang hung up the phone, and beside him, Lu Jingqiu was already in tears. Oh, I regarded them as family, yet they treated me like a servant. How could they be so cruel and heartless? Liang Manchang retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to Lu Jingqiu, gently clearing his throat. All right, we shall discuss this later. For now, let us return home. Liang Manchang, having concluded his words, grasped Lu Jingqiu's hand and addressed Li Yuanchao. Yuanchao, there is no need for formalities between us. However, you must convey my gratitude to your friend and the police in Harbin. When you visit Harbin next, I shall arrange for you to bring back a couple of £100 for them to savor. Don't bother. They wouldn't appreciate the finer delicacies. Just bring it to me. And later, Treat them to a bath, Li Yuanchao replied dismissively. Suit yourself, let us return then. With that, Li Yuanchao swung open the office door, revealing a stern visage awaiting them. Yuanchao, you rascal. Your father entrusted me to keep you in check. It seems merely relegating you to the entrance as a shop assistant was insufficient. You still dare to stir mischief in my office? Come now, director, we are friends. Grant us some leniency, Li Yuanchao chuckled, casting a knowing glance at Liang Manchang, prompting them to make their exit hastily. My apologies, brother. Liang Manchang exclaimed as he quickly led Lu Jingqiu down the stairs. Having exhausted her tears, Lu Jingqiu sat silently at the back of the bicycle. Jingqiu, this place isn't ideal. You should hold on to my waist, Liang Manchang suggested. Oh, she replied. And Liang Manchang felt a surge of joy as she tightened her grip around his waist. Upon arriving home, they gathered Xiaoying, Dogmeat, and Haidongqing. Noticing the traces of tears on Lu Jingqiu's face and her reddened eyes, Xiaoying furrowed her brow and raised a tiny fist at Liang Manchang, saying indignantly, Brother, did you bully Sister Jingqiu? Just look at her. Your sister Jingqiu was overwhelmed with joy. She will not leave us anymore and will stay to live with us. Liang Manchang assured her. Really? You're not just saying that to make me happy, are you? Xiaoying inquired. Liang Manchang nodded affirmatively. Yay, that is wonderful. Sister Jingqiu, you will spend your life with me and my brother, right? Xiaoying exclaimed, leaping into Lu Jingqiu's embrace, her round little head nuzzling against her. But I have been abandoned by my original family. I am now homeless, Lu Jingqiu lamented. What are you saying? This is your home now, Xiaoying insisted. Then what am I? You are my wife, Liang Manchang declared, leaving both Lu Jingqiu and himself momentarily stunned. Lu Jingqiu had not anticipated Liang Manchang's boldness, while he was taken aback by his own audacity. Jingqiu, I genuinely like you and cannot bear to be apart from you. If you are willing, we can go tomorrow to register our marriage, and we can arrange the formalities at a later date. Brother Manchang, are you pitying me? She asked. What nonsense. Sister Tsuehua next door has been alone for so long. How could I not feel for her? I simply like you, so what? Liang Manchang responded. Dropping to one knee with a thud, then realizing it was inappropriate, he lifted one foot. Jingqiu, I wish to transform into a horse. Just to hear you say, I do. The corners of Lu Jingqiu's mouth curled gently upwards as she nodded. Yes, I do. Filled with elation, Liang Manchang sprang to his feet, producing a yuan and handing it to Xiaoying. Xiaoying, run to the convenience store and buy me a pack of cigarettes, with the remaining money. Treat yourself to some candy. You are not to return home until it's all gone. Yay, with Xiaoying off on her errand. Liang Manchang leaned in closer to Lu Jingqiu, gently grasping her hand and inclining his face towards hers. That evening, overwhelmed with joy, Liang Manchang clasped his hands together and stepped into his own space. I'm afraid I can no longer casually drop by to chat with you, dear Xiaomei, as I am a man now committed to a wife and must uphold the virtues of a husband. Unless, of course, you bestow upon me a few more generous gifts. Ah, Shout Song, I am genuinely delighted that you have found true love. Henceforth, you may not require my assistance with your studies, correct? What? Is today the 40th series? Engaging in such trivialities? Where are those gifts? I shall present you with 2 generous gifts, which shall serve as my wedding present to you. Suddenly, 2 splendid gifts fell from the heavens. Upon opening them, I discovered a skill orb of keen insight and a box of enhanced 6-flavor Remania pills. Ha ha ha, thank you. Beautiful Aunt May. Liang Manchang crushed the skill orb and inhaled its essence, instantly feeling clarity wash over him. As he emerged from the space, he focused on a target 100 meters away, his pupils constricting as the target appeared to draw 20 meters closer. Haha, with the aid of a telescope, it would be akin to having wings. Early the next morning, Liang Manchang prepared to accompany Lu Jingqiu to the brigade to obtain their marriage registration certificate. At that moment, Ma Jianjun was squatting with the rotund fellow in the production brigade's militia company. Brother Jianjun, I am grateful for your esteem. You are the first to deem me wealthy. Enough with the nonsense. Quickly reveal how much you have in your pocket. Reluctantly, the hefty fellow rummaged through his pockets and asked, What's the rush? Why the urgency for money? What else could it be? My sister is getting married in a few days, and we are short on funds for the banquet. Oh, that matter? Isn't everything almost arranged? Why do you still need money? The thought of this matter made Ma Jianjun seethe with frustration as he snatched the 5-yuan bill from the hefty fellow's hand. This issue is quite lengthy. Let's discuss it another time. By the way, regarding my sister being together with the gap-toothed fellow and my father lurking in the cornfield, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. You know, now that you mention it, I do feel there is something to it. Ma Jianjun, as if clutching a lifeline, seized the hefty fellow's pudgy hand and urged, quickly, Tell me what happened. The other day, as I passed your ancestral grave, I seemed to see a yellow weasel darting out from the mound. You must go check it out. If there is something there, we ought to summon the spirit. What nonsense. Do I look like someone who deals with spirits? Brother Jianjun, ever since that gap-toothed fellow became your brother-in-law, he has distanced himself from us. Is he perhaps up to something? If it comes to it, I shall consider marrying him into the family. After all, the best resources should not flow to outsiders. What are you saying? My sister is only 13. No worries, I can wait a few more years. Rest assured, I shall guard her purity. Ma Jianjun's face flushed crimson, and his raised hand slowly descended. He realized that the hefty fellow was his sole loyal companion. If he severed that bond, he would surely become utterly isolated. Hefty, let us stick together. When I secure Lu Jingxiu, I shall gift you Wang Meiling. What? You've already used her? What does it matter? It's still better than your hand-me-downs, right? All right, but you must ensure to provide me with a dowry. Ma Jianjun returned home with a gloomy demeanor and handed the 5 yuan to Ma Fulu. Father, I managed to borrow 5 yuan. Please make do with it. Alas, I cannot fathom why that insufferable fellow suddenly thought of requesting a renaming fee. This is not about marrying off my daughter, but rather about welcoming a son-in-law. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoqiao, who was busy wrapping candies, became quite displeased. She tossed the fruit candy onto the table and exclaimed with indignation, Father, Hoya is not an outsider. He is your son-in-law. Stop calling him that ridiculous nickname, or people will think the Ma family is filled with simpletons. Moreover, I have spoken with Hoya, and he has assured me that he will defer to my decisions in all matters. The renaming fee you intend to give should be returned to your eldest daughter. What is there to lament? Ma Fulu, witnessing Ma Xiaoqiao's defiance, felt his temper rise. However, considering the matter was intrinsically linked to his own affairs, he suppressed his anger and replied, Ma Xiaoqiao, I must caution you not to frequent Hoya's abode without discretion. Where's the sense in it? The dog at his home wags its tail upon seeing you. What more is there? Let us not dwell on this matter. Once your affair is settled, I shall also attend to my business with Aunt Suwa. No objections, I trust? Both Ma Jianjun and Ma Xiaoqiao nodded in agreement. Having established their own homes, and thus felt no reason to impede Ma Fulu's blossoming romance. Father, tomorrow I shall borrow a rifle from the militia and venture into the mountains to hunt for some quail. If fortune smiles upon us, and we procure a feast for you and my sister, we can forego purchasing pork and save some money. Very well, but you have seldom ventured into the mountains this year, and only the day before yesterday. Sun Shao and the old crow were torn apart by a pack of wolves. Exercise caution, Ma Fulu advised. Understood. And keep an eye on that hefty one of yours. Ensure he doesn't mingle too much with the young men in the village, engaging in unnecessary camaraderie. He claims to be teaching the poor and illiterate about literacy and the Chinese language. As these words hung in the air, a silence enveloped the room, with some continuing to wrap candies while others took puffs from their cigarettes. Just then, the voice of Wang Suihua rang out from outside the door. Fulu, are you home? It hasn't even snowed yet. Why are you hibernating indoors? Ma Fulu patted his backside and, with a beaming smile, darted outside. Upon stepping out, he spotted Liang Manchang trailing behind Wang Suihua. The smile on Ma Fulu's face instantly vanished. Misfortune seemed to shadow Liang Manchang wherever he went. Even if he had no direct connection, his presence felt ominous. Suihua, did you come here with Liang Manchang? Of course. He needs to obtain a marriage registration certificate. And he has come to seek your stamp of approval, she replied. The production team's official seal was tied to Ma Fulu's belt, but when Wang Suihua reached for it, he deftly evaded her grasp. Her expression faltered immediately. Prior to this encounter, she had boasted to Liang Manchang, claiming she had Ma Fulu completely under her thumb, akin to a tremor in the Himalayas. Yet, she was caught off guard. Can a marriage registration certificate be issued so casually? Must I not conduct an investigation? What if the individual in question leads a dissolute life or is already married? I have been neighbors with Manchang for decades. I know him well enough to vouch for him. Besides, we live in the same village. Surely I cannot refuse to assist? This is an official matter. Do not meddle unnecessarily. Liang Manchang remained silent, having anticipated that this process would not unfold as smoothly as he had hoped. Captain Ma, since this is a matter of official business, when shall I expect your visit for the inquiry? In recent days, I have been exceedingly busy. Please wait until I have some free time. How long do you think it will take? I wish to prepare accordingly. Perhaps by early spring next year? Very well. I shall await your return at home. After finishing his sentence, Liang Manchang pushed his bicycle and left without looking back, picking up Lu Jingxiu at the intersection. And they headed straight back to Tianjietan. Manchang, I'm not in a rush about this matter. Good things take time, Lu Jingxiu remarked. You may not be in a hurry, but I am. I have been single for 50 or 60 years. Can you blame me for my urgency? What? 50 or 60 years? I misspoke. In any case, the sooner this matter is settled, the more at ease I will feel. Leave it to me. I will take care of it. Upon returning home, Liang Manchang made his way directly to Zhao Yutian's house. As soon as he entered, he found Zhao Yutian lying on the ground, his old face grimy. Uncle Yutian, haven't you been out to the fields? What fields? The weather is getting colder with hardly any work to do, so I just fiddle with the calm. Liang Manchang helped Zhao Yutian up and offered him a cigarette. Has Shunzi gone up the mountain? Indeed. Previously, calling him to work in the fields was like asking for his life. He would rather die on the calm. Now, without a word, he heads up the mountain at the crack of dawn with his hunting rifle. Speaking of that rifle, I owe you my gratitude. You simply gifted me something worth over 100 yuan. How generous. Why mention that? Shunzi has been a great help to me. It's only right to give him something in return. If I weren't worried that he might not handle the fire well due to his youth, I would have gifted him a high-powered rifle. Haha, enough of the nonsense. What is going on? Are you about to get your certificate? Yes, but I can't get the proof. Ma Felu refuses to stamp it for me. Damn it, that rascal. Should I have a word with the secretary? Chapter 60. I said no, but the child insists on buying it. Then it would be troublesome for Uncle Yutian to make a trip for us. Each day we remain unregistered weighs heavily on our hearts. Is it gnawing at you? Youngsters ignite like kindling. They catch fire instantly. I'll go take a look soon. All right then, I'll send the bicycle to you right away. You're so impatient. Very well, I'll make a trip. Liang Manchang watched as Zhao Yutian departed. Yet his heart felt heavy, sensing that this matter would not unfold smoothly. He suspected that Ma Jianjun and Ma Felu had begun to suspect that he was secretly orchestrating everything. It seemed he must quickly put an end to their suspicions. Zhao Yutian rode his bicycle through the streets, ringing the bell at the handlebars, greeting everyone he encountered. Captain Zhao, riding a bicycle now? Upon noticing someone speak to him, Zhao Yutian swiftly dismounted with a well-practiced swing of his leg, applying the brakes to come to a steady stop. Oh, I'm headed to the brigade office to handle some matters. When did you buy it? Buy what? It belongs to my eldest nephew in the village. He insisted I ride it to the brigade office since it's far. I told him that back when I didn't have a bicycle. I managed just fine on foot. That was out of respect for you. At that moment, someone offered him a golden gourd cigarette, but Zhao Yutian pushed it away, instead pulling out 2 Ingshun cigarettes from his pocket. These were bought by Shunzi. He said that smoking inferior cigarettes is bad for the lungs, but I refused. That child insisted on buying them, and I couldn't argue. Comparing oneself to others can be quite disheartening. Shunzi has become quite successful now. Just wait and enjoy the fruits of his labor. Enough talk. I must attend to business. Zhao Yutian rode his bicycle a few hundred meters, and upon seeing no one around, he discreetly returned the Ingshun cigarette to its box. Upon arriving at the brigade headquarters, Zhao Yutian effortlessly pushed open the office door, only to find Brigade Secretary Zhu Shi sighing deeply over a stack of documents. Secretary Zhu, are you busy? Yutian, it's been a while since I last saw you. I've heard you've struck it rich lately, shipping bags of hazelnut mushrooms to the commune. And your family, Shunzi, seems to be busier selling game than I am attending meetings. Zhu Shi and Zhao Yotian's families shared a brotherly bond, and although their elders had long since passed, the relationship remained strong, with visits exchanged during festivals. Thus, Zhao Yutian candidly recounted the details of Zhao Fushun and Liang Manchang's hunting escapades. Indeed, Shunzi has encountered a benefactor. Having someone willing to take him hunting is a fortunate turn of events. By the way, what brings you to the brigade headquarters? Secretary, I'm here regarding Liang Manchang. They are arranging for a young intellectual to join the commune, and the two have taken a liking to each other, preparing to register for a marriage certificate. However, when he sought an introduction letter from Ma Felu, he was rebuffed, being told to wait until next spring. Zhu Shi had a contentious relationship with Ma Felu, who, having served as a cadre longer, disregarded Zhu's authority. Isn't this absurd? Promoting young intellectuals to settle in the countryside is encouraged from above. What right does Ma Felu have to obstruct this? Exactly. It's outrageous that a prominent seal of the brigade is merely hanging from the waistband of its captain. He seems oblivious to the consequences. Unfortunately, he currently has protection from higher-ups, making it difficult to confront him. Otherwise, I would surely find a way to topple him. Secretary, if they insist on following procedures, what can we do? Zhu Shi, filled with frustration, suddenly glanced at the documents on his desk, his eyes lighting up with realization. I've been so vexed that I completely forgot about this. Yesterday, the county issued a notice urging our brigade to launch a hunting initiative to support the economic development campaign. Zhu Shi handed the document to Zhao Yutian, pointing at the key information. The county would purchase the game at market prices and subsidize ammunition costs. The most successful hunters would even receive honors. Encourage Liang Manchang to participate. If he earns the title of a skilled hunter and gains recognition in the county, even Ma Fulu would think twice before obstructing him. Do we need both meat and pelts? Indeed, the meat will support the large cities, while the pelts will settle debts with the Russians. All right then, I shall relay this information. This matter concerns both of us. If our brigade manages to stand out this time, it could propel us upward, allowing you to progress as well. Zhao Yutian carefully reviewed the document once more before pedaling back to Tuanjiatun with the speed of the wind. At that moment, Liang Manchang was at his doorstep training a hawk. Uncle Yutian, how are things? I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? At our age, why engage in such theatrics? Just tell me already. I'm on the edge of my seat. Zhao Yutian then shared the information he had gleaned at the brigade headquarters with Liang Manchang. Is it really necessary to complicate matters for a marriage certificate? And now, going hunting? What if we encounter a pack of wolves or a bear? Our lives could be at stake. Manchang, would you refrain from hunting if this task weren't assigned? As the days pass, it seems that in about 10 to 15 days, heavy snowfall will seal off the mountains, rendering any hunting expeditions impossible. The prospect of venturing into the mountains becomes perilous, as one could easily find themselves trapped in deep snow. Liang Manchang reflects on this, having initially planned to save enough money before the snowfall to hibernate peacefully through the winter. With the pelts in demand, he decides to gather minks and purple martens, which are not only less dangerous to hunt, but also fetch prices comparable to meat. All right then, when shall we commence? The day after tomorrow seems suitable. We can register at the brigade and collect our ammunition before setting off. I'll have Shunzi accompany you to the mountains, so you can show him the ropes. After Zhao Yutian departed, Liang Manchang dashed into the east room, where he found Lu Jingqiu stitching shoe soles. With a bold demeanor, he approached her. Jingqiu, there's no need to rush regarding our marriage certificate. I'll have the necessary documents in no time. Lu Jingqiu's cheeks flushed crimson, reminiscent of ripe persimmons. Brother Manchang, what are you saying? Who's in a hurry? I think you are the most anxious one. Haha, indeed, I am eager just a bit. The next day, notices were dispatched to all production teams, including the one in Dabinzi-Tun, where Ma Jianjun resided. Father, I want to join the hunt this time, to make my presence known and prepare to take over your responsibilities in the future. Good lad, you're thinking further ahead than I am. Go practice. I'll speak with your uncle, and you two can venture into the mountains together. He'll guide you. The uncle mentioned by Ma Fulu is the renowned hunter of Dabinzi-Tun, known for his exceptional marksmanship and trapping skills, named Su Sangwei, who is also Ma Fulu's brother-in-law. Yes, but since my mother passed away, we haven't kept in touch for years. I'm not sure if he would be willing to take me into the mountains. Blood ties are strong. After all, you are his nephew. Besides, I am the captain of this brigade. Surely he won't deny me this small favor. At that moment, Su Sangwei's wife, Hua Xiaoya, was seated on the kong, scolding her husband. Sangwei, do you know? That scoundrel Ma Fulu is planning to remarry, seeking out a widow who is 10 years his junior. Sigh. Your sister has been gone for years. It's only natural for him to seek companionship. Nonsense. My sister likely met her end because of him. Just as Hua Xiaoya was caught up in her tirade, Ma Fulu's voice could be heard from outside. Ahem, is Sangwei at home? Shut your mouth. Su Sangwei retorted before stepping outside, parting the curtain. Ah, Captain Ma has arrived? What are you calling me captain for? I'm your aunt's husband. Not just a title. After saying this, Ma Fulu handed over the cigarettes and rice snacks he was carrying. Since Jianjun's mother passed, our families have drifted. But we are still kin. I won't beat around the bush. You've heard about the brigade organizing a hunting expedition, haven't you? Yes. This time it's quite a significant affair. We should head to the brigade tomorrow and then go up the mountain. What's the matter? I was thinking you could take Jianjun along. This boy has been rather pensive since he was kicked by a donkey. Watching others hunt and earn money makes him restless. That's why I'm asking you, my old uncle. Su Sangwei suddenly felt that the cigarettes and snacks in his hands were somewhat burdensome. He had anticipated a celebratory visit, but it seemed he had walked into a much bigger issue. Has Jianjun ever been to the mountains? I typically venture deep into the old forest, where tranquility is a rarity. If this hunting expedition concludes successfully, and the child genuinely wishes to learn, I shall impart knowledge gradually. Sangwei, let me be candid with you. This child harbors no particular interest in hunting, but merely seeks accolades to facilitate his succession. In time, he may indeed rise to a position of leadership, and you could benefit from that association, couldn't you? Very well, having spoken thus, I shall take the child along. However, the mountains adhere to their own customs. Once we enter, he must heed my every command. Should there be reprimands or scoldings, let them not weigh heavily upon his heart. Indeed, understood. Speaking of which, should you wish to attend my wedding celebration with my new wife, I would welcome you with open arms. If you prefer not to come, I shall not take offense. The choice is not mine. I shall consult with the child's mother later. At the break of dawn the following day, Liang Manchang, having finished his conversation with Lu Jingqiu, set out with dog meat and Xiao Hai, carrying a backpack and a hunting rifle. Shunzi, we are off, Zhao Fushan cheerfully exclaimed as he exited with his rifle, momentarily taken aback by Liang Manchang's imposing presence. Brother Manchang, you truly do carry an air of authority. When might I borrow your ensemble for a day? That depends on your performance. My attire is somewhat particular. What do you mean by that? Have you ever heard of Sushir? Huh. Which village is he from? Oh. Shunzi, you are commendable in many respects, yet you must enhance your cultural knowledge. I wield the yellow in my left hand and the azure in my right, with dog meat in one hand and Xiao Hai in the other. This is the attire of provincial-level officials on a hunting expedition. Truly impressive. Let us proceed to the brigade office. Upon reaching the brigade office, Liang Manchang collected 10 rounds of 56 half-bullets, while Zhao Fushan received 5 rounds of hollow-point ammunition. Just as Liang Manchang was about to depart, Zhao Fushan nudged his arm. Brother Manchang, is that Ma Jianjun preparing to head up the mountain as well? Liang Manchang cast a glance, noting that Ma Jianjun had indeed succeeded Ma Fulu in the last generation, ascending from brigade leader to village chief, and had not shied away from corruption throughout his life. Let him be. If he knows his place and avoids conflict with us, all will be well. But should he challenge us, we shall not hesitate to confront him. Indeed, that sounds promising. Ma Jianjun, too, seemed to have spotted Liang Manchang, his eyes aflame with fury. This time, I shall undoubtedly best Liang Manchang. His confidence stemmed from his marksmanship. During militia training, he consistently ranked first in target practice. Rather than heading directly to Laoyaling, Liang Manchang veered towards the collective fields. Brother Manchang, what are we doing? Catching field mice. What? Aren't we supposed to be hunting tigers in the mountains? Are we now reduced to catching field mice? If someone manages to shoot a bear, how will we explain catching thousands of mice? Just do as you're told and stop asking unnecessary questions. With that, Liang Manchang produced a spade from his backpack and tossed it to Zhao Fushan, who took it in hand while Liang Manchang readied a net. The burrows of field mice typically possess but a single exit, so Zhao Fushan dug diligently at the entrance with the spade while Liang Manchang prepared to ensnare them with the net. In less than an hour, they had captured over 30 mice. That will suffice. Let's head to the mountains. The two ascended Laoyaling, not lingering at the base, but rather making their way directly to Shengshenling. As Zhao Fushan observed the increasing shadows around him, he exclaimed with excitement, Manchang, are we going after the bear? I remember the one that was injured a couple of days ago had a tuft of white fur on its chest. Let us go after it. What are you thinking? Do you believe the bear is foolish enough to return to its original den? We are on a quest to capture the marten. According to Liang Manchang's recollections, the marten resided halfway up the fairy mountain, where a grove of martens thrived, with 17 or 18 of them wandering about each day. Let us gather some small sticks. I'll construct a few traps. All right. Zhao Fushan promptly collected a bundle of small sticks, fashioning them into cages the size of cabinets with iron wire, and utilized the springs he had prepared beforehand to create a mechanism. Once the marten entered the cage and stepped on the central platform, the spring would pull down the door, ensnaring the marten inside. Fushan, these springs and wires need to be boiled in water infused with pine branches beforehand. After constructing the cages, we must also apply pine oil. Additionally, the pressure on the platform must be adjusted properly. Otherwise, a mere sparrow might trigger the mechanism, and that would be quite a loss. Yes, Manchang, you truly possess great knowledge. This is just the beginning. Furthermore, martens are primarily sought for their pelts. We must avoid firing a shot unless absolutely necessary, for if the pelt is damaged, it will not fetch a good price. Liang Manchang positioned 10 cages in the thickets where signs of marten activity were most abundant, beneath the trees, and then confined a small field mouse within each cage. All right, let us withdraw for now and see if fortune favors us. After Liang Manchang spoke, he led Zhao Fushan down the fairy mountain. Approximately half an hour later, they suddenly stumbled upon a long, tubular piece of feces. He procured a stick to prod the excrement, revealing numerous fish scales and bones within. Fushan, see if you can find any paw prints resembling those of a cat. Zhao Fushan scoured the area and finally discovered 5 small toe prints on a patch of damp grass. Manchang, over here. Liang Manchang leaned closer to examine and chuckled with delight. Indeed, it's a water marten. The water marten is a primary source of fur for marten coats, priced slightly lower than that of the common marten, yet easier to capture. Dog meat, your opportunity to shine has arrived. If we manage to find a water marten, I will record your merit. If either you or Xiaohai manages to catch one, I will reward you both with a hearty meal. Woof woof crackle crackle. Dog meat sniffed at the water marten's feces. Had Liang Manchang not restrained him, he might have tasted it. With the scent of the delectable trail firmly in his mind, dog meat darted off towards the nearby stream. Fushan, keep up. The two followed to the stream's edge, where dog meat suddenly halted, bewildered. Manchang, what's wrong? It seems the scent has been washed away or obscured by the stream, rendering dog meat unable to continue the pursuit. After Liang Manchang spoke, he stood at the stream's edge, retrieving a Type 62 binoculars, sweeping across the 3 to 5 meter wide stream. After scanning back and forth 3 times, he discerned a swirling shadow beneath the water 100 meters downstream. Fushan, take this. Liang Manchang handed the binoculars to Zhao Fushan, while he positioned the sea eagle on his arm and began walking downstream, gesturing towards the surface of the stream. Xiaohai, retrieve the marten. This is your first real mission. Do not falter, and show the dog meat what you can do. Liang Manchang, cautious, remained within 20 meters of the stream without daring to untie the rope. Xiaohai, go. The eagle, heidonking, flapped its wings and ascended, soaring gracefully through the sky. In that very instant, the marten, with a small fish clutched in its mouth, surfaced from beneath the water, prompting heidonking to spread its wings, measuring over a meter, and swooped down upon the unsuspecting creature. For heidonking, the 20-meter distance was traversed in the blink of an eye, its sharp talons piercing the marten's back. Simultaneously, with vigorous flapping, heidonking lifted the marten into the air. Well done, Liang Manchang exclaimed, producing a tiger bone whistle and blowing it forcefully. Come back, Xiaohai. Heidonking returned, dropping the already stunned marten at Liang Manchang's feet, then obediently perched on his arm. Liang Manchang retrieved a piece of rabbit meat from a small basket at his waist and offered it to heidonking. Excellent, a triumphant debut. Dog meat, anxious, whirled around, darting beneath Liang Manchang's legs, clearly demonstrating a determination to receive its own share of meat. Dog meat, you ought to learn from Xiaohai. When will you dive into the stream to bring back a marten for us? Dogs are born swimmers. Do not claim otherwise. Liang Manchang, having spoken, tossed another piece of meat with bones onto the ground. Eat more bones to replenish your calcium. We wouldn't want you to tremble in fear later. Upon inspecting the marten, Liang Manchang noted only a few puncture wounds from the eagle's talons, with no other significant injuries, which should not greatly affect the marten's market value. According to current purchasing prices, a fine marten pelt could fetch 20 yuan, while a purple marten pelt might sell for 30 yuan, roughly equivalent to the price of a decent roe deer. Brother Manchang, should we return to the trap and wait? No, the beasts of Xinshan Ridge are too ferocious, and many can climb trees. It is not safe. We should find a nearby place to settle, close to a water source for convenience. As dusk approached, the two scoured the vicinity and eventually discovered a hidden camp from the anti-Japanese war era. Shunzi, tidy up a bit. I will check the stream for fish and procure some game, Liang Manchang said, setting down his backpack and heidonking, and headed straight for the stream. Although he could have easily sourced fish, wild chickens, or even rabbits from his spatial storage, he yearned for the thrill of fishing. He removed his shoes and socks, wading into the stream, and with a swift motion, deployed a 3-pronged military spear, gently angling it into the water. After waiting for 5 minutes, a slender, scaled fish glided lazily beneath him. Liang Manchang seized the moment and thrust toward the fish's head. The spear responded with a twisting force, and Liang Manchang skillfully pulled back, tossing a 20-centimeter-long fish onto the bank. Once the water cleared, he repeated the process, capturing 4 or 5 more fish. That should suffice. Liang Manchang gutted the fish, discarding the entrails to dog meat, and after removing the scales, returned to the hidden camp. Although the camp had a musty odor, it was relatively clean thanks to Zhao Fushan's efforts. Shunzi, start a fire. Right away, Liang Manchang spread his bedding over the dry grass that Zhao Fushan had gathered, then leaned the 56 half against the edge of the bedding. Only then did he thread 5 willow twigs onto a damp stick and place it over the fire, listening to the sizzling sound as it roasted. When the twigs began to exude a hint of oil, Liang Manchang cut off all the fish heads and tossed them to the side for the drooling dog meat. Enjoy, but tomorrow you must work diligently. No tricks, or I shall tether you at the front door as a watchdog. A sweet date followed by a hefty stick, an approach akin to dealing with the livestock in the office buildings. The dog meat cast a grateful glance at Liang Manchang, contentedly gnawing on the fish head in a corner. Liang Manchang sprinkled fine salt and chili powder over the willow twigs and shared the roasted pancakes with Shunzi. In less than 10 minutes, both were satiated and the sun began to set, casting a dark shadow over the mountain forest. They moved the fire closer to the camp entrance, secured the dog meat nearby, and loaded their hunting gun and the 56 half before drifting into a drowsy slumber. At the break of dawn, Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushun finished their pancakes, extinguished the fire, and headed straight toward the trap. Woof woof. The dog meat halted, baring its teeth. What is it, dog meat? Is there danger? Woof woof. Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushun instantly became alert, gripping their guns tightly, loosening the dog meat's rope, and maintaining a distance of about 10 meters before cautiously advancing. Uncle, who set this trap? If not, we can just take it, no one is watching. And a sable pelt sells for a good price. Su Sangui crouched to examine the intricately arranged trap, nodding repeatedly. He was an experienced hunter, skilled in his craft, and the springs and wires bore no trace of rust. Regardless of whether he is an old or new hunter, we take it and leave. Ma Jianjun said as he beckoned to the sable within the trap. No, we cannot violate the hunter's code. If we didn't set the trap, we shouldn't take it. The reason for this code is twofold. First, as Su Sangui mentioned, the items in the trap are considered owned. Taking them without permission constitutes theft. Second, for one's safety, as hunters may inadvertently set animal traps alongside their snares. Moving the trap could trigger a series of dangerous mechanisms, potentially resulting in injury from a trap. Uncle, that's old thinking. Nowadays, those with fat wallets have the final say. If we bring this sable back to sell, your house could be demolished and replaced with 3 grand tiled houses. Wouldn't that be a splendid life? Look at Liang Manchang from Tuanjia village. What was he like before? Now, he has learned the ways of hunting and has made some money, boasting grand houses and bicycles, his tail long since raised high. Money is the king now. Who cares about rules? As long as you don't say anything, neither will I. Who would know? Liang Manchang sneered softly and slowly approached Zhao Fushun. Brother Manchang, shall we surround them? 2 against 2? Surrounding is pointless. Su Sangui is somewhat reasonable. I will negotiate, and you keep your distance, ready to fire at any moment. All right. If those cowards dare to act, we will take them down. Chapter 63. My surname is Liang. I can lift the beam with one hand. Liang Manchang, with a hawk perched on his shoulder, shouted, Come out, Uncle Su. This trap is mine. Su Sangui rested his hand upon the shotgun. His brow furrowed in suspicion as he inquired, Who are you? Beside him, Ma Jianjun decisively clicked off the safety of his rifle and leaned closer to Su Sangui's ear, whispering, Uncle, this is Liang Manchang. Oh, so you are Liang Manchang. You've been making quite a name for yourself lately, Su Sangui remarked. Ah, it's all thanks to the blessings of the mountain god. A little generosity from the seasoned hunters is more than enough for our sustenance. Huh, you're being modest, Ma Jianjun interjected. By the way, did you say you set this trap? You may be young, but your skills are quite impressive. Even I was fooled, thinking it was the work of an old hunter. Adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face, Liang Manchang, despite his distaste for Ma Jianjun, harbored no ill will towards the principled Su Sangui. It's merely the result of my ponderings. In your presence, I am but a novice. What do you mean? Su Sangui asked. Oh, I meant to say that in your presence, I am merely a fledgling, relying on my youthful vigor to navigate the world. If I have inadvertently crossed any boundaries, I beg your pardon. Initially, Su Sangui perceived Liang Manchang as a mere fortunate novice, yet it was becoming evident that he possessed profound depth and exceptional skill, placing him at the forefront of the young hunters. Alas, today's youth lacked discipline, creating chaos in the mountains. You, however, seem to maintain some semblance of order. I hear you are quite the rogue. That is no small feat. Well then, we all have our tasks to attend to. Let us be on our way. Indeed. Once I emerge from the mountains, I shall seek your wisdom regarding the old forest, Liang Manchang replied. Just as Su Sangui turned to leave, a sullen Ma Jianjun suddenly spoke in a grave tone. Liang Manchang, on what grounds do you claim this trap as yours? Did you inscribe your name upon it? Or can it respond to your call? To anyone who sees it, it belongs to them. With 8 sable fur pelts, worth several hundred yuan. Ma Jianjun was consumed by greed. He had only managed to catch a single wild rabbit that day, worth a mere few yuan, while Liang Manchang effortlessly earned hundreds. Jianjun, do not disrupt the order. Su Sangui cautioned. Uncle, do not lose your senses. We discovered the sables first, and thus they should rightfully belong to us. Even if we concede that the trap is his, the sables still belong to us. Liang Manchang and Su Sangui both echoed in disbelief, wondering if such reasoning belonged to a 3-year-old child. Liang Manchang had no desire to escalate matters with Ma Jianjun for fear of provoking violence. Yet since he was being so unreasonable, he felt compelled to teach him a lesson. Ma Jianjun, we have known each other for some time. I, Liang Manchang. Never lie unless absolutely necessary. If you relinquish the trap, we shall part ways amicably. And if I refuse? Without further ado, Liang Manchang swiftly stepped forward and seized Ma Jianjun's wrist. With a slight exertion of strength, he rendered Ma Jianjun's arm immobile, as if caught in a vice. His formidable physique, enhanced through rigorous training, could easily crush a mountain walnut, let alone a mere arm. Ma Jianjun, prideful of his strength, turned red with frustration, his face contorting into a grimace. Liang Manchang, how can you possess such strength? Haha, my surname is Liang. I am the one who can lift a beam with a single hand, Liang Manchang declared, seizing the trap with determination and effortlessly tearing off a small cloth strip. Ma Jianjun, do you yield now? My methods extend far beyond the mere act of setting traps. Let us see how this unfolds. As Su Sangawei and Ma Jianjun departed from the Martin Woods, Liang Manchang beckoned to Zhao Fushun, who was 20 meters away. Come out, Shunzi. Zhao Fushun hurried over, gesturing with his fists in the direction of the two who had just left. Brother Manchang, when you made your move, I had my gun aimed at Ma Jianjun, just waiting for your signal to blow his brains out. Where's Dogmeat? Is he cowering there? Liang Manchang shook his head helplessly. Dogmeat's sense of danger had sharpened, yet his cowardice in the face of peril remained unchanged. Dogmeat, come here, or you'll go without dinner tonight. Woof woof. At the sound of his name, Dogmeat came rushing like a gust of wind, baring his teeth and darting about like a ferocious hound. Stop pretending, they've left. And you're still making a racket? Come here. Whimper. Liang Manchang held up a strip of cloth he had just torn from Ma Jianjun's clothing, placing it before Dogmeat's nose. Dogmeat, remember this scent. When you catch a whiff of it in the future, you know what to do. Huh. Brother Manchang, are you instructing him to pee on command? That habit will be hard to break. Better that than us getting shot in a drive-by. Liang Manchang replied as he packed up the cage, placing all 8 martens into his backpack. Brother Manchang, with so many martens here, why not stay another day? The martens were quite clever. Those trapped in the cage would howl all night, and the others would surely be too frightened to venture into the traps again. What a pity. Had I known, I would have set up more cages. I'll escort you out of the mountains. You deliver the martens and otters to the brigade, and I'll wait for you at the camp. All right. After seeing Zhao Fushun off from Laoi Ridge, Liang Manchang set about constructing a dozen more cages to ensnare the remaining field mice. The cages could no longer remain in the Martin Woods, so Liang Manchang began to wander the mountains in search of a suitable location to set them. After over an hour of wandering in the Fairyland Ridge, he had yet to catch sight of any martens. Instead, the shadows around him multiplied, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Little Jean, come out and play. The robust golden short hair, having thrived in the space, had become like a brother to him, as Liang Manchang called. Little Jean promptly appeared with a howl, released from the space. Show them your teeth, Little Jean. With a mighty roar, Little Jean unleashed chaos in the forest, sending creatures scattering in all directions and startling the birds into flight. Dogmeat, sensing the heightened danger, barked defiantly. Woof woof. Liang Manchang shook his head in resignation. Dogmeat, would you kindly keep it down? Team up with Little Jean for a meal, and remember to save me some. You're the big brother. Act like it. Hearing this, Little Jean dashed off, with Dogmeat eager to follow suit. With Little Jean backing him, Dogmeat seemed to forget he was just a mutt. Barking loudly and strutting through the woods, Liang Manchang, feeling at ease, climbed a towering tree, taking out his binoculars to survey the surroundings. Little Jean entered the forest like a dragon into the sea, wild and untamed, swiftly catching 2 wild rabbits in less than 10 minutes, while Dogmeat eagerly lapped up the remnants. Approximately half an hour later, Liang Manchang observed Xiao Jin returning with a foolish roe deer in its mouth. Such is the privilege of being a boss. Issuing commands yields tangible rewards. Liang Manchang slid down from the tree and gave Xiao Jin a thumbs up. Well done. Woof woof. Dogmeat, you stay over there. Meanwhile, the true hero, Xiao Hai, kept his gaze fixed on Liang Manchang's back. Surely, there wouldn't be a significant catch, would there? Chapter 64. Assisting the little red fox, Liang Manchang opened the safety of his firearm, resting his hand on the trigger. Suddenly, he turned his head and raised the muzzle of his gun, spotting a small red fox, sneaky and inquisitive, peering back from 20 meters away. A little red fox? Xiao Jin, is that your friend? Xiao Jin let out a soft howl and slowly approached, affectionately nuzzling necks with the little red fox. Observing this, Dogmeat felt a surge of emotion and instinctively lunged forward. Stay put. Their bond runs deep. They are fierce creatures of the wilderness. What business do you, a mere mutt, have meddling in this? Sit down. Dogmeat, brimming with emotions, rubbed against Liang Manchang's pant leg. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Jin finally returned, licking the back of Liang Manchang's hand. Xiao Jin, you do not wish to be with the little red fox, do you? If that is truly your desire, do not concern yourself with me. Despite my frugality, raising you through thick and thin, even at the cost of my own health, seeing you reunited with your childhood companion brings me solace. Do not worry about me. I shall weep for 100 days and nights, and that will suffice. Xiao Jin's eyes glistened with tears, while the little red fox regarded Liang Manchang with disdain. The tender sentiments of Liang Manchang were insignificant in the presence of the little red fox. Xiao Jin, do you hesitate to leave me? How then would it suffice for you to visit Laoi Ridge occasionally? How? I knew you were not a heartless creature. Go and play, enjoy yourself, and return when you have had your fill. At that moment, however, Xiao Jin did not run off. Instead, it bit Liang Manchang's pant leg and attempted to drag him towards the little red fox. What's this? Where are you taking me? Surely not to visit the little red fox's den? Xiao Jin flashed a toothy grin, and Liang Manchang frowned, softly inquiring. Could it be that you intend to assist Xiao Jin in a fight? How very well, your brother is my brother. Should anyone dare to bully my brother, dog meat will certainly not let them off easily, right? Liang Manchang turned to the confident dog meat. Woof woof, woof woof. Indeed, it would not be your turn. You belong to the crowd that merely waves flags from the sidelines. With that, Liang Manchang stowed Xiao Hai away and followed the little red fox, with dog meat and Xiao Jin racing through the forest. Approximately an hour later, the little red fox gestured towards a tree hollow 200 meters away. Liang Manchang raised his binoculars to scan the hollow, revealing a dark void with no discernible features. However, if the little red fox's enemies were wolves and bobcats, this hollow appeared to be a den of a bobcat. Bobcats resemble both cats and leopards, adorned with tufts of fur on their ears. They are agile, adept at running and leaping, and can weigh between 50 to 60 pounds, making them formidable opponents for a little red fox. Observing the fiery gaze of the little red fox, it was evident that it had often been chased. The pelts of lynxes could fetch a handsome sum, and their meat was also edible. A single specimen would surely command a significant price. Xiao Jin cautiously approached the one with the gun and cornered him in the burrow. Upon finishing his instruction, Liang Manchang raised his .56 rifle to chest level, with Xiao Jin on the left and dog meat on the right. They crept toward the tree hollow. Lynxes slumbered during the day and commenced their hunting at dusk. At this moment, it was likely nestled in the hollow, catching up on rest. However, a sudden crack echoed from beneath as a twig snapped, causing Liang Manchang to flinch. In an instant, a dark shadow bolted from the burrow, racing up the hillside. Liang Manchang lifted his rifle, focusing intently. The lynx, 30 meters away, appeared as if it were right before him. Bang! He aimed for the hip rather than the head. A bullet penetrated the lynx's hip joint, causing it to collapse instantly. Xiao Jin, dog meat. Be careful not to damage the pelt. Liang Manchang quickly approached, restraining the struggling lynx before drawing his hunting knife to bleed it out. Hee. With a slight tremor of my hand, this sum of money is easily within reach. Xiao Jin, please inquire for me, otherwise, the little red fox might join you in the space, where we can indulge it in lavish hospitality, working a week with 3 days off. Wu? Liang Manchang observed Xiao Jin's innocent expression, feeling a pang of sympathy. He rubbed his nose and said, you can enjoy 4 weeks with 3 days of freedom, during which you can frolic freely, and I'll even arrange for pickup and drop-off. Xiao Jin leaned closer to the little red fox, nuzzling it for a while before shaking its head from a distance. Alas, as a fox, one must possess a sense of conscience. I took such great risks to help you resolve your troubles. Surely you cannot show no gratitude at all. How about this? My demands are modest. You assist me in finding valuable prey or herbs this time, and thereafter, we can establish a fee per hunt. The little red fox cast a disdainful glance, but still turned back 3 times as it walked toward the adjacent broadleaf forest. Now that's more like it. I see you wandering alone. You must be a scion cast out by your clan. If you seek revenge, I can assist you. Lead me to the red fox den. After approximately an hour, the little red fox arrived beneath a towering tree. Liang Manchang looked up to see a tree hollow about 20 centimeters wide, situated some 10 meters above. He swung his .56 rifle behind him and climbed swiftly upward. Perched on a sturdy branch, he illuminated the hollow with his flashlight, discovering 3 little violet martens blinking their round, bright eyes, their necks adorned with a tender yellow hue, stirring his appetite. Little violet martens. I'll treat you to exquisite delights, Liang Manchang declared, subsequently placing all the martens into his spatial realm for indulgent hospitality. Initially, Liang Manchang intended to wait for more quarry, but as time drew near, he dispersed all his traps around the large tree, preparing to return the next day to check his yield. Let us descend. Liang Manchang led Xiao Jin, Dogmeat, and the little red fox trailing behind, heading straight for the dense camp at the mountain's foot. Around 2 in the afternoon, Liang Manchang unexpectedly retrieved 2 wild rabbits from his space, skinned them, and distributed one to Xiao Jin and one to the little red fox. Little red fox, if you stick with me, there will be meat for you to enjoy regularly. In contrast to others little red foxes that catch rabbits on their own, I have personally delivered one to you, along with a skinning service. The little red fox disregarded Liang Manchang and scurried off to the nearby forest, relishing its meal of rabbit meat. Meanwhile, the disgruntled dog meat barked in discontent. Woof woof. Do not bark, you are not a wild beast. What do you need raw meat for? Wait until evening, and I shall provide you with 2 roasted pancakes. As dusk approached, Zhao Fushun arrived at the secret camp, bearing a basket of supplies. Brother Manchang, the quality of the sable we captured is excellent. Their pelts are undamaged. So we shall account for 35 yuan each. The water minks will be 18 yuan, and I will ensure those are recorded as well. I also made a brief visit home and brought back some dried tofu, soy sauce, and green onions. By the way, Sister Jingxiu asked me to bring you a portion of stir-fried pork with chili. Hee, I take pride in that dish. After unloading his goods, Zhao Fushun's eyes fell upon the lynx on the ground. Brother Manchang, did you silently hunt a bobcat and a foolish roe deer? We are in for a windfall. This is just the beginning. Tomorrow we will first return our game to the main camp, then venture to Dalu Valley to see if we can catch a spotted deer. Chapter 65. Liang Manchang 633 yuan. Liang Manchang gathered a few willow branches in the stream, seizing the opportunity to extract a rabbit and a wild mountain chicken from his storage, preparing for a grand feast that evening. Brother Manchang, are we dining so lavishly tonight? Indeed, given our successful hunt today, it would be a disservice to ourselves not to indulge. Tomorrow morning, I will collect the traps, and then we shall return with our game. Very well, there's a red paper posted on the wall of the main camp listing all the game we submitted. When the young women from 10 miles around see our names, they will surely be eager to take us as husbands. Haha, certainly. I shall ensure your name is written first. Liang Manchang roasted the rabbit until it sizzled with juices, dividing the thigh and tossing the rest to Dogmeat. Dogmeat, your performance today was mediocre, but I do not blame you. After all, little Jean and the little red fox have grown up in the mountains. If you have any sense, show me your medal tomorrow. Woo woo. Upon seeing Dogmeat nod in acknowledgement, Liang Manchang pointed to the meat on the ground with satisfaction. Eat up. Zhao Fushun, stuffing his mouth with rabbit leg, remarked, Brother Manchang, your tactics are truly ruthless. Look at how you have trained Dogmeat to act like a subordinate. This is nothing. In a few decades, even humans will be trained in such a manner. Early the next morning, Liang Manchang ascended the mountain and released little Jean from his storage. Dogmeat immediately followed, exuding an air of authority. The little red fox had discovered a sable den that was exceedingly well concealed, nestled deep within the realm of Immortal Peak, a place rarely trodden by human feet. Even seasoned hunters would not dare venture there without a group. Liang Manchang, emboldened by little Jin's presence, strode confidently into the den. The sables seemed unaware that the delectable groundhog would be their last meal, as 10 traps ensnared 7 of them. Little Jean, Dogmeat, keep watch. A woof, woof. There are 2 guardians, one on each side. Liang Manchang has once again released the hawk, allowing it to gradually acclimate to the forest and undergo desensitization, lest it be stirred by the wild once the leash is loosened. With everything in place, Liang Manchang began to place the sables into his backpack, subsequently storing the cage within his spatial realm, which still had ample space available. After approximately half an hour, he finally completed this task at hand. Xiao Jin, let us descend the mountain. A woof. Liang Manchang gazed at Xiao Jin's growing robust form, contemplating the day he might ride Xiao Jin. With one hand guiding the yellow and the other holding the azure, he would surely become the leader of Laoi Ridge and even the Changbai Mountains. Xiao Jin, as a fellow man, it should be fine for me to ride you once, right? To his surprise, Xiao Jin obediently lay down, casting a glance back at Liang Manchang. A woof. Haha, you are still young. I shall wait until you grow before I ride you slowly. Upon descending the mountain, Liang Manchang bid farewell to the little red fox from afar and placed Xiao Jin back into his spatial realm before entering the encampment. Shunzi, tidy up. Let us return to the main unit. Got it. Zhao Fushun placed the over 60-pound roe deer into the backpack, while Liang Manchang hoisted the 70-pound lynx onto his shoulder. Brother Manchang, do you need to share some of the load? I can manage. A trivial matter, let us go. With a body reinforced to the second level by the strength of the boulder, carrying 200 pounds at a sprint was no challenge, let alone just over 100. The pair made their way to the main unit, attracting countless gazes from the townsfolk along the way. What a fierce young man. At such a young age, he can take down a lynx. I know this lad, Liang Manchang from Tuanjia village. He was once a simpleton, but suddenly he has become quite adept at hunting. Tomorrow, I must hurry to propose. If I could get close to him, my family would never lack for meat. Behind them trailed a large crowd of onlookers. Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushun piled the lynx and the foolish roe deer onto the scale and gestured towards the backpack, addressing Zhu Shi and Zhao Yutian. Secretary Zhu, Uncle Yutian, we managed to hunt some game last night. Could you please help us keep a record? Ha ha ha, Manchang, Shunzi, you two are thriving now. Just yesterday, 8 sables were delivered, and today you've brought in a lynx and a foolish roe deer. Secretary Zhu, I told you these 2 lads are reliable. I'm sure they'll come out on top this time and put our Qingshan brigade in the limelight. After Zhao Yutian spoke, he cast a distant glance at Ma Felu, whose expression was dark as thunder. Ma Felu staunchly supported Su Sangui and Ma Jianjun, yet up to this point, they had not even returned with a single rabbit. Conversely, Liang Manchang, whom he had persistently harassed, was continuously sending out game. Although this hunting venture was not a competition in the strictest sense, every production team and individual regarded it as an opportunity to shine. Should one emerge victorious, they would become the prominent figure of the entire brigade, a person of great renown. Let us see how long you can bask in your glory. With the 8 sables and 1 water marten returned yesterday, Liang Manchang had already amassed 633 yuan, leading the second place by an astonishing 600 yuan. Manchang, are you planning to head back into the mountains? The snow has yet to fall. We must accumulate provisions to weather the winter in peace, or else we shall find no solace. Zhu Shi wiped the sweat from his brow. Over 600 yuan is the equivalent of 2 years' wages for an ordinary worker. Merely to endure a winter. Must we truly be so restless? Manchang, we must hasten to the mountains. Once you secure first place, I shall personally adorn you with red and set off firecrackers. Whether I adorn you with red is of little consequence. What I truly seek is a stamp on my marriage registration certificate. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shi immediately called out to Ma Felu in front of the crowd. Captain Ma, given the 615 yuan on this list, surely Liang Manchang can be deemed a meritorious figure in our Qingshan brigade? It would be reasonable to stamp the marriage registration certificate. Wouldn't it? Secretary Zhu, whether Liang Manchang can seize the championship remains uncertain. What merit are you speaking of? Do you think merit is so common that it can be found on every street corner? Haha, let us wait and see. After about 10 minutes, the sound of a gong resonated as Ma Jianjun pushed a unicycle into the brigade office. Father, I've caught a giant fish, at least 500 jin. Ma Felu was overjoyed, tossing his cigarette but to the ground and stamping on it vigorously. Let us go take a look. A fish, covered in bristles, lay atop the unicycle, its sharp fangs gleaming ominously. Sangui, you two have done well, managing to catch such a large one in silence. Su Sangui was not in the mood to entertain Ma Felu's chatter and waved his hand toward him. Captain Ma, let us weigh it quickly. What's the matter, Sangui? Father, my uncle was jabbed by the fish. Can we still go into the mountains? Liang Manchang has already earned over 600 yuan. Su Sangui, upon hearing Ma Fukuan's foolish remarks, was instantly enraged, declaring furiously, Go into the mountains? Forget that. It's a miracle if I can preserve my life, so let us hurry and weigh it. Uncle, doesn't this fish entitle me to half? My father and sister have business to attend to in a few days. What nonsense. Chapter 66. My surname is Liang. I can break a beam with a single punch. Su Sangui's worldview was utterly shattered. Captain Ma, it was you who urged me to bring Ma Jianjun into the mountains, claiming he sought only the accolade. That's why I consented to let him accompany me. Now you dare to ask for a share of the fish? Ma Fulu's smile abruptly froze. He had assumed Su Sangui would not dare to embarrass him in front of others and would thus allow him to exploit the situation. However, he did not anticipate that after years of no dealings, Su Sangui would now possess such a fiery temper. Sangui, Jianjun has served diligently, if not with merit. Then with toil, shouldn't you at least symbolically share a portion? Ha, a symbolic share, you say? Very well, if we are to gut it. Shall I offer him the pig's bladder? Let him wallow in it. At that moment, Ma Jianjun's face turned pale. Recently, only 2 people had insulted him by calling him a pig's bladder. One was Wang Miling from the Kong, and the other was Su Sangui. Su Sangui, are you out of your mind? Oh, you don't even call me uncle anymore? You rebellious wretch. Fine, if you wish to lose face, then don't blame me. Su Sangui seized the gong that Ma Jianjun had used to rally support, striking it repeatedly to summon the nearby villagers. Gentlemen, Ma Jianjun is nothing but a good-for-nothing scoundrel. On his first day in the mountains, he stumbled upon Liang Manchang's sable traps and attempted to pilfer them, only to be soundly reprimanded by Liang before he scurried away with his tail between his legs. This morning, I noticed a boar scratching itself against a tree and prepared to take aim, but that fool Ma Jianjun, in a fit of foolishness, fired his rifle haphazardly, missing the target entirely. Though I deemed it an educational expense for him, the situation escalated when that wretched creature charged at me, stepping on my shoulder as it climbed the tree. The force was so tremendous I felt as though I might be crushed into the earth, serving as a mere outlet for its frustration. Fortunately, I managed to react quickly, firing 2 shots that felled the boar. I had just spared the 2 of you the embarrassment by claiming it was merely a wild boar's fault, when in truth it was that rascal Ma Jianjun who had caused it. By heavens, the force he wielded was truly remarkable. Su Sangui, like a rapid-fire cannon, recounted Ma Jianjun's misdeeds verbatim. Ma Fulu's face shifted in hue, a blend of green and white. The public humiliation rendered Ma Jianjun furious, veins bulging as he aimed his rifle at Su Sangui. Damn you, Su Sangui, shut your mouth. The crowd, numbering in the dozens if not hundreds, fell silent, including Ma Fulu. In this world, illicit gunfire is not uncommon, but to brazenly murder with a firearm is truly alarming. Should Ma Jianjun succumb to bloodlust, there would surely be casualties aplenty. Ma Jianjun, if you dare to pull that trigger, I, Su Sangui, will hold you accountable for your actions. Beads of sweat cascaded down Ma Jianjun's forehead as he bellowed in desperation. Damn it, don't push me. If you dare to fire, I shall respect you as a man. Otherwise, return home and suckle. His mind was clouded, the taunts of Wang Miling and Su Sangui echoing in his head. His eyes wild with frenzy, fingers tightening on the trigger. Fujuan, lower your weapon. Once fired, there is no turning back. Father, he called me less than a man. We shall discuss this later. First, lower the weapon. What? This can be discussed later? In an instant of distraction from Ma Fulu, Liang Manchang lunged forward, lifting the barrel of the gun while pressing Ma Jianjun's finger on the trigger. The shot rang out, the bullet striking the wall and sending plaster flying. Ma Fulu, you truly are worthless. Do you believe I won't crush your finger? Liang Manchang remarked, applying pressure, causing Ma Fulu to retract his hand in pain. With a powerful kick, Liang Manchang sent Ma Jianjun hurtling 3 meters away as if he were performing a feat of strength. Liang Manchang, does your village dare to lay a hand on my son? Residents of Dabi village, if you have any courage, stand with me. Ma Fulu, have you lost your senses? Call the police. Zhu Shi was both anxious and furious. The hunters present were armed with rifles and shotguns, and if a conflict were to erupt, it would surely result in numerous casualties. Zhao Yutian was equally bewildered. The population of Tuanjiatun was scant, and the hunters even fewer. Moreover, the brigade headquarters was located in Dabi Zitun, rendering their efforts in hostile territory quite disadvantageous. Liang Manchang drew the 56 rifle from behind him to his chest, and with a sharp click, the bayonet was released. He hesitated to fire, yet the prospect of a triangular bayonet was devoid of psychological burden. Liang Manchang, are you capable of laying down your weapon? Oh, a contest of wits, is it? Ma Fulu waved his hand, commanding the laborers from Dabi Zitun to secure their firearms behind them. Liang Manchang reciprocated. Brother Manchang, there are over 20 of them, and we are merely 10. It does not bode well. Regardless, we must engage. Otherwise, we shall forever hold our heads low. Trust me, we shall encircle them. What? 10 of us encircling 20? I will face 10. The rest of you engage one-on-one. Ma Fulu bellowed, charging at Liang Manchang. Damn it! Liang Manchang chuckled. His fists felt as heavy as sandbags. Although he could not fell a cow with a single blow, he could at least render it incontinent. He lunged forward, aiming a punch at the faces of the 2 young men at the forefront. The sound of cracking bones echoed. If he was not mistaken, it was likely the sound of their nasal bridges fracturing. Following that, he delivered 2 swift kicks, toppling 2 middle-aged men. Like a deity of slaughter, Liang Manchang executed a series of punches and kicks, successfully achieving the remarkable feat of 10 against 20. Ma Fulu, are you convinced now? If not, shall we spar one-on-one? Ma Fulu felt a pang of regret as he surveyed the moaning laborers of Dabi Zitun sprawled on the ground, finally regaining his composure. This debacle had originated from him. If these robust laborers were to remain bedridden for several days, they would undoubtedly seek him for medical and nutritional expenses. He glared at the advancing Liang Manchang and roared, Liang Manchang, do not approach. The police will arrive shortly. Oh, is that so? Then you are quaking in your boots? By the way, I forgot to mention, my surname is Liang, as in the beam that can be shattered with a punch. Indeed, after about 10 minutes, Zhou Jinhui arrived at the brigade headquarters. Upon witnessing the scene of groaning individuals and hearing of the 10 encircling 20, he promptly lost his temper. Secretary Zhu, will you handle this yourself? Just keep it from escalating. Otherwise, I will have difficulty explaining. Very well. Zhu Shi cleared his throat and shouted, everyone, return to your homes. Those injured, tend to yourselves. If you lack the ability, do not engage in brawls. How embarrassing. If anyone still harbors grievances, speak now. We shall have another fight. If you concede, this matter shall be resolved, so stop acting like a bunch of crybabies. Chapter 67. They disregard reason, and I possess a modicum of martial skill. Once Zhu Shi stabilized the scene, he gradually cleared the area, instructing the laborers of Dabi Zitun to carry their wounded comrades away. Brother Manchang, when did you acquire such skills? You are formidable. When you have the time, teach me a thing or two. Brother, this is a gift, you cannot replicate it. Once I hone my skills further, I shall be able to unarmedly defeat a golden British shorthair, and then I will pass the 56 rifle on to you. Wow, Brother Manchang, you better keep your promise. I am looking forward to you climbing the mountain to hunt tigers. Zhao Yutian, with 2 claw marks on his face, sheepishly approached, retrieving their hunting rifles and the 56 rifle. In a state of disarray, with chaos all around, you two should ascend the mountains while I take charge of the situation. An event organized by the county has taken an unexpected turn, and I anticipate that an investigative team will arrive shortly. Uncle Tian, why have you taken matters into your own hands? With my presence, you should have no need to intervene. It seems I still have room for improvement in my abilities. As the captain, it would be unbecoming of me to linger in the background at such a crucial moment. Just now, amidst the turmoil, I managed to kick Ma Fulu, only to be seized by the nearby women. No wonder the footprint on Ma Fulu's rear seemed so familiar. I must have seen it on Shunzi before, haha. Let us hasten our departure. Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushun, laden with their baskets, prepared to ascend the mountain but were halted by Su Songguang, who had fought alongside them. Manchang, thank you for your assistance earlier. Had you not intervened, I fear Ma Jianjun, that foolish brute, would have unleashed his ire upon me. Liang Manchang would not let this rare opportunity to stoke the flames of discord slip away. Su Songguang, a man of principle, would be severely impacted if he were placed opposite Ma Jianjun, creating a formidable adversary for their family. Uncle Songguang, are you not truly related to him? How could matters escalate to this point? Although Ma Jianjun is indeed a troublesome character, I never imagined he could act so ruthlessly against his own kin. Indeed, it was evident that Liang Manchang had stirred Su Songguang's emotions, as a lifetime spent among beasts and wilderness had rendered him susceptible to provocation. This family harbors no virtuous individuals. I must make a trip to Xinxing one day to ensure my uncle gives him a proper reckoning. Uncle? Which uncle? Oh. A decade ago, Xinxing issued a notice calling upon us hunters to ascend the mountains and hunt bears for their gallbladders. At that time, I was still in good health and, driven by sheer determination, managed to kill a bear, which I delivered to the county. It was later revealed that the gallbladder was intended for a certain elder named Li Zhenghua. Through this connection, I became acquainted with him. Eventually, I found myself related by marriage to Ma Fulu, who persistently begged me to introduce him to influential circles. Although my uncle was initially reluctant to assist him, he relented out of respect for me. Upon hearing this, Liang Manchang finally grasped how the unworthy Ma Fulu attained the position of village leader. However, it now appeared that the powerful figure backing him would soon be uprooted. Uncle Songguang, I am but an outsider, and I had no intention of meddling in your family affairs. Nevertheless, if it were up to me, I would not tolerate such behavior. Alas, enough said. Kindness can be exploited, just as a good horse can be ridden hard. With a sigh, Liang Manchang glanced at Su Songguang, whose expression darkened like a stormy sky. Before leading Zhao Fushun up the mountain, Manchang, I hear you are quite the fighter, capable of taking on 10 men single-handedly? As he regarded Zhou Jinhui's enigmatic smile, Liang Manchang felt a pang of unease. Had he drawn unwanted attention? Officer Zhou, I attempted to reason with them, but they were unresponsive. My familiarity with a few martial arts techniques allowed me to influence their behavior. You certainly possess a certain logic. However, I recently learned that your intervention prevented a potential homicide involving Ma Jianjun. Well done. Shouldn't the precinct reward me with a bonus for this? Enough with the nonsense. Get back to work. The two made their way to Laoyiling, heading straight for Dalu Valley. In the heart of Laoyiling lies the majestic Dalu Valley, a journey along the mountainside that takes approximately an hour. Brother Manchang, are there many cicadere in Dalu Valley? Are they scattered everywhere? What a fanciful notion. The cicadere here are merely a tad more abundant than in other forests. Do not indulge in such daydreams. Upon arriving in Dalu Valley, Liang Manchang released the leash of his dog, allowing it to track the scent of the sick deer. Woof woof. Liang Manchang hurried over and discovered the dog barking excitedly at a series of small heart-shaped footprints on the ground. Shunzi, these are the tracks of a sick deer, typically heart-shaped or star-shaped. Heart-shaped? What does that look like? I have told you time and again to read more, yet you insist on chasing pigs. Liang Manchang then picked up a small twig and drew a heart shape on the ground. Do you understand now? It resembles a posterior, crude indeed. Afterward, Liang Manchang used the twig to poke at a pile of brown droppings. Feeling its warmth, he explained, animal feces will harden and whiten over time. The duration since it was excreted must be assessed through experience. Dog meat, come here. Liang Manchang called the dog over, allowing it to sniff the droppings before patting its head. Onward, dog meat. The dog darted through the mountains, venturing further into Dalu Valley, where scattered deer antlers could be seen on the ground. Zhao Fushun collected the antlers into his backpack, intending to sell them to Zhao Yutian for profit. Woof woof. Dog meat lay on the ground, rubbing its front half against the earth, baring its teeth. Dog meat, is something afoot? Woof woof. Shunzi, prepare the deer ammunition. We will shoot together soon. Understood. The two men followed dog meat, crouching low as they advanced, passing through a patch of low shrubs until they reached the edge of the forest, where they spotted a small pond. Two sick deer were drinking, heads lowered. Liang Manchang calculated their distance and speed. They were nearing the 10-mile mark, and dog meat's keen nose was indeed impressive. Dog meat, you have done well. We shall reward you with a wild rabbit later. Woof woof. Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushun crept forward. The effective range of their deer ammunition was merely 30 meters, necessitating their stealth to close that distance. Shunzi, you take the left, and I will handle the right. Woof woof. Dog meat, be silent. Prepare to fire. Just as they were about to raise their guns, a sudden gunshot rang out, startling the two sick deer. Fire. Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushun hastily pulled the triggers. The 56 semi-automatic rifle fired rapidly and accurately, hitting the left sick deer, while the right one merely sustained a graze from the shot and limped away. Dog meat, chase. The dog bolted forward, with Zhao Fushun hot on its heels, while Liang Manchang steadied his 56 semi-automatic rifle to survey the area. Given the recent gunfire, the source could not be far, and dog meat's earlier movements indicated it had sensed danger, providing an early warning. This hunting expedition was a coordinated effort by the county, with participation from surrounding communes, making it difficult to ascertain the exact origin of the shot. However, Liang Manchang resolved to avoid any confrontation whenever possible. Chapter 68, I Have a Friend. Dog meat limped toward the spotted deer, devoid of any lethality, and instantly urinated as it lunged forward. The spotted deer ran with remarkable speed, yet due to an injury to its hindquarters, it darted awkwardly, its pace severely hindered. Dog meat effortlessly surged ahead, sinking its teeth into the deer's thigh and gripping it tightly. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Fushun pounced, pinning the deer to the ground, and with a swift motion plunged a dagger into its neck. Dog meat, stay alert. Woof woof, rest assured, there's plenty for you. Liang Manchang hoisted the deer onto his shoulder with one hand, assisting Zhao Fushun as they dashed deeper into the dense forest. Dog meat, are we safe now? Woof woof. Liang Manchang found a small earthen pit and placed the two deer within, then beckoned Zhao Fushun to drink while the deer's blood was still warm. The richness of deer blood is ideal for someone like Ma Jianjun, who has a stomach for it. As the ancient saying goes, drink deer blood wine, and walk on ice without long underwear. Regrettably, Liang Manchang had no white liquor on hand, otherwise he would have soaked a vat, adding wild ginseng and astragalus for an elixir that would send one soaring. With one deer each, Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushun pressed their mouths to the gaping wounds on the deer's neck, pouring the blood directly into their bellies. Within mere minutes, they were burping, their warm bellies round and full. Dog meat, I've cleaned up the filthy blood ahead. You can indulge now. See how good I am to you. Work hard, and I'll find you a mate. Woof woof. With that, Liang Manchang retrieved a young eagle from his backpack. Little Hai, come have a sip too. Working at such heights, it must be quite cold up there. Drink up for nourishment. As dog meat and the child drank heartily from the deer's blood, Liang Manchang finally had the chance to examine the two spotted deer. The deer was a treasure trove: antlers, blood, tendons, fawns, as well as meat, bones, and skin all held medicinal value. Although the antlers were past their harvesting season, the horns could still fetch a good price. What most captivated Liang Manchang, aside from the recently consumed blood, were the tendons and the meat. Renowned for their potency, deer tendons are said to invigorate the kidneys and boost vitality. Though Liang Manchang was robust and never resorted to herbal pills, he would not refuse the benefits of deer tendons. The flavor of deer meat was unparalleled, firm, delicate, and bursting with flavor. Thus, a saying in Laoyaling goes, better to savor a bite of deer meat than to consume a basket of beef. Shunzi, I shall take the tendons from these 2 deer. I have a friend who wishes to infuse them in liquor. Brother Manchang, am I not your only friend? What? After years of wandering the world, I have friends aplenty. If not 1,000, then at least 800. Oh, I'm merely here to absorb some experience. You call the shots. Upon finishing, Liang Manchang plucked 2 large leaves from a tree, carefully wrapped the 2 tendons, and tossed them into his backpack. Brother Manchang, who was firing the gun earlier? I'm not sure. I suspect it was hunters from other teams. I inquired at the team headquarters, and it seems we were the only ones bold enough to venture into the Great Deer Valley. Others remained in the middle or circled around the outskirts. Then why the gunfire? Were they trying to keep us from hunting the spotted deer? Or did they miss their target? Liang Manchang shook his head, unable to fathom the situation. The earlier chaos had left him with little energy to notice whether there were any traces beside the sick deer. Shunzi, we must remain cautious. Perhaps our adversary was alone, but upon seeing the 2 of us, hesitated to act. In the mountains, taking a life is as effortless as slaying a mere chicken. Shall we take another route? That is precisely my thought. Let us circumvent to the west. I would prefer to traverse an extra 10 miles than to take unnecessary risks. Once Dogmeat and Xiaohai had finished drinking the deer's blood, Liang Manchang and his companion leaned in to conclude their task, finally ceasing their efforts. The 2 sick deer weighed approximately 200 pounds and 130 pounds, respectively. Liang Manchang, having been fortified by the strength of the boulder, found the heavier deer entirely manageable. Meanwhile, Zhao Fushun, invigorated by the deer's blood, felt robust. Shunzi, if you cannot bear the weight, simply remove the entrails, Liang suggested. No problem. I am brimming with energy now, Zhao replied. Very well, Dogmeat, keep your nose alert. If there is any danger, ensure that we all flee together. With that, Liang Manchang descended the mountain. Meanwhile, near the marsh where the sick deer lingered, 4 hunters clad in hunting attire surrounded the area, armed with an array of firearms, including a 56 caliber rifle, a shotgun, and a large 8 shotgun. Brother Qian, those 2 youngsters likely haven't strayed far. Should we ambush them on their way down? One inquired. The 2 sick deer must be worth 700 to 800 yuan. Are you even in a position to speak? If you hadn't recklessly fired and missed, we wouldn't be in this predicament, retorted another. I merely came to relieve myself. Who could have anticipated encountering sick deer? Moreover, your arrival was woefully sluggish. By the time you heard the gunshot, the prey had already fled. Are you not aware of the danger? They were armed, and the 3 of us charging in without caution could have led to disaster. We should have proceeded with vigilance. If I had known your pace would be so slow, I would have ensured one of them was left behind. Spare me your nonsense. If you had such exceptional aim, you wouldn't have missed the deer. Even if you had merely grazed them, we could have negotiated. The man with the bushy beard reprimanded a crew-cut youth, who, realizing the futility of their situation, solemnly declared, the combined weight of the 2 deer is 300 to 400 pounds. Those youngsters will undoubtedly follow the mountain path. We shall set our trap along the way. If they are wise, they will share 1 deer with us, and we can consider the matter resolved. Should they refuse, we will eliminate them and dispose of their bodies in the mountains to feed the wild dogs. Unbeknownst to the bushy-bearded man, Liang Manchang had not taken the mountain path, but was instead weaving through the underbrush. Shunzi, have you heard of Lu Sun? The exceptionally talented Lu Sun? Which troop does he belong to? It is irrelevant which troop. He once remarked that where there was no path, one could create one by walking it often. Contemplate this. It is a phrase that could serve you well for a lifetime. The 2 continued to walk intermittently, reaching the foot of the mountain as twilight approached. Shunzi, return home to fetch the cart. We shall quietly transport our prize back. What? I was hoping to carry the sick deer around for a bit. This is not the time for frivolity. We have just seized an opportunity. If word gets out that we were responsible, we will gain numerous enemies in the mountains, which is hardly worth the trouble. Liang Manchang, despite his penchant for ostentation, knew that he must never allow arrogance to jeopardize his life. All right, I shall proceed. Please have Uncle Yutian inform Secretary Zhu to await us at the brigade office. We shall transport them directly, ideally delivering them to Xinqing by tomorrow morning. Understood. It's a simple matter. Focus on earning money quietly, without drawing attention. Precisely. Chapter 69. The Peculiarities of Adulthood in the Stillness of the Night. Liang Manchang loaded his rifle and unsheathed his dagger, giving a gentle kick to the rear of Dogmeat. Stay alert, Dogmeat. This is not our territory. Keep your ears perked and your nose keen. lest we find ourselves in a precarious situation. Meanwhile, Zhao Fushun, bare-chested, sprinted back to Tianjiatin, returning at midnight. To avoid detection, he tiptoed and quietly tapped on the glass window of the east room. "Father, open the door." Dazed, Zhao Yutian opened his eyes, only to see a bloodied face pressed against the glass, resembling a vengeful specter. What in the world? Zhao Yutian shuddered, retreating into the embrace of Chun Malian. "What is the matter? Why are you two being so affectionate? Go on, play elsewhere." "Mother, look at the glass." Chun Malian followed Zhao Yutian's pointing finger and gasped at Zhao Fushun's pale visage illuminated by the moonlight, his upper body bare and stained with blood, resembling a corpse risen from the grave. "Mother, please open the door." Chun Malian, momentarily stunned, began to wail. "Oh, my son, who has harmed you? Tell me, and I shall avenge you." "What are you saying?" "Mother, I'm perfectly fine. Hurry and open the door. I need to fetch a cart for the cicadier." Zhao Fushun blinked, his movements agile. Only then did Zhao Yutian muster the courage to approach the window, noticing the foggy glass, before finally unbolting the door. "Have you lost your mind? Why is your mouth covered in blood?" "I was just preparing to seek vengeance for you. I drank some deer blood, all right? You just crawled into my mother's arms, still nursing, and you're talking about vengeance? Are you trying to fool the dead? You still have bright eyes. What happened? Did you encounter trouble?" "Yes, 2 cicadier, weighing around 300 to 400 pounds. Brother Manchang is guarding them. I came back to fetch the cart. Should I accompany you?" "No need. Go inform Zhu Shi to come to the brigade office alone to collect the goods, and keep it discreet." "What is going on? Are these cicadier from an illicit source? Did you two ambush someone in the mountains?" Zhao Fushun recounted the events surrounding the hunting of the cicadier, leaving Zhao Yutian in astonishment. "Manchang is wise. Caution is the key to longevity. Mother, this matter must remain confidential." "Enough. Your mouth is like a broken gong. Mind your own business and worry less about others." "All right, I shall go find Secretary Zhu." After exchanging their plans, the two set to their tasks. By 5 in the morning, Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushun successfully transported the 2 cicadier to the brigade office. Upon seeing the deer, Zhu Shi noted the gleam in their eyes. Liang Manchang's catch was among the finest in the county, and these 2 cicadier would undoubtedly secure him the top position. With the deadline for submissions at noon today, he was confident of earning the title of hunting expert. "Manchang, shall I submit these 2 cicadier?" the secretary remarked. "Venison is indeed a fine delicacy. Shall we not leave half of it behind? How about we divide it among the 3 of us?" Upon hearing of such a fortunate opportunity, Zhu Shi was instantly invigorated. "I concur. Even if we were to take only half of the spotted deer, we would still secure our position at the top. Shall we proceed then?" Liang Manchang declared, as he swiftly removed the larger of the 2 spotted deer, revealing its pristine white belly. "But wait, where is the deer whip?" the secretary inquired. Brother Manchang mentioned that a friend of his desired it for infusing liquor, so he had it removed, came the response. Zhu Shi and Zhao Yutian exchanged knowing glances, sharing a significant smile. "Your friend is indeed fortunate." Liang Manchang's face flushed with embarrassment. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his knife, skinned the deer, extracted the entrails, and severed half of it. He then divided the venison into 3 heaps. "Secretary, why don't you choose a pile first?" "Oh, it matters not. I shall take the one with the most." Liang Manchang wrapped the highest pile in leaves and handed it to Zhu Shi. He then took a pile himself and handed another to Zhao Fushun, including the entrails as well. "Manchang, we are accustomed to receiving the full deer, but since we are left with only half and are missing the deer whip, we shall strive to negotiate the price. I estimate that 600 yuan should be reasonable. I appreciate your efforts, Secretary. There's no need for formalities. Your assistance also brings honor to our Qingshan Brigade, for which I am grateful." Liang Manchang's gaze fell upon the large red seal prominently affixed to Zhu Shi's waist. "Secretary, what is that seal?" "Oh, someone from above came yesterday and removed Ma Falu. This scoundrel not only lent the militia as firearms to Ma Jianjun without authorization, nearly causing a grave incident, but also incited the villagers to riot. Such transgressions cannot be taken lightly." After speaking, Zhu Shi produced a certificate bearing a red stamp from his pocket and handed it to Liang Manchang. "Hurry and obtain the certificate. Otherwise, the women and daughters of Qingshan will hardly find rest." Liang Manchang chuckled, tucking the certificate into his inner pocket. "So, what will happen to his position?" Zhao Yutian shook his head and jingled the keys at his waist. "Manchang, you can take on Uncle Yotian's duties. You'll be running back and forth." "Congratulations to you then." As dawn broke, Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushun pushed the cart back to Tianjiatin. Upon arriving home, Liang Manchang, feeling overheated, took a cold shower outside before quietly entering the east room and gently nudging Lu Jingxiu's arm. Lu Jingxiu rubbed her eyes and, noticing Liang Manchang's flushed face, curiously asked, "Brother Manchang, what's the matter?" "Jingxiu, I'm feeling quite chilly. Could you please help me with a blanket?" "Oh, just a moment." Lu Jingxiu responded as she lightly patted Xiaoying, who was still snuggled in bed, before silently stepping down. As soon as she entered the west room, Liang Manchang enveloped her in his arms. "Jingxiu, I am so cold." Lu Jingxiu's cheeks flushed. She recognized Liang Manchang's loneliness and nestled against his chest to warm his heart. "Humph, Brother Manchang, you're lying. You're burning up." "Hee, Jingxiu. The certificate has arrived. Shall we go collect it tomorrow?" I'll follow your lead. Come, give me a kiss." Just as Liang Manchang prepared to take things further, Xiaoying, clad in autumn attire, pushed the door open, rubbed her large eyes, and curiously inquired, "Brother, what are you and Sister Jingxiu doing?" "Ah." Lu Jingxiu recoiled as if struck by an electric shock, brushing her hair back and speaking hesitantly. "Xiaoying, I shall examine Sister Jingxiu for cavities. You ought to consume less sugar, otherwise your teeth will decay, do you understand? Is that done with your tongue?" "Adults are quite strange," Xiaoying replied, shaking her round head in confusion before retreating to the eastern room. Liang Manchang exhaled in relief, realizing he would need to lock the door in the future. "This is your fault. I wonder how I'll explain this to Xiaoying. Go to sleep. I must rise early to work." "All right. I'll prepare the venison and entrails from the backpack. We shall have venison for lunch." "Yes." Liang Manchang lay down on the kong, only to be disturbed by a rustling sound. "Nephew, are you awake?" Chapter 70. Haiyan, do be more mindful. Liang Manchang opened his eyes groggily to find a stark, white face filling his vision. "What on earth?" Manchang instinctively threw a punch at the large face. "Ouch. My dear nephew, that hurts terribly. After all these years, you greet me with a punch." Liang Manchang sat up with a grunt, gazing at the elderly woman clutching her face and wailing, struggling to recall who she was. "Who are you? What brings you to my home?" "Dear nephew Manchang, I am your Aunt Xiaoyan." "Aunt Pan Xiaoyan." "Yes, at last you remember your old aunt." Pan Xiaoyan was indeed the sister of Liang Manchang's grandfather, and by relation, she should be addressed as aunt. However, Manchang had only met her once when he was a child and had not seen her since. "Aunt Xiaoyan, we haven't seen each other in over a decade, and you still love to adorn yourself. My father passed away 3 or 4 days ago, yet you appear so much healthier." Pan Xiaoyan wiped away a tear, her eyes still bruised as she rose from the ground and sat down on the edge of the kong. "Manchang, I should have come to see you when your father passed, but your elder cousin was in confinement, and I simply couldn't spare the time. Is this how you treat your old aunt?" "Ah, that is all in the past. No need to dwell on it." "Aunt, what brings you here from 60 or 70 miles away?" "Ah, one grows nostalgic with age, longing to return and see old friends. Moreover, I am here to consider your lifelong happiness." Liang Manchang suddenly understood. It seemed his reputation as a wealthy bachelor had reached Aunt Pan's ears, prompting her to seek a bride for him. "Aunt Xiaoyun, I am currently impoverished, lacking the means to marry, having spent a fortune on these 3 large tiled rooms during the famine. Why do you hide such matters from your aunt? Our second daughter works at the county government, and your name is on the county's honor roll. In just a few days, she has earned over 1,000 yuan. You could pay it back even if you had to exhaust yourself." Liang Manchang rubbed his nose, finally grasping the saying that fame brings fear, realizing he could no longer interact with others as an ordinary person. "Very well, I concede. I am indeed a wealthy man." "Exactly, we are merely honest relatives." After finishing her statement, Pan Xiaoyan called out, "Haiyan, come in." After a brief moment, a young lady clad in a fashionable wool sweater parted the curtain and approached Liang Manchang, enveloped in an alluring fragrance, confidently extending her hand. "Hello, I am Zheng Haiyan, working at the county government." Liang Manchang, wrapped in a blanket, reached out and grasped her fair hand. "Greetings, I am Liang Manchang, employed at Liaoyiling." "Haha, your manner of speaking is quite amusing. I had imagined the finest hunter in Xinxing would be a middle-aged man with a rugged beard, yet here stands a young man, looking quite dapper. Indeed, I am often told I resemble Wu Yanzu." "Wu Yanzu? Who is that?" "Oh, just a rather handsome young man." Pan Xiaoyun, observing their lively banter, couldn't help but laugh, but the makeup on her face began to crumble, making her appear rather fearsome. "Manchang, you two seem to be enjoying a good conversation. Why not take some time to get to know each other better? Mom, could you step outside? I would like to have a proper chat with my cousin Manchang." Liang Manchang's heart skipped a beat as he glanced at Zheng Haiyan and Pan Xiaoyan, suddenly realizing they bore a striking resemblance. "Wait a moment, Aunt Xiaoyan, are you two mother and daughter?" "So Haiyan is my cousin?" "Yes, indeed. It's a close-knit family, when the time comes for registration." You may affectionately call her mother. Although it was not uncommon in this era for cousins to marry, Liang Manchang found it hard to accept and resolutely shook his head. No, I have no such intentions, and besides, I am getting married tomorrow. What? You have a partner? Who is it? Didn't you just meet her? It's Jingxiu. We are planning to register tomorrow, and the introduction letter is all prepared. Upon finishing, Liang Manchang produced the letter from his pocket and presented it before Zheng Haiyan. She cast a quick glance at it, her eyelids fluttering momentarily before she regained her impeccable smile. It seems that fate has dealt us a different hand. Dear cousin, I wish you all the best. Don't forget to invite us to your wedding feast. But Manchang, didn't that girl mention she is a sent-down youth? Yes. She stayed at my home for over 2 months, and we gradually grew close. Oh dear, sent-down youths are outsiders. They may leave with no notice, leaving you with nothing. Perhaps even a child or two. You could end up as an old bachelor raising kids, with no place to lament your fate. Listen to your aunt. Better not to proceed with the registration. Just let her move out. Focus on getting to know Haiyan. I will handle this. Pan Xiaoyun declared, preparing to rise. But Liang Manchang quickly sprang to his feet, blocking her path. Jingxiu, you come home and don't even greet me? Lu Jingxiu then led Xiao Ying to the doorway, appearing utterly flustered. In an instant, Liang Manchang comprehended that, in contrast to the confident and poised Zheng Haiyan, Lu Jingxiu resembled an ugly duckling yet to transform into a swan. Aunt Xiaoyun, Haiyan, this is my wife, Lu Jingxiu, and beside her is my long-lost sister, Liang Xiaoying. Upon saying this, Liang Manchang embraced Lu Jingxiu. Manchang, perhaps you should reconsider? With your father gone, it is my duty as your aunt to look out for you. Aunt Xiaoyun, let us leave it at that. If you wish to visit, I would welcome you with open arms. But discussions regarding my marriage to Jingxiu are best left untouched. It has been over a decade since we last met, and you still do not know me well. In the future, as we become more acquainted, you will come to understand my temperament. Pan Xiaoyun, still unwilling to give up, prepared to murmur a few more words. But Zheng Haiyan swiftly intervened, saying, Mother, indeed, we have grown somewhat distant from Brother Manchang over the years. However, life is long, and we shall take our time to reconnect. Cousin, we shall take our leave now. This visit is merely a formality. If you ever go to the county town, do remember to seek me out, all right? Although Zheng Haiyan spoke with politeness and restraint, Liang Manchang felt an uncomfortable sense of insincerity in her demeanor. Haha, then let me see you off. No need, we will ride our bicycles. Until next time, Sister Jingxiu, goodbye Xiaoying. Liang Manchang watched as the two rode away, then grasped Lu Jingxiu's hand and inquired, Jingxiu, what do you think of Zheng Haiyan? She is beautiful and graceful, far better than I. What are you saying? You are the most beautiful in my eyes. Even the act of picking your nose is enchanting. Ugh, that is disgusting. Brother, please do not invite them again. Why not? I simply do not like them. All right then. Meanwhile, Pan Xiaoyun, seated on the back of the bicycle, pinched Zheng Haiyan's backside with great force. Haiyan, you need to be more discerning. Mother, I am well aware. I must win over Liang Manchang. Chapter 71. I prefer a low profile early the next morning. Liang Manchang was at the door training his hawk when a cacophony of drums and gongs approached from a distance. Brother Manchang, what is that commotion? Hee. If I am not mistaken, it must be a delivery of funds for our family. Is that true? You're not exaggerating, are you? How about a wager? If you lose, you must stand at attention for a minute. I can do whatever I wish, deal? As if. Indeed, Zhao Fushun came running, radiating joy. Brother Manchang, hurry and prepare. Someone from the county has arrived specifically to present you with a grand red flower. Oh, just a flower? Nothing else? After a moment's reflection, Zhao Fushun realized that aside from the accompanying secretary carrying a briefcase, there was little else. It seems so. I noticed the high-ranking officials arrived empty-handed. How stingy. After waiting for about 10 minutes, amidst Zhao Yukan and Zhu Shi's company, a middle-aged man wearing glasses, exuding an air of authority, approached Liang Manchang. Comrade Manchang, this is our new county magistrate, Wu Anbong. Upon seeing Wu Anbong extend his hand, Liang Manchang promptly stepped forward to grasp it with both hands. Comrade Manchang, I am here on behalf of the county government and all the people of the county to express our gratitude for your contributions and to congratulate you on your achievements. Your performance in this hunting operation has been particularly outstanding, setting an exemplary standard for the entire county. Therefore, you rightfully deserve the title of hunting expert this year. After Wu Anbong spoke, he took the certificate from Secretary Li Ran and handed it to Liang Manchang, while the accompanying journalists quickly captured the moment. Liang Manchang accepted the thin sheet of paper, yet a feeling of discontent lingered in his heart. Although his primary aim in hunting was to earn money and obtain a certificate, merely receiving a piece of paper felt rather trivial. Mr. Magistrate, I am a person who values simplicity over fame. This certificate should be awarded to my partner, Zhao Fushun, as he has performed remarkably as well. Zhao Yutian discerned that Liang Manchang found the paper too flimsy, so he tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Manchang, since Shunzi already has won, you may as well take it. The county chief has expressed his sentiments. Is that so? I feel rather embarrassed to impose upon the county chief, Liang Manchang replied, extending his hand, leaving Wu Anbong and the accompanying dignitaries momentarily stunned. This was their first encounter with someone daring enough to approach the new city magistrate with such initiative. Indeed, Comrade Manchang is quite unconventional. The government shall not neglect any individual who contributes to economic development. Secretary Li, please present the items. Otherwise, we may find it difficult to enter Comrade Manchang's abode, Zhao Yutian jested. Li ran, forcing a dry chuckle, grimly retrieved a bulging brown envelope from his briefcase. Comrade Manchang, I have heard from County Chief Wu that you are preparing for your marriage registration, so he has graciously approved 3 watch vouchers, 1 television voucher, and 1 sewing machine voucher. Liang Manchang rubbed his hands together, for these were precisely the items he lacked. Thank you, County Chief. Thank you, Secretary Li. In the future, we shall certainly hunt more and contribute abundantly, ensuring that the game in Laoyaling becomes extinct. That may not be necessary. Zhao Yutian waved his hand, while Zhao Fushun promptly tossed a firecracker, accompanied by the resounding sound of drums, creating a lively atmosphere. County Chief, may I request a favor? Liang Manchang inquired. Speak freely. I shall do my utmost as long as it does not contravene principles. I noticed you brought reporters. If possible, kindly refrain from mentioning my name, and let Zhao Fushun take the credit. It's not an act of deception, merely that I prefer to maintain a low profile. And besides, Zhao Fushun is yet to marry, so this could serve as an informal matrimonial advertisement. Haha, you wish to remain inconspicuous? You've built 3 grand tile-roofed houses and still seek to be low-key? Indeed. My intent in constructing those houses is not for personal indulgence, but to demonstrate to the villagers that by following the government, a good life can be attained. Where did you hone your eloquence? You articulate so flawlessly. Would you be interested in becoming my secretary? Glancing sideways, Liang Manchang noticed that although Li Ran smiled, the daggers in his eyes could pierce him 1,000 times over. I possess no such capability. I am merely a rustic, managing to scrape by in the mountains. And upon entering the city, I wouldn't even know which way the door swings. All right then, I was merely jesting. Your request is reasonable. I shall mention it to them. Wu Anbong concluded, exchanging a few words with Li Ran before retrieving a plump red packet and beckoning Zhao Fushun. Comrade Shunzi, come. Let us take a photograph for future matrimonial endeavors. Me? Indeed, do not be afraid. I am no beast. Come forth. Seeing Zhao Fushun standing awkwardly, Zhao Yutian gave him a gentle kick to prompt him. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Liang Manchang swiftly handed over the tongue-lolling dog meat and the haydocking. Zhao Fushun, awkwardly holding the items, approached with a stiff expression, his mind blank as they snapped a photo. All right, I have a meeting to attend, so I must take my leave. Should you encounter any difficulties that require resolution, do not hesitate to visit the county government, provided you do not put me in a difficult position. Ah, County Chief. Wait a moment. I recently took a trip up the mountain and caught some wild chickens and ducks. Please take some back to savor. Liang Manchang would never let any opportunity slip away. In the production team, no matter how challenging a task might be, as long as Wu Anbong uttered a word or even cast a glance, it would be accomplished without a hitch. He entered the house and rummaged through the west room, emerging with 4 wild ducks and 2 large hares. While they might not hold much value, you could consider it a reminder of past hardships. Wu Anbong was utterly astonished that Liang Manchang could actually retrieve such a bounty of fresh game from the sleeping quarters, and his delight erupted into hearty laughter. How fortunate to have such delectable hardships. However, I must say, your catch seems rather extraordinary. I shall take it home for a taste. Though I haven't brought any money today, make sure to come to the county government to collect it later. But do remember to come. I cannot afford any mistakes. All right. After Zhu Shi and Zhao Yutian bid farewell to Wu Anbong and the others, Liang Manchang unwrapped the red paper, revealing a substantial sum of 1,400 yuan. Brother Manchang, is this amount more or less? A fair price. After all, we haven't incurred any loss. Upon finishing his words, Liang Manchang counted out 300 yuan and handed it to Zhao Fushun, stating, You've put in considerable effort this time, and you are well on your way to becoming a competent hunter. Here's 300 for you. Is that acceptable? Zhao Fushun only took 140 yuan, returning the rest. Brother Manchang, We agreed on a 10% share. If you hadn't brought me along, I wouldn't have even had a warm meal. You certainly have a way with metaphors, you literary genius. Very well, I shall keep that in mind. You head back for now, and in the coming days. Practice shooting as much as you can. Don't be stingy with the bullets, and remember not to fire blanks. Once I'm done with my tasks, I'll take you to Uncle Laolin in Kaoshan village to buy some ammunition. The following morning, Liang Manchang rode his bicycle, with Xiao Ying and Lu Jingqiu in tow, heading towards the commune. Chapter 72. Return My Pencil lead Liang Manchang brought Lu Jingqiu and Xiao Ying to the supply and marketing cooperative, intending to outfit them with new clothes and to capture a family portrait, along with a wedding registration photo. Xiao Lu, could you help my wife choose a festive outfit? Oh, is this for the marriage certificate? Congratulations, little brother. I expect a treat of wedding candies. Although Li Xiaolu felt a twinge of jealousy, she found it acceptable to engage in playful banter with Liang Manchang, but any deeper relationship seemed unlikely. Sister Jingqiu, you are truly fortunate. The entire commune knows that Brother Manchang is quite capable. Being with him means enjoying the finer things in life. Sister Lu, that is not our intention. Had such words come from someone like Bai Lianhua, Li Xiaolu would have scoffed, yet they felt particularly sincere now. All right, sister, I believe you. Let's get you an outfit that will guarantee a cheerful appearance. Oh, sister, what about me and Xiaoing? With an exceptional eye for style, Li Xiaolu paired the trio in fashionable Shanghai wool sweaters, corduroy trousers, and smart leather shoes, making them look no different from urban dwellers. Sister Lu, what about the outerwear? How could we forget that? Li Xiaolu dressed Liang Manchang in a black wool coat, Lu Jingqiu in a deep red one, and Xiaoing in a floral cotton jacket. Perfect for the colder days ahead. All set. You three should also get haircuts. You'll look absolutely dashing. Observing the envious gaze of Li Xiaolu, Liang Manchang cleared his throat softly, exchanged money and fabric tickets, and then headed straight to the Wayman barbershop with Lu Jingqiu and Xiaoing. Boss, give my wife the trendiest hairstyle. Sure, would you like it permed? Manchang go, I don't want a perm. Liang Manchang, noticing Lu Jingqiu's tightly furrowed brows, felt a pang of curiosity. Was it perhaps due to the bad boy's tinfoil perm and the bad girl's voluminous waves? Why, Jingqiu? A perm might look better on you. Manchang go, I've kept my hair long to sell since childhood. I'm unaccustomed to perms. Liang Manchang felt as though his heart had been pierced. That family had treated Lu Jingqiu as a cash cow, squeezing every last bit from her. Jingqiu, honestly, you look better with straight hair. How about just a little trim? Xiaoing, you should get a perm. Otherwise, it would be a shame to let your brother's money go to waste. Brother, if I get a perm, will you buy me some white rabbit milk candy? Of course. The barber inserted the curling iron into the fire pit, and within an hour, the three of them were immaculately groomed. Let us go, let us take a photo. After capturing their moment, they prepared to dine, but upon stepping outside, they unexpectedly bumped into the stout Wang Meiling. In contrast to her previous arrogance a month ago, Wang Meiling now appeared utterly destitute. Her dark face was etched with hardship. Her hair a chaotic mess akin to a bird's nest. Meiling, what on earth happened to you? You haven't washed your face, nor groomed your hair. Your nails are as black as if you've been mining coal. What's wrong? Upon seeing the radiant Lu Jingqiu and the tall Liang Manchang, Wang Meiling could no longer hold back her tears, which flowed like oil wells in the African desert. Jingqiu, my husband's father, the captain, has been dismissed. I toil in the fields every day, and all those who I once bullied now trample over me. They make me dig a land filled with stones. Every strike of the hoe leaves me with cuts. Look at my hands, they're covered in blood blisters. Wang Meiling spread her hands, revealing them riddled with dark red blisters. Meiling, where are your husband and father-in-law? What about your mother-in-law? Aren't they working in the fields? That bastard Ma Jianjun can't even get up from bed. He just takes his frustrations out on me, often beating me. I had once hoped to enjoy a life of luxury in his family, but now I find myself a mere beast of burden. Meiling, if it comes to that, why not divorce Ma Jianjun? Suffering there is not worth it. You might as well live independently and wait for an opportunity to return to the city. Wang Meiling raised her hand and wiped her nose, a long string of yellow mucus trailing down. Jingqiu, how about I stay at your place for a few days? I heard he built 3 large tiled houses, and there's meat to eat at every meal. That won't work. I suspect I'll be very busy in the coming days and won't have time to take care of you. Jingqiu, we are the best of sisters. Having gone to school together and worked in the fields together, you can't just enjoy the good life, while I can barely scrape together a bowl of corn porridge. Upon hearing this absurd notion that this clumsy fool would consider him a solution, Liang Manchang immediately raised his hand and said, Wang Meiling, stop right there. Ma Fulu has been the captain for so many years. Even a starving camel is bigger than a horse. You can't possibly be without corn porridge. Nonsense. Tell me honestly, what is really going on? Lu Jingqiu also sensed something amiss and loosened her grip on Wang Miling's hand. Miling, please be honest with me. What is truly happening? Wang Miling, seeing that she could no longer fabricate an excuse, reluctantly confessed. Jingqiu, I have merely been rising a tad late each day, and in response, they refuse to provide me with meals. Without sustenance, my energy wanes, compelling me to remain in bed. Just how late is a tad? 2 in the afternoon. Is that truly what you would call a mere delay? Miling, your husband as father is no longer the captain. Shouldn't he be more diligent? Wang Miling found herself at a loss for words and swiftly changed the subject. Jingqiu, I have heard you're planning to obtain a marriage certificate? Yes. I intend to settle in Tuanjiatan, just like you in the new city. By the way, could you do me a favor? Should you agree to assist me, I will acquiesce to any request you may have in the future. Consider it a plea from me. What sort of favor? It's a rather delicate matter. Yet for me, it is of monumental importance. Wang Miling leaned closer to Lu Jingqiu's ear and whispered conspiratorially, I need a favor regarding conception. What? Absolutely not. Besides, this is not something I can decide alone. What era are we in to be discussing such matters? Jingqiu, why are you being so stingy? It's just a temporary arrangement. It won't cause any harm. If I were to become pregnant, I would be like the matriarch of the Laoma family. Yet still toil in the fields? I would sleep as late as I please. Liang Manchang, unable to contain his amusement, covered Xiao Ying's ears and stood by to watch the spectacle unfold. Wang Miling's intentions were far from merely seeking assistance with conception. Rather, she schemed to catch Liang Manchang in a compromising situation, thereby forcing him to marry her and ousting Lu Jingqiu. Jingqiu, did I not lend you the tip of my pencil during our childhood? Consider this your repayment for that pencil tip. Hey, you overweight fool, what are you talking about? Who is a pencil tip? Get lost. After Liang Manchang uttered this, he took Lu Jingqiu's hand and led her towards the restaurant. Come, let us not waste time with her. Her mind is filled with trivial nonsense. Well, Miling, I advise that if you wish to live a good life, you should temper your temper. With that, they departed. Wang Miling watched as Lu Jingqiu nestled in Liang Manchang's embrace, her teeth grinding with frustration. Lu Jingqiu, how dare you marry such a wonderful man when you are not as beautiful as I? I refuse to accept this. You better wait for me. Chapter 73, A Realm Above and Below. Upon entering the state-run restaurant, Liang Manchang handed the menu to Lu Jingqiu, giving it a poke. Jingqiu, order whatever you like. Let us not settle for the ordinary, but rather indulge in the extravagant. The more expensive, the better. Although Lu Jingqiu hailed from the city, her parents always found excuses to exclude her from family feasts, citing reasons such as household chores or the unsanitary conditions of outside eateries. Brother Manchang, please order me a century egg. When I was a child, my brother and younger sibling would boast about how tender and delightful they were. And I have secretly indulged in them a couple of times, yet I still crave that flavor. Liang Manchang felt a pang in his heart and slammed the table. Comrade, let us start with 10 plates of century eggs to whet our appetites. What? 10 plates? Aren't you afraid of food poisoning? Liang Manchang's face flushed as he realized he had perhaps gotten a bit too carried away. If 10 plates of century eggs were indeed tainted, he would surely suffer from bloating for days. What is there to fear? If we get poisoned, we'll treat it. We're not short on funds. Brother Manchang, 1 plate is sufficient. Too much of it leaves a chalky taste in the mouth. Very well, let us not trouble the angels in white. I shall order a platter. And additionally, please serve Xiaoing a plate of guabao roe, while I would like a pig's knuckle and some stir-fried meat segments with dried tofu and bell peppers. Manchang, that should suffice. All right then, I appreciate your frugality. Let us indulge in a simple meal. The nearby waiter couldn't help but roll his eyes. 10 yuan for a meal, and they call it frugal? Simple indeed. After their modest lunch, the trio leisurely returned to Kaoshan village, eagerly anticipating the following day's photo retrieval and registration for their certificate. Jingqiu, shall we go register tomorrow? Do you think of your parents? Not at all. Although they provided me life, I have repaid my debt through 20 years of hard work. I wish to sever all ties with them for the remainder of my life. I support you wholeheartedly. Such individuals are unworthy of parenthood. They favor sons over daughters. So let them keep their 2 sons. They can tread their own narrow path while we walk our broad and glorious way. The next morning, Liang Manchang carried Lu Jingqiu and Xiaoying to retrieve their photos and hurried to the commune office to register. Liang Manchang. At the call of his name, he turned to see a somewhat balding middle-aged man waving him over. It was Zhujiang, the secretary of the Hongxing commune. Secretary Zhua, do you know me? Zhujiang approached with purpose, exuding an air of confidence. Manchang, you have become quite the figure. How could I not recognize you? The county's hunting expert. Secretary Zhua, I thought we agreed that I would keep a low profile with Director Wu. Do not misjudge Director Wu. He did indeed submit your materials under Zhao Fushin's name. However, in our village, who could remain unaware of your behind-the-scenes influence? Zhujiang, having risen from the ranks of farmers, was intimately familiar with every detail of the Hongxing commune. You were once reported as a struggling household. I even delivered relief grain to your home. Have you forgotten? Liang Manchang recalled the event, though the relief grain had quickly been deceived from him by Xiong Guifan. Huh, I am surprised you still remember me. It hasn't been long since we last met. Your struggles have transformed you into a hunting expert. I predict that within a year, you will rise to great heights, and when that time comes, do not forget to uplift your fellow villagers. Liang Manchang felt a jolt in his heart. Such progressive ideals were being expressed so boldly. Secretary Zhua, rest assured, the winds of change have already begun. Excellent. However, you seem somewhat unwell, Secretary Zhua? Zhujiang's expression shifted slightly. He waved his hand dismissively, but managed to smile. Come, I will guide you through the registration process. With Zhujiang leading the way, the registration proceeded remarkably smoothly. Liang Manchang pocketed the crimson-covered marriage certificate, a formal document of recognition, and distributed a pound of fruit candies before bidding farewell to Zhujiang. He parked his bicycle at the supply and marketing cooperative, entrusted it to Li Xiaolu, and then boarded a bus to the county's supply and marketing cooperative with Lu Jingxiu and Xiaoying. Jingxiu, take Xiaoying to explore while I chat with Li Yuanchao at the Material Bureau and retrieve the letter severing ties. Upon finishing, Liang Manchang produced 10 large notes and a handful of ration tickets, handing them to Lu Jingxiu. Spend freely, but do not return home until every last bit is spent. What? Such an outrageous demand? Manchang, are you not afraid that I might abscond with the money? Hee. After all, we are now legally wed. Should you flee, I would kneel and plead for you. Look at your foolish face. Just go. Liang Manchang exited the supply and marketing cooperative, retreating into a nearby alley, where he retrieved a sack brimming with fish, another filled with rabbits, and yet another overflowing with wild chickens, making his way to the Material Bureau. Manchang, you rascal, you finally arrived. I've been yearning for your selection for quite some time. Quickly, let me see what you've brought this time. Li Yuanchao eagerly opened the sack, and a wild chicken flapped its wings, nearly pecking his eye out. Damn, it's truly vigorous. I can tell it's a fine catch without even tasting it. Manchang, I'm planning to open a small restaurant soon, specializing in premium ingredients. You must supply me with your selections, all right? Huh, are you giving up your iron rice bowl at the Material Bureau? Not at all. It's just a matter of showing my face at work. I have a few buddies looking out for me there, and the scale won't be too large. By the way, since you're so good at naming things, why don't you come up with a name for my little restaurant? Upon hearing this, Liang Manchang regarded Li Yuanchao with newfound admiration. This guy is essentially setting up a private kitchen. Let us call it Heaven and Earth. Li Yuanchao savored the name, his eyes lighting up like a 100-watt bulb. What a splendid name. From now on, we shall be known as Heaven and Earth. Hee, Yuanchao, later on, you should arrange for some singing and dancing performances. That will elevate the establishment as prestige. Have you been there? Hey, don't make baseless accusations, or I'll sue you for defamation. Enough of that. You must supply me exclusively. I want to take it for free. Besides the current purchase price, I'll give you a 10 bonus at the end of the year. Liang Manchang wasn't adept at business, so he allowed Li Yuanchao to take the spotlight while he provided the ingredients discreetly, a foolproof strategy. That sounds splendid. From now on, you will be my only supplier for the Tsang-gu selection in the culinary world. Li Yuanchao weighed the items and paid 120 yuan. Manchang, could you deliver to me weekly? Once our business stabilizes, I'll send someone to your village every other day. Sure, no problem. By the way, I suspect that the water bubble has some potential. Let us see if we can set up a warm shed for growing small vegetables. I'll cover both your meat and vegetables. That would be marvelous. If you can secure vegetables, then Heaven and Earth will undoubtedly be unique. But you must keep it a secret. Just say it's sourced from the south. One must be cautious of the envy that comes with possessing something precious. I understand. Oh, and the letter of guarantee from Harbin has arrived. Please take it. Liang Manchang expressed his gratitude profusely, accepting the letter and hurriedly making his way back to the supply and marketing cooperative. Sister Jingxiu, I told you not to touch that. Yet you wouldn't heed my advice. Now what? You've only brought trouble to Manchang. Chapter 74. Step back, lest you be splattered with blood. I'm sorry. It was not my intention. I had seen something similar in the department store in Harbin, and I thought it was all the same. Sister Jingxiu, let us not mention that city affair anymore. Now that you're here in our new city, it's just like us. Constantly bringing up Harbin sounds as if you look down upon our new city. Lu Jingxiu panicked. She had always been somewhat tongue-tied, and now she was no match for Zheng Qiuyan, who had years of experience navigating the county government. In just a few sentences, I found myself at odds with everyone. Haiyan, I truly did not mean to cause this. Could you please help me explain? Sister Jingxiu, please do not blame me. I am a public servant, and I must prioritize duty over kinship. You damaged the television's knob, which affects its resale value, and you must take responsibility for that. How much will it cost? The merciless salesperson raised 5 fingers in response. 50 yuan. Can it be a bit cheaper? Oh dear, 50 yuan. Are you treating me like a beggar? 500 yuan. Additionally, provide me with a ticket for the television and remove it from the premises. What? I do not have 500 yuan nor a ticket for the television. Lu Jingxiu began to cry in desperation, and little Ing, clutching her skirt, joined in her weeping. Zheng Haiyan smirked, and upon catching sight of a tall figure out of the corner of her eye, raised her voice further. Sister Jingxiu, if I were to marry Brother Manchang, I would certainly avoid causing him trouble. Brother Manchang works tirelessly every day hunting in the mountains. It is not easy for him to save money. And yet you extend your hand and demand 500 yuan. If it were me, I would be heartbroken, no matter how difficult it may be. I would take full responsibility, even if it meant stripping off my own clothes to pay. Lu Jingxiu wiped her tears, slowly unbuttoning her coat, preparing to remove her woolen sweater. Jingxiu, stop. Brother Manchang, you have finally arrived. Boo-hoo. Cousin, what brings you here? Sister Jingxiu, she, Liang Manchang, with a stoic expression, approached Lu Jingxiu and fastened her buttons one by one, gently wiping her tears away. There, do not cry. Today is a day of great joy for us. Brother Manchang, I did not intend for this to happen. I truly did not expect it to fall with just a touch. Brother, it is my fault. Sister said to twist it for a different picture, and I insisted she help me. Liang Manchang wrapped one arm around Lu Jingxiu and affectionately patted little Ying's round head. Neither of you is at fault. It is merely a television set. We can simply buy another one to avoid the scorn of those disdainful lowlifes. The salespeople at the cooperative are only good for insults. When have they ever been insulted themselves? The overweight woman with big waves in her hair emerged from behind the counter, hands on her hips, pointing a finger at Liang Manchang's nose. Mind your language. Do not think that just because you are well-dressed and appear respectable, you can act arrogantly. Who do you think can afford to wander around the electronics section? You tubby fool. Do not think that just because you resemble a potato, I will hesitate to slap you. If you provoke me, I will unleash my wrath upon you. Liang Manchang scoffed. Turning to Lu Jingxiu to advise, Jingxiu, cover little Ying's eyes and step back to avoid getting splattered with blood. With that, Liang Manchang rolled up his sleeves and exited the cooperative. What is this? Is that all it takes to provoke him? Coward, I expected a show. This is utterly disappointing. The once timid salesperson now appeared terrified, leaping a full meter in fright. You have shown some sense. If you had delayed even a moment longer, I would have crushed you. A dark figure dashed back from outside the cooperative, wielding a stick as thick as an arm. Tubby, do you see the stick? Which do you think is harder, this or your elbow? Liang Manchang squinted his eyes, gripping his stick tightly as he advanced step by step. Don't do anything rash. I'm calling for help. With a swift motion, Liang applied pressure, snapping the stick in two. He glanced down at the vendor, whose pants were drenched, and with a face full of disdain, he remarked, You glutton, shut your mouth. What have I done to you? Is it wrong for me to work on my fitness? Enough of your nonsense. Wrap up that television. The vendor, seeing that Liang was merely posturing and not truly aggressive, stepped back 3 paces, only to experience another bout of embarrassment. Wrap it up? Even those who rely on state rations can't afford it. How could you? He jeered. You must be a hunter. A simpleton. Let us be reasonable. If you break something, you must compensate. Ask yourselves, if you knew the television's knob was broken, would you still buy it? This is a television, worth at least 700 yuan with the ticket. It's no trifling amount. Who would want to be the fool here? Lu Jingxiu, feeling the stares of the onlookers, felt tears welling up again. Jingxiu, don't worry, I'll handle this. Liang Manchang declared, pulling out a television ticket from his pocket, a thick wad of cash, and slapping it onto the counter. Had Liang Manchang been alone in this supply and marketing cooperative, he would have dealt with it long ago. As for dignity, it was but an illusion. Yet, having just seen Lu Jingxiu's pride trampled, he felt compelled to restore it. The crowd was astonished at how easily he produced 500 yuan and a television ticket. Is money so easily earned now? Are television tickets so common? Zheng Haiyan was equally taken aback. She knew Liang Manchang was skilled in hunting, but was unaware of any rewards or bonuses. This man must be won over. She forced a flattering smile, affectionately taking Liang Manchang's arm. Cousin, there's truly no need to waste money. I can speak with the director of the cooperative, and we can let this slide. Liang Manchang withdrew his arm, brushing past her. Haiyan, this is a family matter. It wouldn't be right to involve an outsider. Rest assured, this 500 yuan and the television ticket are trivial to me. Zheng Haiyan's nose twitched, her beautiful face contorted in dismay, resembling an actress. As tears began to flow. Oh, cousin, am I really an outsider? Liang Manchang ignored her, insisting that the vendor package the television. What's the matter? Is the money fake or the ticket? Hurry up and wrap it. Right away, right away. The vendor hastily packed the television, respectfully handing it to Liang Manchang. Here you go. Such lowly goods. You refuse to listen to reason, bullying women and children, Liang Manchang remarked, casting another glance at Zheng Haiyan, who was feigning tears. Before leaning closer, before she could utter a word, Zheng Haiyan interjected, I'm perfectly fine. You needn't worry about me. Go comfort Sister Jingqiu, otherwise she'll get upset with you again. I'm different. You really don't need to pay me any mind. Chapter 75. Fear not the flirtatious woman. But the 30-year-old matron, Liang Manchang, chuckled softly, giving Zheng Haiyan a gentle pat on the shoulder. Haiyan, you're overthinking this. I merely wish to inquire about the location of the watch counter. Oh, I'll take you there. The sentimental Zheng Haiyan wiped away her tears and led Liang Manchang to the second floor of the supply and marketing cooperative. The watch counter was modest, offering only a few brands, such as Shanghai, Peacock, Seagull, and Suzhou. Jingqiu, why don't you pick one? Huh, me? I spend my days working at home, occasionally tending to the fields, and rarely go out. It would serve little purpose to buy one. Come on, the county has rewarded us with 3 watch vouchers. We should use them. Otherwise, they'll just turn into worthless scraps of paper, and we'll have nowhere to lament. Liang Manchang vaguely recalled from his previous life that many voucher traders hoarded a vast amount of national grain vouchers in hopes of striking it rich. However, instead of the anticipated fortune, they were met with the disheartening news of various vouchers being rendered obsolete. Thus, he resolved to spend whenever he had the means, refusing to hoard and risk loss due to currency depreciation. All right, I'll wear it when I go out. Liang Manchang and Lu Jingqiu both selected the Shanghai stainless steel watches, 130 yuan for the men's model and 115 for the women's. When Lu Jingqiu donned the watch, her demeanor transformed, exuding the essence of a fashionable Harbin girl, which made Zheng Haiyan's eyes glisten with emotion. Haiyan, why don't you try on a watch? Having just heard about the county's reward of 3 watch vouchers, Zheng Haiyan felt her heart race at the thought of trying on a watch. Oh, can I really try one? Yes, try on the men's model. Well, the men's watch has a grand appearance, fitting for someone in our line of work. And it's priced higher. Zheng Haiyan felt a surge of joy as she slipped the watch onto her wrist, admiring her reflection in the mirror and nodding in satisfaction. Cousin, does it look good? Liang Manchang stroked his chin, nodding thoughtfully. It looks splendid. How could it not? With a flourish, Liang Manchang produced 3 watch vouchers along with 375 yuan, confidently telling the sales clerk, I'll take all 3. All right then. Zheng Haiyan felt as if she were floating on air, brimming with happiness. Cousin, you're buying me a watch, 1T sister-in-law object? Perhaps we should reconsider. I fear it might affect your relationship. After all, sister-in-law doesn't seem as generous and understanding as I am. Liang Manchang laughed heartily, taking her hand affectionately. In that case, let us take it off. He pinched the watch from Zheng Haiyan's wrist. Zheng Haiyan's expression shifted. She hadn't expected Liang Manchang to take her light-hearted remark seriously. Cousin, this is your kind gesture, and I feel hesitant to refuse. I believe sister-in-law will have no objections. Perhaps I should just wear it for now? Haha, it's best if your future husband buys it for you. I have other plans for this watch. All right then, let us leave it at that. I will inform you and Auntie when the wedding feast is arranged. With that, Liang Manchang took the watch and television and headed downstairs. Dear brother Manchang, is it not rather unkind of you to treat cousin Haiyan this way? We are family after all, and should this news spread, it may tarnish your reputation, suggesting you are arrogant. Humph. That person is nothing but a schemer. While they pretended to speak fairly, they were merely adding insult to injury. Had it not been for the fact that she is my cousin, I would have long since given her a good slap. Anyone who dares to bully the women and sisters of Liang Manchang is simply asking for trouble. Xiaoying chuckled, tilting her head as she said, Brother, that's actually 2 words. All right then, you certainly know better. Let us go, I'll buy you some snacks. Liang Manchang approached the counter, eager to purchase some trendy treats to share with acquaintances at home. Excuse me, do you have any chocolate? Oh, you have quite the taste, knowing about chocolate? We just received a shipment this morning from Emin Food Factory, 5 yuan a box. In the countryside, chocolate was still a rarity, especially in the commune supply store. Xiaoying, would you like some chocolate? Xiaoying gazed up at Liang Manchang with wide, sparkling eyes and nodded. Yes, I want to try all the snacks I haven't had yet. What about Jingqiu? Brother Manchang. We've spent quite a bit these past few days. Just let Xiaoying have a taste. I want to have any, okay? I've seen my classmates eat it before, and the packaging smells sweet. Liang Manchang calculated that he had nearly spent 1,100 yuan over the last few days, and still had 1,300 left. But what is money? It's just a trivial matter. Yet, it does look quite appealing. Sir, please grab me 4 boxes. 4 boxes? That'll be 20 yuan, for food stamps. Without hesitation, Liang Manchang produced the money and stamps, pinching them between his index and middle fingers, presenting them to the vendor and declaring, 20 yuan, a mere trifle. He received the 4 large boxes of chocolate and handed one each to Lu Jingqiu and Xiaoying. Here, eat it as a meal. Brother Manchang, you are so kind. Brother, you are biased. You gave the sister-in-law first. Liang Manchang ruffled the hair of the mischievous Xiaoying, chuckling. What is wrong with showing a little favoritism towards your sister-in-law? That being said, Liang Manchang spent an additional 9 yuan on 3 cans of malted milk powder to nourish Xiaoying. Once the trio had gathered their purchases, they hurried back to Hongxing Commune. Jingqiu, Sister Xiao Lu has helped us out often. I'll send her a box of chocolate to taste. Yes, Sister Xiao Lu is a genuinely nice person, unlike others who are just pretending. Liang Manchang entered the supply store with a box of chocolate, searching for a while before discovering Li Xiao Lu, who was hiding in a corner, shedding tears. Sister Xiao Lu, what's the matter? Li Xiao Lu quickly wiped her tears upon seeing Liang Manchang. It's nothing. The wind is strong, and it got in my eyes. What wind? There's none indoors. Don't tell me you're crying because you saw me getting married. Don't worry. While there aren't many men like me in this world, if you lower your standards a bit, you'll surely find someone. Li Xiao Lu couldn't help but chuckle at Liang Manchang's teasing, her tear-streaked face lighting up like a blooming flower. Oh, but I am a married woman. Don't say such things. Your bicycle is outside. Let us go. Liang Manchang retrieved a box of chocolates from behind him and presented it to Li Xiao Lu, saying, I took a stroll around the county town and bought this box of chocolates for you to savor. Consider it my congratulatory gift. Well, you do have a conscience. My affection for you hasn't been in vain, Li Xiao Lu replied, unwrapping a piece and popping it into her mouth, her eyes closing in delight, her smile particularly enchanting. Fear not the flirtations of a vixen. It is the 30-year-old married woman that one should truly be wary of. From this day forth, you shall be like a younger brother to me. Should you find yourself in need of guidance, do not hesitate to inquire, and refrain from charging in recklessly like a headstrong youth. Liang Manchang immediately understood, his face flushing with embarrassment as he made a hasty retreat. Sister, I'm off. Humph. Remember to ask me. I'll teach you step by step. Chapter 76. Call me Ma Fuqiang. Liang Manchang securely fastened the television to the rear seat of his bicycle, while Lu Jingqiu carefully supported it. The trio did not return to Tuanjiatun until 2 in the afternoon. Xiaoying, I invited Uncle Zhao and his family to watch television. All right. Once Liang Manchang set the television atop the cabinet in the east room, Zhao Yutian, along with a throng of curious villagers, flocked over. Manchang, you're quite something. This is the first television in our village, a real achievement. Indeed, the television ticket was personally given by the county chief. Without a ticket, even wealth cannot procure one. Manchang, have you registered with Jingqiu? His sister-in-law chimed in. Do not pry. Even if our elder brother has passed, you have no chance. You wish to compete with Jingqiu? Look at your age. Ha ha ha. You do not understand. There are advantages to being older. One knows how to cherish others. The noise was overwhelming for Liang Manchang, prompting him to hastily distribute a bag of snacks to everyone. Ladies, although I, Liang Manchang, am taken, Shunzi is still single. If you wish to pursue him, do so promptly. Do not find yourself weeping in secret later. After making his declaration, Liang Manchang pulled out a gift box from his pocket and handed it to the grinning Zhao Fushun. Shunzi, open it and take a look. What is it? It feels heavy. Upon opening the box, Zhao Fushun's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the contents. Brother Manchang, is this for me? My goodness, how impressive. Indeed. The county chief provided us with 3 watch tickets. My wife and I took one, so the remaining one is naturally yours. Quickly try it on. If the strap is not suitable, adjust it early. Zhao Fushun immediately donned the watch, which fit perfectly. Chun Melian leaned in, inspecting the watch, her heart swelling with pride and admiration. It looks really stylish, Manchang. This must cost around 30 to 40 yuan. Aunt Melian, it's worth much more. This Shanghai brand stainless steel watch is sold only at the county supply and marketing cooperative for 130 yuan each. Chun Melian gasped, hastily attempting to remove the watch. Shunzi, take it off quickly. Wear it during the holidays instead. lest it get scratched. Exactly, you are still young. You will have plenty of opportunities to wear it. Besides, you often run around the mountains, making it inconvenient. I, too, am a cadre in the brigade now. I need to keep track of time during meetings. Zhao Yutian added, reaching for Zhao Fushan's wrist. Father, what are you saying? It is only necessary to keep track of time when one frequently ascends the mountains. I assure you, my motivations are purely professional and not for personal pride. Rest assured, within 3 months, I shall earn a watch for you through my hunting endeavors. And I shall procure one for my mother as well. Chen Malian wiped away her tears and playfully slapped Zhao Yotian's arm. Child, how can you say such things and still extend your hand? Off you go. The onlookers were captivated by the spectacle. Yet those who understood the intricacies of the situation gathered closer to Chen Malian. The elder brothers of the Unity Village had risen, while the eldest remained unattainable. The second brother must not let others seize the opportunity. Liang Manchang turned on the television, which was airing Chu Liuxiang. Lu Jingqiu sat in the center, cradling little Ing, while others gathered around to witness the rare event. Liang Manchang observed the lively scene, his heart swelling with contentment. Was life not splendid? What more could one desire? Unity Village thrived in harmony, and Big Nose Village was also celebrating joyous occasions. The toothless man donned a Zhongshan suit adorned with a bright red flower, followed by Ma Laikai and a procession of impoverished relatives, all beating a makeshift gong and carrying 2 large red boxes towards Ma Xiaoqiao's home. As per tradition, the first marriage was held in the morning and the second in the afternoon. Upon entering, the relatives on Ma Xiaoqiao's side eagerly prepared to open the boxes and inspect the betrothal gifts. Ma Fulu firmly pressed down on the wooden box, exclaiming, ahem. The box contains nothing but trifles. Toothless has already given me 500 yuan as the betrothal gift. This sum was a clever ruse concocted by Ma Fulu and Ma Laikai. In those days, failing to provide a betrothal gift while offering a dowry would result in scorn for being a financial burden. To maintain his dignity, Ma Fulu fabricated the tale of the 500 yuan. Little did he know that Toothless had managed to quietly save that amount, despite his ragged appearance and tattered clothing. It seems that the more frugal one is, the wealthier they may be. I had once feared that Xiaoqiao would suffer hardships, but now I am at ease. Traditionally, the marrying of sons and daughters should be separate events, each held independently. However, Toothless' family was desperately impoverished, with barely half a bag of rice and flour combined. Yet they shamelessly chose to host the feast at Ma Fulu's home. Although Ma Fulu was irked, the sight of Ma Xiaoqiao's jubilant demeanor and the fact that Toothless had few relatives led him to agree with tears in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the 2 tables set aside for Toothless' family proved insufficient, as over 40 individuals emerged to feast for free. With a token gift of 1 yuan, 4 or 5 people arrived to partake in the banquet. What shall we do, dear host? Ma Fulu grimaced, watching a throng of people with empty bowls standing beneath the eaves, already having cursed Toothless ancestors in his mind. What could be done? One could not let guests leave unsated. He resolved to bring out the half-pig he had prepared, though he would need to be frugal with the provisions. After several rounds of toasts and a couple of cups of scattered liquor, Ma Fulu sought out Toothless, speaking earnestly. Toothless, from now on, we are family. Let us discuss matters together and avoid quarrels. Yes, Uncle Ma. Do not speak of the dowry to outsiders. Though our Ma family may be in decline, we still value our dignity. Understood, Uncle Ma. Furthermore, once Xiaoqiao has joined you, do not become complacent, the 2 of you. I am no longer the captain, and I wield no authority. You 2 should simply focus on your tasks and await my resurgence. All right, Uncle Ma, replied Ma Fulu, feeling uneasy with the repeated term of endearment. Huya, are you truly so confused? You both have obtained a marriage certificate, yet you still call me uncle? Huya, with an arm slung around Ma Fulu's shoulder, drunkenly retorted, Uncle Ma, though I am young and have had a few drinks, there are truths I must voice. First, stop incessantly calling me Huya. Would you be pleased if I called you Bald Ma? My given name is Ma Fuqiang. Second, how can I change my address without a change of address fee? Wasn't it supposed to be prepared in advance? A son-in-law is half a son. You've gained a son for free, so what is wrong with a little fee? Besides, isn't miling from your family rather quiet? When you kick the bucket, it will be your great-grandson who will bear the brunt of it. Otherwise, who will look to Jianjun? It would merely be a spectacle for others. Ma Fulu's face was beyond a mere shade of iron. It resembled that of the stern Judge Bao. Huya, you shall address me as Ma Fuqiang. Very well, Ma Fuqiang. Today marks the joyous occasion for you and Xiaoqiao. I shall not hold a grudge, so hurry and take Xiaoqiao away. After which, Ma Fulu produced a 10-yuan red envelope from his pocket and thrust it into Huya's hands. To his surprise, Huya pushed it away and cried out, What about the rules? Are you unaware of them? Isnt ma xiaoqiao ma Jianjun's elder sister? According to custom, shouldn't she be carried out? Jianjun is away from home. Ma Fulu spoke the truth. Ma Jianjun had departed early that day. Ever since he had acquired a scar upon his face, he had grown increasingly brooding and insecure. Particularly after being kicked 3 meters away by Liang Manchang, he had taken to running up to old Yiling daily, claiming he sought a master to learn skills and outdo Liang Manchang. What could be more significant than his sister's marriage? Is it because our family lacks presence? Huya prepared to overturn the table in protest. Ma Fulu, unable to contain his anger, seized Huya and whispered in his ear, Huya, today is your own momentous occasion. Do not cause a scene, or even at the expense of my dignity. I shall break your arms. Upon hearing the icy severity in Ma Fulu's voice, Huya immediately calmed down, downing another drink before beckoning the inebriated Ma Likai to make their exit. At that moment, Wang Miling dashed forward. Father, since Jianjun is not here, why can't I carry Xiao Qiao out? What? How can a sister-in-law send her sister out? What is there to fear? We are all family, and it's just a short distance to our village. Huya, in his drunken stupor, suddenly found Wang Miling resembling a clumsy bear, somewhat more appealing than before. If Miling had such intentions, then so be it. Let her carry her out. Wang Miling, seizing the opportunity, hoisted Ma Xiaoqiao onto her back and rushed toward Huya's humble abode. Once the impoverished relatives departed, Wang Miling remained seated on their kong, cracking sunflower seeds. Miling, what are you doing? Aren't you heading back? What is the rush? Ma Jianjun isn't home either. It's just me lying on the kong alone. Why don't the 3 of us share another drink? Upon catching sight of Wang Miling, Huya immediately felt a connection, understanding instinctively as he hoisted the inebriated Ma Lai Kai onto the kong in the west room, then fetched 2 bottles of loose liquor, with each of them taking turns. They filled Ma Xiaoqiao's cup, leaving her in a drunken stupor. Huya, that day by the river, your physique was indeed robust. You are truly fortunate. Hee indeed. We've been dormant for over 20 years. That is all essence. Really? I find that hard to believe. Huya's temper flared up. Yet Wang Miling stepped in front of him protectively. You men never cherish what comes too easily. Allow me to share a secret. On that day, it was Liang Manchang who urged me to go down, and he also instructed me to request the community's small broadcasting station. Just as they were delving into this mystery, a shadow appeared outside the dilapidated window, followed by a fist-sized stone crashing through. Ouch, my waist. The following morning, Wang Miling lay on the kong, clutching her waist, while Ma Jianjun pulled Ma Fulai outside. Father, that scoundrel Huya saw my sister's figure. And what happened between you and Aunt Suahua on the machine-tilling road? Someone is scheming behind us. Are you certain? Such matters must not be spoken of lightly. Based on my analysis, it should be Liang Manchang. The more I ponder this, the more it feels wrong. Ever since that good-for-nothing found his wits, our family has been plagued with misfortune, and he has always been present during these unfortunate events. Damn it, they are trying to push us to our demise. Now that we are in dire straits, even that scoundrel Huya dares to trample on us. Father, we have nothing to lose. Let us confront him head-on. Ma Fulai shook his head. A couple of days ago, he went to the county to negotiate with Old Li, but to his surprise, the man avoided him completely, likely due to Su Sangui's interference. We cannot act recklessly. We are currently weak. Confronting Liang Manchang is merely one goal. We must also regain our footing. By the way, have you made any progress in finding a mentor? Just a few days ago, I was wandering around Laoyiling when I encountered an old hunter named Qian, whose hunting skills are exceptional. He is also a leader, with 4 or 5 younger brothers under him. During the last hunting expedition where Liang Manchang shone, Hunter Qian's team placed second, trailing behind Liang's group by over 200 yuan. Then be sure to learn well from him. Once you master the skills, we can confront Liang Manchang in the mountains. Ma Jianjun nodded vigorously, his face contorting with determination. When the time comes, we'll settle both old and new scores. In the coming days, I will also venture into the county. I've heard there have been some stirrings, and I'll see if I can go directly to the commune. Meanwhile, Liang Manchang was cozily spending time with Lu Jingxiu. Brother Manchang, I just tidied up your room and found a small red and green box. What is it? Liang Manchang's face flushed as he glanced out at Xiaoying playing with the dog meat outside, and he stepped out. Xiaoying, here is a yuan. Go with Brother Shunzi to the small shop and buy something to eat, then come back afterward. Great. A yuan can buy more than 20 pieces of candy. Xiaoying disappeared at the corner with her dog, and Liang Manchang quickly secured the door and tightly shut the windows. Manchang, why are you pulling down the curtains? Asked Lu Jingxiu. You wanted to know what that was, right? It's a baby-repelling device. Let me teach you. An hour later, while Lu Jingxiu felt weary, Liang Manchang appeared invigorated. Jingxiu, I have one more move to show you. No, I'm exhausted. All right then. Jingxiu, Xiaoying has grown up. Can she sleep on her own now? Lu Jingxiu playfully pinched Liang Manchang's nose and retorted, Humph, not so fast. As soon as we get our marriage certificate, people in the village will start gossiping, saying I've forgotten my sister after marrying. Fine, then you can come over to my place later. Hee. We'll see how it goes. That evening, Liang Manchang, in high spirits, entered the space. Xiaomei, I'm feeling great today. Let me treat you to some wedding candy. Thank you, brother Tsang, congratulations. Liang Manchang shivered at the sound of her lowly voice. Was today another day for her to switch personas? He tossed 3 chocolates into the air, and they vanished into thin air. I've been quite busy lately. The last time I brought in the sable, you still haven't given me my grand gift. Just wait. 2 large gifts fell from the sky. One a skill ball for the rock-solid skill, the other a delicate, almost ethereal package. Xiaomei, I could definitely use the rock-solid skill, but can I exchange this flimsy package for something else? It looks insubstantial and likely worthless. Brother Tsang, are you sure? Absolutely. I'm focused on my career. Gathering skills is my priority, and I cannot let anything distract me from my path. All right, then I'll take back the stockings. I thought you might like them. What? Stockings? Why didn't you mention that sooner? I can work on my career slowly, but the cultivation of art must commence immediately. Liang Manchang opened the package to find an assortment of black, white, and pink stockings. The following day, Liang Manchang awoke refreshed, trained his eagle for a while, and then took Zhao Fushun to Lin Lizi's home in the mountains to buy ammunition. Manchang, you've finally arrived. A few days ago, Xiangzi returned home and brought you 2 large front doors and 2 bottles of Beidatsang. He was supposed to deliver them personally to thank you, but he mentioned an important task and rushed back to Xinqing without even eating. I've had trouble with my legs, so I couldn't deliver them either. Please don't hold it against me. It's enough that Xiangzi had the intention. Is there truly such a busy time at the Forestry Bureau? Yes. I heard there's a new task from above, but I didn't inquire further. Liang Manchang nodded and pulled Zhao Fushun forward. Uncle Lin, I'm giving my hunting rifle to Shunzi. He'll be coming to buy ammunition from you often, so please take care of him. Sure, this kid looks sharp. He is a good candidate for a hunter. Zhao Fushun quickly pulled out 10 yuan and respectfully placed it on the table. Uncle Lin, can you pack me some slug rounds, roe deer rounds, and deer rounds? We're preparing to venture into the old forest. All right, I'll get that for you. Lin Lizi finished speaking and handed a bag of bullets to Zhao Fushun, dragging along a wounded leg. Manchang, how's the falcon training going lately? I see you haven't even brushed the leg chain. Well, I reckon it's about time. A few days ago, I caught a marten in the mountains. So soon? You're not boasting, are you? When I trained my falcon, it took at least 3 months. You've only been at it for just over a month and already accomplished something? Uncle Lin, Manchang is not exaggerating. I saw it with my own eyes. Xiaohai's speed rivals that of an airplane. Indeed, the youth are formidable. After asking a few more falcon training questions, Liang Manchang departed from Kaoshan Tun with Zhao Fushun, each busy with their own affairs. Liang Manchang hopped onto his bicycle, heading straight for the supply and marketing cooperative. Having seen Lu Jingxiu's frail figure yesterday, he intended to purchase some nutritional supplements to help her regain her health and become plump and rosy. Liang Manchang had no ulterior motives, unlike some readers who were merely interested in leisure activities. Upon arriving at the cooperative, Liang Manchang sought out his little sister, Li Xiaolu, but after searching for a while, he could not find her. Comrade, where has Li Xiaolu gone? She has been on leave for several days. Alas, it's truly pitiful. She cries every day. A pang of concern struck Liang Manchang as he purchased a bag of cucumber seeds, a bag of pumpkin seeds, and a bag of radish seeds, along with 2 cans of Nanshan milk powder, preparing to leave. However, just as he stepped outside, he bought a can of malted milk and a pound of fruit candy, then inquired about Li Xiaolu's address before mounting his bicycle. He did not wish to be a rogue. His actions stemmed from genuine concern for her well-being. Li Xiaolu resided in Hongxing Commune, Hongxing Tun, just a short distance from the cooperative. It took about 10 minutes to ride there. Liang Manchang parked his bicycle in front of a 3-room earthen house and shouted at the top of his lungs, Sister Xiaolu, it's Manchang. I didn't see you at the cooperative, so I came to see you. Oh, brother Manchang has come. After half a minute, Li Xiaolu emerged from the house, her eyes red and puffy like a rabbit's. Following her was a man with a disheveled appearance and a timid young girl. Manchang, come in and sit. Sister Xiaolu, is this your brother-in-law and niece? Li Xiaolu glanced back with a complex expression and nodded. This is Gao Dashan, and your niece is Gao Xiaoni. Liang Manchang handed over the items he was carrying, and upon seeing the lanky Gao Xiaoni, he knew he had not erred in buying the malted milk. However, Li Xiaolu did not accept it. Instead, She pushed it back, wiped her tears, and, fixing her gaze on Gao Dashan, said word by word, Manchang, take it back. It won't reach my mouth or Xiaoni's. Just wait and see. Within 5 minutes, it will be taken away by that heartless scoundrel to feed the wolf cubs. Xiaolu, we are indeed relatives. What's wrong with sharing a meal? My sister's child is not a stranger. She even calls you aunt, doesn't she? Haha. If your sister had given birth to a daughter, would your father have used a cart to haul our family's goods to her house? Isn't it just a fear of losing the family line? You both bully me because I have no siblings. It's just my old father who is in poor health. Isn't it? I tell you, if you don't return my wages today, we will not be finished. When I move back home, this matter cannot be concealed. Just wait and see how my father will deal with you. Gao Dashan fell silent, not daring to utter a word. Liang Manchang pulled Li Xiaolu aside and whispered, Sister Xiaolu, what on earth is going on? I feel utterly perplexed. Li Xiaolu wiped away her tears, took a deep breath, and recounted the events of the past few days. Manchang, you just saw Xiao and I, right? It's hard to believe she is already 7 years old. She is much shorter than children her age and lacks any flesh. Indeed, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought she was only 5 or 6. Haven't you taken her to the hospital for a checkup? Why haven't I taken her? I've been to the county hospital countless times, but each time the doctors only say she suffers from malnutrition. I am quite busy with work, and Gao Dashan's father helps take care of the child at home. So, every month, I bring him milk powder and brown sugar to feed Xiao and I, yet she still does not gain weight. A few days ago, after receiving my salary, including the money I previously gave to Gao Dashan, I thought of taking Xiao and I to Harbin for a checkup to catch any issues early. But when I opened our cupboard, there were only 50 or 60 yuan left. Upon inquiry, I found out that all the money had been given by Gao Dashan to his father, Gao Qiu, to support his sister. Liang Manchang could easily guess that the brown sugar and milk powder Li Xiaolu had brought home were also sent to support her nephew. As Li Xiaolu spoke, she sank to the ground, hugging her knees and weeping. Gao Xiaoni glanced at Liang Manchang, slowly approached, and gently touched Li Xiaolu's head. Mother, I'm not hungry. The rice soup is quite tasty. Grandpa and Dad have told me that if you knew, you would be very upset, so I didn't dare to say anything. Li Xiaolu completely broke down, weeping inconsolably while holding Gao Xiaoni. Sister Xiaolu, why don't you return to your family? My father is unwell. If he finds out about this, he would definitely be furious. Liang Manchang finally understood the situation. It was yet another fool with an obsession for carrying on the family line. He clenched his fists and, striving to maintain a calm demeanor, said, Brother-in-law, I hadn't intended to interfere in your family matters, but since I address her as sister, I feel compelled to speak up. Even if Xiao and I is a girl and cannot continue your lineage, she is still your flesh and blood. Look at her. She is nothing but skin and bones. Gao Dashan scratched his head and replied, So what if she's a bit thin? My nephew needs to have the same opportunities as others when he goes to school. Otherwise, he won't be able to hold his head high. Chapter 79. If you want to die, come over. Liang Manchang's brow furrowed, and an unnameable anger ignited within him. Gao Dashan, do you even understand what you are saying? Your biological daughter is starving to the bone, and you are worried about your nephew's pride? Moreover, if you were spending your own earnings to support your nephew, I could tolerate it, but you are actually using Sister Xiaolu's money? In truth, at the beginning, Gao Qiu had insisted that Gao Dashan move his things to his sister's house and discreetly send his salary there, which he had been completely unwilling to do. However, Gao Qiu told him that a daughter ultimately belongs to another family, and if he treats his nephew well, perhaps he could adopt him as his son in the future. Gao Dashan reluctantly transitioned from a state of hesitance to one of urgency, pushing forward to deliver his assistance. Brother Manchang, you may not be aware, but my sister has given birth to a pair of twins, and the burden of life weighs heavily upon her. Liang Manchang rolled up his sleeves, ready to take action, when suddenly he heard the voices of an elderly man and 2 children approaching. Grandfather, we've run out of milk powder. Please ask uncle to buy us some. Yes, hurry. I also want a new pencil case. It's only 5 yuan. All right, my dear grandson. I shall inquire with your uncle for the funds right away. In no time, a portly old man appeared, leading 2 even plumper little boys. Liang Manchang did not need to look closely to recognize the elderly gentleman as Gao Qiu, the avaricious grandfather of Xiao and I, and the children as Gao Dashan's cherished nephews. As Gao Qiu turned the corner, he spotted the formidable Liang Manchang and Li Xiaolu, who was seated on the ground with Xiao and I in her embrace. Dashan, what is going on? Still causing a ruckus here? It's quite embarrassing for a grown man like you to be unable to manage your own wife, Gao Qiu remarked. Noticing the tension between Gao Qiu and Li Xiaolu, Gao Dashan intervened. Father, you should return home. This matter does not concern you. Not concern me? How can I not be involved if you're incapable of handling it? Gao Qiu retorted. Li Xiaolu, I won't hesitate to tell you that the money is from Dashan, and the milk powder and brown sugar were given by me for my grandson. What of it? Li Xiaolu regarded Gao Qiu with a cold stare, articulating each word with precision. The salary I earn is used for the milk powder and brown sugar. What authority do you have to unilaterally decide who consumes them? Preposterous. You are my son's wife. Every penny you earn belongs to the Gao family. This principle holds true wherever you wander across the nation. As the head of this household, do I not possess any rights? Very well, you possess rights. But Xiao and I is your granddaughter. Why do you only provide for these two chubby boys and not for her? There's simply not enough to go around. These two boys are at a crucial growth stage. Like little tigers. There is hardly any surplus for Xiao and I. If you could earn a bit more, once I've fed these two, I assure you any excess would certainly go to her. Li Xiaoman observed Gao Dashan, who remained silent, and with a mocking smile, she inquired, Gao Dashan, is this your stance as well? Gao Dashan, tugging at his hair, retrieved a crumpled cigarette, placing it between his lips. Xiaolu, cease this commotion. We are all family. Why must we insist on division? Since father has spoken, what more is there to discuss? Are you trying to drive me to desperation? Indeed. What is the fuss about? Who told you to be so incompetent as to not bear children? Xiaolu, heed my advice and adopt a chubby boy for the two of you. Who will enjoy the benefits if not you both? Huh? Are you afraid that once you pass, no one will be there to mourn you? Gao Qiu was taken aback by Li Xiaolu's unexpectedly harsh words, causing him to stomp in anger, raising his hand as if to strike. You, Xiao and I wriggled free from Li Xiaolu's embrace, spreading her arms wide to shield her grandfather. Grandfather, do not hit my mother. I don't want milk powder or fruit candy. They can have it all. Step aside. The two chubby boys stirred restlessly, rolling up their sleeves and approaching Xiao and I. You worthless girl. Once a daughter is married, she is like spilled water. You little wretch. Grandfather, let us see who can push her down first. Whoever is stronger wins. Gao Xiaoni, with her eyes tightly shut and brows furrowed, braced herself to endure the jostling from the two plump boys. Liang Manchang frowned. It was evident that these two had learned their sharp tongues from Gao Qiu. Otherwise, even if they roamed the streets daily, they wouldn't have acquired such a biting wit. Just as the two chubby boys were about to make their move, Li Xiaolu struggled to rise, only to be firmly restrained by Gao Qiu. Let's see who among you possesses greater strength. With that, two resounding slaps echoed, sending the boys tumbling to the ground, momentarily stunned into silence, forgetting their tears. Liang Manchang rubbed his numbed palm and cast a cold gaze at the pair. Gao Qiu was the first to react, raising his fist and charging at Liang Manchang. How dare you strike my precious grandson? With a dismissive smile, Liang Manchang, fortified by his solid physique, kicked Gao Qiu in the stomach, sending him flying 3 meters away. Hey, Gao Dashan, are you blind? Your father and nephew have been assaulted, and you stand there like a fool? Gao Dashan tossed aside his cigarette, butt, and approached with clenched fists. You apologize. Liang Manchang glanced disdainfully at Gao Dashan and retorted, Gao Dashan, you're nothing but a coward. Step aside, or I'll take you down too. If you're a man, throw a punch at my temple. Coward. Gao Dashan's face flushed crimson as he swung his fist toward Liang Manchang's forehead. I've been waiting for your strike. Liang Manchang effortlessly blocked the blow and retaliated with a punch to Gao Dashan's face, instantly shattering 2 of his molars. Xiaolu, gather your things. We're leaving this place. If you have nowhere to go, come to my home and stay with Jingqiu. Xiaoni can keep Little in company. Yes, Manchang. I've come to realize that I must divorce. Xiaoni, go inside with your mother and pack. Your uncle is here, so don't be afraid. Thank you, uncle. Once Li Xiaolu and Xiaoni entered the house, Liang Manchang dragged a stool to block the entrance, propped his foot on it, lit a cigarette, and awaited the impending storm with calm composure. Sure enough, Gao Qiu's wails summoned a significant portion of the villagers. Half of the village bore the surname Gao, and many were related to Gao Qiu. Uncle Gao, what is happening? It's utterly disgraceful. Li Xiaolu was caught fooling around outside. And when Gao Dashan and I confronted her, we were assaulted. Damn it, do they think the Gao family has no one to defend them? All able-bodied men of the Gao clan, come with me. Let us take down this little brat. If you want to die, step forward. After Liang Manchang's fierce shout, he leisurely took a drag from his cigarette, flicking the butt onto Gao Qiu's face. I, Liang Manchang, have no obligation to explain myself to you. But witnessing you all being duped by this old fool into risking your lives compels me to extend my compassion. I wouldn't want you to meet your demise in vain. Gao Qiu, that scoundrel, took Li Xiaolu's wages and milk powder to lavish upon his grandson, feeding the little brat like a pig, while his own granddaughter, Gao Xiaoni, could barely have enough rice soup, growing as thin as a reed. Is this what humanity has come to? Chapter 80. I have never encountered such an arrogant individual. Liang Manchang observed the villagers, seemingly dazed, and recognized that Gao Qiu's actions were indeed beyond the pale. In rural areas, due to entrenched traditional beliefs, every family bears the burden of continuing their lineage. However, while others at least feign their adherence to these customs, maintaining a semblance of respectability, Gao Qiu, the notorious scoundrel, has proven to be quite the opposite. His two grandsons are fed like calves, one being merely 2 years younger than Gao Xiaoni, but towering over her by half a head. Gao Xiaoni's thighs are no thicker than the arms of those foolish boys. Yet, despite the villagers' genuine disdain for Gao Qiu's actions, they find themselves compelled to unconditionally support their own kin during this critical moment. After all, if an outsider were to brazenly assault and rob in Hongxing village, it would tarnish their reputation, making them seem weak and vulnerable. They understand clearly that Li Xiaolu cannot possibly be involved with the man before them. Thus, they contemplate expelling Liang Manchang, allowing Gao Qiu to endure a beating while preserving the village's dignity. Consequently, the production team leader, Gao Gui, steps forward and proclaims, "Young man, I am Gao Gui." The production team leader, Gao Shu and Gao Dashan have not separated their households. Thus, any earnings ought to be allocated by the head of the household. There's nothing more to discuss. It is notoriously difficult to resolve domestic disputes. And as a mere production team leader, I cannot untangle this mess, let alone you, an outsider. How about this? I see you are a well-meaning individual. If you leave Hongxing village now, I assure you of your safety. Upon hearing this, Gao Qiu, who lay on the ground, sprang up like a coiled spring, grasping Gao Gui's arm. "Guizi, you cannot render such a verdict. If that little rascal escapes, my beating will have been in vain." Gao Gui cast a disdainful glance at Gao Qiu and retorted sarcastically, "Gao Shu, shall we leave instead? Would you prefer to handle this yourself?" The thought of facing Liang Manchang's formidable strength extinguished Gao Qiu's anger. If left alone, he would likely suffer severe injury. No, let us not go that far. I'll make it up with that flirtatious Li Xiaolu later." Gao Gui nodded and gestured toward Liang Manchang. "What do you say? Will you show some courtesy?" Liang Manchang chuckled. Gao Gui's words were not entirely harsh. He could be considered a man of principle among the Gao clan. "So, you are the team leader, huh? You are one of the few discerning individuals among the Gao lineage. Here's the deal. I will grant you face. You all step aside and allow me to take Sister Xiaolu and Xiaoni away, and I promise not to harm you." Upon hearing this, Gao Gui's previously confident demeanor crumbled in an instant. How could Liang Manchang be so audacious, refusing to yield? "Liang Manchang, I too am a production team leader and wish to avoid any fatalities in our village. However, with so many fists and feet involved, I may not be able to control the situation. And even if law enforcement intervenes later, it will boil down to 4 words. The law does not punish the masses." Liang Manchang glanced back. Li Xiaolu had already gathered her belongings and stood at the outer door with Gao Xiaoni. A wave of apprehension washed over Li Xiaolu. Although she had effortlessly dealt with Gao Qiu and Gao Dashan, the latter being a simpleton, they could only be considered weak opponents. Liang Manchang, however, faced nearly a dozen robust laborers, whose combative prowess was at its peak. The situation was dire, and retreat was not an option. Liang Manchang shook his head resolutely. This battle must be fought, and it must be won. Failure to do so would leave Li Xiaolu and her daughter unable to hold their heads high in the Gao family, or even in Hongxing Tan. "Sister Xiaolu, please step back with Xiao and I," Liang instructed, gesturing towards Gao Gui. "Captain Gao, I accept this favor from you, and should a conflict arise, I shall do my utmost to avoid striking your face." At these words, the burly men surrounding Gao erupted in excitement, having witnessed many strongmen before. Yet none as audacious as this. So you have finally encountered such arrogance today?" Gao Gui remarked, shaking his head in resignation. He had already stated all that needed to be said. To continue would be impolite. A toad yawning. What a grandiose claim. "Today, I shall see how you intend to take them away. Using weapons? Perhaps not. If weapons are drawn, it would indeed lead to your demise." Liang retorted. "Very well. Let us rely on our fists." With that, he charged towards the group of mocking Gao's men, having reached level 3 of his training. Liang's physique was comparable to that of Arnold Schwarzenegger, delivering punches with at least 150 kilograms of force. Enhanced by his acute perception, the movements of his adversaries appeared excruciatingly slow, akin to that of a koala. He deftly evaded the punches of the 2 foremost men, landing a powerful blow to one's cheek. The sound of teeth shattering echoed as he followed with a swift kick, a sharp crack signifying a rib breaking. In an instant, 2 men lay incapacitated. The remaining 7 or 8 burly laborers fell into disarray, expecting their strongest member to lead the charge while they provided support. They were utterly unprepared for the sight of their loud comrades, now helplessly sprawled on the ground. Liang offered them no respite, launching a relentless assault. Like a dragon gliding through the sea, he maneuvered through the crowd, delivering blows that landed with precision. In less than half a minute, only Gao Gui remained standing. Brushing the dust from his clothes, Liang contemptuously remarked, "A bit of dirt on the hem. Captain Gao, will you lie down on your own, or shall I assist you?" Gao Gui pouted, glancing at his fallen kin, before obediently lying down and closing his eyes. Liang cast a menacing gaze across the remaining onlookers before approaching Gao Qiu, who lay feigning death, and beckoned the 2 frightened boys. "You little rascals, come here, if you wish to avoid a beating. Deliver 10 slaps to your grandfather. Make them as loud as possible." The trembling boys, their pants dampened with fear, cautiously approached Gao Qiu. "Grandfather, hold on," one cried. "That's right. A beating is affection." The sound of slaps filled the air. Liang chuckled coldly, recognizing Gao Qiu's immediate retribution as the boys struck with fervor, gritting their teeth as they did so. Turning, Liang picked up Gao Xiao and I, and said to Li Xiaolu, "Sister, let us depart." With tears of gratitude in her eyes. Li Xiaolu nodded fervently. She had never felt so empowered before. Liang Manchang placed Gao Xiaoni on the front bar of the bicycle, while Li Xiaolu took a seat on the back. With a firm push, they set off towards Tuanjiatan. It was only around 2 or 3 in the afternoon when Liang Manchang finally returned home. Jingqiu, Sister Xiaolu, and their daughter Xiaoni had been staying at their residence for a few days. Upon seeing them, Lu Jingqiu and Xiaoying emerged, their faces stained with tears, and they warmly welcomed them inside. As Liang Manchang recounted Li Xiaolu's ordeal, Lu Jingqiu furrowed her brow in anger, while Xiaoying waved her little fists indignantly, exclaiming, "They are all wicked individuals. Brother, should we not give them a good beating?" "Absolutely." Chapter 81. A single thread affects the whole fabric. Lu Jingqiu tossed a towel aside and prepared 3 bowls of egg noodles. "Sister Xiaolu, Xiaoni, make yourselves at home. Feel free to eat or use whatever you like." "Thank you, Jingqiu and Manchang, for taking us in during this critical time." "What are you saying?" Xiaoying often complains about having no one to play with. But now that Xiaoni is here, she has a companion, right? Xiaoying nodded vigorously, her wide eyes fixed on Gao Xiaoni as she devoured a bowl of egg noodles, quickly shoving 2 candies into her pocket. "Xiaoni, don't eat the noodles, they're not tasty. Have some candy instead." Xiaoni cast a timid glance at Li Xiaolu. "Mother, is it all right to eat? Will Grandpa scold me?" Li Xiaolu's heart ached at her daughter's words, tears streaming down her cheeks. A legitimate employee of a supply and marketing cooperative, her daughter was frightened to eat a single piece of candy. "Xiaoni, he is not your grandfather. He is a despicable old fool. He can no longer control us." Gao Xiaoni hurriedly unwrapped the candy and stuffed it into her mouth. The long-awaited sweetness enveloped her entire being, akin to falling into a honey pot. So sweet. "Xiaoni, go play with Xiaoying." As the 2 children dashed outside to ride on the dog meat, Liang Manchang turned to Li Xiaolu and said, "Sister Xiaolu, don't worry about anything else. Just stay here at ease for as long as you wish." "Yes, staying here is not an issue, but I fear that Gao Qiu and Gao Dashan, those ruffians, might seek out my father. His health is poor, and I'm concerned. Sister Xiaolu, where does your father live? Perhaps I should make a trip to give him a heads up?" "That sounds reasonable. If my father isn't psychologically prepared, that old Gao may very well provoke him into a serious condition." Li Xiaolu's family home was in Xinqing Qingguantan, and she was an only daughter. Her mother had passed away several years prior, leaving behind only her retired father, Li Zhijiang, who once worked at the county supply and marketing cooperative. Li Xiaolu was able to secure a position there only by taking over his role. With the address in hand, Liang Manchang hurriedly made his way to the county seat. Locating a modest room of over 40 square meters within the employees' building of the cooperative by around 5 in the afternoon, Liang Manchang scrutinized the surroundings. Those who were allocated such housing at that time generally possessed some measure of capability. It seemed that Li Zhijiang had likely been a minor official in his earlier days. In this light, it appeared that Li Xiaolu had married beneath her station. Whether it was due to a lapse in judgment or some enchantment, he could not ascertain. Liang Manchang knocked twice on the door and called out in a loud voice, "Old Master Li, I am a friend of Li Xiaolu, here to pay you a visit." With a sigh, Xiaolu's friend said, "Please wait a moment, I shall open the door." A voice responded from within, followed by the sound of rustling. After a full minute, a click echoed, and the door creaked open, revealing an elderly man with graying hair and clouded eyes, standing before Liang Manchang. "Mr. Li, I am Liang Manchang from Tuanjia village. I frequently visit the supply and marketing cooperative, and over time, I've grown quite familiar with Sister Xiao Lu. Almost as if we are siblings. Ah, I have heard of you from Xiao Lu. You are quite the capable individual. At such a young age, you've managed to build a new house. Come in, come in. Ahem. Liang Manchang rubbed his nose, realizing that Li Xiaolu had mentioned him often to Li Zhijiang. Following Li Zhijiang inside, Liang Manchang took a moment to assess him. He walked with a shuffling gait, suggesting that he must have worked hard in his youth, only to suffer the consequences on his health. During his working days, at least there was always something to occupy him and someone to converse with, which sustained his spirit. Now, in retirement, cooped up at home with nothing to do, his vitality had dwindled, hastening his decline. Please, take a seat, Li Zhijiang offered, pouring a cup of tea for Liang Manchang. Old man, what kind of work did you do in your youth? Did you ever injure your lungs? Oh, no injuries as such. In my younger days, I was part of the Deshuai's team, panning for gold in Dao Ridge. Back then, I was strong and dismissed pneumonia as a trivial matter, which led to lingering health issues. The lungs are delicate. If they falter, the entire body suffers. If the lungs are compromised, breathlessness ensues, and the body naturally weakens. Liang Manchang nodded gently, recalling the processed huangjing he had on hand, and remarked, Old man, I often roam the mountains and occasionally come across huangjing. I shall bring you some. It should aid your condition. Ah, that would be much appreciated. By the way, what brings you here? Liang Manchang's expression shifted. He finally comprehended Li Xiaolu's concerns. Li Zhijiang's health was precarious. If provoked, it could indeed lead to dire consequences. Oh, Manchang, is it that Xiao Lu and Xiao and I have been bullied by the Gao family? It likely relates to Xiao and I's malnutrition, doesn't it? Liang Manchang was taken aback, regarding Li Zhijiang with surprise. Could it be that Gao Dashan and Gao Qiu had paid a visit? Old man, have the Gao family come by? Not at all. I've lived for decades. Do I lack such discernment? However, once I speak out, I fear Xiao Lu and the Gao family will have a falling out. Once a woman is divorced, Li Zhijiang shook his head, suddenly appearing years older. As long as parents are alive, they will worry for their children, regardless of their age. In that era, divorce was not a trivial matter. It was not as casual as unfriending someone on WeChat or posting a status. Especially for women, once divorced, a barrage of unfounded rumors would emerge, accusations of infidelity or being cast out for gluttony. In summary, if it could be avoided, it should be. Old man, since you are already aware, there is no need to fear these two ruffians causing a ruckus. Gao Qiu, that old scoundrel, takes advantage of his position, using Sister Xiao Lu's salary to support his grandson, leaving Xiao and I emaciated. Today, when Sister Xiao Lu discovered this, a fierce argument broke out. I just happened to seek out Sister Xiao Lu and ended up taking them in for a while. Li Zhijiang nodded, aware that Liang Manchang was already married, had a family, and was of good character, so he felt at ease. Ah, thank you, old man. Although this is essentially a family matter of yours, and I should remain silent, I feel compelled to voice my thoughts. The Gao family has acted unjustly, and it must be addressed. You have noticed, yet have refrained from speaking up. The Gao family will not see your magnanimity. Rather, they will perceive you as easy to bully and manipulate. After Liang Manchang finished speaking, he stood up. His purpose in coming to the county was merely to sound a warning to Li Zhijiang. Since he was already aware, there was no need for him to linger. Old man, I shall take my leave. If Gao Qiu and Gao Dashan come knocking, simply do not open the door. Avoid any quarrels or altercations with those two rascals. They could easily drive you to despair. Li Zhijiang nodded. The murkiness in his eyes vanished without a trace. Yes, I have it under control. Chapter 82. The Martyr Zhou Jinhui. After leaving the tenement building, Liang Manchang took advantage of the fact that the supply and marketing cooperative had yet to open, and made a trip there to purchase a plethora of daily necessities for Li Xiaolu and her child, before pedaling his bicycle towards Tuanjiatan. The following day, Li Xiaolu borrowed Liang Manchang's bicycle to go to work at the cooperative, while Gao Xiaoni stayed home to play with Xiaoying. Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushun prepared to venture into the mountains. He intended to pack his bag to the brim before the heavy snow closed the mountain pass, planning to hibernate at home once the freeze set in. However, upon arriving at the mountain pass, they encountered a large contingent of police lined up. Among them was Zhou Jinhui. Upon seeing Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushun heading toward the mountains, a young police officer jogged over, positioning himself in front of them, and said, "Comrades, are you attempting to enter the mountains? Turn back. Yes, we are going hunting. What of it? Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you." Just as the young officer was about to force them back, Zhou Jinhui recognized Liang Manchang, hurried over, and dismissed the young officer. Last time, when Liang Manchang had taken him to find the corpse of the old crow, he felt indebted, So he lowered his voice and said, "You cannot enter the mountains today." Someone reported to the county police yesterday that there are two groups of armed bandits in Gold Mining Valley, wielding 56 rifles, which is extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous? Then we shall withdraw. Earning money is important, but preserving one's life is paramount. In these times, 56 rifles are relatively easy to acquire, yet 56 assault rifles are rare. To combat the Russians, a total of 10 million 56 rifles were produced, making them a common sight, whether among militia, local police, or hunters. Anyone capable of shooting possesses one, as ubiquitous as chopsticks. However, the production of 56 assault rifles is limited, exclusively issued to special forces and police units undertaking specific missions. Thus, if these bandits possess 56 assault rifles, it indicates that they are not mere rogue elements, but rather likely part of organized crime. Yet, Liang Manchang pondered. If they were truly organized criminals, they should be robbing a bank or kidnapping a wealthy individual, akin to Zhang Ziqiang, rather than heading to Gold Mining Valley. Officer Zhou, what is the purpose of these bandits in Gold Mining Valley? I cannot say for certain. However, the county police received a tip-off and organized a manhunt. Who reported it? No one mentioned, just a letter was left behind. Very well, it is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it. After Liang Manchang finished speaking, he retreated to a distance of 100 meters, racking his brain to recall the events of the Gold Rush Valley from years past. The Old Master Ridge Gold Rush Valley had been mined since the Xuanji era and continued until before liberation. In his youth, Li Zhejiang had been captured by the warlord and taken to Old Master Ridge to mine for gold. That gold mine must be situated within. However, after liberation, due to the depletion of the gold mine, it ceased to be of any mining value and was shut down. It was not until the 21st century that the Old Master Ridge underwent significant development, transforming the Gold Rush Valley into a gold panning experience resort. Countless tourists spend 888 yuan to don prison garb and shackles, panning for gold in the small creek within the Gold Rush Valley. Liang Manchang had also once visited the resort to sell balloons, but after just one day, he was expelled by two security guards wielding electric batons. The name martyr Zhou Jinwei suddenly flashed in his mind. In the last small room of the Gold Rush Memorial Hall, a narrow glass display case prominently showcased a bright red martyr certificate bearing the name Zhou Jinwei. Could this be related to the current operation? They say to respect others' destinies and let go of the desire to help, yet when confronted with a vibrant life. Liang Manchang felt a weight in his heart and called out, "Officer Zhou, come here for a moment." Zhou Jinhui approached at a brisk pace, his brow furrowed with concern. "What is up, Manchang?" Liang Manchang replied, "I see a dark omen in your demeanor. You should exercise caution and refrain from recklessness." Zhou Jinhui, observing Liang Manchang's earnest expression, chuckled lightly. "Manchang, have you taken up fortune-telling? Don't worry." After saying this, Zhou Jinhui swiftly departed. 5 minutes later, the police squad vanished into the Old Nest Ridge. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Manchang turned to Zhao Fushun, who was squatting on the ground, and said, "Shunzi, the Gold Rush Valley at Dewa Ridge is neither too close nor too far from our Tuanjia village. Please inform Uncle Yutian to be on alert. We must not allow those ruffians to storm into our village unopposed, or it would spell trouble." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fushun immediately stood up, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "All right, I'll have my father organize a protective team to take the initiative." Liang Manchang replied, "Forget it. Even if you wish to take the initiative, your father won't allow it. Just bring dog meat along. This cowardly dog can guard the house." Woof, woof. Zhao Fushun took the leash and leaned closer to Liang Manchang, lowering his voice. "Brother Manchang, what are you planning?" "Hee, just going to enjoy the spectacle." "You're not bringing me along." Liang Manchang responded, "Shunzi, you are the second most capable man in our village after me. There's a saying, with greater power comes greater responsibility. The elders and youths of the village are counting on you." The corners of Zhao Fushun's mouth lifted slightly, his smile growing bolder. "Brother Manchang, if you put it that way, I want to argue with you. Very well, let us split up." After saying this, Zhao Fushun dashed off with dog meat in tow, while Liang Manchang ignited the fire in his 56 and stealthily made his way towards the Gold Rush Valley via a shortcut. His sudden transformation from a mere onlooker to a participant was primarily prompted by the feeling that this group of ruthless bandits had appeared rather abruptly. There was likely something amiss. Upon entering the mountains, he released Xiao Jin from his spatial confines, while the scent attracted Xiao Qi who approached curiously. Lacking hunting dogs, Liang Manchang could only follow the police force from a distance as they scoured the Taojin Valley. By approximately 2 in the afternoon, the 30-member police contingent halted at the valley's entrance. Taojin Valley lay nestled between two peaks, each rising over 200 meters. The valley stretched about 10 kilometers in length and 2 to 3 kilometers in width, with a small river flowing through it. The police force divided into 6 teams, each comprising 5 officers, spaced 5 to 600 meters apart. Liang Manchang furrowed his brow. The dense trees of Doualing made it seem as though the teams were sifting through the area like a sieve. Under normal circumstances, such an oppressive search might compel ordinary criminals to flee or inadvertently reveal themselves through a tremor of their hands. However, these were seasoned bandits, possessing remarkable psychological resilience. As long as they didn't unwittingly encounter the police or their dogs, they could evade detection. Liang Manchang found himself puzzled. Were the bandits engaging in formalism in their search? His unease deepened. Just as he grappled with this confusion, Xiao Qihu stood and scratched his back with a paw. What is it, Xiao Qihu? The aloof little fox pointed toward Taojin Valley, making a beckoning gesture, emitting urgent ZZ sounds. ZZ. Do you perhaps know where this group of bandits is hiding? Xiao Qihu nodded. Chapter 83, Damn, my flawless jade body. In terms of intelligence, this auxiliary little fox undoubtedly eclipsed Xiao Jin, Xiao Hai, and Brother Go Ro, who were official members. Hence, Liang Manchang believed wholeheartedly in Xiao Qihu's capabilities. This territory, Lao Yiling, was well within Xiao Qihu's expertise. If you can locate these bandits, I shall reward you with a rabbit. The aloof little fox managed to muster a semblance of a smile and nodded in agreement. Upon seeing Xiao Qihu's affirmation, Liang Manchang shifted the eagle from his shoulder to his arm. Xiao Hai, if you hear the signal later, swoop down and peck at those scoundrels' eyes, understood? Kli Liang Manchang gave a slight shake of his hand, and the eagle, with nearly 2-meter wingspan, soared into the sky, circling above Taojin Valley. With everything in place, Liang Manchang moved nearly in sync with the police at the valley's entrance. He used a Type 62 binocular to spot Zhou Jinhui's face among the officers, and upon comparing it with Xiao Qihu's indicated route, they matched perfectly. As the exact number and location of the bandits remained unclear, Liang Manchang resolved to advance alongside Zhou Jinhui and his team. After all, he was merely a spectator in this affair. He could not risk his life for the cause. The riverbank of Taojin Valley was strewn with gravel the size of eggs, and further inland lay low shrubs, which offered no suitable concealment. Thus, the police focused their search on the dense forests on either side. Zhou Jinhui's team was positioned on the far left of the valley, close to the hillside. The little red fox and the little golden fox moved swiftly, dashing up the hillside, glancing back every few steps. Meanwhile, Liang Manchang searched as he walked. Despite the relaxed demeanor of the little red fox, which displayed no hint of vigilance, nevertheless, Liang Manchang was determined to seize control of his own fate. After approximately an hour of searching, a sudden cacophony of barking erupted. Something's amiss. Be alert. Zhou Jinhui's voice reached Liang Manchang's ears. He promptly crouched down, while the little red fox remained unperturbed, standing in place and lifting its chin defiantly. Roughly 3 minutes later, Zhou Jinhui's voice echoed once more. The crisis has passed. There are signs of a fire. Liang Manchang cast a glance at the smug little red fox, fully aware that it was undoubtedly ridiculing him in its mind. Little red fox, I am merely being prudent. Your recklessness will surely lead to your downfall, he thought. With that, Liang Manchang stealthily advanced while the little red fox gradually slowed its pace, lowering its body and scanning the surroundings. If his instincts were correct, they had entered a relatively perilous zone. Otherwise, the boastful little red fox would not be so skittish. Listening to the little red fox's anxious and hurried sounds, Liang Manchang realized it had detected danger. Indeed, as it produced a pair of binoculars and focused in the direction of the little red fox's gaze, he saw a stout, short man crouching in a deep pit, aiming a Type 56 rifle ahead. The crack of gunfire rang out. The sounds of barking and shouting intertwined in an instant. Armed bandits detected. Zhou Jinhui, do not act impulsively. Wait for backup. No. If we wait any longer, they'll escape. Liang Manchang finally understood why Zhou Jinhui had perished. It stemmed from an insatiable thirst for glory. Xiao Jin, when you spot the bandit, show no mercy. Aim to eliminate. With a fierce shout, Liang Manchang disengaged the safety on his rifle and gradually approached Zhou Jinhui's position from the hillside. Approximately 5 minutes later, he spotted Zhou Jinhui, separated from the main group, crouching behind a large tree with his rifle at the ready. Officer Zhou. Zhou Jinhui startled, lifting his rifle as he turned to see Liang Manchang's smiling face about 10 meters behind him. Manchang, what brings you here? I got lost and didn't expect to find you. Enough with the chit-chat, you need to head back. There's a bandit up ahead. I'll cover you. Zhou Jinhui turned and cautiously peeked out. However, the moment he exposed even a sliver of his head, a hail of bullets erupted, sending with splinters flying. Damn! Those bastards are accurate. Manchang, cover me. A question mark appeared in Liang Manchang's mind. What should he do? Charge and head on. Officer Zhou, don't act rashly. Liang Manchang urged as he lowered himself and maneuvered behind a tree trunk wide enough for a person to embrace. 50 meters ahead, the stout man with the rifle cursed angrily, taking a breath while pressed against the dirt pit. Damn, that little brat is surprisingly agile. After cursing, he gestured to his right and resumed aiming. Meanwhile, Zhou Jinhui, seeing Liang Manchang had reached a parallel position with him, declared, "Cover me. I'm going out." Zhou Jinhui raised his gun, cautiously peering out, and unleashed a barrage on the small pit, rendering the stout figure unable to lift his head. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou stepped fully out from behind the great tree, relying on his extensive combat experience to fire precise shots. At that moment, endowed with keen perception, Zhou swiftly scanned the left front. On a 30-meter incline, a dark, menacing gun barrel slowly aimed at him. The shooter concealed behind a tree, unable to take aim. Dodge! Liang Manchang shouted angrily, but the cacophony of gunfire drowned out his voice as Zhou remained focused on the small pit. Without a moment to spare, Liang dashed from behind the tree, firing at the large tree for cover while sprinting towards Zhou. Liang kicked Zhou in the rear, and a tingling sensation spread through his left arm. Manchang, damn it, are you deaf? There's a bandit firing from the left. Upon hearing this, Liang raised his gun and unleashed a hail of bullets at the tree on the left. Cold sweat dripped down Zhou's brow. Had it not been for Liang's timely kick, he might have met a dire fate. Manchang, you! Liang's gaze fell upon Zhou's left arm, stained red with blood, igniting a fire of fury in his eyes. Damn it, my flawless body. Officer Zhou, suppress the bandit in the pit. What? Your marksmanship isn't great. Just provide cover. Zhou replied, would you prefer to take over the suppression? Enough chatter. Zhou recognized Liang's unwavering determination, coupled with his reputation as a skilled hunter, and swiftly reloaded his magazine. He sought refuge behind a sturdy tree and fired upon the pit. The bandit on the slope, realizing Liang was not to be trifled with, abandoned his comrades in the pit and fled. Liang circled behind, calling out to Xiao Jin, pursue. Take him down. With a fierce roar, Liang surged forward, firing at the retreating shadow. However, the dense foliage allowed the figure to escape further into the distance. Fortunately, Xiao Jin, like a tiger descending the mountain, relentlessly pursued. The slender shadow, hearing the gunfire recede, sighed in relief, but a vivid streak of yellow rushed towards him from behind. What the hell? With a loud bang, the slender figure was sent flying as if severed from its strings. Chapter 84. To the capital. Little Red Fox, go see if there are any remaining bandits. Little Red Fox snorted a couple of times and quickly darted into the woods. Approximately 10 minutes later, he returned, solemnly shaking his head. Liang Manchang, reassured, stealthily approached the body of the slender figure. Observing the half-collapsed shoulder, he surmised that it was the handiwork of Xiao Jin. It seemed the moment the bandit turned, he had encountered Xiao Jin's broad palm. You pathetic fool, thinking you could catch me off guard. Liang spat, then began to search the body. It wasn't due to any peculiar inclination. Rather, he sought to collect a bit of interest first. Such desperate rogues were unlikely to stash their wealth in banks, so any valuables should be on their person. Indeed, upon lifting the upper layer of his hunting attire, he felt the bulging contents of a snug pocket. Oh, what a delightful opportunity. Reaching in, he uncovered a substantial stack of banknotes, estimated to be no less than 600 or 700 yuan. A glance towards his neck revealed a black cord from which he pulled a jade plaque of exquisite quality, though its craftsmanship appeared somewhat rudimentary. Flipping it over, he discerned an inscription, Shui 1, Shangjing. Was this an identification token? Could it be linked to some clandestine organization? Without further contemplation, he stored the jade plaque in his spatial pocket and reached around to probe the slender figure's lower back, encountering a firm texture. Frowning, he initially suspected it to be a dagger, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a formidable Black Star 54 pistol. Excellent, just what he required for self-defense. He promptly secured the firearm and ammunition within his spatial pocket and continued his search. Just when he thought he had collected everything, he discovered a small notebook nestled in his trouser pocket. Upon opening it, he found a poorly inscribed map. Could it possibly be a treasure map? Just as he was about to examine it further, he heard the cacophony of voices and barking dogs approaching. The police squad was evidently closing in. His mind raced. If this map indeed led to treasure, the ruthless bandit in the pit could not be spared. He hastily discarded the notebook and map into his spatial pocket and tossed a wild rabbit to the little fox. "Little red fox, I trust you to create a diversion." The little fox emitted a couple of squeaks before seizing the rabbit and darting away. He stored the little gold piece in his spatial pocket and blew a whistle. "Xiao Hai swoop." As Xiao Hai rapidly dove, Liang Manchang raised his gun, stealthily advancing towards the pit. At this moment, the main force was still over 50 meters away from the pit. "Zhou Gong, leave this kid to me. You pursue the other bandits." Liang Manchang's shout was straightforward. He aimed to prevent any friendly fire from the police. Otherwise, even with his spatial advantage, a volley from a dozen 56 rifles would surely reduce him to a mere sieve. Indeed, Zhou Jinhui regained his composure. "Comrades, the hunters on the hillside are our allies. The bandits are in the pit." Just then, a white shadow descended from above. A sea eagle, with claws sharpened over years of wear on stone. It swiftly struck the stout bandit, snatching an eye in an instant. A desperate scream echoed as chaotic gunfire erupted from the pit. Seizing the opportunity, Liang Manchang knelt and raised his 56 rifle. With pinpoint accuracy, enhanced by the keen sight of the anchor point, the stout figure 50 meters away appeared as close as 30. He gently squeezed the trigger. With a resounding bang, the bullet flew true, striking the bandit's forehead with precision. The corpulent and agile body collapsed to the ground, lifeless as if it were a malfunctioning robot. There was no time for celebration. Liang Manchang immediately lunged towards the pit. He must hasten to remove the valuable items before the arrival of Zhou Jinhui and the other police officers. However, as he had anticipated, this corpulent individual appeared to be the lowest-ranking foot soldier among the gang of thugs, devoid of any maps or notes. After rummaging for an extended period, Liang Manchang unearthed a mere 300 yuan. Naturally, a thief does not leave empty-handed. With a deft flick of his wrist, he concealed the money in his spatial pocket. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Jinhui, armed with a Type 56 rifle, leapt to the edge of the pit. Upon discovering the corpulent man had succumbed, he inquired, "Manchang, what of the gunman?" "He lies dead upon the hillside," came the reply. With a wave of his hand, Zhou signaled for the 5 or 6 young officers behind him to follow. Approximately 10 minutes later, 2 corpses lay side by side. Director Li Weigua of the county police department strode over with purpose. "Excellent. Who was responsible for the demise of these 2 thugs?" Before the director of the Hongxing Commune police station could respond, Zhou Jinhui stepped forward and saluted. "Report, Director." It was Liang Manchang from the Hongxing Commune's Unity Tun who dispatched them. Liang Manchang, who had been lurking nearby, broke into a sweat. It was no wonder Zhou Jinhui had not been promoted. With such low emotional intelligence, it was a miracle he had not been relegated to guarding a reservoir. Not to mention, during such a critical moment, one would expect at least the station chief to answer. Moreover, even if Zhou Jinhui had taken the initiative to respond, disregarding the facts, the credit should have been shared with half of the police team. How could he solely credit Liang Manchang? The appropriate response should have been as follows. The station chief, with a smear of mud strategically placed on his face, should have stepped forward, articulating with clarity and fervor. "Under the vigorous leadership of the Bureau, we have successfully eliminated 2 thugs, with no casualties among our police force. The situation is still under investigation, and details of the personnel involved will be outlined in the report. As for the contents of the report and the division of credit, there were established protocols to follow." Now, Zhou Jinhui's abrupt interjection left Li Weigua somewhat bewildered. He cleared his throat and asked, "Which one is Liang Manchang?" Liang Manchang raised his hand. He did not wish to take the spotlight, as there were no substantial benefits to be gained, and the possibility of remaining thugs seeking retribution loomed large. Yet, with his name called, he had no choice but to step forward. "Director, I am Liang Manchang, a commendable young man. Upon my return to the county, I shall recommend you for recognition. Director, I merely stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity. Before entering the mountains, Comrade Zhou Jinhui informed me that the station chief had devised a grand strategy, urging me to assist him both openly and covertly in ambushing the enemy." Zhou Jinhui and the station chief exchanged glances, bewildered. How could they, the principal actors, be unaware of this so-called strategy? However, seeing Liang Manchang articulate his account with such conviction, they realized he was bestowing credit upon them. Li Weigua furrowed his brow, as it indeed seemed that Zhou Jinhui had conferred with Liang Manchang prior to their venture into the mountains. He bypassed the station chief, casting a glance at Zhou Jinhui, and asked, "Is this true?" "Indeed, it is true. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with the station chief." The station chief, standing with legs together, affirmed, "Yes, I too was inspired by your guidance, which led us to embrace both courage and caution, thus resulting in this stratagem." Chapter 85. How much is it worth? Li Weigua nodded. acknowledging their collective affirmation. If it was not true, then it must be true in some regard. Very well. All of you are distinguished contributors, and we shall duly commend your efforts in due course. Moreover, you are Zhou Jinhui, correct? Zhou Jinhui nodded in response, reporting to the director. I am Zhou Jinhui from the Hongxing Commune Police Station. If I recall correctly, I was the one who welcomed you upon your transfer to the county. It has been over a decade, has it not? Zhou Jinhui felt a surge of emotion, astonished that Li Weiguo remembered his name, and choked out, reporting. It has been 18 years and 3 months. Li Weiguo nodded again. Indeed, to maintain your position for such a duration is no small feat. The Bureau is also quite concerned about your situation. A veteran like you, courageous and bold, has been somewhat underutilized at the grassroots level. Please ensure that you prepare a detailed report and deliver it personally to my office. Zhou Jinhui stood at attention, saluting. Yes, sir. After Li Weiguo spoke, he turned his gaze to Liang Manchang, who was cleaning his ears, a smile broadening across his face. Liang Manchang, your marksmanship is commendable, and your composure is impressive. To have eliminated 2 foes and still engage in light-hearted banter, your words are remarkably coherent. Liang Manchang was taken aback. Oh no, I forgot to maintain my facade. Having faced death once, he had long since come to terms with everything. Moreover, he was eradicating threats to the people. What psychological burden could he possibly carry? Director, the villagers deem me a simpleton, claiming my reactions are slower than others, and that I am rather bold. Nonsense. Have you ever met a simpleton like yourself? You are not one of our ranks. Advancement may prove challenging, but I shall endeavor to secure you a bonus. Upon hearing this, Liang Manchang's spirits lifted instantly. He accepted the bonus with a calm heart, feeling it well-deserved. Haha, thank you, Director. However, I kindly request your assistance with one matter. According to the tip-off, these bandits are formidable and well-equipped, prompting Li Weiguo to escalate the situation, requesting additional manpower. Yet, County Chief Wu Anbong denied the request on the grounds of verifying the authenticity of the tip-off. Thus, Li Weiguo brought a contingent of police officers into the mountains. Initially, he anticipated casualties given the limited force. Even if there were no losses, the ideal outcome would be to drive away the bandits unscathed. Yet, he was utterly surprised when Liang Manchang managed to eliminate 2 of the bandits. Hence, Li Weiguo felt indebted to him. What urgency is there? As long as it does not breach protocol, I shall see what I can do. Director, I tend to be timid. Perhaps my name should be omitted from the report for discretion. Those with discernment would recognize that Liang Manchang feared retribution. For ordinary citizens, such caution is understandable. Very well. Zhou Jinhui will draft the specific report, and we can omit or use code names for any inconsequential details. Haha, thank you. By the way, I notice you have sustained injuries. I will arrange for a vehicle to take you to the commune health center for treatment at public expense. That would be splendid. It would be best if there were some funds for nourishment as well. Once Liang Manchang exited the mountain, he was transported to the health center. And he also sent a message to Li Xiaolu, falsely claiming he had spent the night in the mountains to spare Lu Jingxiu and the others from worry. In truth, Liang Manchang's injuries were not severe. They were merely abrasions, with a bullet having grazed a strip of flesh the width of a finger. However, one cannot resist the allure of free hospital accommodations, complete with delectable meals and nutritional allowances. Why not take advantage of such generosity? On the morning of the 3rd day, Zhou Jinhui entered the ward carrying 2 jars of canned peaches. Captain Zhou, I thought you would come empty-handed. What nonsense are you saying, Manchang? While I may be somewhat blunt, I am not foolish. You are my savior. Had it not been for you, I might have succumbed, weighing over 100 kilograms. It is only fitting to acknowledge my benefactor with something in hand. Liang Manchang nodded thoughtfully, resolved to impart some wisdom to Zhou Jinhui. Well, it's commendable that you possess a conscience, yet your bluntness can be a double-edged sword. Your military background makes your speech forthright, which is both an asset and a liability. Direct communication is efficient, often black and white. However, consider a different approach. While it may seem convoluted, sometimes matters that appear negotiable can indeed be resolved. From this perspective, ISNT efficiency not so low after all. Noticing Zhou Jinhui deep in thought, Liang Manchang seized the moment to continue. Furthermore, regarding personal advancement, I have a perspective. Aspiring individuals do not always seek wealth and power. They may wish to serve the public more effectively. For instance, to ensure the safety of the populace, one might propose assigning a police presence to every village. If you were an ordinary officer, your recommendations would require departmental consideration. Yet, as the station chief, wouldn't he just take your word? Zhou Jinhui's ascent to an officer position indicated his intelligence, though he struggled to pivot his thinking. Once he grasped this concept, the possibilities would unfold. Manchang, I believe I understand now. I will reflect on this further, Zhou Jinhui declared, rising to leave the ward. However, just as he reached the door, he turned back. My memory fails me. I almost forgot the important matter. He retrieved a brown paper bag from his briefcase and placed it on the bed. Take a look. Liang Manchang, without needing to open it, knew the contents, cash. And it appeared to be at least 3,000 yuan. How much? 3,000. This is a bonus from the county. But rest assured, this matter is strictly confidential. Haha, it seems Li Weigua has some integrity. This is the mark of a good official. Zhou Jinhui gazed at Liang Manchang with a hint of confusion. The contrast in his demeanor was striking. One moment he appeared wise and sagacious, the next, he resembled a shrewd merchant. Unfathomable. Zhou Jinhui then rummaged in his jacket pocket, producing an identification card bearing the police emblem. What is this? Open it and see. Upon opening, Liang Manchang was astonished to find his own name inscribed, accompanied by a photograph and an official seal. Specially appointed expert of the Xinjiang Public Security Bureau? Indeed. This is a privilege bestowed by Director Li. Your marksmanship is precise, and your tracking skills surpass those of police dogs. He arranged this honorary title for you. It will facilitate any future needs for your expertise. Liang Manchang immediately comprehended. This was not merely a temporary position. It represented status and recognition. Captain Zhou, this isn't something the county issued unofficially, is it? What are you thinking? It bears the police emblem. This requires approval from the department and must be filed with the bureau. It is far from simple. In our county, you are the sole distinguished expert capable of making an impact. As for the others, either they are residing in a sanatorium, a hospital, or a psychiatric facility. Liang Manchang chuckled, pondering the true worth of this distinguished expert. What value does it hold? A modest sum of 360 yuan per year, equating to 30 yuan per month. Not too shabby. Chapter 86. The blue pill. Liang Manchang carefully stored away his credentials and the craft paper bag, reminding Zhou Jinhui to seize opportunities. Before preparing to head home, in recent days, he had occasionally indulged in some spiritual spring water for rejuvenation and had utilized spatial spiritual herbs to tend to his wounds. After a few days of effort, he was nearly healed. Moreover, the most beneficial remedy for the body remained the practice of dual cultivation. Thus, he exchanged a few words with the physician and set off towards Tuanjiatan. Upon reaching the secluded path, Liang Manchang swiftly entered the spatial realm. Xiaomei, are you there? Brother has gained some prestige these past few days, having dispatched 2 bandits, bringing a semblance of heroism to our space. Surely, that must hold some value? Wow. Brother Manchang, you are incredible. Of course, that counts. I have become your little fan. Hee. Can I receive 2 gift packages then? Hom. No sooner had Xiaomei's words left her lips than 2 packages descended from the heavens. One was a round orb, unmistakably a skill ball, while the other was a light, dainty box. Liang Manchang opened the skill ball to find exactly what he had longed for, the anchor sniping skill. Fragrance detection level 3. Stalwart physique level 3. Anchor sniping level 1. Spiritual insight level 2. Once the anchor sniping skill ascended to the next level, it would have the potential to trigger an upgrade. Taking a deep breath, Liang Manchang crushed the skill ball, inhaling a cloud of white mist. A resonant chime echoed, and the surrounding silicone-like fog receded, revealing that the 200 square meter space had doubled in size, now approximately 400 square meters. At that moment, Xiaomei's voice rang out. Now, transitioning from orange space to yellow space, you may reside here for 2 hours each day. Haha, with land and space now available, can I not cultivate some vegetables? Eating meat daily is unhealthy. Liang Manchang felt elated, his gaze shifting to the other package. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to discover a blue pill. Xiaomei, are you jesting? Do I truly require this? Brother Manchang, even heroes have moments of sorrow. Our principle is to ensure that heroes neither bleed nor weep. Nonsense. Liang Manchang turned the pill over and found himself momentarily stunned. This was no revered elixir. It was clearly a man's joy pill. Xiaomei, a beast companion contract pill? Indeed, it allows you to form contracts with animals that hold affection for you. The higher the affinity, the greater the success rate. What sort of nonsense is this? Success is not guaranteed. It entirely depends on the level of affection. Liang Manchang gazed at the 3 tiny pills, his eyes widening in disbelief. With his current companions, Dogmeat, Xiao Hai, and Xiao Jin, thanks to the effects of space, their bonds were quite close. These 3 loyal aides should not betray him. However, it is better to be cautious than to regret, especially with Xiao Hai and Xiao Jin, who were national treasures. Therefore, he resolved to first give 1 pill each to Xiao Hai and Xiao Jin. As for the dog meat, should one discover a rebellious spirit, A swift application of a small whip would suffice to ensure compliance. Liang Manchang had just slaughtered a rabbit and, turning his back, concealed a blue pill within it. Approaching Xiao Hai and Xiao Jin with a smile. Xiao Hai, Xiao Jin, you both performed admirably the other day. Come, while the dog meat is absent. Allow me to treat you to a little feast. The innocent Xiao Hai and the oblivious Xiao Jin devoured the meat without hesitation. At the very moment the flesh slid into their bellies, their gazes turned vacant. Suddenly, a holographic projection materialized within the space, displaying the shadows of Xiao Hai and Xiao Jin spinning about. Beast Pet Xiao Hai. Heidonking. Contract Level 1. Skill. None. Beast Pet Xiao Jin. Jin Jinshan. Contract Level 1. Skill. None. Liang Manchang's mind was in a state of chaos, akin to having been shaken by an earthquake. Upon shaking his head, he discerned a spherical three-dimensional map forming in his mind, with the positions of Xiao Jin and Xiao Hai marked upon it, complete with health bars. However, the map had a radius of 1 kilometer, with him positioned at its center. If he was not mistaken, Liang Manchang's control over his beast pets had a maximum range of only 1 kilometer. Liang Manchang summoned the Heidonking to his hand and leapt from the space. Xiao Hai, don't fly too high. The creature, prior to the contract, required a moment to translate Liang Manchang's commands into avian language before taking flight, typically taking 3 to 5 seconds. Yet, after ingesting the blue pill, the Heidonking soared into the sky like a mechanical bird. With a focused mind, Liang Manchang observed as the Heidonking rapidly ascended. Nearing the edge of the spherical map, he issued commands for flips, dives, and cruising maneuvers, all of which the Heidonking executed flawlessly. However, it struggled with more complex aerial movements, such as a 3.5 rotation. Return. When the Heidonking landed steadily upon his shoulder, Liang Manchang felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand Xiao Mei with a swift whip. Had he known about this possibility earlier, he could have simply administered the pill instead of enduring the arduous task of training a falcon. Yet, observing the holographic projection, he noted that if these pets consumed additional blue pills, their contract levels would increase, thereby greatly enhancing the range of remote control and the complexity of commands. Who knows? They might even acquire skills. If the Heidonking were to evolve into a Gatling, it would sweep through foes like a warthog fighter. Should Xiao Hai evolve into a tiger tank, it could easily plow through Laoyiling. The more Liang Manchang pondered, the more pleased he became. He turned and returned to the commune, purchasing seeds for cucumbers, eggplants, peppers, and tomatoes, diligently working within the space. Given the effects of the spatial spring, he estimated that within 10 to 15 days, he would be able to harvest fresh spatial fruits. At that time, Brother Tsang's selection would surely reach new heights. Liang Manchang chuckled to himself, knowing that soon it would be 1980, at which point he would need to apply for an individual business license, formalizing Brother Tsang's selections. With the spring breeze at his back, he felt as if he could see all the flowers of Chang'an in a single day. Liang Manchang hastened his steps, returning to Tuanjiatun in less than an hour. However, upon entering the village, he was met with the startling sound of firecrackers. Liang Manchang furrowed his brow. Has Liang Manchang not yet risen? Which family has not invited him for their joyous or sorrowful occasions? Liang Manchang touched his forehead and returned home. Jingxiu, whose family is in need of assistance in the village. Ah, Uncle Tian, what is the matter? Given our close relationship, how could they not inform me of their troubles? Is it true that some people simply drift apart as they walk through life? Lu Jingxiu pinched the somewhat mystical Liang Manchang, playfully reproaching him. What is going on? Zhao lady has returned. Isn't Zhao lady still unmarried? This is not a homecoming. Why the firecrackers? It's not that kind of affair. Isn't lady employed at the grain station in the county? I heard that she went to a nearby village to collect taxes, but encountered master who along the way. Upon returning to the grain station, she has been speaking incoherently, and despite several visits to the county hospital, there was no remedy. So she was sent home to consult a spirit medium. Liang Manchang suddenly understood. It seemed the firecrackers were for summoning the spirit medium. Chapter 87. The Spirit Medium of Wenwang Drum in 1979. While workplaces were few, the pervasive poverty and low material demands allowed everyone to find contentment. Unlike decades later, when those selling children's clothing, doing manicures, or driving large vehicles all turned to spirit mediums out of necessity. They would pop 2 effervescent tablets, lie on the ground, frothing at the mouth, mumbling nonsensically about being possessed. Then they'd gather a crowd, take photos, and post them on social media, claiming to have conducted a seance. In every building, at least one spirit medium could be found, commonplace as dirt. However, in that era, a genuine seance was not easily orchestrated. One needed to find a master, perform the ritual, and adhere to a lineage. Nevertheless, Liang Manchang was unconcerned. After all, being a reincarnation was already quite absurd. How could anything be more outrageous than that? Jingxiu, where are Xiaoying and Xiaoni? They went to see the commotion. I was afraid to go. Very well. Then I shall take a look. Having spoken, Liang Manchang hung his jacket on the wall, tucked his hands into his pockets, and hurried toward Zhao Yutian's home. As he arrived at the gate, he noticed a scattering of firecracker paper on the ground. Meanwhile, Chun Meilian, Shunzi's mother, stood at the gate, anxiously glancing about. As soon as Liang Manchang peeked out, he was caught by Zhao Fushun. Manchang, you're back? I heard that 2 ruffians from Gold Panning Valley were killed. Was it your doing? Seeing Zhao Fushun's excited expression, Liang Manchang quickly shook his head. How could that be? With so many police around, what could I possibly do? By the way, how is it going inside? Oh, it should have just started. My father and sister are in there. I was supposed to help, but once I entered, I felt suffocated, so I'll wait until it's nearly over to go in. You shouldn't go in. We are like brothers. And your sister is like my own. Well, your wife is still my wife. After Liang Manchang's words, he shot a glare before exchanging a few words with Chun Meilian, then opened the outer door a crack and squeezed inside. The room was shrouded in darkness, with only 2 white candles flickering on the offering table. 3 incense sticks emitted a pale, bluish smoke that spiraled upwards with the candle's flame. Drowsily, Zhao Lady lay on a recliner, while Zhao Yutian stood beside her, his face etched with worry. Where's everyone? Liang Manchang wondered in confusion. A middle-aged man adorned with vibrant strips of cloth, his face painted in a kaleidoscope of colors, and feathers protruding from his head, suddenly leaped forth from the shadows. Damn! Liang Manchang cursed inwardly. Were it not for his strong mental fortitude, he might have succumbed to sheer fright. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Zhang Yaoyang from Heiyu Crow Village, a renowned shaman in the region. Zhang's fame stemmed from 2 primary attributes, his eloquence and keen insight. Moreover, he was a unique embodiment of both the great immortal and the lesser immortal. Unlike other shamans who typically operated in pairs, representing the 2 roles, the great immortal was akin to a dancer in street performances, invoking spirits to address inquiries, while the lesser immortal served as a supportive presence, enhancing the atmosphere. Yet, Zhang Yaoyang singularly encapsulated both roles, earning him the reverence of the local populace, who regarded him as a true deity. However, Liang Manchang scoffed at this reverence, for in the future, the crackdown on Qigong also ensnared Zhang Yaoyang. The rationale was straightforward. His following was substantial, leading him to cultivate a cult of personality that veered towards the sinister, deceiving affluent patrons for their offerings, while engaging in dubious practices with his female followers, claiming to transfer his essence to them. When Zhang was ultimately apprehended, the revelations of his past misdeeds emerged, including his use of hallucinogenic substances during divinations and veterinary drugs for his medical practices, often to detrimental extents. As Liang's mind wandered through these memories, a sudden shout broke the silence. Ahem, master, let some snowflakes fall. Zhao Yutian, startled, nodded vigorously in response. Alas, in less than 3 minutes, a plate of steamed buns and a platter of pastries were placed upon the altar. Burn the paper. Zhao Yutian knelt abruptly, trembling as he struck a match to ignite a stack of yellow paper, placing it into a copper basin. The flames flickered, and a sudden gust of wind swept through, swirling the black ash. Liang Manchang squinted as Zhang Yaoyang began to perform, wielding the Wenwang drum and the divine whip, singing and dancing. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky darkened, and the dragon returned to the vast sea while the tiger retreated to the mountains. The dragon, returning to the sea, can summon rain. The tiger, returning to the mountains, seeks rest. The thoroughfare lay deserted, with 9 out of 10 homes barred. Only one abode remained unlocked, where incense was burned, and drums were struck to summon the divine. In the dimly lit, enclosed space, coupled with the flickering flame of the candles, the painted Zhang Yaoyang indeed resembled something otherworldly, explaining his ability to deceive so many. Liang Manchang's gaze shifted to Zhao Lady, whose complexion flushed as she writhed restlessly. Upon noticing her agitation, Zhang Yaoyang circled around her, brandishing the Wenwang drum in his left hand and the Wuwang whip in his right. He first spoke of the drum, then the whip, naming the performance soul-shaking sail. The carpenter had carved willow wood, shaping it with chisels and planes. 8 strings were affixed, 4 directed north and 4 to the south. The northern strings were meant to stabilize the realm, while the southern ones were intended to solidify the nation. At the center lay the golden ring of Neza, accompanied by the 8 great coins representing the trigrams of Qian, Can, Jin, Zhen, Sun, Li, Kuan, and Dui. The diminutive drum and whip measured 13 inches, embellished with multicolored ribbons. A bend was crafted at the bottom, leading to a pointed tip at the top. With a rhythmic clap, the chant began, 1 clap for 3. 3 claps for 9. The legendary 108 heroes of Liang Manchang had struck their 108 whips. The whip, when struck, would resonate like a drum. And the drum, upon its sound, would summon the deities. According to tradition, this was the moment to discern which celestial being had possessed Zhao Lady. Today, the master had significant matters to attend to, summoned by the assistance of divine warriors. First, they called upon Huer, then Huang, followed by the flying immortal and the serpent king, and finally, the gentle breeze and the king of sorrow. The heavenly beings attended to celestial affairs, while Hu and Huang negotiated earthly matters. If there were matters in the underworld, they would invite the king of sorrow for assistance. After a brief pause, Zhang Yaoyang seated himself upon a chair, closed his eyes, and suddenly began to tremble, bubbles forming at the corners of his mouth. With a resounding clap upon the table, he leisurely extended his right hand. Present a grass roll to the great immortal Hu. Zhao Yutian swiftly stepped forward, offering a large front door while igniting it. Zhang Yaoyang took a couple of puffs, then discreetly flicked his right pinky, causing a cluster of white powder to land upon the cigarette tip. Liang Manchang's lips curled slightly. Had it not been for his keen insight, he might have overlooked such a subtle action. Was he attempting to drug himself? To stimulate his senses? Just as Liang Manchang pondered this, Zhang Yaoyang rose and approached Zhao Lady. Wait, is he trying to drug Zhao Lady? Liang Manchang swiftly intervened, positioning himself before Zhang Yaoyang. Great immortal, may I partake? Where did this ruffian come from? Without waiting for Zhang Yaoyang's response, Liang Manchang seized the cigarette, pretended to take a puff, and tossed it aside. What was this trickery? As Zhang Yaoyang realized the situation, he resumed his seat. Bring a bowl of halera to the great immortal Hu. Chapter 88. Great immortal, I have a treasure to show you. The obedient Zhao Yutian immediately presented a bowl of beidakang, respectfully handing it to Zhang Yaoyang. After receiving it, Zhang Yaoyang shook his hand, sending another cluster of white powder into the bowl, then offered it to Zhao Lady. What? Is this never-ending? Even without additives, pouring such a large bowl of beidakang into Zhao Lady's mouth would surely induce instant slumber, rendering her at the mercy of others. Uncle Yutian, please fetch 2 bottles of beidakang from my home for the great immortal to take. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yaoyang's frown lifted instantly, waving his hand as a high-pitched voice squeezed from his throat. Given your filial piety, go ahead. Zhao Yutian bowed his head in acknowledgement and tugged at Liang Manchang's sleeve, saying, Manchang, this place is in your hands. Please assist me. Understood. Liang Manchang escorted Zhao Yutian out, and with a loud bang, the door closed, locking it securely. Great immortal, I have a treasure to show you. Zhang Yaoyang was bewildered. Where did this naive fellow come from? Speaking in such a peculiar manner and acting so clumsily? Without giving Zhang Yaoyang a chance to inquire, Liang Manchang slipped into Zhao Fushin's west room, glancing back and beckoning Zhang Yaoyang with a wave of his hand. Come here. As Zhang Yaoyang approached the dimly lit west room, he was inexplicably drawn to the doorway. Through the narrow crack, he could faintly see a blanket swaying. Shall I touch it? Zhang Yaoyang reached his hand into the crack of the door and felt something soft and slick. Indeed, it was a blanket. However, this blanket seemed to retain a hint of warmth. As he probed further, a gust of breath brushed against the back of his hand, followed by a meaty mass that slid across it. What on earth is this? Liang Manchang chuckled and swung open the door to the west room. Little Jean licked his lips and craned his neck forward. Roar! A warm liquid cascaded from Zhang Yaoyang's groin, and the foul odor quickly enveloped the entire room. Old Zhang, your composure is impressive. You're not frightened away by this? It appears I have underestimated you, remarked Liang Manchang with a grin. Zhang Yaoyang wore a bitter expression, pinching his thigh as he spoke with a quivering voice. It's not that I'm not running. My legs have gone numb. Brother, I've encountered all sorts of spirits, but I have never summoned a giant worm. And here we are, inviting a true deity directly. What exactly is your method? Liang Manchang chuckled again. The spirits you mention are mere trifles. Summoning a giant worm is far more potent. And bringing in a physical entity elevates the stature of our ritual. Old Zhang, you're being rather unkind. If you were merely playing tricks, offering some spiritual comfort for a small profit, I would not hold it against you. But to administer a drug directly, now that's truly reprehensible. Zhang Yaoyang realized his underwear was fully exposed. It was undignified to maintain his facade any longer. So he dropped to his knees. Brother, I was wrong. It's just that my burdens are heavy. Burdens? What burdens do you have? Brother, I am quite compassionate. So when certain women in need seek my help, I cannot bear to refuse. Over time, I have established a fixed circle of 6 or 7 beneficiaries, along with their families. Liang Manchang began to understand. So, Zhang Yaoyang has taken it upon himself to care for the widows of the area, not only providing warmth, but also supporting them through life. What loyalty! Let us put your matters aside for another day. From your perspective in the supernatural realm, has Zhao Lady encountered anything unusual? Brother, isn't that putting me in a difficult position? Whether anything has happened is not for you to decide. Liang Manchang immediately grasped the implication. It seems this was all nonsense. The summoning ritual should be regarded merely as a performance, a means to relieve stress, with no further significance. All right then, just say you've resolved it later. No need to worry about anything else. Brother, how about my divine water? Quickly put away your beastly concoctions. It's quite embarrassing. Well then, I shall take my leave. Go ahead, act naturally. And if you dare to reveal my identity to anyone else, I'll summon a bear to give you a taste of its wrath. At the thought of a bear licking his face, Zhang Yaoyang shuddered and his body tensed. I assure you, I am the most discreet of individuals. In the future, refrain from engaging in morally questionable actions, or you shall find no peace even in death. Zhang Yaoyang hurriedly gathered his dining utensils and packed them into a cloth bag. As he opened the door, Zhao Yutian burst in, holding 2 bottles of Beidat Song, colliding with Zhang Yaoyang. Master Zhang, is it done? If you have such talented individuals, why summon me? It's quite inconsiderate. Zhao Yutian appeared bewildered as he glanced around the brightly lit hall and inquired, where is the expert? What expert? Uncle Yutian. Dejia hasn't been able to do anything. It's probably just a minor issue, a lack of motivation, came the reply. Send the villagers away and let Aunt Malian come inside. Although Liang Manchang seemed somewhat eccentric, Zhao Yutian firmly believed that he would not harm his daughter, and thus nodded in agreement. Seizing the opportunity while Zhao Yutian was outside, Liang Manchang prepared 2 large bowls of spring water and fetched a fresh wild ginseng. Drawing from her years of watching idol dramas, she surmised that Zhao Lady was likely heartbroken, leading to her despondency and refusal to eat or drink. In this era, while romantic entanglements were often carried out with abandon in private, they still remained a source of embarrassment for young women when brought to light. Dejia, I've sent the fortune teller away. If you're feeling down, let the tears flow. Once you've cried it out, we'll carry on living. If there is a scoundrel who has wronged you, tell me, and I shall give him a taste of retribution. Zhao Lady slowly turned her head, her lips quivering and tears glistening in her eyes as she looked at Liang Manchang. Ever since she began working, she had mostly resided in the grain station dormitory and seldom returned home. Although she had heard numerous tales about Liang Manchang's transformation from Zhao Yutian's family, witnessing it firsthand was indeed surprising. Has this foolish boy really come to his senses? Can he truly discern the existence of such a scoundrel? Manchang, I trust you. Please do not speak of this to anyone, all right? Liang Manchang nodded in agreement. At that moment, Chun Malian entered the outer room and assisted Zhao Lady to the Kong in the west room. Liang Manchang followed, carrying a large bowl of spring water. Manchang, what are you carrying? Such a large bowl? Asked Aunt Malian. This is spring water I collected from the mountains. I've heard it is incredibly nourishing. Hunters used to drink it when they were thirsty or hungry, and it would restore their energy instantly. I figured since Dejia hasn't eaten or drunk for days, a bowl of this couldn't hurt. Chun Malian regarded Liang Manchang with suspicion. Having lived in the collective for decades, she had never heard of such a thing. However, she refrained from voicing her doubts, thinking that if it truly was ineffective, it would simply be discarded. This truly is a precious item. Chapter 89. Assessing the spoils. Zhao Lady drank the spring water in one gulp. Instantly, a surge of vitality spread through her body, dispelling her weakness. Mother. Upon hearing her daughter, who had been silent for days, suddenly speak, Chun Malian trembled and embraced her tightly. Lady, you scare me to death. What happened? What's wrong? Zhao Lady smirked, noticing Liang Manchang making exaggerated gestures behind Chun Malian, and replied, Mother, don't worry about what happened. Manchang saved me. Upon hearing this, Chun Malian's gaze turned toward the large bowl. Manchang, is this really divine water? A single bowl can cure ailments that even the hospital cannot? No wonder even Master Zhang claims you are extraordinary. Liang Manchang quickly gestured for silence to Chun Malian. This matter was effectively concluded with her. If Zhao Yutian were to discern the underlying circumstances, he would undoubtedly boast at the dining table in the future. I have a remarkable nephew. Indeed. As Zhao Yutian and his son entered the room, they immediately confronted Liang Manchang, inquiring, Manchang, just before Zhang Daxian departed, he mentioned the presence of a sage in the house. I pondered this for quite some time, and aside from our family lady, you're the only one left. Pray, enlighten me. Have you also taken on the mantle? Liang Manchang shook his head in resignation. This pair was indeed cut from the same cloth. Zhao Lady still lay on the Kong, while these two were engrossed in idle gossip. Uncle Yutian, Shunzi, how about you first check on Sister Lady? Zhao Yutian smacked his forehead, momentarily stifling his curiosity. He settled on the edge of the Kong, observing Zhao Lady as she regained a semblance of strength, and remarked, Lady, has whatever possessed you departed? It didn't borrow any of your vitality, did it? Father, I am well, just utterly drained. After several days without food or drink, how could I possibly have energy? At that moment, Chun Malian pointed to the large porcelain bowl on the Kong table and interjected, Dear. Just now Manchang poured 2 bowls of spring water he fetched from the mountains. Lady took a sip and has begun to recover. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yutian immediately picked up the bowl, inhaling its robust and invigorating aroma. With decades of experience navigating this world, he discerned that this spring water was extraordinary. Manchang, is there more? I wish to sample it myself. Liang Manchang shot Zhao Yutian a sidelong glance. Do you really need to test the water? Lady has already consumed a bowl. Do you think it requires your validation? There is still a large bowl on the stove outside. Why don't you try some? What are you saying? I want to test it. Zhao Yutian dashed outside, taking a hearty sip from the large bowl. His previously restless heart was instantly calmed. Manchang, this is splendid. Where can I find this spring? I must take Shunzi back to gather some. Zhao Fushun, captivated by Zhao Yotian's enjoyment, leaned in closer, only to be kicked away by Chun Malian. What are you doing? This is for Lady S recovery. You two gluttons, stop coveting. Chun Malian declared as she snatched the large bowl away. Despite the traditional bias favoring males in rural areas, Zhao Yutian and his wife had never favored one child over another, even doting more on Zhao Lady. Zhao Fushun had not collected anything for Zhao Lady except his undergarments. Everything else was simply passed down. Observing the color returning to Zhao Lady's cheeks, enabling her to sit against the wall, Zhao Yutian cast a grateful glance at Liang Manchang. Manchang, thank you. However, I must say, I find you increasingly enigmatic. Liang Manchang did not respond to Zhao Yutian, but instead pulled out a wild ginseng root still encrusted with soil. It was not that Liang Manchang was reluctant to present the aged ginseng from his reserves. Rather, he understood that Zhao Lady's current frailty could lead to adverse effects if an older, more potent ginseng were used. This wild ginseng, though not aged, was fresh and possessed a gentle medicinal quality, making it more suitable for Zhao Lady's recovery. Shunzi, I unearthed this wild ginseng yesterday while returning from the mountains. Take it, rinse it, slice a few pieces for Lady to suck on, and use the remaining bits to make a nourishing soup. Chun Malian felt a touch of embarrassment, her slender eyebrows drooping slightly as she spoke. Manchang, how can I accept all this? You have brought spring water and wild ginseng, and by the way, was the offering to Master Zhang from you? Alas, with my parents gone, you and Uncle Yutian are my elders, and Shunzi is my brother, while ID is akin to my sister. Is there anything wrong with my kindness towards my sister? Oh, since we are all family, let us not stand on ceremony. I shall have Shunzi come to your home to work like a mule. After all, you have no donkey, so if you need anything hauled, you can use this lad as a beast of burden. Zhao Fushun. Liang Manchang observed that the matter was nearly settled and prepared to return home, for it was inappropriate for him to intrude upon their family gathering. More importantly, he had yet to tally the spoils from his recent expedition into the mountains. Upon returning home, he entered the east room, locked the door, and emptied the spoils within the space. A large Black Star pistol accompanied by 50 rounds of ammunition, 860 yuan in cash seized from Chui Wen and the short, stout fellow, a notebook along with a map, an identification badge engraved with Chui Wen's name, a reward of 3,000 yuan issued by the county, a special expert status, along with an annual stipend of 360 yuan. Drawing from Liang Manchang's years of indulging in online novels, he surmised that the map and identification badge must hold some significance. The map, approximately the size of an A4 sheet, was yellowed and ragged around the edges, suggesting it had been cut from a larger map, perhaps even torn by hand due to age. The writing on the map was indistinct, yet it was evident that it was in traditional Chinese characters, likely a relic from before the liberation. Additionally, the map bore numerous handwritten notes, indicating it had passed through various hands. Liang Manchang spread the map across the Kong table and studied it for a long time before finally locating the small river that ran through the gold panning valley. No matter how he examined it, it appeared to be an ordinary map. Yet, if it were merely a common map, why would Chui Wen keep it so close? It was clear that this map concealed a tremendous secret or astonishing wealth. Puzzled, Liang Manchang ultimately set the map aside for the time being. His gaze shifted to the notebook, and upon opening it, he was taken aback to find that nearly every page contained meticulous copies of the map. The reproductions were strikingly lifelike, likely crafted by a skilled hand. However, unlike the original map, this copied version was marked with numerous crosses, extending from the mouth of the gold panning valley to the spot where they had met their demise. It seemed they had indeed been searching for something, and aimlessly at that, inch by inch. Resting his chin on his hand, Liang Manchang's mind began to race. Could they be searching for the gold that General Zhang had failed to carry away all those years ago? Chapter 90. A puzzling enigma. Liang Manchang furrowed his brow. If there truly was gold buried underground, it could only be detected with a metal detector. Yet, a standard metal detector could only probe about 10 centimeters deep. Given the passage of time and the fact that it had remained undiscovered for so many years, even if gold existed, it would be deeply buried. Therefore, unless there are other clues, it seems one must search painstakingly, which may take an eternity. According to the notes, they have been in the mountains for over 10 days, conducting meticulous searches at only one suspicious location each day. However, the notes contain no records on how to select these dubious sites. Just as a horse does not thrive without night grass, a person cannot prosper without unexpected wealth. The audacity of the bandit gang, digging deep to search for treasure, indicates that the quantity of gold must be substantial. Achieving financial independence is undoubtedly within reach. If one could obtain a considerable amount of gold, striving would be unnecessary. It is the impoverished who must toil. The affluent merely have scholars pen a few books, craft sentimental essays, and motivate the less fortunate. The more Liang Manchang pondered, the more he envisioned the possibilities, fixing his gaze on the jade token. The jade was of fine quality, suggesting that this organization must possess considerable wealth. Like a command token in a martial arts drama, it could be pawned for a significant amount of silver in dire times. This jade token, aside from its ostentatious purpose, likely serves as an emergency asset as well. As for the Shangjing mentioned, it presumably refers to Harbin in Longjiang province, as it was known as Shangjing during the Jin dynasty. However, it remains uncertain whether this Shangjing specifically denotes Harbin or Longjiang itself. This ancient land is home to numerous gangs and organizations. Major factions with national influence include the Green Gang, Hung Mun, Brotherhood, Axe Gang, Chow Gang, and Salt Gang, among others. There are also many fleeting, lesser-known gangs, such as the Small Knife Society, Northeast Highway Robbers, and Longjiang Society. Nonetheless, in recent years, due to the government's relentless crackdowns and the evolution of a rule-of-law society, many gangs have transformed, adopting a more subdued approach rather than engaging in violence. The jade token bore no obvious markings, presumably to prevent identification. However, insiders would likely recognize it at a glance. It seems necessary to seek out someone in the know for inquiries. Liang Manchang stowed away his spoils and resolved to involve himself, regardless of what the bandits were searching for. As for the nature of the item and the likelihood of finding it, that was left to fate. The following morning, Liang Manchang filled a pot with spring water and made his way to Zhao Yutian's home. Uncle Yutian, I've brought more spring water for Sister Lady. Zhao Yutian, clad in slippers, opened the courtyard door and welcomed Liang Manchang inside. Manchang, why didn't you bring Shunzi along when you went to fetch spring water? I knocked on the door around 4 in the morning, but no one answered. I thought you two might need a good rest after the past few days of turmoil. Zhao Yutian rubbed the back of his head, realizing he had indeed slept too soundly to hear a thing. All right then, next time you go for spring water, be sure to bring Shunzi along. If we don't respond, just break a window to let us know. Liang Manchang discreetly gave Zhao Yutian a thumbs up. A tough character indeed. Uncle Yutian, may I ask you something? What is it? Regarding the old Yilang gold panning valley behind our village. Do you know any legends about it? Any tales will do. When it comes to boasting, Zhao Yutian would not yield to anyone. As he observed Liang Manchang's insatiable thirst for knowledge, he naturally took the kettle, unscrewed the lid, and took a small sip. Coughing slightly, his throat felt rather parched. Liang Manchang promptly rolled a cigarette with great care, lighting it as if attending to a revered deity. Zhao Yutian suddenly inhaled deeply, the red ember flaring instantly. With a single drag, the cigarette was reduced to half its length. As the rich white smoke filled his lungs, it was exhaled as thin vapor through Zhao Yutian's nostrils. Manchang, it said that there are indeed numerous legends surrounding the gold panning valley. If we were to discuss them, it could very well take half a month. Take your time, we are not in a hurry. Traditionally, 3 centuries prior, this valley was not known as the Gold Panning Valley, but rather as the Gutter River. The name was derived from the many seasoned hunters who had met their demise in that gorge, either drowning or being crushed by bears. Ultimately, they all found their end in the proverbial gutter. Liang Manchang was versed in the esoteric. After all, his rebirth was the greatest mystery of all. But why was the name changed? One day, an old hunter, in hot pursuit of a foolish roe deer, became entranced and entered the gold-panning valley, where he stumbled upon a glimmering nugget of gold. Naturally, one would hide such a treasure found in the mountains, even from the woman sharing his bed. However, one fateful night, intoxicated, the old hunter boasted to others, slamming the gold nugget onto the table, shocking the other hunters. The next day, his entire family was hanged beneath the big locust tree by the authorities. The reason was simple. He had failed to report the discovery of gold. Regardless of the dynasty, underground treasures belonged to the government. One could either remain silent and discreetly sell the find or dutifully report it and receive a certificate of commendation. Yet, the old hunter's drunken indiscretion was tantamount to courting death. Thus, did hunters frantically venture into the mountains to pan for gold? Indeed, for the love of wealth. Humans and creatures alike are drawn to it. Hence, the Gutter River transformed into the gold-panning valley. Before the authorities could seal off the valley, these hunters risked their lives to mine for gold. Those fortunate enough found gold and fled, while the less fortunate met their end at the hands of the soldiers. Additionally, many prisoners perished while panning for gold, further thickening the valley's oppressive atmosphere. It was said that during the day, chilling winds would blow, and at night, phantoms would traverse the area, deterring living souls from approaching. Reflecting on this, Liang Manchang considered that the gold-panning valley lay deep within the Old Master Ridge, much farther than the Elk Valley, Bear's Gully, or Toad Gully. It was not unusual for it to be seldom visited. Moreover, the notion of phantoms traversing the valley might have been intentionally spread to instill fear in hunters, dissuading them from entering, thereby monopolizing the gold mine. Furthermore, Liang Manchang had not sensed anything amiss during his last visit to the gold-panning valley. Could it be that the strong presence of law enforcement, equipped with their weapons, had suppressed any malevolent spirits? After all, in later times, places known for their heavy spiritual energy and hauntings simply required the establishment of government buildings or police stations to dispel the oppressive auras with righteous energy. Listening to this, Liang Manchang increasingly felt that everything was orchestrated with intent. Uncle Yutian, are there any tales of hidden caves or secret vaults? None. If there were, wouldn't the gold-panning valley have been turned inside out? After the liberation, the government, faced with a lack of funds for economic development, dispatched individuals to re-explore the Gold Rush Valley. Over 100 workers toiled in the mountains for more than a month, ultimately concluding that there were no valuable resources to be extracted. If there were indeed gold bars hidden away, could they truly evade the scrutiny of machinery? Chapter 91. My Purpose in the New City. Liang Manchang remained silent. If the gold ingots in the Gold Rush Valley had been thoroughly searched, then why did Chui Wen from the capital still come with his entourage? Was there not Uncle Tian, along with other legends? None that I know of. But you young lads should refrain from harboring intentions towards the Gold Rush Valley. The malevolent energy there is exceedingly potent. Do not presume that your youth and vigor grant you immunity. Beware of the specter of 17 or 18 female ghosts emerging. Even in my youth, I would have struggled to withstand such an encounter, let alone you. Liang Manchang. Uncle Tian, were you truly so formidable in your youth? Huh, I was nicknamed the pile driver. Liang Manchang's legs had grown numb from standing, and the useful information gleaned was scant. To uncover the secrets of the Gold Rush Valley, it seemed he would need to make another trip there, methodically examining each location marked in his notebook. No metal detectors or other tools were found at the scene where Chui Wen and the stout man were shot. This left two possibilities. Either there were accomplices who had already fled with the tools, or the tools were hidden at the site. After finishing his conversation with Zhao Yutian, Zhao Fushan finally rose from the Kong. Shunzi, how is your sister? She's all right. She'll rest one more day and then return to work in the city tomorrow. Brother Manchang, are you heading into the mountains today? Take me with you. Liang Manchang shook his head. He was heading into the city today for 3 specific matters. Fairness. Fairness. It's all about fairness. Shunzi, wash your face thoroughly. Today we shall venture to the new city. All right. Zhao Fushun replied, wiping his face, grabbing a flatbread, and following Liang Manchang home to fetch his bicycle, then heading straight for the new city. Liang Manchang did not proceed directly to the grain station, but instead visited the Material Bureau, where he found the gatekeeper, Li Yuanshao. He instructed Zhao Fushan to wander along the street at his leisure while he rapped on the large redwood table at the entrance of the Material Bureau, startling Li Yuanshao from his slumber. Ahem, Yuanshao, when did you return to the office? Why do you sit here like a stone lion every day? What do you know? We have been blessed with good looks. Sitting at the entrance of our Material Bureau is a privilege not afforded to many. Liang Manchang scrutinized Li Yuanchao from head to toe, and he had to admit that the latter was indeed rather handsome, potentially a match for himself. By the way, how is your restaurant preparation coming along? Oh, you mean heaven on earth? It's progressing swiftly. Initially, I planned to rent a courtyard, but upon reflection, I decided it would be more cost-effective to purchase it outright. I've divided it into 8 private dining rooms, and renovations are currently underway. When you have time, I'll take you to see it. I do love your feedback. Sounds good. I'm all for it. When you open, I, Brother Manchang, will certainly make a selection for you. That's a given. Otherwise, your shareholding would be in vain. Having said this, Li Yuanchao tore a sheet from his notebook and began to write swiftly. Yuanchao, let us keep our accounts clear, as true brothers should. Initially, it was promised that you would receive dividends, but my father later reminded me that if your selection gains prominence, it will undoubtedly become highly sought after. Therefore, I shall grant you a 10% stake, and in return, you must provide me with at least 100 pounds each of wild chickens, ducks, and rabbits monthly, along with 200 pounds of fish, such as the ahua. I will purchase these at 3 times the market price. Upon my rough calculations, this amounts to approximately 1,200 yuan each month. How does that sound? If you sign this agreement, you will be my exclusive supplier within the culinary industry. Having concluded his statement, Li Yuanchao handed over the supply agreement to Liang Manchang. After careful consideration, Liang noted that the contract had a duration of 3 years, neither too long nor too short. If their collaboration over these 3 years proved fruitful, they could extend the contract. If not, they could part ways with minimal loss. Providing 500 pounds of selections each month posed no significant burden for him. Now that the scope had doubled, with some space allocated for growing fruits and vegetables, the existing space for raising chickens, ducks, and rabbits had also expanded, making it all the more manageable. Moreover, he sensed that Li Yuanchao came from a noteworthy background, and aligning with him could yield no detriment. Taking a pen, Liang swiftly inscribed his name on the agreement. Yuanchao, what does your father do that he possesses such foresight? What else? He works for the government, replied Li. Liang mentally reviewed the prominent figures with the surname Li, but could not recall any. Could he merely be a director-level official? Yet, he felt it inappropriate to press further, fearing it might come off as overly mercenary. Very well, I shall commence supplying you next month, though it may be uncertain whether I can secure game once the heavy snow seals the mountains. I will do my utmost. If that proves challenging, I might consider raising them, albeit the flavor may slightly differ, yet it will surely surpass that of ordinary game. Once the snow arrives, we shall make do. Once this matter was settled, Liang Manchang leaned closer to Li Yuanchao, lowering his voice. Yuanchao, the young man who came with me, is sort of my protege. His sister works at the grain station in the county, and it seems she was recently hurt by some scoundrel, leading her to despair. Could you help me inquire about her? I'd like to offer him some guidance. I didn't expect you to be such a benevolent soul. Rest assured, I know the county like the back of my hand. Very well, I shall attend to some matters first, and let us dine together at noon. Agreed. After their conversation, Liang Manchang bid farewell to Zhao Fushun and rode his bicycle straight to the Supply and Marketing Cooperatives building. He had previously promised to deliver Huangjing to Li Zhejiang, but the affair with Taogold Valley had delayed him by 3 or 4 days. Navigating the familiar corridors of the building and bypassing a throng of women carrying chamber pots, he finally arrived at Li Zhejiang's door. Mr. Li, it's Manchang. Moments later, Li Zhejiang opened the door. Manchang, come in and have a seat. As Liang entered, he noticed that the elder's face appeared even darker than before, with his brows furrowed like iron clumps. Mr. Li, how has your health been these past few days? Oh, it's about the same. I take each day as it comes. I have no regrets in life, but I cannot help but worry about Xiaolu. Do not utter such disheartening words. You should look forward to witnessing Xiao Ni's university entrance, her marriage, and the joys of motherhood. Liang Manchang declared as he handed a kettle filled with spring water to Li Zhejiang, subsequently producing a palm-sized piece of fresh Huangjing. Having spent his youth in the gold mining valley, Li Zhejiang was familiar with various common medicinal herbs found in the mountains. However, this Huangjing appeared exceptionally plump and robust, seemingly enveloped in a misty aura. Manchang, is this Huangjing? He inquired. Indeed, your vitality is somewhat diminished. This Huangjing will serve to replenish your energy. Use it to prepare porridge or soup. Just take your time to nourish yourself. Li Zhejiang's eyes glistened with gratitude. He had initially presumed it to be mere pleasantries, not expecting such a generous gift of Huangjing. Manchang, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. I am uncertain of its value. Please name your price. Old man, are you jesting? Sister Xiaolu treats me as if I were her own brother. I cannot accept your money. After delivering this, Liang Manchang passed the kettle once more. Chapter 92. The exploration team of Gold Mining Valley, 1958. Li Zhejiang hesitantly accepted the kettle, expecting traditional medicine, but upon twisting the cap, discovered it contained clear water. What is this? Having watched numerous television dramas over the years, Liang Manchang effortlessly concocted a tale. Oh, it's spring water. The old hunters say this spring flows past the mountain god's temple, possessing miraculous properties. Whether for headaches or colds, just 2 bottles will suffice. Is it truly that remarkable? Why not give it a try? Skeptically, Li Zhejiang brought the kettle to his lips and took a small sip. Instantly, a surge of vitality coursed through his body, leaving him feeling inexplicably light and profoundly relaxed. Had he been more familiar with Olympic broadcasts, he might have mistaken the water for a performance-enhancing elixir. Manchang, this truly is a remarkable substance. One cannot purchase it even with wealth. Li Zhejiang smiled broadly. Desires vary among individuals, yet when one's health falters, the singular wish becomes that of well-being. Old Master Li, this spring water will gradually lose its essence once removed from the mountain. Do not be frugal. Drink as you desire. At that moment, a bittersweet feeling enveloped Li Zhejiang. How splendid it would be if this man were his son-in-law, Gao Dashan. He had initially chosen Gao Dashan for his honesty, yet the man's sincerity was boundless. Had it not been for Li Xiaolu's reminders, he would have visited empty-handed. It was not that he cared for Gao Dashan's trifling gifts, but rather the sentiment behind them. Much like the sayings of those who indulge excessively in motivational cliches. What I seek is your attitude. With a lump in his throat, Li Zhejiang said, Manchang, please take a seat. Allow me to brew you a cup of tea. He then retrieved a box of West Lake Mingqian Longjing tea, aged several years, from a lime tub. As he tremulously emerged with the teacup, Liang Manchang stood in the living room, gazing up at a framed photograph on the wall. Manchang, that is a photo from my working days. Old Master Li, you appeared quite dignified in your youth, reminiscent of a movie star. Haha, I have grown old now. Do you possess more photographs from your youth? I would love to see them. Just a moment, I have an album. Having just sipped the revitalizing spring water, Li Zhejiang felt his spirit considerably restored. He had lived alone for many years, and due to his frail health, rarely ventured outside, leaving him devoid of anyone to converse with. At long last, he encountered a willing listener, which instantly piqued his interest. After 5 minutes, Li Zhejiang retrieved a small, reddish-brown wooden box. Upon opening it, he discovered a collection of work logs, photo albums, and several notebooks. Li Zhejiang took out the photo album and began to leaf through its pages. Most of the photographs depicted his time working at the supply and marketing cooperative, ordinary snapshots. Just as Liang Manchang was fully engaged in the performance of interest, a photograph from the wilderness appeared before him. It was a large group photo featuring hundreds of individuals, all clad in identical work uniforms, with a caption below, commemoration of the gold prospecting work at Liaoyiling in 1958. Liang Manchang's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't Li Zhejiang part of the supply and marketing cooperative? How did he end up with the prospecting team? Curiously, Liang Manchang prodded the group photo. Old Li, did you also serve in the prospecting team? Ah, this photograph. Before the liberation, I was indeed captured by General Zhang's troops and taken to the Gold Valley at Liaoyiling to pan for gold. Later, the Ministry of Metallurgy's prospecting team came looking for gold mines, and while gathering leads in Xinjiang County, I reported the information. Subsequently, I was temporarily reassigned to the prospecting team and stayed in the Gold Valley for 2 to 3 months. Liang Manchang's heart raced. He had thought today would be just about learning from Lei Feng, spreading warmth, and caring for the elderly living alone. Yet, unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon intriguing revelations. Old Li, I have traversed the mountains countless times, and although I have yet to visit the Gold Valley, there must be no gold miners left there, right? Ultimately, the gold mine was never exploited? Of course not. Had it been successfully mined, that area would likely be a state-run mine by now, with roads long established. Do you know why it was never exploited? I do not. However, I surmise it was likely because the ore did not meet the extraction standards, making mining unprofitable. Li Zhejiang chuckled with pride. That is merely the superficial reason. When did General Zhang govern the Northeast? The technology of that era could certainly extract gold. After the founding of the nation, how could this gold mine have lost its value? Nonsense. Liang Manchang felt a weight in his heart. The situation was becoming increasingly intricate. What was the true reason then? I do not know. Liang Manchang's mind was now filled with questions. The old man was quite humorous, sharing idle chatter for quite some time. At that time, I raised my doubts. But the head of our Xinjiang security team issued a direct order. Everyone must speak in unison. This gold mine only had tailings left, with no extraction value whatsoever. Before Liang Manchang could inquire further, Li Zhejiang continued. Do you know who the head of the Xinjiang security team was back then? Liang Manchang shook his head. 20 years ago, he was still playing in the mud. How could he possibly know who the head of the security team in the deep mountains was? I do not know, but such teams dispatched by higher authorities should have local officials coordinating with them, likely someone of considerable rank, like the county chief. Haha, you're quite clever. The head at that time was none other than Li Jinghua, the executive deputy county chief of Xinjiang. Li Jinghua? Liang Manchang's mind was consumed by this name. The name seems familiar. Suddenly Liang Manchang felt as if struck by lightning. Ma Fulu's brother-in-law, Ma Jianjun's enemy. Su Sangui had mentioned this name. He had once hunted a bear, extracted its gallbladder, and sent it to the county town for an old official's treatment. That official was Li Jinghua. Did Li Jinghua know the actual reason? Li Zhijiang shook his head. At that time, we followed the organization's arrangements, whatever was ordered from above. We complied without further scrutiny. However, I suspect this is largely related to what lies beneath the ground. What could it be? Well, the drilling had been halted midway, and, remarkably, the exploration team took a 3-day break. When we returned to the site, we received notice for a complete withdrawal. Liang Manchang's heart raced. Could there truly be something underground? But if it were gold, couldn't they simply excavate it? Aside from gold, there was only one other possibility, an ancient tomb. Oldly. Who else is aware of this matter? Leaning back on the sofa, Li Zhijiang looked at Liang Manchang with curiosity. Manchang, why are you inquiring about this? It's been over 20 years. There is surely no benefit to be gained. I'm simply curious. At that time, there were hardly any members left in our new city support team. As far as I know, only I and the old county chief Li Jinghua remain in New City. Oh, right this. Li Zhijiang picked up a photograph and pointed to a young man sitting alone on the ground. Liang Manchang glanced at it and found the figure somewhat familiar. However, since it was a group photo in black and white, he could only discern its outline. Feeling a sense of familiarity. Chapter 93, Little Zhua at 18. Manchang, this is Little Zhua. He was my apprentice at the supply and marketing cooperative. He should now be the secretary of your Hongxing commune. Liang Manchang smacked his forehead. No wonder he looked so familiar. I sought him for a stamp when I married Jingxiu. Li Zhijiang removed his reading glasses, his expression softening as if reminiscing about those times. Yes, Little Zhua was just 18 then, newly arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative as an apprentice. I was reassigned to the exploration team, and he had little to do. So he followed me. Old sir, do you still keep in touch with Secretary Zhua? Yes, though not frequently. He visits me during holidays. Now that I am retired. And Xiao Lu is working at the Hongxing commune. I fear that if I were to seek him out, it might create a negative impression. In this world, there are 2 types of retired officials. One type incessantly seeks personal gain while in office, continuing to meddle post-retirement, treating themselves as insiders, leveraging their connections, and becoming a nuisance. The other type, like Li Zhijiang, works diligently without greed while in power and, upon retirement, leads a humble life, never exploiting their former status for personal gain. But did the Gao Dashan family truly not realize the relationship between the Li family and Zhujiang? Or perhaps they felt unrestrained due to the absence of their interactions. Ding ding ding, the wall clock chimed 12 times. Liang Manchang glanced at his watch, then stood up and said, Old Li, it's mealtime. Why don't you join me for a bite outside? Forget it. I am just an old man who will make some porridge for myself. You carry on with your business. All right, if you are preparing breakfast, remember to chop the polygonatum and add it in, and make sure to use the spring water for cooking. Li Zhijiang saw Liang Manchang off at the door, offering a few reminders. Yes, I understand. Manchang, I apologize for the trouble caused by Xiaolu. Please convey to her that I, Li Zhijiang, will support her unconditionally this time. If the Gao family comes on too strong, I will swallow my pride and seek out Xiao's Zhua to teach them a lesson. Good, with your assurance. It will be easier to handle. If the Gao family does get aggressive, may I make a trip to the commune? Certainly, you have my full authority. Liang Manchang chuckled. The Gao family's influence was insignificant before him. However, if he could establish a connection with Zhujiang through this matter, who would dare to speak harshly to him in the commune thereafter? Upon Liang Manchang's return to the Material Bureau, he found Li Yuanchao and Zhao Fushun staring at each other, their stomachs rumbling with hunger. What are you 2 doing? Waiting for you to treat us to a meal. Haha, you are a second-generation official, and this is a new city. How can you expect me to treat you? Manchang, are you not here to ask me for a favor? If I don't let you treat me, will you feel at ease? Liang Manchang was taken aback. Li Yuanchao was quite a good fellow. The 3 of them arrived at the state-run restaurant opposite the Material Bureau, found a quiet corner to sit, and pointed at the menu on the wall, saying, I'll treat you. Feel free to order whatever you like. Li Yuanchao was not polite and immediately ordered boiled beef and kung pao chicken. Zhao Fushun, not having much experience dining out, pondered for a long time before settling on 3 pounds of dumplings filled with chives. This is ridiculous. Liang Manchang waved to the surly waiter. Comrade, take our order. The waiter ambled over, holding a notepad. What would you like to eat? Boiled beef, kung pao chicken, braised pork, seaweed and rib soup, and 6 pounds of chive dumplings. That will be 7. 2 yuan, 6 grain tickets, and 3 meat tickets. Liang Manchang quickly pulled out his wallet to pay. Comrade, please hurry with the food. We are quite hungry. It won't be quick. If you want to eat, eat. If not, leave. Zhao Fushun's temper flared, and he rose abruptly. But Liang Manchang restrained him, pointing to a sign on the wall. Read it. No hitting or scolding customers. You should be grateful I'm not hitting or scolding you. Zhao Fushun pouted. Although the state-run restaurant in the commune had a poor attitude, they wouldn't speak harshly to familiar faces. However, the county's state-run restaurant was different. The waitstaff and chefs would rather you didn't come at all, as it meant they could enjoy their leisure time. After all, they received a fixed salary regardless. While waiting for the food, Liang Manchang took Li Yuanchao outside for a smoke, asking, So, have you found that little ruffian who was flirting with Zhao Lady? Huh. How did you know he was a little ruffian? Oh, well, he isn't really a little ruffian. He's more of a spoiled rich kid. The son of a director at the grain station named Huang Lei, called Huang Xiaobo. After smoking half a pack of cigarettes, they finally clarified the entire situation. Zhao Lady, a graduate of a vocational school, possesses both beauty and a tall, statuesque figure. Moreover, her parents, Zhao Yutian and Chun Malian, cherish her like a precious gem, sparing her from any arduous labor. Consequently, she appears almost disconnected from rural life, standing shoulder to shoulder with urban youth without feeling out of place. It is no wonder that the idler, Huang Xiaobo, has set his sights on her. While Huang Xiaobo is not the most reputable character, he is reasonably handsome. And with the financial backing of his father, he exudes a certain roguish charm. For the sake of Huang Lei, Zhao Lady initially engaged with Huang Xiaobo. However, he quickly escalated their relationship, demanding kisses and more intimate encounters at a pace that would rival the fervor of contemporary youth. Yet, Zhao Lady held traditional values and insisted on waiting until they were married. After a prolonged period of Huang Xiaobo's relentless pursuit yielded no rewards, he resorted to casting aspersions on her character, claiming she was unworthy of his attention. Feeling humiliated by the rejection and harboring a slight affection for Huang Xiaobo, Zhao Lady fell into a melancholic state, especially as rumors swirled around her. Concerned that the situation might spiral out of control, Huang Lei took Zhao Lady to the hospital, fabricating a tale about her being overwhelmed by a spirit. To his credit, Huang Lei showed some compassion, steering her away from a mental institution, perhaps unaware of the more intricate dynamics at play in the future. Manchang, contemplating the situation, considered how to handle Huang Xiaobo. He felt that a mere confrontation would be insufficient. He sought to exact some form of retribution. Curious about Huang Xiaobo's usual activities, he mused on the young man's penchant for exploiting his father's influence to trade food coupons. By the way, has your brother Hongbing found a girlfriend? Manchang inquired. No. Ever since that white lotus deceived him, he has been listless and drained of energy. I'm even planning to take him to Harbin for a checkup. To mend a broken heart, the most effective remedy is to embark on a new romantic journey. How about I introduce you to a potential sister-in-law? Upon hearing this, Li Yuanchao immediately recognized the identity of the sister-in-law Manchang suggested. Zhao Lady, a simple, honest, and kind-hearted rural girl, would certainly be a suitable match, especially with Manchang's intercession providing an extra layer of assurance. I have no objections. I'll consult with Hongbing about it, he replied. However, make sure to clarify to Hongbing that Zhao Lady is not cut from the same cloth as that white lotus. Trust in the existence of genuine affection and true love. Manchang advised. I must admit, while you often seem careless, your insights on matters of the heart are quite astute. How many naive young women have you charmed? Manchang's expertise in these matters was gleaned from observing emotional specialists on modern matchmaking shows, whose ostentatious airs often masked their true capabilities. Enough of this nonsense. I will speak with Zhao Lady. If both parties are willing to connect, we can arrange a meeting and allow their relationship to develop gradually. Agreed. But let us not dwell on idle chatter. It's time for a meal. Li Yuanchao finished speaking and pulled Liang Manchang into the restaurant. Within half an hour, the three gentlemen had devoured their meal with the speed of a whirlwind, leaving no trace behind. You head back to work first when your restaurant opens. I shall send you some selected goods. All right, but take it easy. Don't get carried away and hurt someone. I can't bail you out if you land in jail. What nonsense. I rely on my wits, Liang Manchang replied as he led Zhao Fushun towards the grain station dormitory. According to Li Yuanchao, Although Huang Xiaobo engaged in the trade of grain coupons, he still held the title of an official employee at the grain station. Hence, to avoid his mother's nagging, he often hid in the dormitory. Xiaobo, I've sent Zhao Lady back to the countryside. You better not act foolishly. Even a rabbit wouldn't eat grass near its burrow. If you continue this way, my position will surely be jeopardized. Huang Xiaobo turned over, presenting his backside to the hands-on hips Huang Lei, who sighed in frustration. I know, stop rambling. How was I to know that Zhao Lady was so unworldly? She acts like a paragon of virtue, refusing to yield even unto death. You're to blame for this. Huang Lei couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Initially, Huang Xiaobo had pleaded with him to introduce Zhao Lady, promising to turn over a new leaf and behave himself. Yet, once they connected, Huang Xiaobo behaved like a lustful dog, constantly trying to rub against her. When she rebuffed him, he spread rumors, making her life miserable. The entire grain station buzzed with gossip. Had it not been for his quick thinking, fabricating a story about collecting grain for Huang Pizzi and managing to send her back, the situation would have spiraled out of control. Huang Xiaobo, explain how this became my fault. Huang Xiaobo, equally annoyed, shot up and pointed at Huang Lei's nose, shouting, stop with the you this, you that, am I your wife? If it's not your fault, whose is it? If you had worked harder to become the station master or secretary, wouldn't she have come to me without hesitation? I bet she would have jumped into my bed without me even having to ask. Oh, so it's my fault, is it? Huang Lei lifted his shirt and reached for his belt. If I don't knock some sense into you today, then I was never born. Realizing that Huang Lei was serious, Huang Xiaobo quickly jumped up, grabbing his army green satchel with one hand and his coat with the other, pushing past Huang Lei and rushing out. You little brat. If you have the guts to leave, don't come back. I'm done with this grain station. Once I get rich, I'll change my name from Huang Xiaobo to Wang Xiaobo. Upon hearing this, Huang Lei's head spun. Wang Xiaobo? Why change to Wang? Is there a neighbor named Old Wang? No, I need to clarify this at home. Meanwhile, Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushun, who were hiding nearby, couldn't help but chuckle. Shunzi, just follow my lead. Don't rush and foolishly. Alright, but can you at least tell me why we're targeting Huang Xiaobo? No time to explain. We'll sort it out afterward. Liang Manchang said as he pulled out 2 masks from his pocket, handing one to Zhao Fushun, who donned it before following closely behind. Upon exiting the grain station, Liang Manchang prepared to engage in a little act of redistributing wealth. Yet he was caught off guard as the fellow he targeted chose to traverse bustling areas, incessantly greeting passersby. As he strolled down the street, akin to a gluttonous serpent, he was followed by 6 or 7 underlings, among whom was a street rascal named Erkue. Bro, have you discovered any lucrative opportunities lately? Led your brothers, will you? Erkue inquired. Erkue, while you possess a talent for brawling and harassing virtuous women, you truly lack the acumen for trading grain coupons, Huang Xiaobo replied, pulling a yuan from his pocket. I shall procure a case of soda to quench everyone's thirst. Ah, splendid, Erkue exclaimed, leading his companions to fetch a case of Baiwangzi soda, and they followed Huang Xiaobo to a broken bridge. Drink up first. I shall perform an aerial bombardment, Huang Xiaobo declared, lowering his trousers and squatting at the edge of the 6 or 7 meter high bridge, unleashing a cacophony below. Beneath the bridge stood a fisherman, donned in a straw hat, who unwittingly became the recipient of Huang's antics. Believing himself fortunate, the fisherman reached out only to find his hands smeared with excrement. Damn it, who the hell is dropping feces on my head? He shouted. Huang Xiaobo casually grabbed some weeds to wipe himself and, with a laugh, adjusted his trousers. Oh, Huang Xiaobo from the New City grain station. What's the matter? Unhappy? Huang Xiaobo's reputation held considerable weight in the area, akin to a local tyrant. The fisherman could only concede defeat. After Huang's escapade, Erkue handed him a bottle of soda. Bro, drink up. At that moment, Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushun, both masked and wearing straw hats, approached the broken bridge. Halt. Who are these country bumpkins? This bridge is under our contract. Scram. Hey, brothers. We are here to conduct business with Brother Bo, trading a bit of national grain coupons, they replied. Upon hearing of potential business, Huang Xiaobo waved them over, allowing them passage onto the bridge. Is this your first time dealing in grain coupons? Indeed. How could you tell? Huh. With your identities so thoroughly concealed, it's hard to mistake you for seasoned traders. Speak, how much do you desire? Liang Manchang smirked, finding Huang Xiaobo's audacity amusing, as he initiated business without verifying their identities. What is the price for national grain coupons? 1 dime per pound. Very well, I would like 2,000 pounds. Huang Xiaobo's interest peaked. He leapt down from the stone railing, clapping his hands. Such a hefty order? That will amount to 200 yuan. Liang Manchang retrieved a thick wad of cash from his pocket and counted it in front of Huang Xiaobo. See for yourself, precisely 20 pieces. Huh, my brother has guts. Requesting 2,000 pounds on his first attempt. Enough with the frivolities, do you have it or not? Absolutely. As Huang Xiaobo unbuckled his bag, preparing to extract the grain coupons, Zhao Fushan shouted, "Look out, there's a snake." He hurled a water snake from his sleeve onto the ground, and both men flanked Huang Xiaobo, pinning him in between. Seizing the opportunity, Liang Manchang reached into Huang's bag and deftly withdrew all the grain coupons, swirling them into the void. Just a water snake. Look at how frightened you two are. Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushan released their hold, scratching their heads and chuckling awkwardly. Phew, I thought it was a feral dog. Huang Xiaobo chuckled softly, adjusting his shoulder bag as he remarked, "What a surprise. Where's my ticket?" A sudden jolt ran through his mind. The bag contained his entire fortune, 10,000 pounds of national grain coupons. He opened the bag wide, only to find it nearly empty, save for a few scattered small bills. What have you two rascals been up to? Did you steal my grain coupons? Huh, how dare you lay your hands on me? Huang Xiaobo, Air Kuei, search them. Liang Manchang, witnessing Air Kuei and his companions approaching, immediately jumped up, pointing an accusatory finger at Huang Xiaobo's nose. Damn it, Huang Xiaobo. We came here because of your reputation, saying you conduct business fairly and justly. I never imagined you would resort to underhanded tactics. These words sent Huang Xiaobo into a euphoric state. Such flattery felt delightful. Indeed, I, Huang Xiaobo, value integrity in business. If you two are found innocent, I shall gladly offer you an explanation. However, should I find the coupons on you, do not blame me for being ruthless. I shall throw you to the fishes. Very well, a clear conscience fears no shadow. The national grain coupons issued in 1966 came in 4 denominations: half a pound, 1 pound, 3 pounds, and 5 pounds. For convenience, all the coupons in Huang Xiaobo's possession were 5 pounds each, totaling 2,000 pieces, which filled half of his shoulder bag. Thus, a thorough search would easily reveal the truth. Air Kuei and his companions searched Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushan twice, yet found not a single hair. Huang Xiaobo conducted his own search twice and began to doubt his own memory. Could he have misremembered? But the feeling of fullness was unmistakable. Liang Manchang observed Huang Xiaobo's bewildered expression, and the corners of his masked mouth began to curl upward. Well, Huang Xiaobo, what is the verdict? Did you find anything? My apologies, brothers. I must ask you to return home for now and come back here the day after tomorrow. We shall continue our discussion. How considerate. Brother Bo, I am determined to do business with you, Liang Manchang declared, leading Zhao Fushan out, while Air Kuei raised his chin toward their retreating figures. Brother Bo, there's something off about those two. Why not follow them and give them a good beating? I refuse to believe they won't confess. What are you saying? Have you stuffed your ears with donkey hair? Did you not hear them proclaim my reputation for fairness in the martial world? Are you trying to tarnish my name? Is that how it ends? Let us follow them for now and see where they reside. If there is something amiss, they may run from the monks, but they cannot flee from the temple. Impressive, I am convinced. Brother Bo, indeed, your title of brother is well earned. Liang Manchang and his companion strolled along the street, leading Huang Xiaobo and the others on a winding path. Brother Manchang, how long shall we keep this up? No rush. Think of it as digestion. You've done well this time. Later, I'll take you to the supply and marketing cooperative to procure a new outfit. Excellent. The two weaved through the crowd, shaking off any tails, before finally entering the cooperative. Each acquired a complete outfit, both donning black Zhongshan suits and work shoes. Shunzi, with this attire, they resemble Bruce Lee and Hui Yuanjia. So dashing. Brother Manchang, I understand the dashing part, but who are Bruce Lee and Hui Yuanjia? Are they from Xinqing Street? Two individuals packed their old clothes into a cloth bag and left them at the counter before exiting the supply and marketing cooperative. Just then, they stumbled upon a chaotic group led by Huang Xiaobo and Air Kuei. Damn it, how can you lose track of someone so easily? Useless. Brother Bo, wasn't it you who was supposed to lead the way? I walk ahead out of habit from being the big brother, not to guide you. Huang Xiaobo surveyed the throng of people and realized that retrieving the two would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Forget it. Let's head back to the grain station, he decided. The group continued to meander through the streets, but the roles had shifted. It was now Liang Manchang and his companion who trailed them. After about half an hour of consuming copious amounts of soda, their bladders could no longer hold. The 7 of them entered a dead-end alley, unbuckled their belts, and relieved themselves against the wall. Just as they were finding comfort in their situation, a brick suddenly struck the wall. What the hell? Huang Xiaobo and the others turned to see 2 men in Zhongshan suits standing at the alley's entrance. Who are you to bother us? Get lost. Oh, and what if I don't? Do you know who I am? Huang Xiaobo from the New City Grain Station. We're looking for you, Huang Xiaobo. Do you recognize Zhao lady? She's my sister. Huang Xiaobo adjusted his pants, grinning as he regarded Zhao Fushun. Oh, so you're my ex-brother-in-law? What a pity your sister doesn't see things my way. It seems we are fated to part ways. Zhao Fushun's fists clenched tightly, his eyes blazing with fury. Brother Manchang, I can't hold back any longer. Enough is enough. Huang Xiaobo is yours, the rest are mine. As Huang Xiaobo and Air Kuei watched the two prepare to fight, they couldn't help but chuckle. 7 against 2, the odds are in our favor. Are you two little brats planning to fight one-on-one or in a group? What's the alternative? One-on-one means we 7 take on you two. And in a group? That's even simpler. We 7 will gang up on you two. Then I choose a group fight. But it will be just the 2 of us against your 7 little dwarfs. With that, Liang Manchang charged toward Huang Xiaobo's group. Possessing a rock-solid physique and keen eyesight, Liang Manchang resembled Tyson facing off against kindergartners, delivering one punch after another. Within 10 seconds, only Huang Xiaobo remained standing. Damn it, Air Kuei. Isn't your brain supposed to work better? How come your fists aren't working either? Brother Bo, it's not that I can't fight. He's just too formidable. Useless. After scolding Air Kuei, Huang Xiaobo turned to Liang Manchang, adopting an innocuous demeanor. Gentlemen, this is all a misunderstanding. Though my relationship with Zhao lady didn't culminate in marriage, we did share feelings. During this time, I've seen her so distressed, unable to eat or sleep, constantly in tears. However, I feared that any attempt to comfort her would only deepen her sorrow, so I chose to depart. Yet, I didn't expect such handsome and talented gentlemen like you would misunderstand me as well. Alas, what is love, that it compels one to give life and death? Liang Manchang was taken aback, realizing there was someone even more adept at deception than himself. No wonder he could captivate so many naive young women. Shunzi, did you understand? Zhao Fushun shook his head. Then let us deal with him. Chapter 96. Cheap goods are never good. Liang Manchang lit a cigarette, observing Zhao Fushun as he executed a swift kick followed by a powerful strike. A day as husband and wife, 100 days of affection, right? Weeping over it, right? Leaving with a heart of stone, right? The pampered Huang Xiaobo was no match for the rugged Zhao Fushun, who could easily bring him to his senses with just a few punches and kicks. Seeing Huang Xiaobo's battered face, Liang Manchang intervened, saying, Shunzi, that's enough. This little brat can't take much more. If anything happens to him, you'll be the one facing the consequences. In a moment of fervor, Zhao Fushun landed another kick at Huang Xiaobo's vulnerable spot before spitting on the ground. Stay away from my sister. If I see you again, I'll make you regret it. With that, he followed Liang Manchang as they headed toward the supply and marketing cooperative. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaobo, bloodied and bruised, struggled to rise from the ground, glaring fiercely at the retreating figures of the two. Air Kuei, get in touch with Chen Kai. Bro, the appearance fee for Kai Gu is quite substantial, isn't it? Do I lack money? Hurry up and contact him. As long as those 2 scoundrels are in the county, make sure they get beaten to a pulp. All right, I'll reach out today. After collecting their clothes from the cooperative, Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushun headed to the materials bureau to retrieve bicycles before meandering back to Tuanjiatan. Brother Manchang, today was exhilarating. I never imagined you were such a formidable fighter, taking down 6 opponents single-handedly. Just a small affair. Don't think that 6 is a challenge. Even if 60 came, I'd still take them all down. Zhao Fushun's eyes sparkled with admiration. Brother Manchang, teach me your ways. Such prowess relies on innate talent. It cannot be taught. Your fighting skills are commendable. You need only master one technique to remain invincible. What technique? Liang Manchang feigned profundity. Running. What? Running? Indeed. The best strategy among the 36 tactics is to flee. If you can fight, then fight. If not, run. As long as you escape without engaging, you shall never taste defeat. This piece of wisdom alone could occupy Zhao Fushun's thoughts for a lifetime. Upon arriving at the entrance of Zhao Fushun's courtyard, Liang Manchang repeatedly cautioned him not to mention today's events to Zhao Yutian and his wife, lest they become anxious. However, Zhao Yutian, casting a glance at the exuberant Zhao Fushun, sensed that his son had been up to something in the new city. Shunzi, what did you two do in town? Oh, we dined at a restaurant and browsed the cooperative. Zhao Yutian scrutinized Zhao Fushun's new attire, a pristine Zhongshan suit and sturdy work shoes, with a glimmer of envy. In the countryside, new clothes were a luxury reserved for the new year, and he himself owned nothing but a military uniform issued by the brigade. I know you visited the cooperative. Did you buy your father a suit? Father, this was a gift from Brother Manchang. But don't worry, once I start earning, I promise to bring you one soon, along with a pair of shoes. Very well, I shall await that. Seeing the father and son finish their conversation, Liang Manchang ushered Zhao Yutian into the house. As he drew back the curtain, he spotted Zhao Lady seated on the Kong, listening to the radio while assisting Chen Malian in unraveling yarn. Today, I encountered a friend from the Material Bureau in the county town who happens to have a single brother. If both of you agree, neither Aunt Malian nor Sister Lady would oppose it. Perhaps you could meet him first? I have seen this young man. He works in a state institution and appears to be quite honest. Zhao Yutian glanced at Chen Malian, knowing he could not decide on matters concerning Lady Manchang. If your aunt and lady have no objections, then I shall consent. If your aunt and lady have no objections, why would your consent be necessary? Liang Manchang directed his gaze towards Chen Malian. Aunt, what are your thoughts? Manchang, I trust your judgment regarding the person you recommend. Although we live by the old traditions of parents' orders and matchmakers' words, our family does not strictly adhere to such conventions. We must consider lady's opinion. Upon hearing Liang Manchang's words, Zhao Lady realized he was considering her own interests. For this reason alone, she found no grounds to refuse. Very well, let us explore this further. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to the county town, and we shall meet at noon. Liang Manchang was eager to introduce Li Hongbing to Zhao Lady, seeking to resolve a personal concern. After all, they had just clashed with Huang Xiaobo in the city, creating a rift. To ensure Zhao Lady could work comfortably at the new grain station, she would need a reliable ally. Although he was not yet aware of Li Hongbing's father's status, it surely surpassed that of Huang Lei, the grain station director. With such a protective figure, how could Huang Xiaobo dare to oppose them? Meanwhile, Huang Xiaobo was not idle in the county town. He sneaked back to the grain station dormitory, searching frantically, but found no grain tickets. Damn it, today has been a disaster. Losing the grain tickets and getting beaten up, he lamented. Gazing at his swollen face in the mirror, he winced in pain. What a mess I've made of this. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He threw on his coat and stormed out once more. About half an hour later, he found Kuei. What's up, Kuei? Have you contacted Chen Kai? Chen Kai was a notorious thug in the county town, having suffered from a fever as a child that affected his mental faculties, which he exploited to engage in wrongdoing. Bro, I got in touch, but he demands 50 yuan, which is a bit steep. Cheap goods are often of poor quality. If he dares to quote that price, he must possess some skills. Huang Xiaobo said, pulling 5 large bills from his pocket and handing them to Kuei. I inquired at the grain station office. Zhao Lady will start work tomorrow. Have Chen Kai and his crew wait at the grain station entrance. I want to see the spectacle. Absolutely. Kuei tucked the money into his pocket, gleefully heading towards the city center. About 10 minutes later, he met Chen Kai, a burly man with a shiny bald head at a small restaurant. Brother Kai, take this 30 yuan. Be at the grain station entrance by 7 tomorrow morning. Sure. Chen Kai, a man of few words but fierce demeanor, nodded in agreement. Early the next morning, Liang Manchang rode his bicycle, bringing Zhao Lady to the grain station entrance. Sister Lady, come find me at the small restaurant across from the Material Bureau after work. All right. After a couple of days of rest, Zhao Lady felt refreshed, carrying a bag of pickled vegetables towards the main entrance. As Liang Manchang was preparing to turn around and head to the supply bureau, a pair of strong hands suddenly pressed down on the front of his vehicle. Brother, are you Zhao Fushin? Upon seeing the unfriendly faces before him, Liang Manchang contemplated feigning ignorance. You have mistaken the person. No mistake, it's definitely you. Even if you turned to ashes, I would still recognize you. Following the voice, Liang Manchang spotted Huang Xiaobo, who was hiding behind a group of people, sporting a pig's head and pointing fingers. Oh dear, isn't this Pig Xiaobo? Let me enlighten you. You have indeed mistaken the person. I am Liang Manchang. Chapter 97. We 10 will take turns to challenge you whether you are Liang Manchang or something else. It is you we are after. Liang Manchang let out a cold laugh, observing the agitated Huang Xiaobo, and beckoned him closer with a finger. Come, whisper in my ear. The thought of having single-handedly taken down Kuei and 6 others made Huang Xiaobo's heart sink, and he instinctively recoiled. Noticing that the grain station staff had surrounded their group in layers, he reluctantly stated, Liang Manchang, just you wait. Are you capable of a one-on-one duel? Huh. You and your 10 companions wish to challenge me alone? Preposterous. I, Huang Xiaobo, have one principle in the underworld, fairness and justice. Today, we shall take turns to challenge you. Ha ha ha, then let us begin. Huang Xiaobo gestured to Kuei, while Chen Kai stepped forward with a swagger. Kuei whispered something in his ear. Got it, enough of your rambling. Chen Kai shook his body, causing his Zhongshan suit to tremble and reveal bulging muscles. So you're the infamous Liang Manchang? Don't act recklessly. I was traumatized as a child, my mind isn't quite right. And even if I were to kill you, I wouldn't end up in jail. Chen Kai's words elicited laughter, as if anyone's mind is functioning well. Let us take him down. With that, Chen Kai raised his fist like a sandbag and swung it towards Liang Manchang's face. Is he coming in hot right away? Does he truly underestimate Liang Manchang? In Liang Manchang's eyes, Chen Kai's movements appeared excruciatingly slow. He slightly sidestepped and pulled back, sending Chen Kai crashing to the ground in an embarrassing heap. Seizing the moment, Liang Manchang delivered a kick to Chen Kai's stomach, sending the nearly 200-pound behemoth flying 5 to 6 meters away. A mouthful of sour bile erupted from Chen Kai, filling the air with a foul stench. That's one down. Who's next? Pig Xiaobo, you were the loudest just now. Come, show the brothers what you've got. Huang Xiaobo panicked as he saw Liang Manchang approaching him, shouting at Chen Kai on the ground. Chen Kai, didn't you promise me? What is going on? Chen Kai, equally frantic, realized that his hard-earned reputation as the renowned peacemaker of New City could not be tarnished so easily. Let us all go at him. With that, he braced himself on the ground, ready to charge alongside the remaining oblivious underlings. Liang Manchang, with a dismissive smile, delivered a swift kick. Chen Kai flew backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Just stay down. Within half a minute. Aside from Huang Xiaobo and Kuei, the rest of the group lay on the ground, groaning in defeat. Liang Manchang clapped his hands and, with a beaming smile, approached the two, beckoning with a finger. Who will come first? Don't come any closer, or I'll call the police. Huang Xiaobo and Kuei were terrified. They had initially thought that Chen Kai, a professional, would teach Liang Manchang a lesson, but they never expected he would be no match for him. If they endured another beating today, with new injuries added to old ones, would they not be bettered in for 10 days or half a month? A shrill whistle pierced the air as 3 or 4 young men wearing red armbands rushed over, blowing their whistles. Comrades, it's these ruffians causing trouble. Zhao Lady pointed a finger, leaving Liang Manchang as the sole person standing in the circle. Manchang, what is going on? Did you do this alone? It's nothing. I just took care of them on the side. Huang Xiaobo, seeing the security personnel from the grain station arrive, quickly hid behind them. Yes, it's this guy causing trouble. Quickly arrest him. Zhao Lady's eyes turned red, her tears flowing with indignation. Huang Xiaobo, you're lying. It was clearly you who brought people to stir up trouble. Nonsense. As a formal employee of the grain station, would I cause a ruckus at my own doorstep? I brought a dozen friends to the grain station entrance, and this good-for-nothing Liang Manchang came looking for trouble. The security officer knew Huang Xiaobo's nature well. Furthermore, with the renowned troublemaker Chen Kai lying on the ground, he addressed Huang Xiaobo. Huang Xiaobo, I've never seen someone who picks a fight with 10 people. Why don't you show me just one? The workers of that era had a strong sense of ownership. If the factory manager angered them, they too would face criticism at meetings. Although Huang Xiaobo had the backing of his father, Huang Lei, it only extended to petty mischief like slacking off or leaving early. If he truly provoked the veteran workers, he would still receive a reprimand. Huang Xiaobo was left speechless. I advise you to wrap things up, or else we will withdraw, and you can sort it out with him yourself. The mere thought of facing Liang Manchang alone turned Huang Xiaobo's face the color of liver. Fine, consider yourself lucky today. If I encounter you again, I will make sure to give you a beating. And you, Zhao Lady, let us see how this unfolds. After declaring this, Huang Xiaobo dashed towards the grain station, leaving Kuei to confront Liang Manchang alone. Comrades, don't leave. If I die at your grain station's doorstep, you will be responsible. Kuei, you're not even an employee of our grain station. You have no business here. As work hours began, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Chen Kai, Kuei, and a few others. Liang Manchang squatted down and gently patted Chen Kai's large face. Chen Kai, I thought your brain was just a facade, but it turns out you truly lack sense. Did they not inform you that I could serve meals for 7 people alone? How pitiable. After saying this, Liang Manchang glanced at Kuei before swiftly biking off towards the supply bureau. Watching Liang Manchang depart, Chen Kai once again rose from the ground and approached the trembling Kuei. Kuei, is what Liang Manchang said true? Brother Kai, we 7 are just amateurs. It's normal for us to get thrashed by him. Damn, did he take me for a pawn? Brother Kai, isn't that precisely the role you played? Unexpectedly, Kuei was kicked to the ground, a flurry of kicks following. If he cannot handle Liang Manchang, how could he possibly contend with you, a mere Kuei? Liang Manchang hurried to the supply bureau on his bicycle, rousing the drowsy Li Yuanchao. Yuanchao, how goes it? Has your brother agreed? He has no objections. However, whether it can be pursued depends on fate. Then let us meet at noon at the small restaurant across from the supply bureau. You shall treat, as you are introducing a girlfriend to your brother. That's your affair. All right then. By the way, where does your father work? It would be good to know for introductions. Oh, he hadn't been assigned work for a while. but recently received a post as the county party secretary, succeeding the former secretary for our new city. Liang Manchang's head buzzed. He had expected a director or some such position, but was astonished to learn that his father was the governor of the new city. This appointment is somewhat related to you. Your dinner played a significant role. Oh no, I cannot say that. I am unfamiliar with your upper-class society. Make sure to clarify with your father. I had no prior knowledge and did not intend to curry favor. Haha, look at you. While others strive to build connections, you seem intent on distancing yourself. Chapter 98. We do not discuss money, only yuan. Li Yuanchao was unaware that this was Liang Manchang's strategy of feigned restraint. Offering gifts to someone without knowledge of their identity is a genuine act of goodwill. Conversely, when one is aware of the other's status, even heartfelt gestures may appear to carry an element of flattery in the eyes of outsiders. Wait here. I'll give Hongbing a call. Having said this, Li Yuanchao stepped into the office to dial Li Hongbing. All right, we shall dine at the small restaurant at noon. You go ahead and make arrangements. I will stroll around the city. Liang Manchang locked his bicycle at the entrance of the supply bureau and set off towards the old city. The new city is considered a relatively prosperous small town in northeast China. After years of development, it boasts several large state-owned factories. With workers earning wages, consumption naturally surged, fostering not only state-owned enterprises like supply and marketing cooperatives and restaurants, but also nurturing numerous resourceful small vendors. As Liang Manchang walked, he passed many small vendors carrying burdens. Upon reaching the new city's agricultural market, he contemplated purchasing some lamb for hot pot. Late summer and early autumn is the perfect season for lamb hot pot, ideal for cooking with pickled vegetables and greens to add some autumn flesh. Liang Manchang bought 5 pounds of lamb and another 5 pounds of lamb spine. As he exited the market, an elderly man with a goatee and stone sunglasses smiled broadly at him. Young man, it seems you have some joyous news lately. Perhaps you have encountered a benefactor? Liang Manchang glanced around and pointed to his own nose. Me? Indeed. Liang Manchang chuckled, raising the sizable chunk of lamb and the long lamb spine in his hands. If I hadn't brought this lamb and lamb spine, would you still be able to guess that I have joyous news? The old man lowered his sunglasses, rolling his eyes playfully. Underestimating me? Do you think I, Wu the blind, rely solely on these superstitions? Blind. The eyes darted about like a spinning top. Could he truly be blind? Liang Manchang waved his fingers before him. What's the matter? Can't you see? Don't put on this act. Blind man is merely my moniker. My eyes are astutely keen when it comes to discerning destinies. Yet I remain blind to all else. This isn't anyone's fault. After all, our ancestors were nobles, accustomed to having everything handed to them, never concerned with the mundane matters of sustenance. Now, however, we find ourselves in a state of decline, reduced to setting up shop in the market to tell fortunes. If we were to rewind 200 years, I would be lounging at the astronomical bureau, brewing tea, strolling with a bird, or listening to music. Should you seek my services for divination, I must regretfully decline. My craft is reserved solely for the emperor. For others, unless you are reborn into a fortunate life, there is little I can offer. Liang Manchang chuckled at this. The old man was thin as a rail, skin stretched tightly over bones. Yet his eyes sparkled with a clarity unlike those of other elderly folk. With time on his hands, Liang decided to indulge in a reading. He kicked a small stool beneath him and took a seat across from Wu the blind, surveying the stall. Upon a piece of white cloth adorned with a bagua pattern lay an assortment of jade artifacts, coins, and booklets. Evidently, aside from fortune-telling, Wu dabbled in the trade of antiques. Yet, the collective age of these trinkets hardly surpassed his own. All of them were fakes. What do you think? Seeing as we have such a connection, name your terms, and I shall offer you the best price. Liang picked up a jade pendant, weighing it in his hand. Wu the blind, how much for this? Huh, young man, you are mistaken. We do not discuss money, we speak of yuan. And how many yuan? 300 yuan. Liang smirked, turning the pendant over in his hands. 5 yuan, will you sell it? Wu's eyes widened, snatching the pendant back. What nonsense is this? This is ancient jade. A piece from the Western Zhou dynasty, freshly unearthed from the ground just days ago. You offer me 5 yuan. You do not merely insult me, Wu the blind. You insult the very essence of traditional culture. You insult history. Oh, from the Western Zhou, is it? More like from last week. If I am not mistaken. It was soaked in acid, then roasted over a fire, and finally buried in the earth, yes? Wu's expression hardened, muscles in his legs tensing slightly. His hands instinctively reached towards the flagpole behind him and the rope in front of him. The rope, threaded through the edges of the cloth on the ground, could be easily pulled to form a bundle, allowing for a swift escape at any moment. Brother, which side do you belong to? Relax. I am neither a righteous nor a nefarious character, merely an ordinary enthusiast of antiquities. Liang Manchang spoke truthfully. This knowledge was gleaned from his experiences on Douyin and Kuaishou. Though he could only recall the gist, it sufficed to bamboozle Wu the blind. Brother, this piece of jade is a gift for you, a token of remembrance. No. If you say 5 yuan, then it is 5 yuan. I, Liang Manchang, am not one to take advantage of others. You have spirit, young man. Shall we go for a drink? A drink will suffice, but I have a luncheon to attend. Liang reached into his pocket, but in reality, he was probing into his space, feeling for the jade token. Wu the blind, may I inquire about something? Feel free to ask. Aside from the name Wu the blind, I am also known as the Jianghu Jack of all trades. As long as you can inquire, I can provide answers, albeit for a fee of 10 yuan each time. Liang Manchang stood up abruptly, feigning an intention to depart. 10 yuan? I suggest you procure a knife and rush into the post office to rob it. Wu the blind sheepishly scratched his head. Oh, my apologies for treating you as an ordinary individual. Given your shared passion for antiquities, I shall grant you a single opportunity to pose a question. Now that is more agreeable. Liang Manchang resumed his seat and inquired, are there still factions of tomb raiders operating within our new city's borders? Perhaps the likes of the Mo Jin, Fho, Banshan, or Xieling. Goodness, you are well informed. It seems I cannot underestimate you. In that era, there were no various tomb raiding novels or television dramas, so to mention the 4 major schools suggests you are indeed an insider. The so-called Mo Jin faction specializes in geomancy, skilled in discerning the placement of treasures. They typically enter tombs with no more than 5 individuals and retrieve only 1 or 2 artifacts, often carrying a Mo Jin talisman for identity verification. The Fho faction employs methods akin to Mo Jin, but leans towards teamwork, always devising meticulous plans prior to their actions. The Banshan faction, on the other hand, relies on sheer strength for miraculous outcomes, directly excavating large tombs with little hesitation. Lastly, the Xieling faction is the most peculiar, using their sense of smell to locate tombs, frequently oscillating between tomb raiding and outright robbery, raiding tombs when available and resorting to theft when not. Before Liang Manchang sits Wu the blind, a descendant of the Mo Jin school. However, he has aged and no longer engages in tomb raiding. Young brother, why are you asking about these matters? Did you not claim that your treasures were unearthed from the ground? Just testing your knowledge, Wu the blind replied, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. Ah, testing me. Very well, let me share some insights. Cough, my throat is a bit parched. Chapter 99. Longjiang Society. Liang Manchang shot a glance at Wu the blind and retrieved a pack of Deqianmen cigarettes from his pocket, lighting one for him. Is it not less dry now? Haha, I must admit you are quite astute. The Mo Jin, Fho, Banshan, and Xieling factions can be considered schools, each containing its own ordinary sections. However, following the establishment of the nation, these factions have been largely eradicated, with only a handful of remaining masters, either emigrating abroad or transitioning to other careers, becoming archaeologists under official patronage. As time has passed, merely 100 practitioners persist in the entire Longjiang region, most concealing their activities under legitimate professions. Even if you were to inquire extensively, you would struggle to uncover any substantial information. The impact of the 1950s to 1970s on the tomb raiding industry was indeed profound. Aside from those who were conscripted into official corruption, there have been no whispers of tomb raiding since. It is not that they have vanished, but rather that they have adopted a more discreet existence. After all, no matter how skilled one may be at catching zongzi or confronting spirits, can one withstand bullets, cannon fire, or atomic bombs? So, do organized tomb raiding teams still exist within the Longjiang territory? Wu the blind took a puff from his cigarette, shaking his head thoughtfully. Indeed, there is the Longjiang Society. The Longjiang Society? You mean in our Longjiang province? Indeed, the Longjiang Society is merely a loosely knit organization akin to a contemporary writers' association. Members gather to maintain a semblance of affiliation, occasionally exchanging technical insights and lending each other a hand during significant endeavors. It does not resemble a formal sect with a rigid hierarchy. Moreover, the Longjiang Society is not solely dedicated to tomb raiding. Its members encompass more than just the skilled tomb robbers known as Majin Shaowei. The society engages in various enterprises, including overseas investments and import-export trade, boasting assets scattered across Korea, Japan, Russia, and the United States. Liang Manchang chuckled to himself. Isn't this essentially a complete operation for the trafficking of cultural relics? Excavating domestically while selling abroad, then laundering the funds through investments to repatriate the money. Given its informal structure, does it possess anything akin to membership cards? As Liang Manchang's inquiries grew increasingly detailed, Wu Xiaozi extinguished his cigarette and replied earnestly, "All right, I've finished my smoke and our chat. Now, hand me 5 yuan. And you can take the jade pendant." Liang Manchang grimaced. Wu Xiaozi was indeed fickle, changing his demeanor in an instant. He retrieved 5 yuan from his pocket and grasped the worn jade pendant. Wu Xiaozi's assertions seemed credible, likely hinting at some connection to the Longjiang society, perhaps even being a part of it. However, the volume of inquiries today felt excessive, and continuing could risk exposing too much, potentially scaring off the fish. Very well. I shall take my leave then. By the way, why are you asking so many questions? Oh, I am, in fact, a writer. Currently penning a novel set during the Republic of China era, gathering material. Ah, that explains it. By the way, would you like to consult me for another fortune? I see a rosy glow on your face, albeit one tinged with darkness, suggesting a backlash from excess. No, if you can foresee that, how can it be resolved? Quite simply, it indicates that your fortune is limited, and you cannot sustain this wave of wealth. Otherwise, you may present it to me, and I shall assist in its harmless disposal. Liang Manchang rolled his eyes at him, clutching his lamb meat and lamb spine as he proceeded to the supply bureau. Turning into an unoccupied alley, he casually tossed it into his spatial compartment before returning to the main road, heading straight for the restaurant. Upon entering, Liang Manchang spotted Li Hongbing and Zhao Lady seated in a corner, engaged in lively conversation as though they were long-lost friends. Liang Manchang paused, colliding with Li Yuanchao. Yuanchao, are you acquainted with them? What? I just arrived, and even if I had come earlier, I wouldn't know Zhao Lady. Liang Manchang frowned and approached the duo to greet them. Sister Lady, Hongbing, have you two been chatting? Yes, as soon as I arrived. I noticed Hongbing sitting alone in the corner. I guessed it was him, approached, and was pleasantly surprised to find I was correct. In contrast to Zhao Lady's poised demeanor, Li Hongbing appeared somewhat reserved, persistently smiling. It seems if these two were to become a couple, it would likely be Zhao Lady who takes charge. A scenario of woman leading in public while man supports at home. Very well, I suppose I need not introduce myself again. Yuanchao, shall we order? Absolutely. This time, it was Liang Manchang's turn to treat Li Yuanchao to a feast. He promptly ordered a pig's trotter larger than a face, along with a plate of spicy chicken, while the other three opted for boiled fish, stir-fried beef, and egg drop soup. When the pig's trotter arrived, Liang Manchang prodded it with his chopsticks, and the meat effortlessly separated from the bone. Wow, it's perfectly tender. Come now, don't be shy, pick up your chopsticks. This dish is rich in fat, which could easily lead to weight gain. You three are discerning individuals, and it may not be suitable for you. After Liang Manchang finished speaking, he promptly transferred all the succulent, gelatinous skin of the pork knuckle into his bowl and savored it eagerly. Once he had satisfied his hunger, he patted his belly and remarked, "All right then, you two have met each other. Nurture this connection. By the way, Hongbing, are you in a hurry to return to your unit? What? Not in a rush. Our education bureau isn't that busy. Then later, could you assist in escorting Sister Lady back? You two can take a stroll around the granary." Liang Manchang's intentions were quite straightforward. He merely wished for Huang Lei and Huang Xiaobo from the granary to take notice. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would seek to inquire about Li Hongbing's background. In due time, Zhao Lady would become the crown princess of the new city, who would then dare to undermine him. Liang Manchang mounted his bicycle and pedaled vigorously towards Tuanjiatan. Approximately an hour later, he returned with lamb and lamb spine hanging from his handlebars, meandering into the village. Manchang, off to buy meat again. Yes, the weather is getting cold. I need to get some lamb to bolster my health. Ah, your life is improving day by day. When will you take the folks from our village along? Absolutely, I will definitely take them when the opportunity arises. Grudges can arise from the smallest debts. He vaguely recalled a wealthy individual in the future who would distribute money to the elderly in the village every new year. Yet, one year, due to business troubles, he paused this tradition for a year. The following day, his old residence was besieged, with villagers declaring that a starving camel is larger than a horse. Selling a villa, a house, and a car would suffice to repay their debts. The wealthy man spent a sleepless night, and that evening brought his parents from the village to the city, seizing an opportunity to relocate even the ancestral grave, completely severing ties with his hometown. Liang Manchang never tested his conscience with money. If he could consistently help the common people profit, that would be splendid. However, should any mishap occur in between, such superficial bonds would likely shatter into pieces. Thus, Liang Manchang resolved that his promises would be indefinitely postponed. Upon returning home, Liang Manchang handed the lamb and lamb spine to Lu Jingxiu. Jingxiu, blanch the lamb spine and slice the lamb thinly. We shall have hot pot tonight. All right then. Lu Jingxiu, plump and healthy from Liang Manchang's care, was encouraged to exercise after their meal of lamb. Xiaoying, Xiaoni, would you two kindly invite Uncle Yutian and his family over for dinner tonight? Sure, Xiaoying responded, then led the dog meat on a lively trot towards Wang Changgui's house. Chapter 100. Hot pot lamb. Liang Manchang procured a large pot and established an earthen stove in front of his door, moving tables and chairs outside. Before clapping his hands and heading towards the old house, he intended to clear out the old house, enclosing it to house chickens, ducks, and rabbits. This would serve to keep prying eyes at bay. By around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Zhao Yutian and his family had all arrived. Zhao Fushun even brought along 2 bottles of Beidot-song. Shunzi, why bring such fine liquor? Hee, this is bought with my personal savings, a tribute to you. Haha. But today we won tea drink Beidot-song. We'll enjoy wild ginseng-infused liquor instead, Liang Manchang said, gesturing towards the jar of liquor on the table. Before them lay a transparent glass jar, filled with wild ginseng, deer antlers, and an assortment of other medicinal herbs. Zhao Yutian licked his lips, contemplating that if he were to consume the entire jar, he would surely sleep bare-chested tonight. Liang Manchang then presented a box of Baiwang Temple soda, exclaiming, "Ladies, you shall have soda." As he spoke, Lu Jingqiu began to bring forth the dishes. 5 pounds of lamb spine bubbled in the pot, while the table was adorned with 5 pounds of freshly cut lamb, potato slices, bok choy, white radish, pickled vegetables, tofu, and a large platter of blood sausage. Zhao Fushun licked his lips, swallowing the saliva that had pooled in his mouth. In a typical household during winter, one might indulge in hot pot with lamb, but usually in modest portions, primarily featuring vegetables, perhaps accompanied by a small plate of pork belly. However, tonight's hot pot was a feast, 5 pounds of lamb spine combined with 5 pounds of lamb meat. With 6 adults and 2 children present, the average consumption exceeded a pound per person. Brother Manchang, are we dining so lavishly today? Hee, it's because I need your assistance. If you are free tomorrow, join me in the mountains to chop some brushwood to enclose the old house's yard. I plan to catch some wild chickens, ducks, and rabbits to raise. Sure, I have plenty of strength for that. Thus, they began to eat. The group gathered around the large iron pot, where the charcoal fire made the pot bubble enticingly. Liang Manchang picked up a piece of lamb spine, and with a gentle bite, the tender meat fell off the bone, succulent and fragrant. He then used his chopsticks to extract the marrow, slurping it down with immense satisfaction. Once the lamb spine was devoured, Liang Manchang switched to a pot of clear broth to start cooking the lamb slices. Watching the thinly sliced lamb curl in the boiling broth and then wrap it in fermented tofu, chive blossoms, and sesame sauce, each bite was sheer bliss. After the lamb was finished, Liang Manchang tossed in tofu, blood sausage, cabbage, and radish all at once. The delicious broth soaked into the vegetables, creating a refreshing contrast to the richness of the meat. Finally, he added potato slices for a satisfying starch. Liang Manchang patted his belly, bidding farewell to Zhao Yutian and the others, before sending Li Xiaolu to bed with the 2 children. Once the door was closed, he retrieved the stockings gifted by Xiao Mei, playfully presenting them to Lu Jingqiu. Jingqiu, may I offer you a present? What is this? Stockings, also known as ripped stockings. Lu Jingqiu accepted them, only to find beneath the exquisite packaging a delicate black fabric as thin as a cicada's wing. Shall I unwrap it? The naive Lu Jingqiu opened it, her brow furrowing into a tight knot. Brother Manchang, how can I wear this with such a large hole? I don't want it. Hee, I wouldn't dream of letting you wear it outside. This is meant for the night, to wear on the Kong. You wear it. Lu Jingqiu's face flushed with embarrassment, but upon seeing Liang Manchang's reddened countenance, her heart softened. You say it's a gift for me, but it seems more like a gift for yourself. I'll wear it for you, but you mustn't touch. I can still taste the lamb in my burps. Hee, let us just put it on first. Liang Manchang rubbed his hands together, his eyes wide with anticipation. The contrast of white and black, the juxtaposition of boldness and restraint, stirred something deep within Liang Manchang. Suddenly, a warm sensation coursed through his nostrils. He licked his tongue and was overpowered by the metallic taste of blood. Am I bleeding? What are we waiting for? Jingqiu, let us go? The next morning, Liang Manchang stealthily retrieved a lump of dark substance from his pocket, rubbed it in a basin of water, and quietly hung it on a clothes rack to dry in his room. This was a valuable item, but there were only a few pieces, so he intended to reuse them as much as possible. After consuming 2 bowls of corn grits, Liang hurried to Zhao Fushun's house, hitched up a cart, and set off for Laoyiling. Within the boundaries of Xinqing, there are 2 farms in Dao Ridge, the closest to Tuanjiatun being the Dushan Forest Farm, spanning nearly 10,000 acres, Dushan Forest Farm employs over 1,000 staff, featuring a headquarters and 7 or 8 villages. Each time Liang ventured into the mountains for hunting, he operated within the jurisdiction of the Dushan Forest Farm. Typically, as long as one did not drive a tractor into the woods for illegal logging, hunting small game, or cutting a few miscellaneous trees when unchecked. Liang's primary objective this trip was merely to cut some small trees for a fence, so after meandering around the periphery for a while, he filled his cart to the brim. Just as he was about to leave, a sudden cacophony of barking erupted. "Brother, from which village are you?" The newcomer was a middle-aged man, his face adorned with a thick beard and wild hair, resembling a beast. He bore a .56 rifle on his back, a hunting knife at his waist, and was accompanied by 6 or 7 hunting dogs. Upon noticing the man, Liang quickly discerned that he was a forest ranger, and a skilled one at that. "Big brother, I am Liang Manchang from Tuanjiatan. I came to cut some brush for a fence." Liang presented a cigarette as he spoke. "Oh, I'm Zhang Dabiao, the forest ranger of Dushan Forest Farm. I stay at the Chiligo lookout tower while on duty and at the headquarters during off hours." "Ah, it's you, brother Biao. I've heard of your reputation. You are quite the expert in dog training. I've heard that even local dogs seem to awaken their potential under your guidance, becoming both skilled and intelligent. They're worth soaring." Liang wasn't merely flattering. Zhang Dabiao indeed possessed a natural talent for dog training. Originally a lumberjack at Dushan Forest Farm, he only needed to work for 6 months a year, spending the rest of his time at home. However, his passion for dog training led him to leverage connections to transfer to the ranger position. He endured the elements, spending half the month in the mountains and the other half resting, in a continuous cycle. After heavy snow sealed off the mountains, the ranger team occasionally organized patrols to catch those who dared to engage in illicit logging. Now a ranger, he could spend every day with dogs, forgoing a family life, and remained a bachelor to this day. "Brother, I see you're carrying a hunting rifle. If you ever need to purchase hunting dogs or bone meal, come find me at Dushan Forest Farm." Investing in hunting dogs is a bottomless pit. One should not venture into it without some financial backing. Thus, in addition to his salary from the forest farm, Zhang supplemented his income by selling hunting dogs and bone meal to support his training endeavors. "Sounds good. I also have a hunting dog at home. I'll come find you at Chiligo." "All right, see you then." Chapter 101. "Jingxiu, you remind me of a saying." Liang Manchang watched as Zhang Dabiao departed. Though the dog meat was unimpressive, it was, after all, a seasoned employee, deserving of fair treatment. Most importantly, Xiao Jin might benefit from some bone meal to nourish itself. "Shunzi, let us go home." "Sure thing." 2 individuals, pulling a cart, returned to the Unity Group, and through their cooperation, managed to erect a fence in just 2 days. Liang Manchang planned to raise chickens in the east room of the earthen house, ducks in the outer room, and rabbits in the west room. On a dark and windy night, he caught 3 or 4 wild ducks, wild chickens, and wild rabbits and placed them inside the mud brick house, casually tossing in a basin of rice. It was merely for show, as he didn't expect them to eat it. "Jingxiu, when you have the time, please help me feed these chickens, ducks, and rabbits. If not, it's no trouble," he said. "How could I do that? If the rabbits die, it's one thing, but if the wild chickens and ducks die, the villagers would surely laugh at me." "All right then, but don't overexert yourself. They are merely good luck charms." "What do you mean by good luck charms?" Come inside, and I'll explain what a good luck charm is." Lu Jingxiu, noticing Liang Manchang's mischievous expression, realized he wanted her to brush up on idioms. Her cheeks flushed. "Last time, those slippery stockings were rather amusing." "Brother, sister-in-law, what can this rabbit eat?" "Right, can we feed them sugar?" Liang Manchang, in a flurry, prepared to gallop away, only to be halted by the 2 little girls, one on each side, asking questions, which left him quite flustered. "You two seem to be living quite well. Wanting to feed rabbits sugar? Do I look like sugar to you?" "Brother, can they eat grass? Is that possible?" Liang Manchang watched the 2 little round heads bobbing back and forth and thought of sending them to kindergarten. "Xiao and I have a question for you. Suppose I have a cage containing chickens and rabbits, with a total of 30 heads and 88 legs. How many chickens and how many rabbits are there?" Xiao and Xiaoying, resting their chins on their hands and tilting their heads in thought, scrunched their brows adorably, resembling little playful caterpillars. "Take your time to calculate. Whoever figures it out will be rewarded with a large lollipop." After saying this, Liang Manchang grabbed Lu Jingxiu's hand and darted into the house. "Hee, Jingxiu. I just thought of an idiom." "What is it?" "Surging waves." "How annoying." Just as Liang Manchang was preparing to ride the waves, a voice came from outside. "Gao Dashan, unless you give us an explanation today, I absolutely will not leave with you." "Xiao Lu, just go home. We are family. Let us close the door and talk." They say couples should not hold grudges overnight. It's been 6 or 7 days since you've been here, so it's time to let it go. What do you mean by time to let it go? I've accepted how your family treats me. Marry a chicken, follow the chicken. Marry a dog, follow the dog. I blame myself for being blind, thinking you were honest and dependable. But now it seems I was blinded by grease and hurt by a yellow weasel when I married you. I can endure my own suffering. But if you bully Xiao and I will file for divorce. Lu Jingxiu gave Liang Manchang a shove and discreetly adjusted his trousers. Go check on Xiao Lu. Don't let her suffer. All right, but you owe me a meal. After Liang Manchang fastened his belt, he opened the door and stepped out boldly. He saw Gao Dashan holding jars of yellow peaches, moving back and forth in front of Li Xiaolu as if playing a game of tag, blocking her way. Gao Dashan, what are you doing? Are you trying to steal someone? Liang Manchang was brimming with rage as he dashed forward, forcefully pushing Gao Dashan aside. Lu Jingxiu tightly grasped Li Xiaolu's hand. Manchang, I have come to take Xiaolu and Xiaoni home. Take them home. You speak so lightly of it. Has the matter been resolved? How can a family live without occasional quarrels and bickering? It's merely that Xiaoni has lost a bit of weight. In the future, I shall supervise when preparing the milk powder. Liang Manchang, a veritable powder keg, was instantly ignited. He suppressed his fury and called over Gao Xiaoni and Xiaoying, who were squatting in front of the earthen house. Upon seeing Gao Dashan, Gao Xiaoni rushed over, standing beside Li Xiaolu, her little face alight with joy as she asked, Father, why are you here? Ah, Xiaoni, I have come to take you and your mother home. Will you come with me? Gao Xiaoni's delight vanished in an instant, replaced by worry and grievance. Frowning, she timidly replied, Father, if I go back, will grandfather still scold me? And what about those two little tyrants? Will they still push me around? Ah, if I speak to them, it should be fine. Come, let us go home. Gao Xiaoni shook her head, her voice soft and innocent. I don't want to go back. I want to stay with Uncle Manchang. No one bullies me here. Liang Manchang approached Gao Xiaoni, gently ruffling her round little head and smiling. Go on, play with Xiaoying. I will take care of things. Once Xiaoni skipped away, Liang Manchang's smile abruptly froze, and he turned to Gao Dashan with a cold sneer. Did you hear that, Gao Dashan? Even Gao Xiaoni does not wish to return with you. Moreover, have you noticed Xiaoni's changes? Gao Dashan was momentarily taken aback, responding. She seems happier and has gained some weight. At least you are not blind. Asked Xiaolu. When she first arrived at my home, she did not even dare approach the table, eating meat only while furtively watching our expressions. The more Liang Manchang thought about it, the angrier he became. And he stepped forward to slap Gao Dashan across the face. This slap is for Xiaoni. Before Gao Dashan could react, Liang Manchang swiftly delivered another slap. This one is for Xiaolu. Gao Dashan stood there, dazed, his eyes vacant, tears streaming down his cheeks. Seizing the moment, Liang Manchang leaned towards Li Xiaolu, whispering, Xiaolu, speak candidly with me. If Gao Dashan were to sever ties with Gao Qiu completely, would you still wish for a divorce? Manchang, do not think poorly of me for lacking resolve. Despite Gao Dashan's faults, he is still Xiaoni's biological father. If he can change, I would still be willing to let Xiaoni live with him. Liang Manchang nodded. A married couple should remain together. Countless young women in later generations, after consuming mere bowls of chicken soup, pursue true love and freedom. Yet, once divorced and living under the same roof with others, they discover that the mundane realities of life remain unchanged. Two individuals combined have but 10 eyes. Thus, Liang Manchang leaned towards the hope that Li Xiaolu could reconcile with Gao Dashan, provided that he could indeed change and sever ties with Gao Qiu. After 3 minutes, Gao Dashan's gaze cleared, and he wiped away his tears with his sleeve, resolutely declaring, Manchang, I've come to realize that Gao Qiu is worthless, and I am even less than human. The notion of continuing the family line can be cast aside. Only my wife and children deserve my affection. Chapter 102. I am the lost lamb. Liang Manchang nodded repeatedly. In a person's life, the companion who stays by one's side the longest is none other than their partner. Thus, treating anyone well is inferior to treating one's wife with kindness. Gao Dashan, are you willing to separate from Gao Qiu? Yes, this family must be divided. If he can maintain fairness in the future, then when he passes, I shall guard his spirit. However, if he chooses to tread the path of bias, then he must not blame me for my cruelty. Let his cherished grandson deal with him. Liang Manchang observed that Gao Dashan spoke earnestly, not as if he were merely deceiving him, and nodded in agreement. All right, I shall trust you this once. Turning to the tearful Li Xiaolu, he softly inquired, Sister Xiaolu, what do you think? If you agree, I shall devise a way to persuade Gao Qiu to accept the separation. We shall each live our own lives. If not, I will ensure that Gao Dashan is united with the collective. Li Xiaolu wiped her tears, her eyes red as a rabbit's. and fixed a steely gaze on Gao Dashan, enunciating each word with conviction. Gao Dashan, if you are a man, remember the words you spoke today. If you can stand tall like a true gentleman, we shall turn the page on the past, and I, along with Xiao and I, will live honestly with you. You possess strength, and I have a stable job. If we both exert ourselves, can we not lead a prosperous life? Gao Dashan's eyes also glistened with unshed tears. Liang Manchang's admonitions had thoroughly awakened him. His two nephews, Qin Dainiu and Qin Eru, were clearly ungrateful. As the saying goes, one can see the future in a 3-year-old. If these two little rascals could strike Gao Qiu, would they truly care for him in his old age? Is it not more dependable to raise one's own daughter to adulthood than to nurture sons for another family? Xiaolu, I shall propose the separation upon my return. After years of toil to repay his kindness, it is time we lead separate lives, each minding our own affairs. Li Xiaolu nodded vigorously, gradually releasing Lu Jingqiu's hand, and approached Gao Dashan. Enough of the sentimental talk. We shall discuss the matters of separation. How do you intend to proceed? Shall we summon the elders of the village to mediate? In rural settings, when brothers separate, it is customary for respected elders from the village or family to preside over the division, with other male relatives as witnesses. Everything, from houses and private plots to savings, down to pots, pans, firewood, rice, and even the waste from the latrine, must be divided equally. Some assets that are not easily separable, such as iron pots, water tanks, or donkeys, are divided by turns. Overall, the process is intended to be fair and just. However, if Gao Qiu and Gao Dashan were merely to undergo a typical separation, erecting a wall between 3 mud brick houses, they would still encounter one another daily, and conflicts could easily arise. Thus, if a separation is to occur, it must be thorough, leaving Gao Qiu to depart with nothing. Furthermore, it is imperative to compel Gao Dashan's sister, Gao Xiuqin, and her husband, Qin Hui, to decisively sever ties, ensuring that they never cross paths again. Gao Dashan, once the meal is concluded, you shall return home first. Merely stating that Sister Xiaolu will not accompany you. The rest will be arranged by me. Understood? This marks Gao Dashan's inaugural visit to Liang Manchang's household, and given his rekindled relationship with Li Xiaolu, he is somewhat akin to her brother-in-law. Thus, he must observe the requisite courtesies. Liang Manchang has caught a wild chicken and a wild duck, which Lu Jingqiu has prepared into a savory chicken stew with hazel mushrooms, along with a braised wild duck dish. Additionally, he has sautéed a plate of duck eggs and peanuts, and prepared a sour cabbage and blood sausage soup. Liang Manchang uncorks a bottle of beidakang and pours 2 glasses. Brother-in-law, this isn't counterfeit liquor, is it? Beidakang doesn't tea come cheap. Manchang, what sort of insinuation is that? Would I bring counterfeit liquor to your home? Isn't Gao Qiu the head of your family? How do you still have any money? Gao Dashan straightens his back, embodying the demeanor of a man. Manchang, do you look down upon others? Although I may not possess cash at hand, I can always procure credit from the local shop. Originally, I intended to repay discreetly. Once we have separated, we shall repay openly. Liang Manchang wipes the sweat from his brow. It seems Gao Dashan is indeed the first to speak of credit with such fervor. After dinner, Li Xiaolu begins to orchestrate Gao Dashan's return home. Sister Xiaolu, why not have Manchang accompany you to ensure safety in the dark? Li Xiaolu blushes, as she had intended to share some intimate words with Gao Dashan, and Manchang's presence complicates matters. However, Liang Manchang, understanding the situation well, waves his hand and states, I have matters to tend to. A man should escort his own woman. Jingqiu, fetch a flashlight for Sister Xiaolu. All right. Not long after Li Xiaolu and Gao Dashan depart, Liang Manchang mounts his bicycle and heads directly toward Heiyu Crow village. The distance from Tuanjia village is approximately 10 kilometers, a half-hour ride. Upon reaching the village entrance, Liang Manchang secures his bicycle, inhaling the fragrance of incense as he walks, finally spotting a small courtyard adorned with red lanterns at the western end of the village. Surveying the surroundings and finding no one in sight, he vaults over the wall. The approximately 100 square meter courtyard is reasonably well kept, featuring a small stone Buddha shrine with an incense stand and candle holder. The outer door of the main room is ajar, and the eastern room glows warmly. Liang Manchang climbs down from the wall and knocks on the window of the eastern room. Cough, cough, is Zhang Yaiyang there? Who? A voice replies, tinged with impatience. In this region, who does not refer to him as Zhang Daxian? What audacity does this small fry possess to call him by name, especially with a note of disdain? Is he not concerned about attracting ire? With a creak, the outer door is pulled open, revealing Liang Manchang's broad face in Zhang Yaiyang's view. Ah, Daxian, what brings you here? What Daxian? I merely possess a modicum of knowledge. When it comes to true cultivation, We must look to our esteemed Jin Jiansan, the golden Daxian. Zhang Yaoyang shivers, recalling the day he had touched the Daxian's forehead, leaving him quite unsettled. Daxian, your late-night visit must pertain to some matter? Of course. I have matters to discuss. Otherwise, would I simply come here for a visit? Zhang Yaoyang, you are not inherently malevolent, even in your licentiousness. You exclusively pursue widows and never tarnish the innocence of unmarried maidens or the sanctity of married women. Thus, I present you with an opportunity to atone for your past transgressions. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yaoyang immediately knelt, his head bowing fervently. Does this imply that he could also join the ranks of the esteemed? No matter, he would seize the moment. Master brother, whatever tasks our sect has, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly. Liang Manchang. Since when did you become the master brother? Zhang Yaoyang, what madness has overtaken you? Enough with this master brother and second junior brother nonsense. Rise at once. Master brother, I am but a lost lamb. Please, show me mercy and guide me back to the righteous path. I assure you, I will follow your directives, and I shall abstain from lust. Liang Manchang scratched his nose, wary of forming close ties with those who vow abstinence. Those who renounce desire are often cold-hearted. If one can be so harsh with oneself, how much harsher could they be with others? There's no need for such extremes. Just commit to one or two. Don't overindulge. Chapter 103. You are the radiant star of the East. Liang Manchang helped Zhang Yaoyang to his feet and seated him upon a bench. Very well. Since you wish to associate with me, I must establish some ground rules. Should I write these down? Commit them to memory. Alas, first, my identity, and that of the esteemed Master Jin, must remain strictly confidential. Otherwise, divine retribution shall befall you, and you will be torn apart by a pack of ferocious tigers. Second, one must be benevolent. You may operate your establishment without issue, but when it comes to the impoverished, take less if you can. The ill-gotten gains of the wealthy, however, you may seize at will. Third, do not harm others. Your enchanting potions and the beastly concoctions you have used are far too potent. From this moment forth, they are forbidden. I shall periodically provide you with 2 jars of spiritual spring water, which can enhance vitality and invigorate the spirit. As for whom you choose to bestow it upon, you have more experience than I. For now, these 3 rules shall suffice. If you can accept them, simply nod. If not, consider my visit a mere figment. You may continue along your solitary path while I traverse my sunlit avenue. Without hesitation, Zhang Yaoyang nodded. Each time he employed his enchanting drugs and beastly concoctions, he fervently wished he could truly ascend to immortality, thus avoiding the need for clandestine machinations. Now that this opportunity had arisen, he could not let it slip away. Master brother, I have committed everything to memory. Would you like me to recite it back to you? That won't be necessary. Master brother, what shall we name our sect? It would be helpful for me to identify it when I venture forth. Liang Manchang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. His original intention upon arriving at Heiyu Crow Village had been merely to engage in a one-off transaction, half threatening, half coaxing Zhang Yaoyang into persuading a few individuals. Yet, unexpectedly, he had acquired a junior disciple and was now contemplating the establishment of a sect. After a brief reflection, he replied, "Let us call it the Eastern Star. You shall be known as Dongxing Yaoyang, code name Crow, and I shall be Dongxing Manchang, code name Unity. The Eastern Star? The Star of the East? What a splendid name. Regardless of its merit, I ask you, do you possess influence in Hongxing Village?" "Absolutely. Master brother, I am not boasting. Prior to meeting you, I was the undisputed leader in the realm of persuasion throughout the entire Hongxing commune. My word was law." "Excellent." Liang Manchang whispered a few words, leaving Zhang Yaoyang in a state of astonishment. "Master brother, did you not claim that one should not harm others?" "Nonsense. Is this truly harmful?" "They have erred. And experiencing a little more suffering in this world means one less trial in hell, one less time on the knife's edge, one less plunge into the cauldron. We are, in fact, aiding them." Zhang Yaoyang's furrowed brow suddenly relaxed, as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. "Ah, now I understand. Much like an ascetic. Enduring all the hardships in this life will lead to a life of ease in the next. You, my clever lad, have a sharp mind. Henceforth, ponder my commands carefully, for there is always rationale behind them." After Liang Manchang concluded his instructions, he rode his bicycle through the night back to Tuanjiatan. The following morning, as Zhang Yaoyang awoke, he etched the characters Dongxing onto a wooden board at his doorstep, officially designating this incense hall as the headquarters of the Dongxing Society. Once he had everything organized, he donned a Tang suit, instantly elevating his stature, and made his way to the small shop in Hongxing Tun. Gao Qiu's daughter, Gao Xiuqin, had married into the neighboring Qin family in Qinjiatun. Gao Xiuqin and her husband were as shrewd as they come, directly sending their twin sons to Hongxingtan, leaving Gao Qiu to provide for their needs. They frequently seized the opportunity to indulge in lavish feasts under the pretense of escorting Qin Dainiu and Qin Eru. Gao Qiu, relishing his leisure, did not even venture outside, instead leisurely accompanying his two grandsons around the small shop. With money, they would buy snacks. Without it, they would purchase on credit. Boss, a pack of Deqianmen, please. Hee, Zhang Daxian, I sell others at 8 jiao, but to you, only 5. We practitioners owe no debts of gratitude, for such are merely karmic burdens. How commendable. Truly, you are the most astute among the shamans in the region. Zhang Yaoyang rummaged through his pockets, eventually retrieving 7 jiao from his clothing. I'm still a jiao short. I'll bring it to you tomorrow, as I must attend to some matters at the commune. Upon hearing that just 1 jiao could secure a favor from Zhang Daxian, Gao Qiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Swiftly, he produced a note, offering it with both hands to Zhang Yaoyang, saying, Zhang Daxian, take this 1 jiao. There's no need for favors here. Zhang Yaoyang smirked subtly, appearing to smile, but actually mocking. This old fellow was certainly not to be trifled with. To think he could barter a mere dime for a favor. While proclaiming his disinterest in favors, he was, in truth, seeking just that. It seems Master Brother was right. This old fellow is in dire need of a reckoning. Thank you very much. Zhang Yaoyang accepted the jiao, requesting a box of Deqianmen in return. Old sir, we practitioners do not carry debts past the night. Here's what I propose. I shall bestow upon you a stroke of good fortune. If you believe, follow my directions. If not, disregard my words. After saying this, Zhang Yaoyang raised his right hand, tapping his thumb against each of his other fingers while reciting incantations. On this auspicious day, I, disciple Zhang Yaoyang, devoutly welcome the arrival of the God of Wealth. May the God of Wealth be merciful and safeguard us, bestowing riches and opening avenues for prosperity, ensuring flourishing business across the seas and abundant wealth flowing from all directions. May all family members be safe and sound, careers thriving, paths clear, and all desires fulfilled. I vow to maintain reverence, conduct honest business, and manage frugally, not to disappoint the blessings of the God of Wealth. Zhang Yaoyang spoke rapidly, rendering his words akin to a spell in Gao Qiu's ears. The wealth position lies in the true north. Today it is associated with the earth element, which should be near the road to the north. Alas, is this a great fortune or a modest one? Your family is unlikely to acquire substantial wealth. Upon hearing this, Gao Qiu was instantly flustered, grasping Zhang Yaoyang's arm as if on the verge of kneeling. Why not? Some matters are better left unspoken. Each individual has their own fate, and one cannot force their destiny. After Zhang Yaoyang uttered these words, he waved his sleeve and departed, leaving Gao Qiu standing there in a daze. It wasn't until Zhang had walked 100 meters that Gao Qiu finally came to his senses and hurried after him, nervously inquiring, Master, why can't we attain wealth? Isn't it simple? Your son is named Gao Dashan, and your daughter-in-law is Li Xiaolu, correct? Indeed, that's right. Shan signifies dispersion, and Lu symbolizes fortune, the blessings of prosperity. If the fortune has been entirely dispersed, how can one expect to prosper? Observing Gao Qiu lost in contemplation, Zhang Yaoyang quickly added fuel to the fire. Your family's income must be decent, yet you cannot save a penny. Therein lies the root of the issue. Enough of this. Zhang Daxian, you have spoken the truth. My daughter-in-law has a steady job, and my son works hard, yet we cannot retain our wealth. Zhang Yaoyang chuckled. You continually send food and drink to your daughter's home, and you are raising 2 children there. It's no wonder you can't save a thing. Such is fate. It is merely destiny. Master, please help me. Is there any way to remedy this? There are methods to alleviate the situation, but they are not without their own intricacies. Come closer. Chapter 104. Gao Qiu's tongue. Li Lao Kz's leg. After Zhang Yaoyang departed from Hongxingtan, he lit a cigarette and leisurely made his way back. Meanwhile, Gao Qiu, watching Zhang leave, immediately dashed towards the northern road, displaying none of the characteristics of a 60-year-old man. Just moments ago, at the village shop, there were quite a few onlookers. If they caught wind of any rumors, they could potentially intercept his windfall, leaving him with nowhere to lament. Indeed, after running for a while, he spotted Li Lao Kz, who had been playing cards at the shop, limping northward. Old Gao, why are you running so fast? Are you in a hurry to be reborn? Li Lao Kz, weren't you just playing cards at the shop? Why are you suddenly heading north? Li Lao Kz's expression shifted, his eyes darting about. I have a stomachache and need to find a place to relieve myself. Nonsense, you've never been so particular. Regardless of the nature of the call of nature, you'd usually find any spot to do your business. With that, Gao Qiu quickened his pace, leaving Li Lao Kazi behind in less than 5 minutes. Hastily, he arrived at the county road north of Hongxing Commune. Gao Qiu extended his thumb, pointing toward the shop, confirming the true north position. This is it. The drainage ditches on either side of the county road were half a meter deep and overgrown with weeds. After searching the southern ditch and finding nothing, he crossed the road to the northern ditch. Upon jumping down, he felt something soft underfoot, as if he had stepped on a fabric bundle. Looking down, he discovered a small, deep blue cloth bag. Seeing that no one was around, Gao Qiu hurriedly crouched down and opened the bag. Inside, he found an aluminum lunchbox, a small stack of ration tickets, and a handkerchief. Unfolding the handkerchief revealed a colorful array of banknotes. Money was scarce, totaling 6 yuan and 85 cents when including coins and small bills. It seemed to belong to some unfortunate worker who had lost it. Gao Qiu stuffed the money and tickets into his pocket, tossed his lunchbox and cloth bag towards the distant woods, and began to make his way back. Li the cripple, why have you arrived so late? At this pace, you couldn't even catch up to a warm meal. Gao Qiu quipped, his sharp tongue. Li the cripple's lame legs and Widow Qin's allure were renowned as the three formidable forces of Hongxing village. Li the cripple was momentarily rendered speechless by Gao Qiu's taunt, before finally retorting, all right, let us just say you managed to catch up to the warmth. I'll take a dump soon. Care to join? Haha, better save it for the dog. My status is no longer the same, Gao Qiu replied, immediately heading home to dig out his winter cotton vest, bustling about. Half an hour later, he emerged wearing the vest. The able-bodied laborers of the village had all left for work, including the ever-charming Widow Qin. Gao Qiu stealthily returned to the village's small shop, where he found Li the cripple sitting on a stool, his face flushed as he spat. Li the cripple, did you miss the warmth even in the dung? Gao Qiu mocked. Bah, you old fool. Leaning against the wall, Gao Qiu pointed at a can of yellow peaches on the counter, saying, 1 can, please. 1 yuan. Will that be credit or cash? You run a small business, it can't be easy. How could you offer credit? Cash, please. Ah, old Gao, have you struck it rich? Even your tone has changed. Upon hearing this, Gao Qiu's chest puffed up like a balloon. Heh, this is just the beginning. All right then, if you've come into wealth, don't forget to take care of me, the shopkeeper said as he wiped the can clean and handed it to Gao Qiu. Initially thinking Gao Qiu would take the can to honor his 2 grandsons, he was surprised when Gao Qiu unscrewed the lid, discarded 2 twigs, and, in front of everyone, poured the contents into his mouth, broth and all. For the past couple of days, with Li Xiaolu absent from home, they had not been cooking much, merely making do. The picky Gao Qiu was already ravenous. At that moment, the local farmers were returning from the fields for their midday meal. With keen eyes, Gao Qiu spotted Widow Qin and quickly capped the can, scampering after her. Li the cripple spat in disdain. So you've got a bit of money. And you think you're special now? Old Li, what is going on? Why do I feel like Gao Qiu is different from before? Li the cripple, fearing others might not know of Gao Qiu's newfound fortune, raised his voice a notch. What? You don't know? Weren't you here this morning? Zhang Daxian said he'd bestow a windfall upon this old fool, right on the county road to the north. This old fool is quicker than I am on my feet. By the time I got there, all that was left was a broken lunchbox and a ragged cloth bag. Such good fortune? I thought Zhang Daxian was joking. You're quite sharp, I must say. I wondered why you were clutching your stomach and running north instead of playing cards. Alas, I was just a step behind. And didn't you notice this old fool wearing a cotton coat? Indeed, perhaps he is feeling weak? Following Widow Qin around. How could he not be? Haha, Gao Qiu's sharp tongue, Widow Qin's charm. However, the matter of this highball's cotton-padded jacket is far from simple. You failed to listen attentively. The sound it makes when struck is quite resonant. I surmise there is a high probability that it contains gold and silver treasures, at the very least. It must be a yuan daitu coin. Is that true? Old Li, the cripple, chuckled smugly and pretentiously remarked, the fake cannot be true, and the true cannot be false. When has Gao Qiu ever consumed an entire jar of peach preserves by himself? Each time, he has been eager to present it to his 2 grandchildren. Indeed, if he had struck it rich, he would certainly not be this ostentatious. It is likely he has stumbled upon some gold or jewels. In the countryside, aside from the old locust tree, the small shop is the most reliable source of gossip. Without a doubt, news of Gao Qiu's fortune will soon spread throughout the entire Hongxing village, and even the neighboring Qin family village will catch wind of it. At this moment, Gao Qiu was trailing behind Widow Qin, intoxicated by her scent. The more he inhaled, the more animated Widow Qin became. Upon reaching a secluded path, Gao Qiu leaned in, nudging her with his elbow. Xiao Qin, why haven't you visited my home for a chat lately? Old Gao inquired. Who dares to go to your house? Widow Qin replied. Gao Qiu recognized that she was alluding to Liang Manchang's attempt to take someone away. Xiaoqin, that is a matter for the young ones. It doesn't concern us. My daughter-in-law is just having a moment. She'll return in a couple of days. Really? Yes, and we can continue our chats then. Widow Qin's gaze fell upon the half-jar of peach preserves in Gao Qiu's hand. You usually scrimp on food and clothing to save for your two precious grandchildren. Today seems like an unusual day. Eating peach preserves and wearing a cotton vest. What's going on? After saying this, Gao Qiu shook his heavy vest and mysteriously said, "Feel it." He took Widow Qin's plump hand and guided it to his body. What are you doing? It's broad daylight. Aren't you ashamed? Old Qin, why is it so hard? Widow Qin inquired, though she still extended her hand. Hee, the secrets of heaven must not be disclosed. With this cotton vest, my days are bound to flourish. As Widow Qin observed Gao Qiu's smug demeanor, her mind began to calculate. Originally, she had intended to move into old Gao's household and take on the role of a stepmother, having Gao Dashan and Li Xiaolu, the two honest men, serve her. However, Gao Qiu's daughter, Gao Xiuqin, sensed that Widow Qin was no simple character and firmly opposed the idea. It wasn't that she feared Gao Qiu and Gao Dashan's family would suffer, but rather that she couldn't bear to relinquish this money-making opportunity without reaping any benefits herself. Consequently, the relationship between Gao Qiu and Widow Qin transitioned from an overt affair to a discreet, clandestine romance. What have you got in there? Is it something hard? Could it possibly be gold bars? I can't reveal that just yet. Oh, still keeping secrets from me? By the way, how do we address our situation? Your daughter acts like a tigress. Every time she sees me, it's as if her nose is not a nose and her eyes are not eyes. Rest assured, as long as this cotton-padded jacket is with us, everything will proceed smoothly. With that, Gao Dashan bravely reached his hand toward Widow Qin's backside. Unexpectedly, Widow Qin did not shy away as she usually did. Instead, she adjusted her posture and presented herself. The following morning, Gao Dashan groggily rose from bed, pocketing a steamed bun before heading out to labor for his share of work points. "Father, I'm off to work," he announced. Ask the team leader for leave. And say you're unwell and cannot make it for the next couple of days, his father replied. All right. You should also take the time to visit Tuanjia village and bring your wife back. It's unbecoming for her to remain there. What would others think? They might assume our Gao family is bullying her. Gao Dashan's heart constricted, and his eyes narrowed into slits. What had once seemed normal now sounded particularly jarring. Father, it's better not to go. I cannot bring her back. Gao Qiu suddenly sat upright on the bed, his tattered cotton vest clattering as he moved. Useless fool. You can't even fetch your own wife. Do you expect me to humiliate myself by going in person? Pathetic. Father, what do you have in that vest? It's not a piece of iron wire, is it? Let me take a look. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. After saying this, Gao Dashan lunged forward, reaching for the vest. Upon touching it, he felt a long, rigid object. Gao Qiu, realizing what was happening, pushed Gao Dashan away with a surge of energy. What are you doing? Where are you touching? Hurry and go earn some grain. Otherwise, we'll be left starving. Father, what is that hard object? None of your business. This has nothing to do with you, Gao Dashan. Just get out. Father, could it be a family heirloom? If it truly is, my sister and I deserve half each. Unfilial son. I haven't even kicked the bucket yet, and you're already eyeing my money? Get lost. With that, Gao Qiu grabbed a broom from the bed and hurled it at Gao Dashan. Fortunately, Gao Dashan was quick on his feet, or he would have surely caught a blow. Once Gao Dashan was far enough away, Gao Qiu leaned on the windowsill to glance outside, and then removed the cotton vest. Zhang Daxian was right. If I stuff some iron weights into this vest, it will not only attract wealth, but also draw people in. Energized by the early morning, Gao Qiu contemplated visiting Widow Qin. However, as soon as he donned the cotton vest, he heard the voices of Qin Dainiu and Qin Eru. Grandpa, we've come to see you. Gao Qiu grinned and rushed out to greet them. Since Li Xiaolu had gone to Tuanjia village, there had been no one at home to cook, prompting Qin Dainiu and Qin Eru to return to Conjiatin. Gao Qiu had attempted to fetch them back 2 or 3 times without success. He was surprised to see his 2 chubby grandsons come to visit of their own accord, each more boisterous than the last. As Gao Qiu opened the front door, he saw Gao Xiuqin and Qin Hui standing there, each carrying 2 large bags. Father, you're up? What brings you 2 here? It's not a holiday. Why so many things? Are you here to honor me? In the past, whenever Gao Xiuqin and Qin Hui visited, they would arrive with empty baskets and leave with them filled to the brim with fruits, vegetables, and grains. This was the first time Gao Qiu had witnessed a return of goods. They brought 2 jars of loose sugar, 2 pounds of brown sugar, and 2 jars of canned peaches. Father, how can you say that? You are my father-in-law, and to me, a son-in-law is like a son. Who else should I honor if not you? Indeed, father, Qin Hui mentioned to me that my brother is rather dim-witted, and my sister-in-law is no pushover either. In the future, we shall have to rely on the two of us. We must ensure they are well-fed and cared for, so that they may enjoy good health and longevity, while we watch our two grandsons establish their own families and careers. Gao Qiu wore a cheerful smile, yet his heart was as clear as day. This couple are both shrewd individuals, miserly as can be. In the past, when visiting the Qin family, we were invariably served 2 dishes, a plate of greens and a plate of pickles. The pork hanging from the rafters sizzled with fat. Yet they would not part with a single piece to be cooked, not even a morsel to lend flavor to the meal. Their sudden change in attitude was likely due to hearing news of his unexpected fortune, hastily coming to express their filial piety, fearing they might be left behind. Well, if you two have that intention, it suffices. Leave the liquor, but take the brown sugar and canned goods back for Dinyo and Erhu. We must not let our grandsons suffer. Father, they have many years ahead of them. There will be plenty of opportunities. Just enjoy what you have. And when it's gone, we shall buy more. After Qin Hui finished speaking, he placed 2 bags of items on the table in the outer room, then turned to Gao Xiuqin and said, Xiuqin, your sister-in-law has gone back to her family, and the house is in disarray. You should help father tidy up. Only then did Gao Xiuqin realize, reaching out to tug at Gao Qiu. Father, it's not that cold, is it? Take off your vest, I will wash it. As Gao Xiuqin's hand reached towards him, Gao Dashin jumped back as if his tail had been stepped on. Oh, don't touch that vest. If you want to wash something, take care of that pile of dirty clothes and bedding at the Kong. Gao Xiuqin exchanged glances with Qin Hui. Indeed, the old man's windfall was no mere rumor. There must be treasures sewn into that vest. However, one must not act too hastily. Xiuqin, you should go wash the dirty clothes at the Kong. Alas, Gao Xiuqin entered the east room and was immediately taken aback by the sight. The dirty clothes and bedding were piled high, likely requiring a whole day's labor to wash. Considering the potential treasures, she bore it. Xiuqin, Qin Hui, you two sit for a moment. I will take a can to visit an old friend. Ah, father, you take your time. Once Gao Qiu stepped outside, Qin Hui quickly seized Dinyo and Erhu, inquiring, did you find it? Was it soft or hard? Father, it's hard as a rock, very rough. Haha. Weve struck gold. However, Gao Xiuqin could not share in the joy as she watched Gao Qiu's retreating figure, feeling quite vexed. Chapter 106. This old man is truly worrisome. Gao Xiuqin watched Gao Qiu humming a tune, merrily skipping towards Widow Qin, feeling increasingly irritable. Qin Hui. He's off to Widow Qin again. This old man is truly a source of concern. Indeed, if it were any other time, it would be one thing. But at this critical juncture, Widow Qin is cunning. I suspect she has also heard about father's newfound wealth. Gao Xiuqin pinched Qin Hui, venting all her frustration on him. None of you men can keep your trousers up. The moment you see a flirtatious woman, you drop your pants. Qin Hui shuddered, casting a fierce glare at Gao Xiuqin. This Gao Xiuqin is just like her father, always scheming. Her tongue is as foul as if she had eaten dirt. Once the treasures are in hand, she will certainly expect to kneel and wash my feet. Do not utter such trivialities. We must hasten to retrieve the old man to Conjiaton, lest prolonged delays lead to unforeseen complications. Gao Hui, do you believe the old man's discovery of gold and silver treasures to be credible? It should be, right? Otherwise, how could he justify indulging in canned goods alone? Furthermore, isn't there Zhang Daxian to bear witness? Although Qin Hui spoke these words, his heart was plagued with trepidation. What if this was a trap? In that case, his scattered possessions, including the canned goods and brown sugar, would be for naught. Thus, he resolved to proceed with caution, adopting a strategy of small, swift steps. He would not invest another cent unless he beheld tangible riches. Upon arriving at the Widow Qin's abode, Gao Qiu placed the canned goods on the table and loosened his belt. Qin Mei, while we still have the energy, what are you talking about? It's broad daylight. And I am preparing to work in the fields. Work in the fields? What nonsense. Didn't you feel it yesterday, so firm and unyielding? Do you still wish to toil? Qiu, let me have a look. If you don't show me, I want to feel at ease. With the tension palpable, Gao Qiu was compelled to comply. His energy surged. And if he did not find an outlet, he feared he might succumb to hypertension. Fine, I shall show you. He removed his cotton vest and tossed it onto the Kong. Widow Qin lunged forward, exerting considerable effort to unravel the vest, only to discover that it contained nothing more than lumps of iron, as dark as coal. Enraged, she hurled the vest onto the Kong and shouted furiously, Gao Qiu, explain this to me. Is this truly what you claim to be gold and jewels? Have you deceived me? Qin Mei, allow me to clarify. This is merely a mother hen, one that lays eggs. Nonsense. Spare me your lies. Where are the eggs? I shall take you to find them shortly. Really? It is imperative. Gao Qiu donned the vest again and, seizing Widow Qin, made his way toward the county road to the north. Upon reaching the county road, he veered into the adjacent woods. Approximately 200 meters from the road, in a rabbit hole, Gao Qiu reached in and retrieved a package of brown paper. Qiu, you truly have something. Of course, would I deceive you? May I assist you in opening it? By all means. Gao Qiu smirked mischievously and tossed the brown paper bag ahead. Widow Qin darted forward like a dog, seizing the package and tearing it open. Qiu, another 6 coins. You are quite remarkable. Do you find money every day? Indeed, the wilderness is quite thrilling. After 5 minutes, Gao Qiu and Widow Qin emerged from their venture, one after the other. Can you truly find money daily? This question gnawed at Gao Qiu's mind as well. Initially, when Zhang Yaoyang had mentioned the prospect of unexpected wealth in the north, he had been skeptical. Was such fortune truly so easily attained? However, upon pursuing the matter further, Zhang Yaoyang had claimed that Gao Dashan and Li Xiaolu dispersed wealth, and the method to unlock it was to wear a cotton vest and collide with iron lumps to attract riches. Though Gao Qiu had once thought Zhang Yaoyang's words were mere folly, he was astonished to discover a cloth package in the drainage ditch along the county road, yielding a modest fortune. After donning the cotton vest, he successfully engaged with Widow Qin and received gifts from the miserly Gao Xiuqin and Qin Hui. Now, he was utterly convinced, for human nature is inclined toward profit and avoidance of peril. Once one experiences a modicum of benefit and savors a taste of sweetness, all wariness dissipates. Everything that appears unreasonable, he can internally rectify and provide a plausible explanation. Otherwise, how can we comprehend the prevalence of intelligent individuals falling victim to scams despite constant warnings against fraud? Ultimately, it boils down to the willful ignorance of those who succumb to greed. For instance, in countless treasure appraisal shows, individuals bring porcelain meant for microwave use to the scene. Experts point out that it is a recent piece, yet they refuse to believe it. They boast about having one from the Forbidden City, claiming theirs is even superior. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as there is money to be made, what does it matter? This vest is indeed a treasure. Keep it confidential. The Widow Qin nodded with delight. Earning 6 yuan a day amounts to 180 yuan a month, which totals to 18,000 yuan a year. Why not? We can draw up a certificate and you can move in with me. With that kind of money, why would we need to rely on your family's resources? Gao Qiu pursed his lips. Nonetheless, he was reluctant to part with the work points from Gao Dashan and Li Xiaolu's salary. I'll think it over when I return. The Widow Qin immediately frowned at this. Gao Qiu was no longer just an elderly man. He had become a veritable cash cow, a rooster that lays golden eggs. He could not be sent back. Qiu, didn't you say you truly care for me? You used to relentlessly come to my home, and now that I invite you, you hesitate. What sort of nonsense is this? I must be foolish. The Widow Qin shoved a paper bag into Gao Qiu's hands and stormed back home, slamming the door behind her. Sister Qin, don't rush. I'll discuss it with Shi Qin. Humph, I'll give you one day. Once this opportunity passes, it shall not return. All right then. Gao Qiu hurried off. Watching Gao Qiu rush away, the Widow Qin felt a surge of satisfaction. This tactic of feigned retreat had proven effective. Upon returning home, Gao Qiu found that not only had Gao Shiqin washed the clothes and bedding thoroughly, but she had also prepared a sumptuous feast, which brought him immense joy. The power of this cotton vest was astounding. After downing 3 cups of liquor, Gao Qiu remarked, Shiqin, I need to discuss something with you. It has been over a decade since your mother passed, and I have not sought companionship for your sake. Now that you are all established and your children are grown, I must consider my own needs, seeking a partner to share my life with, so as not to burden you in your later years. Gao Shiqin's brow furrowed deeply. She suspected that this trip would not yield good news. Most likely, the Widow Qin had ensnared him with her manipulations. Father, you are of an age. Do not entertain such thoughts. Rest assured, even if Dashan neglects you in your old age, Qin Hui and I will certainly care for you. Indeed, father. If you doubt it, why not come and live with us in Conjiadan? Chapter 107. From today onwards, your son's title is officially mine. Gao Shiqin and Gao Qiu were both taken aback. In the past, when Gao Qiu stayed in Conjiadan for a couple of days, the couple would either bicker or quarrel. Why, today, were they discussing bringing him over? Ahem. Qin Hui, please check if Dashan has returned. Sigh. As Qin Hui stepped out, Gao Xiuqin followed closely behind. The two sought refuge under the eaves, whispering conspiratorially. Qin Hui, have you lost your mind? Bringing that old man into our home. Can we still live like this? Do you think you can bear the burden of an extra mouth to feed? Xiuqin, your long hair belies your short-sightedness. Did you not notice the smugness on the old man's face? It's likely that Widow Qin agreed to live with him. Just think about it. Widow Qin is not a naive person. She is the type who only acts when she sees tangible benefits. Qin Hui continued, you are indeed thinking ahead. Now, just keep your words to a minimum and cooperate with me. I refuse to believe we cannot outmaneuver a widow. Having concluded their discussion, they entered the house. Father, I will pack your belongings shortly. Let us return to Conjiatan together. You have endured a lifetime of hardship, and now with a thriving family. It's time for you to enjoy some comfort. Gao Qiu felt a flicker of temptation, though he also considered the allure of Widow Qin's warmth. He was acutely aware that this situation involved genuine daughters, sons-in-law, and grandchildren. He understood that Widow Qin was eyeing him as a reliable source. If he ever faltered, he would certainly be cast aside without a second thought. All right, no, I do not consent. Suddenly, Gao Dashan burst in, towering like an iron tower at the doorway, blocking the entrance. Father, I am your son. As long as I am here, you cannot move in with Xiu Qin. What will others think? That I am unfilial, forcing you out? Gao Qiu chuckled at this. Dashan, your words are unnecessary. Who in the village does not know my character? Do you really think you could evict me? Regardless, I do not agree. If you are determined to go, then leave the cotton vest for me. Gao Xiuqin, initially puzzled by Gao Dashan's sudden assertiveness, now understood. He must have discovered the secret of the cotton vest. Gao Dashan, I wondered how you became so decisive. It seems you are coveting Father's vest. Today I, Gao Xiuqin, declare that I must take Father away, and I will also take the vest. Not a chance, it's half for each. What do you mean half? Whoever takes care of Father until the end deserves the whole. Ridiculous. Gao Dashan and Gao Xiuqin began to bicker, their argument irking Gao Qiu to no end. With a resounding clap, he slammed his hand on the table. Enough. Silence, all of you. The room fell instantly quiet. Let me speak fairly. Dashan, though Father cares for you, it must be equitable. I have been by his side for decades. In the remaining years of his life, he will live with your sister. No, your household registration is here. You cannot leave. As long as we share a household registration, I have the right to a share of the inheritance. Qin Hui narrowed his eyes. His brother-in-law was indeed different now. It seemed he had received wise counsel behind the scenes, even understanding the intricacies of inheritance rights. This cannot continue. We must cut through the chaos swiftly. Otherwise, when Widow Qin gets involved, it will complicate matters further. Father, why not simply transfer your household registration to me? After all, you can depend on Xiu Qin and me for the rest of your life. Is that really appropriate? Gao Qiu harbored no objections. He resided in the dilapidated earthen houses of Hongxing village, merely possessing a few plots of personal land. Moreover, he never engaged in labor. So as long as he had a warm bed to sleep in and food to eat, what did it matter where his household registration was? Father, having a son-in-law who is almost like a son, what is inappropriate about that? I disagree. Gao Dashan interjected, do not be excessive. I will give you 30 yuan to buy the title of son from the old man. How about that? Gao Dashan scratched his head, appearing as though he had transformed into a genius. Buy it. Qin Hui pulled 30 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Gao Dashan, then turned to Gao Qiu and declared, Father, from this day forth, I have purchased the title of your son. Gao Dashan scratched his hair again, looking utterly bewildered. Father, are you truly so heartless? Sai, Xiuzhen, and Huizi wish to fulfill their filial duties. You must grant them the opportunity. Come, let us proceed to formalize the arrangements. Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall heed your words one last time. However, if we are to separate our households, you must leave with nothing. Gao Dashan's words detonated like sparks igniting a powder keg. In an instant, chaos erupted. What had happened to this previously submissive foolish son? Why did it seem as though he had suddenly developed a rebellious spirit overnight? Did he intend to take the cotton vest with him, hoping to compensate for the house and land? What nonsense. Leave with nothing? I will be the one to leave with nothing. Gao Qiu retorted, instinctively raising his hand to strike Gao Dashan. Yet, instead of flinching, Gao Dashan defiantly thrust his neck forward. Father, you are about to move your household registration, surely. You cannot carry the house and land on your back. Moreover, once you depart, we shall see each other far less often. Shouldn't you leave us with some fond memories? Otherwise, I might as well take the cotton vest. Get lost. Upon hearing this, Gao Xiuzhen and her husband understood that Gao Dashan had his eyes on the cotton vest and seemed prepared to shout outside. If Qin Guofang's hungry wolves were to swarm in, it would spell trouble. In the event that the old man succumbed to his baser instincts and ended up on Qin Guofang's bed, it would be a grievous loss. Father, what Dashan says is only natural. Let us agree to his proposal. You can come to my place, where there is food and drink. Why bother with the crumbling house and land? All right, you make a valid point. This afternoon, I will summon the elders of the village to witness this. and then we shall go to the commune to transfer your household registration. This matter shall be settled." Upon hearing this, Qin Hui's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if treasures were beckoning to him. He quickly finished a large bowl of rice and rushed to the brigade and commune to arrange the transfer of his household registration. Meanwhile, Gao Xiuzhen diligently packed Gao Qiu's tattered clothes into a woven bag. "Sister, just pack father's clothes, pants, and quilt. Do not touch anything else." Gao Xiuzhen cast a glance at the overseer, Gao Dashan, and set down the can of yellow peaches. "Understood, as if I were particularly fond of it." By 3 o'clock that afternoon, the elders of Hongxing village had gathered, and even the production team leader, Gao Gui, had been invited to the scene. "Gentlemen, I have gathered you here today to serve as witnesses. From this day forth, I, along with Gao Dashan, shall formally separate our households. He shall not be responsible for my care, nor shall I be accountable for his upbringing. We shall each follow our own destinies." The crowd exchanged glances with one another. The highball is akin to a vampire. How could it possibly let go of the Gao family? Could it be that it has truly struck it rich? Is it intent on severing ties with Gao Dashan? Chapter 108 reveals that Gao Qiu's affliction lies within his mind. The whispers of the past few days have not escaped the notice of the production team leader, Gao Gui, who has taken note of them. "Old Gao, it seems you've hit the jackpot." Gao Qiu waved his hand dismissively, clutching his cotton vest tighter. "That's not the case. Xiaoyin and her husband merely wish to provide me with a change of scenery, but the eldest is reluctant, which is why things have escalated this way. Alas, as an elder, I cannot bear to witness my children in discord." Gao Gui pursed his lips. "You're certainly the most unreasonable of the lot. Fine. Since you're leaving with nothing, there's little to divide." With that, Gao Gui unfolded a piece of paper and swiftly drafted a document resembling a separation agreement. "Let us make 2 copies. Sign here." Gao Qiu and Gao Dashan, their hearts racing, grasped the pen and breathed a sigh of relief upon completing the signatures. "Then you should head to the commune's police station to finalize the paperwork?" "Yes, we will go immediately." Gao Gui frowned, somewhat taken aback. This father and son seemed less like they were parting ways and more like they were bidding farewell forever. Why the urgency? Yet, Gao Qiu, true to his name, remained a scoundrel. He preferred not to meddle in their affairs, lest he find himself in a troublesome predicament. It is said that a wise judge cannot resolve family matters, let alone a mere production team leader like himself. "Very well, even after splitting, you shall remain a family, cheerful and harmonious." "Not so. My son's title has been usurped by my son-in-law, Qin Hui. Henceforth, when I see Dashan, I shall have to address him as my nephew." The moment Gao Qiu uttered these words, the atmosphere became charged with amusement. While it is common to see families part ways after a quarrel, it is rare to witness such a light-hearted severance of ties. This was rather unprecedented. To refer to one's own son as a nephew, it is said that one should not pick up money found in the wild. Even if one does, it must be spent immediately. Otherwise, it may either cost you years of life or lead to a serious illness. Thus, it appears that Gao Qiu's ailment is indeed a mental one. "Very well. As long as you two are resolute, that suffices." At that moment, Qin Hui approached on a bicycle, ringing the bell from afar. "Father, let us go to the commune's police station." "All right, let us go." As the group made their way to the commune, Widow Qin shed tears of regret. The following morning, Gao Dashan arrived joyfully at Tuanjiatan. "Manchang, I did as you advised. I never expected the old man would truly agree to leave with nothing. How did you manage to pull that off?" "Haha, it's as easy as pie," Manchang replied. "Well then, tonight you can take Xiaolu and Xiaoni home. But remember, you swore by the lamp. Should you falter again, prepare for my wrath." After this confrontation, Gao Dashan firmly established his ground. He remained in Tuanjiatan until the evening, waiting for Li Xiaolu to finish work before they all returned home. Meanwhile, Liang Manchang took advantage of the night to sneak a visit to He Wuing Tun. Zhang Yaoyang, having contributed both financially and physically, felt it was imperative for him, as the elder brother, to show his support. Liang Manchang once again climbed over the courtyard wall to enter. He found the outer door ajar and saw Zhang Yaoyang holding a large bowl, methodically placing white steamed buns from the offering table into boiling water. "Cough, Zhang Daxian, are you busy?" Upon seeing his senior brother arrive, Zhang Yaoyang hurriedly covered the large bowl. Unfortunately, his hands were too small, and a few delicate snowflakes still escaped. "Not busy, I was just a bit hungry this evening." Liang Manchang removed Zhang Yaoyang's hand and glanced at the snowflakes resting on it. Frowning, he inquired, "Zhang Yaoyang, how have you come to such a state? Have you resorted to consuming offerings?" "Senior brother, in the past, I was rather generous, spreading my goodwill a bit too liberally, spending money recklessly. And now I find myself with little savings. But I've turned over a new leaf. My income has diminished." Liang Manchang nodded in agreement. Through his observations over the past few days, it was evident that Zhang Yaoyang had indeed reformed. However, it was unexpected that he had amassed wealth in his misdeeds, yet fell into poverty upon choosing the righteous path. Yaoyang, who are the individuals seeking your services now? Senior brother, they are merely common folk from the nearby villages. Liang Manchang stroked his chin. How much money could the average person possess? Unless one were to exploit them severely, relying on voluntary donations would not suffice for charitable endeavors. Yaoyang, your thinking is misguided. In the future, you should not focus on the common folk, but rather seek out the affluent, perhaps those owning factories and mines, and conduct consecration ceremonies for them. Surely, that would be more lucrative? Senior brother, I've considered that route, but with our limited numbers and small temple, they have no reason to seek us out. What do you know? A mountain need not be high. It becomes divine if it houses spirits. A river need not be deep. It is mystical if it harbors dragons. Starting tomorrow, all inquiries from common folk will be free of charge, and you shall purchase a box of incense and candles, placing them at the entrance for the public to use at no cost. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yaoyang's eyes fell, nearly bringing him to tears. He was barely scraping by, relying on meager donations. How could he afford to offer free services? Not only would it be free, but he would also have to buy the incense and candles himself. Senior brother, are you asking me to incur losses while promoting our name? Sighing, Liang Manchang replied. Consider it your clever investment. This is called image management. If your temple's incense flourishes, and you do not charge the common folk, your reputation will soar dramatically. Zhang Yaoyang, though skeptical, nodded repeatedly. Really? Is that so? With everything being free, what else is there to discuss? As long as your reputation precedes you, you need not fear the absence of influential patrons seeking your services. After all, a business may remain dormant for 3 years, yet once it opens, it can thrive for 3 years. Having no other options, Zhang Yaoyang realized he could not exploit the common folk, so he would have to target the wealthy instead. Liang Manchang retrieved 3 large bills from his pocket and handed them to Zhang Yaoyang. This is the gratitude fee from Gao Dashan. You need not deliver any more money to the county road tomorrow, as his matter has been resolved. However, be wary of the trouble that Gao Qiu may bring. Zhang Yaoyang extended 2 fingers, clutching one bill while pushing the other 2 back. Senior brother, the remaining 2 are a token of respect for you and our master. Nonsense. Do we need your respect? Take it as an investment in your future. Remain vigilant of Gao Qiu, understand? Zhang Yaoyang, recognizing Liang Manchang's determination, ceased his refusals, pocketed the money, and confidently proclaimed, well, the words I exchanged with him are known only to the 2 of us. Can his eloquence surpass mine? Moreover, given his character, I am certain I can outshine him. I refuse to believe that no one will trust me. Having concluded his instructions, Liang Manchang returned to Tuanjiatan. At the break of dawn the following day, Zhao Fushun, with his raspy voice, called out from his doorstep, Manchang, the weather is delightful today. Shall we venture into the mountains? Liang Manchang set down his bowl, glanced at Zhao Fushun, who was fully equipped, and nodded in agreement. Previously, they had intended to procure some substantial goods before the heavy snowfall closed the mountains, but their plans had been thwarted by bandits. Today presented a perfect opportunity to see if they could acquire something valuable. Let us go. First, I will take you to buy some ammunition. Chapter 109. The Wealthy Merchant's Bounty. After speaking, Liang Manchang exchanged greetings with Lu Jingqiu, slung his rifle over his shoulder, and led the way with his dog, Dogmeat, and his eagle, Heidonking. As they departed, the duo headed straight to Kaoshantan, intending to replenish Zhao Fushun's supply of ammunition before their mountain expedition. Upon arriving at Lin Lieji's doorstep, Liang Manchang spotted Lin Chang devouring his meal. Manchang, you've come. I was just thinking of seeking you out today. Lin Chang exclaimed. What brings you here? Liang Manchang inquired. Lin Chang set down his bowl and leaned closer to Liang Manchang, saying, Manchang, I recently came across a small fortune that I thought you might be interested in. Oh, what sort of fortune? Liang Manchang asked. I have made acquaintance with a reputable figure who specializes in trading rare mountain delicacies. He mentioned that a wealthy merchant is offering a bounty of 1,000 yuan for a fresh bear bile, specifically golden bile. Would you be interested? Liang Manchang furrowed his brow. Bear bile varies in quality, categorized from best to worst as golden bile, silver bile, and common bile. Golden bile is the finest, large in size and rich in liquid, appearing golden when dried and illuminated. However, acquiring golden bile is purely a matter of luck. Even seasoned hunters who have roamed the mountains for decades cannot guarantee a catch. Yet, Liang Manchang had initially planned to venture into the mountains to seek substantial goods. If fortune favored him with a bear and he managed to extract a bile, it would be a windfall. After all, Sourcing bear bile from state-run pharmacies would never yield a price approaching 1,000 yuan. Very well, let us give it a try. I will return to Xinjiang tomorrow. If we manage to secure one in the next couple of days, we shall return together. If not, you can find me in the city the day after tomorrow. Agreed. Upon hearing about the bear hunt, Zhao Fushun was eager. And after purchasing 5 yuan worth of single-slug ammunition, they headed straight to Laoyiling's Haixizi Gorge. The distribution of game in Laoyiling is similar to that in other regions of Changbai Mountain. The outskirts are populated with smaller prey, such as rabbits, wild chickens, and occasionally wild boars and foolish roe deer, primarily the domain of snare hunters. The middle region hosts medium-sized game like foolish roe deer, sika deer, and elk, frequented by those who use oil traps. The innermost area consists of dense forests teeming with ferocious beasts, such as golden cats, far eastern leopards, black bears, brown bears, northeast wolves, and wild boar herds, including Haixizi Gorge and Taogold Valley. This is a paradise for those wielding hunting rifles. Liang Manchang led Zhao Fushun onward toward Haixizi Gorge. After a long half-day's journey, they finally arrived at the lookout tower of Chili River. This tower essentially marks the boundary between the central area and the old forest. Once they crossed the lookout tower, they would be entering the realm of ferocious beasts. As Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushun approached the tower, they heard a few barks. Wong, Wong. The timid dog immediately cowered behind Liang Manchang. What a coward. Just a couple of barks and it turns into this? Liang Manchang shook his head in resignation and glanced at the lookout tower. Moments later, the small door of the tower, propped open by several steel pipes between the trees, revealed the face of Zhang Dabiao. Ah, you are Liang Manchang? We met just a few days ago. Brother Biao, are you on duty this month? Yes. I still have 3 to 5 days before my shift changes. What is up? Planning to enter the mountains? Yes, we're heading into hunt. Trying to gather some money to survive the winter before the heavy snow seals the mountains. Zhang Dabiao looked at Liang Manchang and then turned to lower a ladder to climb down. Ah, if it weren't for my duty here, I would love to join you in the mountains. Brother Biao, you earn a salary for keeping watch here, holding on to a secure job. Why endure such hardship? Liang Manchang's words made Zhang Dabiao feel somewhat flattered, lifting his spirits. Haha, we're all the same. It's still early. Why not come into the lookout tower for a bit? Forget it. We want to make a round trip today. All right, let us chat when you come out. Zhang Dabiao glanced behind Liang Manchang and noticed the trembling dog. A smirk of disdain appeared on his face. Brother Manchang, I see you carrying a 56 rifle and a hunting falcon, yet you brought along this timid mutt as a hunting dog. This doesn't suit your status. Why not buy a proper one from me at the lowest price? Liang Manchang gritted his teeth and kicked the dog's rear, causing it to yelp in pain. Though it considered fleeing, fear held it back, and it stubbornly huddled at Liang Manchang's feet. Brother Biao, although my dog is timid, it does have its merits. Zhang Dabiao's expression shifted as he scrutinized the mutt. Having trained dogs for years, he had seen more dogs than people and had never been mistaken. No matter how he looked at it, the dog had no discernible advantages. Merit? I don't see any. Timidity is its only trait. What do you mean? Timid means that with the slightest rustle, it gets scared and urinates itself. So, as long as I keep an eye on it, if it runs, I'll run too, ensuring my safety. Liang Manchang was right. However, one must keep a close watch on the mutt. Otherwise, it often betrayed trust and would sneak away quietly. You make a valid point. All right then, we'll talk later. With that, Liang Manchang led Zhao Fushun and the dog into the mountains. After approximately another hour, they had entered the bear-blind valley. Liang Manchang shook his shoulder, causing the hawk to take flight, and then he untied the dog. Shunzi, now we are surrounded by wild beasts, so be cautious. Zhao Fushun chambered around, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Brother Manchang, does that mean we are surrounded by bears? Do you think the bear is as common as a wild chicken, appearing everywhere? The reason this place is named Bear Gully is merely that the likelihood of encountering a bear here is slightly higher than in other locations. Follow my lead and refrain from making any rash movements. Understood. It is currently noon, and based on the bear's habits, it should be resting, licking its paw. Thus, Liang Manchang slowed his pace, deliberately searching for signs of bark scratches on trees and looking for bear fur. Once any traces are discovered, the bear is likely nearby. The dog, with its keen sense of smell, seemed to detect the scent of ferocious beasts surrounding them, hesitating and refusing to advance. Dog meat. The only utility you possess is that nose. If you continue to dawdle, I shall transform you into a dog meat hot pot. Dog meat drooped its ears, whimpering as it rubbed against Liang Manchang's trousers. Whimpering is futile. Hurry up and find it. After Liang Manchang's reprimand, he kicked dog meat at the base of its tail. Realizing it could not evade this time, Dog meat reluctantly pressed forward. After about another hour, as Liang Manchang's eyes began to blur, dog meat suddenly crouched low, baring its teeth. Liang Manchang looked up and noticed a dark shape in the grass about 100 meters away, moving restlessly. Zhuanzi, we have a situation. Liang Manchang raised his gun, his keen eyesight instantly narrowing the distance to 20 meters. However, due to the dense forest, he could not ascertain the exact nature of the shadow. The fact that dog meat had yet to mark its territory indicated that the danger posed by this prey was relatively low. Zhuanzi, let us sneak closer. As they bent forward, Liang Manchang also commanded the eagle soaring above to be ready to swoop down at any moment. The two crept forward approximately 30 meters before they finally discerned a brown shadow, about 70 centimeters long. Liang Manchang squinted when it turned to glance back. He noticed its elongated canine teeth, curving downward, protruding beyond its lips. A male musk deer, also known as the forest musk, it weighs only around 20 kilograms. Adorned with deep brown fur, large upright ears, and sturdy limbs, with its hindquarters slightly elevated above its shoulders, easily mistaken for a deer at first glance. However, the sight of its teeth makes it unmistakable. Brother Manchang, this is a valuable find. Liang Manchang nodded in agreement. The musk deer holds significant worth due to an oval sac located near its reproductive organ, measuring just a few centimeters in diameter. This is neither its testicles nor its penis, but rather a scent pouch. The pouch secretes a fragrant glandular fluid, which attracts insects and other creatures. Once they enter, the pouch closes, and they are submerged in the fluid for an extended period, transforming into a substance akin to mud, known as musk. Musk possesses an extraordinarily strong and unique aroma. The male musk deer uses it for communication, marking territory, and attracting mates, engaging in courtship within the forest. Musk is exceedingly precious, comparable to gold. Each summer, if hunters can capture a musk deer, they typically restrain it and use a spoon to extract the musk. Thus, Liang Manchang resolved to capture the roe deer alive. Zhuanzi, unless absolutely necessary, do not fire your weapon. We must seize it alive. He chuckled. Such a trivial creature does not warrant a shot from me, Zhao the seasoned hunter. After their exchange, they disengaged the safety and slung their firearms behind them. Liang Manchang also commanded the hawk, Heidongking, to swoop down at any moment to seize the roe deer. Dogmeat, go! The duo, accompanied by a dog and a hawk, stealthily approached. Meanwhile, the vigilant roe deer, equipped with 4 long legs, moved gracefully through the forest. Not only could it leap nimbly between rocks, but when faced with genuine peril, it could even ascend trees. Indeed, as they formed a tightening circle, the agile roe deer sprang forth like a coiled spring, charging towards Dogmeat upon realizing its encirclement. Damn it, picking on the weak. Dogmeat, hold it. The deer rushed at Dogmeat, who, unwilling to lose face before the deer, lunged forward with a powerful kick. Dogmeat, rise. However, Liang Manchang sensed something amiss. Dogmeat seemed to be aiming for the deer's vulnerable underbelly. If it accidentally bit the precious scent pouch, it would be a grave loss. Dogmeat, shut up. The not-so-bright Dogmeat promptly froze, closing its mouth and colliding with the deer's front leg with a thud. The deer momentarily faltered, then changed direction, darting towards the cliff. Xiaohai, take him down. The deer swiftly climbed the tree, preparing to leap off the cliff. At that moment, a white mass descended from above, forcefully colliding with the deer and bringing it crashing to the ground. Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushun rushed over, pinning the disoriented deer down. Seizing the opportunity, Dogmeat lunged at the deer's scent pouch. Get lost. Liang Manchang kicked Dogmeat squarely in the face, sending it sprawling 3 meters away. Unfazed by Dogmeat's whimpering, Liang Manchang retrieved a rope to securely bind the deer's limbs. Zhuanzi, I will escort you to the lookout tower. You must return the deer to your sister-in-law Jingqiu. Tomorrow at noon, I'll meet you at the lookout to venture into the mountains. But Brother Manchang, please do not undertake any grand endeavors without me. I wish to hunt the bear with you. Rest assured, the game in Laoi Ridge is abundant. Fear not, there will be plenty to hunt. Liang Manchang concluded, issuing a command to Xiaohai to forage freely, while Dogmeat eagerly followed behind. Upon arriving at the lookout tower, Liang Manchang instructed Dogmeat to accompany Zhao Fushun out of the mountains. Oh, Brother Manchang, in less than half a day, you've already captured a roe deer. Impressive indeed. It appears to be alive? Haha, just a small feat, all right. You are quite the bold one. Will you not remain in the mountains? Shall we share a drink tonight? Sure, I need to find a place to stay anyway. Biao Gu, I will first gather some game. Let us feast together this evening. Very well, I shall prepare. With that, Liang Manchang ventured deeper into the mountains, envisioning Heidongking several hundred meters away, likely engaged in consuming its prey. Seizing the moment while Zhao Fushun was absent, Liang Manchang released the golden tabby cat. The liberated feline sprinted joyfully through the mountains before proudly trotting towards Liang Manchang, opening its mouth wide. Roar, little Jean. I am no longer concerned about your safety. Go and play freely. However, you must bring me back 2 wild rabbits. And you, little Hai, need to catch me a couple of wild chickens. After issuing his commands, Liang Manchang sat down to rest. Approximately half an hour later, little Jean returned with 2 gray rabbits, while little Hai tossed in 2 wild chickens. Ah, mind your manners. How could you treat them so carelessly? If others saw, they might think you two were merely casting off scraps. After Liang Manchang's admonition, he heard the gentle sound of water and found a small stream, where he cleaned the rabbits and chickens, hung them on a branch, and wrapped the entrails in leaves before heading towards the watchtower at Chili Ditch. Upon reaching the tower, he noticed a plume of smoke rising, indicating that Zhang Dapio was likely cooking. Brother Biao, lower the ladder. Ah, coming. Zhang Dapio lowered the ladder, and Liang Manchang climbed up. Before he even poked his head out, he was met with 6 or 7 pairs of glossy black eyes. Brother Biao, do your hunting dogs stay in the watchtower at night? Indeed, they are far more precious than humans. Liang Manchang nodded in agreement and said, all right, I'll go down and roast the rabbits and chickens. Zhang Dapio peered down, saliva instantly pooling in his mouth. Though he was a hunter, he usually prioritized feeding the dogs with any catch, only taking scraps for himself. Otherwise, it felt somewhat unfair to compete with them for food. This time, however, the game was brought by Liang Manchang, so he felt no guilt in indulging. Liang Manchang slid down the ladder, and Zhang Dapio gathered a pile of firewood. Brother Biao, I brought back these entrails for the dogs. Manchang, you're quite considerate. Liang Manchang started a fire and used tongs to skewer the rabbits and chickens. Once the fire had burned down to glowing coals, he placed them on the grill. Although cooking over an open flame is quicker, it imparts a smoky flavor, whereas cooking over charcoal is slower but results in a tender, juicy interior with a crisp exterior. Chapter 111. Satisfied without staple foods about half an hour later. The chickens and rabbits sizzled and oozed with juice. Liang Manchang pulled out chili powder and fine salt from his pocket and sprinkled them on, instantly releasing a tantalizing aroma. Zhang Dapio, squatting nearby, drooled, eyes wide with anticipation. Manchang, your cooking skills are remarkable. Even the chef at the forest farm can't match your roasting. Liang Manchang chuckled. In his previous life, he had worked at a barbecue stall, and although he later took on a different trade, his skills remained firmly intact. However, when compared to the chef at the forest farm, he humbly acknowledged his inferiority. The chef merely lacked the dedication when preparing meals for regular employees. If you don't believe me, take a look at the head chef's private kitchen. It's a realm of taste and presentation, a world apart from the communal meals. Brother Biao, can your dogs eat cooked food? I left the heads of the rabbits and chickens unseasoned. That is fine. It's okay for them to have some once in a while. Liang Manchang nodded and used his knife to sever the heads from the rabbits and chickens, discarding them aside. Brother Biao, it's time to eat. Ah, I'll go prepare some rice. Is all this meat not enough? The rice is reserved for breakfast to be fried. You can still be full without staple foods? All right then. Zhang Dabiao ascended the ladder to retrieve 2 enamel mugs and a bottle of scattered provisions. The 2 of them huddled around the remaining flicker of the campfire, thoroughly dispatching the rabbit and wild chicken. Brother Biao, I notice your hunting dog towers over others by half a head. You must be using bone-strengthening powder, right? Absolutely. Raising a dog is 3 parts training and 7 parts nourishment. If one solely focuses on training without feeding, I reckon the hound would be nothing but skin and bones before it's even properly trained. After delivering his thoughts, Zhang Dabiao commanded his hunting dog. The animal obeyed with flawless discipline, sitting, lunging, and circling at his beck and call. Manchang, your timid dog hardly befits your stature. How about this? Since you seem like a genuine fellow, I'll offer you a deal. This Northeast Big Hound is 300 yuan each. You may choose whichever you like. So expensive. Upon hearing the price, Liang Manchang felt as though his jaw might drop. Although he possessed 6 or 7,000 yuan, 300 was still a considerable amount for him. After all, a single big hound equated to a year's wage for an average worker, which was indeed beyond his expectations. What is so costly? I spend my entire monthly salary on their feed, not to mention the bone-strengthening powder. There's hardly a penny left. I've invested at least 1,000 yuan in them. Liang Manchang gasped in disbelief. It became evident that maintaining a hunting dog was financially burdensome, which explained why the scions of the wealthy families often flaunted 2 hounds to intimidate others. Never mind, I can't afford it. I'll make do with a local dog. Not interested in a hunting dog. How about purchasing some bone-strengthening powder instead? I sell it for 10 yuan a can to others, but I can offer you a discount. 10 yuan a can? That's even pricier than milk powder. Indeed. I only use high-quality ingredients, more precious than milk powder. However, if you're truly interested, I can give you a significant discount. How much? Let us say 9 yuan and 90 cents. What do you think? Just a dime off? Yes, the quality is superb, quite valuable. Well then, I'd rather let it feast on more refuse. That evening, Liang Manchang kept watch atop the lookout tower through the night. The following morning, he relieved himself, snapped a birch branch to chew on, and finished a bowl of fried rice before preparing to venture into the mountains. Brother Biao, keep an eye on Shunzi for me. If he shows up, stop him and wait for me to come and receive him. Sure thing. Once Liang Manchang entered the mountains, his mind was consumed with thoughts of Xiao Jin and the child. After wandering for a considerable time, he finally connected with the two. Alongside Xiao Jin appeared a little red fox. Liang Manchang recalled the blue pill he had in his possession and approached the little red fox, smiling broadly. Little red fox, would you like to join me? You'll enjoy a life of luxury without the need to endure the elements. The little red fox merely raised an eyebrow, glancing at the obsequious Liang Manchang. Humph. Liang Manchang was met with disappointment. It appeared that the rapport between him and the little red fox was insufficient. Even if he forcibly offered it the contract pill, the chances of success were slim. Thus, rather than risking a gamble, it seemed wiser to adopt a steady approach. What if one day the little red fox changed its mind? Little red fox, I want to make things difficult for you. How about this? Help me locate the bear, and I'll reward you with 2 wild rabbits. I must clarify at the outset that this is no ordinary rabbit. It is a rabbit from another realm, rich in nutrients and abundant in vitamins A, B, C, D, and E. The little red fox squinted, seemingly recalling this delectable dish, and with a nod, darted away. Little Jean, safeguard your good friend. Little Hai, provide cover. Thus, this group began to roam through the bear-blind gulch. The little red fox, not being the most intellectually gifted among its companions, soon discovered a patch of birch tree bark that had fallen off. Liang Manchang crouched down and noticed that the bark was interspersed with several strands of bear fur. Ah, this seems fortuitous, he exclaimed, then readied his 56 semi-automatic rifle, focusing intently on following the little red fox. Approximately 10 minutes later, Liang Manchang indeed spotted a bear, stuffing birch branches into its mouth, merely 100 meters away. Well, how fastidious. Is it brushing its teeth from this distance? It appears to be waiting for me, he mused, signaling little Jean to restrain its presence while he circled behind the bear. As he neared within 50 meters, he knelt on the ground, raised his rifle, held his breath, and pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, the bullet soared towards the bear's head. At that moment, little Jean ceased to be discreet and charged forward. Fortunately, with little Jean's assistance, the bear was swiftly subdued. Little Jean, do not bite, Liang Manchang shouted as he rushed over, carefully lifting his rifle as he approached. Upon closer inspection, he found the bear lifeless. The bear gallbladder must be harvested while still warm. Little Jean, keep watch. No fierce beasts within 100 meters. Little Jean nodded, scratching its neck and letting out a furious roar. The aura of dominance echoed through the jungle, causing a commotion among the creatures. Meanwhile, Liang Manchang, undistracted, carefully opened the bear's abdomen, feeling for the gallbladder, and once located, cut the bile duct and tied it off, holding the gallbladder up to the light. It gleamed a vibrant green and was significantly weighty, undoubtedly a golden gallbladder. He placed it into his dimensional space, followed by the bear, and swiftly descended the mountain. As he approached the lookout tower at Chili Gulch, Liang Manchang crafted a sled from branches and loaded the over 300 pounds of bear onto it. Damn it. I need to find another opportunity to acquire some intriguing items for my space, perhaps some blue pills as well, aiming to contract a stag. Otherwise, this back and forth in the mountains will exhaust me completely, he lamented, slinging the rope over his shoulder and exerting his strength towards Chili Gulch. Little Jean, you stay outside and play with the little red fox for a couple of days. Ascertain where the stag's den is, and wait for me in the Elk Gulch the day after tomorrow. Chapter 112. Manchang, you are a formidable character, Liang Manchang shouted as he caught sight of the lookout tower at Chili Gulch. Biaoge, has Shunzi arrived? Without awaiting a response from Zhang Dabiao, Zhao Fushun, like a rabbit, appeared, leading his dog meat towards him. Brother Manchang, Biaoge said to stop me from entering the mountains. Indeed, this old forest is perilous. Should anything happen to you while venturing alone, I would have no way to explain it to Uncle Tian Tian, Liang Manchang replied. As Zhao Fushun drew closer, the excitement on his face faded in an instant. Brother Manchang, did you catch a bear? Indeed, I did. Why didn't you wait for me? I was counting on showcasing the bear's skin. Seeing Zhao Fushan's face contorted with displeasure, Liang Manchang quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, we'll bring it back. And you'll lead the way, all right?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Fushan's expression brightened. He slung the rope over his shoulder and exerted his strength to pull. The two of them reached the watchtower, where Zhang Dabiao stared in astonishment at the large bear lying quietly on the rack, his mouth forming an A shape. Setting down the ladder, he swiftly descended and approached the sled, finally confronting the harsh reality. In just a morning, Liang Manchang had single-handedly brought down a bear weighing around 200 to 300 pounds. "Manchang, you are truly formidable. It was merely luck. Had I not fortuitously encountered it while it was napping, I could not have achieved this so swiftly." Luck is indeed a component of skill. Yet, your rich experience allowed you to detect the bear's subtle traces. Otherwise, mere chance would lead to worn-out soles without a catch. By the way, are you selling the bear's offal? Liang Manchang was aware that Zhang Dabiao intended to sell it to his hounds. He nodded, reasoning that he could take the bear meat and fat home, while the remaining offal could be processed on-site for Zhang Dabiao as a courtesy. "All right, I must take the fat, but you can quote a price for the offal. I'm not being coy. Honestly, I have never sold such items before. How about 10 yuan? Sounds good. By the way, Brother Biao, I noticed there's a radio in the watchtower. Could you have the station call for a donkey cart to wait for us at the mountain pass?" "Sure, it's a trivial matter." Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushan adjusted the bear, quickly skinned it, and set aside the forepaws separately. They then extracted the offal and placed it in the bamboo basket brought by Zhang Dabiao. Liang Manchang packed the bear skin and paws into his backpack before tossing the bear and fat onto the sled. With the offal removed and the bear skin and paws unloaded, the sled became significantly lighter. Typically, 2 adults would find it quite laborious to pull. However, Liang Manchang, reinforced by his robust physique, along with Zhao Fushan's substantial build, made it an effortless task for them. By around 2 in the afternoon, they arrived at the mountain pass, where Zhao Yutian was squatting and smoking. "Father, come help." Upon hearing Zhao Fushan's voice, Zhao Yutian immediately brought over the donkey cart. "Manchang, Shun, did you score big?" Liang Manchang nodded and pointed to the sled behind him. "I heard word at the brigade headquarters, and once they asked me to bring a donkey cart. I knew you must have caught something. So what is it? A roe deer or a wild boar?" "Father, don't underestimate us. It's a bear." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yutian pushed Zhao Fushan aside to get a better look at the sled. "Goodness gracious, it really is a bear. Uncle Yutian, Shun, please take the bear meat and fat to Han Laoxi's butcher shop at the commune and see if he will buy it. If he does, keep 30 pounds of good meat and 30 pounds of fat and sell the rest." Zhao Yutian nodded, understanding that, true to Liang Manchang's character, he would not want them to work in vain. "If you trust us, this matter will be taken care of. Indeed, we must reserve the finest 30 pounds of meat. When the time comes, your family will keep 10 pounds of meat and 10 pounds of lard, and I shall give the remaining portion to Sister Xiaolu. Hee. I shall not be polite then. It has been many years since I savored the taste of bear meat." Liang Manchang and his companions loaded the bear meat and lard onto the vehicle, then pulled Zhao Fushan aside. "Shunzi, could you kindly inquire if Han Laozhou desires some fish? If so, we shall revisit the cave tomorrow." "All right." After issuing his instructions, Liang Manchang parted ways with Zhao Yutian and his son, shouldering 4 bear paws and a bear hide as he made his way to Kaoshan village. In a race against time, they arrived just as Lin Chang was about to set off. "Xiangzi, I've secured the bear bile. Take me into the city." "So soon? Brother Manchang, you truly astound me. Even more so than my father." Hearing this, Lin Liegi emerged with his cane, astonished at the sight of the bloody bear hide and paws. "Manchang, you are the fiercest soul in Hongxing Commune." Fearing that the bear bile would lose its freshness, Lin Chang urged Liang Manchang to hurry to the county town. Along the way, Lin Chang seized the opportunity to introduce the bounty poster issuer, Bai Qingming, to Liang Manchang. Bai Qingming is an official employee of the Forestry Bureau, often indifferent to his work, yet dedicates most of his energy to mediating disputes. He is not a street thug involved in violence, but rather a facilitator of bounties, earning a modest fee for his services. For instance, when someone seeks fresh bear bile, that falls squarely within Bai Qingming's area of expertise. Having spent many years at the Forestry Bureau, he has extensive connections with logging camps and hunters. Whenever someone seeks items from the mountains, enlisting his help is never a mistake. However, he does have a rule. He charges a 20 yuan information fee up front and collects another 20 yuan upon successful completion. Liang Manchang frowned, recognizing this as merely a brokerage service. Yet, while the earnings may seem effortless, without the necessary connections and an eye for quality, it is a challenging endeavor. Upon arriving in the county town, Lin Chang turned into the dormitory of the Forestry Bureau and knocked on the door of the furthest room. "Brother Bai, are you in?" After a minute, a man with white hair but a rosy complexion opened the door. Liang Manchang touched his forehead, uncertain whether this brother Bai was prematurely gray or possessed a youthful appearance despite his age. "Xiangzi, what brings you here?" "Brother Bai, last time you mentioned someone was offering 1,000 yuan for fresh bear bile. Is that still the case?" Bai Qingming opened his mouth wide, revealing a couple of large blisters, and replied, "Absolutely. Look at my mouth full of blisters. It's all because of this matter. A week has passed, and no one has come to claim that 1,000 yuan. What's the deal? Do you have a lead?" Lin Chang stepped aside, presenting Liang Manchang in front of Bai Qingming. "Brother Bai, this is my benefactor, Brother Manchang. I spoke with him yesterday about your search for fresh bear bile, and today he has brought one. Take a look." Liang Manchang nodded slightly, opened the box containing the bear bile, and offered it to Bai Qingming. "Brother, take a look." Bai Qingming scrutinized Liang Manchang, his pupils narrowing slightly. This young man seems to possess some insights. Chapter 113. I shall keep it for bear hide shorts. Bai Qingming took the box, holding the bear bile up to the light and nodding repeatedly. Indeed, a fine specimen of bear bile. Liang Manchang cast a discerning glance at Bai Qingming. It appeared that Bai Qingming was familiar with at least half of the treasures from the mountains. After placing the bear bile back into his lunchbox, Bai Qingming inquired, "So, Brother Manchang, if the price meets your satisfaction, shall I fetch the money?" "Certainly, no problem at all," Liang Manchang responded with alacrity. Upon finishing his statement, Bai Qingming placed the lunchbox on a table visible to all and turned towards the bed, rummaging through his belongings until he retrieved a bulging envelope. "Here. Precisely 1,000 yuan. Do count it. Dear brother, let us be clear in our dealings. No need for modesty." Liang Manchang opened the envelope and began to count, the crisp sound of bills filling the air. In total, there were 100 notes, summing to exactly 1,000 yuan. He pulled out a bill and handed it to Bai Qingming. "Brother Bai, should there be any future bounties, kindly inform me. I could use a bit of pocket money." Bai Qingming was momentarily taken aback, pushing the money back toward him. "Brother Manchang, although Xiangzi has only recently joined the Forestry Bureau, he shares a good rapport with me and is like a younger sibling. Given your connection, I cannot accept this money. I always collect my fees from the employers. You are a capable individual. Forging a relationship with you enables me to fulfill the tasks assigned. If the employer is in a good mood and happens to dispense a little extra, it could sustain me for several months." Liang Manchang nodded in understanding. In the role of a mediator, reputation is paramount. It is essential not only to be well regarded among hunters for prompt payments and integrity, but also to maintain a sterling reputation with employers, ensuring reliability and resourcefulness. Otherwise, if the tasks entrusted to you are left unaccomplished, what purpose do you serve? It would merely squander time and resources. Hence, the past week of fruitless searches for fresh bear bile had me in a state of distress, fearing for my reputation. Well then, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave to report back. By the way, Brother Bai, do you accept bear paws? My dealings are conducted one at a time, currently. No one is in the market for bear paws. If you are not in a rush, I can inquire further. There's no need for such trouble. I shall seek others." With that, Liang Manchang departed with Lin Chang. He extracted 2 bills from the envelope and thrust them into Lin Chang's hands. "Xiangzi, take this money. Do not refuse. Were it not for your informing me of this opportunity, I would not have earned this 1,000 yuan." Lin Chang chuckled, pocketing the bills. "Brother Manchang, you are a person of principle. No wonder my father says if I could learn half of what you know, I could at least secure a position as a director. Do not heed your father's fanciful words. I am merely a hunter, while you serve the state. Focus on your ascent. I shall rely on you for support in the future. Absolutely. I will give it my all." After bidding farewell to Lin Chang, Liang Manchang made his way towards the state-run pharmacy to seek out Zhou Dafeng, inquiring whether he would accept bear paws. Coincidentally, he encountered the bustling rush hour. The streets of the new city were teeming with people. With his backpack in tow, Liang Manchang skillfully navigated through the crowd, finally reaching the entrance of the pharmacy, where he intercepted Zhou Dafeng, who was carrying a large lunchbox. "Boss Zhou, how have you been?" Zhou Dafeng abruptly turned around. Upon recognizing Liang Manchang, the wary expression on his face vanished completely. "Liang Manchang, my friend, refrain from adopting the villain's lines in the future. I nearly mistook you for an adversary. Brother Fa, it appears you have ruffled quite a few feathers in your daily dealings, haven't you? Enough of the idle chatter. What brings you to me? Did you manage to procure a significant haul? Are you interested in purchasing? You haven't stumbled upon a golden short-hair cat again, have you?" Liang Manchang tossed the basket onto his chest and shook his head. "This time was close. Are we unable to secure the bear paws?" Zhou Dafa craned his neck to take a look, discovering 4 bear paws lying quietly within the basket. Goodness, are you even human? How can you continue to tussle with ferocious beasts? Heh, merely fortunate. Now, give me a straightforward answer. Are you buying or not? Certainly, I will buy. However, given the urgency of this transaction, I fear it may not fetch a high price, and it is not something that can be easily stored. Upon hearing this, Liang Manchang sensed the old fox intended to lower the price and waved his hand dismissively. Spare me the unnecessary talk. If you wish to purchase, offer a fair price. If I can sell, I will. If not, I shall roast it for my meal. 300 yuan for the genuine bear paw, and 200 for the others combined. Wait a moment, brother Fa, we have transacted together twice. How can you still attempt to shortchange me? These are bear paws, not duck or goose feet. And you propose a mere 500 yuan? What a jest. Zhou Dafa felt a twinge of embarrassment. It has become a habit to negotiate downwards. Heh, you can always counteroffer. You add a bit, and I shall do the same. Zhou Dafa gritted his teeth and declared resolutely. 550 yuan, a firm price. 700 yuan. At most, 650. Either sell or take it back to roast for your meal. Liang Manchang fixed his gaze on Zhou Dafa for a full 30 seconds before conceding with a nod. The truth is, he could not discern any flavor in these bear paws. To him, they were akin to pig knuckles. Liang Manchang packed the 4 bear paws into Zhou Dafa's net bag and accepted the warm sum of 650 yuan, preparing to return home. Brother Manchang, what about the bear skin? Are you selling it? I would pay a handsome price. Not selling. I intend to keep it for making bearskin shorts. By the way, how much for your golden gallbladder? 500 yuan. Liang Manchang, XXXX. After Liang Manchang finished his tasks and boarded the last public bus, he made his way towards the Hongxing commune. Upon arriving home, he found Zhao Fushun and his entire family gathered at his doorstep. Ah, Manchang, you've finally returned. Quickly, take the money away. It's unsettling to have it here. Haha, is it too hot to handle? Indeed, throughout my journey, concealing it in my pocket. Everyone I encountered appeared to me as a miscreant. After Zhao Yutian spoke, he handed Liang Manchang a piece of paper along with a bundle of cash. Bear meat with bones is priced at 2 yuan and 50 cents per pound, totaling 220 pounds, which amounts to 550 yuan. Additionally, there are 10 pounds of bear fat, totaling 15 yuan. The grand total is 565 yuan. Liang Manchang glanced at the paper and, in their presence, counted the money meticulously. It was not that he distrusted Zhao Yutian, but counting the money openly ensured that no disputes would arise in the future, preserving their camaraderie. Liang Manchang extracted 65 yuan and handed it to Zhao Fushun. Shunzi, take this money as compensation for your labor over the past few days. Brother Manchang, I didn't contribute in the fight against the bear blind. I feel quite embarrassed to accept this money. What are you saying? Were it not for you and Uncle Yutian, could I have possibly brought that bear blind back? Take it if you must. Let Aunt Malian keep it for your future wife. No, the 10 pounds of bear meat and bear fat you gave me is worth quite a sum. Liang Manchang's face hardened as he forcefully stuffed the money into Zhao Fushun's pocket. Take it. Seeing Liang Manchang's resolute demeanor, Zhao Fushun could only accept it with a grin. Manchang, may I have a word? Sure. The 2 men discreetly retreated to the east room and whispered, Manchang, Urge mentioned he wants fish. It needs to be delivered to the commune before 5 tomorrow morning. All right, we shall set off at dawn then. Chapter 114. A hidden agenda the following morning. Liang Manchang arose early, mounted his bicycle, and prepared to visit the commune to deliver the bear meat and fat to Li Xiaolu. Upon reaching the supply and marketing cooperative, he hadn't even entered when he heard Li Xiaolu's boisterous laughter, resonating like a tractor. Xiaolu, your laughter seems a bit exuberant today. Oh, Manchang, you've come. I'm just so happy. Ever since I separated from Gao Qiu, my brother-in-law has opened his eyes, and life is getting better day by day. Liang Manchang handed 10 pounds of bear meat and 10 pounds of pig fat to Li Xiaolu. Manchang, what is this? Oh, I went into the mountains yesterday and, by good fortune, encountered a bear. I took care of it and thought to bring you some meat and fat for little and I. Li Xiaolu's eyes glistened with emotion. Since meeting Liang Manchang, it felt as though she had gained a beloved younger brother. With family support, her future seemed increasingly bright. Thank you, Manchang. Don't mention it. We are family. By the way, has Gao Qiu caused any trouble in the past few days? Given Gao Qiu's temperament, if he discovered he had been deceived, he would surely react. Thus, Liang Manchang felt compelled to caution her. Yes, I've kept little and I close to your brother-in-law these days, so we are prepared for any unexpected developments. Meanwhile, Gao Qiu was drenched in sweat, scurrying around the northern county road of Hongxing Tun, probing every nook and cranny, rabbit holes, rat holes, even tree hollows, leaving no stone unturned. Yet he found nothing. Damn it. Zhang Yaoyang said that as long as one is sincere, one can expect daily rewards. What is going on? Gao Qiu resolved that this matter must remain a secret, even from Gao Xiuqin and Qin Hui. Should these two ungrateful wretches learn that the cotton vest was filled with iron lumps and yielded no rewards, they would likely cast him aside immediately. Meanwhile, hidden in the woods, Gao Xiuqin and her husband were intently observing Gao Qiu. Huizi, what on earth is he doing? He has been roaming the woods for days. I suspect he is searching for something. Could it be related to a windfall? I noticed he had 5 or 6 yuan in his pocket. Oh, that is mere pocket change. Our priority is to strip him of that cotton vest and uncover the golden nugget within. The thought of the jingling golden nugget made Qin Hui's eyes gleam with excitement. If he could grasp that nugget, he would flee without a trace. He had had enough of this peculiar father-daughter duo. All right, let us head home. Soaked in sweat, Gao Qiu returned to Conjiaton, sitting under the eaves in a daze. It seems I must seize an opportunity to visit Black Crow Village and seek out Zhang Yaoyang for clarification. What constitutes true sincerity? Meanwhile, as Gao Qiu was lost in thought, Gao Xiuqin and her husband Qin Hui approached him, their faces adorned with ingratiating smiles. Father, you have worn that cotton vest for several days now. Allow me to wash it for you. Indeed, the sun is shining brightly today, and it will dry in no time, ensuring you can wear it tomorrow, Gao Hui added, preparing to take action. However, Gao Dashin sprang up like a cat that had stepped on its tail, clutching the vest tightly. No, I have worn it for less than 10 days. It does not require washing. If it is washed, it will lose its warmth. Father, fret not. I shall remove the cotton and wash only the fabric. How does that sound? Absolutely not. Gao Qiu retorted before retreating indoors to lie down on the Kong. Gao Xiuqin and Qin Hui exchanged glances. Realizing the vest must hold significant value, or else the old man would not have reacted so defensively. What shall we do, Hui? If the old man is unwilling, we cannot force him. Otherwise, with his sharp tongue, we would find ourselves unwelcome in this village. If all else fails, I will stealthily take the vest tonight. If it truly is filled with treasures, we can serve the old man comfortably, and when he passes away, it shall all belong to us. Neither Qin Widow nor Gao Dashin will have a claim, Gao Xiuqin said, a hint of ruthlessness creeping into her expression. But Hui, the old man is still quite robust. Did you not hear how he leaped around like a young lad when Li Xiaolu's relatives caused a ruckus last time? Should we wait for his demise? It might be another decade or more, by which time we will both be in our mid-40s. How shall we enjoy it then? Upon hearing this, cold sweat trickled down Qin Hui's back. He may not be a human, but Gao Xiuqin was indeed a dog. To consider being so ruthless towards one's own father? Xiuqin, what do you plan to do? If the old man's vest truly conceals treasures, we must act decisively. While he sleeps at night, we shall execute a cat swapping for a prince scheme. If we are discovered, we shall flee to the city with Dainyu and Eru. Agreed, we shall wait for the opportune moment. As the two plotted back and forth, Gao Qiu lay tossing and turning on the Kong, unable to sleep. After lunch, he headed straight to the new town. Once he confirmed he was not being followed, he turned into a narrow alley and knocked on the door of a dilapidated courtyard. Wang Poland opened the door. With a creak, the gate swung open, revealing a tattered old man. What do you want? Selling junk? Not selling. Gao Qiu replied curtly as he entered the yard, shutting the door behind him. Wang Poland, I hear you craft artisanal goods? Gao Qiu was polite, refraining from being too direct. To put it euphemistically, he was creating crafts. To put it bluntly, he was producing counterfeit goods and fake antiques. Nonsense. Who told you that? I am merely a junk collector. Oh, if I have come to your door, you can be assured I am not a government official. I seek to purchase something from you. Gao Qiu's knowledge of the junk collector's whereabouts stemmed from years of wandering through various small shops in Hongxing village, where he had overheard idle chatter. Historically, to amass wealth, junk collectors often had to dabble in a bit of gray. In the future, one might collect cables, electric motors, and bundles of steel bars. However, at present, the focus is on acquiring antique coins and occasionally producing some oneself. Wang Poland glanced at Gao Qiu, who bore a sly, rat-like expression, suggesting a lack of integrity. He remarked, So, what do you wish to purchase? Gold bars, do you have any? Wang Poland scoffed, observing Gao Qiu's attire, which marked him as an ordinary old farmer. Gold bars. Do you have the means to afford them? Genuine gold bars are beyond your reach, yet counterfeit ones might be within your grasp. Wang Poland was taken aback by Gao Qiu's audacious admission. These are not counterfeit gold bars, they are crafted items. However, I have no desire to engage in lengthy discussions with you. How many do you require? But let me be clear, I am selling crafted items, not imposters. If you intend to deceive with them, it is of no concern to me. Gao Qiu chuckled, shedding his cotton vest and tossing it onto the table with a clatter. Let us fill this vest up. Wang Polin weighed the tattered vest and surmised that the old man was planning to swindle someone. However, few serious buyers would approach him for crafted items. 100 yuan. The craftsmanship is genuine. 100 yuan? What is it truly worth? Just erase a zero. Erase a zero? That would make it 10 yuan. Wang Polin found himself laughing in disbelief, while others would negotiate with a sharper approach. This old man was taking a rather ridiculous route. Get lost and amuse yourself elsewhere. I have no time for your nonsense. After speaking, Wang Polin opened the gate, gesturing dismissively toward Gao Qiu while pushing him out. Yet, Gao Qiu stubbornly clung to the door, refusing to budge. 30 yuan, a maximum of 30 yuan. Seeing the commotion attracting attention, Wang Polin relented and pulled Gao Qiu back. Fine, 30 it is, but you must pay up front. Gao Qiu rummaged through his shoes, socks, and trousers, finally managing to gather 30 yuan with considerable effort. You must ensure it looks convincing. Enough with the chatter, Wang Polin replied, sifting through a pile of junk to retrieve a reddish-brown wooden box. He dusted it off and placed it on the stone table in the center of the yard. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Gao Qiu leaned forward, eager to see what lay within, but Wang Polin abruptly shifted, pushing him 3 meters away. With a clatter, Wang Polin produced a small collection of gold bars, gold ingots, gold seeds, and pearls from the alley. Here they are, you can assemble them yourself. Gao Qiu weighed a gold ingot in his hand and asked, Wang Polin, can an ordinary person recognize these? Recognize what nonsense? The innermost part is a copper ingot, wrapped in a layer of tin, and the outer layer is gold-plated. Care to take a bite? Gao Qiu popped the gold ingot into his mouth, cautiously biting down, leaving a shallow impression of his teeth. Excellent goods. Well worth the 30 yuan, wouldn't you agree? But let me warn you, I am selling crafted items. If you intend to use them for deception, that is of no concern to me. Understood, spare me your lengthy warnings. It is no wonder you will spend your life collecting scraps. After finishing his task, Gao Qiu wrapped the vest around his arms and walked towards the yard. Once he reached a secluded spot, he pulled out a sewing box from his pocket, exchanging the black iron ingot for a golden nugget. By the time he completed his task, it was already noon, so he decided to visit Hongxing village and catch up with Widow Qin. Coincidentally, Widow Qin had just finished her work and was busy at the stove outside. Gao Qiu slipped into the house and casually closed the front door behind him. Who is it? What do you want? It's me, your Qiu. Peering through the dim light, Widow Qin confirmed it was indeed Gao Qiu in his cotton vest. She tossed aside her spatula, angrily shoving him towards the door. My ball is hanging on my chest, and you want it back? Get lost. What are you doing? Qin's sister? As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Even if you're not affectionate, why push me away? Humph, who wants to be affectionate with you? I have no ties with you, unlike your daughter. Realizing Widow Qin was upset, Gao Qiu reflected on his recent visits to her home. He had initially planned to bring her some canned peaches, but after a couple of days of egg-laying from the rooster, his finances became tight, and he had been too preoccupied to visit. Qin's sister, I'm busy. I intended to bring you 5 yuan to improve your life, but I forgot to put it in my pocket in my haste. If you truly had that intention, how could you forget? Gao Qiu was quite irked. He then fished out a small golden nugget from his vest and pressed it into Widow Qin's hand. Make sure to keep this safe. If Shi Qin and Qin Hui see it, they might come looking for trouble. Upon seeing the gleaming nugget, identical to those sold at the supply cooperative, Widow Qin's spirits soared, and she gently bit into it. Oh my, it's really gold. Of course, Qin's sister. I've been quite irritable lately while cooking. Don't bother me. That one tea affect me. You cook as you wish, and I'll manage my affairs. In the northeast, the stoves are relatively low, and as Widow Qin bent down, Gao Qiu seized the opportunity. About 10 minutes later, feeling satisfied, he prepared to visit Gao Dashan's home, hoping to persuade him for a sum of 10 or 20 yuan to cover his losses. The notion of acquiring unexpected wealth became increasingly puzzling, as he sensed the connection between this matter and Gao Dashan and Li Xiaolu, yet he could not risk revealing it. If he did, he would be unable to stay in Qin village, and whether he could return to Hongxing village was still uncertain. With his hands clasped behind his back, Gao Qiu strolled along the small path towards his former home. Before reaching the door, he caught a whiff of delicious meat. Had the young couple's life improved in just a few days? He spotted Gao Xiaoni playing with a stick at the entrance, and a broad smile spread across his face as he approached her. Xiao and I, are you having fun, Grandpa? Upon seeing Gao Qiu's large face, Gao Xiaoni immediately shouted towards the outer room. Mom and Dad, Grandpa is here. This loud call served as a signal for Gao Dashan and Li Xiaolu, who were busy rendering bear fat at the stove, to rush out and pull Gao Xiaoni behind them. Xiao and I, you seem to have made another mistake. This is not Grandpa, but rather Grandpa Gao, do you understand? Gao Xiao and I nodded earnestly, although she was unaware of the distinction. She believed that in the vastness of the world, one should always heed one's parents, for their guidance is never amiss. Gao Qiu's face shifted through shades of red and green, never having anticipated that he would be outsmarted by the honest Gao Dashan and his wife. Dashan, are you cooking? It smells like oil refining. Indeed, Uncle Gao. Yesterday, I went into the mountains and managed to kill a bear, bringing back some bear meat and bear fat. Upon hearing Uncle Gao's words, Gao Qiu felt a pang of discomfort. How could he address him so casually? Did he not hold any sentiment for their past? Nevertheless, it had been years since he had tasted bear meat. Bear meat? What does it taste like? Oh, it's quite similar to pork, really, just about the same flavor. Uncle Gao, it seems you have other matters to attend to, so I won't keep you. As Gao Dashan appeared ready to usher him out, Gao Qiu shook his cotton vest, producing a clanging sound. Ahem, this vest is rather heavy, otherwise, I might just give it to Shuqin. It's quite tiring to wear. After saying this, he cast a glance at Gao Dashan, chuckling inwardly. You think I can't manage you? Uncle, you should head back quickly, don't exhaust yourself. Gao Dashan said, then embraced the giggling Li Xiaolu and Gao Xiao and I, before turning to exit the outer room, slamming the door behind him. Gao Qiu stood frozen. What was happening? Was this vest truly devoid of allure? No, he would have to pay Zhang Yaoyang a visit soon. Something was certainly amiss. Chapter 116. A desire to collaborate with Han Lao Air in the early hours of the third day. Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushun entered the Laoi Ridge Cave. Wielding flashlights in the dark, familiar with the terrain, they cleared the stones and dirt at the cave's entrance, dispersing the lingering scent before stepping inside. Compared to previous outings, the catch this time was relatively sparse. After casting about 10 nets, they finally filled the donkey cart. Shunzi, I estimate we can make one more trip before the heavy snow seals the mountains. At that time, we can sell half and keep the other half to sustain us through the winter. Sounds good. The two of them sealed the cave entrance once more, covering it with fresh moss before departing with peace of mind. When they transported the fish to the commune, Han Lao Air was already waiting with a donkey cart. Monsong, Shunzi, hurry up and weigh it. The Hongxing commune probably can't handle all of it. We'll need to transport part of it to Xinqing. Shunzi, lend a hand. Liang Manchang observed Han Lao Air laboring tirelessly, perspiring profusely, and recalled how this fellow had once ascended to become the foremost purveyor of local fresh produce through sheer effort. Thus, the idea of collaboration began to take root in his mind. Second brother, would you and your brother be interested in expanding your shop to Xinqing? After all, Xinqing is a county seat, with a larger market than our Hongxing commune and quicker profits. Han Lao Air wiped his brow, handing over the accounts and money to Liang Manchang. Why wouldn't we want to? However, we are currently strapped for cash. Moving to Xinqing would require renting a shop and making various arrangements. Without at least 2,000 yuan, it would be quite challenging. Liang Manchang glanced at the accounts. This time, they had approximately 500 jin of fish, totaling over 700 yuan. Manchang, don't be misled by our daily turnover. In reality, what we take home is just a bit of hard-earned money. 2,000 yuan can still be gathered with some effort, but if one were to gamble their entire fortune, a loss would necessitate years of recovery. Liang Manchang pondered this deeply. Han Lauer indeed made a valid point. In his previous life, he only ventured into the new city in 1983. While not too late, he still missed a portion of the initial opportunities. Had he entered the new city sooner, once the reform measures were enacted, he could have swiftly transformed his butcher shop into a fresh food supermarket, eventually evolving it into a large-scale commercial entity. He would not merely be a typical fresh food tycoon of a county, but a formidable competitor on par with the likes of Ermar. Liang Manchang was not short of funds. He could barely be considered a 10,000 yuan household. Thus, he sought to make an investment, allowing others to generate profits for him. Second brother, how about this? You return and discuss it with eldest brother and sister-in-law. If they are willing, I will invest 1,000 yuan for a 30% share. Does that sound agreeable? Han Lauer glanced at the earnest Liang Manchang and nodded in agreement. Opportunities for wealth in a lifetime are exceedingly rare. If one misses them, the next chance may not arise until the latter half of their life. After departing from Han Lauer's butcher shop, Liang Manchang, as was his custom, took Zhao Fushun to a state-run restaurant to indulge in a better meal. They ordered 10 meat buns, 4 bowls of soybean milk, and a plate of cold seaweed, finishing it all in less than 20 minutes. Fushun, this time we earned 700 yuan, and your share is 70 yuan. Ah, splendid. Zhao Fushun tucked the 7 large bills into his trousers. Fushun, from now on, each time we venture into the mountains, you will only receive 10%. If you find it insufficient, We can discuss it further. Brother Manchang, what are you saying? Do you intend to stop bringing me along? In just 2 days of assisting you, I've made over 130 yuan, which is more than 4 months' salary for an ordinary worker. How could I possibly complain? All right, but let me speak frankly. Hunting is not a sustainable endeavor. You must consider what you intend to pursue in the future. Zhao Fushun looked at Liang Manchang with confusion. Why is it not sustainable? Are the game in the Laoyiling Mountains going to be hunted to extinction? Or will the bullets run out? Brother Manchang, I don't understand. Fushun, if I am not mistaken, within 5 years at most, sika deer, roe deer, and even wild chickens will become protected species. What do you mean by protected species? It means they are protected by law. If you kill a sika deer, you will be arrested and sent for reform through labor. Is that for real? Do I look like I'm joking? At that time, not only you, but also I will have to hand in our firearms and seek other avenues. Therefore, you must seriously contemplate your next steps. This topic weighed heavily on Zhao Fushun, making it difficult for him to accept. After finally tasting a bit of success, how could it all come to an abrupt halt? Why did it seem like the entire world was conspiring against him? Liang Manchang sighed as well. A grain of sand in the river of history can feel like a mountain to an ordinary person. However, for him, these were merely minor setbacks. With his newfound insight and the backing of space, if he were to fail, it could only mean he was truly a novice. Brother Manchang, what do you suggest I do? How about this? Why not learn to operate a tractor or a car? In the future, you could establish a transportation team. Economic development requires that transportation keeps pace. When the goods are piled up in the warehouse without transportation, it becomes utterly futile. Thus, the saying arose that the moment the engine roars to life, gold will flow abundantly. Zhao Fushun, with his boisterous personality, is ill-suited for meticulous business dealings. Rather, he is more compatible with the transport industry, which requires a certain audacity. Brother Manchang, can I excel at this? Absolutely, as long as you can drive. Prepare to fill your bags with riches in the future. But do not rush. First, save your money, as it will be beneficial when you buy a vehicle. Zhao Fushun's eyes widened in astonishment. What? I will buy a car in the future? Indeed, not just a car, but you will also need to establish a fleet. All right, I believe you. After their conversation, they stepped outside, where daylight had fully arrived. Zhao Fushun nudged Liang Manchang's arm and gestured with his eyes. Brother Manchang, look over there. Liang Manchang glanced up and saw a face marked by a blood-red centipede. Behind him, he carried a hunting rifle, dressed as a hunter, with several wild chickens in hand. Isn't that Ma Jianjun? Why is he dressed like a hunter? Shunzi, let us follow him. The two followed closely as Ma Jianjun found a spot to squat in silence. With few catches, he opted to sell them himself, fetching a much higher price than if he sold to Han Lauer. However, Ma Jianjun remained tight-lipped, his demeanor sullen. And when someone approached to inquire about prices, they were instantly intimidated by the blood-red mark on his face and retreated. After more than an hour, Ma Jianjun finally sold his catch. Brother Manchang, has this fellow become a hunter? Well, if he cannot rely on his father for a career in politics, he must fend for himself. However, the fact that he managed to catch several wild chickens in such a short time suggests he must have some backing. Could it be that he has taken on a mentor? Perhaps, but it matters little to us. We shall not interfere with each other's affairs. Yet, should he cause us trouble, he must not blame us for being ungracious. At that moment, Ma Jianjun caught sight of Liang Manchang and smirked slightly. Chapter 117. I, Ma Jianjun, am never inferior to Liang Manchang. After leaving the commune, Ma Jianjun headed north towards a settlement. Approximately 2 hours later, he respectfully handed the 13 yuan earned from selling wild chickens to Qiandahu. Master, this is my harvest from yesterday. A middle-aged hunter with a bushy beard raised his eyelids slightly and took only a single large bill. Jianjun, from now on, I will only take 10 yuan. You keep the rest. Master, this is my own volition. Qiandahu waved his hand dismissively, pointing to the bare skin beneath him. And with a mix of arrogance and pride declared, Jianjun, I do not need this little sum. My previous high expectations were merely to train you. You have progressed rapidly during this period. You were the fastest among my apprentices to hunt alone in the mountains. Ma Jianjun's lips curled back in a subtle grimace. There was no hint of pride on his face. Instead, it was tinged with a growing resentment. The reason he pushed himself to practice diligently each day was singular: to trample Liang Manchang beneath his feet. In the Red Star commune, there exists a singular young hunter, known as Ma Jianjun. Once he accumulates sufficient funds, he vows to kick Wang Meiling and strike Ma Fuqiang. Master, when shall we ascend the mountains to hunt for the big game? Hehe, are you anxious? Just a few days ago, the county offered a bounty of 1,000 yuan for a fresh bear gallbladder, but someone was quicker. Let us wait a couple of days and see if any other bounties arise. This way, we can expedite our earnings. By the way, do you understand the rules of entering the mountains? Ma Jianjun nodded. The rules as set forth by Qianda, who are not about what should or should not be hunted, but rather how to divide the spoils. Before each expedition, Qianda, who assembles a group, which includes Qian Er Kuei, Shizi, Ahao, and Xiao Shanzi, now totaling 6 with the addition of Ma Jianjun. The division of profits is straightforward. Qianda, who takes 40, while the remaining 60 is evenly split among the others. Although hunting in a group means sharing the catch, the advantage of numbers and firepower instills confidence when encountering wild boars or packs of wolves. Thus, the overall yield remains commendable. Furthermore, the camaraderie among the hunters allows them to face other hunters without fear, even engaging in illicit dealings to seize prey. After all, the vast expanse of Lao Yiling devours several hunters each year without raising an eyebrow. Qianda, whose ascendancy to leadership is attributed to 2 factors: his connections in the city, which enable him to secure bounties and sell his catches at premium prices, and his ruthless nature, which emboldens him to engage in illicit hunting. Master, I shall return tomorrow. Await my word. Upon concluding his words, Ma Jianjun removed his hunting rifle from his back, preparing to hang it on the wall. Jianjun, keep this rifle. It will be deducted from your share. When he returned home, Wang Meiling had just risen from the bed. Ma Jianjun, what on earth have you been doing? Running out before dawn. Could it be that a cunning fox has bewitched you? Ma Jianjun cast a glance at Ma Felu and Wang Zuohua, muttering, I sold the wild chickens I hunted yesterday. What nonsense is this? Did I not instruct you to save 2 for stewing? Wang Meiling exclaimed. Marrying you, Ma Jianjun, has been a stroke of misfortune. I cannot even have a couple of chickens. As Wang Meiling prepared to throw a tantrum, Wang Zuohua, filled with rage, stepped forward and struck her. Be quiet. With your lazy disposition, how do you expect to eat wild chickens? Nonsense. Wang Zuohua was equally incensed. She had assumed that marrying Ma Felu would offer comfort, only to discover abject poverty. Ma Felu, too proud to toil alongside the villagers, had envisioned a quick return to prominence, but despite sending numerous gifts, he received no response. Furthermore, he was burdened with 2 individuals who constantly sought handouts for food and medicine, one being Ma Xiaoshuang and the other Wang Meiling. While Ma Xiaoshuang, at 11 or 12, was akin to other rural girls who contributed minimally, Wang Meiling, now an adult and resembling a plump dumpling, would complain of aches and flirt with unsavory men, thus placing the weight of family sustenance squarely upon Ma Jianjun's shoulders. However, he has recently ceased to work in the fields, running into the mountains before dawn and returning only at midnight, neglecting to hand over any money. Consequently, when Wang Zuohua heard that Wang Meiling desired to eat wild chicken, her temper flared instantly. She slapped her hard and, still unsatisfied, continued to berate her. Wang Meiling, do you still think of yourself as a city dweller? Your household registration is now in Dabi Zitan, which makes you a farmer, and farmers must toil in the fields. Do you still wish to eat wild chicken? Do I look like a wild chicken to you? Wang Meiling, covering her face marked by 5 finger marks, glared fiercely at Wang Zuohua. Indeed, I see you as a wild chicken. Anyone can trample you. Watch me tear your filthy mouth apart. Just as the 2 were about to come to blows, Ma Jianjun sprang up and forcefully separated them, pushing them apart. Shut the hell up. Starting today, I'll be earning a few dozen, even 100 yuan each month. My expenses will be covered. Just don't make noise in front of me. Upon hearing this, Wang Meiling, with her ample figure, leaned against Ma Jianjun. Jianjun, really? Does this mean we can live as well as Liang Manchang, feasting on meat at every meal? Yes, I, Ma Jianjun, am never inferior to Liang Manchang. Truly a real man, Jianjun. Tomorrow, go hunt a leopard for me. I desire a little leopard skin lingerie. Wang Zuohua chuckled at this. Playing it fancy. Wanting leopard skin lingerie? With your figure, 1 leopard wouldn't suffice. However, if what Ma Jianjun said were true, their lives would likely improve. Jianjun, you're making progress. I've been looking forward to this day. Ma Jianjun glanced at Wang Zuohua, who was on the verge of tears, shook his head, and took his hunting rifle to the mountains alone for some small game. Meanwhile, Liang Manchang, under the guise of catching up on sleep, locked himself in his room, plotting his route into the mountains the following day. Milu Valley and Bearblind Valley lay within the old forest and were not far apart, just over a mountain range. After passing Milu Valley, he intended to walk another 2 or 3 miles to Gold Panning Valley. He planned to venture into the mountains alone, keeping Xiao Jin close by, for any fierce beast that encountered Xiao Jin would have no choice but to submit. Thus, he resolved to take the opportunity to visit Gold Panning Valley to see if there was any trace of the markings drawn in Cui Wen's notebook. Early the next morning, Liang Manchang made a trip to the commune, purchasing 2 large 10-kilogram transparent glass jars and 20 kilograms of loose baskets to fill the jars. He was headed to Milu Valley, hoping for good fortune to hunt a sika deer, which would allow him to brew 2 jars of deer blood wine. Chapter 118. A wise person recognizes the times. Liang Manchang rode swiftly, and upon reaching the lookout tower at Chiligo, he intended to greet Zhang Dabiao. But upon raising his eyes, he found the lookout tower devoid of anyone. Zhang Dabiao was likely out patrolling the mountains. Thus, Liang Manchang proceeded directly to Milu Valley. Though referred to as a valley, Milu Valley is actually a broad flatland between 2 mountains, approximately several kilometers in length and 4 to 5 kilometers in width. Due to its gentle terrain and abundant shrubs, it is particularly rich in deer species such as sika deer, reindeer, moose, and even the roe deer that had mistakenly wandered into Bear Blind Valley last time. As Liang Manchang's mind ignited with inspiration, his voice erupted in a roar. Within 5 minutes, the eager Xiaojin came rushing from afar, leaping towards Liang. Roar! Oh, do not come at me like that. I cannot withstand your charge. Despite his words, Liang crouched down to envelop Xiaojin in a warm embrace. After spending more than 2 months in this realm, Xiaojin, though not yet fully grown and still shy of his weight peak, had already reached over 200 pounds. He extended his large tongue, giving Liang's face a damp lick. Xiaojin, your breath reeks. Go find a birch branch to gnaw on. Observing the affectionate interaction between Liang and Xiaojin, the loyal old employee, Dogmeat, could not remain idle. With a powerful kick of his hind legs, he placed his front paws on Liang's thigh and promptly licked his face, emitting a faint odor of feces. Liang sprang to his feet with a swift motion, delivering a kick to Dogmeat's rear. Damn it, Dogmeat, have you been eating excrement again? He exclaimed, hastily pouring water from his canteen to cleanse his face. Now, our objective is to locate a herd of deer, capture 2 fawns for the purpose of harvesting antler velvet and extracting deer blood. Subsequently, we shall catch an adult stag to serve as my steed. Understood? Heidonking, Dogmeat, and Xiaojin nodded in unison before dispersing ahead. Despite Dogmeat's timid demeanor, he possessed no shortage of cunning. Bolstered by Xiaojin's presence, he began to frolic exuberantly, darting back and forth as if chasing ducks and chickens in the village. Dogmeat, with such bravado, why not take on an adult stag later? Woof, woof, he whimpered, not feeling bold anymore. Cease your whining and unleash your talent for tracking. Dogmeat instantly perked up. Setting aside his timidity, he extended his neck, lowering his body to the ground to sniff the air. Approximately half an hour later, Dogmeat abruptly halted, emitting a low growl towards the north. Based on Liang's understanding of Dogmeat, he had likely caught wind of prey, though whether it was a sika deer or another creature remained uncertain. Xiaojin, circle around. Do not kill the prey without my command. We aim to capture it alive. As they advanced another 100 meters, climbing a small earthen mound, they beheld a small waterhole about 150 meters ahead. A sika deer was drinking at the water's edge with 3 fawns. Xiaojin, temper your dominant energy and flank them from behind to block their escape route. Remember, do not kill unless commanded. Xiaohai, your task is to seize a fawn and pin it down. Dogmeat, you do as you please, but do not create chaos. Dogmeat emitted a low growl, somewhat reluctant but aware of his limitations, unlike those who overestimate their abilities and ultimately hinder their companions. Let us move. Liang Manchang's amphibious force began to close in steadily. With the strength of a boulder at his back, Liang's movements became exceptionally agile, weaving through the forest like an adult gorilla, swiftly closing the distance to within 50 meters. He crouched behind a thicket, raising his .56 caliber rifle, aligning the majestic deer within his sights, and squeezed the trigger. With a resounding crack, aided by his keen eyesight and precise aim, a distance of 50 meters felt akin to 30, as he effortlessly shattered the deer's skull. Simultaneously, Xiaohai surged forward like a white projectile, colliding with the bewildered fawn and sending it sprawling to the ground, while the remaining 2 fawns, realizing the danger, bolted into the forest. Dogmeat, charge! Liang Manchang exclaimed, darting forth with remarkable agility. He moved through the floral maze unscathed, racing 50 meters through the underbrush. With a swift motion, he transported the slain deer and the live fawns into his spatial realm, before hastily pursuing the fleeing creatures. His space resembled Noah's Ark, necessitating the capture of 1 male and 1 female to alleviate the yearning of the prey and ensure the continuation of their lineage. Thus, securing all 3 fawns was imperative. The 2 fleeing spotted deer, mistaking Liang Manchang for a benevolent figure, ceased their flight, only to be confronted by the tattooed figure of Xiaojin. A startled gasp escaped them, akin to elementary students playing ping-pong suddenly facing a national champion. leaving them momentarily frozen. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Xiao Hai and dog meat closed in, along with Liang Manchang, effectively cornering the two fawns. Ah, little dear. There exists an age-old adage. Those who recognize the situation are the wise. Surrender peacefully, or risk facing dire consequences. Liang Manchang chuckled, casting a knowing glance at dog meat. Dog meat, capture the enemy alive. With Xiao Jin and Xiao Hai backing him, and armed with his 56 caliber rifle, dog meat charged forward, bristling with excitement. Just as it prepared to symbolically bite the fawn's hind leg, it received a swift kick squarely to the face. Woof woof. Liang Manchang, seeing dog meat's indignant reaction, barked a command. Enough. It's merely a reflex. Stand down. He then tossed the 56 caliber behind him, approaching the fawns from the side. With a deft motion, he secured both fawns into his spatial realm. All set. You three are free to roam. Ignoring dog meat's protests, he swiftly entered his space, swiftly slicing the old deer's neck to collect its blood into a glass jar. Within days, 2 jars of deer blood wine would grace his dining table. As the saying goes, drink deer blood wine, and you can walk on ice in autumn pants. This potent deer blood wine was renowned, even reputed to bolster one's vitality, as evidenced by its consumption by Li Lianying. The remaining blood was consumed by Liang Manchang himself. Once he had extracted every drop, he severed the deer's tendons, preparing them for drying and future use. The antlers, having hardened, were left untouched, relegated to mere decorative status. Liang Manchang lay on the ground, inspecting the 3 fawns, noticing the perfect ratio of 1 male to 2 females. With a cheeky grin, he remarked, "Little dear, isn't this space delightful? Your mission is to enjoy love and propagate your kind." With that, he exited the space. After a brief search, nearing noon, mindful of not alarming any creatures, he leaped back into his spatial realm, plucking 2 cucumbers and pairing them with dried tofu and sauce for a quick meal. Now, Liang Manchang is not lacking in wealth, allowing him to hunt selectively. He instructed the 3 of you to seek moose or elk. If those prove elusive, reindeer will suffice. Chapter 119. No, what I desire is the thorny one. Compared to elk and reindeer, Liang Manchang yearned for a moose, as its physique is more robust and its carrying capacity superior, earning it the moniker green vessel of the forest. Securing a moose would mean no longer needing to exert himself trudging through the mountains or feigning effort to drag his catch back. Thus, Liang Manchang resolved to capture a moose and feed it blue pills. While his 3 little brothers scoured for deer, he leapt into his space and bellowed with a voice akin to a rusty bell. "Xiaomei, are you there? Look at the spotted deer, how adorable." "Hee hee," brothered Song. "Compared to your spotted deer, I prefer cucumbers. Good taste. Just wait, I'll pluck a couple for you." With that, Liang Manchang dashed towards the vegetable patch and selected 2 robust yellow cucumbers. Just as he was about to remove the prickles with his sleeve, Xiaomei interrupted him. "Don't. I want them thorny." Liang Manchang was taken aback. This aspect he had only witnessed during a live-streaming showdown with female hosts. He never expected to see it in real life. "Xiaomei, you certainly have a unique palate. Rest assured, my cucumbers are entirely organic, never subjected to artificial fertilizers." "Forget about that. TCH, I'm off then." "Wait, are you going to turn your back on me? These cucumbers and spotted deer must at least be worth 2 parcels, right? Otherwise, how about sending me another plate of blue pills?" "Absolutely. Sharing joy is better than solitary pleasure." As they conversed, 2 parcels descended from the heavens. Liang Manchang closed his eyes and felt, knowing one contained a skill ball, while the other certainly held blue beast pet contract pills. Upon opening the skill ball, he discovered it was a package containing the skill stony body. "Huh. It seems Xiaomei is still not entirely satisfied with my physique," he exclaimed before activating the skill ball. A cloud of white smoke enveloped him. As he inhaled, a wave of soreness coursed through his joints. His previous uses of the stony body skill ball merely enhanced his muscles, akin to passive exercise. However, now at level 4, mere muscle enhancement could no longer boost his strength and agility. Thus, this enhancement focused on his bones and joints, akin to applying lubricant to joints and reinforcing bones with steel plating, ensuring they matched his muscle power to avoid the awkward scenario of a powerful punch resulting in fractured bones. A series of aches surged through his body, except for his groin. After about 10 minutes, Liang Manchang, bare-skinned, leapt into the spring to cleanse the sticky, brown secretion from his body, emerging refreshed. The sponge-like tissue could be considered cartilage, meaning no secondary development would occur. After changing into clean clothes, he took a few laps. The sound of slicing wind reached his ears. Not bad, quite powerful. I estimate that even if a kangaroo were to box with me now, I'd land a few solid hits. Liang Manchang then conducted another round of inspection in his space. Having just leaped into the spiritual spring, I found the waters teeming with fish alongside the forest frogs, one of which nearly leaped into my mouth. I must seize an opportunity to venture into the new city. I calculated the time. Merely a few days remain until September 1st, the grand opening of Li Yuanchao's establishment in the celestial realm. Tomorrow, I shall embark on a mission to clear some inventory. Moreover, the hornets I captured last time have already built a nest. In a couple of days, I shall prepare a set of honey extraction tools to share some sweet nectar with Jingxiu and Xiaoying. Once Liang Manchang exited the space, he focused intently on locating Xiaohai and Xiaoqing. Within a minute, he discerned that their positions were nearly overlapping. It seems I have stumbled upon something. Liang Manchang hastened towards Xiaohai and Xiaoqing. As for dog meat, there was no need for concern. True to its nature, it would surely be trailing behind Xiaojin. A canine shadow. Indeed, upon approaching within 100 meters, dog meat eagerly came forward to lead the way. Dog meat, have you shifted your approach? Unable to compete with Xiaohai and Xiaoqing in business, have you turned to logistics and service? A promising direction. With a tail wagging like a fan and eyes gleaming with joy, dog meat resembled a quintessential office manager, lacking in capability and business acumen, yet excelling in flattery and serving superiors. However, such individuals are indeed indispensable. Without their sycophantic support, leaders may become discontented, adversely affecting sound decision-making. Liang Manchang patted dog meat on the head and proceeded forward. After approximately 3 minutes, Liang Manchang spotted a male moose towering over 2 meters, grazing on wild grass. The moose is the largest member of the deer family in the world. The one before me appeared to stand 2 meters tall, 3 meters long, and weighed at least 1,000 pounds. I swallowed hard. It seemed conquering this creature would require considerable effort. Xiaohai, you will undertake aerial assaults, targeting its tough hide, but avoid the eyes to diminish its speed. Xiaojin, you shall engage it directly, biting its legs if necessary. Dogmeat, your task is to block its path. Dogmeat paused, astonished that such a perilous role could be assigned to it. Oh dear, merely a symbolic obstruction, Liang Manchang added before storing the 56 half in the space. Then stealthily approached. The moose possesses remarkable speed, capable of reaching 50 to 60 kilometers per hour on land, once submerged. It can dive 5 to 6 meters to graze on aquatic vegetation, maintaining a speed of 10 kilometers per hour in the water. Thus, Liang Manchang needed to subdue it before it could unleash its full velocity. Approximately 3 minutes later, Liang Manchang stood before the moose, anticipating a swift escape. He was taken aback when the moose disdainfully glanced at him before resuming its feast on the grass. How dare it dismiss me so casually? Liang Manchang thought as he approached leisurely. It was not mere arrogance. This creature feared nothing, reigning supreme in its domain with no natural enemies. Those glistening antlers and powerful hooves would send even a grizzly bear fleeing in terror. As the moment approached for Liang Manchang to initiate his plan, the moose suddenly caught a whiff of impending danger, promptly raising its hooves in preparation to flee. At that instant, Xiaohai descended from the heavens like the divine hand of Buddha, lunging towards the moose's back. The moose faltered, taken aback by the unexpected aerial assault. Yet, this was not enough to distract it entirely. With a roar, Xiao Jin's fierce cry jolted the moose from its stupor. What was this? An aerial ground alliance? Seizing the opportunity during its moment of confusion, Liang Manchang leaped onto the moose, wrapping his arms around its neck and mounting its back. Startled, the moose began to thrash wildly, and Liang Manchang found himself tossed about like a bullfighter in the ring. The moose's frantic movements were relentless, yet Liang Manchang, having fortified his physique, clung tenaciously to its back. Goodness, if this continues, I might be disassembled. Reaching into his spatial pouch, Liang Manchang retrieved a small paper packet. Chapter 120, Taming the Moose. No matter how skilled one is, one must fear the effects of a sedative. Holding the mind-altering drug submitted by Zhang Yaoyang, Liang Manchang seized the moment as the moose turned to charge him with its antlers, swiftly launching the powder into its mouth. According to Zhang Yaoyang, even an old bull would succumb to its potency. Sure enough, just as Liang Manchang was about to lose hope after 3 minutes, the moose's frantic movements began to subside. Although Zhang Yaoyang may not be particularly honorable, his concoctions certainly pack a punch. As he mused, the moose staggered forward as if intoxicated. Liang Manchang, fearing it might crush him, nimbly jumped off. 1, 2, 3 down, he shouted repeatedly, and at last, he witnessed the moose sway and topple to the side. With a thunderous crash, the moose's eyelids fluttered before closing heavily. Seizing the opportunity, Liang Manchang extracted a rope from his pouch and bound the moose's limbs tightly. awaiting its awakening. After approximately half an hour, seeing no sign of revival from the moose, Liang Manchang beckoned to Dogmeat. Dogmeat, give him a splash of yellow. Dogmeat scampered over. Being the inaugural member of this team, it felt obliged to impart a lesson to the new recruit. Indeed, a stream of foul-smelling yellow urine splattered onto the moose, prompting it to sneeze vigorously and struggle in place. Its furious gaze darted about, causing Dogmeat to tremble and cower behind Xiao Jin. Liang Manchang chuckled and leaned closer to the moose. Little one, while exceptional steeds are plentiful, discerning owners are rare. Today, you have encountered a benefactor. If you merely nod and consume this blue pill, you shall become my companion, joining Xiao Hai, Xiao Jin, and Dogmeat in camaraderie. He waved the blue pill enticingly before the moose. To his surprise, the moose glared fiercely and spat at Liang Manchang. How dare you reject my invitation? Liang Manchang retorted. Look around you, aside from Dogmeat, who among Xiao Hai and Xiao Jin is not of greater nobility. Associating with me will only elevate your status. With the addition of the beast contract pills, Liang Manchang possessed a total of 4, each exceedingly precious. However, with a low affinity, the risk of contract failure loomed ominously. Thus, Liang Manchang, lacking complete assurance, refrained from hasty endeavors to avoid wastage. The age-old adage, striking is affection, scolding is love. Xiao Jin, Xiao Hai, Dogmeat. Impart a lesson. The 3 official employees nodded eagerly and approached the moose. Take it easy, a few bruises will suffice. Xiao Jin raised his palm, as large as a clay pot, while Xiao Hai lifted his 1-meter-long wings, and Dogmeat leaped to trample upon the moose. After a flurry of kicks, tears of gratitude seemed to well up in the moose's eyes. Indeed, there are still many good souls in this world, allowing it to recognize the reality. Moo upon witnessing the moose's change of heart, Liang Manchang waved his hand, dismissing the 3 brothers who still seemed reluctant to leave. What is going on? Who allowed you to beat the young deer like this? Is this how you treat a new colleague? Liang Manchang, still unsatisfied, stepped forward and kicked Dogmeat at the base of its tail. Especially you, Dogmeat. You may be inept at hunting, but you were the first to bully a newcomer. Dogmeat let out a low whine, casting a mournful glance at Liang Manchang. Could it be that it had just imagined this? Was it not this lecherous man who had issued the command? It appeared its status was about to drop again. Liang Manchang glared at Dogmeat and, feeling pity, squatted beside the moose, gently touching its swollen face, asking, "Does it hurt? I'll get you some good stuff to make up for it." After speaking, Liang Manchang placed a blue pill into the moose's mouth. Instantly, a sense of ethereal clarity enveloped its mind. Beast pet, young deer, moose, contract level 1, skills, none. Liang Manchang's imagination sparked. If he were to administer another blue pill to the beast pet, would the contract level elevate directly to 1, perhaps even bestowing skills? Thus, he turned to the moose and inquired, "Can you understand my words now? If you can, nod your head." The moose's gaze appeared vacant, yet after listening several times, a glimmer of understanding sparkled in its eyes as it scanned Liang Manchang before finally nodding. From this day forth, you shall be called Little Deer. And I am your master, Liang Manchang. You are to heed my commands as well as those of my family and friends. Do you understand? The moose nodded. Only then did Liang Manchang untie its rope and casually lead it into his space. Once inside, he sought out some grass to treat the moose's wounds. Meanwhile, he allowed the moose to savor the spiritual herbs in the space, enabling it to appreciate the benefits of accompanying him. Seizing the opportunity, Liang Manchang called out to the heavens, "Xiao Mei, are you there?" After 3 minutes, a languid voice responded, What is it?" Liang Manchang felt a chill. Had the cucumber fallen so swiftly? "Xiao Mei, I ask you, if a contract is successfully established with a beast pet, will consuming the contract pill again inevitably elevate the contract level? What are the benefits?" It will certainly elevate. As for the benefits, there are 2. First, the communication range with the beast pet will increase. For instance, at level 1, it is 1 kilometer, while at level 2, it becomes 2 kilometers. The second benefit is that it may generate skills. What specific skills might emerge? These skills relate to the nature of the beast pet. For example, a sea eagle might acquire eagle eye surveillance, while a moose could develop the strength of cattle and horses. The corners of Liang Manchang's mouth involuntarily curled back as he contemplated the skill of the heydonking. If he could indeed conjure such an ability, it would be akin to wielding a drone, capable of monitoring both the wives and the widows at will. He stepped out of the space and approached heydonking. "Little Hai, allow me to offer you a pill." As he produced a small blue pill, the dog, Guru, shamelessly nudged his ankle with its nose. Woof 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 woof. Liang Manchang gazed into Guru's eager eyes and leaned closer to whisper, "Guru, This is a beast pet contract pill. Do you wish to consume it? We share an equal bond as brothers. There is no contract between us, understand? The dog's eyes shimmered with tears as it nodded vigorously. So it seems I am the most trusted among the trusted. After coaxing Guru away, Liang Manchang confidently placed the contract pill into Heidonking's mouth. Instantly, a line of text appeared in his mind. Beast pet little high. Heidonking. Contract level 2. Skill. None. Damn, it failed. Strike while the iron is hot. Liang Manchang quickly offered another pill to Little High. A series of golden characters promptly materialized in his mind. Beast pet Little High. Heidonking. Contract level 3. Skill. Eagle Eye Patrol LV1. Ha, truly succeeded. Liang Manchang concentrated intently. The three-dimensional map in his mind had expanded threefold, with a radius now reaching 3 kilometers. Little High, take to the skies. Heidonking let out a couple of calls before soaring into the air. Suddenly, Liang Manchang felt a dizzying sensation as the world spun around him. Chapter 121. Unlocking the skill. Eagle Eye Patrol Heidonking ascended into the clouds, performing aerial spins that left Liang Manchang feeling lightheaded. It wasn't until they soared several hundred meters high and began to cruise that he felt somewhat relieved. Little High, look towards me. In an instant, Heidonking swiftly locked onto Liang Manchang's position and zoomed in. At that moment, it was as if a stretching camera had been mounted on a drone, capable of surveying the entire landscape while also focusing on specific individuals or objects. With this tool, locating prey will be a breeze. Liang Manchang surveyed the Elk Valley but found no signs of other deer herds, so he called Heidonking back. Little High, you shall henceforth be the reconnaissance aircraft among hunting falcons. With a creak, Liang Manchang released a well-fed elk from the space and patted its broad back. Squatting down, he said, let me hop on to experience it. The elk seemed perplexed by Liang Manchang's intentions, remaining stationary until Guru demonstrated repeatedly for over a dozen times before it knelt down, allowing Liang Manchang to mount. Guru, when it comes to flattering, you are the master among them. Teach them often when you have the chance. Do not keep it to yourself. Guru's mouth twitched, showing no regard for Liang Manchang's words. Since ancient times, teaching a disciple may lead to the master starving. If they learn everything, becoming both skilled and emotionally intelligent, turning into renowned artists. What will become of me, Guru? Hence, it resolved to keep its secrets. Liang Manchang tied 2 ropes to the elk's legs to steer its direction and set off towards the Chiligo lookout tower. Initially, the elk struggled to adjust to being ridden, moving awkwardly and swaying as it walked. After walking for over an hour, I finally acclimated to the role of a beast of burden, my feet quickening their pace. Liang Manchang chuckled to himself. Even the most headstrong creatures, once tethered, must submit to the will of their handlers. Little deer, run. The moose called out twice before striding forward with purpose. In less than half an hour, the smoke rising from the Chiligo lookout tower came into view. Liang Manchang dismounted the deer and placed the spotted deer onto the moose's back, then stored the little golden deer away, leading the moose towards the lookout tower. Biao, are you there? Moments later, Zhang Dabiao poked his head out of the vent, and upon seeing Liang Manchang, he hurriedly lowered the ladder. Wow, Manchang, did you capture a moose? Although Zhang Dabiao was part of the hunting faction, he was no stranger to the woods. How could the king of the mountains not recognize it? Not just captured, but now it's my steed. Zhang Dabiao gasped in disbelief. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that someone could tame a moose. While the Orcan people in the north also ride deer, they only tame reindeer, which are much smaller. However, Liang Manchang had a massive creature weighing over 1,000 pounds beside him. One resembled an elderly person's laughter, while the other was akin to a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Regardless of combat capability, the visual impact was undeniably overwhelming. When the moose galloped down the road, it resembled a liberation truck. Manchang, you truly are a formidable character. Just a small feat. Zhang Dabiao examined the moose closely and noticed a spotted deer on its back, moving in for a closer look. He observed that the abdomen of the spotted deer was covered in blood, instantly realizing that its tail had been severed by Liang Manchang. Brother Manchang, is that tail for sale? I'll buy it at a high price. Liang Manchang shook his head. Had he been short on cash in the past, he might have considered selling it. However, now that he had no financial needs, he preferred to keep it for himself. Biao, I have a friend who pre-ordered it. Let us talk next time. When I next venture into the mountains, I'll surely get you one. All right then, how about you have a meal before you leave? No, it's better to head out first, Liang Manchang replied, leading the moose swiftly forward. By the time the sun had completely set, draping a veil of darkness over the Tuanjia Tun, Liang Manchang finally returned home. He found Lu Jingqiu busy at the stove while Xiaoying was kicking a shuttlecock at the door. Sister-in-law, there's a monster. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingqiu, fearing a wolf had entered the settlement to snatch a child, rushed out, shielding Xiaoying behind her. When she looked up, she indeed saw a peculiar creature. Hee, Jingqiu. Xiaoying, what are you up to? Liang Manchang revealed a grin from behind. Lu Jingqiu and Xiaoying were momentarily taken aback. Manchang, is that you? What is this? Liang Manchang proudly patted the moose, instructing it to kneel beside him. This is our new family member, a little deer. It will accompany me into the mountains for hunting from now on. Xiaoying gasped in awe, her eyes sparkling like lanterns, her admiration for Liang Manchang growing even more. Brother, you're incredible. Can I ride on it for a bit? Of course you can. Liang Manchang, having spoken, embraced Xiaoying and mounted the back of the moose. Then took a leisurely stroll around the front of the house. Xiaoying grasped the moose's antlers, calling out in delight, much to the amusement of Lu Jingqiu, who covered her mouth and chuckled. Jingqiu, why not join us for a ride? Lu Jingqiu furrowed her brow, shaking her head vigorously like a fan. I dare not. Fear not. I shall assist you up. Just hold on to the rope, Liang Manchang reassured her. With reluctance, he lifted the still exuberant Xiaoying down and then hoisted Lu Jingqiu onto the moose's back. Xiaoying, you are still young and can savor such moments. Your brother and sister-in-law are older, with days dwindling, so cherish our time together. After their little excursion, Liang Manchang hastily devoured a few bites of food before preparing to skin the deer. This adult male sika deer weighed nearly 300 pounds. Liang Manchang targeted the deer's head, ensuring the hide remained intact, resulting in a pristine pelt. Once the skin was removed, he extracted the entrails, stacking them in the large wooden shed. Manchang, I shall scrub the entrails with wood ash and invite Uncle Yutian and Sister Xiaolu over for dinner tomorrow. We three cannot finish it all, and Xiaoying is fond of Xiaoni. Tomorrow I must also venture to the county to sell the hide. I shall call Sister Xiaolu while passing the supply and marketing cooperative. Liang Manchang then divided the deer meat into several portions, reserving 20 to 30 pounds for his family, sharing some with Zhao Yutian and Li Xiaolu, while the remainder would be taken to the new town to sell to Li Yuanchao. Early the next morning, Liang Manchang rode the moose and knocked on Zhao Yutian's yard gate. Uncle Yutian, Shunzi, your family must come to my place for deer meat tonight. What? Brother Manchang, have you caught another sika deer? Zhao Fushun exclaimed as he opened the yard gate, greeted by the moose's large nostrils exhaling warm air towards his face. Is this a moose? Indeed. Yesterday, I ventured into the mountains and encountered this reindeer, which stubbornly followed me. As I was in need of a mount for my journey, I reluctantly accepted it. Chapter 122. Wow. 1,000 words condensed into a single expression. Wow. Zhao Yutian, hearing the commotion, swiftly darted outside. Manchang, your endeavors are increasingly grand. You've even acquired a moose. Such creatures are mounts of deities. Where did you find it? Liang Manchang proudly patted the moose's neck. Merely a fortuitous find. Nothing to boast about. Join me for deer meat at my home tonight. I must first make a trip to the city. With that, Liang Manchang squeezed his legs, shook the reins, and the moose trotted toward the village entrance, heading straight for the commune. Upon reaching the commune street, Liang Manchang instantly became the center of attention. The moose was a sight to behold, rivaling a jeep in presence. He jangled the reins, guiding the moose to the door of the supply and marketing cooperative. Sister Xiaolu. Is Sister Xiaolu here? Liang Manchang hollered, and Li Xiaolu, still puzzled inside the cooperative, shook off her coat and stepped out. My heavens, Manchang, where did you acquire such a magnificent creature? It's quite intimidating. I thought the commotion outside was something else entirely. Liang Manchang, watching Li Xiaolu cover her mouth in astonishment, chuckled. What do you think? Does my stature not impress? Tonight, invite your husband and Xiaoni over to my home for deer meat. Yesterday, I ventured to Elk Valley and hunted a spotted deer, savoring its delicacies that very evening. Ah, how delightful. I shall inform the two of them upon my return at noon. If little Anai learns that she can play with Xiaoying, she would surely be overjoyed. Liang Manchang shook the rope, turned around, and forcefully carved a path through the crowd of onlookers. Let us go, Sister Lu, he said. Be cautious, please. This creature is quite tall. A fall could be disastrous, so do take your time. Understood, she replied. After Liang Manchang spoke, he kicked his legs, and the elk surged forward like a truck, thundering down the street. Once they exited the commune and neared the new town, he slowed down, veering into the woods to stow the elk away. He had packed 10 rabbits, 20 wild chickens, 20 wild ducks, and over 100 pounds of fish before hastily directing the elk toward the supply bureau. At that moment, Li Yuanchao was absent from the supply bureau. After a brief inquiry, Liang Manchang sped toward number 51 Chun Street, 2 miles away. Upon reaching the courtyard, he found the gate wide open, with a multitude of people busy inside, evidently engaged in final preparations before the grand opening. Yuan Chao, Li Yuan Chao, with sleeves rolled up, spotted Liang Manchang and greeted him with a radiant smile. Manchang, what on earth is this? Hee, this is my steed, the elk. It runs like a tank in the mountains. Is that true? You're not exaggerating, are you? What is there to exaggerate? When I have the time, I'll take you for a stroll in the mountains. All right, let us get to unloading. Li Yuan Chao glanced up and noticed 4 burlap sacks hanging from the sides of the elk. Together, they unfastened the sacks. There was also a half deer. However, this deer was merely a common catch. Simply pay the standard price. All right, this amount of goods should last about a week. Liang Manchang had no doubts about that. For the old gentleman was the head of New Town. Those sycophantic politicians and enterprising merchants would surely dine here 3 times a day. Nevertheless, he had ample confidence in Brother Tsang's discerning choices. Even without the connections of Li Yuan Chao, he would eventually establish a reputation in New Town, making it equally difficult to secure a table. However, this would require some time. Li Yuan Chao summoned a worker to weigh the goods, holding a stack of bills in his hand. Manchang, let us keep our accounts clear. The total comes to 836 yuan. Rabbit meat is 50 pounds at 2 yuan per pound. Wild chicken is 60 pounds at 3 yuan per pound. Duck meat is 40 pounds at 24 yuan per pound. Fish is 120 pounds at 2 yuan per pound. Deer meat is 110 pounds at 2 yuan per pound. Liang Manchang briefly scanned the bill before tucking it and the cash into his pocket. He took a cursory glance around the courtyard, which was neatly organized. Yuan Chao, how are the preparations coming along? Almost ready. We reviewed the process over the past few days, and I believe a couple more tastings today should suffice. By the way, if you're free tomorrow, do come and join the festivities. Liang Manchang waved his hand dismissively. Such gatherings seemed rather dull. Instead of wasting time, he preferred to traverse the mountains to ascertain the situation in Gold Panning Valley. I want to be coming tomorrow. If you need supplies in the future, simply call the brigade and let Zhao Yutian relay the message back. I can deliver the goods to you by the following morning. Very well. I shall not keep you any longer amidst this multitude of affairs. Liang Manchang nodded and proceeded to unload a small burlap sack from the back of the moose. Inside were fresh vegetables, distinctly different from ordinary produce, akin to celestial delicacies. One taste would reveal their uniqueness. The current yield was modest, but he offered them as a gift to celebrate the opening. Li Yuan Chao opened the sack and was greeted by the sight of crisp, vibrant radishes, cucumbers, tomatoes, and leafy greens, an invigorating aroma wafting toward him. In recent days, the flow of opening gifts had been incessant, with a steady stream of visitors bearing stones, plaques, and cash, all of which he had politely declined. It was not that he held disdain for such offerings. Rather, his father had instilled in him the principle of not accepting gifts indiscriminately. Moreover, the material wealth they could procure did not pique his interest. However, this assortment of vegetables presented by Liang Manchang was indeed a treasure, and even a mere whiff indicated their extraordinary quality. Then I shall not be polite, he replied. You go ahead with your tasks. Once you are less occupied in a couple of days, I shall come to show my support. Liang Manchang, having spoken, mounted his moose and made his way back. He had been out for most of the day and still had to prepare for a dinner gathering that evening. As he passed through Hongxing village, he spotted Zhang Yaoyang, dressed in tattered clothing. Noticing the absence of onlookers, Liang Manchang approached with urgency and called out, Zhang Yaoyang, what on earth are you doing? How did you end up in such dire straits? Startled, Zhang Yaoyang lifted his head upon hearing Liang Manchang's voice, revealing a face smeared with dirt, a sight that only accentuated his unfortunate state. Senior brother, is that a moose? Liang Manchang was displeased by Zhang Yaoyang's calm demeanor. Aren't you surprised? Senior brother, you managed to invite a golden British shorthair. What is a mere moose in comparison? Besides, a moose is a celestial steed. And since you are a celestial being, it is only fitting. Enough of that. Liang Manchang reached into his spatial pocket and tossed a piece of venison weighing 5 to 6 pounds to him. This is from the deer I hunted yesterday. I intended to bring it to you tonight, but since we crossed paths, I thought to hand it over now. Zhang Yaoyang's expression brightened, and he quickly stowed the meat in his bag. Senior brother, you still think of me? Of course. A senior brother cannot be called in vain. By the way, how did you end up like this? Heh, it's a strategy. Liang Manchang paused, perplexed. What strategy? A self-deprecating ploy? Precisely, a self-deprecating ploy combined with a disguise. A fine celestial being like you is delving into military tactics instead of studying the Tao. Your career should soar. Please elaborate. What do you mean by disguise? Senior brother, I have been pondering the journey to the west these past few days. How did the Tang monk, lacking in ability and time, become a revered sage, held in high esteem by thousands? Liang Manchang contemplated this question, finding it rather challenging to answer. Could it be due to his handsome appearance? In terms of looks, I am his equal, yet I find myself in such unfortunate circumstances. Liang Manchang leaned back, scrutinizing Zhang Yaoyang once more. The young man stands at approximately 175 centimeters, with a round head and a plump physique, complemented by sparse hair, resembling a thin monk. In terms of appearance, he undeniably ranks among the most ordinary of individuals. Were it not for his identity as a practitioner of the mystical arts, he might even be deemed somewhat unappealing. Zhang Yaoyang, I urge you to recognize the reality of your situation. Master, I have come to realize that the reason Tang Sung has thrived so remarkably is due to his constant wandering and the numerous hardships he endures. Just look at how many times he has been captured by demons along this journey. Therefore, I have decided to emulate him. While I cannot travel to the west, I can certainly roam about our new town. In these past few days, I have begun to see results, as locals are inquiring about the location of my establishment. Liang Manchang nodded frequently. This lad indeed possesses some talent. It seems likely that he will elevate this establishment in the future. Yaoyang, you must tread carefully. Fame can be a double-edged sword, and you must engage in good deeds while also cultivating a positive relationship with the local religious authorities. Otherwise, you might find yourself labeled as a cult. Rest assured, Master, even if I were to face such a fate, I would never betray our sect. Nor would I ever sell you out. Hearing this, Liang Manchang's face flushed with embarrassment. Though he thought it, he could never voice such sentiments aloud. All right then. I appreciate your intentions, Liang Manchang replied, before removing the water flask from his back and tossing it to Zhang Yaoyang. Take this flask, it contains divine water. When you encounter those in need, offer them a sip. It will help enhance your reputation. Understood. After Liang Manchang finished speaking, he shook the reins and strolled towards the village. Upon arriving at Tuanjia village, a crowd of onlookers had gathered at the entrance. Jingxiu, I heard that Manchang caught a deer to serve you all. Is that true? Indeed. It is said that it is the very creature ridden by deities. Manchang truly has a remarkable skill. Yes, I have believed in his abilities since childhood. At that moment, the moose, resembling a Dongfeng truck, blew out 2 puffs of air. In an instant, the previously eager crowd jumped aside in alarm. My goodness, such a large creature. Manchang, are you not afraid sitting atop that? Among the crowd, Zhao Fushun approached with little Ing in his arms, wide-eyed as he scanned the moose repeatedly. Brother Manchang, you're back. Liang Manchang chuckled, dismounted, and handed the reins to the eagerly waiting Zhao Fushun. Shunzi, do you dare to ride? Little Ing raised her head, pinched Zhao Fushun's cheek, and said, Brother Shunzi, I rode it all by myself yesterday. You're not afraid, are you? Zhao Fushun turned his face away, but excitedly nodded. Brother Manchang, let me give it a try. All right, Liang Manchang replied, taking Little Ing back and patting the moose's neck. Little dear, kneel down. The moose obediently knelt, allowing Zhao Fushun to climb aboard. With a snort, the moose exhaled 2 streams of warm air, clearly displeased by the intrusion. Little dear, this is my friend. Carrying him is akin to carrying me. The moose let out a couple of reluctant grunts before standing up and trudging about for 2 laps, with Zhao Fushun atop. As Zhao Fushun gradually mastered the art of riding a reindeer, Liang Manchang remarked, Shunzi, please pay a visit to Tan the carpenter and request his assistance in crafting a saddle suitable for cargo, as well as a reindeer cart. I shall settle the payment later. Indeed, Tan the carpenter was a skilled artisan, with a mere glance at the reindeer's size. He could fashion a saddle and cart of perfect dimensions. Once completed, the cart could be stationed at the mountain's entrance, allowing for the effortless transportation of any substantial game that might be captured. Zhao Fushun rode his reindeer towards Tan's workshop, which stood tranquil and deserted before him. Meanwhile, Liang Manchang retrieved some warm dishes from the pot, hastily taking a bite before he and Lu Jingxiu began preparations for dinner. The deer that had been submerged yesterday had already been cleaned by Lu Jingxiu using plant ash. What remained was a simple chopping, awaiting Aunt Malian and Jingxiu to commence cooking. The evening's menu featured spicy stir-fried deer heart, sautéed deer loin, and fried venison. Additionally, the deer head and intestines would be braised, accompanied by a platter of deer face meat, tongue, and large intestine, as well as a steamed dish of deer tail. The other offal would be tossed into a large pot with star anise, bay leaves, and chili for a hearty stew. By the time they finished their tasks, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Zhao Yutian and Chun Malian had arrived to lend a hand, while Zhao Fushun proactively volunteered to fetch Xiaoni. Manchang, uncle, it has been a while since I've savored venison. Today, I am indeed fortunate to partake. Zhao Yutian remarked. This is merely the beginning. My dear blood wine is still steeping. Once it is ready, we shall indulge in a couple of cups. At the mention of dear blood wine, Zhao Yutian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Unlike Zhao Fushun, who approached life with carefree abandon, he, despite his advancing years, still harbored aspirations of regaining his former vigor. That sounds splendid. Be sure to call me for the next round, he replied eagerly. Zhao Yutian, do you still consider yourself a young man? If you drink the dear blood wine, you might end up sleeping with a donkey tonight. Zhao Yutian's face flushed with embarrassment. Wouldn't that be a disservice to that old donkey? As night fell, Liang Manchang pulled back the outdoor lights and set a large black pot atop the makeshift stove to boil the deer offal. He also arranged a table nearby, where he, Lu Jingxiu, Zhao Yutian, Zhao Fushun, Chen Melian, Li Xiaolu, and Gao Dashan gathered. Meanwhile, Liang Xiaoying and Gao Xiaoni dashed around, each clutching a bottle of soda. Let me raise a toast. Our mission tonight is to devour all these meat dishes, and as we depart, each household shall take home 5 pounds of venison. Cheers. The following morning, Liang Manchang rode into the mountains atop his reindeer. The delay in entering the Gold Rush Valley had lasted several days. But with the reindeer and Xiao Jin serving as his bodyguards, the risks of venturing into the valley had significantly diminished. After greeting Zhang Dabiao at the watchtower of Chiligo, Liang Manchang headed straight for the Gold Rush Valley. Mounted on his reindeer, he traversed the terrain with remarkable speed, arriving at the valley in under 2 hours. Once settled on the reindeer's back, he retrieved Chui Wen's notebook. The first location was indicated to be a birch forest located 1 kilometer from the valley's entrance. Let us proceed, stay alert, and avoid any trouble. Chapter 124, The Big Dipper. Upon entering the birch forest, the ground was dappled with light, creating a particularly delightful scene. Liang Manchang, consulting the map, commanded Xiao Hai to ascend into the sky, but within a mere 10 minutes, he found himself hopelessly lost. Alas, how crude this map is. Left with no other option, Liang resorted to his secret weapon. He scooped a handful of fresh earth from the ground and presented it before Dogmeat. Dogmeat, here lies your opportunity. Ascertain where in this Huashu forest we might discover new soil. Should you succeed, I shall reward you with a roasted rabbit. Woof. Dogmeat immediately responded, for he was accompanied by 2 formidable companions, the fierce jungle king, Xiao Jin, and the tall, robust forest vessel, Xiao Lu. After approximately half an hour of searching, they at last uncovered a patch of loose soil, covered in withered leaves and moss. It appeared that Chui Wen and his band were quite cautious, concealing the loose earth beneath a layer of moss and dead leaves. Xiao Jin, Dogmeat, remained vigilant. Liang issued his command and retrieved a military shovel from his spatial pouch to clear away the debris. Observing the myriad of footprints surrounding him, Liang confidently deduced that this gang consisted of more than just Chui Wen and the fatty. There were at least 5 individuals. Upon shifting aside the moss on the loose soil, Liang discerned 3 circular openings, each approximately 5 centimeters in diameter. Is this a Luoyang shovel? Upon closer examination of the disturbed soil, he could still discern the cylindrical shape despite its compression. The intervals between the 3 openings suggested the work of an expert. Could there truly be an ancient tomb? It seemed the treasures of Jejin Go were not merely gold. The thought exhilarated Liang Manchang. If there were an ancient tomb, casually retrieving a few artifacts could lead him to financial freedom. Imagining this, he felt his mouth water. After all, even if he discovered an ancient tomb, he could not report it to the authorities, for such artifacts would be in greater peril, likely becoming private collections or even exported overseas, leaving him with nothing but a mere banner of commendation. If the young masters desired treasures from the Forbidden City, surely it would be reasonable to exchange a few items. After all, if one could drive to the Forbidden City, what else was impossible? Liang glanced around. This location appeared unremarkable. Why dig here? Moreover, inspecting the soil he had turned, he found no bricks or stones, indicating that there was likely no tomb beneath. Puzzled, he decided to let it be. Restoring the site to its original state, he marked this position with a black dot on the original map. Once finished, he turned to the second page and continued onward. Having learned from this experience, Dogmeat took on the primary task. The map, being hand-drawn, lacked precision, and with the trees towering high and dense, the function of the eagle was greatly limited. Approximately half an hour later, Dogmeat located a second pit. Once again, there were 3 theft holes. Liang Manchang observed it closely, but still could not fathom why they had chosen to dig here. It seemed that discerning the proper burial site would require the expertise of professionals. He realized he needed to find a reliable partner. After a moment of reflection, Liang quickly sketched the subsequent locations on the original map. Once all positions were marked, He instructed the eagle to soar high above for verification before stowing the map away and entering the spatial realm with Xiao Lu and his band of companions. He spread the map on the ground and traced a circle with his finger, growing increasingly uneasy as he examined it. Upon connecting the points, he realized it resembled the Big Dipper. This was undoubtedly not a mere coincidence. It must be the intelligence gathered by Cui Wan and others. Based on certain reference points, they had sketched the constellation, and one of the locations of an ancient tomb lay at one of those points. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Manchang resolved to descend the mountain first and then subtly inquire about Wu the Blind before formulating a plan. After all, among those he knew, only Wu the Blind possessed knowledge of feng shui. To maintain discretion, Liang Manchang instructed Xiao Hai and Xiao Jin to casually catch 2 wild rabbits, which they hung on the back of the cart before departing the mountain. As they passed the lookout tower at Chili Gully, Zhang Dabiao saw Liang Manchang and couldn't help but chuckle, likening him to an Air Force pilot. In his mind, Liang Manchang was an invincible veteran, yet he never anticipated that today he would face a setback. Manchang, everyone has their off days, and even a horse may stumble. Do not lose heart. Is your hunting dog faltering? If so, why not purchase some bone-strengthening powder from me? Even if it cannot change the dog's timid nature, it could at least enhance its physique, making it appear quite intimidating. Liang Manchang glanced at the dog, noticing it seemed to comprehend Zhang Dabiao's words. Looking at him with watery eyes, "Dog meat. It's not that I refuse to buy it for you. It's merely that my pockets are light. Do you know how much your brother Biao's bone-strengthening powder costs? 9 yuan. Just wait a couple of days until I save enough money, and I'll buy you 10 cans to feast upon." After speaking, Liang Manchang tugged on Dog Meat's leash and continued forward. Zhang Dabiao, with a mischievous glint, called out, "Brother Manchang, do not deceive the dog, otherwise you will be worse than it." Following that, he winked at Dog Meat, who barked in agreement. Regardless, they would deal with that later. Once Liang Manchang exited the mountain, he returned to Tuanjiatuan, preparing for another visit to Xinqing in a couple of days. Upon arriving at Tuanjiatuan, Liang Manchang visited Tan the carpenter's home to inspect the sled and harness he was crafting. "Old Tan, how's the work coming along? Is it manageable?" "Absolutely. While your moose is quite rare, I have previously crafted sleds and harnesses for elk and reindeer, and they are largely similar." After speaking, Tan the carpenter instructed Liang Manchang to have the moose kneel so they could fit the harness onto it. "How does that look? Is it suitable?" "With a few adjustments. And by adding a layer of leather and cloth, it will be perfect. By the way, do you need a muzzle set?" After pondering, Liang Manchang decided that since the moose was his beast companion, it would surely obey his commands. However, he feared that should Zhao Fushun or others ride it occasionally, the absence of a muzzle could lead to accidents. "All right, let us have a set then. Old Tan, please ensure the sled is sturdy. This beast is likely capable of pulling over 1,000 pounds. Is that true? You're not exaggerating, are you?" Liang Manchang chuckled. This moose hasn't unlocked a skill yet. If it were to acquire this strength of cattle and horses skill, it could likely pull over 2,000 pounds. Just make it strong enough. Understood. Liang Manchang glanced at the assorted furniture beneath the eaves and suddenly conceived an idea. In a few days, as the economy flourishes, many households will be able to afford homes, and at that time, construction and renovation teams will undoubtedly be in abundance. In this era, there is no such thing as comprehensive custom home design. Merely plastering, applying a coat of white paint, and perhaps affixing some tiles of a higher standard, along with installing wooden flooring and a few wall cabinets, constitutes the pinnacle of home improvement. Thus, the collaboration of masons and carpenters can provide seamless service from construction to decoration. Liang Manchang, lacking in business acumen, mused that rather than recklessly spending his money, he might as well assume the role of an angel investor, remaining behind the scenes. If he could successfully pair Hu Dajin with Tan the carpenter to establish a construction and renovation team, wouldn't it be akin to amassing wealth when the building boom commences? Chapter 125. The sudden visit of Lin Lietzi brother Tan. Are these cabinets all custom-made? Can one person manage all of this? Tan the carpenter wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, "Yes, they are all custom orders from the surrounding villages. I have but one head and 2 hands, so I can only accomplish so much. I initially considered taking on an apprentice, but now I fear the added hassle. So I shall forego that idea." Liang Manchang chuckled, leaning towards Tan the carpenter as if engaging in a clandestine scheme. "Brother Tan, have you ever contemplated going into business? You could gather a few carpenters, take the lead, and secure jobs. Perhaps invest in some equipment, like electric saws?" I haven't given it much thought. Besides, my wife is quite pregnant, so I figured I'd wait until after the child is born. That has no rush. By the way, what are your thoughts on Hu Dajin? having worked alongside Hu Dajin on Liang Manchang's construction site for a month. Then the carpenter was well acquainted with his character and abilities and nodded in agreement. He is a man of integrity and skill, but why do you ask? Are you planning to build a new house? Not exactly. I was thinking you two could partner to form a contracting team. You handle the masonry while he manages the carpentry, an alliance of strengths. As for the equipment, I'll provide the funds. And you both will hold 20% of the shares while I retain 60%. Then the carpenter furrowed his brow. Logically, this partnership posed no risk for him. At worst, they would toil for a few months without success. However, Liang Manchang was different. He was investing real money. Moreover, since Liang Manchang had gained insight, he had undergone a remarkable transformation, becoming a man of capability and intellect, conducting himself with steadiness and precision. Over the past few months, he had been building new homes and purchasing televisions, stirring envy in Tan the carpenter, who once held the title of the wealthiest in their village. Could it be that what he previously dismissed as mere weeds had now blossomed into towering trees? Why not take the plunge? At worst, it would be akin to paying tuition. Manchang, have you made up your mind? If you're resolute, I'll join you in this endeavor. Very well. I shall speak with Hu Dajin. If you both have no objections, we can arrange the details, and once the policies are relaxed next year, we'll secure our business license. Indeed. After concluding their conversation, Liang Manchang returned home, observing Xiaoying playfully coaxing the moody dog meat, feeling both amused and exasperated. Dog meat, stop sulking. You must entertain Xiaoying well, or you'll never taste the bone-strengthening powder in your lifetime. Dog meat, upon hearing this, managed a faint smile while gazing at Liang Manchang. Alas, do refrain from the clamor. In the coming days, I shall venture forth to seek employment, earning a modest sum to procure bone-strengthening powder for you. Upon hearing this, the dog meat immediately brightened with joy, for a crying child is often fed. These past few days have been a whirlwind of events, a series of tasks following one another. Finally, when leisure arrived, Liang Manchang enjoyed a much-deserved slumber, awakening naturally the following day. Yet, before he could even savor half a day of rest, Zhao Yutian hurriedly approached. Manchang, someone is looking for you. Who is it? Is it Li Yuanchao from Xinjiang? No, it is a cripple. Upon reflection, Liang Manchang realized the only cripple he knew was Lin Lizi. Could it be him? But why would Lin Lizi seek him out? Perhaps Lin Chong had news of another bounty? All right, where is he? At the brigade office. I believe he knows you. So he came to notify you. It would take him over an hour to reach you on that leg of his. Nodding in understanding, Liang Manchang mounted his moose and set off towards the brigade office. Approximately 20 minutes later, he indeed spotted Lin Lizi leaning against the wall, smoking a dry cigarette. Despite Lin Lizi's worldly experience, he was taken aback upon seeing Liang Manchang perched atop the 2-meter-high moose. Manchang, have you taken to riding a moose now? You've really made a name for yourself. Liang Manchang waved his hand, noticing the urgency in Lin Lizi's expression, and inquired, Uncle Lin, what brings you here? Lin Lizi straightened up on his good leg, exclaiming, Of course, I have matters to discuss. Why else would I drag this leg around? It's quite embarrassing. Uncle Lin, if you had something to discuss, you could have simply called. There was no need for such a grand display. This matter cannot be shared publicly. You must come down. After Liang Manchang gestured for him to dismount, they moved to a secluded spot where they could speak quietly. Are you willing to take on a job? Is it work from Lin Chong's side? What could it possibly be? These wealthy individuals are truly ruthless, intent on exhausting our Laoyaling. What is it? This is not news from Xiangzi. Someone has sought me out. Liang Manchang was taken aback, unable to comprehend how Lin Lizi could still receive work. Uncle Lin, surely you jest. You're still able to find jobs? Lin Lizi tilted his head defiantly. Do you look down upon me? Before my leg was broken, I was a significant figure. Although I have withdrawn from the scene, my reputation endures. If locals encounter troublesome matters in the mountains, they come to seek out old Lin first, not the government or the police. Ah, I see now. I misspoke earlier. Uncle Lin, what exactly is this job? Manchang, are you aware of the coal mine to the north? Liang Manchang nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Lizi referred to the Xinjiang Laoyaling coal mine, the largest in Longjiang province, producing 2 million tons of coal annually, employing over 5,000 workers. Its administrative standing surpassed that of Xinjiang, being jointly managed by the provincial government and the Ministry of Coal Industry. The Laoyaling coal mine lies at the opposite end of Xinjiang, far from Tuanjiadan, and as Liang Manchang had not ventured through the mountains, he was only vaguely familiar with it. The deputy mine manager, Wang Tianlong, reached out to me through an acquaintance, stating that a newly opened mine had been overrun by wild boars and inquiring if I had a method to completely eradicate them. Wild boars occupying a mine. The more I listened, the more bizarre it sounded. Although the mine might be nestled in the mountains, it surely wasn't too distant from the main mining area. If the wild boars were causing disturbances, they would likely only linger for a couple of days at most, not remain indefinitely. Moreover, if the objective was merely to eliminate the wild boars, one could simply notify the coal mine security team or the militia. In coal mines of such scale, who wouldn't have 100 rifles at their disposal? Perhaps even machine guns or anti-aircraft artillery. Dispatching a few wild boars should be a trivial task. Yet, something felt amiss. Uncle Lin, surely there must be some ulterior motive? As for a motive, it's not that there isn't one, just a minor request. What? You must tell me. I cannot rest easy otherwise. Lin Huzi took a puff from his pipe and slowly replied. We cannot use guns or cannons. The wild boars must be dealt with quietly. Liang Manchang immediately shot Lin Huzi a look of incredulity. No guns or cannons. Is that truly just a minor request? Do you expect me to set traps or employ hunting dogs? Chapter 126. Lin Huzi's calculations. Uncle Lin, I believe you should seek assistance from the trappers or dog handlers. Like Zhang Dapio from Dushan Forest Farm, I am firmly aligned with the gun enthusiasts, possessing only a timid dog. You can't expect me to confront the wild boars barehanded. Lin Huzi slapped Liang Manchang's arm, nearly sending him tumbling. Silly boy, do you think your uncle is that kind of person? Would I let you go unarmed against wild boars? Have you forgotten what your Uncle Lin does? What does he do? Lin Huzi displayed an expression of exasperation. I hunt. Of course. In the past, lacking firearms and ammunition, we used bows and arrows. Though somewhat out of practice, I should manage as a mentor now. Liang Manchang realized this meant he was to learn on the spot and engage with a bow and arrow. However, using a bow should be quite similar to using a gun, both serving the same purpose, albeit with a shotgun possessing greater force. Uncle Lin, I don't have a bow either. Perhaps you could lend me one? Lin Huzi wore a troubled expression. The arrows can be made at any time. But this bow is the sole heirloom of the Lin family. Liang Manchang thought that attempting to seize his family's treasure was indeed a tall order and inquired, Are you planning to lend it to me for a while? Lin Huzi sincerely nodded. In that case, I must decline. While I pride myself on being honorable and never coveting what belongs to others. If your family's bow proves too exquisite, and I cannot resist the temptation, wouldn't that tarnish my reputation? Lin Huzi, observing Liang Manchang's self-righteousness, suddenly felt flustered. Wasn't the agreement to demand an exorbitant price and negotiate on the spot? Why was it met with outright refusal? Manchang, this time, Wang Tianlong is genuinely sincere, offering a reward of 3,000 yuan, and you can take home all the wild boars you hunt. That's a considerable sum. Doesn't that stir any ambition in you? How much are you willing to offer? Lin the hunter's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. I don't gain much. Just a small introduction fee. Under Liang Manchang's persistent inquiries, Lin finally elucidated the matter at hand. A few days prior, Wang Tianlong had approached Lin, asking him to assist in finding several seasoned hunters to ascend the mountain and hunt a herd of wild boars. However, Lin, having long since retired from the hunting scene, found that his old companions were either ailing or weakened, akin to individuals requiring social assistance. The younger generation of hunters, though eager to accept the task, bypassed Lin entirely. Contacting Wang Tianlong directly, Old Lin, who would be so inconsiderate? Liang asked. Who else but the brothers Qian Dahus and Qian Erkue from the northern village? These two are particularly unscrupulous. Knowing it involved the northern mining operation, they contacted Wang Tianlong directly, cutting Lin out entirely. Liang shook his head in resignation, disapproving of such disloyalty. After all, the intermediaries' efforts are commendable. Liang would never consider betraying them unless the price were exorbitant. Old Lin, have they completed the job? Liang queried. Not yet. Wang Tianlong is quite busy. The various teams will gather at the mine entrance the day after tomorrow. Who can secure the catch will depend on their skill. So, if I want to participate, I only have one day to prepare. In that regard, you are correct. Lin replied. Liang took a deep breath. Even with his extraordinary talent and spatial advantages, mastering archery to the extent of effectively hunting a wild boar in one day posed a significant challenge. Yet, with enough assistance, rallying support could be feasible. Old Lin, how many helpers have you enlisted? Lin raised a single finger. A group? A handful? A crowd? Perhaps a dozen? No, just you. Liang mounted the moose with haste. Old Lin, this 3,000 yuan is rather precarious. I fear I may earn my life, but not be able to spend it. How about this? You confront the wild boars with your injured leg. Lin, seeing Liang's nonchalance as he mounted the moose, positioned himself like an elderly man attempting to block the path, conveying an unmistakable message that anyone wanting to pass would have to go through him. Manchang, Don't rush off. We can discuss this. If necessary, I can assist you. With our combined experience and vigor, we can surely make the wild boars cry out. Us? Liang questioned. Indeed, I possess experience and wisdom, while you have strength. Together, we could effectively deal with the wild boars. Liang shook his head. Initially, he might have had a fighting chance to eradicate the wild boars alone, but with Lin's compromised leg, he feared they would merely be trampled. Old Lin, perhaps we should reconsider. With your skills, you could sit at the mine entrance with a small stool, taking down one boar at a time. Or two if they come together. Manchang, such opportunities are meant for the youth. Here's the deal. Should you take on this challenge, regardless of the outcome, I will gift you my ancestral bow and teach you archery for free. If you succeed, I will take not a single penny from the 3,000 yuan. Only the introduction fee. What do you say? Liang Manchang narrowed his eyes, sensing that the matter was far more complex than merely 3,000 yuan. There was more to it. Uncle Lin, could you please be honest with me? Lin Lizi shifted his gaze and patted his fluctuating chest, stating, I cannot let this matter slide. The brothers De Hu and Heir Kuei have been exceedingly oppressive, treating me as if I were insignificant. I must secure this wild boar group. Uncle Lin, at your age, why do you still possess the fervor of youth? Speak plainly. What benefits do you expect to gain? Lin Lizi rubbed his nose, his expression betraying an extreme discomfort. It's nothing much, just a referral fee. According to the knowledge Liang Manchang had acquired from short video platforms, rubbing one's nose and adjusting one's hair were both signs of deceit. Enough of this nonsense. If you do not speak the truth, I shall withdraw. As Liang Manchang appeared ready to abandon the conversation, Lin Lizi could only concede. All right, I will be frank. If I can resolve this issue, Wang Tianlong will allow me to oversee the gate at the coal mine, and he will also arrange for me a work injury certificate, which would guarantee me over 300 yuan annually, even if I do nothing. Liang Manchang chuckled softly, realizing that every man harbors a desire for unearned rewards. Uncle Lin, why did you not mention this earlier? Upon reflection, Liang Manchang concluded that the monetary gain was of little importance. He was primarily eager to see Lin Lizi's ancestral bow and to establish a connection with Wang Tianlong. This way, he would have influential backing at Liaoyiling. After all, possessing several thousand miners at his command meant that a mere call could summon a legion of formidable men. All right, shall we first visit your home to inspect the bow and practice a bit? Let's go. Manchang, how about I ride atop a moose? And what about me? Together. You can hold on to me. A chill ran down Liang Manchang's spine at the thought of such a scene, too beautiful to behold. Chapter 127. Why should men complicate matters for each other upon returning home? Liang Manchang exchanged greetings before switching to a bicycle, taking with him dog meat and hay donking, and headed straight for Kaoshan village. Upon arriving at Lin Lizi's home, Liang Manchang focused intently as Lin retrieved a long, rectangular box made of rosewood from a cabinet. Liang Manchang exhaled in relief, initially fearing that this heirloom might be a recent production, but the appearance of the box alleviated some doubts. Lin Lizi opened the box, revealing a heavily polished longbow. Although this bow was devoid of any gemstones or jade, it exuded sturdiness, and the bowstring appeared to be of exceptional quality. Uncle Lin, what about this bowstring? Huh, you noticed? It's made from tiger sinew. Moreover, it has been treated, providing ample strength. The bow itself is crafted from superior birch wood, polished over several generations. Just the patina alone is worth hundreds. Liang Manchang scrutinized the bow further. Both the bow and the string were meticulously preserved, indicating that Lin Lizi frequently took the time to oil and maintain it. Manchang, I do not mean to elevate my own worth, but had it not been for my leg, and if Lin Chang were willing to venture into the mountains, this bow would not be yours to take. The reason I am offering it to you is twofold: to enlist your assistance and to express gratitude for your kindness towards the Lin family. Liang Manchang nodded. He knew that Uncle Lin was discerning. Rest assured, Uncle Lin, I will not accept your bow without due diligence. I will give it my utmost effort. However, you must teach me first, or else your bow would be wasted. Of course. Lin Liezi placed the heavy bow upon the Kong table and retrieved a lightweight bow from the wall. Manchang, let us first practice with the lighter bow. It was not that Lin Liezi was unwilling to engage in more strenuous efforts. Rather, he understood that while archery may appear to rely on the upper body, it truly requires the harmonious integration of the waist and legs, demanding strength from the entirety of one's being. However, with one leg impaired, maintaining a stable stance was already a challenge, let alone achieving this unity. Thus, he could only demonstrate with the lighter bow. Lin Liezi directed Liang Manchang to position a straw target 50 meters away and took his stance. Manchang, keep your upper body upright. knock the arrow onto the string, and gradually draw the bowstring back fully. Then, align your shot and release decisively. With a whoosh, the arrow soared forth, exuding a semblance of dominion, yet ultimately landed 3 meters short of the target. Uncle Lin, my strength still lacks a bit. Lin Lietzi's face flushed. The limitations imposed by his lamed leg rendered him unable to exert full power, and this was indeed his utmost limit. Archery is, after all, a form of sport. And like all sports, it necessitates coordination. It appeared that Lin Lietzi had yet to fully conquer the challenges posed by his disability. Coupled with advancing age, he naturally found himself somewhat lacking in vigor. It was an undeniable truth of aging. This session is to teach you the posture, not the strength. How will you learn if you do not maintain your stance? Liang Manchang, having watched countless Olympic broadcasts on television, was well versed in the theoretical aspects of archery. He spread his legs slightly wider than shoulder width, turned slightly to the side, and, having knocked an arrow, instantly drew the bowstring back fully. At that moment, his sturdy frame, along with the anchoring point, combined with his keen eyesight, worked in unison. The target, 50 meters away, seemed to draw near to a mere 30 meters. With a release of 3 fingers, the arrow shot forth. Lin Lietzi raised his smoking pipe in exasperation, exclaiming, "Did I not instruct you to practice your posture? Why are you shooting arrows?" Under the influence of his anchored stance, the arrow struck the target with precision. Liang Manchang chuckled, striking a pose reminiscent of the legendary archers of yore. "How was your practice?" Lin Lietzi paused momentarily, then replied, "Well done. You do not shame me, my worthy pupil. Uncle Lin, what comes next? Now we shall practice at 100 meters. Let us increase the intensity." With that, Lin Lietzi, despite his leg, rushed forward with surprising swiftness to place the target at 120 meters. After all, if he could not hit the mark, neither would Liang Manchang. This was not merely for the sake of pride, but to prevent Liang Manchang from becoming overly arrogant, which would hinder his future development. Lin Lietzi chuckled as he made his way back. "Manchang, that was merely an appetizer. Now the main event begins. Come forth." Liang Manchang raised his hand and knocked another arrow, aiming at the target 120 meters away. However, something felt amiss. The typical hunting distance for a bow is generally within 50 meters. Beyond that, arrows shot from a lightweight bow tend to drift. Thus, it was imperative to switch to a heavy bow and armor-piercing arrows. "Uncle Lin, perhaps you could exchange it for a heavy bow and also provide armor-piercing arrows?" Lin Lizi was taken aback, not expecting Liang Manchang to take the initiative to increase the intensity. "Manchang, it is not that I am being stingy. It is simply that there is a significant difference between the heavy bow and the light bow. The strength required is not trivial. Even seasoned archers could only draw a full bow a mere 10 times. You are still in the adaptation phase, honing your accuracy and posture. There is no need to overexert yourself." Lin Lizi's words held truth, yet they applied to ordinary individuals. Was Liang Manchang an ordinary man? With a robust physique at level 4, he possessed strength surpassing that of Tyson, and his arm strength eclipsed even that of the single-minded Lu Zhishan. "Uncle Lin, let me give it a try." Originally, Liang Manchang had no intention of testing Lin Lizi's pride. After all, why should a man make things difficult for another man? However, in order to escape the clutches of a wild boar herd in the days to come, mastering the heavy bow would afford him a greater chance of survival. Lin Lizi was skeptical. Having roamed the old Master Ridge for decades, he had encountered more hunters than foolish deer. He had never seen a reckless youth directly challenge the heavy bow. "Let us give it a shot." After Lin Lizi spoke, he handed a heavy bow and a dozen armor-piercing arrows to Liang Manchang. These armor-piercing arrows were heavier than ordinary ones, crafted from thick birch branches with tips forged from high-quality steel. Although Lin Lizi had not used armor-piercing arrows in recent years, he had frequently oiled them, keeping them exceptionally sharp. "Manchang, be careful." "All right," Liang Manchang replied, placing an armor-piercing arrow on the bowstring. With a powerful motion of his right arm, he pulled the string back, instantly drawing a full bow. "Wow, Liang Manchang, are you even human?" Liang Manchang's arm tensed as he regulated his breathing, aligning the arrowhead with the target. With a deep breath, he released 3 fingers, and the arrow struck the target with precision. "Manchang, you little prodigy. How can you do that so effortlessly?" Liang Manchang brushed off the dust from his attire, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Hee, it's just average. I still broke a slight sweat." Observing Liang Manchang's display of bravado, Lin Lizi could only offer gentle advice. "Manchang, one must take life one bite at a time. And archery must be practiced day by day. So, do not expect to become an expert all at once." Lin Lizi lifted his gaze slightly, only to see Liang Manchang knock another arrow on the bowstring, releasing it with a whoosh, hitting the target dead center. Chapter 128. Men die for wealth. Dogs die for food. Liang Manchang consecutively fired 10 armor-piercing arrows, all hitting the mark without a single miss. Manchang, have you transformed into a beast of the forest? You managed to draw 10 full bows? Just a little perspiration, Liang Manchang replied. Uncle Lin, could you please help me retrieve the arrows? I need to conserve my limited strength solely for practicing archery. All right, I'll run and fetch them for you. Seeing Liang Manchang's rapid progress under his guidance, Lin Lizai willingly took on the role of arrow-fetching assistant, running back and forth. However, after dragging his weary legs through a 100-meter shuttle run, before he could catch his breath, Liang Manchang swiftly shot off more armor-piercing arrows. This cycle repeated 3 times, and Lin Lizai finally waved his hand, collapsing onto the ground. Manchang, your archery skills are nearly on par with my youthful days. Spare yourself, and have mercy on me as well. Liang Manchang shook his head and declared with resolute conviction, no, I must strive for perfection. Upon hearing this, Lin Lietzi felt beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks and hurriedly replied, Manchang, what I just said was rather conservative. I was merely concerned about your pride. In truth, you have surpassed your predecessors. It is no exaggeration to say that you are the most gifted archer I have ever encountered. Were it not for my limping leg, I would surely seek your guidance. If you had said this sooner, it would have been settled. How about this, Uncle Lin? I see you have some chickens at home. Why not let them loose so I can practice with moving targets? The day after tomorrow, when we head into the mountains, the wild boar certainly 1T remains stationary for me to shoot. It's wiser to hone my skills with moving targets. Upon hearing Liang Manchang's intention to target his chickens, Lin Lietzi turned pale with fear. Only he and Liang Manchang were privy to their trip to the coal mine at Lao Yiling, and Lin Chang's mother was blissfully unaware. If she were to hear that Lin Lietzi, an old man, was risking himself, there would be no way to avoid trouble. If Liang Manchang were to shoot the chickens, the secret would be out. No, those chickens cannot be harmed. What shall we do then? Lin Lietzi scanned the surroundings, and his gaze fell upon dog meat, basking in the sun. Manchang, the trajectory of the wild chicken is different from that of the wild boar. Practicing with them is futile. It would be better to have your hunting dog carry the target. Liang Manchang nodded slightly, realizing the truth in this suggestion. The speed of the hunting dog could rival that of a wild boar, so it was indeed a reasonable plan. Dogmeat, come here. The oblivious Dogmeat, thinking it was time for a meal, eagerly trotted over, his expression radiant as if adorned with a splendid flower. Woof woof. Dogmeat, as the weather cools down, I have tailored a warm cotton coat for you to try on. Dogmeat's eyes glistened with tears. Little did he know that neither Xiao Hai nor Xiao Jin had received a coat, yet he was fortunate enough to get one. If he could speak, he would proclaim to the world, what is wrong with being a dog? Woof woof. Woof woof. Liang Manchang mischievously fetched a tattered cotton coat and secured a straw target onto Dogmeat's back. Dogmeat wore a puzzled expression, wondering why the coat was so prickly. Wait, why is Liang Manchang aiming arrows at me? What the heck? Liang Manchang, are you really a dog? Dogmeat, run slowly. I have the latest model of camera. Come smile for the picture. Smile for your sister. Sensing danger, Dogmeat darted behind Lin Lietzi, specifically burrowing into his trousers. Goodness. Don't follow me, just run. Lin Lietzi was drenched in sweat, dodging back and forth. However, how could his injured leg shake off Dogmeat? Dogmeat, stop. I assure you, I will hit the target. Woof woof. I trust you not. None of you humans are trustworthy. Liang Manchang aimed and aimed, but ultimately had to lower his bow and approach Dogmeat empty-handed. Dogmeat, how about this? I'll find you a 5-meter rope. You can carry the target while running. That must be possible, right? Once the task is accomplished, I shall buy you 20 cans of bone-strengthening powder. 10 for you to consume, and the remaining 10 for you to use as dog food. For your business. For the sake of wealth. Dogs would risk their lives for food. Dogmeat whimpered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Liang Manchang promptly procured a length of rope and secured the target to the dog, named Go Ro. Let us get moving, my little darling. With a swift motion, Go Ro dashed forth, while Liang Manchang unleashed a flurry of arrows. In less than half a minute, the target was adorned with numerous arrows. Well done, Manchang. You have grasped the essence. Let us have another go. Go Ro barked twice in discontent towards Lin Lizi, clearly indicating that it was not he who was dragging the target, but rather relishing the spectacle. Hee, Go Ro, shall we practice one last time? Ignoring the dog's attitude, Liang Manchang swiftly withdrew the arrows and pursued it for another round of shooting. By the time dusk settled, Liang Manchang decided to spend the night at Lin Lizi's abode, intending to inquire about the matters concerning Gold Panning Valley. After 3 cups of liquor, Lin Lizi began to open up. Manchang, I'm not boasting. If we had ventured into the mountains together 20 years ago, Who knows who would have been prone and who would have been standing? Liang Manchang held little regard for such statements. When someone at the table claims they are not boasting, it is a clear precursor to them beginning to boast. Likewise, when someone professes to speak from the heart, it signals the onset of deceit. Moreover, when discussions arise about who is who at the table, it indicates they do not consider you one of their own. Uncle Lin, have you ever heard tales of the Yin soldiers borrowing a path during your decades in Laoi Ridge? Yin soldiers borrowing a path. Such legends exist, but they are mere fabrications. There are no such soldiers. Liang Manchang, intrigued, poured Lin Lizi another glass of wine and remarked, Uncle Lin, do enlighten me. It will serve me well for my own boasting. All right then, Lin Lizi paused before continuing. The matter of Yin soldiers borrowing a path primarily pertains to Gold Panning Valley. You are aware of Gold Panning Valley, correct? There was once a gold mine there before liberation, but it has since fallen into desolation. Liang Manchang nodded in acknowledgement. I have heard tales of individuals discovering gold nuggets there in the past. That was long ago. Now, there isn't a single strand of gold left. Gold Panning Valley, truth be told, is quite peculiar. There is hardly any game. Ever since the mines ceased operations, even the hunters are reluctant to venture there. Liang Manchang had visited Gold Panning Valley twice and indeed found no signs of game. Only a few wild rabbits and pheasants, occasionally a foolish roe deer. Gold Panning Valley lies deep within Laoi Ridge. If hunters are brave enough to enter the heart of the mountain, they would undoubtedly head towards Milu Valley rather than the barren Gold Panning Valley. The likelihood of encountering large game such as sika deer in Milu Valley is significantly higher than in Gold Panning Valley. Yet, despite the fact that Gold Panning Valley's terrain may not be as expansive as Milu Valley or Bear Blind Gully, it should not be devoid of large game altogether. Could it be a matter of ancient tomb feng shui? Liang Manchang found himself perplexed. Uncle Lin, have you ever witnessed the Yin soldiers borrowing a path? Huh, did you not just say that was nonsense? Hey, it is precisely because I have seen the Yin soldiers borrowing a path that I declare it nonsense. Please, elaborate. Approximately 20 years ago, when Xiangzi was newly born, I thought to venture into the mountains to hunt a sika deer to nourish his mother. I followed along Laowal Ridge until I reached Milu Valley, where I indeed spotted a sika deer. The spotted deer is quite cunning. The moment I raised my gun, it sensed my presence, swiftly twisting its body and fleeing. I fired with a resounding bang, using a small caliber shotgun at the time. Although I struck the deer in its hindquarters, it continued to limp away. The small caliber of my shotgun, typically around 5 to 6 millimeters, was only adequate for medium-sized game like roe deer, falling short for larger prey such as spotted deer. What ensued? I pursued the deer relentlessly for over an hour, chasing it from dawn until dusk, my lungs nearly bursting from exertion, until I finally cornered it and brought it down. In my fervor, I drank the warm blood of the deer. When I looked up again, I was astonished to find myself in Gold Panning Valley. The sight sent my legs into a cramp. The old folks used to say that General Zhang had claimed many lives in that valley, which had long since become a valley of the dead. No one dared to enter during the day, let alone at night. And then, surely, you didn't sever the deer's tail and flee? Impossible. I would not let such a tempting prize slip away. I extracted the deer's entrails and hoisted them over my shoulder to make my escape. In my haste, I soon realized I was delving deeper into the wilderness. Just as I prepared to turn back, a chilling wind swept through, accompanied by the eerie sound of a child's cry. I froze in place, and upon glancing back, I saw Liang Manchang giving me a thumbs up. Old Lin, I must admit, I lack your courage. I am truly in awe. You stand firm while I hesitate to run. Nonsense. It's not that I want to stand still. My legs feel as if they are weighed down with lead, rendering me unable to flee. When I turned to look again, to my dismay, there stood a young boy, his face pale, with a disheveled head and blood at the corner of his mouth, tattered clothing adorned with a military insignia, and a long spear in hand. Liang Manchang was taken aback. Was this not a spectral soldier? How could it be real? And then, did it attack you? If it had, would I still be here conversing with you? I noticed its dark, penetrating gaze fixed on me, and I dared not meet its eyes again. I quickly turned and fled. After taking a dozen steps, I mustered the courage to glance back, and lo and behold, there was no spectral soldier. The sky was clear and serene, a scene of tranquility. Liang Manchang shot me a glance and inquired, "So you returned afterward?" "Nonsense. Would you dare return? I can assure you, it was merely an optical illusion. There were no spectral soldiers at all." "Very well, then. Perhaps you should make another trip there?" "If it were you, I would not object, but I absolutely refuse to return." Liang Manchang took a sip of his drink. He too was skeptical of the spectral soldiers. He believed old Lin had merely imagined the encounter or that someone was playing tricks. Much like the famous tales of Indoscience. An old man, who had never drunk water in his life, lived to be 70 or 80. Thought to have become a sage, only to discover it was due to consuming 3 large bowls of soup before each meal. Another woman, who was pregnant for over a year, was believed to bear a divine child, while in truth, it was merely due to her weight gain. Old Lin's experience was equally chilling. Perhaps the spectral soldiers were merely a figment of the imagination. Old Lin, was there anything peculiar about the place where the spectral soldiers appeared? Your words suggest a certain dissimilarity, as if there exists a vast pit or cavern beneath, shrouded in darkness. Liang Manchang felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Could it be that they emerged from an ancient tomb? Another faction of tomb raiders, perhaps? Do you recall the location? The specifics elude my memory, but it was certainly not at the valley's entrance. I distinctly remember running for over 20 minutes before emerging. Liang Manchang calculated. If Lin the hunter was not exaggerating and possessed decent physical stamina in his youth, then 20 minutes would cover 3 to 4 kilometers. The pit that Shui Wan and his associates were excavating began at the valley entrance, indicating they were undoubtedly in the wrong location. Liang Manchang silently took note of this. The following morning, Liang Manchang rose early to continue his archery practice. Last night, while alone in Lin Chang's west room, he consumed a bottle of spring water, which alleviated his muscle soreness and fatigue entirely. By afternoon, Lin the hunter, limping, returned. Manchang, come here. Liang Manchang noticed Lin the hunter's gloomy visage and his tone laced with indifference, prompting him to approach cautiously. Old Lin, what's the matter? Who has dared to provoke you? Who else but those 2 scoundrels from the Qian family? Qian Dahua and Qian Erkue? Indeed. I was initially contemplating struggling to recruit 2 old men as assistants for you, but to my dismay, these 2 rascals have monopolized the work at the mine. Anyone who dares to interfere should be prepared for severe consequences. Liang Manchang narrowed his eyes. This scheme bore a striking resemblance to the underhanded tactics of construction gangs in later times. They forbade others from bidding, resorting to threats and intimidation. But these are seasoned men who have roamed the mountains. Do they lack the courage to confront them? They should take up arms and fight. Oh, but how could that be? These elders are of a similar age to me. They have no desire to gamble with their lives. The Qian brothers' intimidation has led them to simply sell a favor. Liang Manchang made this statement, recognizing that bringing 2 elderly men into the mine would not only hinder his efforts, but also make him hesitant to unleash his prowess. Thus, he was merely expressing his frustration. Manchang, if it comes to that, I will descend with you and serve as your anchor. That is unnecessary. I am brimming with confidence now. As long as your armor-piercing arrows suffice, we can ensure the wild boar herd is dealt with decisively. However, who will descend into the mine first, us or them? I will strive to let you go first. We shall feign timidity to lower their guard. Perhaps I should don some makeup and pretend to be a cripple? Liang Manchang's desire to disguise himself served a dual purpose, to conceal his identity. After all, he was determined to offend the Qian brothers irreparably this time. These brothers were certainly not magnanimous individuals. Otherwise, they would not resort to such petty maneuvers. With more friends come more paths, but with more enemies, more walls arise. It would be prudent for him to avoid this calamity. Lin the hunter, interpreting Liang Manchang's intentions as a covert strategy, readily acquiesced. Very well, since Wang Tianlong has promised me an opportunity, even if I bring a dog, he will allow me to enter the mine. Liang Manchang replied, as long as we maintain secrecy, do you understand? Chapter 130. A pair of fine legs. At the break of dawn the following day, a tractor halted at Lin Lizi's doorstep. Liang Manchang, his face smeared with soot, approached Lin Lizi with curiosity. Old Lin, is this tractor sent by the coal mine? Indeed it is. Have you discerned your Uncle Lin's standing in the world? I wasn't boasting, was I? Liang Manchang gave him a thumbs up. The very presence of the tractor, dispatched by Wang Tianlong, underscored the urgency of the matter. After all, a mere cripple like Lin Lizi would not attract such attention otherwise. Liang Manchang slung a bow across his back and packed over 30 broken armor-piercing arrows collected by Lin Lizi into a quiver at his waist. He then climbed aboard the tractor, dragging along his injured leg. The tractor rumbled along the mountain path for a considerable time before finally reaching the dedicated road to the coal mine. However, it was not long before the tractor veered off the smooth, open road and into the depths of the mountain. A miner accompanying them handed each of the men a piece of black cloth without uttering a word. Gentlemen, the coal dust here is abundant and can easily irritate the eyes. It would be prudent to cover them. Exchanging glances with Lin Lizi, Liang Manchang sensed that this mine harbored secrets, explaining Wang Tianlong's cautious approach. The stated concern over coal dust was merely a guise to prevent them from discerning the path they were taking into the mountains. Liang Manchang obediently closed his eyes and donned the black cloth. After all, they were there to alleviate troubles, and there was no need to offend the benefactor over trivialities. More importantly, the hawk, Heidongking, was currently soaring above, surveying everything that transpired on the mountain. After about half an hour of jostling, the tractor finally came to a halt. Through the keen eyes of Heidongking, Liang Manchang discerned that they were approximately 10 kilometers east of the mining area, isolated, with no village or shop in sight. There were only 2 makeshift shelters surrounded by dense forest. It was entirely plausible that wild boars frequented this area. Perhaps it was their den. The tractor driver rapped on the cabin. "Gentlemen, it's time to disembark." Liang Manchang and Lin Lizi removed the black cloth, and a blinding ray of sunlight pierced through, making it difficult for them to open their eyes. Once they managed to adjust, an imposing countenance came into view. "Master Lin, you've arrived. What with your mysterious demeanor, Manager Wang? One might think you intend to abduct us to plant potatoes for the Russians." Wang Tianlong chuckled, but his mirth faded upon glancing at Liang Manchang. "Master Lin, you brought only one companion? Indeed, a true warrior does not rely on numbers, but on skill. Today, I shall demonstrate what it means to hold the line and let none pass." Wang Tianlong forced a smile, showcasing the poise of a superior. A true leader would not burden an ordinary citizen. "Very well, do ensure your safety," he replied. "Manager Wang, you still misunderstand my intent. One man holds the line, while thousands cannot pass. He will descend alone." With that, Lin Lizi gracefully leapt off the tractor on one leg, akin to a ballet dancer, landing steadily on the ground. Liang Manchang, eager to emulate him, clearly lacked the finesse for such a maneuver and fell clumsily, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Wang Tianlong's expression darkened instantaneously, while a wave of laughter erupted around him. A middle-aged man with long hair and a fierce demeanor clutched his belly, pointing and mocking Liang Manchang. "Ha ha, old Lin. After all that fuss, you ended up with this trifle? How about you join us later to help carry the wild boar? And we'll reward you with a couple of pig bladders afterward?" Just as their laughter reached its peak, a crew-cut middle-aged man approached. "Shut your mouths. Are you here to work or to spectate? Pack your things." With that, he led a few others in counting bows and traps. Lin Lizi, with a somber expression, helped Liang Manchang to his feet, and the 2 men limped a few steps forward to avoid the previous group. "Manchang, the man who just spoke is Qian Erkue. He's notoriously arrogant. The one who insulted him is Qian Dahu, known for his cunning and treachery." Liang Manchang nodded gravely, particularly concerned because Ma Jianjun was among that group. Fortunately, he had just donned makeup and pretended to be limping. Otherwise, he would surely have been recognized by that insufferable fellow. "Uncle Lin, that scarred fellow over there is my enemy. We have some past grievances." Lin Lizi nodded, nudging Liang Manchang. "Look at that scoundrel with the crooked nose and slanted eyes. He must be deceitful. You've got luck on your side. Don't worry, from now on, you shall be known as that fellow." Liang Manchang nodded, understanding that he must accept any name henceforth. The 2 of them, limping, approached Wang Tianlong. It was evident that Wang had placed all his hopes in Qian Dahu and his crew. "Brother Dahu, I entrust this to you. There are about a dozen adult wild boars and several piglets here. I still have the same request. Absolutely no gunfire or explosives. For safety, I will ensure everything is checked before we go down, and I hope you won't mind." Liang Manchang frowned. Could it be that Wang Tianlong feared gunfire and explosives might trigger a gas explosion? Yet, if that were the case, why the secrecy? The truth was singular. This mine was shrouded in darkness. However, this had nothing to do with Liang Manchang. Even if Wang Tianlong were clandestinely operating a mine, extracting benefits from the coal seams of Laoyuling coal mine, he would have certainly made arrangements with various parties, even sharing a portion with higher-ups. If Liang Manchang foolishly reported him, he would gain nothing and might even invite disaster upon himself. After all, how many benevolent individuals could there be among the coal mine's overseers? A single blow could send him into the depths of the mine, unnoticed. Seeing that Wang Tianlong had not arranged for him to enter the mine, Lin Lizi stepped forward anxiously. "Miner Wang, when will we go down the mine? You too? Are you serious?" Lin Lizi's earnest gaze sparkled, making Wang Tianlong feel a pang of guilt. "Master Lin, I'm not comfortable with just the 2 of you going down. Perhaps it would be best if you didn't go at all. Rest assured, I will ensure you do not make the trip in vain. I can offer you each 20 yuan for travel expenses. How does that sound?" Without waiting for Lin Lizi to nod, Qian Erkue interjected, saying, "Indeed, the 2 have only just managed to gather a pair of good legs. Why stir up unnecessary commotion? Are they here to swindle the funeral expenses?" Lin Lizi's face fell instantly. Before their departure, he had boasted that Wang Tianlong was a distinguished guest, but unexpectedly, upon arrival. He found himself without even a chance to descend into the mine. "Miner Wang, how about granting me an opportunity? If I fail, you needn't reimburse me for the travel expenses. I accept that. This is such a waste of time, isn't it?" After speaking, Wang Tianlong glanced at Qiandahu, seemingly seeking his approval. Chapter 131. An additional 1,000 yuan reward. Master Qian, perhaps we should extend an opportunity to Master Lin. After all, he has made the journey. It is only fair to allow him a chance to try his luck, suggested Qiandahu. He cast a wary glance at Lin Lietzi and Liang Manchang, sensing something amiss. Yet he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. "Oh, come on, brother, let these two limpers have a chance. It's perfect for us to scout the path. If they meet with misfortune and perish inside, then it serves them right." Qian Erkue laughed, tugging the bowstring, which twanged ominously. Meanwhile, Ma Jianjun's brow furrowed deeper. His experiences of the past 6 months had taught him that silence was golden, and one should never underestimate an opponent, allowing them opportunities for a comeback. Otherwise, even a 1 in a million chance, if seized, could lead to a dramatic reversal, leaving one with no recourse for lamentation. However, Ma Jianjun's voice bore little weight, leaving him without the opportunity to speak. After much contemplation, Qiandahu nodded. "Very well, since Miner Wang has spoken, I shall grant you this favor. However, time is of the essence. I can only afford you 1 hour. Should you fail to emerge within that time, we shall proceed with our men into the mine. At that point, amidst the darkness of the mine shaft, we may struggle to distinguish between man and wild boar." Liang Manchang's expression was as blank as that of a fool, yet his mind was as clear as glass. The implication from Qiandahu was unmistakable. If he did not return from the mine shaft within an hour, he would be treated as nothing more than a wild boar, shot to pieces. Liang Manchang glanced at the gear of the 6 men, noting that aside from Ma Jianjun, who bore no bow, the other 5 were equipped with heavy bows and armor-piercing arrows. Ma Jianjun was not idle either. His backpack was filled with large traps, and the deep blue sheen on the traps suggested they had been coated with poison. If his assumptions were correct, the area at the mine's entrance would be laced with animal traps, and once they entered the mine shaft, they would lure the wild boar out to hunt. When the boar stepped into the large traps, their leg bones would likely be shattered, even if they managed to stagger away. The poison smeared on the traps was no trifling matter. Coupled with the archers lying in ambush, this 3-pronged approach ensured the boar would be thoroughly ensnared. This exemplified the benefits of teamwork, with each member fulfilling their designated role. Sensing the imminent danger, Lin Lietzi tugged at Liang Manchang's sleeve. "Tell me, do you have confidence? I want to be able to hold off those 6 men outside." Although Lin Lietzi was tempted by the allure of the 3,000 yuan reward and the promise of a work injury certificate, he was resolute in securing the position at the entrance. Yet, to sacrifice Liang Manchang's life for this cause, he could not bear it. Nevertheless, Liang Manchang resolved to venture inside and investigate. Wild boars typically favored encroaching upon human territories, primarily to scavenge for sustenance and water sources, such as cornfields and ponds. What could they possibly seek in a mine filled with nothing but stones and coal? He had previously heard tales of wild boars being drawn to rare treasures, such as millennia-old Ganoderma and century-old wild ginseng. Could it be that the mine harbored some intriguing finds? Regardless, he possessed a spatial advantage and had the protection of little Jean. If all else failed, he could ensure his own escape. "Uncle Lin, trust them. I am confident." "All right," replied Lin the hunter, turning to Wang Tianlong. He added, "Thank you. Grant us half an hour. If we fail to either eliminate the wild boar or drive it away, we shall accept our defeat." "Very well, Master Lin. Do not concern yourself too greatly. Should a similar situation arise in the future, be prepared before you come back." After comforting Lin the hunter, Wang Tianlong turned his attention to Qiandahu. "Master Qian, since you have graciously yielded, I shall not let your concession go unrecognized. I will add an additional 1,000 yuan in cash. Regardless of which team completes the task, the total reward will amount to 4,000 yuan. Qiandahu clasped his fists in gratitude. This 4,000 yuan was a prize he was determined to obtain, thus he had to express his appreciation. Meanwhile, Ma Jianjun could no longer contain his excitement. With a total prize of 4,000 yuan, Qiandahu would claim 40%, leaving 2,400 yuan remaining. The 5 others, Qian Erkue, Shi Zi, Ahao, Xiaoshan Zi, and himself, Ma Jianjun, would each receive 480 yuan. If they factored in the selling price of the wild boar, they might each end up with over 600 yuan. This sum equated to the earnings of an ordinary worker over 2 years. Once he tossed this money in Wang Miling's face, she would no longer dare claim she was not a man. As both parties prepared, Wang Tianlong squatted down and drew a straight line on the ground. Masters. This well has not been operational for long. It descends directly to the coal seam without any branches, merely some scattered bypass pits. These bypass pits serve the same purpose as temporary parking zones on highways. They are dug out on either side of the tunnel to accommodate large machinery, roughly large enough for a small vehicle. The well currently extends about a kilometer. The wild boars are scattered throughout. I estimate there are about 20 in total. So exercise caution. With that, Wang Tianlong stood up. Since the boars had taken over the well, he had not ventured down. Thus, he was only partially aware of the situation. All right, it is now 9 o'clock. From this moment until 10, the mine belongs to Master Lin. At precisely 10 o'clock, Master Qian's team will descend. Liang Manchang nodded and took a miner's lamp and safety helmet from the worker beside Wang Tianlong. After donning them and switching on the lamp, he made his way to the mine entrance. This cripple truly dares to go down. Alas, if only wild boars feasted on human flesh, there would be nothing left but bones and scraps. Foolish, he thought earning this money would be easy. He does not even comprehend the risks. Yet, Liang Manchang remained unfazed, dragging his injured leg forward. Manchang, perhaps you should reconsider? The money is not imperative to earn. Now that you are here, why not take a look? Uncle Lin, before 9:30, if there is any commotion, no one is to enter the cave, including Wang Tianlong. Lin the hunter nodded towards Wang Tianlong, who was accompanied by 2 or 3 miners, each holding a 56 caliber rifle. Rest assured, Wang Tianlong is at least a deputy mine manager, having made a promise. He would not easily break it. If that scoundrel Qian Dahu dares to act brazenly, it would be a slap in Wang Tianlong's face. Would he let it go? Liang Manchang nodded and waved his hand. Very well, find a place to rest and await your share. As for you, if you can accomplish the task, I shall take not a single cent of the 4,000 yuan. The benefits will be yours to claim. Liang Manchang did not hesitate, nodding in agreement. In that case, I shall not hold back, especially since my finances are a bit tight lately. Upon reaching the mine entrance, 2 miners searched Liang Manchang thoroughly before nodding and allowing him entry. Once inside, the mine lamp illuminated the surroundings, but the light was quickly swallowed by darkness. Thankfully, it was quiet. Otherwise, the coal dust would have suffocated Liang Manchang. Xiaojin, come forth. Liang Manchang released Xiaojin. Chapter 132, Annihilation of the Wild Boar Herd. Xiaojin, if you encounter any wild boars, ensure you kill them all, leaving none behind. If there are any little yellow ones, spare them. Roar. Liang Manchang felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly closed Xiaojin's mouth. Xiaojin, keep it low-key. This mine is filled with dust. Do not go shouting, or you might choke on it. Liang Manchang took out his bow, knocked a piercing arrow, and cautiously advanced deeper into the mine. Fortunately, he had left the dog meat with Lin the hunter, or it might have terrified it. Checking his watch and estimating his speed, he realized he had traversed about half the distance. Thus, he slowed down, almost scraping against the mine wall. Suddenly, the sounds of wild boars echoed in the distance. Liang Manchang found a niche to hide, placed the mine lamp on the ground, and threw a chunk of coal deep inside. Indeed, a muffled sound followed, indicating some unfortunate wild boar had been struck. The earth trembled with a resounding crash. Liang Manchang's heart raced as he estimated at least 3 boars. Suddenly, illuminated by the mine lamp, a face resembling that of the second brother appeared 10 meters away, its white tusks gleaming ominously, and its bristles standing on end. A truly fearsome sight. Liang Manchang swiftly drew back his bow, and the piercing arrow flew forth, striking the boar squarely in the face. A shriek of agony erupted from the wild boar, followed by a thunderous crash that sent a cloud of dust into the air. Liang Manchang had no time to discern if the boar was dead. He quickly nocked another arrow. 2 swift shots rang out, followed by 2 more crashing sounds. Meanwhile, Xiaojin dashed forward, lunging at the dark shadow crossing the mine lamp. In mere moments, it had killed 1 little yellow boar and knocked down 2 others. Liang Manchang chuckled with delight and swiftly reached out to collect the downed little yellow boar into his space. Xiaojin, splendid work, Liang Manchang exclaimed, then took out his hunting knife to bleed the 3 boars on the ground. After dealing with the few wild boars, 10 minutes had already elapsed. Xiaojin, quicken your pace. However, before Liang Manchang could charge in, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed once more. It seemed the earlier commotion had alerted the wild boars. This time, the rumbling was even more intense. Damn! Hitting 3 of the piglets from a distance of 10 meters was already a considerable feat. The commotion, this time, was considerably louder. There were likely 4 or 5 piglets. In a flash, Liang Manchang seized 3 arrows and swiftly shot them into the darkness. He then readied another 3 and repeated the process. After 3 consecutive rounds, The only sounds resonating within the mine were Liang Manchang's heavy breaths and the low grunts of the piglets. Unwilling to be careless, he fired 3 more arrows into the dark abyss before grasping his dagger and cautiously advancing into the shadowy mine. Xiao Jin, go for the finishing blow. Roaring with excitement, Xiao Jin let out an uncontrollable growl. Despite his efforts to restrain himself, the aura of the king of beasts still seeped through. At the sound of his roar, the low grunts of the wild boars vanished instantly. Following closely behind Xiao Jin, Liang Manchang edged forward, aided by the dim light of the miner's lamp. There, amidst the scattered coal debris, lay 5 piglets and 3 small yellow-haired ones, each pierced by 2 of his armor-piercing arrows. With half of his armor-piercing arrows remaining in the quiver, he proceeded to drain the blood from each boar. He then stepped on the carcasses, extracting the arrows that had penetrated the wild boars by nearly 10 centimeters. Once he finished dealing with the group, he counted and realized he had taken down 8 piglets and 6 small yellow-haired ones. If Wang Tianlong's information was accurate, there were still about 3 or 4 adult wild boars left, along with another 6 or 7 small yellow-haired ones. Glancing at his watch, Liang Manchang dashed forward, with Xiao Jin closely behind, soon racing ahead. Approximately 5 minutes later, the gravel beneath Liang Manchang's feet increased, indicating he had reached the bottom of the mine. Xiao Jin, pounce and bite, leave no survivors. With a roar, Liang Manchang quickened his pace. In less than 3 minutes, the beam of the miner's lamp illuminated 3 adult wild boars, including 2 piglets and an adult sow, meandering at the bottom of the mine, their nostrils exhaling hot air that stirred up clouds of gray-black coal dust. Heh! Are there any more small yellow-haired ones? The bristles of the 3 wild boars flared up, their bodies appearing larger than before as they crouched, their hind legs scuffling through the coal debris. Liang Manchang knocked an armor-piercing arrow and shot it with precision, striking the first wild boar in the neck. Blood gushed forth, and it staggered 2 steps forward before collapsing with a thunderous thud. The remaining 2 wild boars, sensing danger, immediately charged out. Without waiting for Liang Manchang's command, Xiao Jin lunged at one of them, while the last one naturally became Liang Manchang's adversary. He quickly knocked another armor-piercing arrow and released it. The arrow embedded itself firmly into the wild boar's right eye. With a frantic screech, the boar, afflicted with immense pain, charged at him like a crazed unicorn. Bearing the arrow, Liang Manchang hastily stowed his bow within the spatial confines and drew forth a spade, gripping it firmly in his hands. He then struck fiercely at the wild boar's visage. A resounding crack echoed through the air as the wooden handle of the spade splintered, cleaving the boar's face in twain and revealing its stark, white bones, which collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Xiao Jin had already dispatched another wild boar. Without a moment's hesitation, Liang Manchang proceeded to drain the blood from the boar before scanning the surroundings for the remaining young ones. Approximately half a minute later, he discovered a slanted hole in the left wall of the well, about the width of a water vat. Xiao Jin, go inside and fetch everything out, he commanded. Within 3 minutes, Xiao Jin emerged, carrying 6 lifeless young boars in its mouth. Xiao Jin, are there any other wild boars inside? The bloodied Xiao Jin shook its head. Very well, you've worked hard. 1 young boar is yours as a reward. The corners of Xiao Jin's mouth lifted as it joyfully took the young boar to the side, indulging in a hearty feast. The young boar, being small, lacked the pungency of a mature sow, thus it was still somewhat palatable. Meanwhile, Liang Manchang grasped a dagger and crawled into the hole. After ascending about 5 or 6 meters through the coal seam, he glimpsed the dark soil beyond. A flicker of golden light caught his eye as he illuminated the area with his mining lamp. What the devil? Is there something here? Liang Manchang hastily pried with his dagger, spending about a minute before unearthing a gleaming golden bowl. If the gold nuggets he had previously found were a gift from nature, then this golden bowl was undoubtedly a treasured offering from his ancestors. He examined the bowl closely, noting its ancient patterns and exquisite form. It was certainly not a mere craft, but a genuine artifact of antiquity. There truly is an ancient tomb. After digging around the vicinity and finding no other items, he decided to retreat. Chapter 133. Don't shoot, it's us. Seeing that it was already 10 minutes to 10 and with another kilometer of mine to traverse, Liang Manchang prepared to exit the mine. Initially, he contemplated destroying the slanted hole, but after a moment's reflection, he abandoned the idea. This tunnel was likely excavated by the young boars, yet he could not fathom how they knew treasures lay hidden here. He could only attribute it to the hardships endured in a past life and the good deeds performed, which he believed were acknowledged and rewarded by the heavens. If he were to destroy this hole now, not only would it be a challenging endeavor, but it could also draw unnecessary attention if not handled properly. Hence, Liang Manchang resolved to let it remain undisturbed, for he had already inspected the tunnel and found no further artifacts. Moreover, the location of the golden bowl was in the soil layer beyond the coal seam, an area where miners typically would not venture idly. Should they discover this hole, they would merely assume it was the result of a wild boar's instinctive burrowing. As Liang Manchang dashed towards the exit, he counted his steps. Upon emerging from the mine, he planned to utilize the keen eyesight of the sea eagle to pinpoint the location of the golden bowl, intending to seize the opportunity to retrieve it later. Meanwhile, outside the tunnel, Qian Dahu increasingly felt something was amiss. The limping figure had descended alone into the mine. He would either be chased out by the wild boars or trampled into a pulp. However, just moments ago, it seemed he only heard the anguished cries of the wild boar, and not the pleas of a human. Could it be that this limping man had truly outpaced them? Qian Da's heart plummeted like a stone. Erkue prepared to descend into the well and set the traps. Qian Erkue raised his hand to check his watch, stating, "Brother, we have 3 minutes left." No matter. Just as Qian Dahu and his companions approached the cave entrance, Lin Lizi, seated nearby, hastily dragged his injured leg into their path, drawing his hunting knife with a glint of cold steel. "Qian Dahu, isn't it still too early?" "Huh, old Lin. It's just 2 or 3 minutes. Your lame brother can't possibly conjure up anything in that time. Step aside, and I promise to share a little yellow-haired one with you later." Upon hearing this, Lin Lizi sensed Qian Dahu's impatience. Otherwise, he wouldn't be scrambling for an early descent into the well. The more anxious Qian Dahu became, the more resolutely Lin Lizi stood his ground at the entrance. "Who cares for your little yellow-haired one? 10 o'clock is 10 o'clock. Not a second can be amiss." Qian Dahu let out a cold laugh, disregarding Lin Lizi, and instead exchanged a glance with Qian Erkue. Thus, Qian Erkue and Xiao Shanzi stepped forward, ready to drag the obstructive Lin Lizi away. However, Lin Lizi took a step back, brandishing his hunting knife, pointing it menacingly at Qian Erkue. "Oh, so you want to be tough? Come if you dare. I'm not afraid of you." "Lin Lizi, don't push your luck. You think you can call me a little brat? When I was out hunting, you were still in diapers." Qian Erkue's face flushed as he prepared to charge forward. At that moment, Wang Tianlong hurriedly approached, followed closely by 3 miners armed with 56 rifles. "Masters Qian and Lin, you are both esteemed individuals I've invited. Please, let us not harm our camaraderie, especially on my territory. If this escalates into discord, it would only serve to disgrace me." Though Wang Tianlong wore a broad smile, the air of authority radiated from him, instantly intimidating Qian Dahu and his companions. The 3 miners behind him had also disengaged their safeties. "All right, since Chief Wang has spoken, we shall wait a moment longer. There is still a mere minute remaining." "Huh, that is indeed agreeable. Let us ensure we maintain harmony." Qian Dahu waved his hand, and the group instinctively gripped their bows, knocking the armor-piercing arrows. It appeared that whatever emerged from the mine would be turned into a veritable beehive. Observing their actions, Lin Lizi felt beads of sweat form on his forehead. Liang Manchang was skilled, but no matter how adept, one cannot catch arrows with bare hands. If it came to that, they would surely be shot to pieces. Lin Lizi gritted his teeth, casting a glance at the 56 rifles. Should Qian Dahu attempt to unleash his arrows forcefully, he would risk everything to stop it. As the second hand approached 12, Qian Dahu prepared to lower his hand. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed from the cave entrance. "Don't shoot, it's us." The eyes of Wang Tianlong, Lin Lizi, and Qian Dahu widened like saucers. How could anyone wander in the mine for an hour and emerge unscathed? Wang Tianlong was the first to react, quickly commanding the 3 miners to position themselves in front of Qian Dahua and his companions. Regardless of whether a horde of wild boars emerged, Wang Tianlong was adamant that Qian Dahua could not execute anyone in his presence. Qian Dahua frowned and exchanged a glance with Qian Erkue, who nodded and stepped aside, knocking an arrow onto his bowstring. Liang Manchang, noticing the ominous arrow pointed at him, felt a torrent of frustration. This man truly was a menace. At that moment, as Lin Lizi grew increasingly anxious and was unable to intervene, Wang Tianlong abruptly leaned into Qian Erkue, shoving him aside. The arrow flew harmlessly into the air. "Are you all right, brother?" Qian Eru asked, his expression darkening. Just as he was about to curse, he turned to see it was Wang Tianlong and swallowed his words. "Wang, are you hurt?" "Not at all." Liang Manchang, drenched in sweat, managed to drag himself over to Lin Lizi and collapsed onto the ground, utterly disheveled. Qian Dahua, who had been anxiously watching, saw Liang Manchang's pale, distraught face and instantly beamed with delight. "Hee, Wang, it's our turn to head into the mine now." "I assent it." Wang Tianlong glanced at Liang Manchang on the ground and sighed inwardly. This brief encounter revealed to him the ruthless nature of Qian Dahua and his companions. They were not to be trusted. He genuinely hoped Lin Lizi and Liang Manchang could deal with the wild boars, but it seemed a foolish hope. All right then, go ahead. Master Lin, you both have worked hard. Lin Lizi nodded and said to Liang Manchang, it's fine, consider this a training exercise. Let us head home. Liang Manchang chuckled inwardly, realizing he had a knack for theatrics. His earlier performance had indeed startled them. Observing Ma Jianjun in the distance fiddling with a beast trap, he prepared to continue his act. Rising from the ground, he pointed towards the mine shaft and casually remarked, Wang, it would be wise to have Qian and the others push a mine cart inside. Qian Erkue burst into laughter, pointing at Liang Manchang. What? Push a mine cart? To knock the wild boars dead? I think you've lost your mind. Not exactly. Wang Tianlong shook his head helplessly, his regard for Lin Lizi and Liang Manchang diminishing. Chapter 134. Brother, you've got guts. Very well, Master Lin. You both can take your payment and descend the mountain. We can collaborate again another time. Seeing Wang Tianlong's displeasure, Lin Lizi tugged at Liang Manchang's sleeve. After all, they might need his assistance with work injury documentation in the future, and it wouldn't be wise to offend him. All right, we'll head down now and be in touch. However, Liang Manchang was relentless, continuing, Wang, having them push a minecart is definitely the way to go. Otherwise, how do you expect to carry 11 adult wild boars and 12 piglets on your shoulders? Carry them? Qian Erkue's words seemed to awaken him to a grave realization. What did you say? You took down the wild boar horde? Liang Manchang dusted off the coal from his clothes, nodded, and began to boast, albeit in a somewhat feigned manner. Wang Tianlong was taken aback. Yet like Qian Dahu and the others, he suspected that he was merely boasting. Brother, this is no trivial matter, he cautioned. How about this, Minor Wang? Allow me to enter with my companions. Rest assured, I shall lead the way with Uncle Lin. Lin Liege's countenance stiffened, his expression betraying discomfort. Is that truly necessary? He inquired. However, Wang Tianlong clenched his jaw and nodded solemnly. Very well, I shall accompany you personally, but I must emphasize that this is no jest. Of course, came the response. Yet Qian Dahu stood nearby, his brow furrowed in deep concern. He suddenly perceived that this lame man might be more inscrutable than he appeared. Could it be that he single-handedly vanquished 23 wild boars without sustaining a scratch? Minor Wang, would it not be prudent for me to accompany them below? Qian Dahu proposed. A grin spread across Wang Tianlong's face. Was Qian Dahu truly dropping the pretense? If they were to descend together, could Lin Liege and his companion survive? Regardless of who claimed credit for the 23 wild boars, it would ultimately be Qian Dahu who reaped the rewards. Master Qian, I shall descend first to assess the situation. You remain at the entrance and keep watch. Should anything arise, you will be able to assist. With that, Wang Tianlong beckoned over a group of 10 miners, each armed with a 56 rifle. Guard the mine entrance and ensure no disturbances occur. His words were directed at the miners, but carried an implicit warning for Qian Dahu. Any disruption would result in severe consequences. Once Wang Tianlong donned his miner's lamp and safety helmet, he led 3 miners wielding rifles deeper into the mine. After traversing a significant distance, they arrived at Liang Manchang's initial slaughter site. Lin Liege, trembling in the lead, shone his lamp upon the ground, revealing 3 carcasses of wild boars and 1 small yellow-haired creature. By heavens, did you do this? Liang Manchang shot a glance at Lin Liege. If others doubt my prowess, surely you, Lin Liege, are aware of it. Uncle Lin, I presume they wouldn't resort to suicide in my presence, would they? Lin Liege felt a surge of elation and turned to the astonished Wang Tianlong, saying, Ahem. Minor Wang, what do you think? Is my little brother impressive, or what? Wang Tianlong swallowed hard. Although he was not a hunter by trade, his years spent in Dao Ridge had acquainted him with the formidable nature of wild boars. It was precisely for this reason that he had invested significantly in hiring Qian Dahu and Lin Liege to mediate the situation. Brother, quite impressive indeed, Wang Tianlong exclaimed. But we have yet to see the full extent of it. Let us proceed. As they continued onward, the ground was strewn with the carcasses of wild boars, rendering Wang Tianlong and his companions numb to the sight. This was no ordinary lame man. Was he not a veritable iron crutchly? After inspecting the tunnel thoroughly and finding nothing amiss, Wang Tianlong personally guided Lin Liege and Liang Manchang out of the mine. Master Lin, young brother, I apologize for any offense caused earlier. I hope you will not take it to heart, Wang Tianlong remarked, turning to Liang Manchang. The astute Wang Tianlong recognized at a glance that Liang Manchang was the true master here, while Lin Liege was merely a figurehead. Liang Manchang waved his hand dismissively. Wang Tianlong was decent enough, unlike others who would exploit their subordinates. Let us be courteous. Young brother, what is your name? Mine are Wang. Some matters are not suitable for discussion at present. Let us revisit them shortly. Liang Manchang, having concluded his remarks, cast a glance at Qian Dahu and his companions. Wang Tianlong, understanding the unspoken communication, nodded in agreement and promptly produced a stack of cash. Master Qian, I have also verified that the wild boar herd has indeed been eradicated. However, I cannot allow your efforts to go unrewarded. Each of you will receive a 30 yuan fee for your troubles. I shall round it up to 200 yuan. And the surplus shall be considered a gesture for a drink. The anxiety that had gripped Qian Dahu's heart finally dissipated. Yet, Qian Erkue remained skeptical, erupting in a frantic outburst. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I, Qian Erkue, lack the capability. The smile on Wang Tianlong's face instantly vanished. Ah, my dear brother. Shall I personally escort you to witness the evidence? Qian Dahu shot a glare at the indiscreet Qian Erkue. Wang Tianlong was the financier. Even if the mine were teeming with wild boars, his acknowledgement of their elimination would render it indisputable. Director Wang, let us proceed with this arrangement for now. We may collaborate again in the future. Indeed, I shall send someone to escort you down. By the way, I kindly ask you to keep this matter confidential, for I fear it may bring you trouble. Qian Dao nodded and raised an eyebrow at Lin Lizi. Old Lin, well done. We have ample time ahead of us. I appreciate it. At this moment, Liang Manchang had already concealed himself in the nearby woods, fearful of being recognized by Ma Jianjun. Once Qian Dahu and his group departed in the tractor, Liang Manchang and Lin Lizi followed Wang Tianlong to a small shed nearby. Brother, shall I have the miners bring the wild boars up for you? Director Wang, might you assist in finding a sales channel? It would be unfortunate to bring back so many wild boars only to be unable to sell them. The concern of being unable to sell was but one aspect. Liang Manchang was more apprehensive about the potential noise from suddenly procuring dozens of wild boars, which might attract Qian Da's attention, rendering today's disguise futile. Brother, why didn't you mention this earlier? This is easily manageable. With thousands of people at the mine, even a pound per person would suffice. Haha, that sounds splendid. What is the market price per pound? 60 cents. In that case, allow me to add 20 cents, making it 80 cents per pound. How does that sound? Liang Manchang perceived Wang Tianlong's earnestness, the intent to win him over evident on his face. Recognizing this, Liang Manchang decided to grant him an opportunity. Very well. I shall follow your lead. By the way, Director Wang, my earlier act of feigning a limp was out of necessity. I truly feared drawing too much attention. Upon hearing Liang Manchang's voluntary admission of his pretense, Wang Tianlong chuckled, sensing that the vessel of friendship was set to embark on its journey. Oh, one fears notoriety as a pig fears becoming plump. I understand. A talent like yours shines brightly wherever you go, and a touch of caution is never amiss. Director Wang, my name is Liang Manchang, residing in the Hongxing Commune, Tuanjia Village. Brother Manchang, from this day forth, we are friends. Feel free to reach out for any assistance. Chapter 135. Acquiring local specialties as friends. Let us engage in conversation befitting our camaraderie. Director Wang, my limp is feigned, but Uncle Lin's leg is genuinely impaired. In his youth, he suffered a leg fracture while climbing the mountains, and now he relies on a cane for mobility. Moreover, he has a wife at home, with 2 mouths to feed. I was wondering if the mine could issue a work injury certificate, enabling him to receive a monthly subsidy. Wang Tianlong initially anticipated that Liang Manchang would present some extravagant demands. However, to his surprise, it was merely a request for a work injury certificate. Obtaining such a certificate posed no challenge for him as a deputy mine manager, and it would be a trivial matter to use public funds to extend a favor to a personal acquaintance. Indeed, a prudent arrangement. Is that all? Brother Manchang, consider this matter settled. Tomorrow, I shall have Master Lin visit the factory headquarters, and I will personally attend to it. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Tianlong added, Master Lin, in your youth, you were a hunter, were you not? Surely you possess some skill with firearms? Lin, the hunter, nodded vigorously. I am not boasting. In my younger days, I could take down 10 individuals like Manchang. Liang Manchang, with a smirk, could only acquiesce for the sake of his elder Uncle Lin's happiness. Indeed, Uncle Lin was so formidable in his youth that even the Northeast tiger would not dare approach. I have witnessed it myself. Listening to their banter, Wang Tianlong could only smile indulgently. Master Lin, our factory is in need of a security guard. While the role may seem modest, the monthly salary is 30 yuan and is never in arrears. Would you consider gracing us with your assistance and guiding our work? The corners of Lin's mouth stretched into a wide grin. He had been pondering how to broach the subject, only to have Wang Tianlong extend an olive branch. Very well. I shall lend my expertise. After some light conversation, a miner rushed in to summon Wang Tianlong outside the small hut. Mine manager. There is something unusual about these wild boars. What seems to be the issue? Come take a look. Wang Tianlong approached the scale, observing the wild boars lying upon it. Speechless. Some of these boars were killed by arrows, yet others bear wounds indicative of a predator's bite. It's certainly isn't the handiwork of hunting dogs. It must have been a ferocious beast, perhaps a lion, leopard, or a similar creature. And what of it? This individual entered the cave alone. Under our watchful gaze, where could he have acquired such a beast? I suspect something is amiss. Could he be a transformed lion? Wang Tianlong shot him a disapproving glance. Our night school education has much room for improvement. Why concern yourself with such matters? As long as we can eliminate the wild boar population, that suffices. Despite his frosty demeanor, Wang Tianlong's heart was elated. He was now even more convinced that Liang Manchang was no ordinary man. Fortunately, he had maintained a courteous demeanor. Otherwise, had he offended him, even as a mine manager, he would have been unable to withstand the consequences. Wang Tianlong summoned the miner responsible for weighing the boars into the small hut and, in the presence of Liang Manchang, inquired, "What is the total weight?" 3,672 pounds. Why the odd number? Rounded up to 4,000 pounds. After this, he called for the accountant. Prepare the payment for Brother Manchang, 80 cents per pound, totaling 4,000 pounds, which amounts to 3,200 yuan, plus an additional 4,000 yuan as a bonus. Understood. Within 10 minutes, a large stack of cash was presented before Liang Manchang. Brother Manchang, please count it. What is there to count? We are all on the same side. In truth, Liang Manchang had not even blinked while watching the accountant tally the money. He had already mentally calculated the sum. Very well, mine manager, if there is nothing else, shall we take our leave? Must you always refer to me as mine manager? It feels so formal. If you do not mind, call me Brother Long. One does not strike a smiling face. All right, Long Gu, we shall take our leave now. Should any needs arise later, feel free to reach out to me. Just then, Wang Tianlong paused. Wait a moment, Manchang, Master Lin. Let me fetch you some local specialties. With that, he dashed towards a tractor. Manchang felt a twinge of confusion. What local specialties could possibly come from a mining site? Surely, it couldn't be large chunks of coal? Moments later, Wang Tianlong returned with 2 large net bags, each containing about 10 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes. In this era, Zhonghua cigarettes were akin to the Rolls-Royce of cigarettes, with limited availability in various regions, priced at 0.8 yuan per pack. Mid-range brands like Dakiamin cost 0.2 yuan, while economical brands were a mere 0.1 yuan. Here you go, Manchang, Master Lin, just some local specialties for you to enjoy, he said with a grin. Well then, we shan't be polite. They replied. I'll escort you to your vehicle. Manchang, please keep this matter under wraps. And also this black cloth. At the mention of the black cloth, Manchang instantly understood. He climbed onto the tractor and covered his face with the cloth. Obediently lying down in the truck bed, with the haydonking soaring above, Manchang was already quite familiar with the terrain. Thus, he decided to give Wang Tianlong peace of mind, knowing that even if this location were to be exposed and raided, he could remain uninvolved. Let us go. Upon returning to Lin Lizi's home, the 2 men concealed themselves in Lin Chang's room to divide their spoils. Old Lin, you must take half of this money. Had it not been for your connection with Wang Tianlong, I wouldn't have even had the chance to descend into the mine. Oh, but we agreed that I would take nothing at all. He protested. Besides, didn't I receive the work injury certificate? I can still work at the factory. Earning over 60 yuan a month, that totals 720 yuan a year. Isn't that sufficient? Manchang waved his hand dismissively. His principle was to ensure that everyone shared in the benefits. If one does not distribute the good fortune, who would remember you when future opportunities arise? Business is business. You must accept this money. All right then, but if it exceeds 500, I shall be displeased. Manchang counted out 50 large notes and placed them on the table. Then I shall reluctantly accept it. However, Manchang, you must not disclose this to your aunt, nor mention it to Lin Chang. I understand, it's my private stash. After saying this, Manchang took the dog meat and rode his bicycle straight to Tuanjiatan. By the time he arrived, it was around 3 in the afternoon. Lu Jingqiu must have taken Xiaoing out for a stroll, so Manchang locked himself in the east room, took out an old map, and covered it with a thin sheet of white paper to trace over it. He then located the position of the mine entrance and calculated the location of the golden bowl based on his steps and stride length. After his calculations, Manchang realized that the distance to the gold panning valley was still considerable, at least 5 or 6 miles away. Could it be that this golden bowl was simply a miscalculation? Or perhaps it served as a landmark? Manchang could not fathom the reasoning. Nevertheless, even if no ancient tomb existed in the gold panning valley, or if it had already been ravaged and emptied, this hefty golden bowl would still hold significant value, potentially serving as a treasured heirloom. With that, Manchang carefully tucked the map of the golden bowl away, resting his hands behind his head, and unknowingly drifted into a deep slumber. When he awoke, he found his face damp, accompanied by a warm sensation. In the tranquil autumn, when did you become so enthusiastic? Would you care for a French kiss? Why is your tongue so long? Chapter 136. Throughout history, there have been no firsts in literature and no seconds in martial arts. Suddenly, Liang Manchang felt something amiss upon opening his eyes. He was greeted by the elongated face of dog meat. Damn it! With a swift motion, Liang Manchang delivered a resounding slap to dog meat's face, sending him yelping off the couch. Woo-woo! Liang Manchang wiped his face and spat onto the ground. Dog meat, do you have a death wish? Honestly, have you been eating excrement these past few days? Woo-woo! As he watched dog meat rolling on the ground, Liang Manchang recalled his promise and, feeling a pang of sympathy, said, Dog meat, do you want some bone-strengthening powder? Dog meat sprang up, tears welling in his eyes, nodding eagerly. If you want it, then what are you waiting for? Fine, I understand. Tomorrow morning, I will head to the 7-Li Valley Watchtower. Determined, Liang Manchang resolved to purchase a substantial amount of bone-strengthening powder for dog meat and, incidentally, to enhance the elk's capabilities. The elk could currently carry 300 to 400 pounds, but Liang Manchang was not satisfied. Before unlocking its skills, he intended to supplement it with the bone-strengthening powder to see if he could elevate its capacity to 500 pounds. If successful, he might even be able to take it along for the ride to gather some eggs. At the break of dawn the following day, Liang Manchang eagerly rode his elk to seek out Zhao Fushun. However, upon arriving at the doorstep and knocking for an extended period, he found only Aunt Malian at home. Aunt, where are Uncle Tian and Shunzi? Oh, Manchang, you've arrived. It's just as well you mentioned it. My head is buzzing. Those two, father and son, are up at the crack of dawn and have long since vanished. What is the matter? Shunzi has gone to learn how to operate a tractor, claiming he must master it within a month. As for Uncle Tian, he also left early to learn how to repair tractors. This father and son duo truly heed your advice and are determined to practice on a tractor. Scratching his head, Liang Manchang realized Zhao Fushun was quite stubborn, a bit thick-headed, and to put it bluntly, rather foolish. Liang Manchang had encouraged him to learn how to drive a tractor and a car, yet he was bent on mastering it all at once. This stubbornness, it seemed, was inherited from his father, Zhao Yutian. Aunt Malian. Was Uncle Yutian like this in his youth? Indeed, I wouldn't dare say it in front of him, but these two are cut from the same cloth, each more obstinate than the other. That settles it then. Aunt, I initially intended to take Shunzi up the mountain, but since he is not here, I shall go alone. Chun Malian waved her hand. She was fully aware of Liang Manchang's intentions. His desire to bring Zhao Fushun along was not based on the boy's ability to assist, but rather out of a wish to look after him. Manchang, I appreciate your good intentions. You go ahead with your plans. I will send Shunzi over to visit you later. Very well, I shall take my leave. With that, Liang Manchang seized the saddle and mounted his elk. Ever since the carpenter Tan had fitted the saddle onto the elk's back, complete with a goose feather cushion, riding it was an exhilarating experience. As he mounted, it felt as though he were perched upon a motorcycle, steady and comfortable. Liang Manchang was not in a hurry, so it was only after 2 hours that he leisurely arrived at the Chili Valley Lookout Tower. Biao Go, are you there? As soon as Liang Manchang's voice fell, a cacophony of barking ensued. Zhang Dapio poked his head out of the lookout tower, greeted Liang Manchang, and then descended the ladder. Manchang, are you planning to venture into the mountains again today? You've been bringing back good game each time these past few days. When can we team up once I finish my shift? I want to show you that I, Zhang Dapio, am not merely a name. Liang Manchang dismounted from his elk, tethering the reins to a tree, and turned to Zhang Dapio, saying, Sure, once you change shifts, we will join forces to sweep across Laoyiling. However, today I am not here for hunting. I specifically came to find you. Zhang Dapio's expression brightened instantly. What else could you want from me? It must be to purchase a hunting dog, or perhaps some bone powder, right? Manchang, it seems you've come to your senses. This local mutt truly doesn't befit your status as the fiercest in Tuanjiatan. Look here, I have Mongolian hounds, wolf blue dogs, and Evenki dogs, 300 each. Noticing Liang Manchang's dissatisfaction, he continued, if you still prefer local breeds, I can get you a Northeast Mastiff, which is far superior to your mutt. Liang Manchang shook his head again, gently nudging the timid dog meat with his foot. Biao Go, although my hunting dog may be timid, it has been with me for many days. It may not have accomplished much, but it has endured hardships alongside me. I believe there are no completely worthless dogs in this world, only owners lacking discernment. Zhang Dapio, seeing Liang Manchang speak with conviction, squatted down to scrutinize the dog. A good hunting dog typically has a yellow head, a white face, upright ears, a compact and agile body, moving like a startled rabbit and remaining still as a maiden. However, the dog before him resembled a jaded old man, its gaze languid, limbs slack, like a middle-aged man drained by indulgence. Zhang Dapio confirmed repeatedly that this was indeed a cowardly dog. Manchang, if you keep a dog merely for amusement, then I have no objections. But remember, a hunting dog is a hunter's most loyal companion, and this cowardly creature will only hold you back. Don't let it become your downfall. Liang Manchang dismissed his concerns. After all, he currently had a heidongking and a Jinjian Tsang, one capable of providing vision and locating targets, while the other struck with formidable force to seize prey. The timid dog could only serve in tracking when the heidongking sight was obstructed and offered a modicum of emotional value. Thus, Liang Manchang did not place much hope or trust in the dog's ability to safeguard his life. Biao Gu. Don't let the dog's lack of fighting ability deceive you. Its nose is exceptional. I'm not bragging. The tracking dogs you train might not even rival it. The dog meat, moved to tears, circled Liang Manchang twice, sniffing intently at his backside, as if wishing to repay a debt of gratitude. Hee, brother Manchang. If we were to compare marksmanship, I might not be your match. However, in dog training, I, Zhang Dapio, would claim the second title. No one dares to claim the first. Hee, if you insist on that, I want to argue with you. No need for a contest. Even if you win, just give me 10 cans of bone powder. Since ancient times, literature has had no first, and martial arts no second. The training of dogs can indeed be considered a form of martial prowess. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dabiao's temper flared up. Manchang, your words carry a certain weight. Are you challenging me? Liang Manchang chuckled lightly, feigning generosity as he replied, Oh, we are all old acquaintances, there's no need for rivalry. Even if I were to win, what would it matter? Enough, bring me the bone-strengthening powder. The more you say that, the more I feel compelled to compete with you. How about this? Today, let us befriend through our dogs, draw a line. And see who prevails? That's rather dull. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to venture into the mountains and hunt a fine cicadere? Since your suggestion is so tedious, what shall we wager? But let it be voluntary. Do not spread rumors that I, Zhang Dabiao, am bullying you. Liang Manchang grinned and asked, What shall we wager? I will put up 20 jars of bone-strengthening powder. Liang Manchang calculated that 20 jars, at his set price, would amount to 200 yuan. Very well. I shall wager half a deer. If I lose, I will go into the mountains and procure half a deer for you. What sort of wager is that? That's not immediate stock. Brother Biao, do you not trust in my abilities? If I set my mind to it, I could bring you a deer in a heartbeat. All right then, you may venture into the mountains later. But remember, I also require half of the deer's whip. Liang Manchang scratched the back of his head. What could Zhang Dabiao, who had neither wife nor lover, possibly want with the deer's whip? Surely, he wouldn't be using it for personal gain? Brother Biao, do you have a friend in need of a deer's whip? No, I have been researching a certain medicine, specifically to bolster hunting dogs' vitality and enhance their breeding. Liang Manchang perked up at this revelation. It seemed Zhang Dabiao was delving into the authentic blue pills. In this era, genuine pills were not yet available. If he succeeded, he could return to America, leaving Wei Gu with nothing to do. At that point, he could simply ring the bell for a market launch. However, judging by Zhang Dabiao's tone, it seemed even the canine concoction had not yet been perfected, let alone one for humans. So, what shall we compete in? What shall we compete in? You have options. I see your timid dog wouldn't fare well in a fight or scaling walls. So let us test your expertise in tracking instead, lest anyone accuse me of bullying you. Very well, let it be a competition of tracking. With Dogmeat's keen sense of smell and the presence of the hawk overhead, I am absolutely confident. Zhang Dabiao climbed a ladder to retrieve a pair of foul-smelling socks from the lookout tower, holding them in his hands. I will unleash an awanky hunting dog. Each dog will get 10 seconds to sniff, then I will hide the socks somewhere, and we shall see whose dog retrieves them first. Liang Manchang felt a shiver run down his spine. Zhang Dabiao's socks appeared to be as stiff as a board, likely able to stand upright on the ground. Thankfully, it was dog meat who would be sniffing them. Had he been the one, he might have lost his last meal. Meanwhile, dog meat was brimming with excitement. Zhang Dabiao had chosen an awanky hunting dog, a breed meticulously cultivated by the awanky people through years of selective breeding, renowned for their tracking abilities. Thus, within the canine team, they typically served as the tracking dogs. despite Zhang Dabiao's insistence that he did not wish to appear as if he were bullying Liang Manchang. Every move he made seemed increasingly ruthless. Dog Meat and the Awenki dog sequentially sniffed the socks as Zhang Dabiao proceeded westward into the forest with the socks in hand. After running for a short distance, he concealed his socks in a familiar spot used for training the Awenki dogs in tracking. In simpler terms, this location had been traversed by the Awenki dogs no fewer than 100 times, establishing muscle memory. Apologies, my brother Manchang. I cannot afford to lose this time. Otherwise, how will I sell my hunting dogs and bone-strengthening powder? Unbeknownst to Zhang Dabiao, his every move was being broadcasted to Liang Manchang by the soaring eagle above. Although he was unaware of Zhang's intentions, he certainly suspected no good would come of it. Shao Hai, shortly, with your pristine claws. Retrieve that foul sock and toss it to Dog Meat. The eagle's mind was filled with reluctance, yet due to the bond of their contract, it obediently nodded. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhang Dabiao returned with enthusiasm. Brother Manchang, can you hardly wait? It's all right. Zhang Dabiao awkwardly touched his nose before suddenly proposing, Brother Manchang. Merely trading this modest amount of bone-strengthening powder and venison is rather dull. Why don't we raise the stakes? At that moment, the eagle was disdainfully extracting the sock from a tree hollow, flying southward. Liang Manchang prepared for a strategy of feigned retreat. Biao Gu, a small gamble brings joy, while a large gamble brings distress. Perhaps we should refrain. You seem quite confident of victory, and I prefer not to engage in a losing venture. Seeing Liang Manchang unfazed by his bait, Zhang Dabiao began to rally his spirits, persuading, oh, this hardly qualifies as a major gamble. Moreover, I've noticed your Dog Meat possesses remarkable spirit. Perhaps it could prevail. You must have faith in it. The outcome remains uncertain. They are all dark horses. Dog Meat appeared to comprehend Zhang Dabiao's words, energetically jumping and rubbing against Liang Manchang's trousers. Very well, very well. What stakes do you propose? Let us do this. If you win, I shall gift you 20 cans of bone-strengthening powder. If I win, you must yield the moose to me. Upon hearing this, Liang Manchang's eyes widened in astonishment. Zhang Dabiao had been biding his time, clearly with designs on acquiring the moose. 20 cans of bone-strengthening powder in exchange for a moose? Such a dream. Biao Gu, are you attempting to create tension and excitement, wagering small to gain large? Hee. Apart from bone-strengthening powder, I only have hunting dogs, which you do not desire. Thus I can only offer the powder in exchange. Wait, you possess other valuable items. Liang Manchang remarked, scrutinizing Zhang Dabiao, his expressions causing Zhang to shudder. Instantly alert, Zhang Dabiao crossed his arms, adopting a mockingly delicate demeanor. What do you intend to do? I sell my talent, not my body. Who desires your body? I seek your skills. Don't you have the recipe for the hunting dog's aphrodisiac? Once you succeed in your research, you must share the formula with me. What? Why do you need the formula? Besides, whether I can succeed is uncertain. This is a gentleman's agreement. Simply do your utmost. And rest assured, even if you do succeed, I will not take your formula for free. Once I have refined it into something consumable for humans, you shall receive a 10% share of the profits. Zhang Dabiao chuckled slyly. Initially, he believed his courage was already considerable, yet he was astonished to discover that Liang Manchang was even bolder. Without having conducted research for canine use, he leaped directly into offering it for human consumption. He calculated in his mind that as long as Liang Manchang promised not to utilize it for animals, it would pose no threat to his business. Should Liang Manchang succeed in his endeavors, the profit sharing would be a windfall for him. Very well, let it be settled thus. If I prevail, the moose shall be mine. If you triumph, I demand 20 cans of bone-strengthening powder and the recipe upon success. A gentleman's word is his bond. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Dabiao had yet to signal the start when the Awenki dog sprang forth with a swift leap. Meanwhile, the Dog Meat lagged behind by a full 10 seconds before it lazily began its advance. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Dabiao could only utter 2 words, steady. To his surprise, Liang Manchang remained unperturbed, instead producing a pack of Huazi cigarettes to share with him. Manchang, it seems your standard of living has improved? Is the dead Xianmin no longer sufficient for you? Going straight for the Huazi? Hee, I prefer my other spicy throat. Chapter 138. Not for sale, regardless of price. Zhang Dabiao expressed envy. Though he received a fixed salary from the forest farm and had the privilege of hunting with his dogs, occasionally earning extra from selling bone-strengthening powder, the pursuit of hunting dogs was indeed a costly affair. Coupled with his research into veterinary aphrodisiacs, he found himself with little left. His daily sustenance was often what remained from the dog's meals, and on occasion, hunters would deliver some game or grains to assist him in making ends meet. Thus, he typically smoked dry tobacco, occasionally acquiring some rolled cigarettes to enhance his lifestyle. However, he had never smoked the renowned Zhonghua brand, only glimpsed it in the pocket of the Forest Farm's director. Zhang Dapio placed the cigarette behind his ear, but still prepared his pipe, puffing away with a rhythmic motion. Brother Biao, why not smoke Huazi? Not accustomed to it. Hee. I'll wait until there are more people around. Hearing this, Liang Manchang handed over the remainder of the pack of Huazi to Zhang Dapio. Brother Biao, take it and enjoy. Zhang Dapio removed the cigarette from his ear, placed it into the cigarette case, and carefully tucked it into his breast pocket, patting it gently. Then I shall not be polite. Liang Manchang chuckled in response. No need for pleasantries. After all, you'll be giving me 20 cans of bone-strengthening powder along with a future recipe. Approximately 10 minutes later, the Awakens dog returned. Shaking its head, Zhang Dapio modestly clasped his fists, saying, Brother Manchang, I appreciate your sportsmanship. Do not be disheartened. If you are willing to spend 100 yuan for 10 cans of bone-strengthening powder, your dog meat can certainly thrive. If you prefer convenience, as I mentioned, 300 yuan will allow you to take my dog. After finishing his statement, Zhang Dapio turned to untie the moose, preparing to stroll a couple of laps to acclimatize. Alas, Brother Biao, what are you doing? Is there no conclusion yet? Although your Awakens dog returned early, what if it ends up being a false alarm? Observing Liang Manchang's unwavering determination, Zhang Dapio shook his head in resignation. Brother Manchang, I assure you, my Awakens dog never returns empty-handed. Let it be. If you insist on adhering to this stubborn principle, I shall indulge your whim and observe. Zhang Dapio uttered these words. Yet his grip on the reins remained firm as he guided the moose towards the luncheon dog. The dog, with its head shaking in disbelief, approached, its tail drooping like a stick behind it. The joyful barks of the dog meat resonated, its tail spinning like a fan. However, the smile on Zhang Dapio's face gradually faded, for the luncheon dog's mouth was empty, while the dog meat had acquired a pair of foul-smelling socks. Liang Manchang patted Zhang Dapio on the shoulder, sighed, and consoled him. Brother Biao, leaving everything aside, your luncheon dog is indeed quite swift. A piercing pain gripped Zhang Dapio's heart. He did not lament the medical prescription, but rather the 20 cans of bone-strengthening powder and the moose. Manchang, your dog meat appears to be a timid creature, yet how could it possibly outpace my luncheon dog? Is there some secret to it? Liang Manchang chuckled. With the dog meat's 10-mile scent detection combined with the eagle-eyed vigilance of the heidonking, it is no exaggeration to say that even if you hide the socks in a tree hollow, or even on a branch, it would still retrieve them. Brother Biao, this is a gift. Although our dog meat seems timid, its prowess in tracking prey is unparalleled. Claiming it can scent from 10 miles away is no exaggeration. Though Zhang Dapio felt a pang in his heart, he accepted his defeat and prepared to concede. All right, just wait. I shall first fetch the bone-strengthening powder, and we can discuss the prescription later. With that, Zhang Dapio kicked the luncheon dog in the rear and spat in frustration. Useless creature. You're even inferior to a mutt. Observing Zhang Dapio, Liang Manchang squatted down and stroked the dog's head. Dog meat, your speed may be lacking, but at least you are steady. Let us just let this pass without punishment this time. Liang Manchang's sudden display of camaraderie startled Zhang Dapio, causing him to nearly lose his balance while climbing the ladder. The dog meat, feeling wronged, rubbed against Liang Manchang's pant leg and licked the back of his hand with its tongue. A whiff of foot odor wafted through the air. Liang Manchang swiftly swatted the dog away. Dog meat, I have warned you repeatedly not to extend your tongue so freely. Why do you not heed my words? By the time Zhang Dapio approached with a sizable stack of bone-strengthening powder, the corners of the dog meat's mouth had stretched back to its nape. Manchang, I currently have only 6 cans. You may take them for now, and I shall write you an IOU for the remaining 14. After scribbling down the note, Zhang Dapio continued, Brother Manchang, may I propose a matter for discussion? What is it? Perhaps you could quote a price for the dog meat and sell it to me? Liang Manchang frowned. A dog that becomes famous is like a person who grows strong. The dog meat has made quite a name for itself. Is Zhang Dapio attempting to undermine me? However, had the dog meat not consumed the skill or prior, even a mere 50 yuan would have made Zhang Dapio's hesitation disrespectful to the value of money. But now, with the dog meat's scent detection elevated to level 2 and its tracking skills exceptional, selling it under the guise of an ordinary hunting dog would indeed be a significant loss. Moreover, if the dog meat were to thrive in this world, it would be incapable of bestowing the remarkable skill of scent detection upon other hunting hounds. Thus, the dog meat is not for sale, regardless of its worth. Brother Biao, I regard the dog meat as a dear brother, so no matter the amount you offer, I shall not part with it. Upon hearing this, the dog meat's eyes brimmed with tears. Even if Liang Manchang were to toss a knife before it, it would surely find a way to nuzzle against the blade. Really? In the short time you've been here, I've seen the dog meat endure your blows no less than thrice. Liang Manchang's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. To hit is to care, to scold is to love. No hitting or scolding is truly a calamity. Zhang Dabiao initially believed Liang Manchang was merely trying to raise the price, but it now appeared that he had no real intention of buying. How about lending me the dog meat for a couple of days? For what purpose? To hunt in the mountains? That could be arranged. But I fear you might not handle it well. No, no. Why would we take such a fine hunting dog into the mountains? I intend for the dog meat to mate with our female dog. Liang Manchang was taken aback. It turned out Zhang Dabiao had this notion in mind. No. Our dog meat has always held its virtue in high regard. Do not tarnish its pure spirit. Even if you offered 500 yuan for a day, it would not suffice. What? When did I mention 500? That is irrelevant. Zhang Dabiao gritted his teeth. This dog is indeed a fine specimen, yet the man is of questionable character. To speak of 500 yuan right off the bat, that amount represents a year and a half of his salary. However, if he could sire a hunting dog capable of remarkable scent detection, combined with his years of training experience, it would surely yield a canine king. Thus, Zhang Dabiao's reputation would echo throughout the entire new town. Chapter 139. Interest is the best teacher. 300 yuan. Will you rent it? Liang Manchang pondered, wondering whether the 300 yuan was for the night or a single occasion, as the labor intensity was vastly different. 300 for one occasion? This is the first time for our dog meat. Wouldn't a little red envelope be in order? I would consider it a personal contribution. Zhang Dabiao felt as though a piece of his flesh had been torn away, bleeding heavily. Upon hearing Liang Manchang's question, he was instantly filled with fury. Huh. Is your dog meat's little mouth adorned with gold or diamonds? 300 for one occasion. Heh, then 300 for a day will do. I shall handle the motivational work for the dog meat. After all, in later times, one could procure a full set for 300 in the alleyways. Zhang Dabiao glanced at the dog meat's little mouth, which was already gleaming. Did it still require motivational work? Are you belittling the dog? Zhang Dabiao unfastened his trousers, unzipping the anti-theft pocket, pulling out a warm stack of cash, counting it thrice before handing it over to Liang Manchang. Brother Manchang, this is all my savings. Please encourage your dog meat to exert itself, so that it might fill our female dog's belly. Liang Manchang pinched the cash with his fingers and tucked it into his pocket. Hee, I cannot assist with this. You must speak to the dog meat directly. Zhang Dabiao wasted no time, moving closer to the dog meat, lifting his small hand, and placing a large honey ball into the dog meat's mouth, watching it roll down its throat. Dog meat, give it your all, and surely you shall have a multitude of descendants in the future. Zhang Dabiao declared as he carried dog meat into the watchtower, subsequently bringing in 4 female hunting dogs. Liang Manchang could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety for dog meat. Would it not soar to great heights? Seizing the moment, he mounted the moose and said, Brother Piao, I shall venture into the woods to catch a couple of wild chickens and hares to enhance our meals. Zhang Dabiao waved his hand, urging Liang Manchang to hasten into the mountains. Very well, gather plenty. The more you catch, the more I shall feast. For I must keep this matter in mind until I can indulge. Liang Manchang squeezed his calves, shaking the reins as he ventured into the woods. Approximately half an hour later, Liang Manchang released little Jean from the space to frolic, allowing the eagle to roam freely, while the moose nibbled on some leaves. Meanwhile, Liang Manchang entered the space, reclining on the grass as he pondered the gender of the 2 little yellow-haired creatures within. Aha, 1 male and 1 female, perfect for breeding. After his contemplation, he called out, Xiaomei, do you fancy the little piglet I have prepared for you? Humph, Brother Manchang, this is hardly a little piglet. It's clearly a stinky pig, reeking to high heaven. Liang Manchang scrunched his nose, detecting a faint foul odor. However, the space possessed a remarkable self-purification ability. And given time, these wild boars would surely transform into tender-skinned, mildly fragrant little piglets. I assure you, Xiaomei, if given a chance, they will become adorable little pet pigs. Really? Then I shall send you a grand gift package. Splendid. Liang Manchang now yearned for a box of blue pills to contract the little red fox for a quest to the ancient tomb. He currently had only 1 pill, and if he could procure a small box, that would total 4. Administering all 4 to the little red fox would, despite the low probability, significantly enhance the odds. A round package drifted down from the heavens, and upon seeing it, Liang Manchang's heart sank considerably. It appeared to be a skill orb. He could only hope it was not the fragrance of 10 miles. But upon fully unwrapping the package, it indeed turned out to be the fragrance of 10 miles. After all his efforts, he had inadvertently crafted a bridal gown for dog meat. Xiaomei, Might I return this within 7 minutes without reason? Not a chance. It was free. What more could you desire? Liang Manchang shook his head in resignation. Then what use do you have for the fragrance of 10 miles? Could it not be exchanged for something else, like the perceptive insider anchor point sniping? Hey, did you not say these wild boars could turn into little piglets? Let dog meat use its nose to sniff, when it can no longer detect any odor. Only then will they truly be little piglets. Liang Manchang wished he could give himself 2 resounding slaps for mentioning little piglets. But mistakes must be acknowledged, and one must stand tall in the face of adversity. He tucked the skill orb into his pocket, gathered all the vegetables, and replanted the seeds. Once he had completed his tasks, he exited the space. The moose had not wandered far, so Liang Manchang mounted it once more. He searched his mind for the locations of the eagle and little Jean. Fortunately, they were not far, and he commanded them to return with some game. Half an hour later, the eagle had successfully captured 2 wild chickens, and little Jean had seized a rabbit. Thus, Liang Manchang returned to the watchtower at Go with wild chickens and a rabbit in tow. Biao, could you prepare these 2 wild chickens and the rabbit? Zhang Dabiao, lounging on the grass under the sun, replied with irritation, Manchang, my culinary skills do not match yours. Better you take charge lest it be ruined. Today, Zhang Dabiao found himself at a loss. Having not only failed to gain an advantage over Liang Manchang, but also suffering a loss of 20 jars of bone-strengthening powder. He could only pin his hopes on the 3 female dogs, wishing to see them all pregnant, thereby mitigating his losses. All right then, I shall take care of it. By the way, how is the dog meat faring? Liang Manchang perked up as he heard the resonant sounds emanating from the dog. The dog meat was quite vigorous, still busy after 2 hours. Liang Manchang shook his head, realizing that earning that 300 yuan was no easy feat. He resolved to treat the dog with some kidneys later on. After preparing the wild chickens and the rabbit, the 2 indulged in their meal, seasoned with chili powder. Biao, I think we're nearly done. Shall we give the dog some rest? Zhang Dabiao's face hardened, adopting a stance of indifference. How can that be? I've paid for this. 300 yuan cannot be wasted on a single day. Besides, the dog has plenty of stamina. Just listen to that noise. It sounds like a hammer pounding against a wall, so vigorous. Liang Manchang listened attentively, and indeed, the sound was thunderous, akin to an earthquake. Chasing after prey usually drained the dog, but now it toiled tirelessly. Indeed, interest is the finest teacher. Liang Manchang, resigned, found a patch of grass to lie down and rest. By late afternoon, as the dog's cries grew more desperate, Zhang Dabiao estimated it was time to release the dog. Liang Manchang looked at the exhausted dog sprawled on the ground and felt a pang of sympathy. Earning this money was truly arduous. Don't worry, dog meat, tonight. I'll treat you to some kidneys. After saying this, Liang Manchang cradled the weary dog in his arms. To his surprise, although the dog looked as exhausted as a lifeless creature, its small red tongue still peeked out. Dog meat, your workday is over. Don't be too professional. Once they reached a secluded spot, Liang Manchang placed the dog into his space and opened a jar of bone-strengthening powder for it to indulge. Upon returning home, Lu Jingxiu scrutinized the dog. Manchang, what is wrong with the dog? Chapter 140, A Trial Run. Lu Jingxiu curiously examined the dog, while Xiaoying squatted nearby, her face filled with concern. Dog meat, what is the matter? Are you unwell? Lu Jingxiu nudged Liang Manchang's arm and whispered, Manchang, what exactly happened to the dog? Liang Manchang instinctively touched his nose. It's nothing, it's just a bit tired, that's all. The moment you touch your nose, I sense something is amiss. Speak up. Liang Manchang discreetly pulled Lu Jingxiu aside and whispered, I introduced a temporary girlfriend to the dog. It's time for the dog to have its own private life. A girlfriend? There should be no issue, but what does temporary girlfriend mean? Oh, it refers to something fleeting. Huh. The more I hear, the more confused I become. In any case, dog meat has gained both fame and fortune this time, satisfying his physical desires while earning our family 300 yuan. Lu Jingxiu's face instantly flushed with understanding. She realized that the so-called introduction of a girlfriend amounted to a transaction of money and pleasure. Manchang, how many girlfriends have you introduced to dog meat? 3 or 4, but all were consensual. Humph. If the police come asking, are you certain he would be believed? Oh, it's no big deal. Dog meat is just feeling a bit under the weather. Tomorrow morning, I will take him to the commune to get a couple of kidneys to rejuvenate him. And I assure you he will be lively again. Lu Jingxiu pinched Liang Manchang's waist and glared at him fiercely. If there is to be another breeding, you go yourself. Don't drag dog meat into this. Look, Xiaoying is about to cry. Hee, would you really be willing? Of course. All right then, I shall go breed him now. After Liang Manchang said this, he shouted to Xiaoying, Xiaoying, close the door and go to sleep. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to the commune. And we'll also visit Xiao and I. Upon hearing this, Xiaoing immediately abandoned dog meat and rushed into the house. Liang Manchang also pulled Lu Jingxiu into the room. Hee, Jingxiu, let me teach you a new position. Stop it, close the door. The next morning, Liang Manchang rode his bicycle, taking Xiaoying and Lu Jingxiu to the commune. Upon arriving, Liang Manchang first purchased 2 pig kidneys before heading to the supply and marketing cooperative. Noticing Li Xiaolu busy at work, he greeted her, saying, Sister Xiaolu, are you busy? It's Manchang. Are you here to buy something? I brought Xiaoying and Jingxiu to stroll around the commune. It's getting cold, so I thought to buy them some new clothes. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaolu pulled Liang Manchang aside and whispered, I happen to have a batch of wool sweaters with loose threads, selling them as defective goods. Once the threads are cut, they look just like new. These defective items at that time were considered a benefit. For instance, these slightly flawed wool sweaters were sold at only 1/5 of the normal price and did not require ration coupons. Typically, they were first made available to the employees of the supply and marketing cooperative, with any leftovers then flowing into the market. Employees sometimes deliberately pulled a thread to make the items qualify as defective. After all, it was public money. Then you help us each pick one. And by the way, choose one for Xiao and I too. As her uncle, I cannot forget about her. All right then, knowing you have money, I won't be too polite. Lu Jingxiu then selected a black men's wool sweater, a deep red women's wool sweater, and 2 pink children's wool sweaters. The total for these 4 items amounted to merely 15 yuan. While this sum might be a fortune to others, for Liang Manchang, it was but a trifling amount. Sister Xiaolu, please get me 2 bottles of Beidot Song. We'll have lunch at your place. Xiaoing Mrs. Xiao and I, and they can play together. Sure. I'll tidy up and then clock out. After Li Xiaolu said this, she waved goodbye and walked with Liang Manchang and the 2 women towards Hongxing village. A group of individuals traveled together, engaged in light-hearted banter. However, before they reached the doorstep, a cacophony of voices erupted. Gao Dashan, how dare you deceive your father? Are you even human? Who is my father? You? Aren't you my uncle? Stop pretending to be confused. Gao Dashan, you better clear the way, or I won't hold back. Uncle Gao, please don't make it difficult for me. You were the one who feared I would claim your treasures, insisting I move my household registration to Conjiaton. And now you shamelessly return? Shameless? This is all a trap you set with Zhang Yaoyang to lure me out, so you can monopolize my inheritance. Inheritance? The money I earned with Xiaolu has all been used to support your precious daughter and grandson. Do you still speak of inheritance? Everything in this house belongs to you. At that moment, Qin Hui's voice echoed from within the house. You too, stop your charade. If I hadn't taken the old man's gold to sell in the county town and endured a few shocks, you too would truly believe there was gold in your pockets, living off me for a lifetime. Indeed, father, how could you even deceive your own daughter? I left these things for you. Your living expenses at my house have been calculated at 30 yuan. Surely that's not unreasonable? Pay up. Liang Manchang immediately recognized this couple as Gao Xiuqin and her husband, who he had never met before. You reap what you sow. Gao Xiuqin's character is directly related to Gao Qiu. Fortunately, Gao Dashan is slow-witted and late to understand, or he would have been led astray by Gao Qiu. Indeed, Gao Qiu, who had never suffered losses, retaliated without hesitation, shouting, You 2 ungrateful wretches. Haven't I often sent food and drink to your home? Without me, would your children be so plump and healthy? Now you come to me for money. And you still have the audacity to ask? Father, that's not how you should put it. At the time, neither Qin Hui nor I forced you to send us food and drink, did we? Besides, didn't you want us to adopt a child with your surname to carry on the Gao family line? Otherwise, would you have kindly helped us raise the 2 little ones? Liang Manchang found the situation increasingly amusing, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama when Gao Hui's voice interrupted. Enough of the past, let's just get the old man back. We'll collect the 30 yuan once Li Xiaolu gets her paycheck. Gao Dashan was infuriated to the point of laughter. What is this, Qin Hui? How can you be so audacious? Since the division of the family, my family has had nothing to do with you. All of you should leave. Qin Hui was taken aback. The usually docile Gao Dashan was daring to speak to him in such a manner, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready for a fight. What did you say? Looking for a fight? Come and try. Try? I shall. Just then, Li Xiaolu, fearing for Gao Dashan's safety, pushed open the outer door. What are you doing? Bullying the outnumbered, are we? Indeed, it's a case of bullying the few. Chapter 141. Such outrageous demands. This is the first time I have heard of them. Liang Manchang chuckled and moved behind Li Xiaolu. Oh, bullying us because we're few? Look again. Qin Hui, seeing Liang Manchang nearly towering at the door frame, felt a shiver run down his spine and trembled as he asked, Are you Liang Manchang? Indeed, have you heard of my name? Qin Hui had certainly heard more than just whispers. Since the last time Liang Manchang single-handedly overturned the entire Hongxing village, his infamous reputation has spread across Hongxing and its surrounding settlements, including Qinjia village. This time, he chose to return the golf clubs at noon, calculating that Liang Manchang would be at home for lunch. However, he never anticipated that Liang would forsake his sumptuous feast to dine at Li Xiaolu's residence. Such folly. Liang Manchang, do not roll up your sleeves. I am not afraid of you. It is merely a bit warm. I did not intend to provoke you. Seizing the opportunity while Liang Manchang was making faces at Gao Xiaoni, who was hiding behind the tall mountain, Qin Hui deftly slipped away from under his arm like a loach. Liang Manchang, Gao Dashan is Gao Qiu's son, and it is entirely reasonable for me to return him. I fear no one, regardless of where I go. After having indulged in free meals at my home for so many days, asking him for 30 yuan is a mere pittance. Qin Hui's irritation grew with each word. In recent days, in an effort to curry favor with Gao Qiu, he had deceived him into removing his vest. Qin Hui and Gao Xiuqin had even brought forth canned peaches that had expired 7 or 8 years ago, unwilling to part with them, placing them before Gao Qiu. Finally, seizing the chance when Gao Qiu was incapacitated, they managed to pry off his vest and discovered a glittering gold bar, which eased their minds. This jingling gold bar felt like a caterpillar crawling on the hearts of Qin Hui and his wife. Unable to contain his excitement, he drugged Gao Dashan, extracted a gold bar, and gleefully delivered it to New City, only to be met with a few electric shocks upon arrival. When he returned to Qinjia village bearing bruises, he tossed the gold bar before Gao Qiu, effectively exposing his ruse. Gao Dashan, despite your usual lethargy, it seems your cunning surpasses that of a lotus root. Gao Dashan would not concede. Qin Hui, I reiterate, Gao Qiu's household registration is not with me, and he has divided from his family in front of the entire village. Even if you were to deliver him to a graveyard, do not bring him here. Were Liang Manchang absent, Gao Qiu would likely unleash a tirade against Gao Dashan and his wife. Yet, with this fierce deity present, the words were swallowed back down. Irritated by Qin Hui's incessant prattling, Liang Manchang flung Gao Qiu's tattered woven bag outside and promptly ordered Gao Hui and his wife to leave. You too, go back from whence you came, or I shall call the police. Liang Manchang, do not be so arrogant. Go ahead and call. After delivering his threat, Qin Hui swiftly dragged Gao Xiuqin away, leaving Gao Qiu in a state of confusion. Alas, I am still here. Why abandon me? Liang Manchang chuckled, cracking his knuckles. Gao Qiu, would you like me to escort you? Escort. Gao Qiu dared not let him, fearing he might take him to an unknown destination. Liang Manchang, do not come any closer. My heart is weak. Oh no. Gao Qiu collapsed to the ground, abandoning the woven bag entirely. Once the coast was clear, Liang Manchang instructed Xiaoying to take Gao Xiaoni out to play and turned to Gao Dashan, asking, brother-in-law, do you not feel regret for driving Gao Qiu away? Regret? What nonsense. At this point, he still seeks to trick me. Is he a father or an enemy? Liang Manchang nodded in satisfaction, realizing that Gao Dashan had suffered in silence for over 20 years, but had finally gained insight. Once a simple man awakens to understanding, the losses he endured transform into invaluable experience, and the pitfalls he encountered become the paths he has traversed. After Liang Manchang and his companions finished their lunch and were about to leave, Qin Hui stormed back with a large group, including a 3-wheeled vehicle. Manchang, did Qin Hui really call the police? I heard this lad has some connections in the commune. Could he genuinely be bringing Gao Qiu back to me? Liang Manchang focused his keen perception and felt a sense of relief wash over him. Brother-in-law, rest assured, we are in the right. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. Even if the deputy director arrives, we have nothing to fear. Such words from Liang Manchang seemed fit only for a fairy tale. In this era, the legal system was not sufficiently robust to convict someone. It often sufficed to lock them in a dark room, press a telephone book against their chest, and wield a small hammer. At the very least, during the summer when mosquitoes swarmed, one could be stripped down to their underwear and tossed into the grass to fend for themselves. Within half a day, except for the most heinous crimes, all others would be readily confessed. Yet, Liang Manchang's confidence stemmed from a simple truth. Everyone had someone above them. In a matter of moments, Qin Hui stormed up to Liang Manchang, radiating aggression. Second brother, it's this scoundrel. A uniformed police officer stepped forward with his hands behind his back, his face brimming with hostility. Are you the one stirring discord within a family? You have quite the audacity. Liang Manchang chuckled slyly. Upon hearing the title second brother, he understood this individual was an ally of Qin Hui. And how shall I address you, officer? What of it? Are you attempting to retaliate? Let me tell you, the people's police are not intimidated by threats. I am Qin Hongshan. Officer Qin, then enlighten me as to what I have done. Did I force Gao Qiu to leave everything behind and split the family? Or did I compel Qin Hui to demonstrate filial piety by insisting on retrieving Gao Qiu? Qin Hongshan, a distant relative of Qin Hui residing in the same village, had come merely to intimidate, and thus, the sequence of events was made clear by Qin Hui. From an outsider's perspective, it appeared that Qin Hui was driven by greed and had brought this upon himself. But was this truly the time for reason? Favoring kin over logic was paramount. Liang Manchang, you continue to argue. I now represent the government in warning you to return whence you came. Furthermore, Gao Qiu must immediately return home. I will have his residency transferred back tomorrow. Also, where is Gao Dashan? Gao Dashan raised his hand. Although he stood firm against Qin Hui, he felt insufficiently bold before the uniformed officer. Government official, I am Gao Dashan. You are to prepare 30 yuan as compensation for Qin Hui, to cover his living expenses for these past few days. Do you have any objections? Gao Dashan glanced at Liang Manchang and, seeing no dissent, nodded. It was a battle he could not win. He had to concede. Qin Hui's face was alight with triumph. What of your martial prowess, Liang Manchang? Whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you will lie down before me. In this age, relying on brute strength is base. It is connections that reign supreme. Liang Manchang, are you not feeling smug? Dare to flaunt it again? Come, strike me. After Qin Hui concluded his words, he leaned his face towards Liang Manchang. A sharp crack echoed as a vibrant red fingerprint appeared on Qin Hui's cheek. Such an outrageous demand is something I have never encountered before. Chapter 142. This is not a slap on my backside, but rather a strike to your face. Qin Hongshan's expression turned as frosty as ice. Liang Manchang, you dare to act violently in front of the government? You are courting death. Liang Manchang, with a sense of resignation, shrugged his shoulders. Qin Hongshan speaks without restraint, devoid of any semblance of decorum. He is merely inviting trouble upon himself. Do it again if you have the guts. Liang Manchang helplessly shook his head and kicked Qin Hui, who was turning back to complain, squarely in the backside, sending him tumbling to the ground in a most undignified manner. Qin Hui, clutching his painfully throbbing tailbone, wailed to Qin Hongshan, second brother. This is not a slap on my backside. It is a blow to your face. What do you mean? Is your backside my face? Qin Hongshan was instantly incensed. Liang Manchang was exceedingly arrogant, and Qin Hui was undeniably dim-witted. With a snap, he brandished the handcuffs from his waist, preparing to directly hand them to Liang Manchang. Lu Jingqiu grew anxious. If he were to be taken in, he would not escape unscathed. Manchang, be careful. Liang Manchang turned back with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Qin Hongshan was grinding his teeth in anger. Typically, such ruffians would cower before him, but Liang Manchang was instead engaging in light-hearted banter. Was he not effectively slapping his own face? I wonder if you will still be able to laugh after this. Liang Manchang, with an air of resignation, rose on his toes to call out to Zhou Jinhui behind Qin Hongshan. Deputy Director Zhou, if you've had enough of the show, perhaps you could say something? Otherwise, will you truly wait until I am taken in before you rescue me? Zhou Jinhui, now promoted to Deputy Director, waved his hand and approached Qin Hongshan, saying, Hongshan, I know this man. He is a good comrade. Qin Hongshan's heart sank. This Liang Manchang appeared to be nothing more than a ruffian. Yet he seemed to be well acquainted with Zhou Jinhui, who was now directly connected to the director, more esteemed than even the director himself. However, even if he had erred, he had to maintain his so-called principles. After all, as long as he insisted he was acting impartially, he could only be labeled as inflexible. Yet, if he were to suddenly change his stance now, Zhou Jinhui might very well force him to the ground. More importantly, Qin Hongshan was brimming with pent-up frustration that he could not swallow. Deputy Director Zhou, Liang Manchang has no ties to the Gao family. He has come here to stir trouble, and he is no good bird. I suspect he is colluding with others to illegally seize the Gao family's property. Zhou Jinhui's expression darkened. Was Qin Hongshan plainly refusing to give him face? He had already characterized Liang Manchang as a good comrade. Yet here was Qin Hongshan attempting to overturn that judgment. Did he not regard Zhou Jinhui as a proper official? Qin Hongshan, do not act recklessly. Step back. No, I have my principles. Qin Shan had declared, and with a sharp click, the silver handcuffs were fastened around Liang Manchang's wrist. Lu Jingqiu and the others collectively gasped, preparing to intervene, but Liang Manchang's mere glance deterred them. Meanwhile, Zhou Jinhui's face was as dark as a stormy sky. The sound of slaps echoed resoundingly. Qin Hongshan, do not overstep your bounds. In a moment of tension, Manchang handed over his stamped identification to Qin Shana, who received it with trembling hands, his eyes wide with disbelief. The document bore Manchang's photo, the official seal, and the inscription, specially appointed expert of the New City Public Security Bureau. The revelation left Qin Hongshan in a state of shock. Although the title lacked a specific administrative rank, it conferred the privileges of a deputy director, indicating he was a part of the bureau. As a mere officer in a local police station, he had no authority to indiscriminately handcuff Manchang. Realizing the gravity of his misstep, Qin Hongshan broke into a cold sweat, quickly returning the identification. "Expert Liang, please keep your credentials safe. Are you certain they are not forged?" He stammered. "Of course not. Now, shall we head to the bureau? I would like to have a chat with Director Li Weigua." Manchang replied nonchalantly. Panic gripped Qin Hongshan at the thought of escalating the situation. "Deputy Director Zhou, I was too hasty. Please, help me out." Zhou Jinhui furrowed his brow. He was leading the team and could not afford any blunders. "I'll deal with you later," he admonished Qin Hongshan before pulling Manchang aside. Lowering his voice, "Manchang, you've expressed your anger, but let's consider this a favor for me. I shouldn't have come for such a trivial matter. But I overheard Qin Hui mention your name, so I kept my guard up. It seems these two have ulterior motives." Zhou continued, "We'll discuss this further later. But ensure that Gao Qiu's household registration does not return. Rest assured, without the homeowner's consent, it cannot be transferred back." With Zhou's assurance, Manchang felt a sense of relief. "Well, you better keep your word and not let me down later. Do you think I could falter again?" Zhou Jinhui retorted, casting a disapproving glance at the visibly shaken Qin Hongshan before gesturing to leave the village. As Qin Hongshan fumbled with his keys, struggling to unlock the door, he was met with Manchang's scornful laughter. "With such cowardice and mindset, you think you can emulate the underworld?" Manchang took the keys, unlocked the handcuffs, and tossed them back. "Be cautious from now on. Do not provoke those who are not easily dealt with." Though his tone remained calm, his presence loomed over Qin Hongshan like a mountain, rendering him breathless. He hurriedly turned to leave. "Wait, what is it, Expert Liang? Take Qin Hui away. He is a nuisance." With a firm grip, Qin Shanhe seized the prostrate Qin Hui and dragged him out of the village. Be gentle. Be gentle? You nearly got me killed. We will settle this later." Liang Manchang and his companions exhaled in relief as they watched Qin Hui flee in a state of disarray. "Manchang, when did you acquire your credentials? Are they authentic or counterfeit?" "Counterfeit. I purchased them for a mere $1 from a street vendor in New City." After lingering in Hongxingtun for half a day to ensure that Qin Hui would not return, Liang Manchang mounted his bicycle, accompanied by Lu Jingqiu and Xiaoying, and made his way home. The following morning, Liang Manchang visited Tan the carpenter to retrieve a deer cart, loading it with over 200 pounds of vegetables and more than 400 pounds of selected goods. "Jingqiu, yesterday I was asked to deliver some goods to New City. I won't be home for lunch, so prepare something nice for yourselves. Don't hold back." "All right, understood." After saying this, Liang Manchang handed Lu Jingqiu 10 large bills, anxious that she might hesitate to spend. "You must use it all within a month." Chapter 143. Why aren't you playing by the rules? Harnessed to the cart, the moose pulled it forward with ease, making no effort at all. Liang Manchang initially intended to drive the cart like he would a donkey cart, sitting on the frame and cracking the whip, but the moose's height of over 2 meters meant he could only see its rear. Concerned about the possibility of the moose passing gas or relieving itself, Liang Manchang opted to walk alongside it. Due to the nature of their contract, he didn't hold the reins, but merely carried the whip, poking at the ground as he walked. As they neared New City, Liang Manchang's keen eyes suddenly spotted a redwood box lying by the roadside. "What on earth? I hope it's not something unsavory." When such items appear on the side of the road, they often bear significance: coins, toys, or similar objects, suggesting fortunes or fates. However, Liang Manchang, being quite resilient, distanced himself and poked the redwood box with his whip. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a dark green jade pendant nestled within. Just then, an elegantly dressed elderly gentleman hurriedly approached, searching the ground as he walked. "Young man, have you seen a red wooden box? That contains my family heirloom." Liang Manchang furrowed his brow, pondering the coincidence. How could such an event occur? As soon as he spotted the box, someone appeared to claim it. Before Liang could respond, the old man continued, "If you find it, deliver it to the New City Hotel, and I will reward you with 100 yuan. With that, the old man turned and made his way toward New City. Almost simultaneously, a ragged old man emerged from nowhere, leaping off the curb to clutch the redwood box tightly. "I knew my eyelids were twitching today. It seems fortune is smiling upon me. I'll offer some unexpired incense to the god of wealth." Liang Manchang chuckled and struck the old man with his whip. "Hey, I saw it first. Let go. Why should I believe you? Whoever holds it now owns it. Dream on." The jade pendant inside is worth 100 yuan. Let it go, or I'll knock you out. Get lost. Come and try to take it. Hearing this, Liang Manchang rolled up his sleeves, preparing to charge. All right, let's see whose head is harder, yours or my fist. The old man, noticing Liang Manchang's intent to rush forward, quickly clutched the box and dashed into the fields, running 10 meters before finally stopping. Absolutely not. What a ridiculous notion. Harmony breeds prosperity, so let us not damage our cordiality. We shall split the contents equally. Would you care to take a glance? Inside lies a jade pendant. How shall we divide it? You must be joking. Very well then, you just claimed this trinket is worth 100 yuan. So you may give me 50 yuan, and I shall relinquish the jade pendant to you. Liang Manchang chuckled and retorted. How about this? You offer me 40 yuan, and the jade pendant is yours. What? Why are you deviating from the script? If all else fails, 30 yuan will suffice. The old man was thoroughly flustered. This young fellow appeared to be a simpleton, yet when it came to negotiations, he acted even more like one. Why squander perfectly good money when you could simply keep it? Have you lost your mind? Go play by yourself. Wu the blind. When did you cease your fortune-telling and switch to scamming? You think you can sell this shabby jade pendant for 50 yuan? Aren't you being a bit greedy? The old man shuddered, and, upon scrutinizing Liang Manchang's face, suddenly recalled that incident at the market. Wu the blind had chosen Liang Manchang as his target because he was dressed as a rustic, presuming him to be an ignorant simpleton. Little did he know he had run into an old acquaintance. Ah, isn't this so-and-so? How have you been? Did you avoid calamity last time? Calamity my foot. Have you finally remembered? Heh, I see nearly 100 people daily, so I didn't recognize you at first. Your scam is far too elementary. Even tossing a fake banknote would be more credible than a jade pendant. Who carries jade pendants around nowadays? It's an obvious ruse. Wu the blind slapped his forehead, realizing the truth in this statement. The quality of jade varies greatly, and so does its value. In this era of scarcity, most people have never encountered jade and cannot appreciate its worth. Those with a discerning eye would prefer cash over an incomprehensible jade pendant. Hence, Wu the blind had been lingering there for several days without a single successful transaction, even losing a few days' wages in the process. I've learned my lesson. I shall return and make improvements immediately. Brother, I didn't realize you were also an expert in the art of deception. Shall we not collaborate? The reason Liang Manchang could discern this as a scam so swiftly was due to his past experiences. Once bitten, twice shy. In his previous life, he had stumbled upon a gold chain on the ground, heavy in his hand and weighing at least 2 taels. But before he could revel in his fortune, a street thug approached, claiming half. Reluctant to part with the chain, Liang Manchang, seeing the thug was not to be trifled with, handed over 20,000 yuan instead. When he joyfully inquired at the gold shop, he discovered it was not gold, but merely a lead block coated in gold. Thus, Liang Manchang's reaction was merely instinctive. His sensitive nerves had been triggered. I have no interest in scamming you. Such immoral deeds should be avoided, lest you truly become blind someday. I'm not afraid of going blind. I fear poverty more. Wu the blind, you are at least a professional tomb raider. How have you fallen to such a state? Our Dao Ridge is likely home to numerous grand tombs. Can't you simply excavate one to sustain yourself for a lifetime? Wu the blind waved his hand, tucked the jade pendant into his pocket, and then feigned the demeanor of a wise sage, his hands clasped behind his back. This is not a scam. Rather, I am helping them eliminate their karmic burdens. If they cannot preserve their wealth due to such trivial tricks, it indicates a mismatch between their personal capabilities and their possessions. Even if I do not deceive them, they will eventually fall prey to others. In this case, it is better to be deceived by me, as it can be seen as a good deed. Besides, I ask for little each time, merely 50 yuan, a mere taste. Liang Manchang felt a flush of heat on his face. In his past life, he had indeed been somewhat foolish. From Wu the blind's perspective, there was nothing amiss. Preserving wealth is also a skill. All right, but take it easy. If others see through it, you may end up with a beating. What is there to fear? Gold is valuable, but jade is priceless. Moreover, the 100 yuan he mentioned is not the price of the jade, but rather a reward for finding it. Liang Manchang gave him a thumbs up, recognizing Wu the blind as quite the talent. You truly are a remarkable individual, covering all bases. Of course, we strive to mitigate risks. Why not resort to tomb robbing then? A subtle twitch crossed the corner of Wu the blind's mouth, barely perceptible to the untrained eye. Tomb robbing? I wouldn't dare. I am famously law-abiding. Do not speak such nonsense. Haha, your words hold weight. In chapter 144, did you touch the bones and fortune-telling on the bed? Liang Manchang repeatedly probed Wu the blind's intentions, solely to ascertain whether he possessed any skills in tomb raiding or if he was affiliated with the so-called Chui One. If Wu the Blind had no connections to Chui One, there might be potential for collaboration. The other day, when you spoke so articulately, I thought you were quite the expert in this field. I must have misjudged you. Hee, I wouldn't dare engage in illegal activities. However, if you wish to purchase any crafts, you can certainly come to me. Be it Tang Sankai, Song Dynasty official kiln wares, or famous poets' paintings. As long as you can name it, I can replicate it for you. But let me clarify beforehand. I create crafts, not counterfeit or inferior products. All right, your word is final. Let us go to the new city and find a place to enjoy a couple of drinks. Wu the Blind contemplated that his fortune for the day had been shattered, likely leaving him with little business. He licked his lips, greedily stating, that sounds delightful. But you shall be the one to treat. Fine. Liang Manchang, Zhao Hu, and Wu the Blind set off on their journey. Engaging in a casual conversation along the way, it turned out that Wu the Blind was indeed a native of the capital, but due to past misdeeds, he had found himself in the new city. As for his transgressions, Liang Manchang had to pry for quite some time before uncovering the truth. In his youth, this old fellow had been quite the dashing figure, eloquent and quick-witted. He had spent his days claiming to divine fortunes through bone reading, wandering the streets, and charming women. Eventually, he took things too far, leading to an indiscretion that became uncontrollable. He resorted to visiting once a week. Unfortunately, he had entangled himself with the mistress of a local strongman and was caught red-handed, fleeing the capital overnight. Wu the Blind, what is your full name? Wu Yong. That name suits you. I shall call you Old Wu. My name is Liang Manchang. Brother Manchang, you are quite capable, managing to pull such a grand deer cart. This is merely the beginning. One day, I shall broaden your horizons by strolling through the streets atop a golden tabby. I boast of having navigated the bustling capital for many years without encountering anyone riding a golden tabby. By the way, there was someone named Wu Song who did ride one. Liang Manchang rubbed his nose. He was not exaggerating. The little golden creature was within the confines of space. And when it matured into a tiger, riding it should pose no issue. As they chatted, they arrived at Li Yuanchao's establishment, Heaven on Earth, just in time for lunch. At that moment, Li Yuanchao stood at the entrance, surrounded by a throng of people. Old Wu, wait a moment, I'll take a look. Liang Manchang furrowed his brow, rolled up his sleeves, lifted the canvas off the deer cart, and hurriedly grabbed the 56 semi-automatic rifle. What is going on? Upon seeing Liang Manchang approach, Li Yuanchao immediately plastered a smile on his face and pulled the irate Liang aside. Manchang, what on earth are you doing? Are you looking to cause a ruckus? Damn, can't you see you're surrounded? What's the deal? Are these people here to stir trouble? Liang Manchang, upon finishing his words, aimed the rifle at the astonished crowd. These are my patrons. How could they be troublemakers? I only have 8 private rooms, all fully booked. And yet you dawdled, leaving us short on ingredients. Isn't it time to send them home? Hastily, Liang Manchang swung the rifle behind him, scratching his head awkwardly. He had nearly mistaken the distressed customers for wild boars. Business is thriving? I told you, you're like a stone lion at the Resource Bureau. Yet at your own restaurant, you're still just a stone lion. There has been no improvement. Li Yuanchao wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes darkening. It seemed he had been through quite a bit recently. Indeed, I have connections, you have quality ingredients. How could we lack customers? Since the 3rd day of our opening, reservations have been necessary, and they must be made a day in advance. Impressive. Hurry up and unload. I brought you 200 pounds of vegetables today. Li Yuanchao squeezed into the courtyard, beckoning for the goods on the deer cart to be unloaded. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, our premium ingredients are all transported by moose from the mountains, ensuring authenticity and flavor. Boss Li, your supply chain seems extraordinary, transporting goods with such a large moose, surely. It must be a privilege befitting the highest deities. Noticing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Li Yuanchao cast a proud glance at Liang Manchang. The moose served as an additional advertisement for Heaven on Earth. Although we don't have private rooms, if you all don't mind, I'll borrow some tables and chairs so you can manage in the courtyard. Sound good? Absolutely. As long as we can have a taste. After Li Yuanchao finished speaking, he called over the staff to fetch benches, then, with an air of apology, jogged back to Liang. Manchang, next time you come, I'll reserve a private room for you. For now, why not enjoy a bite in the courtyard? Never mind. You're busy enough as it is. Instead, whip up a couple of snacks for me to take away. All right, among brothers, we needn't stand on ceremony. Just wait a moment. With that, Li Yuanchao turned and entered the courtyard. Liang Manchang awkwardly placed the rifle on the donkey cart, casting a glance at the somewhat astonished Wu Xiezi. What's the matter? I thought you would charge in and sweep them all away, but it turns out you merely dropped by to say hello, creating quite the commotion. I initially assumed they were looking for trouble, only to discover they were merely queuing for a meal. Wu the Blind, with an air of resignation, glanced at Liang Manchang and said, "Ah, Manchang, this is heaven on earth. Since the very first day of its opening, it has been nothing short of a sensation. You may not be aware living in the countryside, but the entire new city is now stratified by the experience of dining here. What does that imply? Quite literally, the populace is divided into two factions, those who have dined at heaven on earth and those who have not. The former belong to the upper echelons of society, while the latter are relegated to the lower ranks." Liang Manchang was taken aback. Isn't this akin to those who consume pangolin in later years? Regardless of its taste, its rarity elevates those who have tasted it to a position of prestige, endowed with connections and backing. Once they have tasted it, they can't help but boast. Pangolin? I've had it, and the flavor was exquisite, but such delicacies are not for the average person. It is merely an indulgence in rarity. Old Wu, with all your talk, have you never indulged? Wu the Blind's face flushed, and he stammered, "I was planning to, but with daily business keeping me occupied, I simply haven't had the time." Old Wu, you spend your days peddling wares and engaging in roadside schemes. You must have earned a fair amount. Where's all that money? Since Wu the Blind had started his fortune-telling endeavors, he seemed to have curbed his indulgences. Ahem, I'm saving for retirement. Oh, then today you shall be in for a treat. I shall invite you. Brother Manchang, I know you supply goods to this establishment and are acquainted with the owner. However, even with a discount, the prices are ludicrously steep. A mere 3 or 5 dishes will easily set you back 60 to 70 yuan. What? Do you think I'm boasting? Chapter 145. The dragon-seeking method. Liang Manchang retrieved a pack of Huazi cigarettes and offered one to Wu the Blind. Don't ask why I smoke Huazi. Any other brand makes my throat sore. Approximately 20 minutes later, Li Yuanchao rushed out with several brown paper bags. In that era, there were no takeout boxes. If one wished to take stir-fried dishes home, they would typically order items without excess sauce, placing them in brown paper bags for easy transport. Manchang, I got beggar's chicken, squirrel fish, beer duck, and 2 bowls of rice. Just hold on, I'll fetch you a few bottles of beer. Forget the beer. I'll grab a bottle on my way. All right, I'm heading back in. The business is booming, and it's quite hectic. With that, Li Yuanchao dashed back, leaving Wu the Blind in a state of confusion. Manchang, are you so familiar with Boss Li that he doesn't charge you? Huh, you know him too? I know nothing. He asked the princeling of New City. How could I possibly have access to that circle? Liang Manchang was astonished. Li Yuanchao isn't exactly a flamboyant character. How is it that even Wu the Blind is aware of his status? You know this too? Manchang, are you aware of what my other business entails? What? I help people gather information, no exaggeration. If you ever wish to know when the county magistrate's wife's 7th uncle's wife last took a step, just offer a little money, and I'll ensure you receive a clear answer. Liang Manchang nodded. In this profession, being well-informed is of utmost importance, which makes it entirely reasonable for Wu the Blind to be aware of Li Yuanchao's identity. Shall we go to your house for a drink? All right, I'll lead the way. Liang Manchang purchased a bottle of beidatsang midway and followed Wu the Blind through the streets for about 10 minutes, turning left and right until they reached a dilapidated courtyard on the outskirts of the city, where they finally stopped. Tie the elk to the tree. Liang Manchang secured the elk and unloaded the sled, gathering several handfuls of grass before entering Wu the Blind's shabby courtyard. The yard was cluttered with various items, and a cursory glance revealed an array of materials for counterfeit production, piles of clay, stones, and what seemed to be a den of forgery. Upon entering the outer room, Liang Manchang found a simple stove and a table. The eastern room appeared to be a space for daily living, while the western room resembled a workshop, filled with a large bookshelf brimming with books, adorned with a diagram of the 8 trigrams, creating an atmosphere of scholarly pursuit. Manchang, come in. Liang Manchang entered the eastern room and placed the vegetables on the heated table. Wu the Blind fetched 2 pairs of chopsticks and cups, and they began to enjoy the food accompanied by the liquor. After consuming half a bottle of beidatsang, a faint blush appeared on Wu the Blind's cheeks. Old Wu, I've encountered a bit of a bottleneck while writing my novel, particularly regarding how the protagonist can locate the ancient tomb. Brother, the art of dividing gold and determining burial sites is not something that can be succinctly explained. Have you heard of the dragon-seeking technique? Liang Manchang shook his head. Wu the Blind squinted, tapping his chopsticks rhythmically as he began to chant in tune. To seek the dragon and divide the gold, observe the winding mountains. Each winding layer presents a barrier. If the gate has 8 layers of peril, a prince is surely buried here. Tang Banshan, Song Wan Wan. Han tombs emerge from the mountain peaks. Shang and Zhou lie on either side of the river. The spring and autumn period and the warring states are buried at mountain tops, while the Qin and Han grand tombs rest on the ridges. The Eastern Han and Southern dynasties select the mountain slopes, while the Sui, Tang, and Song lie beneath the corpse slopes. The first half of this dragon-seeking technique discusses the locations of tombs throughout various dynasties, while the latter half describes the characteristics of these tombs. Tang tombs are sweet. Song tombs are bitter. Ming and Qing tombs are filled with lime. Shang and Zhou ancient tombs carry a strong scent of ancient wood. Qin and Han tombs are overwhelmed by the aroma of vermilion, while the spring and autumn period and warring states tombs carry traces of soil. Mountains follow the curves of the water, with clear openings here. The moth hovers above the tomb, and snowflakes drift down to form salt. Thunder and lightning indicate the presence of a tomb. Do not search near decayed wood. Tombs lie among the ridges. Spring and autumn is red earth, while the Western Han refills with yellow earth. The Eastern Han does not require yellow sand or mud. Tang and Song tombs often have rich black soil. Ancient tombs of Shang and Zhou are expansive above, while those of the spring and autumn period and warring states are large below. Future dynasties will show great variation. The Song is square, while the Tang and Han are often in a sprawling form, with a compass in the left hand and a spade in the right. Unimaginable wealth lies ahead. Having never read tomb robbery notes in his previous life, Liang Manchang was curious and inquired further. Old Wu, I can understand the first half. But what about the latter half? What does it mean that Tang tombs are sweet and Song tombs are bitter? Do we really need to taste the soil brought up by a Luoyang shovel? Haha, are you an outsider? The sweetness of the Tang dynasty and the bitterness of the Song dynasty refer to the styles of burial. During the flourishing era of the Great Tang, the nation was powerful and opulent, leading to lavish burials filled not only with numerous items, but also exquisite artifacts, including porcelain, silk, and gold and silver treasures. Some discerning tomb owners even commissioned intricate murals. In your eyes, do these delightful artifacts evoke sweetness? Furthermore, the tombs of the Tang dynasty are notably expansive and grandiose, which certainly elevates one's spirits, thus the use of sweet to describe them. Liang Manchang suddenly comprehended. Were it not for the elucidation by the blind Wu, he might have been tempted to taste them with his tongue. Is the bitterness of the Song dynasty perhaps due to the simplicity of its burial practices? Indeed, it reflects the principles of Song Neo-Confucianism. The people of the Song era valued simplicity and practicality, unlike the opulent burials of the Tang, which, when compared, appear significantly inferior. The funerary goods of the Song dynasty primarily consisted of everyday items, lacking the gold, silver, and silk of the Tang, and featuring a greater abundance of ceramics. With scarcely any exquisite murals, even when murals do exist, they are exceedingly simple and unadorned. Therefore, if one were to labor extensively digging for days only to discover nothing upon entering, how disheartening would that be? Liang Manchang could scarcely fathom such disappointment. After meandering through the river bend for quite some time, he finally located an ancient tomb, yet after several days of excavation, found himself fruitlessly toiling. Such a sentiment would undoubtedly be devastating. Bitterness is a certainty. Alas, the perils of tomb raiding are immense. Setting aside the possibility of incarceration, one must also consider the traps within the tombs. Old Wu, is there any particular significance to the precise location of these burial sites? Perhaps one could align with the positions of the Big Dipper to find the burial spot? The Big Dipper? I've heard a theory that to thwart grave robbers from discovering the tomb's location through the art of geomancy, several false tombs would be constructed based on star constellations to mislead them. Liang Manchang furrowed his brows. Such occurrences indeed exist. False tombs. Surely these tombs are rife with mechanisms? Absolutely. Otherwise, why would the tomb's owner go to such lengths? Moreover, affluent tomb owners might even place genuine funerary items among the fakes to further deceive. When grave robbers, believing they have struck gold, lower their guard, they shall be met with dire consequences. Liang Manchang felt a chill run down his spine, relieved that the locations where Chui Wen dug did not contain false tombs. Otherwise, had he been foolish enough to enter one, his skills might have led him to be pierced by mechanisms like a honeycomb. So, how might one discern the true tomb? Haha, there are indeed methods. However, these rely on techniques passed down through generations. The average individual would have to rely on sheer determination. Chapter 146. Preparing for 7 lives. Upon hearing that there was a method, Liang Manchang's interest was piqued. What are the methods? Manchang, why are you so anxious? Could it be that you have truly encountered such a burial site? Liang Manchang felt a sudden pang of alarm and quickly raised his cup, taking a sip of wine to steady himself. No, I am simply determined to write a novel of 1,000,000 words, and thus I find ordinary ancient tombs unworthy of my pen. If I am to write, it must be the most intricate. The blind Wu gazed at the impassioned Liang Manchang, a veil of mist clouding his eyes, and remarked, "Such ambition. Then let me share with you. The method is quite simple. Send someone to explore." Liang Manchang, are you jesting? Look, I told you, and you do not believe me. Tombs associated with celestial constellations are significant, often belonging to nobles or high-ranking officials of ancient times. They exerted great effort to create several false burial sites to ensure their peace in death, serving as a warning to would-be grave robbers. Thus, the authenticity of these tombs remains shrouded in ambiguity. Their exteriors are indistinguishable, leaving only the final craftsman and the patron to discern which is genuine. A chill ran through Liang Manchang. The Big Dipper, comprising 7 stars, posed a daunting prospect. Should fortune prove unkind, one must be prepared to forfeit 7 lives. Is there truly no trace of pattern? Wu the Blind resolutely shook his head. Yet, locating several suitable sites for burial on a single plot of land presents a considerable challenge. Therefore, if one could identify the position of the first tomb, it would be possible to ascertain the locations of the other celestial markers based on orientation and subsequently investigate them, thus eliminating several options. Wu's intention was quite straightforward. For instance, by pinpointing 2 points of the Big Dipper in the burial grounds, one could delineate the entire constellation on the Earth, ultimately determining the positions of the 7 tombs. However, due to the limited availability of auspicious burial sites, not every confirmed location would be appropriate for interment, allowing for further exclusions. Consequently, it may not be necessary to possess 7 lives like a cat. 4 or 5 would suffice. Upon reflection, Liang Manchang realized that expertise was essential. Otherwise, he would be incapable of making such determinations. Old Wu, are you truly not a grave robber? No worries. I am not a legitimate officer. I certainly won't apprehend you. What constitutes legitimacy or illegitimacy? My knowledge stems from my master's proficiency in physiognomy and the art of determining burial sites. I chose to pursue physiognomy to avoid the accumulation of negative energies, dedicating myself to assisting the living. However, I have a senior apprentice who opted for the art of site selection, and I have, to some extent, heard tales from him. Where is your senior? Is he a respectable individual? Whether he is respectable or not is uncertain. However, he is a member of the Longjiang Society. The last time I saw him, he bore a green token. Liang Manchang's heart sank at the mention of the green token. Chui Wen also possesses a green token. Is Chui Wen a member of the Longjiang Society? His heart raced, and suppressing his excitement, he feigned nonchalance, inquiring, Old Wu, what is this green token? Very well. Allow me to enlighten you. Upon saying this, Wu the Blind began to rummage through his belongings, causing Liang Manchang's heart to plummet further. Could it be that Wu the Blind was also affiliated with the Longjiang Society? After a prolonged search, Wu produced a silver toothpick, poking it between his teeth before dipping it in some liquor and beginning to draw on the table. With each stroke, it indeed resembled Chui Wen's jade token perfectly. Old Wu, your hand is remarkably steady, and your drawing skills are commendable. Of course, don't you see what I do? One cannot become a craftsman without a modicum of skill. Old Wu, how did you manage to draw so precisely? Do you, perchance, possess a green token yourself? I once did. What do you mean? Are you also a member of the Longjiang Society? Not at all. There was a time when I faced financial difficulties and returned to the capital to borrow money from my senior. But he, looking down upon me, refused to lend a hand. In a moment of impulse, I simply took his green token. Liang Manchang found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that Wu the Blind had a knack for cleverness. Indeed, in the world of wanderers, a diverse skill set seldom goes amiss. Old Wu, my respects. It is often said that when a woman turns wicked, she acquires wealth. I now realize that should you turn wicked, you would undoubtedly become wealthy as well. Oh, it is not that I, Wu the Blind, am boasting. Unless absolutely necessary, I would never stoop to prey upon ordinary individuals. Before embarking on my daily business ventures, I always consult an oracle for guidance. Based on my experience, those who have fallen victim to my schemes often possessed ill-gotten gains. However, encountering you today has left Liang Manchang feeling somewhat unsettled. The wealth he amassed through dubious means is considerable, having deceived individuals like Xiong Guifan and Huang Xiaobo. Wu the Blind indeed possesses some acumen. Observing Wu the Blind's growing self-doubt, Liang Manchang offered gentle encouragement. Old Wu, even the wisest can falter. Do not let this dishearten you. Regain your spirits and resume your endeavors tomorrow. Indeed, rise from where you have fallen. This evening, I shall delve into the study of counterfeit currency. Liang Manchang, having feasted heartily at Wu the Blind's table, patted his belly in preparation to return home. His trip to the city was fruitful, yielding over 1,300 yuan from sales and clarifying Chui Wen's identity. He resolved not to seek further treasures until he found a reliable accomplice. As for whether Wu the Blind could be persuaded to join him, that remained to be seen. After all, discovering an ancient tomb would entail far more than a mere few thousand. It could potentially hold millions in economic value. Given Wu the Blind's physique, he was certainly no match for Liang Manchang. Yet the allure of a stack of cash might lead Wu to take risks, an uncertain gamble indeed. One must never test a person's integrity with money. As Liang Manchang prepared to depart, Wu the Blind shakily descended from the bed, grasping his hand. Brother Manchang, today you treated me to a meal and drinks. I, Wu the Blind, sincerely thank you. However, I do not wish to owe anyone a favor. Thus, allow me to present you with a small token. Upon seeing Wu the Blind produce a redwood box from his bosom, Liang Manchang promptly waved his hand. I have no interest in your counterfeit jade pendant. Ah, just keep it for fun. Remember, you bought one from me last time at the farmer's market? Very well then. I shall accept another treasure. Wu the Blind led Liang Manchang into the west room, opening a dusty wooden chest. Brother Manchang, within this box are my collected antiques and paintings. Though they may not be ancient, they are authentic. Choose one. Liang Manchang, gazing into Wu the Blind's earnest eyes, felt disinclined to refuse, so he began to sift through the items. A cursory glance revealed that these were all artifacts from the Republic era and even some post-establishment pieces, certainly lacking the market value of the meal he had just enjoyed. After considerable effort, Liang Manchang settled on a copy of Jinping Mei. Oh, I forgot to mention, that one is excluded. Let me see again. Liang Manchang picked up another book, Yu Pu Tuan. This one, that too is excluded. Old Wu, at your age, how can you still indulge in such material? What nonsense. It is for literary creation. With a resigned shake of his head, Liang Manchang's gaze fell upon a cylindrical paper tube. Chapter 147. The Big Dipper. Liang Manchang felt an intense premonition that this somewhat aged tube held significant importance for him. He opened the tube and unfurled the rolled paper within. To his astonishment, it revealed an image of a Western beauty clad in a swimsuit, with golden hair and azure eyes. Old Wu, you have truly achieved a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western aesthetics. How astonishing that such an antiquated cylindrical container should hold such avant-garde artwork. Ah, it is indeed a pursuit to elevate one's cultivation. But what lies within? Nothing of particular interest, merely a map from before the liberation. If you wish to know more, I can search for it. If you have the time, do seek it out. If not, it matters not. Of course, one must have the time. Wu the Blind turned around and began rummaging through the shelves. And after approximately 10 minutes, he unearthed a map from amidst a pile of old newspapers. Here you go, a humble offering. Liang Manchang shook off the dust, his pupils narrowing in recognition. Why did this script seem so familiar? Upon unfurling the map, he was startled to find a conspicuous hole the size of an A4 sheet in the center. Liang Manchang's heart raced, threatening to leap from his chest. Yet he nonchalantly remarked, all right, I shall take this. Wu the Blind, with deft hands, folded the map neatly and presented it to Liang Manchang. Brother Manchang, it is not that I am miserly. Works such as Jinping Mei and Yu Pu Tuan are cultural treasures. You, my friend, would not comprehend their worth. And placing them in your hands would be a disservice. As for this Western cultural poison, you are too young to grasp it, so let me critique it instead. Very well, you have your reasons. Where did you acquire this tattered map? It belonged to my master. I have no interest in geography, and alas, it has suffered a perforation from some juvenile mischief. Liang Manchang felt a surge of exhilaration. This trip to the new city had not been in vain. However, he resolved to remain vigilant regarding Wu the Blind's veracity. All right, I shall take my leave. The next time you conduct business along the road, keep your eyes peeled. Do not lead me astray. Rest assured, familiarity breeds comfort. Liang Manchang exited the courtyard, mounted his reindeer cart, and, releasing the reins, ascended atop the elk. He then commanded his hawk to soar above Wu the Blind's courtyard, commencing surveillance of his movements. After Liang Manchang departed, Wu the Blind unsteadily closed the courtyard gate and returned indoors, silence enveloping the space. It appeared that all was well. Upon returning to Tuanjiatan, Liang Manchang spread out the map upon the Kong table, meticulously fitting Chui Wen's map into it, achieving a seamless union. Goodness! Could Chui Wen be Wu the Blind's senior apprentice? Has he extracted a fragment from his master's map? Judging by age, that seemed unlikely. Yet, could he perhaps be the disciple of Wu the Blind senior? Liang Manchang shook his dizzy head. Once he had assembled the maps, he surveyed the entirety, revealing a comprehensive map of the entire Daling area. However, upon closer inspection, nothing appeared particularly remarkable. Liang Manchang scrutinized the map, inch by inch, finding nothing. Suddenly inspired, He began marking the locations where gold had been unearthed in the mines. A small black dot? Initially, Liang Manchang assumed it was merely ink splattered during printing. Yet it now seemed to be a deliberately placed marker. As he continued his meticulous search, he soon discovered a second black dot, followed by a third, fourth, and even a seventh. Ah, the Big Dipper. Liang Manchang was utterly delighted. It appeared that the map's owner was also in search of ancient tombs, and had essentially pinpointed the locations of 7 burial sites. However, the black marks were personally indicated by Master Wu, and whether he was interrupted midway remains unknown. The locations of the 7 tombs are distributed across Gold Rush Valley, Bear Shuzi Valley, and the northern part of Turtleback Mountain, which is also where the Golden Bowl can be found. Among them, 3 tombs are situated in Gold Rush Valley, Yaoguang, Kaiyang, and Yuheng. 3 others are located in Bear Shuzi Valley, Tianquan, Tianji, and Tianxian. The sole tomb on Turtleback Mountain is the northernmost one, Tianshu. Liang Manchang felt a sudden clarity in his mind. It seemed that Cui Wen had only a superficial understanding and failed to recognize the 3 black marks within Gold Rush Valley, instead linking them to the folk legend of ghostly soldiers traversing the area, thus deducing that the 7 stars of the Big Dipper were all within Gold Rush Valley, which led him to dig recklessly there. However, he did not realize that the constellation of the Big Dipper spans several dozen kilometers, crossing Gold Rush Valley, Bear Shuzi Valley, and Turtleback Mountain. Liang Manchang chuckled. With this map in hand, uncovering the ancient tomb was merely a matter of time. Yet, the moment was not yet ripe. Until he clarified whether Wu was intentionally giving him the map or mistakenly sending it without knowledge of its secrets, he wouldn't dare to venture into the mountains. What if Wu was the true puppet master behind the scenes? He could end up like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. That would be a significant loss. With substantial progress on the ancient tomb matter, Liang Manchang felt considerably relieved. He closed his eyes, preparing to summon Heidonking and reward his few formal employees with some bonuses. However, as he focused, he noticed Zhao Yutian sneaking around the clear water river outside the village, casting furtive glances at a woman washing bed linens. Goodness, is life too comfortable for him, to the point of indulging in frivolous pursuits? No. He must find an opportunity to reprimand him. That evening, after dinner, Zhao Fushun ambled over to visit. Brother Manchang, when are you heading into the mountains? Take me along. Aren't you learning to drive a tractor recently? I've mastered the tractor. Now I want to find a place to learn to drive a car. But I've yet to find a way in. So, I thought I'd venture into the mountains to hunt and earn some money. Currently, the primary mode of transportation in the new town relies on donkeys, with only the more prosperous production teams or state-run enterprises possessing tractors. As for cars, only units with considerable strength have them. Thus, to learn to drive a car, one must first become a worker apprentice in a state-run unit, serving tea and running errands for the master for several years before having an opportunity to get behind the wheel. Relying on the connections of Zhao Yutian and Zhao Fushun might prove somewhat challenging. Shunzi, let us head into the mountains in the next couple of days. I'll see if I can find you a master. All right, should I wait for news? By the way, what has Uncle Yutian been busy with lately? I heard Aunt Malian mention that he has been looking for a place to learn tractor repair. Yes, the brigade has a tractor. He has been learning there. He studies all day long and has only been coming home late at night. Liang Manchang furrowed his brows, feeling a tinge of worry. What's wrong, Brother Manchang? Oh, it's nothing. Uncle Yutian is only 50, in the prime of his life. He needs to study hard and shouldn't be wandering by the river every day. What river? Liang Manchang glanced at Zhao Fushun, thinking that this blockhead was quite dense, and chose to let it go. The following morning, Liang Manchang strolled around the village entrance. Before long, he spotted Zhao Yutian, with his slick back hair, energetically pedaling his bicycle out of the village. Uncle Yutian, where are you headed? Ah, Manchang. I'm just off to the brigade headquarters. What is up? Zhao Yutian replied, applying the brakes with a screech, halting his bicycle in the middle of the road. Hey, had you not mentioned the brigade, I would have thought you were off to a blind date. Look at you. Your hair is impeccably styled, your Zhongshan suit is crisp, and you even have a pin tucked in. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Zhao Yutian reached into the pocket of his Zhongshan suit, only to produce a pen cap. Manchang, it's just a pen cap. Where would I get a proper pen? Liang Manchang scratched his head in exasperation. Uncle Yutian certainly had his quirks. At his age, he was more flamboyant than himself. No pen, yet he picked up a pen cap to appear grand. Uncle Yutian, Aunt Malian is a fine woman. Don't go overboard. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yutian's face flushed crimson, his ears turning as red as radishes. I know. I'm off now. As Liang Manchang watched Zhao Yutian pedal away, he released his hawk-eyed gaze, surveying the surroundings, noticing that Zhao was heading towards the banks of the Qinghe River. After about 10 minutes, Zhao Yutian parked his bicycle by the roadside and approached a rather stylishly dressed woman, taking over her sickle and energetically cutting the Ula grass. It was now mid-September, and the Ula grass by the river had turned yellow, signaling the harvest season. In northeast China, there are 3 treasures: ginseng, deer antler, and Ula grass. Ula grass is particularly popular in this region due to its excellent flexibility and remarkable warmth-retaining properties. In times of cotton shortages, it can be stuffed into boots and cotton shoes for warmth. Moreover, crafty women can weave Ula grass into mats, hats, and curtains. The grass shoes made from Ula grass are warm and breathable, allowing households to weave them throughout the winter for use in the fields come spring. It was strange that Zhao Yutian was not gathering Ula grass for himself, but was instead working for someone else. If he claimed there was nothing amiss, he wouldn't be believed. While Zhao Yutian was busy with his task, he failed to notice a smiling young man had approached him from behind. "Uncle Yutian, busy there? Need a hand?" Startled, Zhao Yutian turned around stiffly, his back cracking as he did so. "Manchang, what brings you here?" "Oh, isn't it that our family isn't doing so well? I thought I'd come gather some Ula grass to weave some shoes." Zhao Yutian shot Liang Manchang a skeptical glance. "Do you think I believe that? Does your family have that much money? Weaving shoes? I'd be a fool to believe it." "Ahem, Uncle Yutian, who is this?" Liang Manchang pointed at the short-haired woman beside them, whose expression seemed somewhat uneasy. "Xiaofeng," she replied. Liang Manchang was momentarily at a loss for words. Was there a woman named Xiaofeng in every village in this era? "Aunt Feng, I'm Yutian's nephew." Liang Manchang. "Well, you two chat. I'll take my leave now," Zhao Yutian said, lifting the basket filled with Ula grass onto Aunt Feng's back, gazing affectionately as he departed. As Aunt Feng's silhouette faded along the banks of the clear water river, Liang Manchang finally dropped his cigarette onto the ground and remarked, "Uncle Tian, what's the matter? Do enlighten me." He took a deep drag from his cigarette, his face alight with a warm smile. He spoke of Lin Xiaofeng, a strikingly beautiful and graceful young woman in her youth, with a thick, long braid. "Back then, we were childhood sweethearts, destined for marriage, but poverty struck hard. And her father disapproved of me, marrying her off to a carpenter instead." Liang Manchang began to piece it together. Lin Xiaofeng was indeed Zhao Yotian's cherished memory. "Have you maintained contact?" he inquired. "How could that be? Uncle, I am a man with responsibilities, not one to engage in such affairs. My role as the village leader requires me to reach out to families in distress, which is how I reconnected with her." "Families in distress? What troubles her?" "Her husband has passed, leaving her to raise a daughter alone. Isn't that a hardship? In these times, residing by the Laoyi Ridge Mountains, one either diligently labored for their share or, like Liang Manchang, ventured into the woods to hunt. However, a woman like Lin Xiaofeng certainly could not take on the role of a huntress. Hence, she relied on her own labor to earn her keep, leading a life that was undoubtedly challenging. When I visited, I offered my help, but she was quite stubborn, insisting she didn't need it. Yesterday, I saw her cutting wild grass, and today I thought to lend a hand." Zhao Yutian had not lied. His account of the previous day matched up, and Liang Manchang regarded him with newfound respect. As for Zhao Yutian, his early departures and late returns might well have been due to his studies in tractor repair. This morning, dressed impeccably, he may have harbored some personal motives, yet after all, he was merely visiting his beloved memory. "Do you wish to assist her? Rest assured, there is nothing between Xiaofeng and me. If she were enamored with wealth, she would have remarried long ago. With her qualities, she would have no shortage of suitors. Yet she fears for her daughter's safety, raising her from the age of 7 to now in her 20s. Liang Manchang nodded thoughtfully. Although he had only exchanged glances with Lin Xiaofeng, it was evident that she was once a beauty. According to Zhao Yutian, her husband had died over a decade ago. She must have been under 30 then, a true gem among young widows. Moreover, raising a daughter, rather than a son, often made for a more favorable situation. If she had a son, and he lacked courage, he might very well displace a stepfather in the future, while a daughter, once married, would carry less weight of influence. The fact that Lin Xiaofeng had persevered alone until now spoke volumes of her strength. "Uncle Tian, does Aunt Melian know of Aunt Feng?" Zhao Yutian sighed, loosening the collar of his Zhongshan suit to reveal a vivid scratch mark. "She knows, it was Melian who scratched me. But do not overthink it. This is merely a warning. Aunt Melian trusts me greatly, and has asked me to assist her and her daughter. At our age, we have little interest in other matters." Liang Manchang nodded, recognizing that the mark on Zhao Yotian's neck confirmed his honesty. Since Zhao Yutian is the one in charge, he must lend a hand. What on earth is Aunt Feng doing with all this Ula grass? Is she preparing to weave something to sell, and earn a little extra? Oh, she plans to make some straw sandals to sell at the commune. Straw sandals? How much can they fetch? Only farmers buy straw sandals. And they hardly command a decent price. If one wishes to earn, it is better to target the wages of workers and the wealthy. Liang Manchang pondered for a moment and then suggested, let Aunt Fong weave straw mats or curtains instead. I will help her find a market, which should yield better returns than selling sandals. All right, then I shall go and inquire. Zhao Yutian, brimming with excitement, hurriedly mounted his bicycle and chased after her. Meanwhile, Liang Manchang seemed to sense a business opportunity and turned back towards Tuanjiatan. Chapter 149, reduced to only money upon returning home. Liang Manchang found Lu Jingqiu lost in thought. Jingqiu, what are you up to? Ah, nothing much. Xiaoying has gone out to play, and I just fed the wild chickens, ducks, and rabbits in the old house. Ever since Liang Manchang prohibited Lu Jingqiu from working, she had been cooped up at home, rarely stepping outside. Partly because she was not a local and was unfamiliar with the villagers, and partly because she had no interest in their gossip. Thus, aside from engaging in household chores, she often drifted in a daze. Liang Manchang noticed this. Jingqiu, are you feeling bored at home? Bored? Boredom is a form of comfort. Much better than being busy all day. Manchang, I am quite happy living with you. Lu Jingqiu wrapped her arms around Liang Manchang's and smiled sweetly. Stop pretending. I just saw you frowning. Jingqiu, have you ever considered starting a business? Lu Jingqiu was taken aback. Could her mind even handle such a venture? What business? Since the ula grass has turned yellow recently, I thought you could organize the people from the surrounding villages to gather the grass to weave mats and curtains. I will find a market for them, and we can earn a profit while the villagers make some pocket money. While Lu Jingqiu was hesitant about other business endeavors, she felt confident when it came to handicrafts. After being confined at home for over a decade, she was adept at any task requiring manual labor, whether it be cooking, sewing, or weaving mats. It came effortlessly to her. Moreover, collecting and weaving mats seemed quite simple. The real challenge lay in finding a market. After all, ula grass was abundant. Few would spend money to buy it, as not everyone had money to burn. Manchang, can we find a market? It shouldn't be a problem. Come, let me take you to gather ula grass, and we'll make a few samples upon our return. All right. A smile could not be contained on Lu Jingqiu's face, as if she had been infused with new life. With her ponytail swaying, she grabbed a sickle and a basket, following Liang Manchang towards the banks of the Qingshui River. Once outside, Liang Manchang donned the equipment and held Lu Jingqiu's hand, greeting everyone they encountered. Manchang, do take it easy. What is there to fear? I am holding my own wife's hand, not someone else's. Come, let us walk boldly. Approximately half an hour later, Liang Manchang arrived by the Qingshui River, brandishing a sickle, and within 10 minutes, he filled a basket to the brim. Let us head home. The two walked side by side back home, where Liang Manchang meticulously cleaned the ula grass and, alongside Lu Jingqiu, wove it into various sizes of mats, 1, 8 by 2 meters, 1, 2 by 2 meters, and so forth. After a day's labor, they managed to produce 2 mats, which they then pressed flat using a stone mill before concluding their work. Ula grass possesses natural insulating properties. Its unique structure can inhibit heat loss as temperatures drop. The woven mats have been a lifeline for many impoverished families enduring the harsh winters in the Northeast. Furthermore, the mats crafted from ula grass can absorb moisture, ensuring dryness and enhancing comfort during use. Most importantly, the fibers of ula grass exhibit remarkable resilience, remaining intact under strain, allowing the mats to last 3 to 4 years. At the break of dawn the following day, Liang Manchang instructed Lu Jingqiu to continue weaving mats at home while he mounted his moose and set off for the Xinqiang coal mine. Following the main road for about 2 hours, he reached the entrance of the Xinqiang coal mine. He dismounted, retrieved some money, and prepared to bribe the gatekeeper. Hey, comrade, open the gate. I'm looking for mine manager Wang Tianlong. Hey, isn't this Manchang? Liang Manchang leaned closer to the glass window and was pleasantly surprised to see Lin Lizi. Uncle Lin, you're already at work so early? Opportunity knocks but once. If I miss this chance, I'll regret it. Tomorrow, I'll come back with my bedding and all the necessary paperwork, injury certificate, temporary worker status, all sorted. That's impressive. You're getting sharper. Thanks to you. Or else I'd still be living off my savings. By the way, are you still on gate duty? But those bullets still need to be loaded. Zhao Fushun is counting on you. Of course. Would I ever turn down money? The coal mine has all the materials I need, so I'm saving on costs. Liang Manchang shook his head in resignation. What a fortunate employee Wang Tianlong had acquired. Uncle Lin, may I enter? Do I need to register? Register? With me here? Come on, I'll take you to see mine manager Wang. Having connections makes things easier. This time, it's my turn to benefit from your influence. After saying this, Liang Manchang led his moose and followed Lin Lizi into the factory area. The Xinqiang coal mine, renowned as the largest in the vicinity, showcased a line of trucks and various heavy machinery. The coal miners wore smiles on their faces, far better off than those in the future. After all, at this time, workers enjoyed high wages, excellent benefits, and elevated social status. The salary of office workers was merely 4/5 of that of frontline workers, a stark contrast to future times when the wages of frontline workers were dictated by those in offices. Liang Manchang's moose attracted considerable attention, with many workers pausing to admire it amidst a chorus of whistles. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the office building, Wang Tianlong gleefully pointed out Liang Manchang below, saying, "Manager Zhigua, someone is here to see me. What do you think? Shall we send him off?" "Well, that moose is indeed a rarity. Just make sure he stays low-key. We wouldn't want the secretary to catch wind of this, or you'll be in trouble." "Understood." Wang Tianlong, having spoken, waved farewell to Liang Manchang and swiftly descended the stairs. "Manchang, is it you who has come to seek me?" "Indeed. I have brought you a little something." Wang Tianlong gestured dismissively, sending the onlookers away, and led Liang Manchang to an open space behind the office building. Liang secured the elk to a patch of grass and casually retrieved a jar of wine from the saddle. "Director Wang, this is my homemade deer blood wine. With the chill of the season upon us, I thought you might enjoy it to warm your body." Although Wang Tianlong was not a local of Xinqiang, he had long been acquainted with the illustrious reputation of deer blood wine, a true boon for middle-aged men. "Ah, this is a fine gift. I shall not refuse it. Furthermore, I have brought 2 pounds of dried frogs for you to savor with your drink." Upon hearing frogs, Wang Tianlong's mouth watered. The bouncy, jelly-like frogs were indeed a rarity. "Manchang, you have outdone yourself. Such delicacies are hard to come by. I am at a loss as to how I might repay you. My pockets are empty, save for my wealth." "Oh, since you call me brother, it is only right that I offer you a token of my esteem." "That is true. We are beyond formalities. However, I adhere to a principle of never accepting gifts without reciprocation, so you must allow me to assist you with something in return. In that case, I shall not let you violate your principles." After a brief moment, Liang Manchang retrieved 2 woven grass mats made from ula grass from the saddle. The yellow mats radiated a rustic and sturdy glow under the sun. "Brother Long, feel this, isn't it splendid?" Wang Tianlong placed the jar and frogs on the windowsill and took the mats, caressing them. The soft texture and fine craftsmanship astonished him. "Manchang, I am not flattering you. This is the first time I have encountered such exquisite ula grass mats." Wang Tianlong's observation was indeed accurate. The local populace generally crafted grass mats, curtains, and straw shoes merely for warmth, prioritizing functionality over finesse. In contrast, Lu Jingxiu and Liang Manchang approached the mats as artisanal creations, having pressed them with a stone mill, resulting in a refined and well-formed appearance. "Brother Manchang, how many do you have? What are you planning to sell them for?" Liang Manchang pondered briefly. A skilled worker could weave 23 mats in a day. Given that state-owned factories offered monthly wages of 30 yuan, this amounted to a daily rate of 1 yuan. Therefore, in order to match the worker's wages, he would need to acquire each mat at a price of 0.5 yuan. "Brother Long, let me be candid. This is my first venture into this trade. I plan to acquire the 1-meter mats at 0.4 yuan and the 1.8-meter ones at 0.6 yuan. Wang Tianlong stroked his chin thoughtfully. Liang Manchang, though young, exhibited remarkable acumen in his dealings, even evoking a sense of humility in the experienced mine director. Coupled with his skills, he was certainly worth courting. Thus, Wang Tianlong resolved to extend a favor. "Brother Manchang, previously our mine procured straw curtains, albeit at modest prices. However, given your craftsmanship and character, I am willing to pay double. What do you think?" "Hee, is that not too much to ask?" "Not at all. As winter approaches, the union has yet to prepare provisions for the workers. Rather than offering gold and silver, warmth is of utmost importance. Please prepare 5,000 straw mats. Split evenly between 2 sizes. Shall I pay a deposit?" Liang Manchang, seeing Wang Tianlong's open-handedness, felt it inappropriate to insist on a deposit. "Forget the deposit, Brother Long. Don't large organizations require contracts for everything? Indeed, I will take you to sign one shortly. Having a contract will facilitate our operations and prevent the bald secretary from accusing me of misusing my position." Liang Manchang chuckled, knowing full well that Wang Tianlong was not above personal gain. Yet, as long as it served his interests, he was content to indulge in a bit of private benefit. After signing the contract, Liang Manchang noticed a line of trucks and recalled Zhao Fushan's desire to learn to drive. Seizing the moment, he said, "Brother Long, I have a relative eager to learn truck driving. Could you possibly assist him in mastering it quickly? Certainly. If he doesn't mind the poor conditions at the mine, have him come by tomorrow. I'll select the most reliable instructor to ensure he avoids any complications. Thank you so much. Liang Manchang replied. Don't mention it. If it weren't for your help last time, I might have lost my position. Let us not dwell on that. I was compensated for my services. What does that amount to? A mere pittance. All right, if you truly wish to show your gratitude, send me some deer antlers or bear gallbladders when you have the chance. I have a friend interested. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Liang Manchang pondered why middle-aged men often exhibited such peculiarities. Is there a limited window for men's vitality? It seems he must also take better care of himself to avoid a steep decline upon reaching 30, transitioning from long-distance running to sprints. After exchanging greetings with Lin Lizi, Liang Manchang hurried home on his elk. Just as he reached the village entrance, Lu Jingxiu waved from afar, her cheeks flushed like she had applied blush, an endearing sight. Brother Manchang, you're back. How did it go? Liang Manchang grinned, pulling Lu Jingxiu onto the elk's back and embracing her from behind. Is there anything my man cannot achieve? He managed to secure a delivery. After displaying the contract before her, Lu Jingxiu exclaimed, Brother Manchang, you're incredible. Of course. How could a man not excel? You're insufferable. I shall reward you tonight, perhaps with those special socks. At that, Liang Manchang felt a rush of warmth. After their midday meal, Lu Jingxiu settled on a small stool at the door to calculate the deliveries. Based on a monthly quota, they would need 200 mats daily, necessitating around 100 workers, with each person crafting 2 mats per day. Observing Lu Jingxiu's enthusiasm filled Liang Manchang with joy. Indeed, women should have their own careers. Brother Manchang, I plan to rally the older women in the village to join in. Is that all right? Yes, but ensure you maintain quality. We cannot allow them to perceive you as easy to bully. I won tea. When I'm fierce, I'm quite formidable. Liang Manchang, smiling, stepped closer and playfully pinched Lu Jingxiu's cheek. Rest assured, with me by your side, you can boldly pursue your endeavors. That afternoon, Lu Jingxiu busied herself by consulting with Chun Malian to gather the idle sisters in the village at home. Sisters, you are all skilled in weaving straw mats. Yet I must remind you to ensure quality. Do not let carelessness slip through. Should the quality fail, returns will be inevitable, and we cannot allow negligence to affect our fellow villagers. Liang Manchang was taken aback. Was this not a clear form of coercion? Indeed. There was a hint of cleverness in Lu Jingxiu's words. As soon as she finished speaking, the room erupted with commotion. After all, we have finally found an opportunity to earn money. If anyone is lazy or careless, I will be the first to object. We cannot allow a single rotten apple to spoil the whole barrel. Exactly, weaving 2 mats a day yields only 8 jiao. It's unimaginable. Lu Jingxiu raised her hands to calm the crowd. All right, sisters, let us agree on this. The more you work, the more you earn. Once we collect 5,000 mats, the task will be complete. At her words, all the sisters rushed home, presumably to fetch their sickles and head to the river to gather reeds. Liang Manchang awkwardly approached Chun Malian and scratched his nose. Aunt, what about Lin Xiaofeng? Oh, you mean Feng Mei? Yes, I know. Yesterday, your uncle Tian mentioned her. Are you also collecting mats from her family? Liang Manchang breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, we will collect them as long as the quality is satisfactory. I didn't expect you to be so generous. At your age, why concern yourself with such trivial matters? It's not easy for Feng Mei to raise her child alone. I'm not boasting. When your uncle Tian mentioned this, I didn't take it to heart. Liang Manchang wiped his brow. Had he not seen the blood mark on Zhao Youtian's neck, he might have believed it. Chapter 151. A clever plan of the mountain man that afternoon. Lu Jingxiu posted 2 red papers on the wall. Jingxiu, what are you planning? I anticipate that people will come to deliver straw mats tomorrow. So I will write down their names and the quantity on the wall, so they will have a clear understanding. Brilliant. This will surely spark competition among the sisters. Indeed. I have also prepared a fountain pen for them to mark their own mats. If any are returned due to quality issues, we will know who to hold accountable. Liang Manchang was taken aback and pulled Lu Jingxiu into an embrace, impressed by her business acumen. Jingxiu, I truly feel fortunate to have met you. Hee. Just enjoy the moment. You keep busy, but make sure to wash up and get to bed early tonight, you rascal. The next morning, Liang Manchang called Zhao Fushun to go up the mountain. Shunzi, I estimate that it will start snowing after the National Day. We must work hard these next few days. And then I will hibernate at home while you go learn to drive trucks at the mine. Brother Manchang, have you arranged for the driving lessons? Yes. I have made arrangements with the Xinqiang coal mine. You can go anytime. Great. In this era, driving is undoubtedly a skilled trait. A good driver must not only drive quickly and smoothly, but also be knowledgeable about vehicle repairs. Aside from major repairs requiring a mechanic, Minor issues such as oil leaks, water sprays, and vibrations must be addressed personally. Thus, learning to drive is not as simple as it is in later generations, where one can obtain a license within a month, provided the financial requirements are met. In contrast, it presently demands at least a year or two of commitment. However, given that Liang Manchang has made arrangements with Wang Tianlong, it is likely that Zhao Fushun will be able to expedite the process, and he may very well be ready to drive by next year. As for the subsequent journey, it is solely up to the master to open the door, while personal diligence will determine the path ahead. Shunzi, let us proceed to the Elk Valley shortly, specifically to hunt the spotted deer. Liang Manchang's choice of Elk Valley stems from the fact that the spotted deer is a treasure trove, both in terms of its entire being and its monetary value. Most importantly, a complete deer whip must be delivered to Wang Tianlong. Although he is not in a rush for it, the sooner it is sent, the more it indicates that Liang Manchang holds this matter in earnest regard. The two men led the moose past the 7-mile watchtower, and upon looking up, they spotted Zhang Dabiao gnawing on a roasted corn cob. Brother Biao, are you on a diet? Why are you specifically opting for coarse grains? And the cooking method is so simplistic. Brother Manchang, do you really not know why I've ended up in this sorry state? Zhang Dabiao shot Liang Manchang a sidelong glance, his mind drifting back to the 20 cans of bone-strengthening powder, which made him wince. Brother Biao, focus on your research. The sooner you achieve success, the sooner you can reap the rewards. In time, you could be looking at an income of several thousand yuan a month. Is that true? Liang Manchang nodded earnestly. In the future, with the proliferation of the internet, the images from those little yellow books would become tangible, leading countless young men to overextend their bodies, often possessing the vitality of a 20-year-old but the health of a 60-year-old. Thus, the blue pills became a global sensation. If Zhang Dabiao could refine his all-natural male enhancement potion for human use, it would indeed be a boon for men everywhere, filling bags with wealth. To bolster Zhang Dabiao's spirits, Liang Manchang solemnly proposed, how about this? Once the medicine is on the market, I guarantee you a minimum of 500 yuan each month. Does that sound fair? Wow. Let us write a contract. Zhang Dabiao tossed the corn cob to a nearby hunting dog and rushed into the watchtower for paper and pen. Within 3 minutes, both had signed the document. Once Zhang Dabiao tucked the contract back into his pocket, he squatted to observe the lethargic dog meat. What happened? I only administered a small dose of the medicine. Upon hearing this, Liang Manchang's brow furrowed into a tight knot. No wonder last time the dog meat was so lively, and upon returning home, it had even sported a little red mouth. Brother Biao, that was rather inconsiderate of you. You should have informed us about the medication for our dog meat beforehand. It was purely for the sake of science. Fine, let it be a one-time exception. However, the dog meat was indeed quite vigorous last time, but the side effects appear to be rather severe. It has been several days, and it is still lethargic? Zhang Dabiao stroked his chin, perplexed, circling the dog meat 3 times. This doesn't add up. I have administered medication to my own hunting dogs before, but the side effects were never this pronounced. They would recover within 2 days at most. Is dog meat really that weak? Liang Manchang cast a glance at the dog meat and began to piece things together. It was likely that the dog was seizing this opportunity to be lazy, feigning a melancholic demeanor each day. It seemed that this creature was secretly reveling in its indulgence. Perhaps it was a psychological issue. He decided to provide some guidance once they entered the mountains. Upon reaching Elk Valley, Liang Manchang squatted down to offer psychological counsel to the dog meat. Dog meat, are you feeling depressed? Or is it simply due to your cunning antics? I believe you are not the kind of dog. Yet to let Xiao Hai and Xiao Qing witness this, they would surely perceive you as slacking off, which would undoubtedly tarnish your reputation. The dog, with its drooping eyes, emitted a low whimper, embodying 2 words, giving up. Observing the dog's indifference, Liang Manchang's expression soured. Dog, you have quite the audacity. If you refuse a kind invitation, then let us transform your psychological guidance into physical training. At that moment, as Liang Manchang's demeanor shifted, the dog sensed impending trouble. With a resounding slap, Liang Manchang struck the back of the dog's head, causing it to yelp in surprise, its eyes sparkling with stars of bewilderment. Depression? Is that what you call it now? I see you are merely idle. Isn't this much better? Woof woof. The corners of the dog's mouth curled upwards, transforming it into a vivacious creature, running around Liang Manchang, shedding its previous lethargy. Wouldn't it have been better to act this way from the start? It seems I must frequently provide you with guidance moving forward. Woof woof. Witnessing the return of the jubilant puppy, Liang Manchang shook his arms, releasing both Hai Dongqing and the dog. Whoever among you finds the herd of cicadere first shall be rewarded with a wild rabbit. After speaking, he loosened the reins on the elk, allowing it to follow leisurely behind in a semi-free manner. Shun, you take the first shot. Understood. With the dog and Hai Dongqing leading the charge, Liang Manchang and Zhao Fushun felt unperturbed about startling the deer herd, confidently proceeding deeper into the Elk Valley. Hai Dongqing soared above, scanning a width of nearly a kilometer, and with the sparse vegetation in Elk Valley being predominantly low shrubs, the efficiency was remarkable. Within 20 minutes, they spotted a herd of deer near a small waterhole of approximately 10 square meters. Shun, head northwest for 3 miles. There is a waterhole nearby with a herd of deer. What? Brother Manchang, you can discern that? How do you see it? Hee. The mountain man has his own clever strategies. Are you really going to act? Liang Manchang did not respond, tossing the 56 rifle behind him as he jogged towards the waterhole. With Hai Dongqing's eagle eyes surveying the area, Liang Manchang walked straight towards the waterhole without any hesitation. Approximately 20 minutes later, the two men arrived within 100 meters of the waterhole. Chapter 152. If you break my brother's wings, I shall ruin your entire paradise. Liang Manchang crouched down, retrieving binoculars. With his keen eyesight, he swiftly brought the target into focus. 3 adult Sika deer and 4 fawns appeared before them. Shun, take a look. 2 males and 1 female. Zhao Fushun glanced at Liang Manchang, took the binoculars, and remarked, Brother Manchang, I strained with all my might and still couldn't tell their genders. Have you awakened some divine sight? Hee, just a minor feat. Let's aim for the males first. If we can capture a fawn alive, we shall. Otherwise, we will let it go. Understood. As they conversed, the 2 men advanced within 30 meters. At which point Zhao Fushun readied his hunting rifle, chambering around and locking onto the target with precision. Liang Manchang followed suit. You take the left, I'll take the right. Fire when ready. All right. Zhao Fushun relaxed his breathing, concentrating intently, his right index finger applying gentle pressure. Bang! The gunpowder within the bullet propelled several steel pellets into the air. Liang Manchang swiftly followed suit and fired. In less than 3 seconds, 3 adult spotted deer lay lifeless in a pool of blood, while the young ones scattered in disarray. Brother Manchang, you hit it. A mere trifle, let us go. The 2 men stowed their weapons and rushed towards the carcasses of the 3 deer. Liang Manchang summoned the moose and removed the wine jars from its sides. Having prepared for this day's hunt, he brought along 2 large jars of wine, intending to concoct 2 barrels of deer blood wine. After indulging in hearty libations, they filled the remaining deer blood into the jars. Shunzi, you shot that deer. It's yours to handle. Whether to sell or consume is up to you. Brother Manchang, without your guidance, I wouldn't have located the herd. Otherwise, it would have been the usual deal, and I'd take my 10%. Stop arguing and get to work. Zhao Fushun nodded in agreement, promptly flipping the deer onto its back and drawing his hunting knife to sever the tail. With a swift motion, he struck true. Brother Manchang, I have no use for this tail. I've noticed your eyes are darkening lately. Perhaps you should keep it? Liang Manchang was taken aback, hastily retrieving his gleaming knife to inspect his reflection, indeed revealing sunken, darkened eye sockets, a sign of fatigue. Indeed. But I've only been burning the midnight oil these past few days. My vitality is intact. He snatched the tail and stowed it in the moose's saddlebag. I cannot disregard your kindness. I shall accept it for now. Should my dog ever require a boost in strength, I shall feed it then. Oh, for the dog. Is it? Liang Manchang and Shunzi hoisted the spotted deer onto the moose's back, securing it tightly with ropes before making their way out of the valley. Xiao Hai, come back. As Liang Manchang called out, he concentrated, summoning the eagles soaring above. However, he soon spotted several suspicious hunters making their way towards the waterhole. 3 to 4 miles north of the Moose Valley. Xiao Hai, descend and investigate. The eagle flapped its wings and swooped down. Liang Manchang's heart raced as he recognized the figures. Qian Dahu, Qian Erkue, and Ma Jianjun. Just as the eagle descended, Ma Jianjun suddenly raised his hunting rifle. Damn! If that fool Ma Jianjun loads birdshot into the chamber, it could create a catastrophic spread. The eagle, currently flying at an altitude of just over 40 meters, was perilously close to the effective range of birdshot. Even a glancing hit could spell disaster. Even if the eagle escaped with its life, it could still be injured, prompting the other hunters to open fire in succession. Pull up. With a resounding bang, the birdshot burst forth. The eagle flapped its wings vigorously, shooting forward like an aircraft taking off, leaving behind 2 pristine feathers. Liang Manchang quickly glanced at the map panel. The eagle's health remained full. Damn you, Ma Jianjun. Daring to target my eagle. If you harm my brother's wings, I shall obliterate your entire paradise. Liang Manchang swiftly recalled the eagle. Brother Manchang, why does your face fluctuate between red and white? Are you possessed by a spirit? Did you hear the gunshots? Competitors are approaching from the north. You head to the watchtower at Chili Valley and wait for me. Remember, don't pay any attention to Zhang Dapio. Otherwise, I might just stay back to assist you. Armed with multiple guns, Zhao Fushun was eager for action. He had never fired a black gun before, and the thought thrilled him. What? I'm covering for you, now hurry. Fine, next time it will be my turn. Liang Manchang watched Zhao Fushun depart, as a magnificent eagle landed on his shoulder. Meanwhile, Ma Jianjun was hastening southward without pause. Master, I just heard 3 gunshots. Could it be that the deer herd we've been tracking for days has been intercepted? It's likely a gang. At least 2 individuals, one with a hunting rifle and another with a Type 56. If they are after the Sika deer, they won't be moving quickly. They might even be rummaging through the water. Let us pick up the pace. At that moment, Qian Erkue caught up, delivering a sharp slap to the back of Ma Jianjun's head, reprimanding him. Are you out of your mind? You do realize we're here to hunt Sika deer, right? Even if the deer can't hear you, those losers across from us certainly can. Useless. Ma Jianjun's eyes widened in fury. He had long since erased the term useless from his vocabulary. He never expected Qian Erkue would dare to insult him so brazenly. Brother Erkue, Qian Erkue retorted. Who is your brother? You call my brother master and me brother? Are you out of your mind? Just as Qian Dahu sensed a confrontation brewing between the two, he intervened with a swift kick. Enough of this nonsense. We'll settle it after we leave the mountains. If we spot anyone or anything worth hunting, don't let it get away. Anyone who dares to touch what belongs to Qian Dahu is courting death. In their group, Qian Dahu's word was law, and even Qian Erkue did not dare to defy him. Thus, the 6 of them pressed onward. However, Ma Jianjun's gaze remained fixed on Qian Erkue. He would not let the insults go unpunished. The reason he fired earlier was due to the aggressive demeanor of the eagle, which seemed to belong to Liang Manchang, as it was the only all-white variant in a 100-mile radius. Eagles rarely attack humans unless provoked, akin to a desperate old man seeking his demise. Yet, Liang Manchang's eagle exuded a sinister aura, suggesting it could have been trained to attack them. That was why he chose to fire. If he could bring down Liang Manchang's boastful eagle with a single shot, it would surely bring him immense satisfaction. Alas, he had only managed to pluck 2 feathers. Nevertheless, an opportunity still lingered. Liang Manchang typically ventured into the mountains alone or with a maximum of 1 companion, so if they could encircle him, a lethal strike would be within reach. Liang Manchang's martial prowess was indeed formidable, but no amount of skill could withstand a bullet. Today, Ma Jianjun would finally avenge his grievances. Chapter 153. For the sake of scientific experimentation, dog meat followed Zhao Fushun out of the valley, leaving Liang Manchang alone with the eagle. Little eagle, gather some stones or branches. If this gang attempts to hunt, throw them about to scare the prey away. The eagle nodded and swiftly soared into the sky. Meanwhile, Liang Manchang retreated 200 meters, finding a tree large enough to embrace, and began to climb. The crown of this grand tree is as expansive as 2 rooms, within which Liang Manchang conceals himself, rendering anything within a 10-meter radius indistinguishable. Liang Manchang steadies his mind, conjuring the image of the eagle's eye in his thoughts. At this moment, Qian Dahu and his 5 companions are crouched in the underbrush, 100 meters north of the waterhole, brandishing their firearms. He raises his binoculars, scanning the area around the waterhole, apart from a few bloodstains. There are no signs of life. Erhu, you and Xiao Shanzi encircle from the left. Shizi, you and Ahao approach from the rear. I'll provide cover with Jianjun. Understood. The 4 men dart out from either side, traversing the 100 meters along the flanks of the waterhole, diligently searching. After about 10 minutes, they regroup to the south of the waterhole and wave at Qian Dahu. Could they have already fled? Let us go, Jianjun. Qian Dahu readies his rifle and strides purposefully towards the waterhole. The 2 men tread through the soft mud, reaching the edge of the waterhole, where they are met with a large pool of fresh blood. Qian Dahu's expression darkens as he murmurs, "Damn it. It appears they have taken down at least 3 Sika deer. They must belong to our herd. But there are only 2 of them, and no signs of dragging them away. Is it possible that these 2 are such strong men that they carried the Sika deer away on their backs?" Ma Jianjun, furrowing his brow, surveys the area and suddenly spots a heart-shaped footprint among the chaotic prints. "Master, take a look at this. It's quite large. It must be from a moose, right?" "Master, in all the villages around Laoyiling, there is only 1 person known to ride a moose." "Who?" "Liang Manchang. Moreover, he has a completely white eagle." A twitch appears at the corner of Qian Dahu's mouth. He has heard of Liang Manchang's name, reputedly. He is a leader among the younger generation, and despite being in his 20s, he operates with the cunning of someone in their 50s or 60s. "Jianjun, you have a grudge against him, right?" "Yes. Although I lack concrete evidence to prove he has been causing me trouble, he is certainly involved. I will hold him accountable for this. Very well, once we enter the mountains, we shall accept fate. Fortune or misfortune lies with the heavens. And we will strike with all our might. Qiandahu is furious. In Laoyaling, when it comes to ruthlessness and disregard for martial ethics, he undoubtedly ranks first. He is typically the one to wield the black gun and seize others' prey. Yet, Liang Manchang has audaciously turned the tables on him. He cannot swallow this indignation. Master, what shall we do now? The moose is swift, and your gunfire has already revealed our position. I suspect that Liang Manchang has surely escaped. Let us keep a record of this and settle the score later. For now, we must focus on the task at hand. Ma Jianjun squints his eyes, grinding his back teeth with a crackling sound, and slowly nods. Qiandahu gestures to Qian Er Kuei, and the group continues southward. The valley is thick with underbrush, making concealment difficult, yet the mountains on either side are adorned with towering trees. Liang Manchang swiftly descends from the great tree, maintaining a distance of a mile from them as he runs along the mountainside. Approximately half an hour later, Qiandahu and his 5 companions spot 2 sick deer resting on the ground. Huh, brother, we've finally struck gold. As long as we can take these 2 sick deer, this trip will not be in vain. Enough of the nonsense. Let us commence firing without hesitation. Encircling the enemy and annihilating them is Qiandahu's quintessential strategy. He intends to compensate for his technical deficiencies by leveraging the advantages of numbers and firepower. A few skilled individuals coordinated seamlessly, advancing in a fan-shaped encirclement. Meanwhile, Liang Manchang let out a cold chuckle, secretly issuing a command to Hai Dongqing. Shao Hai, grab a piece of wood and drop it on the heads of the 2 sick deer. With a swift dive, Hai Dongqing seized a length of wood and soared towards the 2 deer. Sensing the impending threat, Qiandahu caught a glimpse of Hai Dongqing approaching and felt a sense of foreboding. Ma Jianjun exchanged the deer ammunition in his gun for birdshot, raising his hunting rifle once more, aiming at the rapidly approaching Hai Dongqing. Jianjun, do not fire. He may not be coming for us. Indeed, Hai Dongqing was not targeting them. He flew above the deer and dropped the wood. Startled, the sick deer bleated twice before bolting southward in a flurry. Qiandahu and his companions stood in stunned silence, questioning whether Hai Dongqing had transformed into a benevolent spirit, performing good deeds. By the time Qiandahu lifted his rifle, Hai Dongqing had already become a mere speck in the distance. Damn it! That scoundrel Liang Manchang is undoubtedly still in the Elk Valley. Find him for me. Qiandahu fumed, his face feeling as though it had been used as a punching bag by Liang Manchang. At that moment, Liang Manchang, having completed his good deed, had long since fled, leaving Qiandahu and his 5 companions floundering like headless flies. This encounter had undoubtedly solidified the animosity between him and Qiandahu. However, given the nature of Qiandahu and his associates, they would not passively allow Liang Manchang to thrive in Laoyi Ridge without consequence. A confrontation was inevitable. Once they entered Laoyi Ridge, it would come down to marksmanship. Yet, outside the mountains, they still had to be wary of the law. Otherwise, they would be openly challenging social order. Thus, unless driven by revenge or deep-seated grievances, they would not resort to illicit gunfire in the settlement. Upon arriving at Elk Valley, Liang Manchang spotted Zhang de Biao drooling over a few sick deer from a distance. Brother Shunzi, could you spare me a piece of deer whip? If Manchang asks, just say a dog bit you. No way. Manchang has instructed me to keep my distance from you, which also means you should keep your distance from me. Zhang de Biao scratched his nose, offering a forced smile. Liang Manchang has a keen eye, Shunzi. I merely wish for a small piece, not out of greed, but for scientific experimentation. No, absolutely not. If that's the case, you should contribute a piece yourself. You won't be using it anyway. If mine were useful, I would have harvested it long ago. Liang Manchang, exasperated, strode over. Biao Gu, I didn't expect you to possess such dedication, sacrificing your own happiness for the sake of science. Brother Manchang, I have always felt that my formula lacks essence, possibly due to the absence of various whips. Why not cut me a piece to try? Liang Manchang waved his hand dramatically, revealing a dagger, and sliced off half a piece of deer whip, tossing 2 deer eggs to Zhang de Biao. Biao Gu, this is the first and last time I support your experiments. Should you wish for more deer whips, tiger whips, or rabbit whips in the future, you shall have to purchase them with real gold and silver. Understood. Chapter 154. I would rather you take this allowance for free. Zhao Fushun led the moose, parading through the streets as he returned to Tuanjiatan. Shunzi, have you struck it rich in the mountains again? Hee. Following Brother Manchang, I managed to bag a couple of roe deer. Luck wasn't too favorable today, but it will suffice. Zhao Fushun's attempts at boasting, though better than Liang Manchang's, still lacked finesse. falling into the realm of forced pretension. Upon entering Zhao Fushan's yard, Liang Manchang discovered Lin Xiaofeng and Chun Millian engaged in light conversation, while Zhao Yutian busily swept the floor, occasionally glancing over at them. "Mom and Dad, I'm back. Shunzi, come here, this is your Aunt Fong." Zhao Fushan, unperturbed, called out to her with a grin. "Yutian, who would have thought Shunzi has grown so much? He resembles you in your youth, full of vigor." "Let us refrain from discussing that in front of the child," Zhao Yutian interjected before moving closer to the door. Upon seeing the 3 road deer on the moose, he couldn't help but smile. This catch was essentially his as well, having accompanied Liang Manchang. "Manchang, today's haul seems quite impressive." "Oh, it's just passable. If I hadn't stayed up late last night and felt drowsy, I might have managed to secure a couple more. Still, it's decent enough to cover expenses for a week." Zhao Fushan gave Liang Manchang a thumbs up, recognizing the authenticity and naturalness of his boast, truly the mark of an experienced hunter. "Shunzi, why don't you bring down the one you shot?" "All right." The moose obediently knelt, and Zhao Fushan carefully unloaded one of the male deer. "Goodness, it must weigh over 200 pounds. Absolutely, it's hefty." Zhao Yutian and Zhao Fushan worked together to carry the roe deer into the yard, but upon looking down, they noticed blood pooling from the deer's abdomen, and the deer's tail had vanished. "Huh, where's the tail?" "Oh, I gave the tail to Brother Manchang. He mentioned a friend who wanted it. By the way, Dad, at your age, what do you need a deer tail for? You're not hoping to have another child, are you?" Zhao Yotian's face flushed red, and he shot a glance at Lin Xiaofeng, who was stifling a laugh, before playfully kicking Zhao Fushan. "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm just preparing for you, in case you marry in the future." "Oh, there's no rush. I can go back into the mountains in a few days to hunt again. It's just a roe deer, not a rare find." "You're boasting again. Dad, are we selling this roe deer or keeping it for ourselves?" "Let us do half and half. Since Aunt Fong is here, let us give her a portion as well." Lin Xiaofeng, upon hearing this, stood to leave. She had come to deliver some straw mats and engage in a brief chat. She didn't want to linger and give the impression that she was taking advantage of the situation. "Yutian, Millian, you carry on, I'll take my leave." "Wait, after chatting for so long, why are you running off just because we need help with the deer meat?" "Sister-in-law, Oh, come now, don't be shy. Hurry up and lend a hand." Seeing them busying themselves, Liang Manchang led the moose homeward. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed a fair number of local women had come to deliver straw mats, creating a small pile by the door. Lu Jingxiu approached Liang Manchang with quick steps, linking her arm with his as she said, "Brother Manchang, you're back. How many did you bring today?" "I managed to bag 2 roe deer. How about you? How many mats did you collect today?" Lu Jingxiu retrieved a palm-sized notebook from her pocket, glanced at it, and remarked, "There are over 40 entries. Today is merely the first day, and many of the elder sisters have yet to hear the news. I anticipate tomorrow will yield even more." "Indeed, earning money is a commendable endeavor, but do not overexert yourself," she added. "Understood. The more I work, the more invigorated I feel. By the way, I need to collect some straw mats shortly. You can manage the 2 deer by yourself, right?" "No problem. I shall diligently handle the logistics." "Being your supportive partner and devoted homemaker," Liang Manchang replied, unloading the 2 deer and placing the deer whip into a brown paper bag, preparing to deliver it to Wang Tianlong the next day. He then proceeded to skin the deer and clean the entrails, intending to keep only half of the venison, dividing it among Wang Tianlong, Lin Lieji, Li Xiaolu, Zhou Jinhui, and Zhang Yaoyang. By the time Liang Manchang finished cleaning, the sun had set. He decided to take on the cooking responsibilities, sautéing a dish of fresh venison and boiling a pot of deer entrails. The following morning, Liang Manchang hitched the deer cart and set off with the venison and Zhao Fushan toward the commune. He first visited the commune to deliver 10 pounds of venison to Li Xiaolu before heading to the police station. Liang Manchang instructed Zhao Fushan to keep watch over the deer cart while he carried the venison inside. However, just as he entered, he collided with Zhou Jinhui. "Hey, just moments ago, someone was calling out to me, saying a figure resembling the Taoist disciple of the Supreme Lord was parading through town with a deer cart. To my surprise, that disciple is you." Zhou exclaimed. "Ridiculous. Do I look like a disciple? I am certainly a celestial being. Here, take this. I hunted a deer yesterday for you to sample." "Huh, you wouldn't be seeking my assistance, would you? Come now, given our relationship, even if I didn't deliver venison, you would still assist me, wouldn't you?" Zhou took the venison and weighed it in his hands. "Ha ha ha. I must accept this, otherwise, when you come empty-handed to request my help, I would be at a disadvantage. By the way, Captain Zhou, did the incident at Hongxing Tun cause you any trouble?" "Not at all. That lad needed discipline, and I saw it as a perfect opportunity to assert my authority." "Very well. I shall take my leave. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to summon me. I cannot let this allowance go to waste. Zhou Jinwei hastily interrupted Liang Manchang, as if facing a formidable adversary. No, please. I would rather you receive this allowance without effort. Liang Manchang, sensing the moment, lightly patted his own face. Alas, my loose tongue. Speaking such words is akin to offering a night shift nursed dragon fruit and Wangzai milk. Liang Manchang then diverted to sell half of a deer to Han Lauer for 500 yuan, while Zhao Fushan sold his share of venison for over 100 yuan. The two then strolled around the commune, purchased 2 packs of cigarettes, and made their way to the Xinqiang coal mine. Liang Manchang handed the venison to Lin Lieji and, familiar with the surroundings, made his way to the office building. Not spotting Wang Tianlong, Liang Manchang stealthily ascended to the second floor. Inside a conference room, he could hear a furious outburst. Wang Tianlong, do not jest with me. Do you perceive this as a trivial matter? Without consulting in a meeting, you unilaterally designated 50 families in need and commanded the union to distribute 100 yuan of consolation money to each household. Who granted you such authority? Secretary Dahai, is this really just a matter of 5,000 yuan? Must we escalate it to such grand proportions? You are well aware of the plight of these 50 households, each struggling more than the last. Is it necessary to convene a meeting to deliberate on this? Wang Tianlong, this is an organizational procedure, and it bears no relation to whether one is in difficulty or not. I have summoned you to discuss this matter in meetings at least 5 times. Haven Ti, you always mention the need to prepare materials for these meetings, and yet we have waited for several months. Haven Tiwi, Chapter 155, Liang Manchang's Principle, Helping Kin, not principles. Can you not wait a little longer? Your impatience may lead to complications. Just as Liang Manchang was pondering this, Wang Tianlong's voice erupted from the meeting room. Secretary Dahai, I can afford to wait, but can those struggling families who are literally waiting for their next meal? Take Xiaohua's family, for instance. Her father perished in the mine, her mother has wept herself blind, and their meager compensation has vanished. Now, she scavenges for coal amidst mine debris. Having been unjustly labeled a capitalist roader, they can no longer gather coal and instead are forced to pick through discarded vegetables in the canteen, anxiously awaiting relief funds to buy rice. Can she afford to wait? Damn it. Secretary Dahai, I ask you, can you wait? Wang Tianlong, we are addressing your issues. Do not stray from the topic. Very well, let us discuss my issue then. You pride yourself on your ability to draft reports, don't you? Then go write one. I shall wait. With a loud bang, Wang Tianlong stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Upon seeing Liang Manchang standing by the entrance, his eyes widened in shock. Manchang, what brings you here? Longu, what just transpired? Who was that old fool yelling inside? Liang Manchang, known for his principles, believed in supporting his brothers. Since Secretary Dahai had spoken disrespectfully towards his brother, it was tantamount to disrespecting Liang Manchang himself, and he felt no need to hold back. Ha, come. Let us speak downstairs. Liang Manchang beckoned Zhao Fushan, bringing along donkey meat and donkey whip, and followed Wang Tianlong to the second floor of the workers' canteen for a private meal. Typically, state-run canteens are divided into 2 sections. The large kitchen for ordinary workers, usually located on the ground floor or in the main hall, and the small kitchen for higher-ranking officials, occasionally hosting visitors. The ingredients in the small kitchen are generally fresher, more varied, and meticulously prepared, unlike the large kitchen, which might serve dishes containing anything from chili skins to hair strands, screws, rags, or even flip-flops. Upon reaching the second floor, Wang Tianlong shouted at the slumbering fat Lu. Old Lu, bring me 2 side dishes, and make sure they are hot. Don't just serve me a plate of fava beans and a plate of raw rice out of laziness. Also fetch me a bottle of beidaozang. Lu Fat jumped, pretending to ponder while covering up his drowsiness. However, upon spotting Wang Tianlong, his face lit up with joy. Director Wang, shall I join you for a drink later? Bah. Get lost. Today I have distinguished guests. Lu Fat peeked over to see 2 young men, though they were dressed modestly. Being regarded as distinguished guests by Director Wang must surely indicate some significance. All right then, please wait a moment. The dishes will be ready shortly. Wang Tianlong waved his hand and took a seat at a long table by the window. Liang Manchang seized the moment to exchange a knowing glance with Zhao Fushan. Director Wang, this is the venison and deer tendons that Brother Manchang has prepared for you. He just hunted them yesterday, and they are exceptionally fresh. Upon hearing about this delightful offering, Wang Tianlong immediately approached. The vibrant red venison appeared irresistibly enticing. Although he held the esteemed title of director and frequently received flattery and gifts from many, venison and deer tendons were not particularly rare for him. However, The fact that Liang Manchang could immediately venture into the mountains to hunt simply because Wang mentioned it in passing speaks volumes about their camaraderie. Such friendship is indeed more valuable than any meat. Lao Lu, come here. Lu Fatty, clad in an apron and wielding a large ladle, hurried over. Director Wang, is there anything else you need? Have the venison braised for me, and make sure to add plenty of spice. As for the deer tendons, prepare them for soaking in liquor, but don't use a loose basket. Use a beidao container, understand? Lu Fatty, gripping the venison and tendons, could barely contain his saliva. Hey, can you cut me half a gene of that venison? Don't be absurd. This is a gift from my brother. Don't even think about it. With that voice of yours, you won't be able to discern the quality anyway. Just settle for some braised pig's head meat. All right then. Liang Manchang observed the banter between Lu Fatty and Wang Tianlong and realized that Wang was the kind of down-to-earth leader who had risen through the ranks from the grassroots level. Unlike those aloof leaders who throw around terms of brotherhood, Wang Tianlong garnered more support from ordinary workers. However, his rough manner, excessive chatter, and disregard for rules often did not endear him to higher-ups. Noticing Wang Tianlong's troubled expression, Liang Manchang sent Zhao Fushun to feed the elk some hay. Brother Long, what just happened? Did someone provoke you? Ah, it's nothing. That scoundrel Pang Dehai has long held disdain for me. Today, he is merely seizing an opportunity to vent. Honestly, I don't care much for this position. I'd prefer to sweat it out in the mines each day, take a bath, enjoy a couple of drinks, and have a good night's sleep. Don't say that. If you resign, it would only please Pang Dehai. Then, while you're gone, he'll take it upon himself to deal with your little brothers. Could you bear to see that happen? Though Wang Tianlong had indeed climbed from the grassroots, he had served as deputy director for several years and was well aware of the intricacies involved. His previous complaints were merely venting. All right, I was just speaking casually. If he wants to criticize me in a meeting, let him. I'll simply take it as idle talk. I heard it's about the subsidies for impoverished households, right? Yes, every winter, the mine provides some tokens of support to those in need. Although the amount is modest, it represents the mine's goodwill. However, Pang Dehai has been dragging this matter on, simply because his sister-in-law did not qualify as a needy household. He seeks to pressure the genuine needy to relinquish their spots. Liang Manchang furrowed his brow. Pang Dehai had committed a grave error for someone in power. He was competing with the people for benefits. Throughout history, any ruler who contended with the populace for advantage met with dire consequences. As a secretary of the mine, Pang Dehai could easily amass wealth with a mere flick of his finger. Yet, to quibble over a mere 100 yuan with those in genuine need only revealed him as a local tyrant, unrestrained, self-serving, and utterly indifferent to the opinions of others. Perhaps he believed himself to be quite clever, leaving no room for suspicion. Brother Long, who exactly is this Pang Dehai? He was parachuted in 2 years ago. Originally a nominal deputy director from the Ministry of Coal Industry. After the old secretary retired, he stepped into the role. So, the old secretary retired. But the mine manager didn't support him? Are you referring to Gao Zhigua? Manager Zhigua is approaching retirement age. He simply wishes to endure these final years and land smoothly. Liang Manchang has finally grasped why Pang Dehai can be so audacious. With a mine manager who is indifferent to matters, the entire Xinqiang coal mine is essentially at his mercy. And what of his sister-in-law? Discussing this infuriates me. After her divorce, she joined her sister at the mine, working in the logistics department. Though she hasn't taken more than her share, out of respect for him, we've tolerated her as long as she does not overstep. Who doesn't he have a few relatives or friends to look after? Yet, her behavior has become increasingly excessive. Can you believe it? She even sought to claim a spot as a difficult household. Chapter 156. Only the overworked ox. What is the matter? Pang Dehai's sister-in-law went so far as to acquire a disability certificate to qualify as a difficult household, claiming she has 7 or 8 children to support back home. A disability certificate? What disability? Is she mentally incapacitated? If only that were the case, it would be somewhat bearable. She claimed a leg disability, yet you should see how quickly she runs when food is served. Liang Manchang shook his head in exasperation. It was evident that Pang Dehai viewed himself as a local monarch, ruling without restraint. So, she wasn't recognized as a difficult household this time? Indeed, she incurred the public's wrath. In an anonymous vote, no one chose her, which thoroughly infuriated that old scoundrel. As the two continued their conversation, peanuts, twice-cooked pork, stir-fried meat, and a plate of spicy dried tofu were served at the table. Enough of these troublesome matters. Let us drink instead. Just then, Zhao Fushun returned, drawn by the enticing aroma, and the three began to toast one another. After a hearty meal and drinks, Liang Manchang entrusted Zhao Fushun to Wang Tianlong. Rest assured, Brother Manchang, as long as he learns diligently, I assure you he will be ready in 3 months. All right then, Shunzi, did you hear that? Do whatever your master instructs. If you endure a beating, stand firm. If you receive scolding, listen attentively. Zhao Fushan nodded. Liang Manchang, seeing that matters were settled, leisurely made his way outside the mine. As dusk approached, he stowed away the moose and cart, taking a shortcut to Haiwaitan. It had been a while since he heard from Zhang Yaoyang. It was time to pay a visit. After all, he often called him senior brother, sensing the rich aroma of incense. Liang Manchang carried 10 pounds of venison and a large bundle of offal, along with 2 jars of spring water, and pushed open the gate to the courtyard. There, he found Zhang Yaoyang seated on a mat in the yard, eyes closed, murmuring incantations. Immortal, I wish to exchange 10 years of my life for peace and prosperity for the nation and favorable weather. Liang Manchang chuckled. Had he not known Zhang Yaoyang well, he might have been deceived. Yaoyang, enough of the theatrics, hurry up. Upon hearing Liang Manchang's voice, Zhang Yaoyang immediately opened his eyes, sprang up from the mat, and quickly closed the courtyard door. Senior brother, what brings you here? Liang Manchang raised the delightful item in his hand and said, "Isn't this a gesture of goodwill to ensure you won't go hungry? I brought you some venison from yesterday's hunt and 2 bottles of divine elixir." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yaoyang's mouth watered. In recent days, he had been quite successful in self-promotion, attracting more and more followers. However, they were merely ordinary folk, with no wealthy patrons in sight, as Liang Manchang had repeatedly warned him against deceiving the common people. Thus, he merely managed to scrape by, just barely satiating his hunger. Brother, this venison is a fine delicacy. I must smoke it slowly, Zhang Yaoyang proclaimed as he hung it in the incense burner. Are you foolish? People who smoke venison use pine branches, not this. Can it even be eaten? Isn't this incense? Consuming it should enhance one's cultivation. Liang Manchang was left speechless. How deeply did Zhang Yaoyang yearn for enlightenment? He needed to be cautioned, lest they inadvertently foster a cult. Indeed, it could elevate one to the heavens. Just kick your legs and ascend. Liang Manchang retorted. You and I are but mortals. Let us content ourselves with eating grains and legumes, and not dwell on fanciful notions. Yaoyang, let us lead a good life and strive to assist the common folk within our means. That is the greatest virtue, understand? Zhang Yaoyang nodded, though he seemed only partially comprehending. The depth of these words was beyond him, requiring gradual contemplation. Yaoyang, have that couple Gao Qiu and Qin Hui given you any trouble? Yes, they claimed I colluded with Gao Dashan to deceive them. What happened next? I merely raised my voice, and the virtuous believers in the village swiftly expelled them. Brother, your disciple still possesses some grassroots support in Heiyu Crow Village. Then I can rest easy. By the way, take care of yourself. In a few days, visit the religious bureau to file a case and receive guidance from the government. Do not get shut down. After taking a few turns, Liang Manchang climbed over the back wall and left. The following morning, he awoke naturally. As the weather grew colder, he took the opportunity to clean out the Kong. Meanwhile, Lu Jingqiu became increasingly engrossed in her work. The names on the large red paper at the door multiplied, and the stack of grass mats grew larger. After finishing, Liang Manchang counted roughly 200 to 300. Jingqiu, our numbers have surged explosively these past few days. Indeed, our reputation spreads farther. The older women from nearby villages bring us grass mats. I estimate that in another 10 days or so, we will have gathered enough. Very well, once we are ready, I shall take a cart to deliver goods and see what money looks like. I too wish to spend my own earnings. Liang Manchang playfully pinched Lu Jingqiu's small nose. Since she began collecting grass mats, a newfound sparkle of wisdom illuminated her, captivating Liang Manchang utterly. Jingqiu, you've been too busy these past few days to pay me any attention. Why not teach me some idioms? I'm swamped. How could I have time for you? Amuse yourself. Dear lady, do not blame me for playing tricks then. With that, Liang Manchang swept Lu Jingqiu off her feet, kicked open the door, and placed her on the Kong. No, don't come any closer. If you do, I'll shout for help. Go ahead, shout. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will heed you. After Liang Manchang finished speaking, he lunged forward. Approximately an hour later, Liang lay on the Kong, recuperating, while Lu Jingqiu energetically continued to tidy up the straw mats. It seemed that in this world, there are only overworked oxen, never exhausted fields. A few days later, with nothing to occupy his time, Liang Manchang meandered to Zhao Youtian's home, intending to inquire about Zhao Lady and Li Hongbing. However, upon reaching the doorstep, he was startled by the sound of a woman weeping. Intrigued, Liang pressed his ear against the courtyard gate. Could it be that Uncle Youtian was bullying Aunt Malian? Yet, the more he listened, the more it felt amiss, as it was Lin Xiaofang's voice he discerned. There were intermittent cries of being mistreated. Liang's heart tightened. Could it be that Zhao Yutian had lost control of his desires, ready to sprout anew? He decided to make a hasty retreat. It is said that even a fair official finds it difficult to mediate family disputes, and he, a mere commoner, certainly should not interfere. Just as he prepared to leave, the courtyard door creaked open. Zhao Yutian stormed out, hoe in hand. Damn it, bullying someone. I'll bury you alive. Liang Manchang was taken aback. He had never seen Zhao Yutian so enraged. Who was he planning to bury alive? Before he could inquire, Yutian threw down the hoe, grabbed Liang by the sleeve, and shouted furiously, Manchang, you've come at the right time. Lend me that 56 hoe. Wait, Uncle Yutian, who are you planning to hit? That beast. Chapter 157. Wang Tianlong faces consequences. Liang Manchang was utterly bewildered, but when he saw Chun Melian rush out to embrace Zhao Yutian's waist, he realized that the situation was dire. Father of the child, at your age, why do you still explode like a young lad? Damn it, Melian, if I go in. Take good care of Shunzi and lady. Stop the nonsense. Zhao Yutian, fueled by a bull's strength, charged forward, his face flushed and neck bulging, dragging Chun Melian along the ground. As Yutian appeared to charge out like a mad bull, Liang raised his hand and firmly placed it on his shoulder, restraining him. Uncle Yutian, what is going on? Tell me. Even if you're off to fight, you ought to ensure clarity regarding what is to follow. Hearing this, Zhao Yutian paused, surprised by Liang Manchang's ability to counsel, albeit in a rather blunt manner. However, he quickly regained his composure, dropped the hoe, and trembled as he rolled a bit of tobacco. After a moment's pause, Zhao Yutian finally said, Manchang, Aunt Fang's daughter has been harmed by the leaders of the Xinjiang coal mine. Liang Manchang's mind exploded at this revelation. What? Who? I don't know. You don't know? How can you risk your life without knowing? Surely, you can't kill all the leaders at the mine? By now, Zhao Yutian had also calmed down, squatting on the ground with his head in his hands. Observing his pained expression, Liang Manchang would have genuinely believed that Aunt Fang's daughter was Zhao Yutian's own child, had he not known better. Meanwhile, Chun Melian, seeing Zhao Yutian at a loss for words, spoke up. Manchang, Aunt Fang's daughter has some mental issues, much like you did before. She doesn't like to talk. A few days ago, Uncle Yutian used some connections to get her a temporary job at the Xinjiang coal mine. The outcome was that she was sent back yesterday, her lower body drenched in blood. Liang Manchang furrowed his brow into a tight knot. The one thing he despised most in life was a rapist. If there was a need, even spending a little money to hire a professional would have sufficed. Instead, they resorted to such vile actions. Moreover, according to Chun Melian's description, Aunt Fang's daughter likely suffered from autism or some similar mental disorder. Preying on such a girl is nothing short of beastly. Liang Manchang finally understood why Lin Xiaofang's daughter, despite being in her 20s, their family still struggled financially. Melian, have you reported this to the police? Chun Melian shook her head, her face etched with bitterness. Manchang, this matter must not get out. Otherwise, the gossip will be suffocating. That girl will be spoken of for a lifetime. And in this day and age, cruel words can be fatal. Liang Manchang's chest heaved, the anger within him erupting like a volcano. Yet he felt powerless to change the situation. The notion of victim blaming has persisted for decades and remains prevalent even now. Hence, many young women, after being violated, swallow their pain for the sake of so-called dignity. Meanwhile, those beasts, having tasted the sweetness of their crimes, continue to extend their poisonous hands toward innocent girls without consequence. What is Aunt Fang's daughter called? Lin Chui. Liang Manchang nodded and turned to Zhao Yutian, saying, Uncle Yutian, we must deliberate on this matter. Charging into the new city coal mine with a hoe will yield no revenge, and you might end up sacrificing yourself. By the time you even reach the mine, the security will likely apprehend you, and you could be charged with disrupting economic order. You would lose your position as captain and perhaps even face hard labor. Zhao Yutian, who had been full of vigor, instantly deflated, his eyes drooping with a sense of helplessness. How could Xiao Chui be so unfortunate? Alas, it's all my fault. If I hadn't sent her to the coal mine as a temporary worker, she wouldn't have been harmed. It's all my fault. After saying this, Zhao Yutian slapped himself across the face. Smack, smack, smack. Chun Melian kicked Zhao Yutian's arm, shouting angrily, Zhao Yutian, have you lost your mind? What good does slapping yourself do? At that moment, Lin Xiaofang, her eyes swollen like radishes, staggered over to Zhao Yutian's side. Brother Yutian, Aunt Melian. This is fate. I accept my fate. Liang Manchang frowned. Lin Xiaofang was a quintessential example of someone who simply accepted her lot in life. Aunt Fang, if you trust me, I will handle this matter. Lin Xiaofang glanced at Liang Manchang, and then at Zhao Yutian on the ground. Seeing him nod, she hesitantly said, "Then I'll trouble you, Manchang. Xiao Chui is unfortunate. I was thinking of finding her a decent husband in these couple of years so that when I pass away, I can close my eyes in peace." Liang Manchang nodded. "Aunt Fong, rest assured, I will handle this discreetly, ensuring that Xiao Chui's reputation remains intact." "Thank you, Manchang. I bow to you on behalf of Xiao Chui." Lin Xiaofeng then knelt on the ground, and before Liang Manchang could rush over to assist her, she had already knocked her head 3 times with a resounding thud. "Aunt Fong, you don't have to." Zhao Yutian waved his hand and said, "Meilian, please take Aunt Fong back and stay for a couple of days to help." "All right." As Chun Meilian assisted Lin Xiaofeng in departing, Liang Manchang curiously inquired, "Why does Lin Shui bear her mother's surname?" "Ah, it is not a matter of her taking her mother's name. Rather, her parents are distant relatives, both surnamed Lin." Liang Manchang was taken aback, realizing this indicated a marriage between close kin. In this era, the trend of relatives marrying relatives was prevalent, with no concept of favorable genetics. "Very well, I happen to be planning to deliver a batch of straw mats to the coal mine in a couple of days. I shall inquire about the situation while I am there. As for your connections, I shall refrain from prying, as this matter may not pertain to him. I shall observe how things unfold." "Indeed, Manchang, although Lin Xiaofeng bears no ill will towards me, this situation directly involves me. Should you manage to deal with that scoundrel and send him to the labor camp, I, Zhao Yutian, will serve you as a loyal servant in this life and the next." Liang Manchang waved his hand dismissively, his intervention stemming merely from a sense of injustice. Both hailed from impoverished backgrounds. Any assistance they could offer was worth providing. Furthermore, after he had dealt with a few bandits previously, he had received substantial rewards. If he performed well this time, he might even impress Xiao Mei and receive further gifts. The following morning, Liang Manchang loaded the straw mats onto his donkey cart and cracked his whip, heading toward the coal mine. Approximately 2 hours later, his donkey cart came to a halt at the entrance of the Xinqing coal mine. "Old Lin, open the door. I need to speak with mine manager Wang." Lin Lizi, upon recognizing Liang Manchang, hurriedly swung open the door to the reception room and rushed out. "Manchang, you must return quickly," Lin Lizi urged, pushing him toward the donkey cart. "Huh, what is the matter? What is going on?" "Wang Tianlong is in trouble. The provincial authorities have dispatched a work group specifically to investigate him, claiming he practices dictatorship and autocracy." Liang Manchang furrowed his brow, suspecting that the instigator behind this mischief was Pang Dehai. What is the current situation with mine manager Wang? Chapter 158. The Struggle Session. Old Lin, does Pang Dehai possess any incriminating evidence against Wang Tianlong? Manchang, to my knowledge, he does not at present. The miners are quite supportive of Wang Tianlong, and no one has uttered a single disparaging word. However, I doubt he will endure beyond today. Why is that? Lin Lizi pointed towards the grand auditorium of the Xinqing mine. They are holding a struggle session inside. I have heard that Pang Dehai has gathered a faction of bureaucrats who have previously suffered under Wang Tianlong, and they have jointly written a letter of complaint to the investigation team. Where there are people, there are factions. Wang Tianlong, known for his decisive and bold methods, was beloved by the miners. Yet, Pang Dehai had been entrenched in the mine for many years and was not to be underestimated. Given his cunning and treacherous nature, he likely had formed alliances. "Old Lin, please keep an eye on the donkey cart for me. I intend to go inside and take a look." "Ah, do be careful." The leader of this investigation team is called Ho Liangping. Based on my deductions, he should be relatively upright. Otherwise, Wang Tianlong would have been apprehended long ago. Nodding, Liang Manchang quickened his pace toward the grand auditorium at the heart of the facility. Outside the auditorium, a throng of chattering miners had gathered, many wielding pickaxes, seemingly ready to burst in at any moment. With the strength bolstered by his steadfast physique, Liang Manchang managed to squeeze through the back door. There he saw Wang Tianlong standing with his back to the podium, his hands hanging limply by his sides. He had lost the spirited vigor of his past. His hair was disheveled, his eyes devoid of luster, and his unkempt beard lent him a disheartened air. His Zhongshan suit appeared as if it had not been washed in over a decade. Suddenly, a sharp honk pierced the air, prompting the corpulent Haipang, seated at the center of the dais, to hastily cover the microphone. After a brief silence of approximately 10 seconds, during which the cacophony subsided, Haipang cleared his throat and inquired, "Wang Tianlong, do you acknowledge your crimes?" Wang Tianlong slightly turned his body, a faint scornful smile creeping across his pallid visage. "Haipang, do enlighten me as to what crimes I stand accused of." His retort seemed to have been anticipated by Haipang. "Ha ha, I knew you would attempt to wriggle out of this. In recent days, Numerous cadres and citizens whom you have oppressed have taken it upon themselves to pen letters and materials denouncing you. I have distilled your transgressions into 3 major offenses. 3 major offenses? How generous of you to limit my charges to just 3, Wang Tianlong replied, feigning surprise. Given your penchant for fabricating incriminating material, I would have expected at least 10. The very mention of fabricating incriminating material struck Hai Peng like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He slammed his palm on the table, his voice rising in indignation. Wang Tianlong, even at this juncture, you continue to feign innocence. Security, seize him. As Hai Peng prepared to gesture for action, the stoic Ho Liangping suddenly interposed, speaking slowly, Secretary Peng, we must not resort to coercive tactics. If word gets out, it will appear as though we operate under the archaic practices of a bygone era. Let us first address the issues with ample evidence. There is no need to fear his denial. Though Ho Liangping presented himself as impartial, his internal scales had already tipped in favor of Wang Tianlong. After days of investigation, the tyrant, an old bureaucrat portrayed by Hai Peng, had revealed itself to be a principled and loyal cadre. The so-called denunciations were trivial grievances, claims of preferential treatment in the cafeteria, misuse of official vehicles, and the existence of a slush fund. In an environment where clarity breeds suspicion, one must ask, which mine under the purview of the Ministry of Coal Industry is devoid of such issues? The alleged preferential treatment was merely a necessity of work. After all, did not their investigative team also indulge in similar practices? The accusation of misusing official vehicles was absurd. The mine was located a considerable distance from the new town, and Wang Tianlong occasionally drove a jeep for official business, stopping en route to procure a couple of cans of peach slices. Was that truly an instance of misuse? As for the slush fund, which prosperous institution lacks one? Without such a fund, how could employees' benefits be sustained? Surely, one cannot rely solely on the meager allowances dispensed by the labor union. Thus, Ho Liangping merely sought to fulfill the task assigned from above. Secretary Peng, let us proceed expeditiously. Very well, replied Hai Peng, his demeanor shifting as he picked up a lengthy document and began to read. First, Wang Tianlong has abused his power for personal gain, indulging in excess. Whenever there is a reception task, he invariably drinks to excess, as can be testified by old Lu from the cafeteria. Isn't that right, old Lu? The portly Lu, donning an apron, raised his hand and stood, bellowing with his robust voice. Indeed, Secretary, I can attest to that. This testimony had indeed been penned by Lu, albeit under duress. He had never anticipated that he would publicly confront Wang Tianlong, severing all ties. Yet, Lu's declaration ignited a thrill within him. They all say you share a close relationship with Wang Tianlong, inseparable as if you were wearing the same trousers. However, if you choose to heed the warning and turn back from your misguided path, you can still be one of us. Speak up, Secretary. May I go up and say something? Certainly. Come forth, everyone applaud. We must possess the courage and determination to combat decay. As Pang Dehai concluded, he began to clap for himself. Yet, the vast auditorium echoed solely with his sparse applause. Ignorance. Naivety. Accomplice. Come on, Master Lu, step up. I am your staunchest supporter. Lu Ponzi advanced, took the microphone before Pang Dehai, tugged at the wire, and approached Wang Tianlong. Esteemed colleagues, I can attest that whenever there are hospitality duties, Director Wang must indulge in alcohol. A resounding uproar erupted throughout the auditorium. Waves of spitting sounds reverberated. Damn, a traitor. Shameless. Screw him. Who will join me in dealing with Lu Pongzi? I will prepare the sacks. Lu Pongzi turned to face Wang Tianlong, observing his expressionless visage, then glanced back at the smug Pang Dehai and the stern-faced Ho Liangping. Team leader Ho, didn't I tell you Wang Tianlong had issues? Ho Liangping frowned. Although the hospitality of drinking was a common flaw across all units, it was inappropriate to bring it to light. Let's observe for now. Alas, Master Lu, please continue. Lu Ponzi nodded and raised his voice. Take the last incident as an example. When the province came to investigate the over-distribution of labor protection supplies at the mine, right? It was an additional 10 yuan subsidy for each worker descending into the mine. Wang Tianlong guzzled from a bottle of liquor, single-handedly incapacitating 4 individuals. And it all ended there. After the event, he clutched a tree and vomited profusely, the contents crimson. When I inquired further, guess what? Wang Tianlong had bled from his stomach due to excessive drinking. I asked him if it was worth it. You won't believe what he said. 1 bottle of liquor could secure 50,000 yuan for us miners, so it was worth it. Can you believe this fellow's audacity? The more Pang Dehai listened, the more uncomfortable he felt. Was this really a report? It sounded more like a eulogy. Master Lu, do not merely speak of the hospitality and drinking. Tell us about his private indulgences on the second floor of the cafeteria. Ah, I'm getting to that. Lu Pengzi then pulled out a small notebook from his pocket. Esteemed colleagues, what do you see here? An account book. Chapter 159. Has the criticism meeting turned into a praise session? Upon hearing this, Peng Dehai felt a surge of exhilaration, as if he had taken a stimulant. Lu Pengzi was clearly employing an approach of initial suppression followed by elevation. Since there was an account book, there would be both witness and evidence. Let us see how Wang Tianlong could deny it. Master Lu, read it out loud. Good. I shall read it. Wang Tianlong dined in the small cafeteria on the second floor a total of 10 times last month, paying 60 yuan. Peng Dehai's smile instantly froze. Eating is one thing, but why did he have to pay for meals? This was truly turning into a commendation meeting for Wang Tianlong. Master Lu, do you understand what you are saying? Do not bully or shield Wang Tianlong, or else you too shall face the consequences. Peng Dehai, I have the account book, and the cafeteria chef can attest to this. Moreover, I have records of certain leaders who dine without paying. Upon hearing this, Peng Dehai hurriedly waved his hand. Due to the ledger predominantly bearing his name, today's discourse revolves around the matter of Wang Tianlong, so let us not meander into unrelated topics. Very well. Let us address the issue of Wang Tianlong. You lot, who pen these denunciatory letters. Each and every one of you should search your conscience. Who amongst you has not benefited from Wang Tianlong's generosity? Truly, you are ungrateful wretches. If I catch any of you, I shall not hesitate to make an example of you. As Lu Fatty's words fell, those loyal to Peng Dehai who had written the complaints immediately averted their gazes. Peng Dehai sensed the discontent and hastily waved his hand. Enough. Lu Fatty said little more before turning back to his seat. Wang Tianlong, on the other hand, clasped his fists in salute to the assembly. He was neither greedy nor self-serving. Rather, he refrained from coveting trifling sums, never competing with the populace for their meager gains. If one must take, let it be from the higher allocations, and seek kickbacks. What merit is there in squabbling over mere cents with minors? Ho Liangping capped his pen and returned it to his Zhongshan suit pocket, closing his diary. Peng's secretary, perhaps we should wait until you are prepared to discuss this further? Peng Dehai rose, an obsequious smile plastered across his face, and humbly replied, Very well, Group Leader Ho, you may take your leave to rest. We shall further contemplate the matter of Wang Tianlong. Although Peng Dehai was burning with a desire to see Wang Tianlong thoroughly punished, he understood that if he were not adequately prepared, disruptions akin to Lu Fatty's could arise, embarrassing him further. Thus, he resolved to gather several staunch allies and compile comprehensive evidence for a decisive strike. Once he had seen Ho Liangping off, Peng Dehai returned to the podium with a grim visage, gripping the microphone as he intoned, Wang Tianlong, you would do well to confess your transgressions promptly to secure leniency. Take him away, the meeting is adjourned. Wang Tianlong was escorted by the security personnel, presumably to be confined in some dark chamber. As the crowd dispersed, Liang Manchang exhaled in relief. Fortunately, Wang Tianlong had maintained a decent reputation, for otherwise, it would have been a case of the tree falling and the monkeys scattering, with the walls collapsing bringing forth the betrayal of the masses. Following Wang Tianlong at a distance for about 10 minutes, Liang Manchang turned into a small, three-room house. Upon witnessing Wang Tianlong being taken inside, two security officers wearing red armbands positioned themselves at the entrance. In broad daylight, Liang Manchang dared not approach, instead noting the location discreetly before returning to the main gate of the venue. Lin Lizai, upon seeing Liang Manchang's return, hurriedly approached with concern. Manchang, what is the situation? He was aware that Wang Tianlong had only recently been brought into the new city coal mine upon his nod of approval. And while it would be wise to express gratitude, the harsh truth remained that should Wang Tianlong be apprehended, his own position could be jeopardized. Uncle Lin, Wang Tianlong should be safe for now, but we must devise a plan to extricate him swiftly. Manchang, what can I do? Shall we arm ourselves tonight and rescue him? Though I haven't wielded a gun in a while, the skills still linger. Uncle Lin, what era are we in? Do you really think we can pull off a rescue in such a manner? Then what shall we do? After a moment of contemplation, Liang Manchang concluded that since the issue seemed insurmountable, it was best to target those instigating trouble. If they could topple Peng Dehai, Wang Tianlong would be secure. However, the reason Peng Dehai acted with such impunity suggested he had powerful patrons backing him, both in Harbin and even in the capital. To bring him down, one must strike decisively, leaving no room for respite. With a general sense of direction in mind, Liang Manchang felt less anxious and inquired, Uncle Lin, I have a grasp of the situation. I will contact you when I require your assistance. By the way, I have another question. Did a temporary worker named Lin Shui arrive at the Xinxing coal mine a few days ago? Upon hearing this, Uncle Lin entered the reception room and began to rummage through the records, locating Lin Shui's name in the visitor log. Manchang, do you know this person? Liang Manchang glanced at the elegantly written characters spelling Lin Shui. He flipped through a few pages, discovering that Lin Shui had first entered the mine 10 days prior and had last been there the day before, with no record of her exit. Uncle Lin, how did Lin Shui leave the last time? It appears she was taken away by a jeep, number 212. I remember that girl. She's quite reserved and demure. All vehicles entering and exiting the premises must be logged. When I was recording the entries, I caught a glimpse of her in the back seat. Her face was as pale as paper, as if she were unwell. What is the driver's name? Ma Daji, he is Pang Dehai's driver. A trusted confidant and his most loyal subordinate. Liang Manchang furrowed his brow. Could this be the work of Pang Dehai? Why would he have his driver take someone away? Is he truly so benevolent? Uncle Lin, where does Ma Daji live? Could you help me look into it? All right, just wait a moment. After a brief while, Lin Huizi returned swiftly and handed Liang Manchang a small note. Ma Daji is a bachelor. He typically finishes work around 6 in the evening and spends his nights at home, drinking. Okay, Uncle Lin, this matter must remain strictly confidential. Do not disclose it to anyone. Otherwise, you may jeopardize your annual injury compensation and salary. Rest assured, I am the most discreet person you will encounter. Liang Manchang led the moose out of the work area, and once in a secluded spot, he stored the moose in the cart in his space before re-entering the mountains. Upon reaching Laowoling, Liang Manchang released Xiao Jin and Xiao Hai. Naturally, Xiao Hai flew up to monitor Pang Dehai from above the coal mine. As for Xiao Jin, he was tasked with seeking external assistance. Xiao Jin, go find Xiao Chi-hu. Tell him I need his help. Roar. Xiao Jin looked back multiple times as Liang Manchang followed closely behind, eventually slowing down after an hour of frenzied running through the mountains. Roar. A vibrant red figure emerged from the thicket, swaying back and forth, then peeking out cautiously. Zizi upon spotting Xiao Chi-hu. Xiao Jin dashed over and affectionately nudged its forehead. Hey, Xiao Chi-hu, lend me a hand, and I'll reward you with a wild rabbit later. Xiao Chi-hu cast a sideways glance at Liang Manchang before turning its head away. TSK Chapter 160. I am your good big brother. Liang Manchang rubbed his nose. In the realm of humans and beasts, only the little red fox dared to disregard him. Hey, show me some respect. After all, I'm your good brother's elder brother, and rounding it off, I am indeed your esteemed elder. Moreover, this time I'm doing a good deed, accumulating some virtue for you, so that when you seek your fortune, it will be smooth sailing. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jin nudged the little red fox with his chin. Only then did the little red fox turn around and nod slightly at Liang Manchang. In terms of intelligence, the little red fox surpassed Dogmeat, Haidongqing, and Xiao Jin combined. Thus, Liang Manchang's words were likely to be understood by him with considerable clarity. Hey, little red fox, would you care for an elixir? Liang Manchang said, producing the last blue pill from his space and placing it before the little red fox. To his surprise, the little red fox inhaled sharply and swatted at him. Liang Manchang shivered and quickly withdrew his hand. If you don't want it, just say so. No need to be so fierce. Liang Manchang nearly lost both his lady and his men, begrudgingly storing the pill back into his space. Xiao Jin, take the little red fox into the space. I will go scout ahead. After speaking, he brought both Xiao Jin and the little red fox into the space, allowing the little red fox to witness his prowess and unleash some sweet temptations. As dusk fell, Liang Manchang followed the address provided by Lin Lizi, locating a courtyard within the living area of the new city coal mine. At this moment, the coal mine functioned as a self-contained administrative region, complete with a supply and marketing cooperative, bathhouse, hospital, school, and more. The living area of the new city coal mine housed 4,000 to 5,000 families, some residing in high-rise buildings, others in bungalows, while several affluent individuals had secured plots of land from the mine, constructing their own courtyards. Madaji, originally a miner residing in a low bungalow, had later ingratiated himself with Pang Dehai, transforming into a driver, eventually acquiring land to build 3 large tile-roofed houses. Noticing the surroundings were deserted, Liang Manchang leaped gracefully over the courtyard wall. Observing the light on in the east room and the silhouette of a person, he softly landed within the courtyard. Savoring the aroma of pickled vegetables and tofu wafting through the window, Liang Manchang leaned against the edge of the bed, his mind swirling with thoughts. This glutton truly knows how to enjoy food. Using streaky pork as the base, he would sauté it to release some lard, adding scallions, ginger, and garlic. Then, He would toss in the pickled vegetables, stir-frying them until softened, and let them simmer in boiling water for 5 minutes. When the pot began to bubble, he would gently slide in large chunks of tender tofu, cooking and tasting as he went. The velvety tofu mingled with the savory pickled vegetables, accompanied by a bite of crisp, rich pork, washed down with a sip of white liquor. What an exquisite flavor! Just as Liang Manchang was lost in reverie, he overheard Ma Daji muttering to himself, "Wife, don't just sit there, hurry and eat." "What is this? Wife? Isn't Ma Daji a bachelor? Where did a wife come from? Could Lin Lizi have made a mistake?" Liang Manchang quietly took 2 steps back, then pressed against the wall to peek into the east room, where a pale face stood opposite a greasy middle-aged man. Goodness! A paper figure? Liang Manchang felt a chill run down his spine. Was this the inflatable doll of this era? Gaining courage, he scrutinized it closely. This paper figure, compared to a high-quality inflatable doll, was nothing short of a shoddy imitation. 2 braids made of paper hung loosely, with blank eyes and cheeks flushed to a deep purple, their lips reminiscent of someone who had eaten something unspeakable. Yet, from Ma Daji's tone, one could discern the profound affection he harbored. Not only did Ma Daji fashion a backrest for his wife, but he also laid out an array of bowls and chopsticks before her, accompanied by a generous spread of tofu, pork belly, and braised duck. After downing a few cups of liquor, Ma Daji entered into a verbose mode. Perhaps due to the lack of conversation in their daily lives, unleashing a barrage of words like a machine gun. "My dear wife," he began, "in the past, your husband lacked the means to provide for you, forcing us to huddle together in a tiny shack, conversing in whispers. But now, your husband has risen in stature, becoming a trusted aide to Pang Dahai. Without even mentioning my salary, I receive substantial benefits each month, at least 100 yuan, allowing you to indulge in a life of luxury with me." After speaking, he took a sip of his drink with a satisfying slurp. "Wife, I intend to cherish this life with you, but I fear in the next life, I may not be human again, for I have committed too many transgressions. To be honest, just days ago, I witnessed Pang Dahai brazenly bring a temporary cleaning worker into his office." He continued, "Having wealth and power is advantageous, even in wrongdoing. There are those to clean up after you. I must confide in you. I noticed that the young woman was innocent, so I offered her 100 yuan as hush money, truly despicable. However, I have kept that 100 yuan for myself. The fruits of my labor shall not benefit outsiders." Liang Manchang listened, his teeth grinding in frustration. Pang Dahai was indeed a vile character, and judging by Ma Daji's tone, he was a habitual offender, having preyed upon innocent young women, exploiting their fear of reputational damage with mere monetary compensation to silence them. Yet, gathering evidence from this end would be arduous, as the victims might hesitate to testify. However, now that Liang Manchang was aware that this scoundrel was the one who harmed Lin Shui, such filth could not be tolerated. Whether through illicit means or the cleansing power of the law, he must meet his end. "Wife, I must retire early tonight, the day after tomorrow. I have business to attend to at Wang Tianlong's privately operated mine, and I need to prepare tomorrow. This wretch Wang Tianlong, transferring me from the transport team to the mines, all because I delivered a few truckloads of coal for sale? What is the big deal? The Xinjiang coal mine produces hundreds of thousands of tons yearly. My few loads are insignificant. Does he intend to ruin me? I shall settle our old scores together. If this scoundrel dares to operate a mine illegally, I will blow it up along with him, taking down 7 or 8 miners in the process. Let us see if he doesn't end up in prison." "Wife, why are you shedding tears?" "There's little risk involved, as Pang Dahai has arranged everything. I simply need to infiltrate and plant a time bomb inside." In an instant, Liang Manchang was drenched in sweat. The fact that Wang Tianlong was operating the mine illegally was likely known to many. After all, running a mine is not a trivial task. It makes quite the commotion. Thus, Wang Tianlong had probably made arrangements on multiple fronts, even receiving tacit approval from higher authorities. If Pang Dahai were merely using the illegal mining to his advantage, it would likely pose little threat. However, if an accident were to occur, claiming the lives of several miners, even the highest authorities would be powerless to intervene. Those connections would distance themselves swiftly. How utterly malicious. However, if it can be conclusively proven that Pang Dahai secretly manipulated and directed Ma Daji to plant explosives, he too would face dire consequences, likely spending a decade or 2 in prison. Thus, this situation presents both advantages and disadvantages for Liang Manchang. As Ma Daji grew increasingly drowsy, Liang Manchang made his way towards the main office. Chapter 161. I guarantee it will be clean and swift. Liang Manchang bypassed the communications room and effortlessly scaled the wall, darting towards the 3 large tile-roofed houses like a wraith. He concealed himself in the darkness for 2 hours, and only one guard from the security department remained, barely awake. Taking advantage of the moment, Liang Manchang climbed onto the roof, removed a few tiles, and dropped down with a soft thud. Who's there? Wang Tianlong, reclining on the Kong, was just about to rise when Liang Manchang pressed him back down. Long Gu, it's me. Manchang, what brings you here? I came to deliver straw mats today and happened to witness your public denunciation, so I thought I'd check on you. Wang Tianlong sat up, realizing that the once robust and commanding man had aged 2 or 3 years in just a few days. Manchang, it's fortunate we signed that contract. You can deliver the goods to the union as planned. Long Gu, I didn't come for that. Today, I followed Ma Daji. Liang Manchang recounted to Wang Tianlong what he had learned from Ma Daji, causing him to grind his teeth in anger. Damn Peng Dehai, I never thought he would dare take such action. Using detonators to blow up the mine shaft, even if he doesn't hit gas, it would still bury the miners alive. Long Gu, what is really going on with your mine? Wang Tianlong clenched his jaw, determined to speak candidly. Manchang, at this point, I want to hide the truth from you. The last time you helped clear the wild boar from the mine, it was actually a private mine belonging to our Xinqiang coal mine. Liang Manchang nodded. A private mine, as the name suggests, is one that is operated without authorization. However, this particular mine does not belong to Wang Tianlong personally, but rather to the Xinqiang coal mine. During the era of planned economy, due to limited productivity and higher demand than supply, all materials produced were tagged as either within plan or outside of plan. Goods within the plan required uniform distribution and purchasing with tickets, while those outside the plan, although still regulated, had greater flexibility, often obtainable with just a note. Since off-plan goods did not require tickets, their prices were typically higher than those within the plan. Consequently, many state-owned enterprises, aiming to generate more profit and improve the lives of the populace, ramped up production to meet the plan quotas, while also intensifying the production of off-plan goods to sell independently, rewarding workers with bonuses and enhancing their benefits. However, coal mining is more complex, as it does not require raw material production. It merely involves digging. Moreover, the resources extracted are state-owned. Consequently, the Ministry of Coal Industry restricted coal mines from engaging in private ownership, permitting only the sale of scrap materials, such as stones and slag. Nevertheless, as the populace began to prosper, unlike the situation 2 decades later when large-scale infrastructure projects demanded stones, coal mines found little opportunity for extra income. Thus, each coal mine clandestinely operated an additional shaft to extract off-plan coal. From the provincial department to the ministry, there exists a tacit understanding, where inquiries are met with vague responses about the layers of approval, proceeding with construction while navigating the bureaucratic process. Fundamentally, this is a violation of regulations. As long as no mishap occurs, all seems well. However, if trouble arises, the excuse will be that the construction commenced without proper approval. It is no wonder that this operation is shrouded in secrecy, yet conducted with great fanfare. Regardless, it remains non-compliant. Brother Long, do you have any miner you can absolutely trust in the private mine? To ensure that Peng Dehai is apprehended, only one method suffices, to catch him red-handed. With Ma Daji detained underground, those who work in the private mine are individuals I can rely on. Seek out someone named Li Xiaoming. By the way, do you have paper? I'll jot down an address for you. Liang Manchang pulled out paper and a pen from his pocket, placing them on the Kong. Wang Tianlong swiftly wrote the address. He should be able to recognize my handwriting. If not, just mention the incident from March 15th of last year. Only he and I are privy to this matter. Historically, there are 3 great bonds of friendship, sharing the same classroom, fighting shoulder to shoulder, and engaging in illicit escapades together. Both Wang Tianlong and Li Xiaoming certainly belong to these categories. The classroom must be the iron bars of the police station, and the weaponry must be those 2 gleaming long rifles. The illicit escapade refers to that affair. Brother Long, endure a bit longer. I shall see if I can extricate you from this predicament. Regardless of whether I manage to escape this time, I, Wang Tianlong, appreciate your goodwill. From this moment on, our bond shall be one of unwavering loyalty. Brother Long, my pursuit of Peng Dehai is not solely for your sake. There are personal grievances involved. However, out of respect for others' innocence, I shall refrain from elaborating. Wang Tianlong nodded, understanding the unspoken words. All right, I shall take my leave now. Please escort me. Upon finishing his words, Liang Manchang leaped onto Wang Tianlong's shoulder and swiftly ascended to the rooftop. Approximately half an hour later, Liang Manchang arrived at a cylindrical building, maneuvering through heaps of clutter. Knock, knock, knock. Is Li Xiaoming home? After about 2 minutes, with a creak, the door opened. A large man, bleary-eyed, stood before him. I am Li Xiaoming. Who are you? I am Liang Manchang, sent by Wang Tianlong to discuss matters regarding the private mine. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoming nodded, a fleeting glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Oh, discussing matters concerning the private mine, is it? Please wait a moment. As Liang Manchang pondered what the wait entailed, a hefty wooden stick swung toward his face. Damn, there was no time to evade. Liang Manchang raised a hand to meet it. The tremendous impact numbed his palm. But thanks to his keen reflexes and robust physique, he managed to grasp the stick firmly. Otherwise, he might have suffered a concussion. Li Xiaoming, have you lost your mind? Huh. You must be sent by Peng Dehai to gather intelligence, right? Get lost. If you have evidence, just arrest me. Spare me the nonsense. Seeing that Li Xiaoming regarded him as a spy, Liang Manchang hurriedly interjected, March 15th. Huh. March 15th, Before Liang Manchang could finish, Li Xiaoming swiftly covered his mouth. Are you truly the person of Manager Wang? Liang Manchang nodded. All right, wait for me a moment. Liang Manchang was taken aback. Did this mean he was going to fetch a kitchen knife? He was still somewhat lacking in the skill of unarmed combat against armed opponents. Thus, he quickly stepped aside. Fortunately, Li Xiaoming merely went back to his room to greet someone and emerged with a coat. The two descended the stairs and found a pavilion where they each lit a cigarette. Liang Manchang recounted the news he had heard from Ma Daji. Damn it. Peng Dehai is truly trying to bury us alive. That bastard. Tomorrow, I will take people to bury him in the mine. Xiaoming, you must not do that. If you really end up killing someone, wouldn't I be an accomplice? Rest assured, I have it all under control. Oh, that is good to hear. I promise to handle it cleanly and efficiently, without any mess. Chapter 162. Clean it up and save it for later. Liang Manchang rubbed his forehead. His thought process was rather peculiar. Xiaoming, although our aim is to eliminate Peng Dehai, we must rely on our wits, not sheer brute force. You know Ma Daji, right? Tomorrow morning, find someone to keep an eye on him. See if he goes down the mine himself or send someone else. Additionally, gather a few trustworthy brothers. Each watching one person. We must not allow any slip-ups. Normally, there are personnel checking the entrance of a mine, but ours is a private mine, and we do not have such protocols. Otherwise, should I find a couple of people to watch the entrance tomorrow? No, if you bring someone to watch, it might alert them. Ma Daji and Peng Dehai won't be so easily ensnared. All right, if we see Ma Daji entering the mine, should we seize him immediately? Wait for my signal. After Liang Manchang finished speaking, he found a spot to hide for the night. The next morning, he prepared to follow Ma Daji into the site. However, upon reaching the entrance, he noticed two unfamiliar guards checking individuals one by one, prompting him to halt and find a place to conceal himself. At that moment, the hawk was circling above the site, and Liang Manchang directed him to focus on Ma Daji, then began to envision the unfolding events in his mind. Ma Daji entered the site, first dining at the cafeteria before heading directly to the office building, presumably to meet Peng Dehai. Regrettably, the hawk lacked X-ray vision, otherwise, it could have provided live coverage of their encounter. About half an hour later, Ma Daji exited the building and drove towards the mine 3 kilometers away. Liang Manchang closely followed. 2 legs could not compete with 4 wheels. Liang Manchang cursed under his breath and instructed the hawk to pursue the jeep. Upon arriving at the mine, Ma Daji parked in front of a solitary small building and hurried into the explosives office. Brother Ma, you're here? Yes. A high-ranking official wants to eat fish. Bring me 10 detonators for fishing. Also, grab 2 empty tubes to scare people later. Brother Ma, do you have a slip? How many fish are you planning to blow up with 10 detonators? A slip? The leader wants to eat fish and still needs a slip? Are you out of your mind? Hurry up. All right, but are you really going to blow up fish? Don't send me out in the process. I know, stop nagging. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone, not even your wife or children. Otherwise, prepare for unemployment and prison. In this era, the management of explosives in the mines cannot be described as entirely methodical. Rather, it is riddled with flaws. Each year, the number of missing detonators and explosives from various mines is sufficient to obliterate a county seat. Thus, if the leadership desires fish, what more is there to discuss? Ma Daji unabashedly held 2 boxes in his hands. Liang Manchang commanded the eagle to descend, only to discover something amiss with one of the boxes containing detonators. To differentiate whether a detonator was loaded, various markings were employed. The empty detonators bore no markings, while the loaded ones were adorned with a small red ribbon. What could this fellow want with empty detonators? As Liang Manchang pondered this, the 212 Jeep roared to life and returned to the base. By around 7 in the evening, Ma Daji reappeared in the courtyard, shouldering a canvas bag and carrying 5 pounds of pork belly. Damn, how does this guy manage to feast so lavishly every day? P.S. nearly matching my own indulgences. As night fell, It was yet another meal of pickled vegetables and tofu, leaving Liang Manchang speechless. Is this what he intends to eat until he has sick of it? My dear wife, today I have come to a profound realization. The reason Pang Dehai was able to become the secretary is not solely due to his flattery, but he possesses genuine skill as well. Do you know why? He instructed me to place the fake detonators in the mine tomorrow morning to see if I would be apprehended immediately. Experience prevails. Liang Manchang's lips twitched. Fortunately, he had returned today. Otherwise, he would have truly fallen for Pang Dehai's tricks. Just as he contemplated how to break the deadlock, a sudden eagle's cry pierced the air. Liang Manchang's heart raced. There should only be Little Hai's falcon within several miles. Why would it call out like that? Could there be danger? To be safe, Liang Manchang hurriedly scaled the courtyard wall and slipped behind the house. Once he was back there, he focused intently. In the pitch darkness, a jeep came to a halt in the distance, and shortly after, a figure emerged without even switching on a flashlight, making their way toward Ma Daji's courtyard. Knock, knock, knock. Ma Daji, open the door. Hearing this, Ma Daji quickly tumbled off the bed, slipped on his slippers, and opened the courtyard door. Secretary Pang, what brings you here? I was concerned, so I came to check again. Please, come in. Ma Daji ushered Pang Dehai into the courtyard, then poked his head out to scan the surroundings, ensuring no one was following before entering the house. Once inside, Pang Dehai was startled to see the paper effigy and took a step back, frowning deeply. Ma Daji, I have long heard of your peculiar hobby, but now that you are financially secure and not unable to marry, why indulge in such things to drink with? Ma Daji, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, it's just that I've developed some feelings. Regardless of the sentiments, it is still merely a paper figure, isn't it? Noticing Pang Dehai's disdain, Ma Daji hastily moved his wife aside, covered her with a blanket, and fetched a set of bowls and chopsticks. Secretary, would you care for a drink? Pang Dehai, having consumed too much rich food lately, glanced at the bubbling pickled vegetables and tofu, and surprisingly swallowed hard, feeling his appetite awaken. Very well, then, let us indulge a bit. Ma Daji hastily filled their cups, and the two indulged in a hearty meal of tofu, pickles, and pork belly, finishing off nearly half a bottle of beidatsang. Daji, after 2 or 3 years of camaraderie, let me speak candidly. Discard that paper effigy of yours and settle down with a proper wife. The last one, Lin Shui, was indeed a beauty, albeit rather taciturn. Despite my attempts to engage her, she remained silent as I cracked several belts in frustration. Brother Hai, my wife is a genuine one, no less than anyone else's. What do you mean by no less? Is she affectionate or entertaining? She is entertaining, without a doubt. Really? Why don't you give it a try? Aren't you afraid of making a mess? Brother Hai, you truly shouldn't challenge me. Just watch. Ma Daji declared as he retrieved a piece of pork belly from the shelf beside the Kong, revealing a hole the size of a thumb when held up to the light. With a towel as a cushion, he placed it beneath the paper effigy. See, it's perfect. Pang Dehai was momentarily stunned. Ma Daji, what will you do with this pork belly after you're done? Tell me, are you just going to throw it away? Such a precious cut of meat. How could I bear to throw it away? I'll clean it and keep it for eating. By your mother, Ma Daji. This pot isn't one you've used before, is it? Ma Daji shook his head vigorously. Secretary, this is fresh. I haven't used it. Regardless of the truth. Pang Dehai felt a slight ease in his mood and managed to swallow back the food that had nearly lodged in his throat, though he had lost all appetite. All right, that's enough for today. Take me to see the detonators. Chapter 163. Unexpected joy. Ma Daji promptly brought over 2 boxes from the edge of the Kong. The ones tied with red string are real, the ones without are fake. Pang Dehai meticulously examined them, finding that aside from one fuse, the false detonators contain no explosives whatsoever. Is it really that obvious? Absolutely. We can't afford to mix them up. Let me tell you, before you place them, make sure to tie the red string around them, so no one can spot the fakes at a glance. Brother Hai, do I need to remind you? I'll remember. To be safe, later you should mark a circle on the fakes, understood? Yes. Don't forget. I'm leaving now. Pang Dehai cast a glance at the pork belly and the paper effigy, losing all desire to linger, and stepped outside. Brother Hai, let me see you off. Ma Daji hurriedly followed. Seizing the moment, Liang Manchang quietly opened the back window a crack to release the little red fox. Little red fox, untie 2 strands of the red string and bind them to those bare detonators. Liang Manchang was uncertain if the little fox could comprehend such a complex command, but he decided to take a chance. To his surprise, the little red fox nimbly leaped onto the Kong, swiftly untied the red string, performing a clever switch. When Ma Daji returned to the room, he only glimpsed a shadow of the fox. Rubbing his eyes, he scanned the paper effigy on the Kong and then the narrow gap of the back window. Wife, is that you making your presence known? Are you missing your husband? I'm coming. In a flurry, Ma Daji hastily removed his trousers and engaged in a fervent bout of intimacy, collapsing onto the Kong 3 minutes later, panting as he contemplated the meaning of life. How could it happen so quickly? Moreover, with a swift and decisive motion, he shook his head and, without a stitch of clothing, produced a pin to draw a circle around 2 bare detonators. At the break of dawn the following day, Ma Daji retrieved a long unworn uniform from his box, concealed the marked detonators in his pocket, and made his way to the private mine. By approximately 8 in the morning, during the shift change, Ma Daji blended in with a throng of miners and descended into the depths. The mine boasted several branches and 7 operational faces, with each team drawn from different groups of miners, resulting in a lack of familiarity among them. As Ma Daji ventured deeper into the mine, he deliberately slowed his pace, positioning himself at the rear of the line. Once the glimmer of the miners' lamps faded from view, he discreetly inserted the detonators into a crevice of the passageway. Just as he feigned to fumble with the fuse, 2 large hands suddenly emerged from the darkness, gripping him tightly. Ma Daji, you are indeed here to cause destruction. This revelation was well within Ma Daji's expectations, and he remained unperturbed, responding with ease. Cause destruction? What destruction? I am here to do good deeds, to volunteer. Li Xiaoming seized the 2 detonators, scoffing. Volunteering? You are not even a blaster. What on earth do you need 2 detonators for? And inserting them into the main passageway's crevice? If that were to go off, it could trigger a collapse, suffocating the brothers inside. Who told you those were detonators? They are mere trinkets, just shells for decorative purposes. Enough of your nonsense. Come with me to the security office. With a wave of his hand, 2 miners seized Ma Daji and dragged him away, loading him onto a truck bound for the headquarters. As Li Xiaoming triumphantly escorted Ma Daji to the office building, Peng Dehai, standing in the corridor, was initially taken aback but quickly regained his composure. Fortunately, he had taken precautions beforehand. Otherwise, he might have fallen victim to a cunning trap. Wang Tianlong had powerful allies. Peng Dehai, get your ass down here. Peng Dehai, maintaining an impassive expression, looked down at Li Xiaoming and coldly replied, So, you're Li Xiaoming? Your master has been imprisoned, yet you still dare to shout? Peng Dehai, spare me your posturing. Let me ask you, why is Ma Daji not driving and instead going down the mine? Good question. I am responding to the call for support from the organization, allowing my driver Ma Daji to assist in coal production. I have the orders. Would you like to see them? How dare you? Those orders do not grant you the liberty to do as you please. This useless Ma Daji brought 2 detonators down the mine and inserted them into the main passageway's crevice. If I had not discovered it in time, all 7 teams would have been buried, Li Xiaoming declared, raising the 2 detonators in his hand. Upon seeing the detonators, the miners and staff at the headquarters collectively gasped. While the power of these detonators was not immense, capable of blasting several to over a dozen cubic meters of coal, if inserted into the main passageway's crevice, it could likely cause the supports to collapse, entombing the miners within. Even if they survived the initial collapse, they would succumb to suffocation from lack of oxygen. How utterly despicable. A murderer. Just then, Ho Liangping emerged from the conference room. Secretary Pang, what on earth is happening here? I have been at the Xinqing coal mine for merely 2 days, yet not a single issue has been resolved. However, I have witnessed quite a bit of absurdity. Ho Liangping, unperturbed yet commanding respect, left Peng Dehai's legs trembling. Team leader Ho, this Li Xiaoming is Wang Tianlong's confidant, and Ma Daji is my driver. I suspect he is acting under Wang Tianlong's instructions, attempting to tarnish my reputation and bring me down. Initially, Ho Liangping regarded Wang Tianlong as a formidable figure, holding him in high esteem. However, he never anticipated that Wang would resort to desperate measures. The stratagems at their level typically do not devolve into the brutish squabbles characteristic of common society. Rather, they are often battles of ideology and relational dynamics behind the scenes. They refer to this as adhering to political principles and maintaining decorum. If both parties were to engage in direct confrontations using force, it would not merely escalate to a simple exchange of blows, but could potentially evolve into a violent clash between factions. This is a game of alternating performances, not a brutal melee. If Wang Tianlong, in his desperation, resorts to slanderous tactics, it signifies a breach of protocol. Those who disrupt the established order and disturb the ecological balance will inevitably face collective repercussions. Ho Liangping was incensed. He firmly believed this to be an act of calumny. After all, he could hardly fathom that Peng Dehai would resort to such desperate measures, wielding the lives of 7 teams as weapons of offense. Bring Wang Tianlong here. Is there no semblance of decorum left? Peng Dehai, elated, hastily responded, Ah, certainly. Provoking Ho Liangping is a delightful surprise. Wang Tianlong's actions lingered in a gray area, with the issues being ambiguous. Any investigative report could be construed in various ways. Therefore, the potential to topple Wang Tianlong largely hinged upon Ho Liangping's stance. Should he lean in favor of Peng Dehai, Wang Tianlong could face either dismissal from his post or, at worst, imprisonment. Within 10 minutes, Wang Tianlong was escorted to the office building below. Upon spotting the detonator in Li Xiaoming's hand, he leaped and pointed an accusatory finger at Peng Dehai, exclaiming, "You despicable Peng Dehai, how dare you take such action? Damn you!" Peng Dehai, reveling in his triumph, leaned closer to Ho Liangping and whispered, "Team Leader Ho, did you see that? Without us uttering a single word, he has already presumed I orchestrated this. This is clearly premeditated." Ho Liangping's expression darkened. "Wang Tianlong, how dare you openly defy the organization and disregard the law? I shall report this truthfully." Chapter 164. In this moment, I wish to compose a poem. Team Leader Ho, report as you wish. However, Secretary Peng, come down. I have something to discuss. Observing Wang Tianlong's seriousness, Peng Dehai swiftly descended the stairs. Wang Tianlong, confess willingly. Resist severely. I advise you to abandon your defiance. Wang Tianlong responded, "What nonsense is this? Secretary Peng, come closer. I am confessing." Upon hearing this, Peng Dehai immediately surged toward Wang Tianlong as if energized. Yet, just as he approached within a meter, Wang Tianlong delivered a swift kick. "Damn you, you foolish idiot." The security personnel, witnessing this, hurriedly grasped Wang Tianlong's arm, guiding him toward Peng Dehai. Holding the arm was a matter of duty, while escorting him was a gesture of camaraderie. Wang Tianlong soared into the air like a swimming champion skimming across the water, leaving behind fleeting shadows as he directed his vigorous assault towards Peng Dehai. "Director Wang, please cease your attack. You might seriously injure him. Indeed, do refrain from targeting his lower back. Secretary Peng has health issues." After enduring a brutal kicking, Peng Dehai, bruised and battered, crawled back to the second floor, seething with indignation as he reported to Ho Liangping. "Team Leader Ho, did you witness that? This is Wang Tianlong's habitual conduct. He resorts to violence even against me. The secretary, one can only imagine how he treats ordinary workers. He's nothing short of a tyrant." Ho Liangping furrowed his brow, instructing the accompanying investigation team to document the entire scene. He had never encountered such a disgraceful spectacle before. This was not a place where physical altercations erupted in legislative meetings. Having engaged in oversight and investigative work for many years, he had only ever witnessed people banging tables and shattering cups. He had never seen a deputy director of a major state-owned coal mine and a secretary brawling in front of so many workers. Clearing his throat, he addressed the panting Wang Tianlong. "Wang Tianlong, your conduct is indeed problematic. Would you prefer to discuss this privately or in front of everyone?" Team Leader Ho, let's discuss it here. Having witnesses is preferable. "Very well, then let us consider this an impromptu assembly," Ho Liangping concluded, standing with his hands clasped behind his back and handing the floor over to Peng Dehai. "Secretary Peng, please pose your inquiries. There is no need for you to be cautious, as Director Gao is on sick leave. You may proceed with the questioning." Peng Dehai was elated. Having initially expected Ho Liangping to conduct the interrogation personally, only to find the responsibility bestowed upon him, it was as if the esteemed figures of the courtroom were present to witness this dramatic turn of events. Observing Wang Tianlong's diminishing power, the wavering mid-level managers of the coal mine surged forward, ascending to the second floor to stand behind Peng Dehai. "Secretary, we stand by you. Indeed, in the past, we dared not voice our anger, but now, with you advocating for us, a brighter future awaits Xian Chung coal mine." Peng Dehai's confidence swelled to unprecedented heights as he nodded vigorously before clearing his throat and stating, "Ahem, Wang Tianlong, you conspired with Li Xiaoming to besmirch my reputation. What is your intention?" Wang Tianlong pointed an accusing finger at Ma Daji, shouting, "Besmirch? Was it Ma Daji who planted the explosives?" With evidence against him, Ma Daji had little room to deny the accusation and nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, I placed them there, but they were merely shells, devoid of any explosives. I intended to assess whether your mine possessed safety awareness and if you could locate these two detonators." Wang Tianlong was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such an elaborate excuse. It did indeed sound plausible. However, this was undoubtedly a scheme concocted by the cunning Peng Dehai. Otherwise, Ma Daji would never have come up with such a rationale. "Peng Dehai, was this your orchestration?" "Orchestration? I prefer to call it a discreet investigation. While private mines cannot be publicly acknowledged, they are nonetheless part of Xian Chung coal mine, and as secretary, I must prioritize the safety of the miners. If these detonators remain undiscovered, then the existence of the private mine becomes unnecessary. It should be immediately shut down. As Peng Dehai observed the astonishment of the crowd, a sudden idea struck him, prompting him to beckon to the security officer. Do you doubt that this is merely a shell? Someone, bring forth the detonators. The officer swiftly seized 2 detonators from Li Xiaoming and hurriedly ascended to the second floor, presenting them to Peng Dehai. Upon meticulous inspection, he noted that both detonators bore circular markings, and he confirmed with Ma Daji downstairs. Ma Daji, these detonators are indeed confirmed as fakes, correct? And there has been no chance of them being swapped along the way. With a triumphant flair, Ma Daji shrugged off the miners who were escorting him, rubbed his arms, and glared at Li Xiaoming. Yes, I feared they might switch them to frame us, so I kept a watchful eye throughout the journey. Excellent, splendid. Peng Dehai turned to Ho Yangping, gesturing towards the circular markings above. Team leader Ho, observe, to guard against any defamation from Wang Tianlong. I took the liberty of marking them. Ho Yangping nodded in approval. Secretary Peng, your diligence is indeed commendable, a fine cadre. At that moment, Liang Manchang, wearing a mask and hat, called out from the first floor, Secretary Peng, you claim they are fake, yet there is a fuse attached. Huh. The only genuine part of this detonator is the fuse. It's devoid of any explosive material. If you don't believe me, I shall demonstrate. With that, Peng Dehai ignited the fuse, raising it high. Brothers of the mine, you often say I, Peng Dehai, am aloof, merely sitting in my office giving orders. Today, I shall show you whether I can handle the situation. This type of fuse typically has a 3-minute delay, allowing miners to reach a safe zone. As the sparks flew from the detonator, Ho Yangping swiftly fled. Though the detonator was weak and counterfeit, what if it were real? The sycophants surrounding Peng Dehai also recoiled. Regardless of the detonator's authenticity, the sight of the sputtering sparks was sufficiently intimidating. Secretary, my stomach aches. I need to relieve myself. I just remembered my wife has her period. I must return to attend to her. Peng Dehai let out a cold laugh, lighting a cigarette with the flickering light of the fuse. Well then, if you run now, you shall not board my grand vessel. The few who had turned to flee immediately spun back around. They were all heads on shoulders. Did they truly think Peng Dehai would jest with their lives? It was merely a fright. Besides, fortune favors the bold. Secretary, I can hold it a little longer. Secretary, so can I. Secretary, I forgot my wife is already menopausal. At last, Peng Dehai grasped the elusive nature of respect. It seemed the lighting of this fuse was indeed a wise choice. In this moment, he felt compelled to compose poetry. Secretary, do share. Peng Dehai cleared his throat and recited with theatrical flair. The enemy surrounds with countless perils, yet I remain steadfast. A splendid poem. Just as scattered applause erupted, an imperceptible energy detonated in Peng Dehai's hand. With a thunderous roar, a plume of white smoke erupted from the second floor of the office building. Miners on the first floor were showered with fragments of flesh as a blood mist descended from above. After a full 3 seconds, the miners finally reacted. The timid scattered in fear, while the bold craned their necks to peer upstairs. Wang Tianlong was equally stunned. He had thought he had fallen into a trap laid by Peng Dehai, only to realize that he had ensnared himself instead. Save the people, Wang Tianlong exclaimed, shaking the eyeball from his shoulder to the ground, and he led the charge up the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, he was met with a gruesome sight. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies littered the ground, with 2 or 3 headless corpses making it nearly impossible to find footing. Fortunately, the power of the detonator was limited. It had only claimed the lives of Peng Dehai and his circle of sycophants, while the others had managed to keep their distance and remained unscathed. The security department quickly assessed the situation, working efficiently to establish a clear protocol before cleaning up the scene. Li Xiaoming took charge of evacuating the crowd and securing the main entrance. Without his permission, not even the highest authority could leave. The union arranged for the families of the deceased to be brought to the guest house, ensuring they had no contact with anyone until the situation was clarified. Secretary, notify mine manager Gao Zhigua to inquire whether he wishes to report this to the department and the bureau. Amidst the chaos, Wang Tianlong's leadership abilities shone through as he organized everything with remarkable clarity. After issuing commands, he gingerly navigated through the sea of bodies and blood to retrieve a ladder. Team leader Ho was startled and urged, you and the investigation team should descend first. We are still uncertain whether the main structure of this building has sustained damage. It would be prudent to move to a safer location for work. Ho Yangping let out a sigh of relief, grateful that he had been quick to flee. Otherwise, given the proximity, he feared he would have been left with nothing but remnants. Since Wang Tianlong had provided the ladder, Ho Yangping seized the opportunity to shift responsibility. Now that Pang Dahai is dead and Gao Zhigua is unwell, this burden falls to you. I assure you on behalf of the Bureau that personally, you have nothing to worry about. Approach this matter with a light heart and handle it well. My only request is that there be no disorder at Xinqiang coal mine. Rest assured, Team Leader Ho. I have been navigating the intricacies of the mine for decades. They still afford me a measure of respect. As long as I am here, Xinqiang coal mine will remain orderly. Very well, I will take the investigation team back to our quarters to organize the materials. You are fully in charge here. Report to me with any developments. Understood. After passing the responsibility to Wang Tianlong, Ho Liangping slipped away. It seemed that Xinqiang coal mine was far more complicated than anticipated, and it was best to remain uninvolved. Moreover, the prospect of directly confronting the families of the deceased was a troublesome affair he wished to avoid. The security department at Xinqiang mine held enforcement authority, and with so many eyes watching and ears listening, the case was straightforward. Within half a day, a conclusion was reached. Pang Dahai had instructed driver Ma Daji to attempt to blow up the coal mine, sabotaging economic development while attempting to frame Wang Tianlong. He was apprehended on the spot and, in a bid to evade legal repercussions, detonated the explosives, resulting in his immediate death and the loss of several mid-level officials. As soon as the conclusion was announced, Gao Zhigua miraculously recovered, brimming with vigor as he signed off on the case file. Tianlong, you have endured much these past few days. I had no other choice. Wang Tianlong understood perfectly well before the investigation team even arrived. Gao Zhigua had sensed the shifting tides and had opted to feign illness to avoid entanglement in the conflict between Wang Tianlong and Pang Dahai. It is understandable, after all. Gao Zhigua has only a few days left, and all that is sought is a smooth landing. Now that Pang Dahai has met a disastrous end, it is indeed the right moment for action. Director Zhigua, let us not dwell on the past. We must now await your leadership in the grand scheme of things. Gao Zhigua waved his hand dismissively, remarking that Wang Tianlong's words were merely courteous. Since the investigation team has reached its conclusion, you may proceed with confidence. I shall only be responsible for signing off on the decisions made. Wang Tianlong swiftly promoted several of his own associates, filling the void left by the mid-level officials who had defected to the Nationalist Army in 1949. He then seized the opportunity presented by the investigation team to cleanse the remnants of Pang Dahai's malign influence, including his troublesome sister-in-law, expunging the New City coal mine of its illicit gains. 3 days later, a 212 Jeep came to a halt in front of Liang Manchang's residence. As Liang Manchang was interrupted while preparing to study idioms, annoyance washed over him. "Brother, a Jeep!" exclaimed Xiaoying, rushing excitedly towards the large vehicle. Liang Manchang, upon seeing it, recognized it as the steed of Pang Dahai from the New City coal mine, and it was evident that ownership had changed hands. Wang Tianlong emerged from the vehicle with a flourish. "Brother Manchang, this place is rather hard to find. I inquired at the commune and followed Captain Zhao here." Approaching the Jeep, Liang Manchang noticed Zhao Yutian comfortably reclining in the back seat, eyes blissfully closed. "So, Uncle Yutian, how does it feel?" "Hee. How could it not feel good? Sitting here, shielded from the wind and rain. Who wouldn't relish it? Oh, when will I ever have a Jeep to ride in?" "Fear not. Within 5 years, Shunzi will surely procure one for you." Zhao Yutian shook his head. Dreaming of such a possibility felt too far-fetched. If Shunzi can manage to get a tractor, that would be fortunate enough. A Jeep is beyond his reach. "All right, once Wang Director takes you for a spin later, you can revel in the experience." Zhao Yotian's spirits lifted at the thought, and he leaned over to inquire of Wang Tianlong. "Director Wang, is it too much trouble?" "Oh, since you are Manchang's uncle, you are also my uncle, Wang Tianlong. Do not mention merely taking you for a ride. Should you ever need a vehicle, just call on me, and I shall send the driver your way." Hee, splendid. Then let us first take a tour around the village." "Of course, no problem at all." Wang Tianlong signaled to the driver, and the 212 Jeep sped away in a flurry. After offering Wang Tianlong a cigarette, Liang Manchang asked, "Your visit today suggests that matters at the mine have been resolved?" Indeed, the issues surrounding Pang Dahai were rather intricate, but with his demise, everything has become quite straightforward. All the blame has conveniently fallen upon him. Do not rush things too much. Deal with his family members as needed to avoid inciting hatred and retaliation. Rest assured, aside from his bothersome sister-in-law, whom I have given a lesson to, I have sent his wife and children away. Liang Manchang nodded in agreement. Ultimately, this affair is a contest between Wang Tianlong and Pang Dahai, leading to this unfortunate incident, an uncomfortable truth. Thus, it is likely that what could have been a grave matter will be reduced to a trivial one. Smart individuals will ensure that the family members are appeased. lest they provoke backlash through excessive pressure. By the way, how did Ma Daji handle it? He was sentenced to 20 years. Was the judgment made so swiftly? A decisive resolution indeed. My appointment has also been finalized, and I am here to share the good news with you. If my predictions hold true, Gao Zhigua will be the secretary, and you shall become the mine manager, correct? What about my stack of straw mats? Can I reclaim them? Chapter 166, A Life for a Life, Debts Repaid. Wang Tianlong's expression hardened as he replied solemnly. That must be discussed collectively by the union, of course. However, it just so happens that I have the final say in the union. I will send someone tomorrow to collect them. All right. Liang Manchang chuckled. That would be splendid. Wang Tianlong glanced around to ensure there were no outsiders and whispered, Manchang, thank you for handling the situation with Pang Dehai. If it weren't for your clever diversion, I might have found myself in quite a predicament. Oh, do not speak so recklessly. I have no part in this matter. I could accuse you of slander. Wang Tianlong, noticing Liang Manchang's serious demeanor, playfully punched him in the chest. All right, as long as this stays between you and Li Xiaoming, rest assured. I am fully aware of the situation. A great favor does not require thanks. If you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Liang Manchang felt a surge of joy. After an extensive conversation, this was the crux of the matter. With Wang Tianlong as the mine manager, and his willingness to heed Liang Manchang's counsel, it was as if Liang Manchang himself bore the title of mine manager. Well, apart from the straw mat issue, I do have something to trouble you with, though it is not too burdensome, as it pertains to your mine. What is the situation? Oh, the debts owed by Pang Dehai. Liang Manchang recounted the situation involving Lin Shui, which made Wang Tianlong's teeth grind. That scoundrel Pang Dehai deserves his fate. Had I known it would come to this, I would have disposed of him in a blender, leaving no trace behind. But what good does it do to harbor resentment now that he is gone? Moreover, his end was far from pleasant. His upper body must have been obliterated. Indeed. All that remains are his 2 legs. What do you propose for Lin Shui? Let us arrange some work for her at the mine. We shall ensure her sustenance. And if she requires medical attention, the mine's clinic will cover it. She also has an elderly mother. Wang Tianlong stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before responding. Arranging for her mother may pose some challenges, but securing a temporary position should not be problematic. Agreed. Let us make a visit shortly, as you, in your capacity as mine manager, ought to extend an apology on behalf of the New City coal mine. Pang Dehai's negligence has caused me distress. Let us proceed. Just then, the jeep returned, and Zhao Yutian excitedly waved at Wang Tianlong. Manchang, come try it out. It's quite exhilarating. Liang Manchang held no interest in the dilapidated jeep. While the 212 model was a coveted vehicle in this era, to him, as a reborn individual, it was merely industrial refuse. The rigid steel suspension offered no comfort, making the ride on the bumpy road akin to sitting on a torture device. Furthermore, the noise was deafening. After merely 20 minutes, his head would throb. Uncle Yutian, do you have any engagements later? There is a meeting back at the brigade, and I must return. If you finish your discussion, could you drop me off? All right then. After we send you back, shall we pay a visit to Aunt Fang's house? Zhao Yutian, with a flicker of mischief in his eyes, tentatively inquired. Which Aunt Fang? Which Aunt Fang, but none other than your childhood sweetheart, Lin Xiaofeng. Zhao Yotian's face flushed with embarrassment as he hushed, wary of being overheard by Chen Malian. Do you have business at her place? Yes. The matter with Lin Shui has been resolved, and Director Wang wishes to extend an apology on behalf of the mine. By the way, how is Lin Shui faring now? Alas, that girl has always been taciturn, and now she is even more so. Your Aunt Fang fears she might lose hope, so she stays by her side, fretting so much that she has developed blisters on her lips. We'll see how it unfolds. Liang Manchang and Wang Tianlong hopped into the vehicle, heading straight for the commune's supply and marketing cooperative. Upon spotting Liang Manchang, Li Xiaolu, stationed behind the counter, immediately greeted him. Manchang, what brings you here? I brought Director Wang Tianlong from Xinqing coal mine to purchase some supplies. Li Xiaolu, upon hearing this, scrutinized Wang Tianlong with disbelief, murmuring, Manchang, how do you know such a prominent figure? The director of Xinqing coal mine holds a rank comparable to that of our county's party secretary. Li Xiaolu was not mistaken. However, in terms of economic stature, Wang Tianlong's standing was significantly elevated, with an annual output value 3 to 4 times that of the entire Xinqing. Oh, we are all brothers, just a small affair. TSK. If I say you are overweight, you seem to take offense. What do you wish to purchase? Liang Manchang leaned against the counter, addressing Wang Tianlong. Brother Long. My sister Xiaolu is inquiring what you wish to buy. Wang Tianlong glanced around. The variety and quantity of goods at the cooperative paled in comparison to those at the mine. I'll take a case of canned goods, 5 pounds of fruit candies, 5 pounds each of brown and white sugar, and 5 bags of rice and flour. Brother Long, are you selling or restocking? Oh, it's all reimbursable through the union. Besides, now that you call her Aunt Fong, surely I have some understanding? Wang Tianlong instructed the driver to load the goods into the jeep, which was soon filled to the brim. After about half an hour, the jeep arrived at Lin Xiaofeng's doorstep. The 3 adobe houses were spotless, tidied up in the afternoon sun. Liang Manchang was momentarily taken aback. Such a rare sight as a 212 jeep, and with such commotion, had Lin Xiaofeng not heard it? Just as he pondered, a group of around 10 individuals emerged from the outer room, resembling sardines, carrying pots, pans, and various pieces of furniture. Manchang, what is going on? Are they moving? Moving? What are you talking about? It looks like a raid. After saying this, Liang Manchang leaped from the vehicle and rushed towards Zhao Yutian, who was wielding a large stick. What are you doing? Put that down. At that moment, a hunched old woman darted out. Who are you? I don't recall any relatives of Lin Xiaofeng in your company. Zhao Yutian leaned closer to Liang Manchang, whispering, this old woman is Lin Xiaofeng's mother-in-law. Ever since her husband passed, she has sought to drive her out. However, Lin Xiaofeng's parents are no better, refusing to allow Lin Xiaofeng and Lin Shui to return home. Liang Manchang scoffed, realizing she was yet another bully preying on a vulnerable woman. What are you all doing? Helping someone move, are we? Lin Xiaofeng owes us money. She had promised to repay us upon selling the straw mats, yet after all this time, we have seen no cash. Are you all taking advantage of a widow? What are we to do? We initially hoped she could earn money from weaving mats. But now Lin Shui has fallen ill, and it appears we shall not be able to reclaim our funds. Should we not take back some of our belongings? At that moment, Lin Xiaofeng emerged from the house, her voice tinged with tears as she glanced at Zhao Yutian and Liang Manchang. Brother Yutian, please let them take their things. Murder demands a life. Debts require repayment. There is nothing more to discuss. If there is blame to be placed, it lies with Xiao Tsui's father for leaving too soon, and with me for lacking capability. Zhao Yutian remained silent. The victims had acknowledged their plight, leaving him with little to say. However, Manchang was not the type to swallow his grievances in silence. Old woman. It is one thing for outsiders to take advantage of a misfortune, but you, as Lin Xiaofeng's mother-in-law and Lin Shui's grandmother, should know better. Chapter 167. Life is a play, all dependent on performance. The old woman's face, etched with countless wrinkles, darkened instantly. She flung the old hen behind her and placed her hands on her hips, ready for a confrontation. Who are you, you little brat, to speak here? Besides, I have long since separated from Lin Xiaofeng. Lin Shui is to be married off. She is no longer my concern. Their fate does not involve me. Liang Manchang's anger flared. While most rural folk are kind-hearted, there are those who possess a malevolence that is utterly appalling. This old woman was a living testament to that. Fine then. If you take your belongings, we shall consider the accounts settled. Settled it shall be. This family is ruined. If we delay, there will be nothing left. Zhao Yutian took out a notebook and hastily jotted down a statement, asking everyone to sign, then confirmed with Lin Xiaofeng. That's right, Brother Yutian. Very well. We shall leave this to Manchang. Zhao Yutian nodded at Liang Manchang. Although he did not comprehend Manchang's motives, he trusted that there was reasoning behind his actions. Liang Manchang approached Wang Tianlong, saying, Brother Long, shall we start moving the items? Sure, I'll help. Liang Manchang and Zhao Yutian followed suit, unloading bags of rice, flour, canned goods, and fruit candies until they formed a small mountain at the entrance. The villagers, including the old woman and Lin Xiaofeng, were left speechless. Brother Yutian, what is happening? I'm not certain. Manchang arranged this. Liang Manchang glanced at Wang Tianlong, signaling him to speak. Wang Tianlong cleared his throat, exuding an air of authority that lowered the tension in the atmosphere. He stepped forward, grasped Lin Xiaofeng's hand, and said, Ahem, Comrade Lin Xiaofeng, I am Wang Tianlong, the director of Xinxin Coal Mine. I have come to visit you on behalf of the mine. Here are some modest gifts. Please accept them. Lin Xiaofeng abruptly withdrew her hand, a wave of painful memories crashing over her, causing her to sway slightly. Xinxin Coal Mine noticing her distress. Liang Manchang hurried to Lin Xiaofeng's side and whispered, Aunt Fong, the wretch who harmed Xiao Tsui is dead. The vendetta has been avenged. With tears streaming down her face, Lin Xiaofeng bit her lip and trembled as she asked, is it true? Liang Manchang raised 2 fingers and solemnly declared, Indeed, I swear to the heavens. That old rascal has been utterly obliterated, his body unrecognizable. Rest assured, this Director Wang is a good man, my friend. Lin Xiaofeng wiped her tears and replied, yes. Auntie believes you. Thank you, Manchang. There's no need for formality. Later, you should also speak with Xiao Zui, encouraging her to let go of her burdens and approach things with a light heart. Yes, you should come in with me shortly. Liang Manchang nodded and gestured to Wang Tianlong, indicating for him to continue. Due to Comrade Lin Shui's exemplary performance at the mine, her formal employment has been officially approved, and she will be transferred to work in the union, primarily responsible for the library. Liang Manchang was taken aback. Is there even a library at the mine? In truth, the mine did not possess a library. It merely had a cultural corner, featuring a bookshelf with a few technical books and a stack of outdated newspapers. However, Wang Tianlong speculated that Lin Shui's quiet nature, combined with her recent misfortune, would lead her to prefer solitude. Thus, he decided to establish a library and appoint her as its administrator. Her daily tasks would simply involve cataloging and managing the books, a light workload indeed. This exemplifies the well-known adage, first comes the person, then the position. Noticing Lin Xiaofeng's bewilderment, Liang Manchang inquired, Aunt Fong, do you disagree? Manchang, did Director Wang just say that our Xiao Zui has been made a regular employee, and she will be in charge of some library? Yes, indeed. What is the matter? Lin Xiaofeng suddenly burst into tears. Gaining employment in a state-run unit had always been Lin Shui's dream, yet even when her father was alive, he lacked the means to secure such a position for her, let alone now. Manchang, thank you. There's no need for gratitude. More good news awaits. Wang Tianlong paused before continuing. Comrade Lin Xiaofeng, we are grateful for the fine employee you have nurtured. If you wish, you can move to the mine with Comrade Lin Shui, and the union will arrange a temporary position for you. The salary, though modest, will be 25 yuan per month. As soon as Wang Tianlong finished speaking, the onlookers collectively gasped in disbelief. 25 yuan. That's hardly anything. They who toiled in the fields often struggled to earn even that much in half a year. Moreover, Wang Tianlong's courteous demeanor towards the two women was unmistakably indicative of a special relationship. If Lin Shui could secure a permanent position as a temporary worker, it was only a matter of time before Lin Xiaofeng did as well. Had the Lin family finally risen to prominence? The pots and pans in the hands of the onlookers felt almost scalding as they instinctively began to retreat. Liang Manchang swiftly stepped forward, coldly stating, what is going on? Are you ready to retract your words? Brother, we were merely jesting with Sister Fong. Don't take it seriously. Step aside, he retorted. Even the previously cold and scornful old woman threw down the chicken she was holding and stood with Liang Manchang. Indeed, now that the Lin family seems to be thriving, you wish to ingratiate yourselves? Dream on. Go away. Xiaofeng, do not be afraid. As long as I draw breath, they will not dare to harm you. Liang Manchang rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was this elderly woman, who swore to protect Lin Xiaofeng with her life, the same wicked mother-in-law who had just cast stones down the well? Life is akin to a play, entirely dependent on one's acting prowess. If this were said in later times, it would undoubtedly serve as a teaching material at Beiying. Old lady, have you taken the wrong medicine? Young man, I am Lin Xiaofeng's mother-in-law and Lin Shui's grandmother. How could I possibly deceive them? Why did I just catch that hen? Because the hen is valuable. Indeed, it is precisely because the hen is valuable that I wish to secure it, to prevent them from taking it home. Look, is that hen not still in our Lin family's possession? Liang Manchang pondered the absurdity of it all. The old woman's acting was indeed remarkable. Had he not witnessed her vile nature, he might have been easily deceived. Old woman, I reiterate, kindly remove yourself. I'll go. But if you don't catch that other hen soon, it may escape. Upon seeing the flapping hen, the old woman stamped her foot and dashed out. Once the crowd dispersed, Lin Xiaofeng pulled Manchang into the west room. Lin Shui was sitting on the kong, hugging her knees. Xiao Chui, did you hear everything just now? Do you wish to return to the mine? Lin Shui lifted her head, revealing a pale and emaciated face, and spoke softly. Mother, is that beast still around? Xiao Chui, your Manchang brother said that beast was blown to bits, utterly destroyed. Lin Shui turned to Liang Manchang. Is that true? Indeed, it is dead beyond recognition. Chapter 168, Another External Expert? Liang Manchang offered a few words of comfort to Lin Shui before departing with Wang Tianlong. Brother Long, please take good care of these mother and daughter. Rest assured, Lin Shui's condition has some responsibility tied to the mine. Though it is primarily the fault of Pang Dehai, we must still do our part. However, I suspect Lin Shui's ailment is more psychological and can be addressed through conversation. Indeed, with Uncle Tian around, isn't Shunzi learning to repair cars at the site? Have him chat with Lin Shui from time to time. Zhao Yutian waved his hands dismissively, shaking his head vigorously. If Shunzi is to exert himself, that's one thing, But to comfort someone, that would be akin to Zhang Fei threading a needle, a true challenge. Surely not. I believe Shunzi should be quite appealing to girls. You must be joking. Am I not aware of my own offspring? That foolish lad has inherited my strong physique, but has discarded my wit and charm. When he remains silent, he appears quite upright. However, once he speaks, he reveals himself to be utterly brutish. Liang Manchang was unconvinced. The more straightforward and simplistic a man was, the more capable he would be of breaking through Lin Shui's icy demeanor. He had observed that Lin Shui did not appear to suffer from a physical ailment, but rather from a psychological one. Typically, those with such inner turmoil possess a delicate nature, thinking deeply yet speaking little, which often leads to their affliction. Conversely, individuals like Zhao Fushun, who lead an uncomplicated life, harbor no secrets and would never develop such mental distress. Thus, Liang Manchang was resolute in his belief that if Zhao Fushun were to spend time near Lin Shui, chattering incessantly, he would likely succeed in alleviating her condition. This is the essence of conversational therapy. This situation is akin to the tactic employed by expensive psychologists who, for a mere hour, can charge hundreds of yuan, guiding you to express the thoughts that have been bottled up inside. When one's heart is unburdened, life is indeed a feast, and health thrives. Uncle Manchang, let them converse freely. Lin Shui, at the very least, has completed primary school. Isn't she more capable than your Shunzi? Perhaps later. We could assist Shunzi with his studies, and who knows, he might even pursue a university education in the future. What a far-fetched notion. With Shunzi's intellect, merely graduating from primary school is a stretch, let alone attending university. But what is impossible? In the future, Shunzi could manage a transport fleet. Amassing a fortune in the billions, and with ample resources, he could easily enroll in an MBA program at a prestigious university. With sufficient funds, even the likes of Tsinghua and Beidao would be attainable. Zhao Yutian's eyes bulged in disbelief, his expression one of incredulity. What is this? You can buy your way in? Is that even a legitimate university? It can't be a reputable institution, can it? Alas, you are indeed correct. It resembles a chicken coop. As long as one is willing to pay, it is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Liang Manchang spoke with conviction, and Wang Tianlong listened with rapt attention. Previously, he merely regarded Liang Manchang as a ruthless individual, fierce in both hunting and combat. However, it now appeared that this person possessed a wealth of cunning, capable of orchestrating a grand scheme to make paying to high self-destruct. Though this narrative seemed fantastical, Wang Tianlong sensed a glimmer of hope within it. This connection was not in vain. It seems he should cultivate a closer relationship with Liang Manchang moving forward. Brother Manchang, would you be interested in exploring opportunities in the mining industry? What do you mean? Mining. Indeed. However, you need not engage in the physical labor. Instead, it involves some intellectual effort. Liang Manchang had heard of individuals constructing power stations along certain rivers in the southwest, utilizing computers for mining, which could indeed be classified as intellectual work. Yet, he lacked a computer. Surely, one could not use an abacus for this task? Puzzled, Liang Manchang hesitated to inquire whether an abacus was involved, and instead asked, Brother Long, what precisely does this intellectual work entail? Is there a specific definition? Our coal industry will employ external experts who will occasionally visit the mines to educate the workers and assist in solving complex problems. Upon hearing this, Liang Manchang recognized the path of engaging external experts. How much does this cost per year? A monthly stipend of 30 yuan, totaling 360 yuan annually. While the sum may seem modest, the benefits are plentiful. What benefits? Without delving into specifics, I will cover the coal needs of your relatives. Additionally, there are seasonal benefits for employees, including rice, flour, and oil, all provided generously. Besides the stipend, other compensations will be similar to those of a deputy mine manager. A smile involuntarily crept upon Liang Manchang's lips. This coal mine is indeed prosperous. Unlike the meager 30 yuan stipend one might receive for an external expert role at the Public Security Bureau, with no additional benefits whatsoever. Since you are eager to recruit talent, I would be remiss to refuse. Let us proceed. Liang Manchang readily agreed. Knowing that Wang Tianlong understood his capabilities and would likely not assign him overly challenging tasks. Yet, even if he were tasked with something formidable, he felt undaunted. The knowledge he gleaned from short video platforms in his previous life was more than sufficient to keep them occupied for a lifetime. Tomorrow, I shall formally request permission from the department under the name of Xinqing Coal Mine. If all goes well, we should secure the necessary approvals by the end of the month, at which point I will ensure that the pertinent documents are delivered to you. Very well. Do not forget about the allowances. I certainly will not forget. Nearby, Zhao Yutian listened with palpable envy. in just a few brief exchanges. He was assured of a monthly salary of 30 yuan. Manchang, if you call me Uncle Yutian, does that mean I also fall under the category of your distant relatives? But our family uses coal. Uncle Yutian, your family still relies on firewood, correct? How did you switch to coal? Now that you are an expert at Xinjiang coal mine, wouldn't it be a slap in the face for me to continue using firewood? Liang Manchang couldn't help but chuckle. Zhao Yutian was indeed looking out for himself. But this matter requires the approval of Brother Long. No problem. How much coal can a family burn? I'll take care of it. Liang Manchang alighted midway and instructed Wang Tianlong to escort Zhao Yutian back to the brigade. After a 10-minute walk towards the Unity Tumen, Liang Manchang spotted Ma Jianjun, shouldering a Type 56 rifle, heading north. This lad had certainly struck it rich. In just a few days, he had traded his hunting rifle for a Type 56. At this rate, would he soon be outfitted with an anti-aircraft machine gun? Although Liang Manchang held Ma Jianjun in low regard, the fact that he had gained the favor of Qian Dahu in such a short span indicated that his marksmanship was commendable, and his personality must have been to Qian Dahu's liking. What sort of person is Qian Dahu? A cunning and ruthless individual. Thus, Ma Jianjun aligning himself with him could only spell a powerful alliance, a convergence of shadows. That very afternoon, Ma Jianjun arrived at Qian Dahu's residence. Originally, Qian Erkawei, who was lounging on the Kong drinking with Qian Dahu, frowned upon seeing Ma Jianjun and promptly descended from the Kong. Ma Jianjun had barely entered the business when he had subtly become Qian Dahu's confidant, no longer consulting his own brother for matters, but rather seeking out Ma Jianjun instead. Brother, you go ahead and eat. I need to step out for a moment. Ma Jianjun looked at Qian Erkawei, whose demeanor was off, and touched his nose. Master, did you urgently summon me because we are heading into the mountains? Indeed, we shall enter the mountains tomorrow morning. Is there a bounty this time? What are we hunting? This time, it's not about hunting. Chapter 169. The true value lies in connections. The following morning, a tractor from Xinjiang coal mine rumbled towards Liang Manchang's home, and the visitor was none other than Li Xiaoming, with whom he had previously crossed paths. These past few days, Lu Jingqiu had been tirelessly weaving and collecting straw mats, leaving no time for Liang Manchang to engage in learning idioms. Xiaoming, please hurry and take these straw mats away. They are piling up. Li Xiaoming nodded and directed 2 miners to load the straw mats onto the tractor. Oh, Xiaoming, won't you check the quality and count them as well? If you load them onto the truck and later claim the quality is subpar or the count is incorrect, I cannot accept that. Expert Liang, what are you saying? Our director Wang has instructed that your goods are exempt from inspection. Even if you offer us a heap of inferior grass, we will accept it all. Haha, that is quite generous. Rest assured, the quality of my wife's goods is impeccable, and the quantity will not fall short. Liang Manchang scrutinized Li Xiaoming, who appeared impeccably clean, and inquired, Xiaoming, have you been reassigned? Hee, indeed, I have been transferred to the Union, receiving a promotion to oversee procurement. Wang Tianlong truly is a person of decisive action. Within just a few days, he has already arranged for my subordinates, specifically positioning them in lucrative roles. This is quite convenient. If anything is needed in the future, my wife can be approached, as I wish to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Li Xiaoming inwardly felt a surge of anxiety. How can this be called avoiding suspicion? Isn't this an outright invitation? However, Liang Manchang also had his own plans. Presently, oversight is lax, and receiving kickbacks has become a tacitly accepted norm. Unlike in the future, when such dealings will require caution to prevent being exposed online. Thus, seizing this opportunity to expand and strengthen is essential. Once I accumulate 30 million, I shall withdraw. When the inevitable crackdown occurs, I will cleanse my hands and venture into the financial and real estate markets, executing a splendid transformation. After a busy morning, 5 tractors were loaded with straw mats. Li Xiaoming handed a paper bag filled with cash to Liang Manchang. Expert Liang, the price is 8 jiao per meter for the large mats and 1 yuan 2 jiao for the smaller ones, 2,500 of each, totaling 5,000 yuan. Would you mind counting? Oh, we are all brothers here. Why count? Liang Manchang replied. Yet, since this business is conducted by my wife and it is her first endeavor, shouldn't we indulge her a little? Very well, let us count. Liang Manchang called over Lu Jingqiu, who was chatting with the other women nearby, and said, Jingqiu, this is the income. I said I wouldn't count, but Xiaoming insists we do, so please count it for us. With excitement, Lu Jingqiu opened the paper bag and spread the contents on the table to begin counting. Approximately 10 minutes later, with a rosy face, she nodded and said, Manchang, it's all accounted for, not a single discrepancy. I told you we should not bother. We are all brothers here. After all, Liang Manchang said then. To Li Xiaoming's bemusement, he pulled out a large bill. Let us buy some soda for the brothers. Li Xiaoming glanced at the bill, his hand hovering uncertainly. Expert Liang, should I really take this money? What a question. I am always consistent in my dealings. If I offer it, you should take it without hesitation. Then I shall take it? Yes. Why the hesitation? If I say take it, then take it. After receiving the money, Li Xiaoming obtained Lu Jingqiu's signature on the receipt and then revved the tractor, rumbling away. Liang Manchang noticed the eager women straining to catch a glimpse and nudged Lu Jingqiu, saying, Jingqiu, the villagers are waiting for you to distribute the money. Indeed, Brother Manchang. I'll hire you as the accountant. You'll be responsible for the disbursement. Certainly, Boss Lu. Liang Manchang replied, then fetched a table and a bench from inside, setting them up at the entrance. Lu Jingqiu cleared her throat and raised her voice a few notches, announcing, Ladies, those whose names are called may come to collect their money. The large mats are 6 jiao each and the small ones 4 jiao. After receiving your payment, please sign. If you cannot sign, press your fingerprint. As soon as Lu Jingqiu finished speaking, the women surged forward, creating a bustling scene. Aunt Melian, are you here? Yes, I'm here. Chun Melian rubbed her hands and squeezed her way to the front. Aunt Melian, you have 10 large mats and 8 small ones, totaling 9 yuan 2 jiao. Is that correct, Aunt? Indeed, I remember it well. Liang Manchang deftly handed a large bill to Chun Melian. Auntie, can you manage this? Knowing that today is payday, I brought the exact change, just 8 cents. Haha, Aunt Melian, I suppose you've calculated this several times? Chun Melian, somewhat embarrassed, lowered her head and replied, Manchang, to be honest, I did indeed count it on my fingers several times. Usually, I just watch the men earn money, but this time, I too have made some profit. When I return home, I will take charge for once and give your Uncle Zhangguo some orders. So, will Uncle Zhangguo be bringing you water for your feet tonight? Absolutely. After a long day's labor, Liang Manchang and Lu Jingqiu finally distributed all the money. Later that evening, as they settled down on the Kong, Lu Jingqiu spread the money across the table. Manchang, we've worked hard for over half a month and earned 500 yuan. This money is rather easy to come by, I assent it? Jingqiu, your statement is both accurate and inaccurate. Whether money is easy to earn depends on who is earning it. The ula grass has been growing by the Qing River for centuries, and this coal mine has been operational for decades. Yet why has no one struck it rich? Because the coal mine was previously confiscated. If the mine announced it would purchase ula grass mats, people would likely rush to deliver them. Indeed. But why has the Xinjiang coal mine begun to purchase ula grass mats now? Lu Jingqiu, noticing Liang Manchang's proud expression, tilted her neck and playfully stamped his face with a mark. Because it's for your sake, of course. Precisely. Ula grass itself may be worthless. What truly holds value is the network of connections. Since ula grass mats are abundant, we must plead with them to buy. However, if we are the only ones capable of producing these mats and they are in urgent need, then they will be the ones pleading with us to sell. This illustrates the difference between a buyer's market and a seller's market. Lu Jingqiu nodded, understanding the supply-demand relationship clearly, even with her only middle school education. All right, since you've put in such effort, let us reward you today. Lu Jingqiu rolled up her pant leg, revealing black silk stockings. Wow, silk in your pants. Liang Manchang's temper flared, igniting his enthusiasm as he lunged forward. The following morning, Liang Manchang hurriedly loaded his deer cart, brimming with selected goods, and headed straight for Xinjiang. After delivering the goods, he detoured to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative's building to bring Li Zhejiang 2 wild chickens, 2 wild ducks, and filled 2 jars with spring water. Knock, knock, knock. Old Li, it's Manchang, just here to visit. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a beaming Li Zhejiang. Ah, Manchang has arrived. Come in quickly. 2 old friends are here today. Let me introduce you. As Liang Manchang entered the room, he immediately recognized one of the guests as Zhujiang, the secretary of the Hongxing commune, while the completely white-haired old man was unfamiliar to him. Come, let me introduce you. This is my daughter Li Xiaolu's sworn brother, Liang Manchang. Xiaozhua, he is from your Hongxing commune s. Tuanjiatan. Zhujiang stood up, extended his hand towards Liang Manchang, and greeted, so you are Liang Manchang, the renowned hunting expert from Xinjiang. Who doesn't he know you? Liang Manchang understood that Zhujiang was flattering him. In an era devoid of television, even the county chief and the secretary of the county committee might not achieve widespread recognition, with their names merely being known to a few. What merit does Liang Manchang possess that would render him memorable? It is merely the case that he once crossed paths with Secretary Zhua during his registration at the commune. Secretary Zhua, I am but a mere hunter. I lack such grandstanding notoriety. Furthermore, The title of skilled hunter I have acquired is solely due to the opportunities and platforms provided by the county and commune. Otherwise, I would simply be a mountain wanderer. Ha ha ha, you certainly have a way with words. Upon realizing that secretaries were recognized Liang Manchang, Li Zhejiang refrained from further introductions and addressed the elderly gentleman with white hair. Old leader, this is Liang Manchang. Manchang. This is the former director of the county supply and marketing cooperative, Li Xinghua. A sense of apprehension gripped Liang Manchang's heart. Li Zhejiang had gathered the old members of the new city exploration team. Was this not an opportunity for him to glean information about the events that transpired in Gold Panning Valley? Was it akin to the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper depicted on the map, where only one of the 7 graves held the truth? Master Xinghua, I have heard of your esteemed name prior to my arrival at this building. Do you recall Su Sangui? He was the hunter who delivered live bear bile to you in his youth, also from our Hongxing commune. Li Xinghua, now advanced in age, tilted his head in contemplation before finally recalling, oh, little Su. Ah, I remember now. He mentioned nearly being shot dead by his nephew, and it was a hunter named Liang who saved him. That hunter wouldn't be you, would it? Liang Manchang sheepishly nodded, rubbing his forehead. He recounted the incident with embellishments, eliciting expressions of vexation from Li Xinghua and the others. Li Zhejiang, having navigated the political landscape for many years, discerned Liang Manchang's intention to take the opportunity to report on Ma Jianjun and his son. He turned to Li Xinghua and remarked, Old leader, I did not expect you to misjudge someone. Ma Felu and his son are indeed of dubious character. How can such individuals hold the position of team leader? Alas, I see my error now. I shall return and convey my sentiments to them. Ma Felu can take his leave, and his son shall not expect to secure a position in the public sector. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Liang Manchang prepared to employ a sweet approach to breach the defenses of Li Xinghua and Zhujiang. He attentively washed 3 cups and filled them with spring water, stating, Esteemed elders, this is the spring water I collected in the mountains. We hunters refer to it as spiritual spring. Drinking it replenishes strength and invigorates the spirit. Please, do try it. Li Xinghua and Zhujiang exchanged glances, hesitating to take the cups. It was Li Zhejiang, familiar with the benefits, who eagerly lifted a cup, gulping down the contents. Ah, quite refreshing. Manchang, after drinking the water you brought last time and consuming the fresh Huangjing, I feel considerably lighter. I now walk downstairs for half an hour each day, without gasping or feeling anxious. Zhejiang, are you exaggerating? Exaggerate. Try it for yourself, and you'll see. Li Xinghua and Zhujiang raised their cups, taking a cautious sip. Their expressions mirrored that of Li Zhejiang's first encounter with the spiritual spring water, shifting from astonishment to disbelief, ultimately culminating in joy. Gulp, gulp Manchang, bring me another cup. I desire the same. Liang Manchang placed 2 pots of water on the table, a cheerful smile adorning his face as he said, Take your time. I have also brought 2 wild chickens and 2 wild ducks, which I will prepare for you as soup later. These fowl have been raised on the essence of spring water. Their flavor is simply extraordinary. Li Zhejiang had already regarded Liang Manchang as a son, urging him to hurry along. Quickly, go cook. All right, where are your pots and pans? They are by the door. Liang Manchang was unafraid of exertion. The more effort he put in now, the smoother the conversation would flow later. In those days, the communal building did not have private kitchens. Residents either cooked in the public kitchen on the first floor or utilized a coal stove at the entrance. Li Zhejiang, who previously had trouble moving, had set up a stove at the door to prepare meals. When it came to making porridge or similar dishes, he would do so indoors. Liang Manchang ignited the coal stove, boiled a pot of water, and plucked the feathers from the wild chickens and ducks, cleaning them thoroughly. Noticing no one around, he discreetly retrieved the spring water from his space and poured it into the stew pot, adding a wild duck along with slices of ginger to simmer gently. The 2 wild chickens he intended to prepare as beggar's chicken, to be enjoyed with a sprinkle of chili powder and salt. After exchanging a few words with Li Zhejiang, he stealthily grabbed a shovel from the corridor and went downstairs. The area around the communal building was filled with grassy patches, and Liang Manchang found a suitable spot, then ventured a mile into the woods to gather a bundle of dry firewood, immersing himself in his work. Approximately 2 hours later, the beggar's chicken was ready, and Liang Manchang used the shovel to carry 2 large mud clumps back upstairs. At that moment, the entire corridor was filled with the enticing aroma of duck meat. Liang Manchang pushed open a door slightly and called inside, Old Li, could you help me find a dustpan? Just a moment, Li Zhejiang replied, rummaging through the room until he produced a dustpan and tossed it onto the table. Only then did Liang Manchang set down the shovel and place the 2 mud clumps on the table. The sound startled the 3 men, prompting them to instinctively touch their ears. Manchang, what is this? Beggar's chicken. Just wait, I'll fetch the duck soup. Liang Manchang brought down the stew pot, using a ladle to skim off the layer of golden duck fat, which he transferred into a frying pan. He then sautéed a plate of vibrant greens and another of cucumbers in the luscious duck fat. About 10 minutes later, both the dishes and soup were served at the table. Li Zhijiang and the others gazed at the fresh vegetables, salivating at the sight. It's not easy to find such fresh greens nowadays. Zhujiang glanced at Liang Manchang, probing further. Manchang, where did you get these? Oh, I discovered a cave in the mountains, warm in winter and cool in summer, with a vast stretch of fertile black soil. I thought to myself, why not try planting some vegetables? With a spirit of experimentation, I scattered some seeds, and guess what? It worked. While this tale might be enough to fool Li Zhijiang and Li Jinghua, it fell slightly short with Zhujiang. However, Liang Manchang was not inclined to reveal the full truth, and Zhujiang, not wishing to press further, served the two elder men a helping. The three of them took a bite simultaneously. So fresh, delightfully crisp. Manchang, this is exquisite. Liang Manchang chuckled, retrieving a hammer from the corner and glancing around at the three old men. Delicious, isn't it? Please, indulge in this. Li Zhijiang gazed at Liang Manchang, who wore a mischievous grin while clutching a hammer, and an uneasy feeling crept into his heart. Manchang, what are you planning to do? Chapter 171. Are there ghosts in this world? Liang Manchang raised the hammer in his hand and struck down upon the stone-like, clay-wrapped chicken. With a resounding clang, the mud cracked open, releasing the savory aroma of succulent meat as the juices from the leaves enveloped the air. As Liang Manchang playfully scratched his ear, he peeled back the leaves to reveal the golden chicken meat. What kind of chicken is this, Manchang? It's called beggar's chicken. In the past, beggars, lacking cooking utensils, would simply wrap the chicken in leaves, coat it with mud, and toss it onto the charcoal fire. Once the mud hardened, the meat would be cooked to perfection. Li Zhijiang leaned forward, inhaling deeply, and closed his eyes in satisfaction. Manchang, if beggars could feast upon such delectable wild chicken, I fear everyone would be clamoring to take on that role. The exquisite flavor of this beggar's chicken was attributed to the blessing of the spiritual spring. Otherwise, a chicken devoid of seasoning would simply taste like foul. Liang Manchang presented two small dishes filled with fine salt and chili powder. Come, let us dig in. But wait, such a splendid dish must not go to waste. Old leader, Xiaozhua, shall we indulge in a drink? Very well, a small toast to elevate our spirits. Then I shall accompany my master and the old director for a couple of drinks. At that moment, Liang Manchang also rose to his feet. Since he was preparing for a sweet surprise, he decided to be thoroughly equipped. After all, it was merely alcohol. The space was filled with several glass jars of wild mountain ginseng liquor and deer blood wine. Everyone, I happen to have brought 2 bottles of wild mountain ginseng medicinal wine. If you don't mind, I can fetch them from the deer cart. Li Zhijiang licked his lips. Liang Manchang never dealt in subpar goods, so the wild mountain ginseng liquor was surely authentic, not some inferior concoction. Manchang, isn't this a bit inappropriate? You come here bearing chicken and duck, and now you wish to bring wine? I, as an old man, have little of value to return your kindness. Old Masterly, what are you saying? Today, I am merely reuniting with a few esteemed elders, sharing fond memories and fostering camaraderie. Do not judge a person by their appearance or underestimate them. Very well, then go fetch it. Let us 3 old fellows reminisce about our youthful escapades. Upon hearing this, Liang Manchang was elated. He had been pondering how to steer the conversation towards the Gold Rush Valley. If they began to share tales of their youth, aside from the cooperative society, Gold Rush Valley would surely come up, presenting at least a 50% chance. Liang Manchang dashed downstairs and, after a bit of bustling, returned with 2 large bottles of wild mountain ginseng medicinal wine. By the time he ascended, the 3 old gentlemen had already devoured 1 chicken. Manchang, I apologize. The aroma was simply irresistible, and I could not hold back. No worries at all. It was prepared for you to enjoy. Dig in. Liang Manchang fetched 4 small glass cups and diligently filled them, accompanied by the beggar's chicken, sautéed greens, and stir-fried cucumbers. The 4 of them polished off a bottle and a half of white liquor. Except for Liang Manchang, the other 3 began to lose focus, their tongues tangling in their mouths. Listen to me, old leader, Xiaozhua. Today, did you not benefit from my fortune? If I had a son like Manchang, would you be able to relish such delightful treats? Old leader, despite your esteemed position, each year you receive gifts, yet to be frank, they serve no purpose. And you, little Zhua, are you not the commune secretary? Honestly, have you ever tasted such delectable wild game? Liang Manchang observed the rosy-cheeked, loquacious Li Zhijiang, whose words flowed incessantly, and recognized that he belonged to the chatterbox category. Meanwhile, Li Jinghua, who sat silently nodding, epitomized the melancholic drunkard, shedding tears uncontrollably. Zhejiang confessed, to be honest, I have never savored such exquisite wild chicken. Yet, as delightful as it is, I feel a twinge of guilt towards you, old leader. After all these years, with the earth nearly up to our necks, what is there to feel guilty about? Liang Manchang rubbed his forehead, regretting having poured so much for these three. Now, one is a chatterbox, another a sentimental soul, and the last, more straightforward, has succumbed to slumber on the table, likely belonging to the blackout category. At their age, the metabolism indeed slows. Sharing a pound and a half shouldn't lead to this, should it? Could it be due to the wild ginseng? Just as Liang Manchang was engulfed in regret, Li Jinghua grasped his hand firmly. Manchang, if Zhejiang uncle is disinclined to listen, then allow me to share a word or two. Why do I owe him an apology? The reason is quite simple. Old leader, please stop. What are you saying in front of the children? Do they really care to hear your tales? Upon hearing this, Zhejiang nudged Li Jinghua. Li Jinghua shrugged off the gesture and shot a glare at Zhejiang. Don't push me. Manchang, do you enjoy listening to this old man ramble? Liang Manchang nodded sincerely. Indeed, he was willing, but could it not be on such trivial matters? Manchang, one must accept their fate in life. Back when the county supply and marketing cooperative needed a deputy director, Zhejiang uncle was already in the evaluation process. However, a surveying team suddenly arrived to explore for gold in Liaoyiling. Liang Manchang's heart raced. Good deeds are rewarded. Isn't this a turn of fate? Heaven does not forsake those patient hunters. The county called upon cadres and citizens who had visited the gold mining valley to assist as guides. I thought if I could help the surveying team uncover something, it would be a significant contribution, securing Zhejiang uncle's position as deputy director. Thus, I took him and little Zhuo into the mountains. Little did I expect that due to discoveries underground, the survey halted, and I ended up thwarting Zhejiang uncle's advancement instead. Li Zhejiang slapped his thigh, seemingly regretful. Opportunities in life are finite. Once missed, they are lost forever. Hence the saying, once you pass this village, there will be no more shops. Old leader, what is the point in discussing that? Who could have predicted there was something in the ground? Alas, what was there? What was there? A ghost. Old leader, have you had too much to drink? There are no ghosts in this world. Had too much to drink? 20 years ago, even two Li Zijiangs would not have been my match. Look, I can still stand on one leg. Li Jinghua proclaimed, balancing on one foot. Oh, spare me. Don't break your old bones here. Liang Manchang was in a state of agitation, scratching his head in frustration. Why did Li Zhejiang always interrupt at crucial moments? Rambling on about trivial matters? Ahem, indeed, are there any ghosts in this world? Alas, how can you still not believe, my child? Li Jinghua glanced around cautiously, leaning forward onto the table, and whispered, Secretary Zhejiang, do you recall the 3-day leave granted to you before the exploration concluded? Yes, upon returning, the exploration was announced as finished. At that time, the entire nation was engrossed in boosting production. Why should I grant you a holiday while I offered gold to my motherland? Do you think you deserve it? Why was that? The exploration team was drilling in the Gold Rush Valley, unearthing fragments of bricks. Chapter 172. Smiling until tears flowed. Fragments of bricks? This is irrefutable evidence. There must be an ancient tomb beneath Liaoyiling. Are you suggesting there is something beneath the Gold Rush Valley? Indeed. That very night, the leadership of the exploration team decided to suspend the exploration and contacted the provincial authorities to send experts into the mountains. And the result? Was there truly something there? Absolutely. By the next afternoon, the provincial experts arrived at Liaoyiling and opened the tomb that very night. However, one after another, 3 experts disappeared without a trace. Is there really a ghost? Li Jinghua's previous excitement faded, his gaze fixated on the chicken bones on the table, as if instinctively chewing absent-mindedly. The team leader sensed something was amiss. As the on-site director, if 3 experts had perished, it would be impossible to justify to the higher-ups. Thus, he resorted to force and blasted open the massive stone tomb door. The 3 experts were found with their eyes wide open, their faces contorted in terror. Presumably frightened to death. Liang Manchang speculated that it must have been some kind of frightening mechanism. Whether professional tomb raiders or amateurs, most held a deep reverence for ancient tombs. Upon entering, their spirits would be highly tense, and any slight rustle would send shivers down their spines. The designers of the tomb had ingeniously crafted terrifying traps to breach the psychological defenses of grave robbers, causing them to flee in panic, or, if they triggered a mechanism, to suffer a fate of sheer horror. Uncle Zhenghua, what treasures lie within this ancient tomb? Nothing of significance. The stone door leads only to an empty stone chamber. With a sigh of relief, Liang Manchang realized that the exploration team had not discovered a genuine ancient tomb. Later, The experts speculated that this was a decoy burial site or an unfinished tomb. They continued searching in the Gold Rush Valley for another day, ultimately discovering yet another ancient tomb. Old leader, you aren't deceiving us, are you? Why are there so many ancient tombs in the Gold Rush Valley? How would I know? I didn't bury them. However, the experts briefly examined it and concluded that this tomb, although constructed of bricks and stone slabs, was of a similar scale to the previous one and likely also a decoy burial site. Li Zhejiang was bewildered and asked, if that is the case, why not continue the exploration? Why was it abruptly halted? What do you understand? That very night, chaos erupted in the camp, faulty generators and fires. Rumors spread that perhaps malevolent spirits had been unleashed. When unusual occurrences arise, something sinister is afoot. The exploration team leader reported the situation step by step. Ultimately, it was decided to seal the site, awaiting advancements in technology for future endeavors. We cannot afford to lose any more lives, especially after the demise of 3 experts. Li Zhejiang shook his head in disbelief. I remain skeptical. While I can believe in traps within ancient tombs, the existence of ghosts is beyond my comprehension. For we are staunch materialists. Do not argue with me. Do you possess a map? I can sketch it for you. If you, Li Zhejiang, are truly formidable, venture into the mountains alone for a night. Liang Manchang chuckled, retrieving a map of Laoyaling from his belongings. Uncle Jinghua, as luck would have it, I do have one. No way, you actually possess it? Why carry a map? Well, I fear getting lost, hence the map accompanies me. All right, I shall not squander this meal. As a hunter who frequently roams the mountains, be sure to steer clear of those areas. Li Zhenghua squinted, leaning over the map for quite some time until he pinpointed the location of Gold Panning Valley. After about 3 minutes, Liang Manchang dared not breathe. Ah, I found it. Just these 2 locations. Li Zhenghua marked 2 points on the map with a chicken bone. Liang Manchang glanced at them, and his heart began to race. These 2 points corresponded to Yaoguang and Yuheng of Gold Panning Valley. This effectively ruled out 2 false burial sites. Moreover, considering Lin the hunter's sighting of a ghost in Gold Panning Valley, the likelihood that the remaining site, Kaiyang, is the true ancient tomb is significantly heightened. Liang Manchang discreetly stowed the map away. Uncle Jinghua, I shall henceforth keep my distance from those 2 locations to avoid encountering anything untoward. At that moment, Zhujiang also regained consciousness, swiftly surveying the table. Where am I? With a loud thud, he collapsed once more. Ha, Li Zhejiang, your disciple is lacking. He can't even hold his liquor better than us, despite being younger. Come on, drink up. Liang Manchang snatched the bottle and placed it atop a nearby cupboard. Uncle Jinghua, Uncle Zhejiang, we've had enough for today. Let us save the liquor for another time, shall we? Very well, Li Zhejiang, consider today a reprieve. All right then. Just wait until I've had a hearty breakfast. I'll drink you under the table. I shall be waiting. Liang Manchang, disinterested in their trivial banter, concocted an excuse to leave the room. He led his moose, intending to return home, but as he reached the main road, a Dongfeng tractor whizzed by, nearly sweeping him under its wheels. Realizing his life had been perilously close to ending, Liang Manchang was instantly engulfed in rage. Capture the leader first, scold the mother first. Damn it, you reckless fool, are you rushing to your demise? Liang Manchang shouted with vigor, and to his surprise, the tractor came to a halt, a burly man approaching. Damn it, seeking death. As the man drew near, both men lowered their rolled-up sleeves. What the hell, Yang Dongfeng, the very one who drives the Dongfeng Hong tractor. Liang Manchang, the one whose granary is overflowing. Ever since Liang Manchang introduced by Lianhua to Yang Dongfeng, they had not crossed paths. Half a year had flown by since then. Dongfeng, what brings you here in such haste? Have you been drinking again? Yang Dongfeng, with a forlorn expression, replied, Brother Manchang. Bai Lianhua has run away. How could I not be frantic? Liang Manchang was taken aback, never anticipating that Bai Jinlian would actually flee. What do you mean? She ran away? Didn't you two have a love-hate relationship? Indeed, that is exactly the case. I once believed I had discovered true love, finding a wife who relished in receiving a good thrashing. In the initial days after obtaining our marriage certificate, I experienced sheer joy, indulging in a little drink each day and playfully striking her behind with a leather belt. She would genuinely laugh, though sometimes her laughter would turn to tears. Liang Manchang found himself at a loss for words, a 2-inch wide red belt striking her backside with a sharp crack. How could it not make her weep? And then what transpired? She began to inquire about my prospects for promotion and when I would return to the county town. I pondered, as a mere tractor driver. What sort of promotion could I possibly attain? Liang Manchang rubbed his nose, intent on feigning ignorance. Was the White Lotus encouraging you? I couldn't say. I did express to her that I would likely spend my life operating a tractor at the stone quarry. Subsequently, Her demeanor shifted when I brandished the belt. She began to evade me. The more she dodged, the more fervent I became, and within days, she was thoroughly subdued. Little did I know, this cunning vixen was merely pretending. A couple of days ago, as I prepared to return home to discipline her, I arrived only to find my savings vanished along with her. Chapter 173. He aspires to be a good man. The White Lotus, having regained her senses, realized she had been duped and decided to cut her losses. However, possessing a duplicitous heart and knowing she was in the wrong, she could not confront Yang Dongfang directly, opting instead for a discreet departure. Otherwise, given Yang Dongfang's nature, confronting him would likely have resulted in her being thoroughly chastised. Seeing Yang Dongfang's forlorn expression and his profound sorrow, Liang Manchang resolved to assist him in finding a wife. After all, it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to ruin a single marriage. He wished to be a good man. Dongfang. Did the White Lotus leave with a letter of introduction? Yang Dongfang shook his head. Her household registration had been transferred to the stone quarry. To obtain a letter of introduction, she would need to approach the quarry's secretary. But I had inquired before reaching the county town and discovered that she had not done so. In this day and age, without such a letter, one cannot stay in proper lodgings, purchase train tickets, and if caught, would be treated as a vagrant and sent back. Thus, the White Lotus's movements were likely confined to the new town unless she could endure hardships and make a daring escape. Liang Manchang pulled out paper and pen, swiftly jotting down an address. Dongfang, this is the home of her aunt. Perhaps you should pay a visit? Yang Dongfang took the note. Noticing the address was in the county town, and curiously asked, Manchang, how do you know where the White Lotus's aunt resides? I've been married to her for days and still have no idea, making it seem as though you are her husband. Liang Manchang's face flushed with embarrassment. This knowledge stemmed from experiences accumulated in his past life, where he had been drained by the White Lotus and would occasionally deliver items to her aunt's home. Able to find it with his eyes closed. They were from the same village, after all, and he knew a thing or two. All right, do you have some free time? Otherwise, shall we go together? What? Are we going to snatch her away? Indeed, if the White Lotus refuses to leave with me, I shall take her by force. Good heavens, we need a man of your bold spirit. Let us go. Liang Manchang, with good intentions, feared that the White Lotus might not experience the warmth of family or the bliss of marriage, which prompted him to assist this ill-fated couple. He drove the deer cart to the celestial realm of Li Yuanshao, then took his seat on the tractor, hastening alongside Yang Dongfang towards the western outskirts of the new city. Bai Lianhua's aunt, a nurse at the New City County Hospital, had been married thrice and was in her 40s. Her successive partners were increasingly younger, and her waist correspondingly exaggerated. Since time immemorial, there have been 3 professions deemed unsuitable for marriage: teachers, nurses, and bank clerks. While there are exceptions, one can only assert that the probability leans towards this belief. Some nurses possess considerable knowledge and skill, reveling in a lifestyle that suits the elite. Upon reaching the hospital compound in the west of the city, Liang Manchang and Yang Dongfang parked the tractor at a distance, cleverly blending into the surroundings under the pretense of repairing the cafeteria's water pipes. Liang Manchang, well acquainted with the layout, guided them to Bai Lianhua's aunt's apartment building, while Yang Dongfang eagerly ascended the stairs. Liang Manchang firmly grasped him and cautioned, Dongfang, do not act impulsively. The situation regarding friend and foe remains unclear. What if Bai Lianhua has a dozen burly men waiting inside? We would be walking straight into a trap. Yang Dongfang nodded in agreement. Indeed, your intellect shines through. I must have indulged too much in counterfeit liquor to overlook such a consideration. Manchang, what books do you read? I wish to learn from you. Dongfang, I'm not trying to discourage you, but your intellect seems to have bid farewell to the written word. Liang Manchang's hesitation to allow Yang Dongfang to ascend was also driven by a personal motive, to unearth the culprit responsible for the previous humiliation he had endured. In times of peril and helplessness, individuals often seek out those they trust most. Xiong Guifan had been betrayed, and her aunt was unreliable, making it highly probable that Bai Lianhua would turn to her former confidant for support. The 2 men loitered downstairs until after 6. And just as Yang Dongfang was about to storm in to confront the individual, a young woman, swathed in a headscarf and wearing a mask, hurriedly descended the stairs. Manchang, it's Bai Lianhua. Are you certain? Absolutely. Look at the bruise on her forehead. I gave that to her. Well done. Liang Manchang genuinely rejoiced for Bai Lianhua, having found a man who could appreciate and protect her. Let us follow her. What? Follow her for what? We should just grab her and toss her into the tractor. Dongfang, I suspect you've had too much counterfeit liquor. Bai Lianhua is wrapped so tightly and has ventured out after dark. What could her intentions be? Visiting? Indeed. She is likely making a visit, but it is highly probable she is visiting another man. Yang Dongfang's face turned an ominous shade of green. Throughout history, the vendetta of a slain father and the resentment of a usurped wife have been unforgivable. In this era, aside from forming alliances and seeking progeny, few willingly accept the burden of infidelity. Unlike future generations, there was no notion of a hat obsession. For a man like Yang Dongfang, who embodied a robust masculinity, enduring such betrayal was intolerable. How dare she place a green hat upon me? After uttering this, he picked up a stone the size of a porcelain bowl, gripping it tightly in his hand. Manchang, keep your distance. I wouldn't want you splattered with blood. Exercise restraint. Let's follow her and observe. Bai Lianhua exited the compound and continued westward into the new city, veering further off the beaten path. After approximately half an hour, she arrived beneath a willow tree by the Qingshui River, tiptoeing as she scanned her surroundings. Quite romantic, isn't it? Just like the moon perched atop the willow. Rendezvousing after dusk. Manchang, what are you mumbling about? Oh, a poem written by Ouyang Xiao. Which village is it from? Liang Manchang did not respond. It was akin to playing music to a cow. The two of them crouched in the grass, waiting for the lover's arrival. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, the sound of a bicycle approached from the main road to the east. Liang Manchang focused his keen eyesight and distinctly recognized the figure of the approaching individual. 100 meters away. In his 30s, he was fairly handsome, tall, with a square face, long legs, quite robust, dressed in a meticulously ironed Zhongshan suit, with a fountain pen tucked into his breast pocket, and wearing 2 pairs of leather shoes. He appeared to be someone who worked in a government office. Liang Manchang etched this man's appearance firmly in his mind. Finally spotting a kindred spirit from his past life, wouldn't it be proper to repay him? Manchang, are you going to confront him? Not so fast. Let us first listen to their conversation. Upon spotting the arrival, the flower of purity squinted her eyes and, realizing it was her lover, promptly stood on tiptoe, waving her hands vigorously. Jianggong, I'm here. You've come, don't make a fuss. The lover dismounted in a stylish manner, running a few steps before laying his bicycle down on the grass. Jianggong, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for days for you to see me. The family keeps a tight rein on me. I had no choice but to sneak out under the pretense of duty, and I only have an hour. Oh, so soon? The lover began to undress, saying, we must hurry. Jianggong, I didn't come to see you for that. Chapter 174. Caught in the act. Yang Dongfang, witnessing the two preparing to undress, felt a surge of anger and instinctively grabbed a stone, ready to confront them. Liang Manchang firmly held his arm, whispering, we're here to catch them in the act. They haven't undressed yet. If you rush in and strike them now, there's no evidence. Not only will we be unable to handle them, but you might also face legal repercussions. Yang Dongfang pondered this. Though it was indeed peculiar for a man and a woman to be alone by the river at such an hour, it did not necessarily breach moral boundaries. Furthermore, given the lover's apparent good fortune, a counterattack could lead to dire consequences for him. What should we do then? You're quick on your feet. Go to the nearby village and call for help. We can arrange a live broadcast of the situation, even if they talk their way out of it. It won't be easy. Yang Dongfang's face showed hesitation, struggling to articulate, finally saying, oh, does that mean I'd be the one wearing the green hat? Dongfang, have you been drinking? Do you think this is their first time? From their familiarity, it seems as routine as dining. I can't even imagine how many times they've done this. Yang Dongfang sighed, appearing resigned. Why am I so unfortunate? The blame always falls on me. Hurry and call for help. Manchang, only a few of us know about my predicament. If we call for others, won't everyone find out? Dongfang. Every situation has its pros and cons. Yang Dongfang's face turned a shade of deep crimson. Is there really any advantage to this? As you consider the matter, it is evident that you are no longer a youthful lad, having had a few wives in your past. The so-called pristine lotus flower has at most 2 or 3 paramours. In this regard, you have gained. Moreover, having caught them in the act today, the reputation of the lotus flower will be tarnished, compelling her to be utterly devoted to you henceforth. I assure you, even if you were to resort to corporal punishment, she would not dare to utter a word of protest. Most importantly, this paramour likely possesses some wealth. When the time comes, you could reasonably demand compensation for emotional distress. Upon listening to Liang Manchang's analysis, Yang Dongfang found himself feeling considerably less distressed, even experiencing a warmth in his mind. In these times, reputation holds little value. Tangible benefits are what truly matter. Abusing one's wife and extorting money, who knows, others might even commend him for his multifaceted talents. Very well. I shall heed your advice. So, make haste. A man past 30 is bound to decline, and perhaps in 5 minutes, he shall deliver. Indeed. You must keep a close watch on them and prolong the encounter. Liang Manchang waved his hand helplessly, dismissing Yang Dongfang. He was not some magical blue pill that could prolong their dalliance indefinitely. After sending Yang Dongfang away, Liang Manchang advanced a few steps, straining to listen. Jiangong, when will you divorce your formidable wife? As a once pure maiden, how long must I wait to become someone else's spouse? As the paramour began to remove his trousers, he pressed the lotus flower down onto the grass. Did I not give you 100 yuan? And just a few months ago, did you not tell me you wished to sever all ties? The lotus flower lay on the grass, clutching her waistband tightly. Ah, how times have changed. Back then, I believed Yang Dongfang to be the son of an official, and I sought to ease your burdens. Little did I know he was a deceiver. By day, he drives a tractor. By night, he exploits me relentlessly. My backside has been beaten into a pulp, swollen an inch high. I dare not even sit on a chair, sleeping with my behind raised. But who could foresee that Yang Dongfang, that despicable scoundrel, would assume my posture was an invitation, leading to yet another bout of punishment? Liang Manchang chuckled heartily, covering his mouth to stifle his laughter. The lotus flower and Yang Dongfang truly seemed a match made in heaven, one shrewd and cunning, the other foolish and naive. Lotus, allow me to examine you. But tell me, when will you divorce your formidable wife? Rest assured, within 3 months at most. I am currently engaged in a significant undertaking. Should it succeed, not only will I divorce, but I will whisk you away to distant lands. We shall journey to the east or the beautiful country, where we shall feast and revel. Are you deceiving me? Why would I deceive you? I stand to gain nothing. Very well. A cacophony of unfastening garments ensued. You lie face down, while I check whether Yang Dongfang has caused you any harm. How vexatious, Jiangong. What grand undertaking are you involved in? Pray, enlighten me, for I am filled with uncertainty. Have you heard of Liaoyiling? There lies a valley rich in gold. A valley rich in gold? What of a gold mine? What of a gold mine? Oh, do not distract me, or I may falter. Beside them, Liang Manchang pondered whether the paramour had also set his sights on the ancient tomb within the valley. Good heavens! Behind the figure of the charming gentleman, there must be a clandestine organization. Given his intellect, he is likely just a pawn within this group. Fortunately, Yang Dongfang has been dispatched, otherwise, he would remain oblivious to the competition lurking nearby. Approximately 3 minutes later, unable to contain her curiosity, Bai Lianhua inquired, Jiangong, are you handling this significant matter alone? Can it be accomplished? How could it be just me? My father is the cornerstone of this endeavor. I merely assist him. You mean the county head of Anbang? Liang Manchang's heart skipped a beat. This charming gentleman is the son of Wu Anbang, the county head of Xinqing. It is shocking that the seemingly respectable Wu Anbang is involved in such affairs. No wonder, in the early 1980s, the Wu family mysteriously vanished, causing quite a stir at the time. In retrospect, it appears they excavated an ancient tomb and departed for the east, with their whereabouts thereafter remaining unknown, possibly even to the beautiful nation. It makes sense why, even in marriage, Bai Lianhua was reluctant to let Liang Manchang near her. She likely considered herself the young mistress of the county magistrate's household. Damn it! Liang Manchang picked up a stone, preparing to hand it to Yang Dongfang later. Your fierce mother cannot bear children, yet I have conceived one for you, and you do not cherish it. At critical moments, one cannot falter. If you can bear one, you can bear another. I shall exert more effort. Rascal! Liang Manchang was taken aback. No wonder the previous patriarch could reclaim his family. His original wife was barren. But if they planned to escape to the east or the beautiful nation, why bring their fierce matriarch along? Could it be that her connections were so formidable that they dared not abandon her in Xinqing? Would they only seek their biological son after her passing? The more he pondered, the more perplexed Liang Manchang became. It seemed imperative to investigate the Wu family thoroughly, to know both the adversary and oneself. After a few minutes, just as Liang Manchang believed Wu Jiangong could not withstand the pressure any longer, Yang Dongfang arrived quietly with a crowd of onlookers. How is it, Manchang? Chapter 175, Bai Lianhua. Are you playing a trick? Yang Dongfang poked his head out, listening intently to the commotion, filled with mixed emotions. The sounds of impact were akin to the clattering of a printing press. How many people did you summon, Dongfang? More than 20, I believe. Liang Manchang turned around to see the excited faces of the elderly men and women, each stifling laughter. In those days, with little entertainment, people either stayed home to procreate or watched others engage in the same. Thus, Yang Dongfang, in tears and snot, gathered all those gossiping beneath the big locust tree. Dongfang, I want to be able to step forward. Just act according to your nature. First give them a good beating, then demand money. Remember, you must strike while the iron is hot. Otherwise, if they later deny it, it will be a significant loss. All right, thank you. I'll treat you to a meal later. Go ahead. Yang Dongfang nodded and dashed out, crossing a dike in no time. A large foot connected with the astonished face of Wu Jiangong. Yet, the startled Bai Lianhua clung tightly to his waist, as if they were hooked together, reluctant to part. Bai Lianhua, you wretched harlot, sneaking around behind my back. Some people might overlook it, but to live a decent life, one must on a touch of green. Are you still loitering by the river, feeling embarrassed? Instantly, over 20 onlookers surrounded the two. Notably, several rugged men were eager to pry into the scene, as the White Lotus had a certain charm about her. Yang Dongfang, you scoundrel, so what if I've placed a green hat upon you? Aren't you the one who spends his days either drinking or abusing your wife? Upon hearing the White Lotus's defiance, Yang Dongfang's temper flared. Damn you, White Lotus. I'll put an end to you. With that, he lunged forward, intending to seize the collar of the White Lotus's garment. However, he soon realized that both were completely unclothed, leaving him with no place to grab hold. How disgraceful. They seemed utterly unashamed. Yang Dongfang yanked the hair of the White Lotus, ready to deliver a slap. But she wriggled into Wu Jiangong's embrace, clinging tightly. Damn it. What an utter humiliation. Liang Manchang brandished his belt, exhibiting his signature performance, striking both individuals with all his might, forcibly separating the two entwined lovers. The sound of slaps echoed, eliciting grimaces from the spectators. After 3 minutes of this, Yang Dongfang grew weary, hands on his hips, pointing at Wu Jiangong. Damn it, pay up. Cowering in a ball, Wu Jiangong lamented, What money? What money? Did you think you could sleep with my wife for free? Liang Manchang delivered a resounding slap. Even if you were the emperor, you'd still owe me 1,000 yuan, not a penny less. What nonsense. Is the White Lotus adorned with gold or diamonds? You demand 1,000 yuan? I don't care, otherwise. You'll send your wife to my bed, and I'll have my fill 17 or 18 times, and we'll call it even. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What a unique idea. Who would have thought of such a resolution? This was nothing short of a trade, stimulating. Yet, Wu Jiangong, being the son of the county chief and the head of the Education Bureau's publicity department, how could he stoop to sending his wife to another man's bed? Just then, the White Lotus arrived, and her husband followed closely behind. Just as they were indulging in their passionate encounter, he burst forth, attempting to assault and extort money. What a coincidence! Moreover, as he prepared to flee, the White Lotus ensnared him with her legs, initially thought to be an expression of affection, but it turned out to be handcuffs. White Lotus, are you playing the fool? Are you conspiring with your husband to extort me? The White Lotus was incensed. She had believed Wu Jiangong to be loyal, merely unable to be with her due to the pressures of reality, but now he doubted her scant integrity. Wu Jiangong, has your brain been kicked by a donkey? You think I would play the fool while naked with you? You're nothing but scum. Being unclothed means nothing. Wu Jiangong, you bastard. The crowd grew increasingly exhilarated. This was beyond thrilling. Some young men, unable to contain themselves, began to rustle under the cover of night. Damn it! Wu Jiangong, bare as the day he was born, lunged forward, and the two grappled fiercely. Yang Dongfang, filled with both shame and anger, forcefully kicked the two individuals aside. Wu Jiangong, I am taking your bicycle and clothes, deducting 100 yuan from you. The remainder must be delivered to the stone yard tomorrow, or prepare to face the consequences. Upon finishing his statement, Liang Manchang embraced Wu Jiangong's clothes and kicked Bai Lianhua once more. Put your clothes on and follow me. Just wait to see how I deal with you when we return. Half an hour later, the crowd dispersed, with no one paying him any heed. Wu Jiangong plucked 2 leaves to cover his modesty and hastened towards the city. Liang Manchang, closely trailing behind, retrieved a bottle of liquor from his belongings, took a couple of swigs, and then took a shortcut to intercept Wu Jiangong. A beautiful young lady, a spirited young lady, enters the gauze tent. Wu Jiangong peeked out from the alley, revealing half of his head, and whispered, Hey brother, who is it? Came the reply. Wu Jiangong waved his hand. Over here, over here. Liang Manchang, reeking of alcohol and stumbling, approached with a wavering gaze, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Brother, what are you doing? Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Is this some kind of performance art? Wu Jiangong waved his hand, his expression earnest. I hardly have the leisure for performance art. I intended to swim in the Qingshui River to cool off, but upon returning to shore, I discovered my bicycle and clothes had been stolen. Oh, but why do you have a black eye? Liang Manchang inquired. Did a fat fish from the river beat you up? Alas, misfortunes rarely come alone. I was walking back in the nude when I encountered a few workers on the night shift who accused me of being a lewd man and pounced on me. Wait here, I will go find the police. Liang Manchang declared, sprinting off, but before he could turn, Wu Jiangong's voice called out from behind. Brother, it's just a minor injury. and they didn't mean it. My current attire does lend itself to misunderstandings. Liang Manchang nodded in understanding. You seem like a decent fellow. How about this? I will find you a set of clothes. That would be splendid, brother. I will repay you handsomely. In this era, clothing is not as casually discarded as in later times. Garments are considered precious and are often hung out to dry in the yard or brought inside at night. Hence, Wu Jiangong had run all this way in his current state. Liang Manchang wandered about aimlessly, feeling helpless before returning to Wu Jiangong. Brother, did you find anything? Wu Jiangong panicked at the thought of returning to the courtyard in such a state. It would surely make the news tomorrow. Little brother, think of another way. Any amount will do. What? You're completely naked, not even a sock left on you. Where would you possibly keep money? Don't tell me it's hidden in your rear? Brother, while I may not have money on me at the moment, I assure you, I will repay you tomorrow. Very well. Seeing your noble spirit and unfortunate plight, I shall lend you a hand. With that, Liang Manchang removed his outer clothing and handed it to Wu Jiangong, leaving himself in just shorts and a tank top. This is all I have. Remember to return it to me. I am Liang Manchang from the Red Star Commune. Tuanjia Tun, Liang Manchang. Wu Jiangong's brow furrowed. The name seemed familiar. At this critical juncture, he could not afford to ponder deeply. So he hastily donned his clothes and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Liang Manchang. All right, I shall deliver it to you tomorrow. Liang Manchang waved his hand dismissively and strode away with a bottle of liquor towards the outskirts of the city. The following morning, Wu Wanbong roused the bruised Wu Jiangong from his slumber. Where were you last night? Speak honestly. It was predictable that the ferocious matriarch had reported him. Father, I merely strolled by the banks of the Qingshui River. A stroll, you say? Just a stroll, and yet you abandoned your bicycle and endured a beating? Do you think such trivial matters can be concealed from me? I have already made inquiries in that village by the river. No one will divulge anything. However, you must quickly rectify your situation with that couple, the Bai Lianhua. Wu Jiangong lowered his head. The city was rather small, and as the county chief, Wu Wanbong could effortlessly investigate such petty affairs. Thus, Wu Jiangong had little to hide and murmured, they are demanding 1,000 yuan. They are asking for an outrageous sum. Offer them 500 yuan instead. Did your bicycle not serve as collateral? Encourage them to accept this offer. Were it not for our pressing circumstances, I would have already had them apprehended. Wu Wanbong was not exaggerating. With his influence and means, concocting a pretext to arrest someone was exceedingly simple. He could even delegate the task to his secretary without needing to speak directly. A few sacks of rice could be conveniently planted at their residence, and a charge of speculation could easily be fabricated, leading to their incarceration. All right, I shall take care of it today. Were there any witnesses to your disgrace? Wu Jiangong pondered briefly before replying. Indeed, I encountered a drunken man upon my return yesterday. I borrowed a set of clothes from him. He resides in the Hongxing commune in the Tuanjia village, named Liang Manchang. Liang Manchang. What brings him to the county town? Was it a chance encounter in the dead of night? Father, do you know this Liang Manchang? Ah, yes, he is quite the skilled hunter in Xinjiang, a master of the mountains. Wu Jiangong then recalled having seen that name in the county documents. How does his prowess in the mountains compare to the previous candidates we sought? Is he sufficient? He should be superior, yet he appears rather obstinate. I doubt we can win him over. Moreover, we have yet to investigate his background thoroughly. It would be unwise to take unnecessary risks. Wu Jiangong grimaced slightly. Heroes do not inquire about one's origins. Money can sway even the most obstinate. If the funds are sufficient, what is there to fear in winning him over? Besides, Liang Manchang, drinking away his sorrows in the city at night, likely has his own troubles, which presents an opportunity for us to offer timely assistance. If he is indeed a tough character, aligning with him could provide us with additional security in the mountains, shielding us from the pitfalls laid by those from Harbin. My father remains overly cautious, lagging behind the times. Understood, Wu Anbong replied. By the way, although Ouyang Qian cannot bear children and your marital relationship is rather tenuous, you must still maintain appearances, if only for the sake of her influential connections. Wu Jiangong nodded in agreement. On that morning, adorned with a hat and mask, Wu Jiangong sought leave from the Education Bureau and rode his bicycle, equipped with 500 yuan, straight to the stone quarry. By around noon, he arrived at the family quarters of the quarry. After much inquiry, he finally located Yang Dongfang's small courtyard. Knock, 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 who's there? It's me, Wu Jiangong. Here to discuss matters. Wait a moment. Yang Dongfang seized a wrench and peered through the crack of the courtyard door. Upon seeing only Wu Jiangong, he opened the door. What brings you here? Are you delivering money? As Wu Jiangong entered the courtyard, he was struck by the sight of Bai Lianhua, her neck shackled by an iron chain, kneeling bare on the ground. A chill surged from the depths of his heart. Yang Dongfang, This is illegal. What is the matter? Are you feeling pity for her? Yang Dongfang sneered, stepping closer to Bai Lianhua, lifting her chin, and inquired, wretched girl, tell me, was this voluntary? I didn't force you, did I? Master. It was all my choice, Bai Lianhua replied obediently. Liang Manchang chuckled, exchanging knowing glances with Wu Jiangong. How about that? She adores men with my masculine charm. Wu Jiangong was left speechless. Could it be that after enduring a beating yesterday, Bai Lianhua had an epiphany? Deciding to cast aside her elusive sense of shame and embrace a life of indulgence? Truly extravagant. Wu Jiangong handed over the bulging envelope, stating, how you choose to play is of no concern to me. This 500 yuan completely settles our grievances. From now on, you may continue on your solitary path, while I pursue my own bright avenue. Huh, fine then, 500 it is. Who would have thought this vixen to be so valuable? Wu Jiangong cast one last glance at Bai Lianhua, sighed, and pedaled away towards Tuanjietan. By the time he reached Tuanjietan, it was already afternoon, and coincidentally, Liang Manchang was basking in the sun at his doorstep. Brother Manchang, I've come to deliver some clothes. Wu Jiangong waved from a distance, and after steadying his bicycle, he presented Liang Manchang with the clothes, 2 jars of canned peaches, 2 bottles of Beidat Song, and a large Chinmen. Brother, why such courtesy? I merely lent you the clothes out of pity, with no expectation of repayment. Oh, a gentleman speaks of actions, not intentions. Regardless, you have aided me, and I must express my gratitude. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Wu Jiangong, working in the publicity department of the Education Bureau. Liang Manchang chuckled inwardly. No need for formalities. I already know. I'm Liang Manchang, employed at Laoyiling. Ha ha ha, Brother Manchang, you have quite the sense of humor. You've been a tremendous help, so feel free to seek me out whenever you need assistance. Brother Wu, I don't have any children yet, and am not currently planning to attend university, so I doubt I'll face any educational troubles. TSK, how narrow-minded. While my child holds a position as a section chief in the Education Bureau. Do you know who my father is? Liang Manchang feigned ignorance, shaking his head like an innocent maiden. My father is the magistrate of Xinqing, county head Wuanbang. Liang Manchang shuddered at his triumphant expression. Oh my, doesn't that make you a prince? Wu Jiangong was quite pleased with Liang Manchang's reaction. The title of prince resonated deeply within him. I prefer to maintain a low profile, relishing in the joys of the common people. Your choice to ride a bicycle reflects this disposition quite well. Wu Jiangong cast another glance at Liang Manchang, observing his robust demeanor, seemingly lacking in acumen, which pleased him greatly. After all, having him as a subordinate required no intellect, mere obedience sufficed. His plans were flawless, and those who indulged in cunning schemes would only hinder his progress. Brother Manchang, I notice you reside in a spacious 3-room house, adorned with an abundance of fresh meat at your doorstep. Life seems quite pleasant for you. So what prompted you to drown your sorrows in alcohol yesterday? Liang Manchang sighed and offered Wu Jiangong a cigarette. Brother Wu, you perceive only the surface. What does a good life entail? It's merely an empty facade. What is the matter? Short on cash? Indeed, the more one appears to be well off, the more they often find themselves lacking funds. As the saying goes, it's easy to slip from frugality to extravagance, but arduous to revert from indulgence to restraint. Each day, upon awakening, expenses emerge uncontrollably, an insatiable desire to spend. Wu Jiangong, being well-versed in life's intricacies, recognized this phenomenon as the retaliatory consumption of those who have recently escaped poverty. Previously, one could manage with little, but once money flows in, self-control wanes, leading to ostentation, whether through property purchases or indulgence in vices such as gambling and drugs. Once the funds are depleted, the habits of extravagance remain ingrained, rendering one uncomfortable without spending at least a modest sum daily. Brother Manchang, lacking money is of no concern. As long as you align yourself with the right people and pursue the correct path, wealth will flow into your pockets effortlessly. Liang Manchang's dim eyes suddenly sparkled with interest as he discarded the cigarette but onto the ground, inquiring, what do you mean? Am I to encounter a benefactor? Indeed, that is precisely it. But where is my benefactor? Far away yet near at hand. Liang Manchang glanced at Wu Jiangong, his expression dimming once more as he shook his head. You? Brother Wu, you jest, surely? Why so? Do I not fit the bill? Liang Manchang sincerely shook his head. Brother Wu, to speak candidly, when I saw you running about yesterday in such a state, I feared for your sanity. Wu Jiangong found himself at a loss for words, unable to divulge the circumstances that led to such humiliation, being caught entangled with another's wife, enduring a beating that left him stripped of his dignity. Brother Manchang, do not judge based solely on appearances. If I were to describe myself in a single phrase, it would be universally praised. Spend time with me, and should things not progress well, seek the reasons within yourself. Very well, yet I still believe you are somewhat unhinged. Wu Jiangong chuckled in response, finding humor in Liang Manchang's straightforwardness. Indeed, Manchang appeared to be a simple soul, brawn over brain, a quintessential chosen subordinate. Though I work in the Education Bureau and am considered an intellectual, I harbor a fondness for hunting in the mountains. I venture there occasionally. If the opportunity arises, accompany me on my next excursion. At present, I have little inclination to indulge in leisure with you, as I must devise means to earn money. Rest assured, I shall not let your efforts go unrewarded. How does a daily stipend of 30 yuan sound? We shall split whatever game we catch. Liang Manchang stroked his chin, pondering slightly before speaking. All right. 30 yuan may not be a substantial amount, but it suffices for me to manage for 2 days. Wu Jiangong clicked his tongue in disbelief. 30 yuan represented the monthly wage of a worker in a state-owned factory, and he found it hard to believe that Liang would look down upon it. If he hadn't witnessed the construction of tiled houses and the Chinese brand cigarettes in his hand, he might have thought it was mere boasting. It seemed that persuading Liang Manchang would require some financial investment. However, this was contingent upon whether Liang was worth courting. Fine, I shall come find you another day, Wu Jiangong declared, before cycling out of the village. As he exited, he happened upon Zhao Yutian. Uncle, may I inquire about something? Wu Jiangong stepped forward, offering a cigarette. What is it? Is there someone in your village named Liang Manchang? Is he quite the character? Zhao Yutian scoffed lightly and replied slowly, Indeed, he is famously clever. However, I'm not sure how he ended up learning to hunt in the mountains and made a fortune. He has built 3 large tiled houses and boasts about only smoking the finest cigarettes, claiming to love but one person in his lifetime. How is he faring now? Is he doing well? Not at all. I've heard he partnered with someone in the county to trade mountain goods and game, but he was duped. He signed some contract, and now he can't get his money and is constantly delivering goods. Doesn't that make him a fool? Is he really that reckless? Indeed. It is as you say. His arrogance led to his downfall. A common man should tend to his fields instead of venturing into the mountains to hunt or engage in business. Foolishness. Wu Jiangong felt he had gathered sufficient information. Liang Manchang was indeed a risk-taker. Yet, he could not solely rely on Zhao Yotian's account. You mustn't let him know I inquired about him, he insisted. Of course not. Shortly after Wu Jiangong departed, Liang Manchang shamelessly began borrowing money from house to house, asking for hundreds or even thousands. In those days, a rural dweller was fortunate to possess 10 or 20 yuan in cash, let alone hundreds. Ultimately, Liang Manchang returned empty-handed. That evening, Zhao Yutian knocked on Liang Manchang's door. Manchang, are you genuinely in need of money, or is this a ruse? If so, I could lend you some. The village is abuzz with talk of your swift rise only to fall again. Uncle Yutian, I'm just playing the long game to catch a big fish. The young man who visited me today intends to partner with me, and I needed to feign poverty to get him to part with more money. Really? You shouldn't let pride get in the way. We're all from the same community. Why deceive you? I wouldn't dream of it. No need to flaunt my wealth. The following morning, Liang Manchang mounted his elk and led Lifu up the mountain. Upon entering, he shook his shoulders, and the eagle took flight. As he rode, he focused intently, instantly perceiving the eagle's vantage point. Behind him, in a sparse forest about 100 meters away, a middle-aged man clad in hunting attire was following closely. Liang Manchang commanded the eagle to lower its altitude for a closer look, only to find an unfamiliar face. While he was somewhat acquainted with the hunters entering the mountains from the Chili Valley lookout, he had never seen this individual before. If all goes as expected, it must be someone sent by Wu Jiangong. This lad is quite impatient, isn't he? Just yesterday we made contact, and today he sends someone to investigate? It appears I must showcase my skills today. Liang Manchang, having made up his mind, set off towards the Paolizi Ridge. The ridge lies in close proximity to the Kiligu observation tower, taking roughly an hour and a half to reach. Here, ferocious beasts are rare. Aside from the occasional stray leopard, it serves as a haven for roe deer. Chapter 178. A tripod of power. Liang Manchang loosened the tether of the moose, allowing it to roam freely. He also unfastened the rope of dog meat, whispering, Dog meat, you've been consuming bone-strengthening powder by the can these past few days. It's high time to put that strength to use. Find a foolish roe deer, and I shall reward you with a wild hare. Initially, Dog Meat believed they were here to confront fierce beasts, a perilous task, but was pleasantly surprised to learn it was merely to deal with a naive roe deer, prompting an excited reaction. Woof, woof. Dog Meat barked twice before dashing off. Heidonking and Xiao Jin, Liang Manchang's trump cards, were kept in reserve this time. especially Xiao Jin, who would not be unleashed unless absolutely necessary. Dog meat sped off, scouring the mountains for signs of a foolish roe deer. Approximately 10 minutes later, dog meat stumbled upon a pile of droppings resembling peanuts. Woof, woof. Liang Manchang crouched down, took a quick glance, and confirmed it to be roe deer feces. Well done. Dog meat. Charge. Dog meat barked excitedly and bolted ahead like a cannonball, weaving through the trees alongside Liang Manchang. After about another 10 minutes, dog meat suddenly slowed, pressing his nose to the ground to sniff around. Liang Manchang chambered around, his eyes wide open, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Indeed, 30 meters away, a pair of round, glistening eyes blinked curiously at him. How foolish. Liang Manchang intended to demonstrate his prowess, and the sooner he took down the naive roe deer, the more he could display his strength. Without hesitation, Liang Manchang raised his hunting rifle, aligning his sights on the roe deer's hindquarters. With keen perception and precise targeting, he gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! A flash of white on the roe deer's hindquarters appeared, and it collapsed instantly. Lai Fu, hold it. Fearing the roe deer might feign death, Liang Manchang commanded dog meat to secure it further. However, by the time dog meat dashed forward, the roe deer was thoroughly lifeless. Dog meat, it's dead. Stop showing your teeth and embarrassing yourself. Once Liang Manchang had uttered this, he drew his hunting knife, bled the roe deer, and hoisted it onto his shoulder, descending the mountain directly. Upon placing the roe deer onto the moose's back, he once again shared Heidonking's perspective. Indeed, the intermediary was lurking behind a bush, observing intently through binoculars. Since there was an audience, Liang Manchang decided to put on a performance. Alas, my luck is rather poor today. I only managed to hunt a single foolish roe deer. If it weren't for this predicament, I would have comfortably stayed home to gather my spoils without venturing into the mountains. With that, Liang Manchang executed a flawless aerial spin before landing gracefully. Let us head back. He climbed back onto the moose's back, instructing it to retrace their path out of the mountain. In his mind, the vision of the sea eagle was fixated on the man behind him. Should he be mistaken and this individual turn out to be a hired gun sent by Qian Dao, a single gunshot to his back would lead to his downfall. Liang Manchang urged the sea eagle to lower its altitude and focus on the man's face. By heavens, the resemblance was uncanny. This man bore an identical visage to Ma Jianjun, slanted eyes, a crooked nose, and the only thing missing was a scar. Upon closer inspection, this man was not merely an ordinary hunter. He carried a Type 56 rifle, but there was also a bulging black canvas bag slung over his shoulder, along with a golden compass hanging at his waist. Could it be that the bag contained a Luoyang shovel? Was this individual involved in armed excavation? As Liang scrutinized further, the man's demeanor and attire struck a familiar chord. Chui Wen. This individual bore an unmistakable likeness to Chui Wen. A sudden shock coursed through Liang, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. If this man was indeed affiliated with the Longjiang Society and dispatched by Wu Jiangong, it would imply that Wu Anbang and his son were collaborating with the Longjiang Society. Furthermore, Chui Wen's previous expedition into the mountains was similarly linked to the Wu father and son. This revelation would elucidate why the last operation to encircle the bandit Chui Wen had dispatched merely a handful of police officers to their doom, without mobilizing the militia. After all, the police chief, Li Weigua, had repeatedly reported and requested reinforcements, only to be rebuffed by Wu Anbang on grounds of uncertainty. Who, then, had delivered the tip-off to the county police station? Was there a rival competitor lurking in the shadows? A triad of forces? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Liang endeavored to unravel the connections. It seemed that Wu Anbang and his son were collaborating with the Longjiang Society to investigate the ancient tombs of the Jin dynasty in the Gold Panning Valley. Moreover, given that Chui Wen had excavated 7 tunnels, it was evident that he possessed knowledge of the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper, 6 truths, and 1 falsehood. Besides the Wu faction, there was another group opposing them, equally privy to the secrets of the Jin dynasty tombs, though their identities remained obscure. Having pieced together the puzzle, Liang exhaled deeply. Now, he needed to confirm one vital point, whether the individual covertly observing him was indeed sent by Wu Jiangong and was affiliated with the Longjiang Society. To validate this, Liang had to cultivate a favorable relationship with Wu Jiangong. Fortunately, he had refrained from harshly rebuking him yesterday. Had he driven him away, it would have been a significant loss. Nervously, Liang descended from the mountains, bringing the roe deer to the stall of Han Laosan at the commune. Third brother, do you want the roe deer? Of course, roasted roe deer meat is a delicacy, and it's the usual price. Is that agreeable? Very well, let us weigh it. After Han Laosan completed the transaction, he offered Liang a cigarette, and they stood chatting casually. Manchang, you appear unwell. Are you feeling ill? If so, you might consider visiting Liao Erlin. Liao Erlin? Isn't he a veterinarian? What of it? These days, people fare worse than the cattle and donkeys of the production team. Just observe, whether in a production team or as individuals, who dares mistreat the cattle and donkeys. They must work, yet their meals are never lacking. Aren't they treated better than humans? Liang found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, there exists no distinction between humans and cattle, after all. Those who populate the office buildings of the future are often referred to as such. Alas, third brother, is Liao Erlin truly as skilled in medicine as they say? Well, yes, if not for the fact that he has inadvertently caused the demise of a few individuals, he could indeed be considered an excellent physician. Liang Manchang remarked. By the way, third brother, I find myself in a bit of a financial bind. Should anyone require funds for items such as deer antlers, bear gallbladders, or tiger bones, please inform me. As long as the money is in place, I am willing to toil like a beast of burden. In need of money? Would you like me to lend you some? There is no necessity for that. Just keep an eye on this matter for me. Indeed, I am well aware of the situation. Upon concluding his words, Liang Manchang cast a glance at the triangular-eyed figure lingering at the commune before departing with a sense of relief. He secretly contemplated that since Liao Erlin was indeed a capable doctor and possessed considerable audacity, once Zhang Dabiao developed the veterinary aphrodisiac, entrusting it to Liao Erlin might yield promising results. The more Liang Manchang pondered this, the more he reveled in his own brilliance. Should this endeavor prove successful, he could very well become a deity in the hearts of men across the world. The following morning, while Liang Manchang indulged in a leisurely slumber at home, the sound of a jeep approached. Chapter 179. I long to hear its flight beep beep. Brother Manchang, a jeep has arrived outside. Liang Manchang roused himself, peering through the window to discover that it was none other than Wu Jiangong, prompting him to instruct Lu Jingqiu to conceal Xiaoing within the house. Manchang, we are heading into the mountains. Liang Manchang swiftly dashed out of the house, only to find Wu Jiangong blocking the doorway. Brother Wu, why do you arrive so early? I have yet to fully awaken. The early bird catches the worm. We must hasten into the mountains to procure some game and enhance our lives. Seeing Wu Jiangong clad in hunting attire, Liang Manchang realized he could not evade this expedition today. He turned to fetch his rifle and led the dog, Laifu, toward the vehicle. Manchang, what of your moose and the sea eagle? Liang Manchang squinted. The last time they met, the moose had been wandering outside, and the sea eagle was soaring through the skies. It appeared that the triangular-eyed individual was indeed affiliated with him. Alas, having the opportunity to ride in a jeep, who would still ride a moose? The sea eagle has been set free for a while and shall not return soon. Very well. Let us venture into the mountains with the three of us and the dog. 3 of us? Yes, I have a friend whom I shall introduce to you shortly. With that, Wu Jiangong led Liang Manchang to the side of the jeep and opened the passenger door. Their eyes met. Though the road through the martial world is long, I cannot forget your gaze. Wu Jiangong pointed to the man gripping the steering wheel and said to Liang Manchang, Brother Manchang, allow me to introduce you to Qin Gang. You may call him Gongzi. Gongzi nodded, managing a stiff smile that was even less pleasing than the paper bride of Ma Daji. Wu Jiangong was taken aback. Gongzi was the esteemed disciple of the Longjiang Society's leader, having diligently trained under him and emerged victorious among his peers, thus becoming the foremost authority on acupuncture within the society at a young age. Proud of his talents, he typically maintained a cool demeanor towards others, keeping a respectful distance. Wu Jiangong had never witnessed him smile at anyone before. This was a first. Had Liang Manchang known that his remarkable performance yesterday had robbed Gongzi of his inaugural smile, he might have felt as though he had swallowed a fly. After all, he held no interest whatsoever in seizing a man's first experience. Gongzi, this is Liang Manchang, the champion of the latest hunting competition in Xinjiang. I do not boast. This old master ridge is as familiar to him as the garden behind his home, allowing him to traverse it with ease. Liang Manchang grinned widely, fully embracing his true self and exposing the endearing clumsiness from his previous life. Hey, Brother Wu, while your words may be somewhat exaggerated, they do align closely with the truth, he stated. Gongzi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, heaven is fair. When one door closes, another inevitably opens. While the heavens endowed Liang Manchang with remarkable hunting skills, his intellect seemed to be woefully lacking in social graces. Wu Jiangwo winked at Gongzi. Haha. Gongzi, I've told you before, Brother Manchang speaks plainly and is a rare gem of a partner. Seeing Gongzi nod in agreement, Liang Manchang once again donned an innocuous expression. Partner? What kind of partnership? Wu Jiangwo hurriedly explained with a sheepish smile. Brother Manchang, What we mean by partner is that you accompany us up the mountain for hunting, receiving 30 yuan as daily compensation, and we will split the spoils equally. All right then. 30 yuan is no small amount. Does the Education Bureau earn that much? Wu Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback. Liang Manchang was rather bold to pose such a question. When men venture out, there are two inquiries one must avoid, whether one is married or in a relationship, and how much one earns monthly. Given this, it appeared that Liang Manchang was indeed a fitting partner, embodying the role of a laboring beast. Haha, 30 yuan is my monthly salary. How could I have that much? He replied. This money is provided by Gongzi. He is a relative from my wife's side, engaged in small business in Harbin. He came to experience hunting in our Xinjiang before the heavy snow seals the mountains. It's fortunate you know the mountains well, so we request your guidance. Liang Manchang nodded slightly. Gongzi must indeed be connected to Wu Jiangwo's wife's family. Otherwise, he could have easily fabricated a simpler excuse, claiming to be a friend, which would have sufficed. He wouldn't risk complicating matters by mentioning his wife's relatives. After all, the more one speaks, the more mistakes one makes. A novice? Gongzi furrowed his brow at Liang Manchang's somewhat disdainful expression. Liang Manchang's boldness was somewhat unsettling. Brother, though I do not often venture into the mountains, I am quite proficient with a firearm. Ah, then let us be off, Brother Wu. All right, let us go, Liang Manchang said, opening the car door to take the front passenger seat. As the door swung wide open, he noticed a cylindrical black canvas bag resting in the passenger seat. This was the very item Gongzi had carried when he followed him into the mountains. Liang Manchang surmised it was likely a Luoyang shovel. Suddenly, Gongzi's eyes widened, prompting Wu Jiangwo to quickly restrain Liang Manchang. Stay in the back with me, Manchang. It's more spacious. Liang Manchang glanced at Wu Jiangwo, who exhibited a hint of trepidation, and discerned that he held some loyalty towards Gongzi. Thus, he inferred that Gongzi was likely the leader responsible for this tomb raiding, with Cui Wen as his subordinate. However, he could not guarantee the accuracy of his assumption, as it remained merely conjecture. Upon noticing Wu Jianggong close the passenger door, Liang Manchang opened the rear door of the vehicle. Let's go, no problem. Off to the mountains. Liang Manchang settled into the back seat with his dog, Dog Meat, who was exuberantly bouncing around, thrilled to be riding in a jeep for the first time. Little Hai and Little Jean were left behind, but Dog Meat had secured his place. Was this not indicative of his status as Liang Manchang's top aide? A star in his own right. Pondering this, Dog Meat prepared to lick Liang Manchang with his yellowing tongue. However, as soon as Dog Meat opened his mouth, Liang Manchang chuckled and grasped his neck. Are you happy, Dog Meat? This is all thanks to your brother Wu. Otherwise, you'd have to run into the mountains on your own. Wu Jianggong's lips twitched. How had he become the elder brother of a dog? Manchang, I've noticed that other people's hunting dogs are typically Mongolian greyhounds or Evenki dogs, at the very least, a hefty northeastern dog. Why have you chosen a mutt? And it doesn't he even seem particularly bright. Liang Manchang adopted a serious expression, revealing an enigmatic demeanor. Brother Wu, you only see part of the picture. There's a method to my choices, indeed. I, Liang Manchang, am a rising star among hunters, a skilled tracker in Xinjiang, and the wealthiest in Tuanjia village. How could I settle for an ordinary mutt as my hunting companion? Wu Jianggong contemplated this and found his reasoning sound. A hunting dog is an invaluable ally for a hunter, akin to an additional firearm. For Liang Manchang to navigate the mountains with such ease and success, his dog must surely be of significant assistance. Brother Manchang, I am eager to hear more. Very well, indulge your curiosity, Liang Manchang replied, prompting Dog Meat to lift his tail, presenting his rear to Wu Jianggong. In times past, it was Dog Meat who sniffed others, but now he was the one to be sniffed. Wu Jianggong furrowed his brow, hesitantly bringing his nose closer. A deep inhalation resounded. The pungent aroma of aged excrement wafted through the air, reminiscent of a mixture of herbal remedies fermented for a year, sour and acrid. This scent curled like a serpent through Wu Jianggong's nostrils, invading his lungs. Manchang, it seems there is no difference in the smell? Indeed, no difference at all. As Liang Manchang finished speaking, the driver, Gotzi, was so startled he nearly swerved the steering wheel into the ditch. Wu Jianggong's face turned pale. If there was no difference, why should he be subjected to this? Was he being treated like a dog? Yet, mindful of the need to win over Liang Manchang, he swallowed back his outrage. Brother Manchang, what is the reasoning behind this? Liang Manchang replied, the primary reason I value Dog Meat lies in the fact that he is not just an ordinary mutt. Oh, Wu Jianggong raised an eyebrow. Dog Meat is, in fact, a watchdog. Wu Jianggong frowned. Had Liang Manchang's mind been muddled? Wasn't it the simplest thing for a mutt to serve as a watchdog? Why is that? Liang Manchang wore an expression of exasperation. Can't you see? The reason I had you sniff his rear was that he willingly raised it. The dog's posterior is indeed its most vulnerable spot, easily exposed. Yet does it not signify a bond of trust and mutual understanding? Why? Because it has served as a guardian for many years, capable of comprehending human speech. Regardless of how intricate my commands may be, it executes them flawlessly. The expression on Wu Jinggong's face conveyed an understanding of this revelation. I had always suspected that Brother Manchang would not allow me to sniff the dogs behind without reason. Liang Manchang chuckled. He had just experienced a moment of inspiration. Under normal circumstances, Liang Manchang had no intention of revealing the fragrant allure of the dog meat. After all, even the most timid dog possesses an exquisitely keen sense of smell. Grabbing the steering wheel, Gongzi eased off the accelerator and glanced into the rearview mirror, saying, "Manchang, what level of complexity are we talking about?" "Absolutely any level," Liang Manchang replied confidently. After all, the dog meat had been steeped in the ambience of the space for quite some time, and given their prolonged collaboration, they could understand relatively complex commands, even without the aid of a beast pet contract pill. "All right then, let us see a demonstration." Liang Manchang hesitated, casting a glance at Wu Jiangong. "Brother Wu, since Gongzi is eager to witness, why not show him a trick?" "Fine, I initially intended to keep a low profile," Liang Manchang said as he loosened his grip on the dog's collar, instructing, "Dog meat, first nod your head 3 times at each of us, then turn around in place. Lick your own behind, and finally give Brother Wu a kiss." Before Wu Jiangong could protest, dog meat excitedly complied with Liang Manchang's commands. Just as dog meat extended its yellow and black tongue, Wu Jiangong firmly grasped its neck. All right, I get it." Gongzi's brow relaxed. Today, he felt as if he had gained a new perspective. This dog indeed appeared to be a remarkable companion. As the chief disciple of the Longjiang Association, he had encountered countless excellent hunting dogs, yet he had never seen one as astute as dog meat, engaging in the perilous endeavor of tomb raiding. Despite his own expertise in finding hidden treasures, he recognized that even the best of us can falter. If he could have a hunting dog that understood his commands to scout ahead, it would undoubtedly enhance both safety and efficiency significantly. While each pondered their thoughts, the jeep had already come to a halt in front of the Chiligo lookout tower. "Brother Wu, Zhang Dabiao in the lookout tower is an old acquaintance of mine. Let us park here, pay a 5 yuan parking fee, and have him watch our vehicle." Upon hearing the 5 yuan charge, Wu Jiangong's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of incredulity. Were they to be taken for fools? 5 yuan? That's outrageous. In the county's donkey cart parking lot, the fee is only 2 dimes, including a meal for the donkey. Liang Manchang shook his head. "Is it expensive?" "Not at all. This is not the county, this is Lao Yiling." "So what if it's Lao Yiling? Isn't there more space to park freely?" "Brother Wu, I see that your 212 Jeep is quite new, likely just purchased. If it were to be damaged by wild animals or struck by passing donkey carts, you would incur a substantial loss," Liang Manchang concluded as he glanced at Gongzi. The various departments in the new city are equipped with Jeep vehicles, all ostensibly belonging to the public sector. Yet the head of the Education Bureau holds no authority to commandeer them. Moreover, given the cunning nature of his father, Wu Anbong, it is highly improbable that he would lend his vehicle for the sake of his son, Wu Jiangong. Furthermore, most of the 212 Jeeps in the new city are rather outdated. Thus, this pristine 212 Jeep must belong to Gongzi. Nodding, Gongzi retrieved 5 yuan from his pocket. "Manchang, could you please give a nod?" Liang Manchang nodded and, taking the money, called out to Zhang Dapio, who was watching the commotion from the lookout tower. "Dapio, come down." "Manchang, I thought another thrill-seeking leader was in that Jeep, but it turns out to be you. What's the matter? Am I not worthy of riding in a Jeep?" Dapio exclaimed. He descended the ladder and hurried over. "This is the parking fee from a generous patron. Take it and keep an eye on it, so it doesn't get scratched." Upon hearing this, Zhang Dapio was pleasantly surprised. The hunters venturing into the mountains often left their donkey carts, horse carts, and deer carts near his lookout tower, but typically, they would only offer a few cigarettes as a token of gratitude, with cash being a rare occurrence. He had never encountered anyone who directly handed over 5 yuan. Zhang Dapio understood that this was undoubtedly a stroke of luck, thanks to Liang Manchang. With a mischievous grin, he thought it easy to pocket 5 yuan. "Thank you, Manchang. If only I had as much mischief in me as you," Liang Manchang replied. "Dapio, how is your recipe coming along?" "It's progressing steadily. When will you bring the dog meat?" "I'd like to give it another try. It should be fine this time." "All right then, I won't charge you this time. Consider it a sponsorship." After Liang Manchang finished speaking, he waved his hand, leading the dog meat, along with Wu Jiangong and Gongzi, into the mountains. Wu Jiangong held a hunting rifle, while Gongzi carried a Type 56 rifle. With a cylindrical canvas bag slung over his back and a small round cloth pouch hanging from his waist, it seemed likely he was equipped with a Luoyang shovel and a compass. Was this young man perhaps hoping to seize an opportunity to dig a few shovels? Why the urgency? Liang Manchang calculated that there were at most 10 to 15 days before the snowfall. Once heavy snow sealed the mountains, not only would the dangers multiply, but they would also be more easily exposed. After all, even seasoned hunters would refrain from entering the mountains unless absolutely necessary. Let alone these two novices. Brother Wu, Gongzi, what are your plans for today? Anything goes, you decide. This is my first time at Liaoyiling. It would be best to hunt a sick deer, but roe deer and rabbits would suffice. Very well, let us proceed gradually. Chapter 181. Discovery of the green lamb. Liang Manchang led the way with the dog meat's leash in hand, while Wu Jiangong and Gongzi walked alongside him. The three of them nearly parallel. The hay-donking in the sky occasionally provided Liang Manchang with a vantage point, ensuring his safety in the open terrain. After 2 hours of walking, they arrived at the mouth of the Elk Valley. Brother Wu, Gongzi, this is the Elk Valley of Liaoyiling. Since we intend to hunt sick deer, let us venture into the valley. All right, we'll follow your lead. Wu Jiangong licked his lips in anticipation. After all, for him, if he could assess Liang Manchang's true level while also procuring some deer blood and antlers to bolster his health, it would be akin to killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In the Elk Valley, there are relatively few large trees, mostly low shrubs. So after flying back and forth a couple of times, the hawk had a general idea. Perhaps due to the recent surge in hunting activity, there were no signs of elk, moose, or even sick deer within the valley. However, at the end of the Elk Valley, near the rocky northern slopes, he discovered a group of 7 or 8 blue sheep, diligently licking the stones. The blue sheep, also known as the Chinese goral, are not large, weighing around 20 to 30 kilograms, yet their meat is exquisite. In a few decades, they might even be classified as a protected species. Liang Manchang licked his lips. Since his rebirth, he had only tasted mutton once, and it paled in comparison to the blue sheep he had fortuitously savored in his previous life. If he could hunt a blue sheep, it would be delightful to freeze it in the heavenly refrigerator of Li Yuanchao and prepare it as hot lamb rolls. The mere thought quickened Liang Manchang's pace, urging his hunting dog to move forward. Wu Jiangong and Gongzi were perplexed as they observed Liang Manchang almost jogging ahead. According to their understanding of hunting, one should walk slowly while observing to avoid startling the prey and to evade attacks from large animals. Brother Manchang, why are you hurrying? Is there no worthy prey nearby? That's right. What do you mean? How do you know? The dog told me. Liang Manchang playfully kicked the dog, causing it to yelp in surprise. It told you? Is that even a thing? It's a union of man and dog, a meeting of minds. With that, Liang Manchang continued to stride forward. The Elk Valley stretches over 10 kilometers, but fortunately, the low shrubs did not impede the trio's movement significantly. By 3 in the afternoon, the 3 hunters reached a point 500 meters from the barren rocks. Liang Manchang took out his binoculars and scanned the rocky area. The blue sheep were still licking the stones to replenish their mineral intake, but only 5 remained, 3 adults and 2 young ones. Brother Wu, Gongzi, look. Blue sheep. Initially, they thought Liang Manchang's claims of a harmonious bond with his dog were mere bravado, but once they raised their binoculars to the rocks, they were left speechless. Goral? What a fine creature. Manchang, did your hunting dog sniff them out? I can't say for sure, but it was eagerly leading the way, and I simply followed it. It's accurate about 8 times out of 10. What an excellent hunting dog. The trio loaded their bullets and began to stealthily approach the sheep. Fearing that they might startle the animals by getting too close, they slowed their pace, taking half an hour to close in to around 70 to 80 meters. Brother Wu, as the elder, how do you suggest we proceed? Crouching on the ground, Wu Jiangong raised his binoculars, spotted the 3 adults and 2 young ones, and said, "Let us each take down an adult. The young ones 1 yield much meat." Agreed. After Wu Jiangong finished speaking, he raised his hunting rifle. Liang Manchang smirked slightly. It seemed that Wu Jiangong was merely along for the ride, unaware even of the effective range of his rifle, whether it be deer bullets or sand pellets. Striking a target 80 meters away feels akin to the playful spray of a water gun, scarcely more than a mere tickle. Observing Gongzi's silence, Liang Manchang speculated inwardly. Perhaps in Gongzi's eyes, Wu Jiangwo was merely a frivolous drunkard whose reminders were of little consequence. Yet, Liang Manchang resolved to advise Wu Jiangwo, for the likelihood of forging a bond with the astute and cunning Gongzi seemed far less promising. Thus, he delivered a hearty slap to Wu Jiangwo's elbow, nearly sending him tumbling. Wu Jiangwo glanced down, shooting a sharp glare at Liang Manchang, tinged with irritation. What the devil? Wu, what kind of ammunition are you using? Deer bullets? You haven't switched them since entering the mountains. The effective range of deer bullets is merely 30 to 40 meters. The blue sheep are 80 meters away. The iron pellets will barely reach them. Wu Jiangwo's face flushed crimson. This was his inaugural venture into hunting. Although he had previously handled a shotgun, it had been nothing more than a pastime. Whatever ammunition others provided, he simply loaded it. His prior hunts had only involved rabbits and wild chickens, typically at distances of 20 or 30 meters. In his excitement, he had completely overlooked his own limitations. That daunting distance rendered any shot he might take inaccurate, regardless of the range. Thank you, Brother Manchang. He then cast a sidelong glance at the inscrutable Gongzi. The trio advanced another 50 meters, entering a range of 30 meters. And each found a suitable position. Bang, bang, bang. The three fired almost simultaneously, resulting in the downfall of 2 out of 3 adult blue sheep. While the one on the far right, belonging to Gongzi, darted away in a flash. Liang Manchang furrowed his brow, having observed Gongzi's grip and shooting stance. It was apparent he was an experienced marksman. Furthermore, Gongzi's calloused hands hinted at years of handling firearms. It seemed that Gongzi was intent on testing his shooting prowess. Given this, it would be remiss not to showcase his skills. I hit it. I hit it. Wu Jiangwo exclaimed, exuberantly flailing his arms. Wu, there's still one left. I'm going after it, Liang Manchang declared, charging forth with dog meat. Dog meat's eagerness to advance suggested he perceived Gongzi as a greater threat than the blue sheep, deeming it riskier to remain behind. Fueled by newfound confidence, Wu Jiangwo prepared to load another deer bullet into his chamber and rush out, only to be firmly restrained by Gongzi. Don't go. Witness Liang Manchang's capabilities. Wu Jiangwo, displaying a hint of displeasure, shrugged off Gongzi's grip. Did you not witness it yesterday? 1 shot, 1 kill. The distance is too far. I couldn't see clearly. Gongzi, you are decent in many respects. Yet you harbor unwarranted suspicions, always believing others to be nefarious, with ulterior motives. Consider this. No matter how untrustworthy Liang Manchang may be, can he truly match the villainy of Chen Gang from Longjianghui? He possesses not an ounce of humanity. Chen Gang remained silent. Having emerged from a tumultuous background of orphans, he had long been acquainted with deception and betrayal, where friendships were mere stepping stones. The lives of strangers held no more value to him than weeds, let alone the illusions of affection and trust. Let us not delay the matter at hand. Chapter 182. You have no friends. Wu Jiangong was about to retort, but upon seeing the loaded 56 rifle in Gongzi's hands, he fell silent. Very well. Let us witness Liang Manchang's skills. However, let me speak candidly as someone who has experienced this. The truth is, you have no friends. Gongzi remained unperturbed. He had once felt sorrow and loneliness from a lack of companionship, but his master had enlightened him that few traverse the path to success. And solitude and loneliness are merely the flowers that bloom along the roadside. Thus, he gradually accepted the notion of solitary journeys. His heart as cold as the knife used for fish at Yonghui supermarket. Let us go, follow me. After speaking, Gongzi hoisted the 56 rifle and pursued, with Wu Jiangong closely trailing behind. Liang Manchang was agile, darting between the rocks with the nimbleness of a chamois. Although the dog meat appeared somewhat awkward among the stones, it managed to keep pace. Approximately 3 minutes later, the blue sheep sprinted onto the grassland, 100 meters away, displaying remarkable agility. Liang Manchang halted, swiftly raising the 56 rifle and aiming at the blue sheep. Both Lingxi's keen eyesight and the anchor point sniper fired in unison. Within 100 meters, the shot was both swift and precise. Bang! The bullet was discharged with a resounding crack, striking the blue sheep squarely in the hip joint. The blue sheep collapsed in response. After 3 minutes of intense exertion, Gongzi quickly adjusted his breathing and executed the shooting action within 2 seconds, accurately hitting a moving target. Gongzi questioned himself. He could not achieve such a feat. Wu Jiangong couldn't help but grin, patting Gongzi's arm. What do you think? Did I judge him correctly? Such marksmanship can't be achieved without years of training, can it? How long has Liang Manchang been practicing? To my knowledge, about half a year, I suppose. Moreover, he previously used a hunting rifle and only switched to the 56 rifle 2 months ago. Gongzi inhaled sharply. Just 2 months. What astonishing talent. Within the Longjiang community, numerous skilled marksmen existed, and Gongzi had inquired about their secrets. Yet, the answers were uniformly singular. Talent, ample ammunition, and relentless practice, each one indispensable. However, given Liang Manchang's family circumstances, it seemed unlikely that he had the means to shoot until his hands ached every day. Thus, Achieving such proficiency in merely 2 months was indicative of extraordinary talent. Let us hope he becomes our friend. Absolutely. Did you not hear him call me Brother Wu time and again? Such sweet words. Wu Jiangong exclaimed as he dashed forward, waving at Liang Manchang, who had his back turned to the blue sheep. Brother Manchang, your marksmanship is impressive. You can certainly compete with me. Haha. Come, let us return home for some mutton. Liang Manchang replied, shouldering the blue sheep and returning to the rocky outcrop. Wu Jiangong and Gongzi were novices in the mountains and had not exerted themselves in hunting the blue sheep. So Liang Manchang took charge, draining the blood and eviscerating the 2 blue sheep. While the 2 were distracted, he discreetly tossed the entrails into the spatial realm, offering a treat to Xiao Jin. Manchang, aren't you going to process that one? No need. I'm strong. This blue sheep is nothing. Gongzi nodded, refraining from further conversation, and effortlessly lifted the blue sheep, striding purposefully towards the exit of the Elk Valley. It is now past 1 o'clock, and there are still several kilometers of mountainous roads to traverse. Should we delay? By the time night falls, the blue goat and the 3 of them may well become a feast for wild beasts. Brother Manchang. Liang Manchang comprehended in an instant, shouldering his prized blue goat with one hand, securing the 4 hooves firmly around its neck. He then lowered his head to grasp Wu Jiangwo's blue goat and the 56 half in his other hand. Brother Wu, let us proceed. Ah, Brother Manchang. From this moment forth, you are my true brother, Wu Jiangwo declared, casting a glance at Gangzi, who stood 20 meters away. How could the disparity between individuals be so vast? The 3 hastened their pace and, just before the lamb descended the mountain, returned to the 7-mile valley lookout tower. Zhang Dapio, leaning against the jeep, approached eagerly upon seeing their bountiful harvest. Manchang, what splendid luck you have. You managed to hunt a blue goat? In my years at this lookout tower, I've seen no more than a handful of hunters succeed in that endeavor. Hee. Indeed, luck was on our side. However, it was Brother Wu's prowess that shone through. He managed to catch a blue goat on his very first venture into the mountains. Wu Jiangwo puffed out his chest with pride. Liang Manchang, though humorous, only served to underscore the veracity of his words. It seemed his hunting talent was undeniable. Oh, it was merely a small test of skill. Gangzi, with a stoic expression, placed the blue goat onto the vehicle, as did Liang Manchang. Manchang, your hunting dog is impressive. Might I borrow it for a couple of days? I assure you, it will not be without compensation. 10 yuan per day. Liang Manchang furrowed his brow slightly, realizing Gangzi had set his sights on dog meat. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dapio immediately perked up, exclaiming, 10 yuan a day? That's 30 yuan a month, and 3,000 yuan a year. Liang Manchang chuckled. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Though the dog is timid, it remains remarkably loyal to Liang Manchang. Loyalty is a virtue in the workplace. After all, anyone who secures a position in a company is likely capable, albeit perhaps slightly less efficient or of lower quality. Thus, it is often wiser to rely on one's own trusted companions rather than on others who may possess slightly superior skills. At least, until they have fully developed their wings, they will not turn against him. Hence, he raised his right hand and shook his head. No, I regard the dog as a brother. I cannot sell its body and soul for a mere 10 yuan a day. Gangzi glanced at Wu Jiangwo, signaling him to intercede and plead for leniency. Wu Jiangwo, with a resigned furrow of his brow, remarked, one should advance with those who can be utilized, not with those who cannot. You appeared quite dashing striding forward earlier. Why now seek assistance? Nonetheless, out of respect for the Longjiang society, Liang Manchang spoke up. Brother Manchang, Gangzi is from my wife's family. Could you extend him a favor? If the price does not suit you, feel free to negotiate further, as Gangzi is not short on funds. Wu Jiangwo added, giving Gangzi a knowing wink. Right, Gangzi. Gangzi's expression darkened at once. Although he had been instructed by his master before arriving in the new city that he could spend freely as long as he found the Jin dynasty ancient tomb, his money was not easily come by. Every coin was earned through hard work. No one would ever disdain money, nor would anyone willingly present themselves as a fool, ready to be exploited. Wu Jiangwo is truly a scoundrel. He presumed that a mere 10 yuan per day was an exorbitant sum, one that would surely make Liang Manchang eagerly present his hunting dog, filled with gratitude. To his astonishment, Liang resolutely declined. Who exactly is this Liang Manchang? Is he truly so obstinate? Engaging in emotional negotiations is one thing, but to regard a beast as a brother? Is this not a farce? However, after casting a glance at the seemingly wise dog meat, Gongzi nodded with determination. Fine, 15 yuan a day. It is not merely about the money. My hunting dog has not left my side for even half a day. 20 yuan. Truly, it is not about the money. Chapter 183. The blossoming of plastic friendships. Upon finishing his statement, Liang Manchang squatted down, wrapping his arms around the dog's neck. Brother Wu, do we not resemble biological siblings? Wu Jiangwo, upon hearing this, earnestly scrutinized both Liang and the dog, stroking his chin as he remarked, indeed, there is a semblance. Could it be that you share the same father but different mothers? Liang's face darkened. Brother Wu, I refer to our bond. Our feelings are akin to those of brothers, not our appearances. If you wish to employ dog meat, then you must also hire me. We come as a package for 50 yuan a day. Gongzi's expression instantly turned frosty at this proposition. 50 yuan was not beyond his acceptance. If he could pry open a Jin dynasty tomb and casually extract an antique, it could be worth tens of thousands. Yet, what he required was an obedient beast to explore the tombs alongside him. Having a person with him was a different matter altogether. Although he had Wu Jiangwo's assurance, he still could not fully trust Liang Manchang, unless absolutely necessary. He could not bring him into the tomb. Brother Manchang, how about I hire you monthly? 600 yuan a month? Liang Manchang quickly shook his head. He feared that if hired by the day, dog meat might fall victim to Gongzi. Monthly hire was out of the question. Gongzi harbored similar intentions, planning to breach the Jin dynasty tomb within a month and then roast the dog meat afterward. No, perhaps not. Instead, you might inquire with Zhang Dabiao, who specializes in training hunting dogs and has several fine specimens. Upon hearing that Liang Manchang was referring him for business, Zhang's eyes gleamed with excitement. Who says plastic friendships cannot bear fruit? Here it is. Ask me, I have hunting dogs. Gongzi studied the shrewd Zhang Dabiao and hesitantly inquired, can you train dogs? Absolutely. Zhang replied, boss, what kind of hunting dog do you desire? Mongolian hounds, Orkin dogs, Northeast big clumsy dogs, wolf blue dogs. Everything you need is available. Moreover, I have a secret to share. What is it? Our hunting dogs are relatives of dog meat. Really? Do they share a bloodline? Without a doubt. If you don't believe me, ask Manchang. Gongzi turned to Liang Manchang, who nodded sincerely. A day of marriage brings 100 days of affection. Liang Manchang and Zhang Dabiao's hunting dogs had interacted multiple times. Surely, it could be deemed a marital bond, even if only fleeting. Seeing Liang Manchang nod in earnestness, Gongzi declared, very well, then show me what you have. I desire a hunting dog that will obey commands absolutely. Whether it can track or catch prey is of little consequence. Liang Manchang became intrigued. If a hunting dog cannot pursue or capture game, can it still be deemed a hunting dog? Is it merely intended to be a compliant subordinate? Is this preparation for a grave? While Liang Manchang was lost in thought, Zhang Dabiao began to showcase the fruits of his training. 2 awanky dogs stood side by side before him. Sit, stand, run in circles, jump over the wall. Zhang Dabiao truly lived up to his reputation as a renowned dog trainer in the region. While other hunting dogs could only comprehend monosyllabic commands, such as luo luo, hu hu, ba ba, and chu chu, Zhang Dabiao had already begun training his dogs with 2-syllable words. Indeed, Gongzi and Wu Jiangong were exceedingly pleased with the 2 awanky dogs, for they appeared far more formidable than mere dog meat. Fine, 500 yuan each. 500 yuan for a month's rental? 500 yuan each, sell them to me. Zhang Dabiao examined the dogs, acknowledging the significant disparity among them. Ultimately, he conceded that despite the price being considerably lower than dog meat, he had initially intended to sell them for 200 or 300 yuan each, which had now doubled. Very well, then, let us settle the payment and take them away. Gongzi swiftly approached the vehicle, retrieving a brown paper bag and tossing it to Zhang Dabiao. Count it. Zhang Dabiao, appearing unfazed, counted 3 times until the others yawned in boredom, finally handing the leash of the hunting dog to Gongzi. All settled, then. As dusk fell, Liang Manchang and his companions boarded their vehicle and headed towards Tuanjiatan. Once they exited Laoi Ridge, Gongzi exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Jiangong through the rearview mirror. Ahem. Wu Jiangong's expression shifted. His previously relaxed posture suddenly stiffened, and he sat upright. Manchang, could you enlighten us about Laoi Ridge? Very well. That 30 yuan should not go to waste. Laoi Ridge is quite expansive, featuring 2 forestry farms, over a dozen lookout towers, and several surrounding villages. Walking inward from the Chili Gorge lookout tower, one can pass by Roe Deer Ridge, Elk Valley, and Bear Gulch. Further in lies Wolf Head Mountain and Gold Panning Valley. Upon finishing his explanation, Liang Manchang discreetly assessed Gongzi and Wu Jiangong. Gongzi maintained a steady demeanor, though his eyelid twitched slightly. However, it was evident that Wu Jiangong lacked composure, his smile blooming like a flower. Gold Panning Valley. Is there actual gold within? When can you take us to see it? Liang Manchang chuckled. There is gold. Some have found it, but I cannot divulge more. Whether anyone has ventured into the mountains, I cannot say. But that is simply its name. If you wish to enter Gold Panning Valley, you must do so on your own. No amount of money will grant you access. What is the matter, Manchang? Is there a story behind Gold Panning Valley? Whether there is or not, I cannot say. However, before I die, I was warned repeatedly while being pulled by my ear not to enter Gold Panning Valley, as it is said to be heavy with negative energy. My ancestors were consumed there, or so the family lore goes. Gongzi's eyes narrowed slightly, resembling a cunning fox that has discovered its prey. Could it be that Liang Manchang's ancestors were also hunters? As one ventures into the Golden Valley, one might either stumble upon an ancient tomb or discover exquisite porcelain and jade artifacts, only to be met with the deadly traps hidden within the tomb. Upon reflection, it seems far more plausible that the latter scenario occurred. After all, his ancestors purchased one-way tickets into the Golden Valley with no hope of return. Who, then, would dare bring such a familial decree back home? What truly transpired with Manchang? Do enlighten us. My father always warned that the Golden Valley is a place that devours the unwary, and one must never enter recklessly. Initially, I was skeptical, but I have since been convinced. What is the situation? The last time I ventured into the mountains for a hunt, I witnessed a team of law enforcement carrying 2 corpses down from the mountain. Upon inquiry, I learned they had perished within the Golden Valley. After Liang Manchang recounted this, he distinctly felt the vehicle sway. Although it quickly righted itself, it was evident that Gongzi had abruptly jerked the steering wheel. A glance ahead revealed Gongzi's fingers gripping the wheel, turning pale. Clearly, he was struggling to maintain his composure. Liang Manchang began to piece things together. It appeared that Gongzi indeed had a connection to Chui Wan, and their relationship was not merely superficial, possibly even akin to that of close companions. Liang Manchang's deductions were swiftly affirmed. The Longjiang authorities were fixated on the ancient tombs of the Jin dynasty, dispatching Chui Wan and Gongzi to the new city for tomb raiding. They had already uncovered the secrets of the Big Dipper tomb, yet had failed to pinpoint the locations of any of its celestial bodies. So, who was it that penned the denunciation to the county police? Chapter 184, a play on contrasts? Manchang, did those 2 perish? Liang Manchang nodded vigorously. Each body bore countless bullet wounds, lifeless beyond any hope of revival. Their condition utterly deplorable. Gongzi trembled at the revelation. Chui Wan was one of his few acquaintances, though Chui Wan had a boisterous personality, frequently seeking to assert dominance, a stark contrast to Gongzi. This very difference had sparked the flame of their friendship. Gongzi excelled in locating treasure, while Chui Wan was proficient in marksmanship and combat. They had been tasked by their leader to venture into the Golden Valley in search of the Jin dynasty tomb. During their last escapade in the Golden Valley, a sudden raid by the police had disrupted their plans. They had intended to leave behind an inconsequential, portly individual to cover their retreat, but unexpectedly, Chui Wan, frustrated from his daily excavations, volunteered to assist the portly one, armed with a firearm. Unfortunately, his penchant for mischief led to a disastrous outcome, resulting not only in his demise, but also in the loss of the crucial map. Gongzi, what troubles you? Were you close to those 2? What else with that expression? Gongzi found himself at a loss for words. Liang Manchang was indeed quite audacious. Could such matters be directly addressed? Even among friends, would one dare to admit such a connection? I don't know them, he replied coldly. The 3 frigid words further solidifying Liang Manchang's belief that Chui Wan and Gongzi were in league together. In any case, I shall not venture into the Golden Valley. Gongzi collected his thoughts, striving to maintain a casual and steady tone as he spoke. Manchang, I noticed your family has constructed 3 grand-tiled houses. Surely your father left you a considerable inheritance? A mere feather. It would be a blessing to have been spared from famine, let alone expect a family fortune. To spare you the embarrassment, when my father passed, he left behind 3 dilapidated houses and a pile of junk, enough to fill a cabinet, all of which I have discarded. A moment of surprise struck Gongzi. Is there really something of value? If Liang Manchang's ancestors had discovered an ancient tomb in the mountains, they would most likely have left behind clues. If their descendants were fortunate enough to connect with the ancient tomb from the Jin dynasty and acquire some skills, they could potentially unearth treasures, taking away a few items and achieving financial freedom. However, why did Liang Manchang discard it? Could it be that this foolish fellow failed to perceive the significance? Manchang, where did you throw it? I can't recall clearly. I only kept a few items and sold off the rest. Gongzi, feeling a bit reckless, attempted to sound casual. I usually enjoy collecting antiques, like candlesticks and porcelain. Oh, I'll look for some later, and you can buy them at a high price, right? Sure, we'll discuss it then. Liang Manchang nodded, his mind clear as day. Did Gongzi think he possessed a treasure map? It seems he needs to find an opportunity to procure a map and make a handsome profit off Gongzi. After all, this fellow considered himself clever, yet in reality, he was simple-minded with a surplus of money. As the three conversed, they arrived at Tuanjiatan. Liang Manchang unloaded the intact green goat from the vehicle and requested 30 yuan as a service fee before waving goodbye to Gongzi and Wu Jiangong. Manchang, we'll take our leave now. Once these 2 goats are finished, I'll come back to treat you. All right, 30 yuan a day. As long as the payment is settled, I don't mind working hard. Once the 212 jeep drove away, Lu Jingxiu emerged from the house, cradling Xiaoying. Brother Manchang, you're back? Yes, I caught a large green goat. We'll have mutton for dinner tonight. After saying this, Liang Manchang skinned the goat and proceeded to gut it. The liver would be stir-fried, the kidneys sautéed, while the intestines and stomach would simmer in soup. As for the large chunks of meat, he would trim them off and freeze them in Li Yuanchao's refrigerator for future meals when the weather turned cold. Liang Manchang divided the ribs and goat scorpions into 4 portions, preparing to give one each to Zhao Fushun, Li Xiaolu, and Li Yuanchao. By 8 o'clock that evening, the goat offal soup was ready. The fragrant, delectable soup was adorned with a sprinkle of scallions, making it particularly tantalizing. Liang Manchang lifted a large bowl, gently blowing on it to disperse a thin layer of goat fat that floated to the side. The subtle aroma wafted into his nostrils, sending a shiver of anticipation through him. With a slurp, the piping hot soup swirled around his mouth before sliding down his throat, materializing a profound sense of satisfaction and happiness. Liang Manchang placed the bowl down contentedly and picked up a piece of goat's stomach with his chopsticks, savoring it. The chewy texture of the stomach instantly intensified the flavor of the soup, a wave of warmth rising from his stomach to his forehead. After finishing the bowl, he found beads of sweat forming on his brow. Ah, that was delightful. I'll have another bowl. The next morning, before dawn broke, Liang Manchang set out with the deer cart, finding a secluded spot to pile it high with wild chickens, ducks, rabbits, and various fish. Xiaomei, once I find time in the next couple of days, I'll head to the rocky areas behind the Elk Valley to catch some green goats and bring you a couple of Northwest-style sheepskin coats. Without waiting for Xiaomei to respond, Liang Manchang drove the donkey cart to the commune. After he finished devouring 4 substantial meat buns, he finally spotted Li Xiaolu approaching gracefully. Since the troubling matters at home had dissipated, Qian Xiaoni had become increasingly cheerful and vivacious, her mood improving day by day, exuding a captivating charm from within. Oh, Sister Xiaolu, you fortunate souls with your iron rice bowls have it easy. I've been bustling about for hours while you just waltz into work, he remarked. What are you saying? If I had known you were coming to the supply and marketing cooperative, I would have camped out at the entrance waiting for you yesterday. She laughed in reply. Having finished his jest, Liang Manchang handed over the lamb chops and lamb spine from his deer cart to Li Xiaolu, casually adding a wild chicken and a wild duck to the mix. Let us start with the lamb. The chicken and duck can be kept for a couple of days. Li Xiaolu blushed at his generosity. Her brother frequently brought her food and drink without expecting anything in return, leaving her at a loss for how to reciprocate. Oh, just enjoy the lamb. There's no need for the chicken and duck, she responded. Come on, it's not just for you. Xiaoni loves to eat. And you and brother-in-law are merely benefiting from her good fortune, Liang Manchang replied, urging the deer cart toward the county town. Arriving at the courtyard of Tianshang Renjian around 10 in the morning, Liang Manchang jingled the bells on the cart. The sound echoed, Li Yuanchao. Come collect the goods. Li Yuanchao jogged out, noticing Liang Manchang's cold demeanor, and patted him on the shoulder. What's wrong? Did you take the wrong medicine? Annoyed, Liang Manchang swatted Li Yuanchao's hand away. Who are you touching? Keep your hands to yourself. Li Yuanchao, suspicious, glanced at Liang Manchang before summoning his crew to unload the cart. Oh, that lamb isn't for you, Liang Manchang said as he rushed inside. Once they reached a secluded spot, he whispered, Yuanchao, fame brings trouble. I've been under scrutiny lately. So, I've been telling everyone that I'm your business partner and that you've been swindling me by receiving a year's worth of free supplies. Li Yuanchao, upon hearing this, sprang up in alarm. Are you tarnishing my reputation, Liang Manchang? I've been sneezing for no reason lately. It seems you're behind this. I value my reputation highly. Your actions make it difficult for me to cooperate. Yuanchao, I acknowledge your concern for your reputation. And I've brought you lamb spine and lamb chops to compensate, Liang Manchang reassured him. Li Yuanchao tossed the lamb chops and spine onto the counter. Friend, are these lamb chops really so valuable? No way, you must increase the price. All right, next time I'll bring you 2 flying dragons. Does that suffice? Flying dragons are rare. After all, Liang Manchang offered. Li Yuanchao pouted but reluctantly nodded. Fine, I'll agree for your sake. But once this matter is resolved, You must publicly restore my reputation, and I expect no less than the flying dragons. Understood. I'll keep this matter in mind, Liang Manchang promised. Liang Manchang, having concluded his words, took the money and bill handed over by the accountant, and with a swift motion, strode towards the exit. Aren't you going to sit? What for? I must return to the commune, he replied, hastening outside with the deer cart. Simultaneously, he summoned the hawk, guiding it to soar above and survey the surroundings. Indeed, it was not long after departing from the paradise of the heavens that Gongzi and Wu Anbong entered the courtyard. These two were remarkably cautious. Along the way, Liang Manchang tossed a basket of fish onto the deer cart, thoroughly clearing out his inventory. He intended to visit the police station to cultivate a rapport with Zhou Jinhui, for the bonds between men also require nurturing. Some individuals drift apart over time, often due to their increasing busyness and dwindling communication. Liang Manchang halted the deer cart before the police station and, employing his hoarse voice, bellowed, "Director Zhou, I have come to bring you a gift." The officers at the station were taken aback, witnessing such an audacious display of gift-giving, and they paused to gawk and whisper among themselves. After approximately half a minute, Zhou Jinhui rushed over, visibly flustered. "Liang Manchang, what are you doing? Why the commotion over a gift?" "Haha, if I were to be discreet, it would seem rather suspicious. Rest assured, this gift is not for you personally. It is for our police station's canteen, to provide an extra dish for our comrades." Zhou Jinhui, upon hearing this, moved to the side of the deer cart and peered into the large basket. The fish within, as lively as if freshly caught, flopped about energetically. Well, you have great awareness, knowing to treat the people's police to extra fare. Of course. After all, I am an external expert, considered half a comrade. All right, that statement holds merit. You are indeed more than just a half-comrade. Liang Manchang chuckled softly, reflecting on the term comrade, which in his time held its literal meaning, unlike in later years when it evolved into a term bearing different connotations. What are you lingering for? Call someone to unload the goods. Since I have no plans for the evening, I might as well enjoy a meal here, and perhaps you could arrange some entertainment for me. Zhou Jinhui felt a pang of anxiety. There is no such thing as a free dinner, and Liang Manchang's invitation was not to be taken lightly. What do you mean? Eating is fine, but entertainment? What kind of show could we possibly have at our station? I certainly do not seek any song and dance performance. Just unload the goods. Very well. Zhou Jinhui waved his hand, instructing the workers to transfer the fish to the canteen. After a brief moment, he handed Liang Manchang a 10-yuan bill. I cannot ascertain the price of your fish, but it appears to be quite special. Anyway, take this 10 yuan. This basket of fish, if sold to Li Yuanchao, would fetch at least 100 yuan. However, what he desired was not merely money, but rather to ensure that the officers at the station owed him a favor. Although he was quite familiar with Zhou Jinhui, he could not always rely on him in the future. The officers below were the ones who could truly assist him. As the saying goes, while the king of hell may be lenient, the little ghosts are often troublesome. Thus, in the spirit of goodwill, there was no need to accept the 10 yuan. I said I would give it, so I shall. Why involve money in such matters? Oh, it's not my personal contribution. It's public funds. This sum is inconsequential for the station. Let us engage in a little gambling. With just one clean sweep at the table, wouldn't we accumulate hundreds, if not thousands? Liang Manchang remarked, tucking the large bundle into his embrace while wrapping an arm around Zhou Jinhui. Director Zhou, you just referred to me as a comrade. Did you not? Indeed, that is correct. Why do you ask? Zhou replied. Then should I not partake in some military training, perhaps learn to shoot? At this moment, Zhou felt the basket of fish he had just caught becoming somewhat burdensome, and he realized he ought to reclaim that 10 yuan. Oh, so after all that circling, your intention was to use me as a free shooting range? Liang Manchang nodded earnestly. Although he had pilfered a large Black Star pistol from Cui 1 and possessed several rounds of ammunition, he was reluctant to expend them, as they were not as readily available as the 56-type bullets. Thus, he devised a plan to leverage Zhou's resources, given that he had access to free bullets and firearms. Director Zhou, as your subordinate, it is commendable for me to seek progress. How could you possibly frown upon that? Fine. What kind of gun do you wish to practice with? At that time, the police force lacked substantial equipment. Generally, they were armed with the 56 assault rifle or the 54 water gun. Larger cities' police departments possessed some metal or plastic helmets to mitigate injury. Most transportation relied on foot, bicycles were common, and police stations typically had 1 or 2 sidecar motorcycles, while county departments had the noisy Jeep. How about the 54 pistol? Liang suggested. Why would you want to practice with the 54? Shouldn't you be using the 56? At the very least, you could use the 56 assault rifle. Director Zhou, as a distinguished external expert, It is only reasonable for me to be equipped with a 54 pistol during missions, is it not? Did you not boast that I enjoy the benefits of a deputy director? Have you ever seen a deputy director wielding a 56 assault rifle? It would be rather unbecoming. Liang Manchang's rapid-fire arguments left Zhou speechless. At that time, gun control was lax. The police stations had a few 54 pistols with ample ammunition. Nevertheless, Zhou felt Liang's intentions were too pointed. Manchang, you wouldn't be considering using a pistol for a heist, would you? A heist? In the entire Hongxing commune. Are there many wealthier than I? Is it worth robbing? That is a fair point. You are indeed affluent. Then let us not dawdle, shall we? Very well. I shall impart a lesson today and show you what it means to be a sharpshooter. You did shoot accurately with the 56 at Gold Panning Valley. But the water gun is not the same as a long gun. Chapter 186. Is this your first time handling a pistol? Zhou Jinhui led Liang Manchang to the armory to collect two 54 pistols along with a box of ammunition. Liang gazed at the mere box of bullets, visibly dissatisfied. Director Zhou, is it just one box of ammunition? You are being rather stingy. I could exhaust this in no time. Manchang, do not boast, merely one box. If you manage to fire all 50 rounds, won't your hand be numb from the recoil? By then, you won't just struggle to wield a gun, but even a bowl. Let us get 2 more boxes. Rest assured, even if I have to use my legs, I will manage to fire the bullets. Seeing Liang Manchang's insistence, Zhou had no choice but to return and fetch 2 more boxes of ammunition. Are you satisfied now? A total of 150 bullets. Should you fail to exhaust them, I shall truly take drastic measures. Fear not. Zhou Jinhui strode forward, with Liang Manchang closely trailing behind. And within a mere 10 minutes, they arrived at the small shooting range behind the police station. Originally, this should have been a modest earth mound, excavated to create a pit measuring 50 meters in length and 20 meters in width, flanked by earth embankments 1 to 2 meters high on either side, with a slope of about 10 meters ahead. Atop the slope were wooden stakes connected by barbed wire. The shooting positions were furnished with several tables. Zhou Jinhui placed the pistol and ammunition upon the table. Director Zhou, is the barbed wire above intended to prevent intruders? Unless one is utterly foolish and courting death, no one would dare trespass. This barbed wire was procured at great expense last year. A sheep from a local farm fell from the cliff and perished on our shooting range. Liang Manchang was left speechless. Had it been a privately owned cliff, one might say that even if a person had fallen, it would simply be a matter of misfortune. However, since it was a public facility, one ought to reap the benefits. This lone sheep, if I am not mistaken, likely had 3 lambs that required nursing and perhaps even 3 more in gestation. The compensation should total 7 sheep. Zhou Jinhui approached a small building nearby to retrieve 2 human-shaped targets, simply affixing 2 target papers upon them before sending them out to a distance of 150 meters. Director Zhou, I had no idea our police station possessed target paper. I thought you intended to use objects like eggs, apples, or porcelain bowls as targets. What nonsense. Are any of those items cheaper than target paper? After saying this, Zhou Jinhui handed a Black Star pistol to Liang Manchang. The Black Star, being simple in structure and highly reliable, allowed Liang Manchang to disassemble and reassemble it with ease within a short span of time. All right then, let us get down to business. Zhou Jinhui loaded the bullets into the magazine, with Liang Manchang mimicking his actions. After inserting the magazine into the chamber, Zhou Jinhui took his stance at the shooting position. Feet shoulder-width apart, body slightly leaning forward, legs naturally bent, and gazing straight ahead. One hand grasped the pistol while the other supported it from the side or underneath. The grip should neither be too tight nor too loose, but just right. With eyes wide open, he aligned his aim, adjusting his breath until stable, and then gently squeezed the trigger. After providing these instructions, Zhou Jinhui turned to Liang Manchang and asked, "Have you learned it?" "Absolutely," Liang Manchang replied, pulling the bolt to chamber around and disengaging the safety. Bang, bang, bang. 8 shots rang out in succession. Zhou Jinhui stood in astonishment. What on earth are you doing? Were you prepared, or did you just fire at will? Bullets are not free for the taking. Hee, didn't I say I learned it? Nonsense. Your body was tense, and your grip was far from standard. How could you possibly have learned? Hee, posture isn't important. It's like swimming, even if you flail about like a dog paddle. As long as you can swim, that's what matters, right? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jinhui furrowed his brows, glaring at Liang Manchang. After years of rigorous training in the military and extensive experience at the police station, he had spent more time handling firearms than he had with his own spouse. Liang Manchang's words were nothing short of an affront to his professionalism. Liang Manchang, are you questioning the experiences I have distilled through my heritage? Whether in practical combat or competitive shooting, a standardized posture can only enhance your accuracy. Liang Manchang pursed his lips. He had just employed the anchor point sniping technique and the keen vision of Lingxi. The target at 50 meters appeared as clear as one at 30 meters. And with the aid of anchor point sniping, aside from the first shot landing in the 9 ring, the remaining 7 were all within the 10 ring. Moreover, thanks to the solid stance provided by the rock-solid body technique, he felt as though he were welded to the ground, and the recoil from the pistol was virtually non-existent. However, in his rage, Zhou Jinhui had failed to notice the subtlety of the situation. Director Zhou, I am not deceiving you. My stance may appear unsightly, but my accuracy is quite commendable. Quite commendable? You must not relax your standards, Zhou retorted. In a confrontation where survival is at stake, every fraction of precision equates to a greater chance of survival. Yes, you are right. Unconvinced, Liang Manchang remained silent. Zhou Jinhui, with a decisive click, chambered around, adjusted his posture, and fired at the target 50 meters away. After emptying the magazine, he placed the pistol on the table and pulled Liang Manchang towards the target. Today, I shall demonstrate the efficacy of a standardized stance. Upon reaching his target and tearing down the paper, he glanced at it. 1 8 ring, 2 9 rings, and the rest in the 10 ring, fairly decent. He then handed this nearly excellent score sheet to Liang Manchang. Liang Manchang took a quick look. This level of performance would likely be considered top tier within the New City Public Security Bureau. Yet, in his eyes, it was merely mediocre. Indeed, it's rather mediocre. Zhou Jinhui's face paled. He had never anticipated that this would fail to impress Liang Manchang. You stubborn duck, go take a look at your own score. All right then. Liang Manchang's target was merely 10 meters away. Zhou Jinhui, resembling an irate Donald Duck, rushed over and yanked the target paper down without a second thought, slapping it against Liang Manchang's chest as if admonishing a recruit. Liang Manchang, do you see what you have shot? It looks like the pockmarks on an old woman's face. Scattered all over. Liang Manchang unfolded the target paper, grinning, and said, Hey, it's not too bad, is it? Not too bad. What do you mean by that? Do you believe your performance was commendable? Mediocre, I suppose that's acceptable. After saying this, Liang Manchang spread the target paper wide and held it up before Zhou Jinhui. Zhou Jinhui cast a disdainful glance, but his pupils trembled in shock. 1 9 ring, and the rest were all 10 rings? Liang Manchang touched his nose and, considering Zhou Jinhui's emotions, spoke in a calm and humble tone. It should be so. Manchang, be honest with me. Did you miss the target? No. Is this your first time shooting a pistol? Uh-huh. Zhou Jinhui observed Liang Manchang's serious demeanor and felt dizzy. How could Liang Manchang be so extraordinary? To achieve such near-perfect results on his first attempt was astonishing. Director Zhou, how does my performance measure up? Am I worthy of your attention? It's passable. Akin to my level from a decade ago. Liang Manchang, filled with joy, remarked on the significant transformation in Jinhui this week. Now, he can speak falsehoods with a composed demeanor. Can I practice alone now? He inquired. Go ahead. The master opens the door. But the journey of cultivation relies on the individual. These few boxes of bullets are yours to expend, Jinhui replied, lighting a cigarette, his face etched with worry. He returned to the table, handing both large black stars to Liang Manchang. Alternate your shots. Don't focus on just one. Understood. Liang Manchang stepped back, fixating on loading the bullets into the magazine and aiming the gun. From his movements, it was evident that while he had grasped the fundamentals, he was far from proficient. Thus, Liang Manchang was truthful. This was indeed his first experience with a handgun. As he squeezed the trigger, Jinhui perceived a telltale sign. The grip of the large black star seemed welded to Liang Manchang's hand, unmoving. He had initially hoped to glean some technique, but found none. In the realm of martial prowess, there were no effortless feats, only extraordinary strength yielding miraculous results. Yet, Jinhui could not discern that Liang Manchang had activated both anchor point sniping and keen vision. The sound of gunfire echoed continuously, and soon only half a box of bullets remained. After a brief respite to allow the barrel to cool, Jinhui asked, Manchang, does your hand hurt? What pain? I've just begun to find my rhythm. If not, why doesn't Director Zhou provide me with 2 more boxes of bullets for reinforcement? Not a chance. You alone have consumed the training quota of my entire precinct. No matter how generous the supply, it cannot withstand your relentless consumption. Jinhui chuckled at Liang Manchang's frugality. However, I shall not shoot this handgun in vain. I'll impart 6 words to you, should you comprehend the essence. I assure you, you will live at least a decade longer than others. Seeing Liang Manchang speak earnestly, Jinhui inquired curiously, could it possibly be a secret to longevity? Something like minimizing anger and maximizing sleep? Liang Manchang waved his hand. Zhou Jianjun is a fine cadre I have nurtured. If I can grant him an extra year, It translates to another year of stability. Thus, he borrowed a famous saying he had encountered on a social media platform. I have no time to waste on trivialities. Listen closely, for I shall say this only once. Absolute speed and precision. Absolute speed? Precision? Indeed. The speed of drawing your weapon must surpass that of your adversary. As for targeting the head or the chest, there is no strict protocol. As long as you hit, that is sufficient to incapacitate him. And then you can finish the job. A heaviness settled in Jean Hui's heart as he lit another cigarette. In this era, firearms were rampant, with handguns and rifles ubiquitous. Their large black stars often proved inadequate against assailants wielding 56-type firearms. Therefore, as Liang Manchang suggested, delivering a shot to incapacitate the assailant first, followed by a methodical approach, might compensate for their lack of firepower. To summarize in 3 words, there is promise. Manchang, I will ponder this thoroughly. Take your time. I'll finish my rounds and head for dinner, Liang Manchang replied, loading the last bullets into the magazine, firing until empty, and tidying up before following Jean Hui into the cafeteria. Upon entering, a rich aroma of fish soup wafted through the air. Manchang, where did you procure this fish? It smells delightful. Haha, it is not only fragrant but also delectable. When Zhou Jinhui entered the kitchen, he spotted over a dozen police officers eagerly slurping soup from their bowls. The fish soup, thick as cream, and the tender fish meat tugged at the hearts of these hardened men. Zhou, the fish sent by the brothers from Manchang is indeed fresh. Indeed, had I not witnessed it myself, I would have thought a packet of monosodium glutamate had been added. Manchang, you must come around more often. Zhou Jinhui ladled himself a bowl of fish soup and picked up half a fish head. Can a single fish entice you all like this? Just like that gluttonous girl next door. After saying this, he blew on the soup and took a sip, his eyes widening in astonishment. The flavor was incredibly fresh, almost overwhelming. He took another piece of fish, which was not at all the dry texture typical of fish soup, but rather exceptionally tender. Particularly, the flesh on the fish's face was remarkably delicate and springy. Manchang, this is extraordinary. You must visit the station more often. What? Have I become a suspect now? Must I report in regularly? You need not come if you wish, but I fear these greedy lads might use handcuffs to bring you here. Haha, let us converse amicably. No need to resort to handcuffs. Just give me a shout if you crave fish. And by the way, have you heard about the new establishment in the county, Heaven on Earth? One young officer raised his hand. Heaven on Earth? Is that the place where reservations are necessary, and a meal costs a month's salary? Exactly. Have you heard of it? Indeed, I've been told that the ingredients there are specially sourced, and the flavors are unparalleled. Zhou Jinhui discerned the underlying message and pointed towards the fish in the pot, asking, Manchang, are the ingredients for this Heaven on Earth sourced from you? Haha, indeed. They are provided by me. As soon as Liang Manchang's words fell, the officers rushed towards the soup pot, filling their bowls. Given their salaries, affording a meal there was quite challenging, and this fish would likely fetch around 10 yuan. At that price, a bowl of fish soup was worth at least 1 yuan. We must eat sparingly then. No, while this is delightful, if removed from its original setting, the flavor diminishes significantly. There are so many of you police brothers. Let each of you take 1 fish. All right, let this be a small benefit for everyone. Take some home for your families to enjoy. But don't finish it all. Leave the 2 largest for the chief and the instructor. After finishing dinner in the police station's cafeteria, Liang Manchang made his way to Haiwaitan to visit his junior disciple, Zhang Yaoyang. He took the familiar route, sneaking in under the cover of darkness. As he sat on the wall, observing the incense offerings in the courtyard flourishing more than before, he understood that Zhang Yaoyang's methods had proven effective. He climbed down from the wall and tapped on the window of the eastern room, remaining silent. Who goes there? After a while, seeing no response, Zhang Yaoyang spoke up. If you have business to inquire about, feel free to speak. If you wish to offer incense, there are supplies from the county. If you're short on food, you may fill your bags from the rice sack around the corner outside. Once you overcome your difficulties, do return. Liang Manchang nodded repeatedly, realizing that Zhang Yaoyang indeed possessed some skill. Ahem, Yaoyang, you have performed admirably. The senior brother? A rustling sound emerged, prompting Zhang Yaoyang to hastily open the outer door. There stood a figure clad in a flowing long gown, seemingly preparing to grow his hair, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. Unbeknownst to the junior disciple, the arrival of the senior brother warranted a more respectful greeting. Chapter 188. Friend or Foe? An enigmatic encounter. Liang Manchang casually gestured, presenting 2 prepared prawns to Zhang Yaoyang. I observe that you have flourished in various aspects. Sustenance should not be a concern for you. These fish are no ordinary catch. Consume them as a means of rejuvenation. Do not hesitate. The longer you wait, the less potent they become. Zhang Yaoyang wiped his drool, receiving the offering with trembling hands, filled with trepidation. Thank you, senior brother. I understand. This embodies celestial energy, which may be diluted by earthly smoke. Nothing so mystical. Just consume them promptly. By the way, how have you been lately? Zhang Yaoyang promptly placed the fish into a water tank and stood attentively beside Liang Manchang, replying, Director Wang Tianlong of the New City Coal Mine invited me to perform a ritual, donating 1,000 yuan for incense money. I dared not spend it all. I used half to purchase candles and rice to provide free of charge to the villagers. Well done. It seems you have made a successful start, Liang Manchang remarked, smiling. Director Wang mentioned that several individuals perished in the explosion at the office building, quite an ill omen. He is considering inviting some monks and Taoists to chant. Words spoken without intent can often carry weight, Zhang Yaoyang noted. In any case, it is merely a quest for psychological solace. Who wouldn't he partake? He was recommended to Wang Tianlong, after all. Haha, he truly is quite the chatterbox. Yet, one must be formidable in their own right. Had you remained the same idle person as before, not even my persuasive efforts would have secured you a position. You have truly made a name for yourself. Indeed. It was only upon receiving the 1,000 yuan that I fully comprehended your wisdom. As you said, if one is to earn, let it be from the wealthy. They pay me, and I must still express my gratitude. That is well understood. By the way, if you venture out on your ascetic practices in the coming days, please keep an eye out for any signs of tomb raiders. The reason Liang Manchang requested Zhang Yaoyang's vigilance regarding tomb robbers was straightforward. He wished to ascertain whether the individuals reporting on Shui Wan and Gongzi were friend or foe. If they were indeed tomb raiders, the reports might be merely a ploy to seize treasures from the Jin dynasty tomb, necessitating Liang Manchang to remain cautious, as danger often lurks behind the obvious. Conversely, if they were righteous individuals, perhaps an alliance could be forged. After all, should the Jin dynasty tomb be richly adorned with funerary artifacts, Liang Manchang had no intention of claiming everything for himself, nor did he desire fierce conflict. With a space at his disposal, he could discreetly conceal a few porcelain and gold-silver items, remaining undetected. From the vast waters, I shall take but a ladle. The remainder shall be entrusted to my descendants. Very well, should any developments arise, seek me at Tuanjitan. With that, Liang Manchang returned home. The following morning, he mounted his horse, accompanied by dog meat, heading towards the lookout tower at Chiligo. 2 days prior, Zhang Dabiao had mentioned that his tonic for vitality was nearly complete and intended to use dog meat for experimentation. Since he had no pressing matters today, he brought the dog meat along to test its efficacy. Biao Ge, come down. Liang Manchang's voice echoed, summoning Zhang Dabiao from the lookout tower. Brother Manchang, you've arrived so swiftly, Zhang Dabiao exclaimed, clapping his hands and hurriedly descending the ladder to meet him. Thank you for your assistance with the sale of the hunting dogs last time. Oh, it was but a trivial matter. I still have work to attend to, otherwise. For anyone else, this opportunity would be in vain. By the way, how is your research on the aphrodisiac progressing? I have brought you the dog meat. Everything is in place, we just await the right moment. Upon hearing this, Liang Manchang handed over the rope tied to the dog meat to Zhang Yaoyang. You take care of it. The last time, the dog meat was fine. I believe we can increase the dosage this time. If it proves safe again, it will indicate that we have developed an aphrodisiac without side effects. Upon hearing the mention of a double dosage, the dog meat, immediately weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. It crawled to Liang Manchang's feet, nudging his pant leg with its nose. Woof woof, dog meat, cease this nonsense. If you prefer to be a monk rather than a groom, I can graciously grant your wish and end your lineage. At this, dog meat rolled on the ground, sprang up as if invigorated. Woof woof, had you behaved like this earlier, I wouldn't have wasted my breath. Let me tell you, a man must be tough on himself. The same goes for male dogs. After saying this, Liang Manchang exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Yaoyang. They poured 2 small packets of powdered medicine into dog meat's mouth, then confined it along with 4 female dogs inside the lookout tower. All set, Manchang. Shall we revert to our usual ways? A couple of drinks? Sure, but this time I'll provide the meat, and you bring the liquor. Agreed, no problem. Liang Manchang released the hawk, then engaged in idle chatter with Zhang Dabiao. Brother Biao, have you ever trapped sheep? Trapped sheep? I haven't done it, but I've seen it. Are you planning to venture into the mountains to catch blue sheep? Indeed, I intend to bring a couple back to raise. How about I bring the hunting dogs with you into the mountains? Just the 2 of us, along with 10 or so dogs, should be able to surround the flock. Liang Manchang waved his hand dismissively. Forget it, I'll figure it out myself. Although your hunting dogs are fierce, they are uncontrollable. If they were to kill a blue sheep, it would be a loss. It's better to approach the mountains quietly, if necessary. I can have the hawk catch the lambs. However, the hawk is too swift, and its claws are exceedingly sharp, lacking the finesse needed to control its strength. I want to deploy the hawk unless absolutely necessary. While waiting idly, Liang Manchang borrowed a machete from Zhang Dabiao and ventured into the mountains to cut a straight birch branch about 5 meters long. He then wrapped iron wire around one end to form a circle the size of a basin. A simple sheep snare was thus crafted. Liang Manchang prepared to ride the elk, following behind the sheep to become the man with the snare. For safety's sake, he also requested a bundle of rope from Zhang Dabiao to weave a sturdy net. Manchang, what do you intend to catch with this net? Fish. What sort of fish requires rope as thick as a finger? Don't you understand? I am preparing to trap blue sheep. I'm afraid that if Qingyang were truly that exceptional, it would have been long extinct, leaving no room for you. Don't believe it? Then what shall we wager? Zhang Dabiao, observing the eager Liang Manchang, shook his head without a moment's hesitation. The last bet he had made with Liang Manchang had left him with a debt of 10 jars of bone-strengthening powder. How could he dare to gamble with him again? This fellow was a ruthless character, and his unpredictability made him even more formidable. One could not gauge him by ordinary standards. You might as well entertain yourself. In truth, Liang Manchang had no intention of approaching the Qingyang himself. Rather, he planned to have Heidongking cast the net, if executed properly, and fortune favored them. The expansive net of 4 to 5 square meters could fully unfurl over the flock, and even a blind cat might stumble upon a dead mouse, capturing 1 or 2. Chapter 189. The Potency of the Medicine. As Liang Manchang neared completion of the net's weaving, Heidongking had made 2 successful flights, dropping down 2 wild rabbits. Xiaohai, splendid work. Feel free to roam. With an excited nod, Heidongking gratefully flapped its wings and vanished into the azure sky. Managing Heidongking was akin to flying a kite. The string must neither be pulled too tightly nor left too slack. If it were too tight, the line could snap, and Heidongking might rebel and take flight on its own. If it were too slack, the kite wouldn't soar high and could fall at any moment. In Heidonking's case, being overly indulgent might lead it to believe it was the master. Typically, management would proclaim that the company is like a home and that development relies on collective effort. Yet, when issues arise or laziness is discovered, the narrative swiftly changes. Did you really think of the company as your home? Thus, Liang Manchang deduced that he must maintain a balance with his 3 formal employees, Go Rou, Xiaohai, and Xiaojin, using a combination of rewards and discipline. As Heidongking soared high, Liang Manchang skillfully skinned the rabbit and set it over the fire to roast. Manchang, when it comes to roasting rabbits, I yield to no one but you. Liang Manchang chuckled. Need it even be said? In his previous life, he had spent several years running a barbecue stall by the roadside, enduring smoke and flames. Had it not been for the city inspectors shutting him down, he might have achieved the status of a Michelin 3-star chef. Biao Gu, roasting rabbits cannot be rushed, nor can one apply direct flames. The best method is to utilize charcoal and roast slowly. And we mustn't act like fools on certain variety shows, spinning around as soon as the rabbit is placed on the grill. Why? Because the rabbit isn't even warm yet, and if you rotate it too soon, the heat has only penetrated halfway, leaving it perpetually undercooked. Zhang Dabiao nodded vigorously, though it was unclear if he truly understood. Manchang, how about adding more chili? I relish spicy food. All right. At this, Zhang Dabiao eagerly reached for the chili powder to sprinkle over the rabbit. Liang Manchang furrowed his brow. Biao Gu, did you wash your hands just now? Of course, I must have. Liang Manchang was reluctant to be the first test subject, as he noticed a hint of white powder on Zhang Dabiao's hands, which raised suspicions. He certainly did not wish to find himself in the depths of the mountains, caught up in an intriguing predicament. I don't believe you. You should take a taste. Zhang Dabiao, left with no other choice, reluctantly licked each of his 10 fingers. Is there truly such a lack of trust among people? After 5 minutes, with his eyes unclouded and his heart steady, Liang Manchang finally allowed him to sprinkle chili powder on the rabbit. Approximately an hour later, the sizzling, oil-drenched rabbit was served at the table. Manchang, if you ever tire of hunting, consider opening a restaurant specializing in roasted rabbits. I assure you, the clientele would be plentiful. In later times, numerous establishments emerged, each with its unique specialties, such as roasted rabbit, grilled fish, whole roasted lamb, and even roasted camel. However, Liang Manchang had no desire to enter the culinary field. Anyone familiar with the restaurant business knows the early hours rival those of a rooster, and the nights stretch long past a dog's bedtime. Each day, one must rise before dawn to procure fresh ingredients at the market, and when evening falls, how can one close the doors while patrons linger? Of course, should one prefer to avoid gourmet establishments, a modest kitchen would suffice, just a refrigerator, a microwave, and a pair of scissors. Diners could simply choose their desired dish. Retrieve a bag from the fridge, snip it open with scissors, and place it in the microwave. In 3 easy steps, one could enjoy a dish seemingly crafted by a Michelin-starred chef. Liang Manchang now boasted savings of 20,000 yuan, more than enough to serve as an angel investor in the new city. He planned to invest in Zhao Fushun's transportation company, then in Han Lauer's fresh produce supermarket, and subsequently collaborate with Liao Erlin on a biopharmaceutical venture. This strategy would allow for a diversified approach to development. With this in mind, Liang Manchang resolved to visit Han Lauer in a few days to expedite the opening of the supermarket. The transportation company was currently too conspicuous. Still in its infancy, it was prudent to proceed discreetly to avoid drawing unwanted attention. As for Liao Erlin, rushing things could lead to substandard products, potentially resulting in dire consequences that no amount of money could compensate for. Liang Manchang consumed the roasted rabbit with fervor, brushed off his hands, and climbed a ladder to assess the situation with the dog meat. He observed that the dog meat had grown fiercer, akin to a tiger descending from the mountains, causing the female dog to yelp in distress. "Haha, go dog meat." Upon noticing his master inspecting the scene, dog meat exerted even greater effort. The quality of work was secondary. What mattered was the display of diligence while the boss was present. Liang Manchang requested a hammock from Zhang Dabiao, secured it to a tree, and soon succumbed to slumber. Approximately 2 hours later, drooling slightly, Liang Manchang was roused by Zhang Dabiao's shaking. "Manchang, it's done." Liang Manchang rubbed his eyes, observing the excitedly spinning dog meat nearby, rising with suspicion. So soon? Last time it took until dusk." Zhang Dabiao, with furrowed brows, appeared distressed as he tethered dog meat's leash to Liang Manchang's hand. "You must take dog meat away quickly. If we delay any longer, I fear for the lives of our hunting dogs." "Goodness, so fierce," Liang Manchang exclaimed, glancing down to see dog meat, indeed as robust as an iron rod, full of vigor. "Brother Biao, has your aphrodisiac finally been perfected?" "As of now, the efficacy appears sound. We shall see if there are any side effects. If even double doses of dog meat yield no after effects, we can assume it's safe." "All right, I'll observe for a couple of days." With that, Liang Manchang mounted his elk and set off towards Tuanjiatan. As the little dog nuzzled against the moose's leg, one couldn't help but ponder the dreams harbored within such a diminutive creature. "Dog meat, do you possess some grand ambition? I must warn you. Should the moose choose to step down, you might find yourself incapacitated for a month. Oh, do refrain from such antics. Once you enter the village, you can frolic at will. Although they are but ordinary village dogs, indulging in a feast of delicacies occasionally makes the simple grains all the more delightful." The following morning, Liang Manchang mounted his bicycle and headed straight to the commune. Upon reaching Han Lauer's stall, he noted the brisk business and decided to light a cigarette while observing the scene. Han Lauer had some connections, enabling him to procure unplanned pigs from the meat processing plant, complemented by Han Lauer's efforts in scouring the streets for game. Consequently, the Han family's meat stall became the largest within the entire Hongxing commune. According to Liang Manchang's calculations, the gross profit from a pound of meat hovered around 2 jiao. Assuming a sale of 100 pounds daily, that amounted to a monthly income of 600 yuan. All told, this could yield 2,000 to 3,000 yuan annually. However, possessing a few thousand yuan is vastly different from engaging in business with that sum. Without a certain boldness, it is arduous for anyone to risk everything in commerce. After all, in that era, there were no online loans, no unsecured loans, no mortgage loans. The common folk would shudder at the mere thought of famine. Without some cash in hand, anxiety loomed large, making the prospect of borrowing unthinkable. Chapter 190. Being the first to take the plunge. Manchang, you've arrived. Han Lauer, having found a moment's respite, wiped his hands on his apron and trotted over. "Brother, business seems promising." "Well, it's manageable," Han Lauer replied, offering Liang Manchang a cigarette, and the two stood aside to exchange pleasantries. "Brother, have you given any thought to our previous discussion about doing business in the county?" Noticing Liang Manchang's shift towards serious matters, Han Lauer's carefree demeanor faded. "Manchang, to be candid, I have indeed contemplated this. However, are we even permitted to engage in business? I feel quite apprehensive about operating a meat shop in the commune, let alone in the new town." "Brother, you must have visited the county recently. What are your thoughts?" Han Lauer stroked his chin. Since Liang Manchang expressed his desire to partner in business, Han Lauer's mind had become quite active, making numerous trips to the county to survey the market and various state-run meat shops. While some individuals in the new town were engaged in business, their scale was rather modest. Liang Manchang slapped his thigh in excitement, nodding vigorously. "Small is perfect. If we were to establish a large meat shop, we would be pioneers. The first to take the plunge. And what fate befalls the pioneer? What? Han Lau's expression shifted. How can a business that hasn't even opened yet be doomed? To perish is one thing. To perish while striving is another. Yes, as long as we are not poisoned, we will surely survive. Brother, if you wait until large meat shops are ubiquitous before launching, it will be akin to traversing a narrow bridge amidst a sea of countless soldiers. While everyone else hesitates, we must seize the market. Even if others become envious and attempt to follow our lead, they will merely be left to pick up the scraps behind us. The audacity of Liang Manchang stemmed primarily from his substantial wealth. Investing 4,000 or 5,000 yuan was a trifling matter for him, even if he were to incur a total loss. Furthermore, with 1980 on the horizon, the first business licenses were set to be issued, marking a pivotal moment for individual entrepreneurship. As long as he navigated this nebulous period with caution and cultivated favorable relationships across various sectors, it was likely that the authorities would not subject him to severe repercussions. Moreover, with Li Yuanchao on his left and Wu Jiangong on his right, two influential figures in the city, who would dare to disregard him? Han Lauer discarded his cigarette, but onto the ground and stamped on it vehemently. Brother Manchang, what is our plan? I, Han Lauer, am with you. Good, your support is all I need. Now, let us calculate the costs of opening a fresh produce store. We'll start small and maintain a low profile. But remember, I said a fresh produce store, not a butcher shop. The location must be in a bustling area, with the shop spanning at least 100 or 200 square meters, and will require 2 refrigerators for emergency backup. Additionally, we need machines for slicing lamb and grinding meat, among others. Han Lauer gaped in astonishment. Start small, maintain a low profile. Manchang, just the 2 domestic refrigerators will cost 3,000 yuan, and an imported one will set us back over 2,000. Liang Manchang nodded. In 1956, the first domestic refrigerator emerged from the Beijing Snowflake Refrigerator Factory, a luxury beyond the reach of ordinary households. It wasn't until 1978 that refrigerator production lines in the South were established, gradually allowing affluent families to acquire them. Indeed, business requires investment. Just think about it. Would you dare stock up on meat during the sweltering heat? You wouldn't, for fear it would spoil. However, once you have a refrigerator, you can confidently stock meat without worry. Even if it doesn't sell, it can be preserved. When customers arrive, they won't leave saying that we have no meat. That said, the need for refrigerators isn't urgent. With the impending cold weather, they may not be necessary. Nevertheless, preparations must be made in advance for the spring opening next year. Han Lauer recognized the wisdom in Liang Manchang's words and nodded in agreement. All right, I'll calculate the expenses. Just remember, regardless of the outcome, I will contribute 70% of the funds, while you will cover 30%. However, I will hold 60% of the shares, and you will possess 40%. Why the disparity? The extra 10% is a management subsidy for you. Han Lauer felt a warm glow in his heart. He estimated that, including the cost of refrigerators, purchasing property, and renovations, 5,000 yuan should suffice. Although he could barely muster that amount, it represented years of hard work and frugality. Should the venture succeed, it would be worthwhile. However, failure would render his years of labor futile. Nevertheless, contributing only 30% would mean 1,500 yuan, a sum he could manage. Furthermore, with Liang Manchang as a sturdy ally, he felt assured. Manchang, you truly have a discerning eye. Rest assured, I am wholeheartedly committed to this endeavor. All right, let us finalize this before the snowfall. Consider it done. Leave it to me. Upon finishing his words, Liang Manchang prepared to venture once more into the new city to discuss the relationship between his father and Wu Anbang with Li Yuanchao. At that very moment, within a 2-story villa in the county party committee's family compound, a woman adorned in opulent attire sat upon a genuine leather sofa, her expression icy and stern. Wu Jiangong, what do you mean by bringing peanuts and red dates so early in the morning? Wu Jiangong was taken aback. It was the weekend, a day free from work, and he had hoped to make a favorable impression, only to be met with a barrage of scolding. His wife, Ouyang Qian, often unleashed her frustrations on him, leaving him in a state of anxiety. Therefore, he meekly replied, weren't you unwell these past few days? I thought I would make you a nourishing red date and peanut porridge. Ouyang Qian, in a fit of rage, hurled the porcelain bowl containing the porridge to the floor. Is this meant to be a remedy for me? Or a mockery? What are you implying? You still pretend? If you cook longan and lotus seeds, I suppose that would mean you wish for me to bear children soon? Wu Jiangong felt a swell of injustice. It was one thing for her to scorn him privately. It was entirely another to humiliate him in front of Gongzi. Qian, you are overthinking this. I merely intended to prepare a simple bowl of porridge for you. With a swift motion, Ouyang Qian stood, hands on her hips, and pointed an accusatory finger at Wu Jiangong. Nonsense. Why not cook red bean or mung bean porridge? Must it be peanuts and red dates? Though you two may not voice it, surely in your hearts, you regard me as a barren hen? Wu Jiangong raised 2 fingers, swearing earnestly, I would never utter such words. If I have, may the heavens strike me down. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous crack echoed from above. Is this a divine retribution? Wu Jiangong, you continue to argue. Even the heavens cannot bear witness to your deceit. Qianqian, this is merely a coincidence. Ouyang Qian approached Gongzi, tears streaming down her cheeks. Gongzi, drive me back to Harbin. Gongzi pulled Ouyang Qian close and reassured her, Sister Qianqian, you are truly misunderstanding Wu Jiangong. Ouyang Qian wiped her tears away. Really? Yes, he lacks the audacity for such things. Chapter 191. Enduring hardship and grit. Wu Jiangong cast a glance at Gongzi. Despite his ungracious words, he merely needed to persuade Ouyang Qian not to return to Harbin. Should she return and confide in her father, the second elder of the Longjiang Society, Wu Jiangong could expect dire consequences. His father, Wu Anbong, might also find himself embroiled in trouble. After all, the Longjiang Society was one of the 3 major gangs in this locale. Although it now operated discreetly, seeking legitimacy, its roots had entwined deeply within the expanse of Longjiang province. Whatever the government could manage, the Longjiang Society could oversee. Conversely, for matters beyond governmental control, the Longjiang Society held sway as well. Thus, should his father-in-law exert his full influence, Wu Anbong could face a forced retirement to the sidelines, or worse, find himself imprisoned. Qianqian, Gongzi is right. I possess no such audacity. My days are consumed with work, and occasionally I accompany Gongzi into the mountains for a respite, correct? Gongzi, maintaining a stoic demeanor, nodded in agreement. Although he looked down upon Wu Anbong, this was a critical moment for the search of the Jin dynasty tomb, and he could not afford to stir unnecessary trouble. Sister Qianqian, Wu Jiangong has been working diligently lately, leading me in and out of the mountains. Could you let him off this once? He suggested that Wu Jiangong dispose of all the peanuts and red dates at home to avoid seeing them and feeling troubled. Ouyang Qian glanced at the pitiful Wu Jiangong and nodded in agreement. Fine, but keep your eyes open in the future. Avoid bringing up topics that should remain untouched. Wu Jiangong felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and quickly knelt to clean up the shards of porcelain scattered around. I will cook you a fresh pot of porridge, he offered. No need for that. I lack the appetite. Gongzi, accompany me for a stroll in the streets, she replied. Gongzi extracted himself from the depths of the sofa and followed Ouyang Qian out the door. At that moment, Wu Anbong, clad in a Zhongshan suit, descended the stairs. His expression dark and brooding. Dad, Jiangong, you have suffered, he interjected. I witnessed the scene just now. Longjiang Society has gone too far, with even the little daughter of a second elder daring to act recklessly in our home. Once we locate the Jin dynasty tomb, we will seal off those who oppose us and flee to Japan, then onward to the United States. Wu Jiangong was momentarily lost in thought, recalling the allure of luxury cars and beautiful women. Perhaps these hard times were not as unbearable as they seemed. Dad, have the arrangements for the ship to Japan been made? Yes, as long as we find the Jin dynasty tomb. We can select a few antiques to fill our trunks, enough for us to live carefree lives. What if the tomb is empty? Will we still flee? Wu Anbong's demeanor shifted, as if he had resolved to act decisively. We will flee. The members of Longjiang Society are ruthless. I have saved tens of thousands over the years. Even if life in Japan isn't luxurious, it is certainly better than losing our lives. All right, I will endure her for a few more months. Indeed, we shall endure and bide our time. Wu Anbong lit a cigarette, standing at the entrance of the small villa, casting a glance at the villa of County Secretary Li Jiefeng across the street, taking a deep drag. This recently appointed secretary, it seemed, maintained a facade of simplicity, remaining silent and neutral during meetings, claiming to adhere to the opinions of the group. The lavish gifts he sent, purportedly for unity, were met with mixed responses. Fruits and cigarettes were accepted, while the hidden cash was returned. Thus, it remained unclear whether he was friend or foe. Jiangong, did you deliver the letter of complaint I asked you to send to the administrative office? Yes, it has been sent, but there has been no response. Wu Anbong fell into contemplation. Logically, upon receiving a complaint, the administrative office should initiate an investigation immediately, even if it was merely a formality to appease the public. The previous incident where Cui Wan and Gongzi caused a ruckus in Gold Digging Valley had served as a warning. Li Jiefeng was not as harmless as he appeared, and a subtle sense of danger began to permeate the atmosphere. Jiangong, is Liang Manchang reliable? I have spent the past few days gathering information with Gongzi. Aside from the vegetables and game he supplies to Li Yuanchao, which cannot be traced, everything else aligns with what he has said. Once a brilliant mind indeed. Oh, quite amusing. Now, even if he possesses the skills of a hunter, he remains a rather foolish one. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily toyed with by Li Yuanchao, providing a year's worth of game for free. Wu Wanbang exhaled deeply. Presently, he faces two potential adversaries, the Longjiang Society and Li Jiefang. Given that Liang Manchang has enmity with Li Yuanchao, it is evident that he is not affiliated with Li Jiefang. Therefore, enlisting Liang Manchang to join him in the graveyard, utilizing his prowess and marksmanship to eliminate members of the Longjiang Society, seems most prudent. Once successful, he could generously reward Liang Manchang with 10 or 20,000, thus dismissing him. Moreover, in the future, employing some cunning strategies to shift the blame of Guanzi's demise onto Liang Manchang would absolve him of suspicion, allowing them to turn against each other. It is imperative to secure Liang Manchang's allegiance, lest Guanzi seize the initiative. No worries, Liang Manchang is in need of funds, and I shall find a way to provide him with some. Additionally, according to Guanzi, he might possess treasure maps or similar artifacts. I shall see if I can acquire them. Upon returning home the day before, Wu Jianggong recounted all that transpired on the journey to Wu Wanbang. Consequently, Wu Wanbang became aware of Liang Manchang's ancestral teachings and some relics left behind by his father. Time is of the essence. Caution is required to prevent Guanzi from getting ahead. Not likely, Guanzi is rather conceited, often with his head held high, dismissing everyone. Furthermore, Liang Manchang's attitude towards him is far from favorable. Wu Wanbang could not help but chuckle. Indeed, the members of the Longjiang Society are increasingly arrogant. Even my good-natured demeanor has been tested by them, not to mention the fiery Liang Manchang. By the way, how is that hunter from Yiging Tuan that we contacted last time? He is adequate. Although his personal abilities are lacking, he is fortunate to have many companions. I have instructed them to enter the Gold Rush Valley to scout and identify the informants. With that, Wu Wanbang turned and ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qian, wandering the streets, was feeling rather bored, having purchased 2 meat buns to eat on the go. Guanzi, what are you all busy with in the mountains? Sister Qian, my master has instructed me not to disclose this to anyone. Please do not put me in a difficult position. Oh, I was merely curious and asked casually. You seem rather anxious. I have no interest in your Longjiang Society affairs. Otherwise, I would not have heeded my father's counsel to marry into New City. Far from the emperor's reach. Guanzi said nothing further but continued to follow half a step behind Ouyang Qian, hands tucked into his pockets. He pondered silently. Having cooled off Liang Manchang for 2 days, the timing should be just right. It appears he must find an opportunity to visit Tuanjie Tuan again to reclaim all their family relics. Chapter 192. Ouyang Qian's heart stirred at that moment. Liang Manchang, leisurely seated atop a moose, remained blissfully unaware that he had become a target in the eyes of Wu Jianggong and Guanzi. Little dear, you seem rather weak lately. We've barely traveled a few miles, and your legs are already trembling. The moose, feeling aggrieved, rubbed its antlers against Liang Manchang. Woo. Liang Manchang, helpless, patted the moose's antlers, signaling it to keep its distance, lest it exert itself and topple him from its back. In a couple of days, I shall procure some bone-strengthening powder for you to replenish your strength. Around 10 in the morning, Liang Manchang's moose paraded through the streets, coinciding with the weekend. Children who were not in school trailed behind the moose like a long dragon, gathered to marvel at the spectacle. Situated at the foot of the Laoi Ridge in the Changbai mountain range, the new city had its share of deer carts, but most were reindeer or sika deer. The massive moose was a rare sight. Thus, the moose became a curiosity. Bored and wandering the streets, Ouyang Qian could not resist joining the throng. Gongzi, is there something exciting up ahead? Let us go take a look. Before Gongzi could object, Ouyang Qian had already dashed forward. Turning a corner, she spotted a rather handsome young man, with features as if chiseled from stone, seated atop the enormous moose. Liang Manchang, Gongzi furrowed his brow, surprised to see this fellow come to town again. Ouyang Qian's heart raced, pounding in her chest. She glanced at Gongzi and shyly inquired, do you know him? We just met a couple of days ago. He is supposed to lead us into the mountains. What is he like? A bit of a braggart, just a country bumpkin. Ouyang Qian pouted, non-committal. This young man did not seem like a mere bumpkin, compared to the sly Wu Jianggong and the arrogant Gongzi. He possessed a certain charm of the ordinary world. Meanwhile, Liang Manchang, feeling equally bored, happened to notice Gongzi and Ouyang Qian by the street. What a lovely young woman, he thought. The early October weather had turned slightly chilly, yet she wore a blue floral dress paired with a red wool sweater, exuding a blend of youthful innocence and mature allure. Gongzi initially intended to ignore Liang Manchang, but recalling the treasure map in his possession, he stiffly raised his hand. Manchang, what a coincidence. Liang Manchang pulled on the reins, guiding the moose closer to Gongzi and Ouyang Qian. From his elevated position, his facial contours were sharply defined in the sunlight. Ouyang Qian felt her heart race. This overwhelming air of masculinity was something she had never experienced. Even on her wedding night beneath Wujiangong, her breath became rapid, nearly losing her composure. Typically, she did not need to work, leading a simple life. But she never expected such a thrilling surprise upon stepping outside. Gongzi, this is Wu Jinggong's wife, my sister, Ouyang Qian. After introducing her, Gongzi turned to Ouyang Qian and said, Sister Qian, this is my friend, the renowned hunter of the new city, Liang Manchang. Ouyang Qian nodded. Manchang, your moose looks magnificent. May I have a seat? Gongzi was momentarily taken aback. Since meeting Ouyang Qian, he had never seen her so warmly engage with a stranger. Addressing him so familiarly as Manchang after just a brief encounter felt overly intimate. Unaware of Gongzi's thoughts, Liang Manchang, recognizing Ouyang Qian as Wu Jinggong's wife, decided to extend her a courtesy. Little moose, kneel. The moose obediently knelt down, and Liang Manchang dismounted. Sister, be careful. Hold on tight to the reins. Don't let it throw you off. Okay, please give me a hand. Ouyang Qian, having spoken, leaned her body onto Liang Manchang. The fullness and softness radiating from her elbow striking directly at his mind. Cough, cough, be careful. Liang Manchang said as he helped Ouyang Qian onto the moose, and then commanded the creature mentally to stroll along the street. Perched upon the moose, Ouyang Qian resembled a youthful woman in her 30s, filled with exuberance. Meanwhile, Liang Manchang engaged in casual conversation with Gongzi. Manchang, what brings you to the city today? What else? I'm off to check on Li Yuanchao's restaurant to discuss our contract properly. I've been delivering goods to him free of charge for months. When will it ever end? Gongzi's interest was piqued. With your knack for humor, you think you can handle business, especially in partnership? Who would you deceive if not yourself? Manchang, I know a few people in the new city. Perhaps I could mediate for you? Forget it. A man must own up to his mistakes. There's nothing more to say. Gongzi shook his head in resignation. This is quite the predicament. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qian, sitting atop the moose, found Liang Manchang irresistibly charming and radiant. Manchang, if you need money, just let me know. I have some savings. Liang Manchang was taken aback, gazing into Ouyang Qian's sparkling eyes, feeling an involuntary pull. Were those eyes capable of consuming him? Had it not been for Lu Jingqiu and his financial independence, he would have knelt before Ouyang Qian, exclaiming, Sister, I no longer wish to strive. However, with no shortage of women or finances, Liang Manchang resolutely shook his head, putting on a facade of indifference. I prefer to rely on my own efforts. Ouyang Qian paused. Taken aback, given her background, countless men eagerly pursued her. A person like Liang Manchang was nearly impossible to find. No, the more you resist, the more I, Ouyang Qian, am determined to pursue. The trio strolled to the entrance of the heavenly realm, where the onlookers gradually dispersed. Gongzi, if there's nothing else, I shall head in. We can chat another time? Sure, Gongzi replied, leaning closer to the moose and extending his hand to signal Ouyang Qian to dismount. As Ouyang Qian tilted her body, she inadvertently fell towards Liang Manchang, landing squarely against him. Liang Manchang swiftly caught her, one hand gripping her waist while the other supported her, securing her safely. It's not the 18-year-olds that worry me, but the 30-year-old women. Their allure is overwhelmingly potent. For Ouyang Qian, the firmness of his muscles and the faint scent of sweat were utterly intoxicating. I was terrified, Manchang. Had you not been here, I might have fallen flat on my back. Liang Manchang gently set Ouyang Qian aside and remarked, just a little assistance. Ouyang Qian searched her body, but after a fruitless attempt to find cash, she produced a small purple jade token and offered it to Liang Manchang. Gongzi furrowed his brow and grasped Ouyang Qian's arm. Sister Qian, this doesn't seem appropriate. Ouyang Qian suddenly flicked her hand, her brows knitting together as she softly admonished. Gongzi, this was given to me by my father. It is my personal belonging, and I shall bestow it upon whomever I choose. Do you not think you are overstepping your bounds? Gongzi pouted and retreated to the side. In chapter 193, one should not judge by appearances. Ouyang Qian stepped forward and placed the jade token into Liang Manchang's hands. Manchang, I have not brought anything of great value with me today. Please accept this jade token. Although it is not an antique, it holds some worth. However, do refrain from selling it unless absolutely necessary. It may prove useful later on. Liang Manchang took a moment to examine it, his heart tightening suddenly. Though the color of this jade token differed from Chui Wen's, The intricate carvings were identical. Yet, this token bore one distinction. It lacked a name and only displayed the number 29. Sister-in-law, such a lavish gift upon our first meeting leaves me feeling quite undeserving. If you insist, I shall accept it, but why the formalities? Upon finishing her words, Ouyang Qian playfully pushed Liang Manchang's hand away, even giving it a gentle pat. Quite delightful. If I were to refuse again, it would certainly seem I lack appreciation for such charm. Hee hee, I did not expect you to possess such wit, Manchang. With that, Ouyang Qian left, glancing back 3 times as she walked away. Liang Manchang watched her retreating figure, silently grateful for his many years of life experience, for otherwise, he would have been no match for her. Her approach was not like that of a young girl, who might cling on relentlessly, but rather she engaged with a light touch, allowing one to sense her allure and grace. In a mere 20 minutes, Ouyang Qian showcased her many advantages: a curvaceous figure, captivating charm, abundant wealth, a gentle and considerate nature, and a tactful sense of propriety. Few could emerge unscathed from the combined force of these 5 formidable traits. Yet he, Liang Manchang, traversed through a garden of flowers untouched. However, the fact that Ouyang Qian could produce a token from the Longjiang society indicated a connection, however deep or shallow, to that organization. To uncover the foundation of the Longjiang society, perhaps Ouyang Qian could serve as a key. While Liang Manchang pondered this, Li Yuanchao leaned against the gate of the courtyard, smiling in silence. Liang Manchang, what brings you here again? Have you come to deliver goods? Indeed, this is a delivery. A significant one, Liang Manchang replied, tying a moose to a tree at the entrance before stepping forward to clasp Li Yuanchao's neck as they entered the courtyard. Li Yuanchao, you certainly called out loud enough just now. What is it? Are you seeking revenge? Hey, Manchang, your perspective is rather narrow. I was merely playing along with you. Why take it so seriously? Li Yuanchao responded, leading Liang Manchang to a vacant private room, with each of them holding a cigarette. They began to converse. Manchang, do you know who that flirtatious young lady was? Who do you mean? That was Ouyang Qian, the daughter-in-law of the county magistrate of Xinqing. Oh, I am aware of that identity. Do you know of any others? Li Yuanchao slowly shook his head, having anticipated that this revelation would startle Liang Manchang, but was instead met with his unwavering composure. I am at a loss. My residence is directly across from his, so we have crossed paths a few times. When my father began working in the new town, our families also shared a meal together. By the way, may I inquire about your father's relationship with Wu Wanbang? Li Yuanchao slightly furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before slowly responding. It's rather ordinary, just a typical colleague relationship. My father is relatively new here and consults others on various matters, which shows respect for the senior comrades. Wu Jiangong is in his 40s, while Li Yuanchao is in his 20s. In terms of generational differences, Wu Wanbang is indeed older than Li Jiefang. Has your father and Wu Wanbang never been on the same page? What are you implying? If my father were to indulge in decadence, he wouldn't be subjected to such treatment, would he? I can't guarantee much about other aspects, but in terms of self-discipline, both Hongbing and I are cut from the same cloth. Well, that's quite the predicament. Liang Manchang exclaimed with a laugh. Though he jested, he had begun to comprehend the situation. Despite Li Yuanchao's carefree demeanor and his somewhat lackadaisical approach at the Material Bureau, he never troubled ordinary individuals. He may have minor flaws, but he is fundamentally a good person. By the way, speaking of Hongbing, how is he faring with Zhao Lady? Quite well, previously. Hongbing would head home after work, but now, you won't see him until after 8. If this continues, he may end up staying out all night. Liang Manchang chuckled. The flame of romance was evidently igniting. Zhao Lady, being warm and generous, complements the gentle and refined Li Hongbing perfectly. Should they become an item and eventually celebrate their union, I simply must be in attendance. Indeed, that is a must. By the way, are you free later? If so, I shall instruct the chef to prepare a couple of dishes. Liang Manchang's primary aim in coming to the new town was to ascertain the nature of the relationship between Wu Wanbang and Li Jiefang. Now that it appears they do not align, he could finally set his mind at ease. No, I cannot spare the time for your feasting. However, if you haven't dined yet, I suggest preparing a couple of dishes for Zhao Lady. My restaurant has been open for quite some time, yet neither of them has graced us with their presence. As the elder brother, it feels inappropriate. You could assist by delivering them. Liang Manchang was left speechless, feeling as though he had been conscripted. Prepare 2 portions. I shall take one home. Haha, very well, no problem. After about half an hour, Li Yuanchao returned with several brown paper bags. Liang Manchang opened each one to reveal beer duck, roast chicken, charcoal grilled lamb chops, and stir-fried cabbage. The dishes look splendid. By the way, fetch me 2 bottles of Beidot Song. What? Does Zhao Lady still drink? She does not, but I do. Isn't it easy to buy at the supply and marketing cooperative? But doesn't purchasing from the cooperative cost money? Li Yuanchao was left speechless and reluctantly handed him 2 bottles of Beidat-song. Well, I suppose this won't cost me anything. Liang Manchang exited the courtyard and rode off towards the reindeer grain station. With some time on his hands, he began to survey the area with keen eyes, giving the new town a thorough inspection. Upon reaching the grain station, Liang Manchang dismounted the reindeer and approached the gate, asking, "Comrade, could you kindly call for Zhao Lady? Just inform her that Liang Manchang is here to see her." Cough, let me take a look. Liang Manchang gazed at the gatekeeper, who had just been as nimble as a monkey, and suddenly seemed to be possessed by a sloth, his movements becoming particularly sluggish. The more Liang Manchang watched, the more anxious he grew, so he pulled out half a pack of Huazi cigarettes from his pocket. Seeing the gatekeeper's expectant eyes, he extracted one and handed it over. In every profession, security guards reign supreme. If he were to guard the entrance, it would indeed be impossible to enter. "Comrade, would you like a cigarette? One cannot judge a book by its cover." Liang Manchang inquired, "Comrade, where is Zhao Lady?" She just stepped out with Huang Xiaobo." Chapter 194, Scoundrel? I can be even more of a scoundrel. Liang Manchang furrowed his brow, feeling an overwhelming urge to slap the gatekeeper across the face. Had he known Zhao Lady had gone out, he wouldn't have been wasting time. "Comrade, could you hand me that cigarette?" The gatekeeper took the cigarette down from behind his ear and asked suspiciously, "What's the matter? I'll put it back in the box for you. Just hand it over." "Ah, that would be splendid." Liang Manchang accepted the cigarette, returned it to the box, and walked away without looking back. "Oh, my Huazi. No, that was my Huazi. What will I smoke then? I'll smoke you a slap." After saying this, Liang Manchang mounted his elk and activated his eagle eye, patrolling the skies. Approximately 5 minutes later, on the familiar broken bridge, Huang Xiaobo, accompanied by Air Kuei and a group of street toughs, cornered Zhao Lady and Li Hongbing at one end of the bridge. Damn, is Huang Xiaobo out of his mind? Doesn't he know Li Hongbing is the crown prince? How dare he provoke him? Liang Manchang urged his elk to gallop forward, unaware that danger was steadily approaching Huang Xiaobo. Li Hongbing stood protectively in front of Zhao Lady, glaring at Huang Xiaobo with an angry shout. "Huang Xiaobo, what are you up to? What do you think? My dad said I shouldn't provoke you. But today I'm going to see what it's like." Huang Xiaobo shoved Li Hongbing aside and addressed Zhao Lady. "Hee, Zhao Lady, back when we were dating, you pretended to be innocent and wouldn't even let me kiss you. Now, though, you can't resist the allure of a pretty boy and come charging in. Huang Xiaobo, watch your mouth. If I had known you were this kind of person, I would rather date a dog than you." "Ha ha. So you mean he has a dog?" Li Hongbing's face flushed, and he clenched his fists, charging forward. However, just as he lunged, Huang Xiaobo sneered, sidestepped, and lightly tripped him, causing Li Hongbing to fall flat on his face. "You dare to lay hands on me, you little girl? Air Kuei, hold him down." "All right." Air Kuei, along with 2 or 3 small thugs, pounced on Li Hongbing, pinning him down. "Huang Xiaobo, you scoundrel." "Scoundrel? I can be even more of a scoundrel." After saying this, Huang Xiaobo loosened his belt and approached Zhao Lady with a lecherous grin. "Hee, I'm in a good mood today. Let me give you a treat." "Huang Xiaobo, this is a crime. You'll end up in prison." "Hee, whether I go to prison is my business, not yours." With a resounding slap, a 5-finger mark appeared on Huang Xiaobo's face. "You little vixen, are you trying to play the virtuous lady here? Air Kuei, get 2 people to hold her down." In a moment of anticipation, Bo Gu, ready to indulge his companions, was interrupted by a sudden cry of an eagle, as a streak of white lightning descended from the heavens. What on earth? Before Huang Xiaobo and his companions could comprehend the situation, the white lightning surged into the crowd, landing squarely in Huang Xiaobo's lap. Subsequently, a small sausage was grasped in the beak of a sea eagle, which soared away once more. Phew. Fortunately, the eagle didn't peck out my eyes, otherwise I'd have to venture out with a stick. Air Kuei exclaimed, one hand covering his mouth while the other pointed at Huang Xiaobo's lap, astonished. "Xiaobo, what is this? What is happening? Your bird is gone." Huang Xiaobo looked down, aghast at the sight of crimson staining the ground. The once insignificant bird was now reduced to a mere remnant, practically negligible in size. To make matters worse, 2 eggs had vanished without a trace, leaving only a bit of skin fluttering in the wind. A piercing pain radiated from his lower abdomen, striking at his very core. Huang Xiaobo's visage twisted in agony, turning pale. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, cascading down like pearls. With a sudden thud, he collapsed to the ground. The shocking turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned, forgetting all that had transpired moments before. Li Hongbing was the first to regain his wits, seizing Zhao Lady as he bolted away. We cannot let them escape. Bo Gu's assault by the eagle must be their doing. Bring them back. Neither Li Hongbing nor Zhao Lady, lacking in martial prowess, were able to resist when Air Kuei and his entourage swiftly subdued them before Huang Xiaobo. What should we do, Bo Gu? Huang Xiaobo's vision blurred, his mind clouded by pain, leaving him devoid of reason. Throw them off the broken bridge. Take me to the hospital. Damn it, just do as I say. Just as Air Kuei prepared to act, a gray-black flash surged towards the broken bridge, knocking aside two of the outermost thugs with ease. Liang Manchang, astride a towering elk, cast a cold gaze upon Huang Xiaobo and the others. Zhao Lady, her face streaked with tears, felt a flicker of hope as she saw Liang Manchang approach on his elk. Manchang, what brings you here? Red Bing, lady, you two head to Yuan Chao's restaurant. We'll discuss the details later. Zhao Lady understood Liang Manchang's capabilities. Even seasoned thugs like Chen Kai were no match for him, let alone Huang Xiaobo and Air Kuei, whose incompetence was evident. Their presence would only slow Liang Manchang's response. Thus, she pulled Li Yuanchao away from the broken bridge. Be careful, Manchang. Liang Manchang nodded in acknowledgement. Oh, and by the way, discuss this with Yuanchao later. He'll decide the course of action. Yuanchao is somewhat entrenched in the underworld, and with his father Li Jiefeng's influence, dealing with Huang Xiaobo should be child's play. Perhaps even Huang Lei will feel the repercussions. Once Li Hongbing and Zhao Lady were a distance away, Liang Manchang, from his elevated position, inquired, Huang Xiaobo, feeling a bit restless, are we? Do you know who Li Hongbing is? I don't care who he is. Anyone who dares to steal a woman from me has but one fate. Haha, you can still articulate coherent thoughts. It seems the pain hasn't fully set in yet. Allow me to remedy that shortly, before adding the ingredients. Let me clarify for you. I will graciously inform you that a new secretary has arrived in the new city, and his surname is also Li. In an instant, Huang Xiaobo's mind short-circuited. The excruciating pain vanished without a trace, replaced by a ringing in his ears. No wonder his father advised him to avoid Zhao Lady. It seems he has ascended to great heights and transformed into a phoenix. Why on earth did his biological father not share this information with him? Otherwise, even with the boldness of a bear's heart and a leopard's gall, he would not have dared to provoke the crown prince and princess. His father had merely hinted that he should not stir trouble. There were many figures he had previously been warned against. Yet Huang Xiaobo had not shied away from confronting them all. Who could have anticipated that these two were genuinely untouchable? Liang Manchang, if I have erred, I shall face the law's consequences. What are you planning? Do not approach me. Now you are frightened? Let me propose this. The broken bridge does not appear too high, at most 10 meters. I shall not make things difficult for you. Each of you must leap down. Liang, I cannot swim. Chapter 195. Today, you are fortunate. I shall not charge you tuition fees. Not knowing how to swim is even better. A little floundering in the river will teach you. Consider yourself lucky today. I shall not demand tuition fees, so leap quickly. Huang Xiaobo felt tears welling in his eyes. The birds have flown, and if he jumps down now, the black fish might catch a whiff of blood and take a peck, leaving him with nothing but a small remnant. Liang, spare me. I will pay you. Huang Xiaobo exclaimed, tossing over his military satchel. Bribing me with money? Very well. It seems you have an eye for people. I shall allow you to jump last, lest someone else crush you. After stating this, Liang Manchang commanded the elk to herd Air Kuei and the others toward the edge of the broken bridge. Huang Xiaobo, you must hurry. This elk weighs over 1,000 pounds. One step could crush your insides. As Huang Xiaobo watched the elk charge fiercely, Air Kuei and the others began leaping into the river like dumplings, and he suddenly felt no more pain in his abdomen. Clutching his belly, he leaped into the water as well. Liang Manchang chuckled, dismounted the elk, and collected the military satchel. Oh, more grain tickets and cash. Liang Manchang pulled out 500 yuan in cash and stuffed in the 10,000 jin of grain tickets he had seized last time. If Li Yuanchao possessed even a modicum of courage and intelligence, Huang Xiaobo would be facing years at the sewing machine. Thus, he no longer feared retaliation and quickly sought an opportunity to offload the grain tickets. Otherwise, when the national grain yield increases and grain is no longer a scarce resource, the value of the tickets will only diminish. By the time they are canceled, they would be too hard even for wiping. Therefore, taking advantage of the current market stability, he must act swiftly. At 1 jiao per jin, this 15,000 jin could fetch him 1,500 yuan. Liang Manchang slung the military satchel over his shoulder and prepared to stroll through the vegetable market, hoping to encounter traders collecting grain tickets. Throughout history, two locations have been known for their complex demographics, the station and the vegetable market. Before reaching the market, The roadside was already crowded with locals selling mountain delicacies and pickled vegetables. The elk's size was too imposing, so fearing it would trample someone, Liang Manchang tethered it outside the market and walked in on foot. Approximately 3 minutes later, Liang Manchang caught sight of the blind fortune-teller, Wu, brandishing a banner inscribed with the words fortune-telling. The sign boldly proclaimed that if the divination proved inaccurate, no payment was required. Observing Wu's unabashed display amidst the throng, Liang Manchang resolved to impart a lesson, tightening his resolve. He approached from behind, gripping Wu's shoulder, and admonished in a hushed tone. Who permits you to engage in such superstitious practices here? A subtle tremor coursed through Liang's hand, as a faint yet palpable force emanated from Wu. Though Wu's physique was not particularly robust, his strength was unexpectedly brief but potent. Could it be that he practiced internal martial arts? I am merely a purveyor of medicinal plasters, not a proponent of superstition. Surely, you must have misheard, Wu replied, turning to face him. The words on the banner had vanished without a trace, replaced by the 4 characters for medicinal plaster. By the heavens, Liang Manchang, are you here to adjust your Wu's affairs? Ha ha ha, old Wu, you rascal, are you becoming rather brazen? Enlighten me, how did the inscription change? Wu, not one to withhold secrets, rummaged into his pocket and produced a gossamer thin cloth, prominently bearing the words fortune-telling. It's simple, akin to the face-changing art of Sichuan opera. With a flick of my pinky, the sign transforms. Fearing that Liang might doubt him, Wu deftly flicked his pinky again, and in an instant, the inscription altered once more. See, isn't socialism splendid? Aren't the people's communes marvelous? Wu, you truly possess some skill. A fleeting hint of panic flickered in Wu's eyes, but was swiftly replaced by an unperturbed demeanor. Hee, you've discerned my secret. In the world of wandering, diverse skills are invaluable. Cut the nonsense. Are you worried about being cornered by some married man again, practicing self-defense? Liang jested. What? Are you expecting your Wu to join you for drinks again? Wu retorted. Nonsense. While I have brought some food and drink, I still have pressing matters to attend to. Wu's eyes sparkled with interest, suspecting that it involved the exquisite delicacies of the heavens and earth. He swallowed hard, ever since he had savored them last. Their taste had been etched in his memory, rendering all other meals unpalatable. What is it? Rest assured I will handle it with clarity. It's nothing too grand. Merely an opportunity to exchange some national grain coupons for cash. Wu had anticipated something perilous, perhaps involving nefarious deeds, but was surprised to find it was merely the matter of grain coupons. Is that all? How many? I can disperse them in a heartbeat. Not much. Just 15,000 jin. The revelation nearly caused Wu to stumble in shock. 15,000 jin? And you deem that not much? Have you been robbing grain stores? Liang chuckled. Not to worry. Rest assured, these are genuine coupons. Without a diamond drill, one shouldn't undertake porcelain work. You continue your charlatan ways, while I sell grain coupons. Aside from women, Wu's sole passion was food and drink. Would he let a duck ready for the pot fly away? Isn't it a matter of cursing? Your Wu has been in the new city for many years, not without connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world. The current market price is 1 cent per jin. Is that agreeable? Last time, Liang Manchang approached Huang Xiaobo to wholesale food coupons at the price of 1 dime per pound, so he could accept any fluctuations around that price. Naturally, an increase would be even better. All right, let us proceed with this, he declared. Following that, Liang Manchang accompanied Wu Xiazi to a bathhouse. Wait here while I inquire, Wu Xiazi said, advancing forward with fervor. He then beckoned Liang Manchang to hand over the military backpack to the attendant at the front desk. A total of 15,000 pounds. Would you like to count it? Fine, you all wait here, the attendant replied before taking the cloth bag into the bathhouse. Approximately half an hour later, just as Liang Manchang began to suspect the attendant might have absconded, the attendant returned, carrying the military backpack. It's a total of 650 yuan, count it if you wish. Once you step out of the bathhouse door, we hold no responsibility, he stated. Liang Manchang opened the cloth bag, retreating to a corner to count. After about 3 minutes, he nodded to Wu Xiazi, and the two finally departed the bathhouse. Shall we go? Treat me to a bite to eat? Wait, the matter is not yet concluded, Wu Xiazi urged, his impatience evident. Isn't it merely the sale of food coupons? Isn't that settled? There are 2 matters. The sale of food coupons is just one. There's another matter. Goodness, if there's something to say. Just say it without dragging it out. Do you know where in New City one might find antique paintings? The age need not be too long. Those from the Ming, Qing, or even the Republican era will suffice. Is that all? Follow me. We can discuss this while we eat. What's the matter? Do you have some? Last time I browsed your collection, but found nothing of interest. Oh, just follow me, and all will be well. Chapter 196. Are counterfeit goods really sold at such high prices? Liang Manchang led a reindeer, trailing behind Wu Xiazi until they reached his quaint courtyard. Overwhelmed by the aroma of the vegetables, Wu Xiazi could hardly contain himself upon entering the room. He eagerly tore open a brown paper bag and emptied its contents onto a plate. He then fetched 2 small cups and twisted open a bottle of Beidatsong liquor. Manchang, care for a drink? Don't be shy. Of course I will drink. It's my liquor and my food. Why should I be polite? Liang Manchang seized the bottle, filled his own cup generously before pouring for Wu Xiazi. Old Wu, from your words, it seems you can procure antique paintings? First, let us eat. We shall not discuss business while dining. Upon hearing the term business, Liang Manchang understood Wu Xiazi must have connections, which put him at ease. After the delay with Huang Xiaobo, the dishes had cooled slightly, but it was of little consequence. Both men were not particularly fastidious, and they polished off the meal with the liquor. By 3 in the afternoon, they patted their bellies and descended from the Kong. Old Wu, are you full? Can we discuss business now? Wu Xiazi plucked a bamboo skewer from a broom and said with a grin, which era of paintings do you desire? Ming, Qing, or Republican will do. It depends on what you have. All right then, come with me. Wu Xiazi replied, leading the way to the west room, where he retrieved a dozen or so scrolls from another box, thumping them onto the table. Choose from these. We have Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, Qing, and Republican works. Liang Manchang brushed away the dust from the table, his brow furrowing. He hadn't expected Wu Xiazi to possess such prowess. Paintings from the Tang and Song dynasties, if mounted on scrolls, could be quite valuable even if not from renowned masters. Liang Manchang opened the collection to discover the exquisite works of Zheng Banqiao's bamboo, Qi Baisher's shrimp, and Su Beihong's horses. Old Wu, your collection possesses remarkable artistic value. Indeed, just wait and see, there's even more to behold. How much more? 7 or 8 stories high. Liang Manchang, somewhat skeptical, continued to examine the remaining paintings. To his astonishment, each piece was more precious than the last, all national treasures. The Bodhisattva of childbearing, the dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains, the spring dawn in the Han Palace, and the lotus, rock, and waterfowl. Old Wu, where did you acquire so many fakes? Not a single one of these paintings is genuine. Old Wu's expression changed dramatically. He shoved Liang Manchang aside and hurriedly rolled up the scattered scrolls. Nonsense. You know nothing about art. How can you declare them fake? Don't tarnish my reputation. Does your reputation even merit tarnishing? Liang retorted. Let me tell you, if even one of these paintings were genuine, would you still need to swindle people at the market? Let us not even discuss it. I've never seen a complete dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains, except for this one. These masterpieces, even in their time, could have granted instant wealth if sold in Japan, America, or Hong Kong. Old Wu's stern facade cracked into a smile. Since Liang Manchang had made such a statement, it was clear he had an inkling of the truth. Given this, there was no need for pretense. After all, a man must retain a semblance of dignity. What constitutes authenticity? What is deemed false? If the buyer adores the painting, then it is genuine. Although these works were not created by the hands of the masters, they were painstakingly crafted by their admirers, and one could hardly argue against the effort poured into them. Liang Manchang unfurled a scroll of the dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains. The composition was harmonious, with layers rich and distinct. The balance of blank space and detailed scenery was ethereal. The brushwork was fresh, with clarity and depth, executed in a single breath. Huang Gongwang spent years perfecting the dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains, originally intended for the monk Wuyong. It traversed various collectors from the Yuan to the Ming dynasty, eventually landing in the hands of Dong Qichong, and later, Wu Hongyu, who cherished the painting so deeply that he resolved to burn it for his burial. However, his nephew snatched it from the flames, albeit in 2 charred pieces, the shorter front half named Remnant Mountains and the longer back half called Wuyong's Scroll. Thus, Liang Manchang, though not well versed in art, understood that this painting had been divided into 2 parts. Yet Old Wu possessed a complete dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains, which, to Liang, appeared entirely counterfeit. Consequently, he concluded that Old Wu was not merely fortunate to stumble upon a treasure, but rather a genuine purveyor of forgeries. Now, tell me, how much for these paintings? Which one do you desire? Liang Manchang surveyed the collection. The dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains was too ostentatious. After much deliberation, he finally selected the lotus, rock, and waterfowl. How much for this piece? This one. You have good taste, my friend. It is my favorite as well. I was reluctant to part with it. But considering I've treated you to 2 meals, I shall reluctantly let it go for 880 yuan. What a joke. Such a hefty price for a fake? You clearly do not understand. Are you familiar with the illustrious figure of the Ming dynasty, Daqian? Liang Manchang nodded in acknowledgement. Despite his lack of formal education, he had encountered numerous short videos in later years that depicted Daqian's exploits. This individual was notorious for painting forgeries and selling them. However, his artistic skills were remarkably proficient, rendering his creations nearly indistinguishable from the genuine articles. In fact, due to their impeccable condition, they often commanded higher prices than the authentic pieces. Even Su Beihong had fallen victim to one of his forgeries. Ah, yes, the one renowned for crafting counterfeit paintings, Wu Xiezi remarked, slightly taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this rustic fellow from the New City district would possess knowledge of Daqian. Indeed, the forgeries he produced were valued higher than the originals. The worth of such art is not determined by its origin, but rather by its artistic merit. Take, for instance, the lotus stone and waterfowl painting. Can anything truly remain in such pristine condition? Look at that little duckling, so lively, so vivid. 2,880 yuan is a reasonable price. Nonsense. Do you think I would purchase this ancient painting for mere decoration? For what purpose then? Given your character, it must be for some deceitful scheme. What else could it possibly be? Liang Manchang clapped Wu Xiezi on the shoulder, guiding him to the windowsill. Indeed, if it were a scheme, why would I invest in something of such high quality? 2,880 yuan. What kind of gullible fool would I need to ensnare to break even? Wu Xiezi, adopting a demeanor of indifference, replied, how should I know? Anyone who can compel you to invest such effort into ancient art is likely a formidable catch. But rest assured, I only seek profit. I want to pry into your affairs or make a fuss. Consider it a purchase of peace of mind. Seeing Wu Xiezi's relative honesty and lack of acquaintance with others who dealt in antiquities, Liang Manchang suggested, well then, how about this? You make a small alteration for me, and I shall take this painting. A minor alteration? What sort of modification do you have in mind? Are you familiar with the concept of a painting within a painting? What Liang Manchang referred to was the technique of slicing the ancient artwork in two, then inserting another piece within before reassembling it. Typically, the purpose of such a technique serves two ends, to conceal vital information or to safeguard a precious artwork. It was evident that Liang Manchang's intent was to obscure significant details.